My name is Yan Xiao. I'm an ordinary courier, zipping through the streets of Chongqing on my three-wheeled vehicle. Day and night, in scorching heat and freezing cold, I gave it my all to save for a house. For whom? For her Bi Yalian, the woman I loved more than life itself. For 5 years I worked tirelessly. Summers brought unbearable heat, with asphalt melting underfoot, and winters left my hands cracked from the biting cold. But I endured it all. I endured it for the dream of a home where Bu Yalian and I could start a new, happy life. And just when my goal was within reach, when I had finally saved 400,000 yuan in my account, I suddenly received a notification: 400,000 yuan has been transferred from your account. Remaining balance 20 yuan. At first I thought it was a mistake. I checked over and over again. But no, the money was gone. This wasn't a dream. Later I found out where it went. To an account under the name Pianren. The name sounded familiar. I racked my brain. It was Bu Yalian's ex-boyfriend. The man she had broken up with years ago. When I came home she was sitting on the couch, laughing and chatting on the phone. Her day seemed full of joy. Mine, however, was destroyed. Yalian, I began, suppressing my anger. Where did the money from my account go? She tried to laugh it off, but under my gaze, she relented. Yes, I transferred it to Pianren. He returned to China and started a company. He's having money problems, and you've been spending on me anyway. It's our money, isn't it? Our money? She hadn't worked a single day, hadn't contributed a single yuan, yet she considered the money I earned as ours. And even now, as I stood before her, bitter and angry, she defended her ex. Her words shattered everything I felt. I realized that the person I had given my all for never even thought about me. We're done, I said quietly. Return the money in 2 weeks, or we'll meet in court. I walked out. Broken, humiliated. It felt like my world was collapsing, with no way out. But at that very moment, as I sat on the bed packing my things, I heard a voice. Yan Xiao, you freed yourself from suffering. Congratulations. I am the Warmth Multiverse System. As a gift, I'm giving you 5 cashback cards. They're in your jacket pocket. Each purchase with them will return 100 times the amount spent. Good luck. At first I thought I was losing my mind. A system? Cashback cards? But I reached into my jacket pocket, and there they were. 5 cards. Each one had the text 100x cashback. Spend and receive 100 times more. I decided to test it. I went to a store and bought a bottle of cola for 3 yuan. And immediately received a notification. 300 yuan has been credited to your account. It was real. Yan Xiao couldn't believe his eyes. He pinched his thigh hard. The pain was very real. This wasn't a dream. Overjoyed, Yan Xiao was on cloud 9. With these divine cards, becoming the richest man was only a matter of time. But then regret hit him. I used one of the cards on a bottle of cola. Sitting on a roadside bench, he pondered while holding the remaining cashback cards. Each card had a 72-hour validity period, meaning he had 3 days to use them. At the moment, all his money, including what was left in his account, amounted to just over 300 yuan. Even if he used the remaining cards, he would only manage to accumulate around 30,000 yuan. For such a miraculous tool, this was disgraceful. Yan Xiao put the cards back into his pocket, and rubbing his chin, began thinking about how to double his 300 yuan without using another card. Then it hit him: borrow money. In tough times you can see who your real friends are and who's just pretending. And when I get rich, these same people will come running to me for loans and favors. Why not test them right now? He quickly wrote a post on social media. I've failed. A woman scammed me, and I lost all my savings. Now I owe over 100,000 yuan in high-interest loans. Life is hard. Friends, please help. Anyone who lends me money, I'll return it 100-fold. Before long, the high school group chat, which had been silent for months, exploded. Did you hear? Yan Xiao lost all his savings because of some woman and now owes over 100,000. No way. He's just a courier. How could he have savings? You don't get it. He worked 2 jobs, living on plain buns and pickled vegetables. Of course he saved up. Alright, that makes sense. But if he's in debt, why is he asking for money? 100-fold return? Who would believe such nonsense? Hey. Anyone who lends him money must be the biggest fool ever. Exactly. Lending to him is like throwing buns at a dog. Gone forever. Chongqing City High School. In the group chat of Class 7, one message after another kept popping up. Everyone was discussing Yang Xiao. Nobody believed he could borrow any money. Some even mocked him. When someone has money, everyone is a good friend and brother. promising to share blessings and hardships together. But when someone is broke and struggling, sorry, who are you again? Why would I hang out with you? Dream on? Suddenly in the group chat, someone started tagging Yang Xiao and stirring things up. At Yang Xiao, have you eaten lunch yet? How about I send you a few yuan as a red envelope so you can buy some tofu and bash your head on it? Are you saying it's a crime for him to be alive? What else? Old kin. Stop stirring things up. If you ask me, we should each send Yang Xiao a penny as a red envelope to help him through his tough times. Good idea. Yang Xiao, do you want a side job? My girlfriend's family runs a KTV. I can recommend you as a host. LOL. Fatty, you're a genius. Even in this situation you came up with that. Yang Xiao will definitely thank you for it. As they continued chatting, their words became more and more excessive. The meaner the comment, the more they said. Nobody cared about how hurtful their words were. These people are not just awful in real life, their words are equally venomous, Yang Xiao muttered while sitting on a bench by the roadside. If they didn't want to lend money, fine. Was it necessary to ridicule and belittle someone in the group chat so loudly? How petty. He closed the chat and searched his contact list for a number. Huang Ling. Huang Lin was Yang Xiao's middle school classmate and one of his closest friends. He dialed the number. The response was a cold, automated message. Sorry. The number you dialed is currently busy. Please try again later. Yang Xiao then sent him a message on WeChat, only to be greeted with a red exclamation mark. He had been blocked. Just this morning, they were still in contact. And now, just a few hours later, Huang Lin had deleted him. It was clear that Huang Lin had seen Yang Xiao's social media post and blocked all his contact information to avoid being asked for money. How ruthless. Yang Xiao didn't dwell on it. He blocked and deleted Huang Lin in return. Next he called another high school buddy, Huang Zhenlong. The two had been bunkmates. Back in school, they were inseparable. Last summer, Huang Zhenlong lost tens of thousands of yuan to a male streamer pretending to be a woman. Even after filing a police report, he couldn't recover the money. He couldn't even afford food. It was Yang Xiao behind Bu Yalian's back, who transferred him several thousand yuan to help him through the tough time. The call connected. A lazy voice came from the other end. Old Yang. Why are you calling so early? Yang Xiao knew that Huang Zhenlong had probably stayed up late playing League of Legends and hadn't gotten up yet. Naturally, he hadn't seen the social media post. Yang Xiao got straight to the point. Old Huang, all my money was taken by Bu Yalian. She even took out over 100,000 yuan in high-interest loans under my name. Can you lend me some money? What? Over 100,000 in high-interest loans? Yeah, and the worst part is, because of the loan sharks I even lost my job delivering packages. You see. Beep, beep, beep. Before he could finish, the call was disconnected. Yang Xiao stared at the hung-up call, which wasn't redialed. He smiled bitterly. So this is how it is. Human nature is truly unpredictable. In everyday life, no matter how pretty the words, they still can't withstand the test of reality. A so-called brother who hangs up out of fear of being asked for money is not worth keeping around. Yang Xiao blocked him without hesitation. After putting down the phone, a wave of sadness hit Yang Xiao. He never expected that in his lowest moment, not a single person capable of helping him would step forward. How pitiful. Then again, after this round of failed borrowing attempts, he had gained clarity on people's true nature. A worthwhile trade. Since he couldn't borrow money, Yang Xiao decided to turn the 300 yuan he had into his foundation for wealth. With the cashback card, he would rise step by step. He was going to become a billionaire. Just as he stood up, ding. A WeChat transfer notification appeared on his phone. Opening it, he saw that it was from his high school deskmate, Lu Wei, who had transferred him 30,000 yuan. He was stunned. Lu Wei, in his memory, wasn't tall, around 1.6 meters, with bangs that always covered her forehead and a pair of thick, black-framed glasses that hid her true appearance. The two had been deskmates for 2 years during high school, a rare bond. During that time, Yang Xiao often teased her, not in a malicious way, but in a playful, light-hearted manner. While Yang Xiao was still processing, Lu Wei sent a message. Deskmate. I only have 30,000 yuan right now. Don't think it's too little. Use it to get through this tough time first. Too little? No way. To Yang Xiao this was a godsend, a lifeline in the snowstorm. Overwhelmed with joy, he quickly replied, thank you. Don't worry. At most I'll return it in 3 days. 3 days later, he would be one of the richest people in the country. By then, 30,000 or even 30 million would be nothing to him. Lu Wei responded, no rush. Pay it back when you're financially stable. Even through the text, Yang Xiao could feel her warmth and sincerity. Who would have thought that in his darkest moment, the one willing to help him would be a deskmate he hadn't contacted in years? High school wasn't a waste. Deskmates are the best. Lu Wei sent another message, just mute or leave the class group chat. Don't listen to them. Yang Xiao replied, don't worry. If a dog bites me, I'm not going to bite it back. If a dog bites you and you bite it back, what's the difference between you and the dog? Lu Wei covers mouth laughing. Yang Xiao, thanks for your care and support, deskmate. I'll treat you to the best meal soon. Lu Wei, sure, I want the most expensive one. Yang Xiao didn't mind her joke. No problem. He would treat her to the best meal and prove that her faith in him wasn't misplaced. Yang Xiao, deal. Lu Wei, okay. Let's set a date. It's almost 1 p.m., so I have to get back to work. Talk later. Yang Xiao, bye. With the funds in place, his plan to rise to wealth began. But first he needed to cancel the lease on his apartment, which was rented under his name. Since they had already broken up, why shouldn't he take it back? Yang Xiao went to his landlord's house. What? You want to terminate the lease? The landlord, an older woman, looked at him in surprise. Xiao Yang, think carefully. Good apartments like mine in Zhongyu district are hard to come by. I'm going home. Yang Xiao replied, shaking his head. As for where Bu Yalian would live? Sorry, they were broken up, why should he care? He wasn't running a charity. Xiao Yang, are you really determined to give up the apartment? Yes, consider the deposit compensation, Yang Xiao said with a nod. After completing the lease termination, Yang Xiao passed the stairwell and overheard some strange noises echoing through the hallway. The sounds were, well, reminiscent of certain videos from Sakura country. It was unbearable to listen to. Yang Xiao shook his head, speechless. The younger generation these days so reckless, with no sense of decorum. What if an elderly resident overheard this and got too excited? What then? Once outside, Yang Xiao decisively took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, I'd like to report inappropriate activities between a man and a woman in the stairwell of Jinghua City, Wanel Street, Zhongyu District. Me? I'm a model citizen of the new era. Everyone calls me Red Scarf. After hanging up, Yang Xiao felt even better. He'd done another good deed today. He then called his boss to quit his job. Why work when he was on his way to becoming rich? Standing by the roadside, he hailed one of Chongqing's signature yellow Ferraris taxis and headed straight to his wealth-building destination, Jifangbei Pedestrian Street. Jifangbei Pedestrian Street, Zhongyu District. One of Chongqing's 5 major commercial hubs. Here you'd find everything from high-end luxury stores to affordable underground shopping malls. Bustling and lively, it was no less impressive than Beijing, Shanghai, or Shenzhen. And the beauties here? Plenty. According to certain media reports, every few minutes, a stunning beauty would pass by. For those who wanted to people watch, this was the ideal spot. But Yang Xiao wasn't here to ogle beauties. He had serious business to attend to. While others came to spend money, he was here to spend money to make money. With 30,000 yuan in hand, Yang Xiao got out of the taxi and headed straight for a Huawei store. Due to his ordinary attire and backpack, the young saleswoman, who was new on the job, couldn't tell whether Yang Xiao was buying for himself or picking up for someone else. She bowed politely with a smile. Hello, sir. Are you here to buy a phone or pick up an order? Buying a phone, Yang Xiao replied casually, and headed straight for the newly released Huawei P999 Pro. The Huawei P999 Pro was a powerful, high-performance phone perfect for gaming, photography, music and more. It was practically a mini-computer, and essential for modern living. The base model was priced at 16,888 yuan. The top-tier version? Even more expensive, at 19,999 yuan. Its steep price deterred many who admired it, including Yang Xiao in the past. Back then he could only use Bu Yalian's discarded phones. The phone in his pocket now was long overdue for replacement, but he had held onto it. After all, most of his money had gone towards saving for a house or subsidizing Bu Yalian's expenses. Where would he have found the extra cash to buy himself a phone? Seeing Yang Xiao's clear goal, the saleswoman quickly followed. Sir, if you're interested in the Huawei P999 Pro, I'd suggest coming back in a few days. Why? Yang Xiao asked, puzzled. From the saleswoman's perspective, Yang Xiao's attire suggested he could, at best, afford the base model. The top-tier version was a stretch at nearly 20,000 yuan, a price most wouldn't dare to spend lightly. However, she maintained a professional smile and patiently explained, "I'm sorry to trouble you, but the base model of the Huawei P999 Pro is currently sold out." Did I say I wanted the base model? Seeing his reflection in the glass display, Yang Xiao realized he had been underestimated. Still, he wasn't upset. He appreciated the saleswoman's professionalism and replied with a smile, "Is the top-tier version also sold out?" If he was buying and getting cashback, it had to be the best version. Why settle for less? The saleswoman froze momentarily before responding. "The top-tier version is still available. Please follow me." After guiding Yang Xiao to a seat, she quickly fetched a trial unit of the top-tier Huawei P999 Pro. Handing it to him with both hands, Yang Xiao took the phone and tested it for a while. Satisfied with its performance and suitability for his needs, he said, "How much is this phone?" "I'll take it." So quickly? Such decisiveness. The saleswoman suppressed her excitement. "Sir, the top-tier version is 19,999 RMB. Will you be paying by card or cash?" "Not so fast," Yang Xiao said, waving her off. "Help me pick out a laptop around 10,000 yuan as well." "Ah. All right, please wait a moment." Overjoyed, the saleswoman dashed off to find a suitable laptop. It was her first day at work, and she was already making a big sale. Within 2 minutes, she returned with a laptop and placed it in front of Yang Xiao. Just as she began introducing its features, Yang Xiao waved her off again. "No need to explain. Just tell me the price." Collecting herself, the saleswoman replied excitedly, "The total is 29,887 RMB. I can apply for a discount on the laptop." She could offer up to a 5% discount. Beyond that, she had no authority. But Yang Xiao frowned. A discount? Even a small one could mean losing tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands through the cashback multiplier. "No need for a discount." He quickly interjected. "Charge me full price. In fact, round it up to 30,000 if you can." "No discount?" The saleswoman was stunned. Most customers she'd seen wouldn't even buy a pair of headphones without demanding a discount. And here was someone refusing one. Was he allergic to saving money? "But the customer is always right." She nodded. "Understood, sir. I'll add a screen protector for the phone, which brings the total to exactly 30,000 RMB. "Thank you," Yang Xiao said with satisfaction. The saleswoman fetched the manager to process the payment. When paying, Yang Xiao used one of his cashback cards. The moment the payment was completed, his phone buzzed with a notification. Huaxia Commercial Bank, your account ending in 5918 received a transfer of RMB 3,000,000 on November 30th at 12:51 p.m. Current balance RMB 3,317,000. In an instant, he was a millionaire. The speed of earning money, who could compare? Yang Xiao inserted his SIM card into the new phone, transferred his important data, and tossed his old phone into the trash. Striding out of the Huawei store, he left the laptop there temporarily and took the saleswoman's number. Once he bought a house, he would ask her to deliver it or ship it via courier. The current priority was to make money. Yang Xiao entered the mall and took the elevator straight to the 6th floor luxury section. He headed directly to the Vacheron Constantin watch store. As for Patek Philippe next door, he didn't even consider it. He had heard that buying a watch from that brand was complicated. You had to prove your qualifications and so on. In contrast, Vacheron Constantin didn't have so many rules, and its prices and quality were not much different from Patek Philippe. Just as he reached the entrance, before stepping inside, a surprised voice came from behind him. "Yang Xiao, is that you?" Hearing the voice, Yang Xiao froze for a moment. He turned his head slightly and saw a man and a woman holding hands. The man was looking at him with astonishment. It was his high school classmate, Pang Sen. This was the same Pang Sen who had suggested in the group chat that Yang Xiao should work as a host in a KTV. Walking up, Pang Sen blocked Yang Xiao's way. His face lit up with a mocking smile. "I can't believe I'd run into you here. By the way, have you paid off your loan sharks? If not, I can introduce you to a quick money job as a duck male escort." His words were dripping with sarcasm. In truth, Pang Sen's family wasn't well off. His polished appearance was entirely funded by his overweight girlfriend beside him. At that moment, Yang Xiao didn't want to waste time arguing. He walked around Pang Sen and entered the Vacheron Constantin store. "Who's he, darling? Looks like a stray dog." Fei Jing, the plump girlfriend, sneered at Yang Xiao's retreating figure. She then awkwardly tried to snuggle against Pang Sen like a petite bird. despite her over 200-pound frame. The sight was utterly bizarre, almost nauseating. It made one wonder how much hardship Pang Sen endured every day just to maintain his relationship. Yang Xiao's complete disregard left Pang Sen feeling as if he had just punched cotton with all his strength, utterly futile. Furious, Pang Sen gritted his teeth. Jingjing, you're right. He's not just a stray dog, but a poor, unwanted stray dog. Despite his mocking tone, Fei Jing was puzzled. Didn't you say he was in debt to loan sharks? How does he have money to buy luxury watches? Although she had never purchased one, she knew that watches here could cost hundreds of thousands or even millions. Ordinary people couldn't afford such luxuries. Pang Sen thought for a moment and said, he's probably running an errand or delivering something. He probably doesn't even know how expensive the watches here are. This was the only plausible explanation he could come up with. But he overlooked one fact. Vacheron Constantin watches often cost hundreds of thousands or even millions. Such expensive items were rarely couriered, and most delivery companies wouldn't accept the job. If damaged, the compensation would be astronomical. Let's go in and see what he's up to, Pang Sen suggested, curious to find out. Inside the Vacheron Constantin store, Yang Xiao listened attentively to the saleswoman's introduction. Although he didn't understand much, the saleswoman didn't judge him based on his plain attire. Instead, she welcomed him warmly. She had encountered many wealthy clients who dressed modestly, sometimes even in flip-flops, and came here just to show off. Such encounters were common for her. She knew that as long as she provided excellent service, not only could she close a sale, but she might even receive a generous tip. After finishing her explanation, she smiled and asked, Sir, how do you feel about this watch? Not bad. I like it. How much? Yang Xiao nodded in satisfaction. This is our latest model, priced at 2.99 million RMB. I can apply for a discount if you'd like, the saleswoman offered. I'll take it. But no discount, Yang Xiao replied firmly. Ah. Sure. The saleswoman stammered, caught off guard. Then Yang Xiao made an even more shocking request. Oh, and could you round up the price to 3 million RMB? For a moment, the saleswoman was stunned. Did she hear him correctly? Not only did he refuse a discount, but he also asked to raise the price. Was he crazy? Meanwhile, Pang Sen burst out laughing. Haha, do you really think he's going to buy it? The saleswoman hesitated, glancing between Yang Xiao and Pang Sen, unsure of what to do. Pang Sen glanced at Yang Xiao and then at the attractive saleswoman, even sneaking a peek at her neckline. Noticing his lecherous gaze, the saleswoman quickly covered her neckline and shifted her position. Unbothered, Pang Sen smirked. Just a heads up, this guy is broke and owes over 100,000 yuan in loan shark debt. The implication was clear. Yang Xiao couldn't afford it and was only here to mess around. Exactly, Fei Jing chimed in. So what? Yang Xiao asked. Pang Sen sneered and pointed at the watch. If you can afford this watch, I'll eat this glass cup right here. Yang Xiao of course wasn't one to back down. Besides, he'd never seen someone actually eat glass before. He took out his Huaxia bank card, slapped it on the counter, and said to the saleswoman, charge 3 million RMB, no discount. His words were clear and confident. Of course, sir. Please wait a moment, the saleswoman said before heading off to fetch the financial officer to handle the transaction. Seeing Yang Xiao take out his bank card, brimming with confidence, Pang Sen began to doubt himself. Impossible. Based on what they knew about him, if Yang Xiao hadn't hit rock bottom, he wouldn't have been posting on social media asking for money. So how could he now have the audacity to pay for something like this? It didn't make sense. Fei Jing was equally puzzled and muttered, he owes loan sharks and had his money stolen by a woman. How is he not losing his mind? Right. Why didn't I think of that? He must have gone crazy from all the stress. That must be it. In that instant, Pang Sen felt enlightened. Excited, he kissed Fei Jing's chubby cheek. Fei Jing, delighted, pulled Pang Sen close and gave him a dramatic dragon kiss, leaving everyone in the store stunned. Yang Xiao felt utterly nauseated. When the two finished, they looked at Yang Xiao with smug satisfaction, as if they were students eagerly waiting for school to let out. Before long, the saleswoman returned with a poised woman carrying a POS machine. She smiled professionally at Yang Xiao. Hello, sir. It's my pleasure to assist you. Yang Xiao pointed to the bank card on the counter. Charge it. Understood. One moment, please, she replied with a slight smile and quickly began processing the payment. Pang Sen wore a smug expression, ready to enjoy the show. Fei Jing also looked pleased, as if she was already imagining Yang Xiao's embarrassment. Soon enough, The poised woman who had been operating the POS machine took Yang Xiao's bank card with both hands, inserted it into the device, and then pushed it toward him. Sir, please confirm the details and payment amount. If everything is correct, enter your PIN and press confirm. Thank you. At this moment, Pang Sen excitedly rubbed his hands together, even more thrilled than the saleswoman. He was eagerly waiting to hear the transaction failed notification. In his mind, he had already prepared lines of ridicule, cutting and humiliating. Yang Xiao glanced at the details on the POS machine. After confirming they were correct, he calmly entered his PIN. Transaction successful. Payment of 3 million RMB completed. Enjoy your shopping. The world seemed to fall silent in that instant. Pang Sen froze. The words he was about to say got stuck in his throat and were swallowed back down. It was uncomfortable, very uncomfortable. Fei Jing was also stunned. Payment successful? 3 million? That's not a small amount. For many people, that's more than they could earn in a lifetime. And yet Yang Xiao had spent it so effortlessly, without a hint of hesitation. Are you planning to start eating the glass from the rim or the base? Yang Xiao asked with a playful smile, looking at Pang Sen's incredulous expression. Yang Xiao's words brought everyone back to their senses. He still had to eat the glass. Everyone turned to look at Pang Sen, wearing expressions of anticipation as if waiting for him to perform. This must be fake. Yes, you must have conspired with them beforehand, otherwise how could you afford this? Pang Sen shouted, nearly losing control. His voice was loud, drawing the attention of many onlookers. Yang Xiao wasn't surprised by Pang Sen's reaction. He had been like this since high school. If something exceeded his expectations, he would assume there was something wrong. At that moment, the store manager arrived, drawn by the commotion. But upon hearing that someone was questioning the store's credibility, her expression turned cold. Sir, Vacheron Constantin is a globally renowned luxury brand. We would never engage in such practices. If you continue to make false accusations, we'll consider suing you for defamation. Others in the store nodded in agreement, and some even began whispering criticisms of Pang Sen. Pang Sen was dumbfounded. He hadn't expected the situation to turn against him so quickly. Panicking, he grabbed Fei Jing's arm. Jing, look. They're all teaming up to bully me. What was this? Everyone was stunned by Pang Sen's behavior. A grown man seeking help from a woman, and even whining like a child? The world had turned upside down. Fei Jing didn't care. She wrapped her sturdy arm around Pang Sen's shoulder, patted his back to comfort him, and then stood with her hands on her hips, glaring at the crowd. You dogs! How dare you bully my husband? Do you even know who I am? Her aggressive demeanor made her seem like the queen of the world, a sight that was both unpleasant and irritating. The manager wasn't intimidated. I don't care who you are or what your status is, you have no right to defame us. For luxury brands, reputation was everything. Fei Jing sneered, pointing at Yang Xiao and the manager. I don't care. You must apologize to us, or else face the consequences. Apologize? Were they crazy? From start to finish, it was them causing trouble. And now they demanded an apology? Unbelievable. What a case of the pot calling the kettle black. Mad dogs biting people. Yang Xiao retorted, fed up with Fei Jing's antics. Did you just call me a dog? Fei Jing roared. Yang Xiao quickly raised his hands and said with a serious expression, Oh, don't misunderstand. I wasn't singling you out. I meant that both of you are mad dogs. You're dead meat, boy. Fei Jing shouted and prepared to charge at him. The manager quickly stepped in to stop her. Let's talk this out. No need for violence. But Fei Jing wasn't backing down. Suddenly, a loud voice boomed from outside the store. Who dares to cause trouble in my store? Everyone turned to see a middle-aged man with a stern expression walking in. Boss. The manager's eyes lit up as if she had found her savior. She hurried over to greet him. Uncle Lin? Fei Jing stammered, her face pale upon recognizing the man. Boss? Uncle? The crowd was surprised, and their expressions turned to intrigue. What an interesting turn of events of family drama right here in the store. Lin Hai. The man said. What's going on here? Boss, here's what happened. The manager quickly explained the situation in detail. But meanwhile, Fei Jing looked like she was sitting on pins and needles, wishing she could disappear. Lin Hai turned to Fei Jing. What do you have to say for yourself? Sorry, Uncle Lin. I was wrong. I'll leave with Pang Sen right away. Knowing she was in the wrong, Fei Jing apologized hastily and dragged Pang Sen out of the store. The more arrogant they had been earlier, the more pathetic their escape was now. After they left, Lin Hai personally apologized to Yang Xiao and promised him the best possible discounts on any future purchases. Yang Xiao accepted with a smile. Leaving Vacheron Constantine, Yang Xiao's wealth had now grown to 300 million RMB. This speed of making money, who could compete? Looking at the 2 remaining cashback cards in his hand, he realized that barring any unforeseen circumstances, his total wealth would soon reach at least 10 billion RMB. All in cash. He was practically a private bank. Next on his agenda, buying a house. That was the only way to spend 300 million RMB quickly and reasonably. Without delay, he hailed a taxi and set off. Just as he got in, a formally dressed, balding middle-aged man with a briefcase hurried over to the taxi. "Young man, could you give me a ride? I have an urgent meeting at my workplace," he asked anxiously. The taxi driver glanced at Yang Xiao in the back seat, waiting for his response. "No problem," Yang Xiao agreed readily. He wasn't in a hurry anyway. Driver, to the Government Affairs Center. The balding man climbed into the car and repeatedly thanked Yang Xiao. On the way, the man explained he was heading to an important conference at the Government Affairs Center. After failing to find a cab, he had been desperate. Patting his thinning hair, the man turned to Yang Xiao. "Where are you headed, young man?" "I saved up a little money and plan to buy myself a house," Yang Xiao replied. "Oh? Where do you plan to buy it?" "Not sure yet," Yang Xiao admitted. The man lowered his voice. "If you ask me, you should look at the houses in Tianfu New Town." Yang Xiao asked curiously, "Why?" "That area is about to be converted into a school district. Housing prices will definitely skyrocket soon. Now is the best time to buy." "How do you know?" "To be honest, I'm on my way to attend a press conference for the official launch of the bidding process for the educational land next to Tianfu New Town." "That's fantastic." Yang Xiao was overjoyed. He hadn't known what to do before, but now it felt like someone handed him a pillow just when he wanted to nap. Beiyu District, Tianfu New Town. Outside the sales center, Lu Yuan, a beautiful saleswoman responsible for welcoming Yang Xiao, was already waiting there. Seeing him arrive, Lu Yuan greeted him with a smile and shook his hand. "Mr. Yang, you're finally here. I've prepared the purchase contract. You just need to pay the down payment and sign it. I don't want that particular unit anymore," Yang Xiao said with a smile. Despite Lu Yuan's warm reception. "What?" The saleswoman froze, startled. "Mr. Yang, didn't we agree to sign the contract and pay the down payment today?" Tianfu New Town was a newly developed housing complex. Although it was located by the river, the area lacked developed facilities due to its newness. As a result, many people were not optimistic about its prospects. The housing prices were cheaper than in other areas, and the number of buyers was pitifully low. Sometimes, only a handful of potential buyers would visit in 2 or 3 days. Even the number of sales staff was limited. To secure this deal, Lu Yuan had spent an entire day preparing for Yang Xiao's visit, only to hear him say he didn't want the unit anymore. If it had been anyone else, they might have cursed him out on the spot. But Lu Yuan didn't. Yang Xiao was pleased with her attitude. "You might have misunderstood me. I'm not saying I won't buy anything, I just don't want that specific unit." Hearing this, Lu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. "Mr. Yang, you're not joking, are you?" "Why would I? What's in it for me?" "Fair enough." "Exactly," Yang Xiao said with a smile before continuing. "How much would it cost to buy an entire building here?" "A building?" Lu Yuan was taken aback, struggling to process his words. "That's right. What do you mean?" Lu Yuan's mind felt sluggish, as if it couldn't keep up. "I mean, if the price is right, I want to buy a whole building," Yang Xiao explained with a grin. At this point, news of the area becoming a school district hadn't been made public yet. Once it was announced, housing prices would undoubtedly skyrocket. Buying now meant he could later sell or rent units at much higher prices. It was a foolproof investment. This. Lu Yuan pinched her thigh hard. It hurt. This wasn't a dream. Seeing her stunned expression, Yang Xiao chuckled. "Here's the thing. I've decided to stop trying so hard and inherit some family wealth. I'm now a rich second-generation heir. So don't just sit there, go calculate the price for me." Realizing Yang Xiao wasn't joking, Lu Yuan was overjoyed. She quickly ran off to calculate the price while secretly complaining to herself, "Why act poor if you're this rich? Is this how wealthy people have fun?" But if Yang Xiao really bought a whole building through her, the commission she'd earn would be astronomical. Meanwhile, several other salespeople nearby overheard their conversation and couldn't help but burst into laughter. This guy really knows how to talk big. Bragging doesn't cost a thing. I think he's just trying to flirt with Lu Yu and Yuan. That little tease. I agree. He's clearly just a broke guy pretending to be rich. He should take a good look in the mirror and see if he's cut out for it. Sheesh. Keep your voice down. What's there to fear? If he really buys a whole building, I'll get on all fours and bark like a dog. Are you serious? Yang Xiao heard their mocking comments but simply smiled and didn't respond. He believed actions spoke louder than words. At the same time, he couldn't wait to hear her bark. Soon, Lu Yu and Yuan returned, holding a notebook, her face beaming with joy. She sat down and said, "Mr. Yang, I'm sorry to keep you waiting." "How much?" After financial calculations, the price for one building is approximately 130 million RMB. Only 130 million? Ah. This. Lu Yuan was at a loss for words. The way he said only left her unsure how to respond. What if I buy 2 buildings? Would that be 270 million RMB? Yang Xiao asked, deep in thought. If he couldn't spend all the money at once and use his cashback card, the benefits wouldn't be maximized a major loss. Theoretically yes. Lu Yuan nodded, her worldview shattered. Satisfied with the answer, Yang Xiao placed his bank card on the table. Alright then. If it's 270 million RMB, I'll take 2 buildings. Also, I'll need the corresponding parking spaces. How about we round it up to 300 million? 2 buildings? Please wait a moment. I'll get my manager, Lu Yuan said, nearly dropping her jaw in shock. She even suspected that Yang Xiao was messing with her. Out of courtesy, she still went to get her manager. Shortly after, Lu Yuan returned with a beautiful woman in her 20s, dressed in a black professional suit. This woman had an air of elegance, and her looks and demeanor outshone Lu Yuan by a mile. "Sir, are you the one interested in purchasing 2 buildings and the accompanying parking spaces?" the manager asked with a smile. "That's right," Yang Xiao confirmed. 2 buildings with parking spaces would total 299 million RMB. Wait. What's wrong? Didn't we agree on 300 million? Yang Xiao frowned. "Sir, we gave you a 1 million RMB discount," the manager explained with a polite smile. They rarely made sales of this magnitude, and offering a discount was their way of showing goodwill. No, I don't need a discount. Please charge me the full 300 million. Yang Xiao quickly refused. A 1 million RMB discount would cost him 100 million in cashback returns, a staggering loss. Alright then, the manager said with a wry smile. This was the first time she had met a customer who refused a discount. After confirming that Yang Xiao wanted to purchase buildings 1 and 2 along with their parking spaces, the manager, with the help of the legal department, began processing the paperwork and drafting the contract. The manager also started working on her laptop to finalize the details. "Mr. Yang, please confirm the payment amount and your personal information. If everything is correct, enter your password," the female manager said, pushing the laptop toward Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao smiled, glanced at the screen, and confirmed it was indeed 300 million. Without hesitation, he entered the payment password and clicked confirm. 2 seconds later. Payment successful. Thank you for your purchase. The notification sound was like heavenly music. At that moment, everyone present was moved. The female manager was baffled. Spending such a huge amount on a suburban property. Not just 1 but 2 buildings. And with parking spaces. Did he have so much money that he didn't know what to do with it? 300 million. Wouldn't a villa in the city be a better choice? But if someone was rich and willful, what could she say? Meanwhile, the tall female sales representatives near the front desk were stunned. Their gazes toward Yang Xiao were now filled with admiration. Deep down they looked like hungry tigers, eager to pounce. They even began whispering among themselves. "You shameless flirt. Are you still going to bark like a dog? If not, give me the chance. We're besties. You should let me have it. Cut it out. Look in the mirror, do you think you're worthy of him? Are you? Aside from someone as naturally stunning as me, who else could match a rich and handsome man like him?" Hearing this, the others all rolled their eyes in unison. One of them couldn't resist exposing the truth. "Please. You were the one who insulted him the most earlier." The saleswoman who was called out grew angry. "Mind your own business." "What? Whatever." In an instant, their superficial friendship crumbled. It looked like an argument was about to break out. However, one of the more rational saleswomen skipped the drama and rushed to Yang Xiao, asking for his phone number and WeChat. Unfortunately, she failed. Seeing this, the others, as if ignited by a competitive spirit, also approached Yang Xiao, offering all kinds of flattering and even borderline inappropriate proposals. Some even went as far as to offer explicit suggestions. Their boldness shocked Yang Xiao, who muttered to himself, "Now this is expertise." Compared to these women, what was Bu Yalian? If he nodded now, any of these women would follow him without hesitation. But he declined them all. After making the payment, the manager arranged for the preparation and printing of the sales contracts for the 2 buildings and parking spaces. Dozens of documents had to be printed, taking over an hour. The printer was running so intensely it seemed ready to catch fire. Yang Xiao sat quietly, waiting for the paperwork to be completed. At the same time, he was pondering his next steps: how to spend the remaining 3 billion RMB quickly. Buying a company? Not feasible. Acquiring a company required complex procedures and calculations, taking at least a month. There was no way he could complete it within the 3 days he had for his cashback card. Unless a miracle happened, it was impossible. Finally, the thick stack of contracts was ready. Yang Xiao spent over an hour signing them all. By the time he finished, his hand felt like it no longer belonged to him. Just as he was about to leave, satisfied, a commotion arose outside the sales center. A large group of people rushed in, each holding bundles of cash, clamoring, "Where's your manager? I want to buy a house." Yes. I'll take 3 units. I want 8. 10. The scene stunned all the staff. They exchanged confused looks as if asking, "What's going on? Why was everyone suddenly rushing to buy houses?" Yang Xiao knew the reason the news was out. Hearing the crowd's demands, the manager quickly organized her staff to handle the sudden influx of customers. At that moment, a disheveled man in a suit and tie came rushing out from the back of the sales center, panting heavily. "President Wang, why are you here in person?" The female manager greeted him immediately. "Where have you been, Huang Wenwen? I've been calling you for nearly an hour, and you didn't pick up." Wang Jianguo scolded angrily. "We just sold 2 buildings, so I was busy and didn't hear the phone," Huang Wenwen explained with a proud smile, clearly waiting for praise. "What? 2 buildings?" Wang Jianguo nearly stumbled. "What kind of manager are you? Why didn't you report this earlier?" "Report it?" Huang Wenwen was confused. Didn't they say that as long as someone was willing to buy, they should sell immediately, no questions asked? What had changed so quickly? Wang Jianguo then explained that the government had just announced plans to build a prestigious high school near their development. Hearing this, Huang Wenwen was dumbfounded. Why now of all times? If this announcement hadn't been made, her sale of 2 buildings would have earned her high praise and rewards. But now, the value of those 2 buildings had at least doubled due to the school district designation. Her bonus would have doubled too. It was a huge loss. Earlier, she thought Yang Xiao was just a fool with too much money. Now she realized she had been the fool. Wait. Did Yang Xiao know something beforehand? Could she buy one of his units at a lower price? Even if she had to sacrifice herself, it would be worth it. But when she looked around, Yang Xiao was nowhere to be found. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Bu Yalian returned home with her luggage, her face full of frustration. She told her parents what had happened. "That Yang guy is too much." Her father fumed, veins bulging on his forehead. Bu Yalian nodded. "Exactly. He didn't just break up with me, he's demanding I pay him back. Otherwise he'll sue me." "What? That shameless brat." Her mother slammed the table in anger, trembling with rage. "Mom, what should I do?" Initially, Bu Yalian thought Yang Xiao was bluffing about the breakup and the demand for repayment. But after being evicted by her landlord, she realized Yang Xiao was serious. After so many years together, she knew his character well. If she didn't repay him, he would definitely take her to court. Bu Xiao's face darkened as he said, "That kid is so ungrateful. You've been together for so many years, and we're bound to get married eventually. His money is your money, so what's the big deal about using a little of it? And now, over this small amount he's making a fuss? Breaking up with you? Ha! What a scumbag." Both Bu Xiao and Zhang Kuwa were aware of the money issue, and had supported borrowing it wholeheartedly. In their eyes, someone like Ai Pianren, a successful overseas returnee with wealth and status, was the ideal son-in-law. As for Yang Xiao, he was merely a tool for their financial gain. Even if Ai Pianren hadn't returned, they would have found someone else, like Mei Renyi or Ju Aiqian, to take his place. Yang Xiao's departure was inevitable, it just happened sooner than expected. "Mom, Dad, can you give me some constructive advice?" Bu Yalian asked, frustrated. Bu Xiao stroked his chin. "No. After seriously pondering for a moment, and giving such a brief response, Zhang Qiuyue rolled her eyes. She turned to her daughter and said, "Given the situation, I think you should let Pianren know what's going on." Huh. Bu Yalian was taken aback. "Oh, how did I end up with such a clueless daughter?" Zhang Qiuyue exclaimed, exasperated. She prided herself on being smart, but her daughter was just too dim. Despite making her point clear, Bu Yalian still didn't understand. Hearing this, Bu Xiao became indignant. "Zhang Qiuyue, are you blaming me now? Get lost. I don't have time to argue with you right now." You. Zhang Qiuyue glared at him, and whatever retort Bu Xiao had prepared, he swallowed back. He gave up arguing. He didn't want to end up kneeling on a keyboard or sleeping in the living room tonight. Zhang Qiuyue turned back to her daughter, her face lighting up as she said, "Breaking up with Yang Xiao is a good thing. Now, you don't have to sneak around with Pianren. You can be together openly." "Mom, can you not say it like that?" "What? Am I wrong? Don't think I don't know how many times you've secretly met him," Zhang Qiuyue said, her tone laced with a knowing smile. Nothing stays hidden forever. She knew everything. "Enough. Call Pianren now and tell him you've broken up. He's smart enough to know what to do next." But what? "Do I have to make the call for you?" Zhang Qiuyue threatened, ready to grab her daughter's phone. "Fine. I'll do it myself." By the time Yang Xiao left Tianfu New Town, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. A rumble in his stomach reminded him that he hadn't eaten lunch yet. He hailed a ride share and headed to Yuzhou Hotel for a meal. Yuzhou Hotel, one of the oldest, largest, and most popular 5-star hotels in Chongqing. A casual meal here could easily cost tens of thousands of yuan, way beyond what ordinary people could afford. Half an hour later, outside the Yuzhou Hotel, Yang Xiao stood in his modest streetwear, including a pair of casual shoes that cost less than 100 yuan. Looking at the grand 5-star hotel he once could only dream of entering, he felt a wave of emotions. Pushing his thoughts aside, he strode toward the entrance. Unlike in cliché novels, where security guards stop poorly dressed visitors, Yang Xiao faced no such trouble. Instead, the security guard even saluted him, which warmed Yang Xiao's heart. Following a staff member's lead, Yang Xiao was escorted to private room 918 on the 9th floor. He ordered everything he wanted to eat. Today he decided to treat himself well. Money was no issue. While waiting for the food to arrive, Yang Xiao opened his WeChat and found 999 new messages in his high school classmates' group chat. Curious, he scrolled to the top. "Everyone, we've been out of school for so many years. Don't you think it's time for a reunion? Great idea. I'm in." "Agreed. We haven't really gathered since graduation. Let's make it voluntary. Those who don't want to join won't be pressured." "Where should we hold it? Let's decide together." For a group of overworked adults, it seemed like the perfect opportunity to let loose and relive their youth. While they called it a reunion, it was clear many saw it as a chance to show off. Who had done better? Who had achieved more? And of course, some saw it as an opportunity to pursue old crushes. After a few drinks, who knew what might happen? As Yang Xiao scrolled further. "If we could go to the beach, that'd be perfect. You just want to see the goddess in a swimsuit, don't you? Shameless. Oh, like you're not thinking the same? Excuse me, I'm here to appreciate, not ogle. It's disgusting. B. Back to the point, where are we holding this reunion?" After much debate, they settled on Yuzhou Hotel. Why? Because the hotel owner was reportedly planning to immigrate and sell off their domestic assets. For many, Yuzhou Hotel had been an unattainable dream during their youth, and choosing it now felt like a way to reclaim a piece of that time. Seeing this, Yang Xiao smirked. "Is this fate handing me another meal ticket?" He immediately called for the private room's attendant and asked them to fetch the manager. 5 minutes later, there was a knock at the door. "Come in," Yang Xiao said. When the manager entered, Yang Xiao was stunned. It was his former high school classmate, the class beauty, Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan was equally shocked to see Yang Xiao. She had seen the group chat messages but hadn't participated. Judging by Yang Xiao's inexpensive attire, she didn't think he could afford to dine here. Could he be here out of spite? To cause trouble? Then her eyes landed on Yang Xiao's wristwatch, and her pupils widened. Isn't that a Vacheron Constantin? How did he get that? Could he actually be a rich second-generation heir? A flood of thoughts raced through her mind. She felt like she was re-evaluating Yang Xiao from head to toe. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Finally, Yang Xiao broke the silence. After all these years, our class beauty is as radiant as ever. Back then, the boys who liked Lin Xuan could have formed an entire battalion. Lin Xuan shook her head. Come on, compared to your deskmate, my looks don't even come close. What do you mean? Your deskmate was actually a stunning beauty, but her bangs and thick glasses sealed away her true appearance. Looking at the photo on Lin Xuan's phone, Yang Xiao had to admit he was moved. He hadn't expected such breathtaking beauty to be hidden behind those thick black glasses. Over the years, Lu Wei had never posted any pictures of herself on social media, so Yang Xiao had never seen her true appearance. You've fallen for her, haven't you? Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. She's currently single, no boyfriend, Lin Xuan interjected knowingly. Could I? Don't worry. We haven't met in person, so I won't tell her, Lin Xuan said, seeming to read Yang Xiao's thoughts with ease. Her words left Yang Xiao scratching his nose awkwardly. Smiling, he suggested, as thanks, why don't you join me for dinner? Another time. I'm still on the clock. But I'll remember this meal, you owe me one next time, Lin Xuan quickly explained, her face flushing red with embarrassment. At that moment, she wished she could dig a hole and hide. All right. Lin Xuan was principled, and Yang Xiao didn't press further. Enjoy your meal. Let's catch up another time. Lin Xuan was about to leave. Wait a second. I heard your boss is planning to sell this hotel? Yang Xiao asked, almost forgetting his main objective. Lin Xuan froze, confused by the sudden question. Gathering herself, she replied, Are you joking? Do I look like I'm joking? Well, our hotel is indeed up for sale. But I heard that just a few days ago, a major conglomerate from Beijing offered 25.5 billion yuan, and our boss refused. Lin Xuan paused, letting the implications sink in. Anything less than that wouldn't even be considered. Don't worry. 2 to 300 billion isn't an issue for me. Just let your boss know I'm interested, Yang Xiao said casually. 2 to 300 billion. What kind of family did he come from? Why hadn't she seen this side of him before? Lin Xuan felt like she was meeting Yang Xiao for the first time, her mind spinning with shock. Seeing her hesitation, Yang Xiao smiled and said, What are you waiting for? Go talk to him. But our boss doesn't meet people easily. Tell him to ask around who just bought 2 buildings in Tianfu New Town today. Huh? No more zess, get moving. Yang Xiao clapped his hands, snapping her out of her daze. Lin Xuan's head buzzed as she turned and left. For Yang Xiao, as long as the price didn't exceed 300 billion, it wasn't a problem. And even if it did, he had other solutions. On the top floor of Yuzhou Hotel, in the boss's office. After listening to Lin Xuan's report, Yu Zhu leaned back in his chair, his brow furrowed in thought. After some hesitation, he made a phone call to verify the situation. The response left him stunned. It was true. Not only had Yang Xiao bought 2 buildings in Tianfu New Town, but shortly after, the area's designation as a school district caused property prices to skyrocket. 2 entire buildings. Even before the price increase, they were worth $1 billion or $2. And he had paid in full, up front. The audacity of such a purchase was mind-boggling. In today's world, plenty of people could come up with a few million, or even tens of millions, in cash. But being able to pay several billion in cash up front? Even the wealthiest conglomerates in Chongqing would struggle with that. Not only had Yang Xiao done it, but he seemed to have foreseen the price surge in Tianfu New Town. Could he be part of a powerful family on a training mission? Perhaps he had insider information. That was the only explanation Yu Zhou could come up with. Standing behind him, Lin Xuan couldn't see her boss's expression but felt uneasy about the prolonged silence. President Yu, he's still waiting in private room 918. Will you meet him or not? She asked, trying to gauge his thoughts. When Yu Zhou didn't respond, Lin Xuan added, Didn't you say we should fulfill all reasonable and lawful customer requests? Stop talking. Lead the way, Yu Zhou said abruptly, standing up. Lin Xuan couldn't help but notice his face, beaming like a flower in full bloom. It left her utterly confused. In private room 918, Yang Xiao was enjoying a feast of high-end dishes, food he had once only dreamed of tasting. Now, not only could he eat it, but he could order anything he wanted. The life of a wealthy man was simple yet satisfying. Just as he was savoring the meal, there was a knock on the door. Come in, he said. Lin Xuan entered, followed by Yu Zhou. Seeing Yang Xiao's cheap outfit, Yu Zhou became even more convinced that Yang Xiao was part of a wealthy family, sent to train undercover. The low-key attire was just a facade. Yu Zhou approached with a smile. Mr. Yang, welcome to Yuzhou Hotel. I'm Yuzhou, the owner. Mr. Yu, nice to meet you. Are our dishes to your liking? Excellent, very tasty. That's wonderful to hear. Wiping his mouth, Yang Xiao got straight to the point. Mr. Yu, I heard you're planning to sell this hotel. Yes. Yu Zhou nodded. How much? To be honest, building this hotel cost nearly 10 billion yuan, and over the years, we've accumulated many loyal customers. Its value. Yu Zhou trailed off, implying that the price wouldn't be low. Just give me a number, Yang Xiao said directly. Mr. Yang, are you serious? We only accept full payment, in cash transfers, Yu Zhou said cautiously. Not a problem. Yu Zhou took a deep breath before stating, we shareholders agreed on a minimum price of 29 billion yuan. Nervously, Yu Zhou waited for Yang Xiao's reaction. Their original bottom line had been 28 billion, but he had added another billion at the last minute. If Yang Xiao refused, they would have to lower the price. Alright, I'll pay 30 billion. But I have two conditions, Yang Xiao said, holding up two fingers. What? Yu Zhou's hand trembled, nearly dropping his phone. Not only had Yang Xiao not negotiated the price down, but he had also increased it by 1 billion. Was he crazy rich? Yu Zhou took a deep breath to steady himself. Please go ahead. Even if you have 20 conditions, we'll meet them. Yang Xiao outlined his conditions first. I'll pay immediately, but all procedures must be completed by 10 a.m. the day after tomorrow. That's tight. But we have a professional team. It can be done. Yu Zhou assured him. Good. Second, the current management team, including the kitchen staff, must remain in place. No one is to be removed. No problem. Great. Make the arrangements, I can pay today, Yang Xiao said decisively. Understood. I'll get everything ready right away. And Mr. Yang, this meal is on the house, Yu Zhou said, barely containing his excitement. At the door, Yu Zhou called Lin Xuan over. Lin, take good care of your future boss, Mr. Yang. A promotion and a raise are just around the corner. Looking at Lin Xuan's photo, Yang Xiao had to admit his heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected such stunning beauty to be hidden behind those thick black glasses. Over the years, Lu Wei had never shared any photos of herself on social media, so it was only natural that Yang Xiao hadn't seen her true appearance. Falling for her, aren't you? Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow knowingly. She's currently single, no boyfriend. Can I? Don't worry, I won't tell her anything, Lin Xuan said, seemingly able to read Yang Xiao's thoughts effortlessly. Her words left Yang Xiao scratching his nose awkwardly. Smiling, he said, how about you join me for dinner as thanks? My treat next time. Another time. I'm still on the clock. But I'll remember this meal, you owe me one next time, Lin Xuan quickly explained, her cheeks flushing red with embarrassment. At that moment, she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Alright. Lin Xuan's professionalism left Yang Xiao unable to press further. Enjoy your meal. We'll catch up another time. Lin Xuan turned to leave. Wait a second. I heard your boss is planning to sell this hotel. Yang Xiao asked, nearly forgetting his main objective. Lin Xuan froze, confused by the sudden question. Gathering her composure, she replied, are you joking? Do I look like I'm joking? Well, the hotel is indeed up for sale. But I heard a major conglomerate from Beijing offered 25.5 billion yuan a few days ago, and our boss turned it down, Lin Xuan said after a moment of hesitation. The implication was clear, anything less than that would not be considered. Don't worry. 200 to 300 billion is no issue for me. Just let your boss know I'm interested, Yang Xiao said confidently. 200 to 300 billion. What kind of background did he have? Lin Xuan felt as if she was meeting a completely different Yang Xiao, her mind swirling with thoughts. Seeing her hesitation, Yang Xiao smiled and said, what are you waiting for? Go talk to him. But our boss doesn't meet just anyone. Tell him to find out who just bought 2 buildings in Tianfu New Town today. Huh. No more hues, us. Get moving. Yang Xiao clapped his hands, snapping her out of her daze. Lin Xuan's head buzzed as she turned and left. For Yang Xiao, as long as the price didn't exceed 300 billion, it wasn't a problem. And even if it did, he had other ways to handle it. On the top floor of Yuzhou Hotel, in the boss's office. After listening to Lin Xuan's report, Yu Zhou leaned back in his chair, his brows furrowing in thought. After some hesitation, he made a phone call to verify the situation. The response left him stunned. It was true. Not only had Yang Xiao bought 2 buildings in Tianfu New Town, but shortly after, The area's designation as a school district caused property prices to skyrocket. 2 entire buildings. Even before the price increase, they were worth over 1 billion yuan. And Yang Xiao had paid in full, up front. The audacity of such a purchase was mind-boggling. In today's world, many people could come up with millions or even tens of millions in cash. But being able to pay several billion in cash up front? Even the wealthiest conglomerates in Chongqing would struggle with that. Not only had Yang Xiao done it, but he seemed to have foreseen the price surge in Tianfu New Town. Could he be part of a powerful family on a training mission? Perhaps he had insider information? That was the only explanation Yu Zhou could come up with. Standing behind him, Lin Xuan couldn't see her boss's expression but felt uneasy about the prolonged silence. President Yu. He's still waiting in private room 918. Will you meet him or not? She asked, trying to gauge his thoughts. Yu Zhou suddenly stood up and said, lead the way. Lin Xuan noticed his expression, a bright, beaming smile that left her utterly confused. In private room 918, Yang Xiao was enjoying a feast of high-end dishes. These were the kinds of delicacies he could only dream of in the past. Now, not only could he afford them, but he could order anything he wanted. The life of the wealthy was simple yet satisfying. Just as he was savoring the food, there was a knock at the door. Come in, he said. Lin Xuan entered, followed by Yu Zhou and several other executives. Let me introduce you, Yu Zhou said. This is Mr. Yang, your future boss. The executives greeted Yang Xiao respectfully, while Yu Zhou's mind was racing. Looking at Yang Xiao's unassuming attire, Yu Zhou became even more convinced that he was a hidden heir from a wealthy family, sent to train discreetly. After a brief introduction, Yu Zhou suggested they proceed with the payment process. Yang Xiao agreed, and Yu Zhou called for the financial director, who brought the prepared receipts and transfer agreements. At the same time, Yang Xiao's lawyer arrived to oversee the process. Once everything was confirmed, Yang Xiao transferred the funds and received a receipt in return. All remaining procedures were scheduled to be completed by 10 a.m., 2 days later. Seeing the transaction on the system, Yu Zhou's respect for Yang Xiao deepened. He was now utterly convinced that Yang Xiao was a scion of a prominent family, undergoing some form of training. Turning to the other executives, Yang Xiao said, if there are any further procedures, please coordinate with General Manager Lin. Understood, Mr. Yang, they replied in unison. With that, the Yuzhou Hotel officially became Yang Xiao's property. Later that evening, Yang Xiao left the hotel, his mind buzzing with possibilities. Having used all 5 cashback cards to their fullest potential, his total assets now stood at an astonishing 3 trillion yuan. All liquid cash. Though he didn't know where this placed him on the Forbes list, he was certain he was now one of the top-tier wealthy individuals in the country. Looking up at the darkening sky, Yang Xiao made a decision. Tomorrow, he would buy a car, a house, and finally bring his parents to enjoy the wealth he had acquired. For now, he returned to the hotel for the night. The next morning, after sleeping in, Yang Xiao woke to find dozens of missed calls and nearly 100 unread messages on his phone. To his surprise, most were from major banks across the country, all eager to meet him. Apparently, news of his wealth had spread quickly. Unbothered, Yang Xiao ate breakfast and headed to Chongqing's largest automobile center, ready for his next purchase. At the center, Yang Xiao spotted an impressive promotional event by Mercedes-Benz. Models danced to upbeat music as crowds gathered to watch. Without paying much attention, Yang Xiao walked straight toward the Mercedes-Benz showroom. Hold it right there. Just as Yang Xiao was about to enter, 2 staff members stopped him. What's going on? Yang Xiao asked, confused. 2 staff members glanced at Yang Xiao and said dismissively, sorry, we're not hiring migrant workers at the moment. Migrant workers? Yang Xiao was momentarily stunned. He had been misunderstood. But given his outfit, which was worth less than 200 yuan, it wasn't entirely surprising. I'm not here for a job, I'm here to buy a car. Yang Xiao explained with a smile. Buy a car? Not today, Chen Shanhui replied coldly, shaking his head. Not today? Yang Xiao was about to argue when a man in a suit, sporting a beer belly and holding a female secretary's arm, walked over. Chen Xianhui's face lit up, and he rushed to greet him with a smile. Ah, Mr. Wang, you're here in person. Of course. Buying a car requires my personal attention. What, you expect to deliver it to me? Wang Jingkao retorted. If you don't mind, I'd gladly provide door-to-door service, Chen Xianhui said, laughing obsequiously. Flatterer. I'd bet if you lived in ancient times, you'd be a eunuch, Wang joked. Despite the comparison to a eunuch, Chen Jian wasn't offended. Instead, his grin widened. After all, he was about to close a deal worth hundreds of thousands, if not millions. To him, earning money justified being a sycophant. Just then Yang Xiao spoke up. Why can they go in to buy a car? But I can't? Do you even know what kind of cars we sell? Chen Xianhui asked disdainfully, giving Yang Xiao a once-over. Chen had been in car sales for years, and was confident that Yang Xiao couldn't afford any car in their store. Isn't this a Mercedes-Benz dealership? Yang Xiao retorted. Yes, it is. They can go in because they can afford it. You can't, Chen said with a sneer. He then pointed to another direction and continued sarcastically, take a left outside, and you'll find a used minivan shop. You can get one for a few thousand yuan, and there's no need to wait in line. The other staff members smirked, looking at Yang Xiao with derision. If you can't afford a car, why come here? To waste our time. Yang Xiao's expression darkened. He hadn't expected to encounter such a cliché, over-the-top scenario straight out of a novel. Where's your manager? Let me speak to them, Yang Xiao demanded. Ha! You think you're worthy of meeting our manager? Look at yourself in the mirror first, Chen scoffed. Suddenly, a stern voice came from inside the showroom. What's with the commotion at the entrance? Do you even know what day it is? A young woman in professional attire, wearing high heels, walked over with a frown. Chen immediately pointed at Yang Xiao and said, Manager, this guy has been loitering outside for ages. He's not here to buy a car, he's trying to force his way in. Forcing his way in? Shikyong turned her gaze to Yang Xiao and froze for a moment before her expression softened into a smile. Well, if it isn't an old classmate. Yang Xiao recognized her as his high school classmate. Long time no see. Didn't think you'd remember me, Yang Xiao said, surprised. Of course I remember. What brings you here? I came to buy a car. But your staff won't let me in, Yang Xiao said, pointing to Chen. Hearing this, Chen felt a pang of panic. If Shikyong held a grudge, he was done for. But to Chen's surprise, she laughed and said, I think they did the right thing. You don't have the money to buy a car, so why let you in? Yang Xiao, who thought their past relationship might garner some fairness, was taken aback. Who told you I don't have the money? He asked. Come on, Yang Xiao. Don't I know your situation? You lost all your money to that woman and still owe hundreds of thousands in high-interest loans. What are you going to use to buy a Mercedes-Benz? Your imagination? Shikyong mocked. Yang Xiao's tone turned cold. Is this how you treat customers? I'm just realistic. If you were worth millions, I'd bow and scrape for you. But since you have nothing, why should I waste my time? Now leave, this isn't a place for poor people like you. She felt elated, venting the frustrations of years spent pandering to wealthy clients. The other staff joined in with jeers. She's right, this isn't a place for paupers. You should stick to where you belong. Go buy a bicycle, it's more your speed. Your life's a tragedy. Ignoring their insults, Yang Xiao turned and walked away, heading next door. Hey, he's going the wrong way. That's where the supercars are, and they're even more expensive than ours. Shikyong laughed. Yang Xiao walked straight into the BMW dealership next door. Here, a cheerful saleswoman greeted him warmly. Welcome to the BMW showroom. How can I help you? Glancing around the showroom, Yang Xiao made his decision. I want every car in your dealership. Prepare the paperwork immediately. What? The saleswoman Yuan Meng froze in shock. Yes, sir, what did you just say? You heard me. I'm buying every car here. Let's get the process started, Yang Xiao said, pulling out his bank card. Today he was going to spend wildly. Let's see who dares look down on him now. Hearing this, Yuan Meng was now certain she hadn't misheard. As a luxury car salesperson accustomed to dealing with wealthy clients, she knew how to recognize status. Moments earlier, she had noticed the Vacheron Constantin watch on Yang Xiao's wrist when he pulled out his bank card. She was well aware that this brand's watches often cost tens of thousands or even millions of yuan, something ordinary people couldn't afford. Her eyes lit up with excitement. She suspected she had encountered the legendary low-profile billionaire. After leading Yang Xiao to a seat, she immediately rushed to inform her manager. Before long, the store manager arrived, beaming with enthusiasm. Hello, sir. Did I hear correctly that you want to purchase all the cars in our store? That's right. Yang Xiao replied. Our dealership currently has 52 BMWs in stock, with an estimated total value exceeding 40 million yuan. Swipe the card, Yang Xiao said simply. Those 3 words nearly brought the manager to tears of joy. Yuan Meng felt the same way. 52 cars sales figures that normally took months to achieve were now being sold in a single day. It felt like a dream. The manager quickly organized the staff to handle the paperwork. The previously quiet dealership suddenly became bustling with activity. After completing the payment, Yang Xiao turned to the manager and said, "Keep the cars here for now. Deliver them all to Yuzhou Hotel by 10 a.m. tomorrow." "No problem at all. We'll make sure it's done." The manager nodded fervently, thrilled. While Yang Xiao waited in the VIP lounge, the manager, Bao Guoqiang, stepped aside to call his boss, Zhou Cheng, to share the good news. At that moment, Zhou Cheng was attending an outdoor event with several other German car dealership owners from the same center. Answering the phone, Zhou Cheng asked, "Xiao Bao, what's the matter?" "Boss Zhou, I have amazing news. A customer just purchased all 52 cars in our dealership." Bao Guoqiang exclaimed excitedly. "What? Are you serious?" Zhou Cheng shot to his feet. "It's true. And it was all paid up front." Holy crap. Zhou Cheng, a man accustomed to big deals, couldn't help but curse in astonishment. In all his years of selling cars, he had never encountered someone who bought this many cars at once. BMWs were different from those ultra-luxury cars priced in the tens of millions. Most BMWs were priced in the hundreds of thousands to low millions, making this 40 million yuan sale even more incredible. "This is amazing. How did this happen?" Zhou Cheng asked. "Funny story, it's thanks to the manager over at the Mercedes dealership." Bao Guoqiang replied with a laugh. "Did they refer the customer to us?" "Not at all." "Then what happened?" "Their manager decided this gentleman couldn't afford a Mercedes and wouldn't let him in. So, he came to us instead." Bao burst into laughter again. Zhou Cheng also laughed, his gaze shifting to the nearby Mercedes dealership owner, Zhu Chuan, with a look of playful mockery. "Thanks for sending me such a big gift," Zhou Cheng thought gleefully. Hanging up the phone, Zhu Chuan asked curiously, "Old Zhou, what's making you so happy? Share the fun with us." Zhou Cheng recounted the story. "Congratulations. I'd love to meet a customer like that," Zhu Chuan said, unable to hide the envy in his eyes. Selling 40 million yuan's worth of cars in one day, who wouldn't be jealous? Zhou Cheng chuckled. "And it's all thanks to you." "Thanks to me?" Zhu Chuan was puzzled. "That's right. If your staff hadn't driven him away, I wouldn't have had the chance to close this deal." Hearing this, Zhu Chuan felt like he'd been struck by lightning. Damn it. He had a golden opportunity handed to him, and his staff kicked it away. His veins bulged with anger, and his chest heaved. Zhou Cheng stood and waved. "Apologies, everyone. I need to head back and meet this customer." "Wait, old Zhou. I'm coming with you. I need to personally explain this to him," Zhu Chuan said, quickly following. Meanwhile, back at the Mercedes dealership, Chen Xianhui approached He Shiqiong nervously. "Manager He, that guy has been at the BMW dealership for almost 40 minutes and still hasn't come out." "He hasn't come out? He's probably still gawking at the fancy cars," he sneered. "Exactly. A guy like that will never be able to afford a car in his lifetime," Chen added. "Unless it's a toy car." He laughed. "Right, he might manage a toy car." Their laughter was interrupted when a staff member rushed in, out of breath. "Manager He, something big has happened." "What's with the panic?" "I just heard that the BMW dealership sold all 52 of their cars just now." "Are you serious?" He Shiqiong asked incredulously. "It's true. You watch the store." "I'm going to check it out," she said, running out with Chen in tow. Outside the BMW dealership, a crowd had gathered, eager to see the big spender in person. As he approached, the manager of the Audi dealership teased, "Why didn't the big spender choose Audi or Mercedes instead?" Good question, he thought. Before she could respond, another store manager chimed in, "I heard from someone at BMW that the big spender actually came from your Mercedes store first." "From our store?" He and Chen exchanged confused looks. Which customer could it be? Didn't we deal with everyone properly today? While they struggled to remember, a BMW X5 pulled up, and the BMW dealership owner stepped out, smiling as he jogged into the store. Moments later, a Mercedes Maybach arrived, and Zhu Chuan emerged. Seeing her boss, he rushed over obsequiously. "Boss Zhu, why are you back from the event so early?" It would have been better if he hadn't seen He Shiqiong at all. The moment he laid eyes on her, Zhu Chuan felt his blood pressure spike. "From this moment on, you're fired." Hearing this, He Shiqiong froze, staring at Zhu Chuan in disbelief. "Mr. Zhu, what did I do wrong?" Slap. Zhu Chuan delivered a hard slap across her face. You still don't know what you did wrong? Wrong? What did I do wrong? He Shikyong held her face, completely confused. Chen Shanhuai was equally at a loss. Both racked their brains but couldn't recall anything they might have done. Was it memory loss? Chen cautiously asked, Mr. Zhu, what exactly did manager he do wrong? Everyone around them perked up, curious about what could have angered the boss so much that he would publicly lash out and even hit someone. Zhu Chuan pointed at both He Shikyong and Chen, his voice trembling with rage. That customer who bought all the cars at the BMW store? He came to our store first. Both their faces instantly turned pale. Impossible. Why would such a wealthy person come to our store but not buy anything? That doesn't make sense. Our service is top-notch. Then Zhu Chuan's furious voice rang out again. It's because of you idiots. You blocked the entrance and wouldn't even let him in. Were you full and bored out of your minds? Blocked the entrance? Wait a minute. Both He Shikyong and Chen gasped, their faces ashen. Like being struck by lightning, they stood there frozen, unable to utter a word. Earlier that morning, they had indeed turned away several casually dressed people. But they had assumed these individuals couldn't afford their cars. Who would have thought that one of those people was actually a wealthy customer? One who would spend millions in a single transaction? Absurd. At this moment, commotion erupted at the BMW store entrance. Looking over, they saw Zhou Changcheng and others escorting a young man out, their faces adorned with flattering smiles. Zhu Chuan hurried to intercept them. Hello, sir. I'm the owner of the neighboring Mercedes-Benz dealership. Due to my management oversight, you had an unpleasant experience earlier. I sincerely apologize. Yang Xiao cast a calm glance at him but said nothing. Seeing this, Zhu Chuan dragged both he and Chen out of the crowd. What are you waiting for? Apologize to this gentleman. Both of them were dumbstruck. It had never crossed their minds that the man they had ridiculed earlier was the very one capable of making such lavish purchases. He really did have the means to buy a car. And his first choice had been their dealership. Moreover, he had given them multiple chances, all of which they squandered. It felt like a cruel joke. Why on earth had someone so wealthy played the victim on social media? Was it some sort of twisted game? And why couldn't he dress decently when coming to buy a car? It was infuriating. Thinking back to the harsh words she had hurled at him earlier, He Shikyong felt like slapping herself. At this point, both she and Chen wished the earth would open up and swallow them whole. Hurry up and apologize. If you don't, you'll lose this month's bonuses. Zhu Chuan threatened. He Shikyong, whose monthly bonuses amounted to tens of thousands, couldn't afford to lose them. Recognizing the situation, she quickly bowed deeply. Mr. Yang, I'm terribly sorry. I was blind and didn't recognize greatness. Please forgive me. Mr. Yang, I'm not even human, I'm an animal. I beg you to forgive me, Chen pleaded, practically groveling. It seemed they were moments away from kneeling. I don't accept, Yang Xiao said flatly. Their hearts sank. Then Zhu Chuan's voice sounded again. Don't worry, Mr. Yang. I'll fire everyone involved, starting with He Shikyong, and deduct their year-end bonuses. Hearing this, he and Chen nearly collapsed. Not only had they lost their jobs, but they were also forfeiting significant sums of money. Especially for he, whose annual salary, including bonuses, amounted to hundreds of thousands. Her foolishness had cost her everything. In desperation, she fell to her knees, clutching Yang Xiao's leg. Mr. Yang, please, for the sake of our past as classmates, forgive me. I'm begging you. They were classmates? Hearing this, Zhu Chuan nearly exploded with rage. Such an opportunity had been ruined. Ignoring their groveling, Yang Xiao climbed into one of the BMWs he had just purchased and drove away. Everyone was an adult, they needed to bear the consequences of their actions. Originally, Yang Xiao had planned to shop for clothes that afternoon. But due to this incident, he changed his plans and returned to Yushu Hotel. There, he found Lin Xuan. Seeing her in high spirits, Yang Xiao said, Lin Xuan, I have an idea, but it might be a little immature. I'd like your opinion. Go ahead, Mr. Yang. We're friends, no need for formalities. All right, Mr. Yang. Yang Xiao sighed but continued, I bought 52 BMWs today. I was thinking of using them as rewards. Rewards? Wait. 52 cars? Lin Xuan was stunned, struggling to comprehend. That's right. I want to set up a reward system based on performance, Yang Xiao explained. He proposed rewarding exceptional employees, not limiting incentives to cars but including cash, and even property, like the 2 school district buildings he had recently purchased. Hearing this, Lin Xuan was amazed. What a brilliant way to win people over. The next morning, a meeting room in Yuzhou Hotel was packed with upper management, gathered for the formal handover of the hotel's ownership. An hour later, all the paperwork was completed. From this moment on, Yuzhou Hotel officially belonged to Yang Xiao. After Yuzhou left, Yang Xiao stood up and bowed to everyone. In the days to come, I hope you all will work hard. Rest assured, your benefits won't decrease. Also, for now, Lin Xuan will temporarily take on the role of general manager. There's a 1-month trial period. If she performs well, she'll continue in the role. That's all from me. Let's hear a few words from Lin Xuan, our acting general manager. When Lin Xuan was announced as general manager, some of the upper management felt dissatisfied, even resentful. However, they knew that the new boss and Lin Xuan were classmates. This appointment wasn't something they could challenge. Fortunately, with a 1-month trial period, they still had a chance to compete for the position. In reality, the temporary title was just a formality. Lin Xuan stood up and also bowed to everyone. First, thank you, Mr. Yang, for trusting me and giving me such a great opportunity. I know many of you are more experienced and capable than I am, but I believe I can rise to the challenge. Lin Xuan spoke at length. She also shared the detailed reward system that Yang Xiao had discussed with her the day before. Though the rewards included cars that weren't the most luxurious and houses that weren't overly expensive, they were a vast improvement over the previous owner Yuzhu's complete lack of incentives. After the meeting, the news quickly spread to every employee at Yuzhou Hotel. At first, no one believed it, until staff from the BMW dealership arrived and delivered all 52 BMWs to the hotel's parking lot. The entire staff erupted with excitement. The new boss, and he was really giving out cars and houses as rewards, even offering cash equivalents. It was crazy. The cars were worth at least 200,000 yuan each. The most expensive school district houses had already skyrocketed to several million yuan. Additionally, those who worked for a long time and made significant contributions could even earn a share of profits like dividends. Although the proportion was small, just the thought of passive income was thrilling. Who wouldn't want to flip the script and work for themselves? Compared to hollow promises, this was hundreds of times more effective. Employees didn't care much about the company's size, reputation, or future prospects. What they cared about was their own benefits. They worked to support their families and improve their quality of life. Giving them visible, tangible rewards motivated them to put in their best effort. A company where everyone was motivated was bound to thrive. After the announcement, employees across all levels expressed their enthusiasm. Sorry everyone, but I'm going to work hard to become the employee of the year. That school district house is mine. I'm aiming for the BMW. Luxury cars, and a beautiful life. What's not to love? If you're rich, there's no shortage of beautiful companions. I live for Yuzhou Hotel. I represent Yuzhou Hotel. Whether they were executives or entry-level staff, everyone was thrilled. It was as if a bright future was waving at them. Everyone was filled with energy and determination. Meanwhile, at the BMW dealership in the auto center, 4 visitors arrived. Bu Yaolian, Zhang Kuihua, Bo Xiaode, and a man in a high-end suit with gold-rimmed glasses. Ai Pianren. Dressed in luxurious attire, Ai Pianren's appearance alone suggested he was likely a wealthy man. As soon as they stepped into the dealership, the staff warmly welcomed them. Hello, how can we assist you today? None of them responded immediately. Zhang Kuihua wandered around the large showroom, her smile growing wider. Bu Xiaode, visiting such a place for the first time, couldn't stop marveling at everything around him. Bu Yaolian, however, looked around nonchalantly, her eyes filled with confusion. Where were the cars? Why was such a large showroom completely empty of BMWs? Could it be they were in the wrong place? Ai Pianren's voice broke her thoughts. Are you switching businesses or something? Why aren't there any cars? Sir, all our vehicles were sold out yesterday, the staff explained. All of them? Yes, sir. Ai Pianren looked helplessly at Zhang Kuihua and her husband. Uncle, aunt, what should we do? The cars are all sold out. What? Sold out? Zhang Kuihua was stunned. She thought this wasn't how it worked in the commercials. Ai Pianren nodded, then awkwardly smiled. Uncle, aunt, I'm really sorry. I intended to bring you here to buy a car, but I didn't expect everything to be gone. So what if BMWs are sold out? Isn't there still Mercedes next door? Zhang Kuihua said nonchalantly. Mercedes? Ai Pianren's smile stiffened slightly, but he asked, "Alright then, shall we head over there?" He was about to leave when Biu Xiaodi interjected, "No way. I only want a BMW." Hearing this, Ai Pianren almost knelt down on the spot. "Why?" Zhang Qihua asked, confused. "Can you even drive?" "No." "Then why buy a Mercedes? It's a luxury car," Zhang Qihua said, hands on her hips. The BMW staff couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. But before they could respond, Bo Xiao explained. "Have you never heard the saying, drive a Mercedes, ride in a BMW? You don't know how to drive, so if you're just sitting, BMW is the best choice." The staff member smiled, mentally giving him a thumbs up. "Didn't you say they're sold out?" Zhang Qihua muttered, unwilling to argue further. "Then we'll order one," Bo Xiaode suggested confidently. Left with no choice, they agreed to place an order. When filling out the order form, Ai Pianren insisted on using Bu Yalian's name and contact information. He said the car was for her and felt it was only fair. It was also a gesture of gratitude for her help during his tough times, even though it had led to her breaking up with her boyfriend. Bu Yalian was moved to tears. Zhang Qihua praised Ai Pianren repeatedly. He also shared that his company had stabilized and was projected to return to making over 1 million yuan per month starting next month. Zhang Qihua was both envious and impressed, her attitude toward him becoming increasingly favorable. Before leaving the BMW dealership, Bu Xiao couldn't resist asking the staff who had bought out all the cars. Regrettably, his inquiry was politely declined. Feeling annoyed, he muttered, "Uncle," Ai Pianren said, pulling out his phone. "Someone capable of buying out the entire dealership would definitely make headlines. Let me check online." The group gathered around to see the search results. Online reports say the buyer's name is Yang Xiao, Ai Pianren said. Yang Xiao? The Bu family exchanged looks, stunned. Was it the same Yang Xiao they knew? Could it really be such a coincidence? "What does he look like?" Zhang Qihua quickly asked. "No photo." Ai Pianren shook his head. "No photo?" Bu Xiaodi looked puzzled and turned to Bu Yalian, whispering, "Could it be him?" "Absolutely not." Bu Yalian shook her head vigorously like a rattle drum. "If he were that rich, he would have already bought a house and a car." Bu Xiaodi thought for a moment. That made sense. He liked her daughter so much, if he had that kind of money, he would have already married her and taken her home. Then he himself could live a shameless, luxurious life as a rich man. Yang Xiao was just a lowly pest. At best, he was fit for scraps. He could never soar to the sky and turn into a golden dragon. Now, look at Ai Pianren. Dignified and graceful. Not only young and successful, with wealth in the millions, but he was also buying their daughter a car. The next step would probably be buying them a house. This was the perfect son-in-law. He's the one. Seeing the mixed expressions on the Bu family's faces, Ai Pianren knew there was a story here. He couldn't just sit idly by. With a calm demeanor, he smiled and asked, "Uncle, Aunt, do you happen to know Yang Xiao?" "Ah yes," Zhang Qihua replied directly. "He's Yao's ex-boyfriend." They hadn't told him earlier who their daughter's ex-boyfriend was. Zhang Qihua continued, "That guy was dirt poor. When he was with our Yao, he was so stingy. Not like you, so generous, even buying her a car. So it was him." Ai Pianren nodded knowingly. With that, the group left the auto center and had lunch together. After lunch, Ai Pianren excused himself, saying he had work to attend to, and left in a hurry. In North Yuzhou District, Cloud Sky City. This luxury residential area featured both opulent villas and grand high-rise duplexes. It was the most prestigious residential area in all of Yuzhou. The villa area even had a massive artificial lake. Not only was the scenery exquisite, but the surrounding amenities were also top-notch. However, the prices were steep. The cheapest villa reportedly started at 100 million yuan. By comparison, the high-rise duplexes were much more affordable. But that was only relative to the villas. In reality, the starting price for the duplexes was over 10 million yuan. Still, the area was worth every penny. Residents included top-tier entrepreneurs and wealthy entertainment stars. Luxury cars were a common sight, to the point where Yang Xiao's BMW, worth a mere million, seemed to lower the tone. Entering the sales center of Cloud Sky City, Yang Xiao found an empty hall with only 7 or 8 female sales staff chatting casually among themselves. Even when they saw him come in, no one bothered to greet him, acting as though he wasn't there. Cloud Sky City had been open for nearly 2 years. In the beginning, So many people came to view the properties that the sales center's threshold was almost worn down. Those with purchasing power had already made their move. Those without knew better than to waste their time, as the prices were simply unaffordable for the average person. When the saleswomen saw Yang Xiao, dressed plainly, they immediately assumed he couldn't afford anything. None of them wanted to waste their time on him. Seeing no one approach him, Yang Xiao shook his head and walked over to the scale model display to take a look. A few minutes later, a voice suddenly spoke up behind him. "Sir, are you here to view the properties?" Turning around, Yang Xiao saw a beautiful young saleswoman in her 20s smiling at him. Yang Xiao nodded, yes. Hearing his confirmation, Lu Yuyi's eyes lit up. She quickly asked, "What kind of property are you interested in? Is that villa still available?" Yang Xiao pointed at the model. Following his finger, Lu Yuyi was stunned. Yang Xiao was pointing at the villa known as the King of the Hill, the most prestigious property in the area. She vaguely remembered its price exceeding 200 million yuan. Was he joking? What's wrong? Has it been sold? Yang Xiao asked seriously. No, Lu Yuyi shook her head. Would you like to see it in person? Yang Xiao was about to agree when a sharp voice interrupted him. Lu, when you first joined, what did I teach you? Properties in Cloud Sky City aren't for just anyone to view as they please. Looking toward the source of the voice, Yang Xiao saw a haughty woman in her 30s walking over from the group of gossiping saleswomen. As soon as she spoke, the other saleswomen chimed in with scornful remarks. Exactly. The high-rises and villas here are all luxury units with top-notch interior designs. Designed by elite architects, no less. The cost is astronomical. Who would compensate us if something gets damaged? Some people you can tell at a glance whether they can afford a place here. That's right. This guy looks like a nobody. If he's here to impress girls, he should get lost. Stop wasting our time. Their barrage of insults enraged Yang Xiao. He had initially been willing to simply view the property, but now he had no intention of holding back. Taking out his bank card, he slammed it onto the table in front of them. This one. Swipe the card. I'll buy it. How big is the house? How many floors does the villa have? Does it have a garden? Is it furnished? I don't care. Today I'll show you what the nobody you scorn looks like. Or perhaps, you don't even meet the standards for being nobodies yourselves. Really? Lu Yu stammered after a moment of shock. Of course. All right, sir. Please wait in the lounge while we prepare the paperwork, Liu Yuyi said excitedly as she ran to get the manager. She felt like she was dreaming. This villa was priced at 230 million yuan. If the deal went through, her commission would exceed 2 million. In her entire life, she had never seen so much money at once. A few minutes later, the manager arrived with the finance staff to process the transaction. Yang Xiao swiped his card, paid in full, and signed the contract. An hour later, everything was finalized. The saleswomen who had insulted him earlier felt like knives were stabbing their hearts. If they had taken the initiative to serve him, the commission would have been theirs. Over 2 million yuan, gone just like that. Afterward, Yang Xiao walked up to the group of saleswomen and waved the purchase contract in their faces. Now, do I have the qualifications to view the property? Insane. He spent over 200 million yuan just to qualify to view a house? This wasn't a nobody, this was a bona fide tycoon. The saleswomen lowered their heads in shame, practically burying their faces in their chests. I deeply apologize, Mr. Yang. It's my fault for not training them properly. I'll discipline them immediately, the manager said, glaring at the saleswomen before turning back to Yang Xiao. Would you like me to personally show you the villa, or shall I have someone else do it? I just want to familiarize myself with the route home. Lu Yu can take me, Yang Xiao said with a wave of his hand. With Lu Yu, a pretty young lady, why would I want a male manager tagging along? That'd just be weird. In the Cloud Sky City Villa District, Lu Yu led the way, while Yang Xiao followed closely behind. Along the path, there were standalone villas everywhere, each with large private gardens. The environment was elegant, and the air felt exceptionally fresh. Moreover, every property staff member they passed would bow and greet them with warm smiles, making the experience delightful and uplifting. Every penny spent was worth it. The villa Yang Xiao purchased was located on a small lakeside peninsula, surrounded by water on 3 sides. The scenery was picturesque. The villa had 3 stories and was incredibly spacious. Every room had excellent lighting and modernized interiors. Even the basement and private cinema exuded sophistication. There was also a decent-sized swimming pool. Pure luxury. Yang Xiao, you're not planning on moving any of this stuff out, are you? Rest assured, Mr. Yang, everything you see here belongs to you. We won't take a single item, Lu Yuyi quickly assured him. Does that include you? Yang Xiao joked. Lu Yuyi glanced at the oversized double bed nearby, momentarily at a loss for words. Normally, if anyone dared to tease her like that, they'd have already received a slap and been called a pervert or creep. She might have even threatened to call the police. But now? For some reason, she didn't feel angry at all. In fact, she even felt a spark of anticipation. Her mind began to wander, imagining herself and Yang Xiao doing something exciting on that 2-meter wide bed. If it weren't for her shyness, she might have knelt on the spot, ready to serve him like a maid. After all, this was a man who could spend millions without batting an eye to buy such an expensive villa. It wasn't just her. Even a stunning actress would probably throw herself at him without hesitation after hearing about this. Seeing Lu Yuyi's bashful demeanor, Yang Xiao froze. Goodness! Could she really be thinking about? 2 hours later, Yang Xiao emerged from the swimming pool, feeling completely refreshed. He had also watched a few exciting movies in his private cinema. During this time, online orders of daily necessities, fruits and beverages had all been delivered promptly. Returning to the master bedroom on the top floor, Yang Xiao lay on a bed worth tens of thousands of yuan. Comfortable. This villa reeked of luxury in every corner. Just a moment ago, Yang Xiao made up his mind to confess his feelings to Lu Wei. Lin Xuan had told him that Lu Wei was currently single and looked absolutely stunning. This was a golden opportunity. If he missed it, he might regret it forever. With that in mind, he grabbed his phone to text her. The moment he picked up his phone, he noticed a flood of missed calls. Upon closer inspection, they were all from banks. Ignoring them, he sent a message. Ordinary world, Yang Xiao, are you busy? When will you have time? I need your help with something. Lu Wei replied quickly. I was just on the plane. Not enough money? Wait until I land, I'll find a way to transfer a few thousand to you. She immediately deleted the message and resented. I was just on the plane. Not enough money? Wait until I land, I'll transfer 5,000 to you. Though she retracted her earlier message quickly, Yang Xiao had already read it in full. At that moment, his heart felt a sudden ache, an indescribable mix of emotions. This fool. She's going around borrowing money just to help me, yet she pretends to be wealthy. What is she thinking? From the moment she lent him 30,000 yuan, through all her check-ins and constant encouragement when he was at his lowest, Yang Xiao realized just how kind this girl was. The courage to lend money to a former classmate she hadn't seen in years without hesitation. Such bravery and kindness were beyond his own capacity, let alone most others. But she could. That's what made her different. Ordinary world, Yang Xiao, I have enough money now. This is about something else. Let's talk after you land and settle down. Lu Wei, okay. As soon as their conversation ended, the doorbell rang. The dim lighting made the footage from the door camera, displayed on his phone, too blurry to identify the visitor clearly. It was like looking at a censored image. Irritated, Yang Xiao spoke into the phone's smart home app. Are you from the Huawei store delivering the laptop? The question was awkwardly phrased. After a moment of delay, the person on the screen nodded firmly. Without a second thought, Yang Xiao said, just leave it on the coffee table in the living room, and close the door when you leave. Every appliance in the villa was connected to his smartphone through a smart system. With it he could control everything remotely, and didn't need to personally open the door for people he trusted. Convenient, and user-friendly. However, what he didn't expect was for the person to enter the house and close the door behind them. Yang Xiao was stunned. What was this? Closing the door after entering, were they planning to rob him? Gripping a weapon, he cautiously made his way to the first floor. The sight that greeted him left him utterly dumbfounded. Before him stood a graceful figure with an alluring silhouette. Then she spoke. Mr. Yang, what do you think of this white laptop I brought you? Lu Yuyi teased as she adjusted her neckline. 2 radiant moons. Whoa! The sight made Yang Xiao's blood race. Touching his nose, he checked to ensure there was no nosebleed before letting out a sigh of relief. During the day she seemed so innocent. How could a few hours turn her into someone so bold and uninhibited? Was the daytime demeanor just an act? Wow! There's a lot here. Shaking off his stray thoughts, Yang Xiao declared seriously, Miss, I advise you to know your limits. I am an upright person. An upright person? Lu Yuyi glanced at the makeshift tent he had erected in his panic and smirked knowingly. He says no, but his body says yes. That tent he set up could practically house an entire platoon. This, he calls upright? Ridiculous. What? Still smiling, Lu Yuyi said sweetly, of course I know you're an upright man. I am too. Seeing there was no use in pretending anymore, Yang Xiao sat down in the living room. Alright, why are you here so late? Your villa has a private cinema, and I just happen to have some rare films. I wanted to invite you to watch together, Lu Yuyi said, blinking her big, beautiful eyes. Oh boy! Yang Xiao inhaled deeply. Rare films? Can we even watch those? I don't think this is appropriate. What's inappropriate about it? We're just two people doing something meaningful together, Lu Yuyi replied with a sly grin. What? Yang Xiao froze in shock. Was this some kind of personal service? Stop. What am I even thinking? No way. I still have to go to Shanghai and confess to Lu Wei. I need to get her out of here immediately. Basement level? Private cinema. Yang Xiao was dumbfounded. Damn it. It really was a limited edition disc. Dark Ultraman Tiga vs. Mini Monsters. The entire storyline? Utterly bland. Piend. Zero emotional waves. Next to him, Lu Yuyi noticed Yang Xiao's expression, and a sly smile flashed across her face. After watching Tiga Ultraman, it was already 8 p.m. Lu Yuyi didn't show the slightest hesitation. She quickly left, leaving only her confident silhouette behind. This left Yang Xiao scratching his head. What the hell? Was she seriously just here to watch the disc? Meanwhile, Cloud Sky City, high-rise residential area, 28th floor balcony. The balcony faced directly toward the villa district. Zhao Jianglu stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, her gaze fixed on the lit-up Villa No. 1. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Brother, Villa No. 1 has been sold, Zhao Jianglu said, slightly resentful. That villa, whether its location or its design, was something she adored. Zhao Antai shrugged helplessly. What can I do? You know my situation, 2 billion. Even for me, that's not a small amount. Indeed, he owned 2 companies and had considerable wealth, but pulling out several billion in cash all at once? That was a tall order, especially just to buy a villa. Take out a loan? No way. For him, such a thing would be too embarrassing if word got out. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Xianglu spoke. Brother, you have a lot of connections. Can you find out who bought it? What are you planning? Just to make friends. Really? Don't you trust me? Fine. Wait here. After some hesitation, Zhao Antai agreed to her request. He stepped onto the balcony and made a call. After hanging up, he dialed several more numbers. His expression shifted several times. I just asked. But the Cloud Sky City manager refused to disclose it, citing client privacy, Zhao Antai said helplessly. After a pause, he added, I also checked with the banks, but their responses were vague and unclear. Given this, he suspected, the owner of Villa No. 1 must have a massive background, otherwise, how could there be no information after so many calls? Ridiculous. Who exactly is this person? Zhao Jianglu wondered aloud, stroking her chin. No clue after asking around. The only way is to approach him directly, Zhao Antai said after some thought. Exactly. Why didn't I think of that? The suggestion struck a chord with her. Zhao Xianglu sat beside Zhao Antai and said coyly, Brother? How about, you go ask for me? Me? Zhao Antai's eyes widened. I have to fly to Shanghai the day after tomorrow. No time. Please, brother, won't you do it for me? Zhao Xianglu pleaded. Alright, what else can I do with a sister like you? Zhao Antai sighed in resignation. When it came to his sister, he was exasperated. Despite their family's wealth, she insisted on becoming a flight attendant, claiming it was her dream. Unable to change her mind, he could only accept it, and even arrange the best fixed flight route for her. Chongqing to Shanghai and back. Lying on the bed in a big character pose after ordering 2 milk teas on his phone, Yang Xiao listened to soothing music. Life was good. At that moment, the doorbell rang again. This time, Yang Xiao went downstairs to open it himself. When he opened the door, he was greeted by a delivery person in a bright yellow uniform holding a bag. Sorry, you've got the wrong place. I didn't order takeout, Yang Xiao said, preparing to close the door. But the delivery person stuck their foot in the door. This made Yang Xiao a little annoyed. What's the deal? Forcing delivery now? Just as he was about to lose his temper, a familiar voice reached his ears. Sir, I am your delivery. The moment those words were spoken, Yang Xiao was greeted with a jaw-dropping sight. Rip. The delivery uniform came off, revealing an alluring, slightly translucent white dress that clung to the wearer. When Yang Xiao got a clear look at her face, he froze. What the? It's her again! She's not here to watch another disc, is she? In this weather, dressed like that. She's bold. Lu Yuyi, perhaps feeling cold, wrapped her arms around herself and gave Yang Xiao a coquettish smile. Mr. Yang, aren't you going to invite me in? Invite her in? Sorry. But you're not welcome here. Wherever you came from, just go back. Please come in. Once inside, Lu Yuyi pulled out the contents of her bag and set them neatly on the dining table. It's still warm. Eat it while it's hot, she said. Looking at the Wellington steak on the table, Yang Xiao glanced at his watch. 10 p.m. At this hour? The Western restaurants are still open? He asked. I didn't buy this from a restaurant. This steak. I made it myself, Lu Yuyi admitted shyly. You can cook like this? Intrigued, Yang Xiao sat down and took a bite. Wow. This is good. Did you study culinary arts? No, not at all, Lu Yuyi said, waving her hands and blushing. If you like it, I can bring you food every day. Wait, what? Who's this every day? Whatever. Eat first. Yang Xiao had to admit the steak was delicious. While it couldn't compare to the chefs at his hotel, it was decent. As he ate heartily, a glint of satisfaction appeared in Lu Yuyi's eyes. She had put in a lot of effort for this moment. After the meal, Lu Yuyi immediately cleaned up the table and even took the utensils to the kitchen to wash. Yang Xiao, meanwhile, was utterly perplexed. What's her deal? Was she really just here to deliver food? Suddenly, a sharp scream came from the kitchen. Yang Xiao rushed over. The kitchen faucet had burst, soaking Lu Yuyi from head to toe. Her white dress, already semi-transparent, now clung to her body, leaving little to the imagination. Move aside. Without a second thought, Yang Xiao pulled her away and turned off the faucet. The kitchen was a flooded mess. I'm sorry, Mr. Yang. I didn't mean for this to happen, Lu Yuyi said pitifully. Glancing at the drenched Lu Yuyi, Yang Xiao quickly averted his gaze. Damn it! This has to be intentional. Grabbing a bottle of ice-cold cola delivered earlier, Yang Xiao downed it in one go to calm himself. Mr. Yang, I'll come back tomorrow to fix the faucet. I'll leave for now, Lu Yuyi said, preparing to leave. Like that? You're seriously going out dressed like that? Shaking his head, Yang Xiao said. There's a spare set of pajamas on the second floor. Change into those and dry your clothes before you leave. Without waiting for a response, he bolted upstairs. This place is too dangerous to stay in right now. Returning to the third floor, Yang Xiao thought more about it and felt he needed a housekeeper. Such a large villa needed some life breathed into it. Someone to cook, clean, and open the door. In the end, he decided to post a job listing online to hire a personal assistant, essentially a housekeeper. Local job listing: a villa in Cloud Sky City is hiring one housekeeper. Age preferably under 35, able to cook and clean. Being capable is a plus. Salary 10,000 yuan month, with room and board included. After posting it, he played some casual games on his laptop. Before long, his job posting caused quite a stir on the local recruitment platform. The comments section exploded. This job listing is wild. Capable, huh? Maybe he just means someone who can cook and clean? Side-eye emoji. Mom, I need soy milk. Here's your fried dough stick. What are you pervs talking about? 10,000 a month for a capable housekeeper. Get lost. Any looks requirements? Do you even need to ask? Capable. You think you qualify? I do. Ready to try emoji. Huh. You're not a guy, are you? Guess? Stop arguing. This guy's so stingy. A full-time housekeeper for just 10,000 a month? Is he nuts? This comment section is gold. After finishing his game, Yang Xiao checked his job post and saw it had tons of views but no actual resumes submitted. The comment section? Fun, but completely useless. So, he increased the salary. Local job listing: a villa in Cloud Sky City is hiring one housekeeper. Age preferably under 35, able to cook and clean. Being capable is a plus. Salary 30,000 yuan month, with room and board included. Exceptional performance will be rewarded with a raise. He didn't specify a gender, but deep down, he hoped for a beautiful young woman. Who would want to live with a guy? Within moments of reposting, the resumes jumped from 0 to 99. cooking and cleaning, with room and board provided, earning 30,000 a month. No education required? Too easy. Yang Xiao opened the first resume. The document contained nothing but photos of the applicant in revealing clothing, along with her height, weight, and measurements. What the hell? That's not a resume. He opened another dozen or so resumes. Every female applicant? The same approach. It was ridiculous. Yang Xiao cancelled the online recruitment altogether and messaged Lin Xuan to arrange the hiring of a housekeeper. Just as he finished setting it up, there was a knock at his bedroom door. "Mr. Yang, could you come out for a moment?" Lu Yuyi's soft, coquettish voice came from outside. Yang Xiao got up and opened the door. What's up? The sight before him made his blood boil. "My clothes aren't dry yet. Can do something meaningful?" Lu Yu looked at him expectantly. Something meaningful? This didn't seem right. On second thought, refusing might come off as rude. After all, she suggested it herself. Not going along with it would seem inconsiderate. "Are you sure?" he asked. "Absolutely." Lu Yu was thrilled. In her mind, she already pictured the future twins, with the son resembling him and the daughter resembling her. A Lamborghini in the driveway. In reality, Yang Xiao was fully focused on his computer screen. The jungler's missing. Mid lane, be careful. Support, why are you standing there? Follow up. Oh, got it. Assassin. Dive their backline. Lu Yuyi was dumbfounded. The meaningful thing was playing League of Legends with him? Ridiculous. The next morning, Lu Yuyi left the villa, panda-eyed and limping. Bang! The door shut behind her. Yang Xiao rubbed his tired eyes and let out a long sigh. Finally she was gone. He knew exactly why Lu Yuyi had come. Showing up late at night, twice, with deliveries, watching movies, bringing steak, and dressing seductively. It was all to climb the ladder. Unfortunately for her, women like that could only be fleeting fun for someone like him now. Want to get on the household registry? Not a chance. Clutching his aching back, he returned to bed for a nap. When he woke up, it was already noon. Lin Xuan called to inform him that the housekeeper interviews were ready for him to personally conduct. After washing up, Yang Xiao headed to the chairman's office at Yuzhou Hotel. "Mr. Yang, here are the profiles. Take a look, and if you find someone suitable, I'll bring them in," Lin Xuan said, handing him a tablet. Looking through the profiles, Yang Xiao felt overwhelmed. Each candidate had different qualifications and salary expectations, making it hard to decide. "Mr. Yang, you haven't picked anyone?" Lin Xuan asked. "I can't tell who's actually good. Why don't we bring in these three for interviews?" After some thought, Yang Xiao agreed this was the best approach. "All right," Lin Xuan said as she left to make arrangements. A moment later, the first candidate walked in wearing a business suit. Chang Li, 34 years old. He hesitated briefly before recovering and smiling professionally. "Mr. Yang?" "Mr. Chang, hello." After shaking hands and sitting down, Chang Li wasted no time. "Mr. Yang, I hold dual doctoral degrees in economics and management from Harvard. I've worked as an assistant to board directors and managers in several major U.S. companies. Here's my resume." He handed over a stack of documents. Yang Xiao skimmed through them. Impressive honors and extensive experience. Chang Li continued, "Mr. Yang, I've reviewed your hotel. It has great potential. However, your current general manager is incompetent. If I were in charge, your hotel would undoubtedly become the most luxurious in Chongqing and perhaps all of China." "Mr. Chang, I'm sorry, but you don't meet our hiring criteria," Yang Xiao said, frowning. "What was this? Questioning my judgment?" Chang Li was taken aback. Despite his stellar qualifications and resume, he was rejected? Unacceptable. "Mr. Yang, may I ask why I don't qualify?" he asked, visibly displeased. "You're indeed impressive, but can you cook?" "No." "Do you know how to do laundry?" "Also no." "Tell." "Apologies, but we're hiring for a life assistant, a housekeeper. You're not suited for the position." Chang Li, fresh back from overseas, had believed his high education would make him highly sought after. Yet his first interview in China ended in failure. Soon, the second interviewee walked in, her high heels clicking against the floor. Li Wanji, 23 years old. A fresh university graduate, radiating youthful charm. She wore a professional suit, with her white blouse unbuttoned 3 notches, revealing an enticing view. Her tight pencil skirt highlighted her curvaceous figure perfectly. Yang Xiao was momentarily stunned. "What the? She looks just like those corporate women from certain movies." Hello, Mr. Yang. Hello, Miss Lee. They shook hands. After sitting down, Li Wanji glanced at Yang Xiao with a slight blush before speaking. Mr. Yang, you're so young and already a boss. You're so capable. You figured that out already? Flattery. Yang Xiao smiled. Miss Li, please introduce yourself. For example, what are your special skills? My special skills? Haven't you already seen them? Li Wanji blushed and puffed out her chest slightly. Well, they are rather prominent. Awkwardly scratching his nose, Yang Xiao replied. Then, can you show me your resume? Haven't you already seen it? Where? Far away yet close at hand, she said, pointing downward with her pink manicured finger. At the same time, she shot Yang Xiao a flirtatious glance. For a moment, Yang Xiao felt like he was struck by lightning. Cough. Clearing his throat, he tried to regain composure. So, during work, can you fully meet my requirements? Of course. Li Wanji nodded. Then she quickly added. Not just during work, anytime, anywhere, whether from top to bottom or bottom to top, I'll follow all your instructions unconditionally. Work efficiency can be fast or slow, ensuring I meet your every command. Even if you don't provide me with lipstick, I can give you a kiss anyway. Is she for real? That's bold. Yang Xiao was speechless for a moment. The vivid imagery popped into his mind unbidden. Damned imagination, stop. Cough. Clearing his throat again, Yang Xiao awkwardly replied. Miss Li, this is a professional interview. Let's stick to serious matters. Aren't we discussing serious matters? Li Wanji stood up, daringly walked to his side, and sat down. A fragrant aroma filled the air. Yang Xiao felt his tent master threatening to act up again. Taking a deep breath, he calmed himself. Li Wanji smiled slyly. Mr. Yang, you're young and already worth billions. All you need is a life assistant, and I'm perfect for the role. Perfect? Swallowing hard, Yang Xiao thought. Why do you seem more like a she-demon who's just captured Tang Sanzang? Beside him, Li Wanji's voice softly drifted to his ears. And not just cooking and cleaning for you, I can handle anything you need. Cooking and cleaning are fine, I don't even have a brother. Yang Xiao stiffened. Li Wanji continued. Also, I took business etiquette as an elective in university. Outside of work, I can help you organize meetings and other matters. Seeing Yang Xiao's flustered demeanor, a hint of satisfaction appeared in her eyes. She gently blew a breath toward him and added, most importantly, I can handle things others can't. Don't you want to try something exciting, like being in a one-way glass office, looking down at your employees while doing something thrilling? Something thrilling? You brazen demon. Yang Xiao's blood boiled. Li Wanji licked her lips. Or maybe while someone's reporting to you, they could be taking care of personal matters under the table? She placed a hand on his leg. Yang Xiao froze, completely at a loss. He had no experience with this. Before this, he'd only dated Bu Yaoli and a romantic novice. How could he withstand Li Wanji's provocative actions? Seeing his reaction, Li Wanji smiled subtly. Her methods had been taught by a close friend, a former assistant to a rich second-generation heir. Her friend understood how wealthy men thought. They loved excitement, the wilder, the better. Li Wanji chose this approach because she was desperate. Not for herself. Her family was desperate. A month ago, her father was diagnosed with uremia, which had progressed to kidney failure. The only way to sustain his life was through dialysis. Kidney transplants weren't quick solutions, they required a suitable donor match. In the meantime, dialysis treatments and eventual surgery would require astronomical costs. Her family, being rural farmers, couldn't afford such expenses. Her father had even attempted suicide multiple times, unwilling to burden the family. Thankfully, they stopped him in time. Like many parents, he was willing to sacrifice everything for his children but couldn't bear spending money on himself. He'd rather endure the pain or seek cheaper treatment than go to a major hospital. Looking at her father's weathered face, Li Wanji's heart ached. She resolved to earn enough money to save him. She learned that the entire process of treatment and surgery would cost at least 500,000–600,000 yuan. To her, it was an astronomical figure. But she had no choice, she was the family's only hope. So, she moved to Chongqing, lying to her family that a university roommate had found her a high-paying job. Her roommate even cooperated in the lie. Out in the real world, she discovered how hard it was to find work. For a fresh graduate like her, landing a high-paying job was near impossible. This interview was arranged by her roommate, who worked as a supervisor at Yuzhou Hotel. Bringing his tent down, Yang Xiao smiled awkwardly. Miss Lee, don't you think this is a bit inappropriate? Have you heard of an idiom? Li Wanji ignored him. An idiom? Yang Xiao was puzzled. What idiom? Arlai Wanji, Li Wanji said, blushing slightly as she enunciated each word. That doesn't seem. Wait. I'm out of here. This isn't the ride to kindergarten. Maybe. Should I take a risk? No. Let's save it for another time. Do you have a driver's license? Yang Xiao asked. Of course. Want to give it a try? Li Wanji smiled bashfully, brimming with anticipation. If not for the inappropriate setting, Yang Xiao felt she might already have pinned him down. Girls these days are so wild. One wrong word and they start driving. Too intense. Yang Xiao wiped the sweat from his forehead. I meant a driver's license for motor vehicles. Oh yes, I have one, Li Wanji stammered, quickly nodding. Let's go. Go? Go where? We'll talk as we walk. Mr. Yang, isn't this a little too fast? Li Wanji nervously followed him. She'd been driving with her words, out of necessity, even though she'd mentally prepared herself before the interview for the possibility of being, let's say, compromised by this boss. She hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. Like boarding a rocket. Hearing her timid tone, Yang Xiao paused for a moment, realizing she'd misunderstood. Deciding to tease her, he replied. Under 60 minutes doesn't count as fast. I'm like the rising sun. 60 minutes. My God. That's torture. Her recently acquired knowledge gave her a clear idea of what 60 minutes could entail. Terrifying. Li Wanji wanted to refuse, but the thought of her father's expensive medical bills made her grit her teeth and agree. Just don't be too wild. Wild? Huh. Your earlier pace was more like a rocket launch. Yang Xiao stopped joking and asked as they walked. What kind of car do you want to drive? A small electric scooter would be perfect, she replied innocently. It's small enough to fit in an elevator. An elevator? Yeah. If I leave it downstairs, someone might steal it, Li Wanji said, revealing her naive nature. There are surveillance cameras everywhere. Who would steal it? Yang Xiao shook his head helplessly. I meant, what kind of car would you drive when shopping for groceries or fruit? Grocery shopping? Fruit? In a car? Li Wanji froze for a moment, then her face lit up with joy. Are you saying I'm hired? Yes, Yang Xiao confirmed with a nod. With his confirmation, Li Wanji jumped up in excitement and hugged him tightly. Thank you, Mr. Yang. The sudden softness didn't faze him, but the violent shaking of the elevator did. Startled, he pushed her away. What are you doing? Are you crazy? This is an elevator. A few more jumps, and we'll both be reporting to the King of Hell. Sorry, I'm so sorry. I got carried away. Li Wanji wiped the tears of excitement from her eyes. Seeing Yang Xiao's serious and flustered expression, her heart warmed. Maybe not every boss is a lecker. He didn't seem to be interested in women at all. Righteous and upright. This job feels secure. As they stepped out of the elevator, they bumped into Lin Xuan. Mr. Yang, heading out? Lin Xuan noticed Li Wanji's tear-streaked face, which strangely bore a happy smile. What's going on? Have they already worked things out? Gasp. No way. Yeah. Going to buy her a car, Yang Xiao said as he walked past. A car? For her? Lin Xuan immediately understood. Have a nice trip, Mr. Yang. Watching their departing figures, Lin Xuan was dumbfounded. It's only been half an hour, and she's already crying? That's not how it goes in the movies. Bu. The car unlocked, and Yang Xiao casually tossed the keys to Li Wanji. Here, you drive. Mr. Yang, where are we going? Sitting in the driver's seat, Li Wanji's demeanor shifted. She buttoned up her blouse and stopped with the driving metaphors. Auto Expo Center, Yang Xiao replied. Understood. Li Wanji started the car cheerfully. She had no idea that Lin Xuan now believed her to be useless enough to cry after just half an hour. The car slowly drove out of the garage. Even though her driving was slow, Yang Xiao couldn't help but think. Having a chauffeur feels great. Especially a pretty one. Of the dozens of BMWs he'd bought earlier, some had already been given out as rewards. There were still many left in the garage, but those were meant as incentives, and he didn't want to use them. Buying a new car wouldn't cost much anyway. Mr. Yang, welcome. The BMW dealership manager greeted him enthusiastically. Xiao Lu, come and assist Mr. Yang. Too beautiful, Delicate saleswomen in high heels dashed over, as if in a 100-meter sprint. The others, who weren't called, pouted and stomped their feet in frustration. Another missed chance to marry rich. The manager sabotaged me. Mr. Yang, would you like a Cuban cigar or Huazi cigarettes? Xiao Zhao asked. Mr. Yang, coffee or tea? Xiao Lu added, bowing deeply, their enthusiasm radiating like a springtime sun. Li Wanji was stunned. Money really talks. Tea for me, coffee for her, Yang Xiao said, gesturing toward Li Wanji. After the saleswomen left, the manager asked, Mr. Yang, what kind of car are you looking for this time? With other customers, they'd inquire about budget and preferences before making recommendations. But with Yang Xiao, it wasn't necessary. For him, money was just numbers. What's the most expensive car you currently have in the store? Yang Xiao asked, glancing at the showroom, which had many new arrivals. The most expensive one would be the BMW M8, priced at 2.8 million yuan, the manager replied after a subtle glance at Li Wanji. Big spender. Only 2.8 million. Too cheap, Yang Xiao frowned, clearly dissatisfied. From anyone else, this might sound like showing off. But coming from Yang Xiao, no one thought so. Li Wanji gulped. Poverty truly limits imagination. In the end, Yang Xiao bought a BMW X3 as a grocery shopping car for Li Wanji. She was stunned. A grocery car? And it's a BMW? 300,000 to 400,000 yuan. That's just insane. Mr. Yang, isn't it too much for just grocery shopping? What's wrong with it? But. No buts. I need to buy some clothes, and you'll help me choose, Yang Xiao said firmly. His current wardrobe, brought from his old rental apartment, didn't match his billionaire status. He looked more like a construction worker than a tycoon. Originally he wanted Lu Wei to accompany him, but since she was out of town, he had no choice but to take his new assistant instead. Lucky her. Understood, Mr. Yang, Li Wanji replied. As the two were speaking, a voice suddenly sounded behind them. Brother Yang. Yang. What are you doing here? A man dressed as a successful businessman quickly walked over, taking large strides. He grabbed Yang Xiao's hand enthusiastically, his expression one of sheer delight, as if reuniting with a long-lost friend. He was practically on the verge of tears. Yang Xiao was stunned. Old? After so many years, I can't believe you still recognize me. It's really you. The two shook hands. It's me. 7 or 8 years apart. And who would have thought we'd meet again here at a BMW dealership? Piao Guochang beamed warmly. So, how long have you been working here? As he spoke, Piao Guochang's eyes scanned Yang Xiao's attire. From head to toe, Yang Xiao's outfit probably wasn't worth more than 2 packs of Piao's cigarettes. It screamed construction worker. As the saying goes, without comparison, there's no harm. In this round, Piao won handily. He'd just returned from overseas and was about to purchase a BMW X3 as his personal vehicle. If not to show off, what was the point of meeting an old classmate? Yang Xiao caught on to Piao Guochang's smugness, quickly dropping any desire for nostalgia. Ah, just been here for a bit. I was about to leave, he replied nonchalantly. Why? The pay's not good enough? Piao asked, his tone suddenly turning condescending. Yang Xiao? Piao frowned and adopted a patronizing attitude. Yang Xiao. I'm telling you, you're not getting any younger. Stop aiming too high. Even 2,000 or 3,000 yuan a month is still money. In just a few sentences, Piao's address of Brother Yang had downgraded to Yang Xiao, leaving Yang stunned. He finally understood. Piao Guochang assumed he was here for a security guard job, turned it down due to low pay, and was now looking elsewhere. No wonder the tone had shifted so drastically. How shallow. Seeing Yang Xiao remain silent, Piao patted him on the shoulder. Look, I've got a friend who's the head of security at Yuzhou Hotel. They're hiring now 4,500 yuan a month with room and board. The work's easy. I can introduce you. Yuzhou Hotel. Are you serious? Taking the offered business card, Yang Xiao suddenly had an idea. He feigned hesitation. Are you sure that's possible? Of course. Piao said confidently. He's got a guy under him who's only worked for 3 years and already drives a van. In Piao's eyes, being able to afford a van was the pinnacle of success for someone like Yang Xiao. Perhaps this job might even bring unexpected blessings, marrying a hefty woman from the countryside, settling down, and eventually holding his head high in the village. 4,500 a month, with most expenses covered. If I save 4,000 a month, That's nearly 50,000 in a year. In 5 years I could save over 200,000. Yang Xiao exclaimed with feigned excitement. Li Wanji was dumbfounded. What was happening? Even the nearby salespeople struggled to stifle their laughter, their expressions barely holding back their amusement. Those who knew the truth couldn't reveal it, leaving them internally bursting. Exactly. 5 years, over 200,000. In 10 years that's over 400,000. Not only could you drive a van, but you could also build a small villa back in the countryside, Piao continued, beaming with pride, as if he'd just hit the lottery. You mean I could have both a car and a house by then? Yang Xiao asked, feigning disbelief and a hopeful expression. Of course. By then you'll be considered a wealthy man in the village. Piao declared. Thank you. If this works out, dinner's on me. Yang Xiao smiled, appearing overjoyed. Just wait. The surprise will leave you speechless. No problem. I'll hold you to it. As soon as Yang Xiao turned to leave, Piao muttered under his breath, Ha, loser. The next moment, he spotted the curvaceous Li Wanji and instantly switched to a more refined demeanor. Quickly pulling out his phone and showing his WeChat QR code, he said, Miss, I'm buying a BMW X3. Should you scan, or should I? His ability to switch faces so quickly was almost Oscar-worthy. I don't have time for this, Li Wanji replied, not even bothering to look at him as she caught up with Yang Xiao. Mr. Yang, wait for me. Mr. Yang? What the hell? A security guard trying to act high and mighty with me. What a joke. Piao dismissed them with a snort and approached another female sales associate, shamelessly grinning. Miss, I'd like to buy a car. Should you scan me, or should I scan you? After leaving the Auto Expo, Li Wanji drove them to Jifangbei Pedestrian Street, per Yang Xiao's instructions. They arrived at Yucheng International, the largest shopping center in the city. The prices here were outrageous. Even an ordinary-looking shirt could cost several thousand yuan. More shocking? A single pair of slippers might set you back over 1,000. Other items were priced in the tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions. It was absurdly expensive. Mr. Yang, are we really going in there? Li Wanji stammered, swallowing nervously. Growing up in the countryside, she'd never experienced anything like this. The most expensive clothes she'd ever owned were her 300 yuan school uniforms. Shopping for luxury brands? She'd only seen it in dramas. Now, she was about to experience it in real life, even if just as an observer. Of course. Why else would we be here? To sightsee. Yang Xiao replied, striding confidently inside. For years he'd worked tirelessly delivering packages by day, driving trucks by night, eating plain meals, all to save for a house and marriage. But life had thrown him a curveball. All that hard-earned money ended up benefiting someone else. How could anyone accept that? Not him. He'd already contacted a lawyer. If Bu Yalian didn't repay her debt soon, he'd sue her to get his money back. But today? He planned to indulge himself. Meanwhile, Bu Yalian and her mother were also at the mall. To their surprise, they spotted Yang Xiao and Li Wanji entering the luxury brand store Ermenegildo Zegna. Zhang Kuiyua was shocked. Pulling her daughter aside, she asked, Yalian, look at that man. Doesn't he look like Yang Xiao? Look. That is him, Bu Yalian replied with a sneer, recognizing his back instantly after living with him for years. What's he doing here? Zhang Kuiyua frowned. Obviously delivering packages. Do you think he's here to shop? Bu Yalian scoffed. He came here to buy clothes? Bu Yalian didn't believe it. Over the years, all of Yang Xiao's savings had been borrowed by Ai Pianren. On top of that, she often asked him for money herself. There was no way he had any private stash left. Maybe it's just some off-brand clothing store? Zhang Kuiyua muttered absent-mindedly, completely forgetting they were standing in a luxury brand zone. Everything here was absurdly expensive. Bu Yalian quickly covered Zhang Kuiyua's mouth, whispering, Shh. Mom, keep your voice down. This is Zegna, a luxury brand. A single piece of clothing here costs at least several thousand. If someone overheard, it would be too humiliating. What? That expensive? Zhang Kuiyua's eyes widened like saucers. Several thousand for a single piece of clothing? Is it made of gold? What else did you expect? Bu Yalian rolled her eyes. If it weren't so expensive, I'd have gone in already. Why else would I be lurking here? Zhang Kuiyua stared at the entrance of Zegna. Yalian, I think there's something strange about that guy. Something strange? Hearing her mother's words, Bu Yalian felt something was indeed off. She clearly remembered this wasn't part of Yang Xiao's delivery area. So why would he be here to pick up packages? She couldn't figure it out. Do you think he might have gone crazy after some kind of emotional shock? Zhang Kuyua speculated after a while. What an imaginative leap. Hearing that, Bu Yalian's eyes lit up. That's entirely possible. If that's the case, perfect. Let's stay here and watch the show. He'll definitely get thrown out. Inside the Zegna store, Yang Xiao had no idea he was being watched by the mother-daughter pair, eagerly waiting for him to embarrass himself. He continued calmly browsing through the clothes. The female sales associates followed him closely, their faces adorned with sweet, charming smiles. They didn't ignore or mock him because of his simple attire. Working in such a store for a long time, they'd encountered all kinds of wealthy customers. Some rich people even enjoyed dressing plainly, while bringing their favorite beautiful women to shop here and flaunt their wealth. To them, Yang Xiao was likely one of those people. After all, Lai Wanji's stunning appearance made her stand out, and ordinary people wouldn't match her. Yang Xiao quickly scanned the racks. Then, pointing to an entire shelf, he said, "Wrap up all these clothes. I'll take them. Charge my card." Li Wanji was completely stunned. "Boss, you're buying clothes, not groceries. Shouldn't you at least try them on or check the fit? How could you decide with just a glance? That's way too casual." "Of course, sir. Please wait in the lounge for a moment," the saleswoman replied with a beaming smile, her mouth nearly frozen in place. After packing up the clothes, they brought them to Yang Xiao. She handed over the PO's machine respectfully. "Sir, your total comes to 999,000 yuan. Please confirm and proceed with payment." "Thank you." As the successful payment notification chimed, 1 million yuan vanished. After paying, Yang Xiao walked out of the store. Behind him, Li Wanji carried a pile of bags, leaving the female sales associates dumbfounded. This wasn't just flirting with a girl. This was a dominant CEO move. "Oh my god! He's so dashing. And loaded. Me and loaded." At that moment, they all wished they could replace Li Wanji. After leaving Zegna, Yang Xiao turned into the Cartier jewelry store next door. Zhang Kuyua couldn't remain calm anymore. "Yalian, didn't you say Yang Xiao came here to pick up a package? Why doesn't he have any?" "Maybe the order got cancelled," Bu Yalian muttered, though she herself was confused and could only settle on this reasonable explanation. Just then, Lai Wanji appeared, carrying bags after Yang Xiao. They weren't far apart. In an instant, a thought crossed their minds. Could this be a wealthy woman enamored with Yang Xiao's enduring gaming skills and physique? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. She's so beautiful. Why wouldn't she find someone of her own status? There's no way they know each other. Serves him right. Who told him not to know his place? Zhang Kuyua exclaimed gleefully upon assuming the order had been cancelled. "Maybe it's karma," Bu Yalian added smugly. The mother-daughter pair echoed each other's sentiments perfectly. What ingrates! All these years, Yang Xiao had given them money when they needed it. Yet now, they had the audacity to label him ungrateful. How laughable! Inside Cartier, the sales staff warmly greeted Yang Xiao. "Good day, sir and madam. Are you here for perfumes, watches, or fine jewelry?" "I'd like to look at some women's jewelry," Yang Xiao replied, planning to pick out some pieces for Lu Wei to express his gratitude for her help. If possible, he also wanted to confess his feelings. Regardless of the outcome, he had to try. "Right this way, sir." The sales associate led Yang Xiao and Li Wanji to a seating area. Yang Xiao gestured grandly. "Bring out your best bracelets." "Right away, sir." The sales associate couldn't contain his excitement. A big spender. The best bracelets cost millions. Just the commission alone would be significant. Watching this scene, Li Wanji was puzzled. Why is the boss, a man, buying women's jewelry? For me? Impossible. We've only known each other for a day. Why would he buy me jewelry? In her mind, she reasoned. If he were to buy me something, it would only happen after getting to know me better. Suddenly, a shocking thought flashed through her mind. Could it be for himself? No way. Is this why he doesn't like women? She panicked. Oh no. If I've uncovered the boss's secret, will I be silenced? Yang Xiao had no idea about her inner turmoil. The sales associate finished presenting the options. Sir, which one would you like? Yang Xiao hesitated, unsure of what to choose. What do you think? He asked, turning to Li Wanji for her opinion. Me? They're too expensive. Li Wanji was about to voice her thoughts when the sales associate chimed in. Your girlfriend is so beautiful. She'd look stunning in any of these. What a smooth talker. You misunderstand. She's not my girlfriend, Yang Xiao corrected with a shake of his head. The sales associate panicked and quickly bowed in apology. I'm sorry. I didn't know. No problem, Yang Xiao said with a wave of his hand. So eager to clarify? Ha. He really doesn't like women. I'm safe. Blind safe. Li Wanji felt as if she'd won the lottery. After much deliberation, Yang Xiao chose an 18K white gold just yuan claw bracelet shaped like 2 diamond-studded nails. Price 2.52 million yuan. He also selected an 18K white gold love bracelet paved with diamonds. Price 520,000 yuan. The second bracelet was a backup in case the first one seemed too extravagant, and Lu Wei hesitated to accept it. He'd already gotten the bracelet sizes from Lin Xuan beforehand. These two. Charge my card, Yang Xiao said boldly, slapping his bank card onto the counter. Certainly, sir. Our store manager will be right with you. Please hold on for a moment. Sir, would you prefer tea or coffee? The salesperson's smile was as bright as the early spring sun. At this moment, her bonus felt secure. How could she not be happy? If you have cola, that would be even better, Yang Xiao replied with a smile after some thought. Cola? They didn't have any in the store. But that wasn't an issue. They could send someone to get it immediately. A big client like this deserved every accommodation. Of course, sir, the salesperson responded. She then turned to Li Wanji and asked politely, and for you, miss? I'll just have a glass of water, Li Wanji replied nervously. Even she couldn't believe she was receiving this kind of treatment. It felt quite enjoyable. Just then, 2 figures, a chubby woman and a thin man, an odd pairing, entered the store hand in hand. Honey, are you really buying me a Cartier watch? The man, Zhen Jian, asked with eager anticipation. Hao Wenhua kissed his cheek and said cheerfully, of course. You did a good job last night, so consider it your reward. Although the woman beside him was twice his weight, and anyone seeing them would immediately think, a kept man. So what? He was still thrilled. As a man, what's the most important thing? A beautiful woman? Zhen Jian used to think so too. But then he changed his mind. He realized that for a man, money was the most important thing. Sure, money couldn't buy everything, but without it you had nothing. He wasn't a young man anymore. Pretty women boosted his ego, but without money, nothing else mattered. With money, beautiful women would flock to him anyway. Money and women, now that was the ideal life. Once inside, Zhen Jian confidently announced, Show me your men's watches. Of course, sir, please wait a moment, the salesperson replied with a smile. Hurry up, Hao Wenhua urged impatiently. Honey, let's wait in the VIP lounge, Zhen Jian suggested, spotting the comfortable seating area. But then he froze. Right there in the lounge, he saw a familiar face. Li Wanji? Zhen Jian stammered. Hearing his voice, Li Wanji turned around, startled. Jian? They had been a couple once. They were so close, almost ready to get married. But life is unpredictable. Recently, when Li Wanji's father was diagnosed with kidney failure and needed expensive treatment, Zhen Jian had gone silent. The next day he disappeared. At the time, Li Wanji naively thought he had gone to find money to help. Only later, when she discovered he had blocked her on every platform, did she realize he had run away to avoid being burdened. Zhen Jian was true to his name, completely despicable. Li Wanji felt lucky she hadn't given herself to him. What a narrow escape. Zhen Jian pulled Hao Wenhua over to sit directly across from Yang Xiao and Li Wanji. Then he smirked and said, Honey, let me introduce you. This is my ex-girlfriend, Li Wanji. Hao Wenhua tightened her grip on Zhen Jian's arm and gave Li Wanji a disdainful look. So what if you're pretty? You couldn't even keep your man. Why are you here? Are you applying for a cleaning job? Zhen Jian sneered. Li Wanji chose to ignore him, not wanting to waste her energy. But her silence only made him angrier. He clenched his teeth. Wearing cheap, low-quality clothes, with no jewelry, and smelling of bargain perfume, what a loser. Hao Wenhua looked down her nose at Li Wanji, intentionally placing her LV bag on the table and pulling out a business card. She slammed it down with a smug grin and announced, I'm Hao Wenhua, the CEO of Hao Mei Cultural Media. Oh, so you're the CEO of No Culture Media? My apologies for not recognizing you, Yang Xiao replied earnestly. Hearing Yang Xiao deliberately twist her company's name, Hao Wenhua's face twitched with anger. You uncultured fool. It's Hao Mei Cultural, not No Culture, she snapped. Oh, my mistake. So it's Hao, not Culture? Yang Xiao said, feigning realization. How may cultural? How not culture? Combined with her name, Hao Wenhua, Yang Xiao silently applauded her parents for their creativity. Such a poetic name, clearly the work of intellectuals. If you're uneducated, stay home and study. Don't come out and embarrass yourself, Hao Wenhua declared, looking self-important. Exactly. I used to think the same way, Yang Xiao nodded in agreement. He glanced at Zhang Jian and Hao Wenhua, then added, but after meeting you two, I realized I was wrong. Li Wanji was stunned. What's Yang Xiao doing? Is he actually admitting fault? Meanwhile, the salespeople stayed silent, not daring to intervene without understanding the situation. Since you know you're wrong, why don't you leave? Hao Wenhua said smugly. But Yang Xiao's tone suddenly shifted. Actually, I wasn't referring to just one of you. I meant both of you. Someone in the store couldn't hold back their laughter. Who's laughing? Zhen Jian scanned the room with bloodshot eyes, veins bulging on his forehead, on the verge of exploding. His attempt to act like a hero had backfired, and now he looked utterly ridiculous. It was a complete embarrassment. Why are you all just standing there? Can't you see your esteemed customers being bullied? Kick them out right now. Hao Wenhua's fury was palpable, her voice rising to a screech. I'm the CEO, a wealthy woman. These poor nobodies can't even compare to me. The commotion was so loud that a crowd gathered at the entrance, completely blocking the doorway. Everyone was dumbfounded by Hao Wenhua and Zhen Jian's behavior. Some onlookers, who had witnessed everything, knew the truth. From the start, it was Zhen Jian and Hao Wenhua who had been causing trouble. And yet, they had the audacity to claim they were being bullied. Now they wanted to kick others out. Do these people have no shame? Meanwhile, Zhang Kuo and Bu Yalian, who had been watching from afar, noticed the ruckus near the Cartier store. Yalian, what's going on over there? Why's there such a big crowd? Zhang Kuiyua asked, her curiosity piqued. It must be Yang Xiao pretending to be rich and getting exposed. Bu Yalian sneered. Pretend to be rich? That takes guts and skill. Shall we go take a look? Zhang Kuiyua suggested eagerly. Of course. We can't miss out on the fun. Maybe we can even throw in a few snide remarks to mock him, Bu Yalian replied, eager for a chance to see Yang Xiao humiliated. And if we can record it, even better, something to laugh about over dinner. The two of them rushed toward the Cartier store, afraid they'd miss the show if they were a minute late. But before they got far, Bu Yalian's phone rang. It was Ai Pianren. Stopping Zhang Kuiyua, she answered the call in a sweet voice. Pianren, I'm at the Monument Pedestrian Street. What's up? I'm at Tianfu New City right now. Do you have time to come over? Ai Pianren asked. Yes, of course. Why? Bu Yalian inquired curiously. I'm planning to buy you a house here, and wanted you to come check it out. Ai Pianren replied. Buy me a house? Tianfu New City. That's one of the hottest school district areas right now, and incredibly expensive. Bu Yalian was ecstatic. Okay, I'll head over right away. Ending the call, she excitedly dragged Zhang Kuiyua out of the mall, hailing a cab to Tianfu New City. Back in the Cartier store, the sales associate, Feng Yu, returned and immediately noticed her client being harassed. Without hesitation, she chose to stand by her client's side. Miss, this is Cartier. Please don't cause trouble here. Us, causing trouble? Are you blind? Zhen Jian roared, pointing angrily at Feng Yu. Who are you to lecture us? You're just a salesperson. All I heard was you two shouting, Feng Yu responded calmly. Our business here is worth millions. Who do you think you are, talking to us like that? Hao Wenhua snapped, her hands on her hips like a fishwife ready to brawl. I'm just stating the facts. Feng Yu replied firmly. Seeing Feng Yu's calm demeanor, Hao Wenhua gritted her teeth. Fine. Just wait. I'll have you fired by the end of the day. At this, Yang Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. You dare laugh, you idiot. Let's see how smug you are in a moment. Zhen Jian growled, itching to slap Yang Xiao into the ground. Not long after, the Cartier store manager arrived. Hao Wenhua wasted no time recounting the events from her perspective. Feng Yu and the other staff also gave their side of the story. It didn't take long for the manager to understand the situation. But Hao Wenhua wasn't done. I'm warning you, if you don't kick them out, I'll stop shopping here and I'll make sure all my friends do the same. The manager smiled and replied, I'm sorry, Miss Hao. But these two are also our customers. We can't just kick them out. The manager was well acquainted with Hao Wenhua, who had made several purchases before. Customers? We're distinguished customers. They're nothing like us. Hao Wenhua fumed, slamming her hand on the table. Jian Jian chimed in support. My wife is right. We're here to spend money, not to interview for jobs or wander around aimlessly. In their minds, Yang Xiao and Li Wanji were there for an interview if they even stood a chance of getting hired. How dare they compete with us? The manager, still smiling, shook her head. I'm sorry, Miss Hao, but we can't fulfill your request. Two penniless fools who've never seen luxury goods. Fine, I'll let you see what real wealth looks like, Hao Wenhua declared. She turned to the sales associate. Bring me all the men's watches under 300,000 yuan. I'll show them what it means to have money. The sales associate politely responded, of course. Please wait a moment. Pathetic, Hao Wenhua sneered at Yang Xiao and Li Wanji, her expression full of contempt. Jian Jian smirked as if to say, see? This is what being rich looks like. Soon, the sales associate brought over a tray with 10 men's watches under 300,000 yuan and began explaining their features. Hao Wenhua, reveling in her display of wealth, even shot Yang Xiao a smug glance. Why is there such a big gap between people? Zhen Jian said with a sneer. Some people can't even earn 300,000 in a lifetime, but we can spend it so easily. What a shame. Exactly. It's such a burden to be wealthy, Hao Wenhua added mockingly. The two of them, one chiming in after the other, were dripping with sarcasm. Feng Yu, the sales associate, wanted to point out that Yang Xiao had spent as much on a single piece as they had on all these combined. But with Yang Xiao present, she held back. Yang Xiao, however, nodded in agreement. I completely understand. Just a few days ago, I bought 2 buildings in Tianfu New City for 300 million. Right after I paid, the price skyrocketed, and I earned a few billion in profit. Isn't that infuriating? You like showing off wealth? Let's see who can outdo whom. Hearing this, Jian burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Are you out of your mind? We've already checked. The buyer is someone named Yang Xiao, the new owner of the Yuzhou Hotel. Who do you think you are? They had originally planned to buy a unit themselves but arrived too late and missed out. They heard that someone had bought 2 entire buildings at once and spent an additional 30 million on parking spaces, a display of sheer extravagance. Hoping to purchase a unit from this person at a high price, they began investigating. After much inquiry, they discovered it was the new owner of the Yuzhou Hotel who made the purchase. Moreover, the news that Yuzhou Hotel had sold for 30 billion had already spread across the upper circles of Yuzhou. Anyone with even a modest network knew about it. For someone with this level of wealth, offering to pay extra wasn't appealing. They simply didn't need the money. How could you possibly outbid them? Yang Xiao slapped his thigh and exclaimed with excitement, well, what a coincidence. My name is also Yang Xiao. Do I look like a wealthy man to you? Just having the same name means nothing. They're a tycoon, and you're a pauper. Hao Wenhua sneered, rolling her eyes. Exactly. How could you even compare? Jian Jian chimed in. At that moment, the store manager entered, holding the Cartier jewelry Yang Xiao had purchased. She walked over with a radiant smile. She approached Yang Xiao respectfully and presented the Cartier packaging. Mr. Yang, your purchase has been packed. Please check the items. Additionally, you are now one of our esteemed members and entitled to lifetime maintenance and a 10% discount on future purchases. Suddenly, the entire store fell silent. The employees glanced at Hao Wenhua, struggling to suppress their laughter. Thank you. Yang Xiao accepted the items and casually handed them to Li Wanji. Xiao Wan, take a look at this bracelet. Do you like it? Li Wanji froze for a moment, then quickly recovered and playfully said, Thank you, dear. I absolutely love it. Yang Xiao smiled slightly and said, Glad to hear it. Let's go look at some clothes next. With that, the two left the store, hand in hand, carrying Zegna clothing bags under the stunned gazes of Hao Wenhua and Zhan Jian. Hao Wenhua's eyes widened in disbelief as she alternated between looking at the departing couple and the store manager. Weren't they here for an interview? How could they have bought anything? As for the possibility of a staged act, that was out of the question. Hao Wenhua knew the store manager well and understood that global luxury brands like Cartier would never participate in such schemes. This meant it was undeniably real. The idea of an interview had only ever been an assumption by her and Jin Jian. No one else had said Yang Xiao and Li Wanji were there for that purpose. Jin Jian's face turned beet red as he struggled to accept what had just happened. The words they had spoken earlier now felt like one slap after another across their faces. At this moment, Jin Jian wished he could crawl into a hole, while Hao Wenhua blushed furiously and dragged him out of the store. She couldn't bear to stay there a second longer. Meanwhile, Bu Yalian and Zhang Kuiwa had just arrived at Tianfu New City. Ai Pianren had been waiting at the entrance for some time, accompanied by a young man holding a briefcase. Seeing them step out of the car, Ai Pianren hurried over with a smile. "Auntie Yalian, you made it here so quickly." "Sorry, there was traffic on the way." Bu Yalian apologized shyly. "No worries, we just got here ourselves," Ai Pianren said with a smile, waving his hand. He then introduced the young man. "Oh, by the way, this is Xiao Li, a real estate agent from Anjia Realty." "A real estate agent?" Zhang Kuiyua scrutinized the well-dressed Xiao Li, still feeling a bit skeptical. "Last time, he said he'd buy a car, but days passed, and I didn't even see a bicycle, let alone a BMW. This made her wary of Ai Pianren's promises. In contrast, Bu Yalian was overjoyed, clinging to Ai Pianren's arm and affectionately leaning against him. After a brief explanation, Ai Pianren led Zhang Kuiyua and Bu Yalian toward the residential complex. The real estate agent walked ahead, bowing and smiling. The security guard at the gate took a quick look at their identification and let them through. Anjia Realty had prior collaborations with the complex, and with property prices in the area soaring recently, many speculators were buying units just to flip them. Anjia was just one of the many agencies involved. Their group wasn't the first to arrive and certainly wouldn't be the last. After confirming their IDs, the guard had no reason to stop them. It was only then that Zhang Kuiwa began to believe. The group arrived at Building 1 and took the elevator to the 18th floor. Xiao Li pulled out a key, unlocked the door, and stepped aside, bowing. "Mr. Ai, please come in." The unit was fully renovated and tastefully done. Once inside, Xiao Li smiled and began explaining. "Mr. Ai, this is a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room unit with a kitchen, 2 bathrooms, and a small courtyard." After finishing his introduction, Xiao Li glanced at Ai Pianren. They exchanged a look before Xiao Li quietly stepped aside. At this point, Zhang Kuiwa was thoroughly convinced. She tried to contain her excitement as she inspected the house, acting as if it were already hers. Bu Yalian was equally thrilled, smiling nonstop. Seeing their joy, a sly smile flickered across Ai Pianren's face. He turned to the mother and daughter. "Yalian, Auntie, what do you think of this place?" "It's nice, but the secondary bedroom is a bit small," Zhang Kuiyua said, nodding before pursing her lips. Suddenly, as if recalling something, she turned to Xiao Li. "Do you have anything bigger? This one feels a little cramped." Overall, she was satisfied with the unit. Compared to their current walk-up apartment, it was a significant upgrade. And since they didn't have to pay for it, why not go for something larger? "I'm sorry, Auntie. This is the last available unit," Xiao Li replied with feigned regret. He wasn't lying. Property prices in Tianfu New City had been skyrocketing, turning the market red hot. After a pause, he added, "If it weren't for Mr. Ai's connection with our company's CEO, this unit would have been gone long ago." "A connection with their CEO?" Zhang Kuiyua froze for a moment, then broke into a delighted smile. She was about to say something when her daughter interrupted. "Pianren, don't listen to my mom. This unit is perfect. Let's not overthink it. With over 100 square meters, this unit was worth millions given current prices." Moreover, Xiao Li's earlier comment about this being the last one left made her wary of missing out. Since her daughter had spoken, Zhang Kuiyua decided not to press further. "I was just rambling. Let's go with what Yalian said." Bu Yalian's remark indirectly reminded her she didn't want a repeat of the BMW incident. "Alright, let's go with this one," Ai Pianren said, turning to Xiao Li with a wink. "Prepare the contract immediately. Let's get this settled today." "Of course, Mr. Ai. I'll get the paperwork ready right away." "Good." Looking at Xiao Li, who had just run off to get the contract, Zhang Kuiwa couldn't stop smiling. This house was practically theirs. She thought to herself, this son-in-law is truly the best, a golden catch. The more she looked at Ai Pianren, the more satisfied she became. At the same time, she felt lucky that she had persuaded her daughter to accept him. Where else could they find such a great son-in-law? With the house deal settled, Zhang Kuiyua decided to seize the opportunity. She turned to Ai Pianren with a smile. "Xiao Ai, now that the house is taken care of, what about the car?" Before she could finish, Bu Yalian frowned and interrupted. "Mom, what are you doing?" Zhang Kuiyua's behavior asking for a car immediately after the house purchase made Bu Yalian feel a bit embarrassed. Still, deep down, she didn't entirely reject the idea. Despite her daughter's reprimand, Zhang Kuiyua wasn't fazed at all. Instead, she justified herself confidently. Don't think I don't know. That BMW dealership called you yesterday afternoon, asking you to come in and pay for the car. I didn't get any call. Bu Yalian quickly denied. In truth, she had received the call and wanted to pick up the car. But she couldn't. First, she didn't have the money. Second, she felt too embarrassed to ask Ai Pianren directly. She worried that if she brought it up he might think she was only after his money, his car, or his house. Their relationship would lose its purity and become transactional. At this moment, Ai Pianren smiled and said, "It's fine. Once we finish with the house we'll go get the car right away." Xiao Ai. Are you serious? Zhang Qiuiwa's eyes lit up. Auntie, I wouldn't lie to you. You're my family, aren't you? Yes. Xiao Ai is right. Zhang Qiuiwa nodded repeatedly, grinning from ear to ear. As they chatted, Xiao Li returned, holding a stack of papers. It seemed to be the purchase contract. Xiao Li handed the contract to Ai Pianren, who took it and pretended to scrutinize it carefully on the balcony for quite some time. This scene only reinforced Zhang Qiuiwa and Bu Yalian's belief that Ai Pianren was someone capable of accomplishing great things. They had seen similar behavior on TV. Successful people always reviewed contracts thoroughly. As for the previous loan of 400,000 yuan to help him through his difficulties, even billionaires sometimes face financial struggles. After all, he wasn't the richest man alive yet. To them, his hardship had actually been a blessing in disguise for their family. Zhang Qiuiwa considered it fate, an opportunity destined to bring them together. Ai Pianren's serious demeanor caused a ripple in Bu Yalian's heart. If it were up to her and her mother, they wouldn't even know where to start reading the contract. After a while, Ai Pianren finished his pretense. He waved the contract toward Xiao Li and said matter-of-factly, "I've reviewed it. Everything looks fine. Let's make the payment now." Got it. Xiao Li's face lit up with exaggerated joy. He quickly pulled up a WeChat QR code for Ai Pianren to scan, his eyes gleaming with excitement at the prospect of receiving payment. WeChat payment received 3 million, echoed a notification in the spacious apartment. Thank you, Mr. Ai. The funds have been received, Xiao Li said, checking his phone and bowing repeatedly. 3 million yuan. Gone just like that? Zhang Qiuiwa and Bu Yalian exchanged glances, both swallowing nervously. They were amazed and stunned. Strangely, neither of them found it odd that Xiao Li had received the payment through his personal WeChat account. In reality, purchasing a house through an agent shouldn't involve payments to a personal account. However, immersed in the excitement of buying a home, they overlooked this detail, or perhaps they simply didn't understand how things should work. Everything was proceeding exactly as Ai Pianren had planned. The payment complete, it was time to sign the contract. Insisting that the property was a gift for Bu Yalian, Ai Pianren used her personal information for the contract and had her sign it. He claimed it was a token of gratitude for her support. Initially, Zhang Qiuiwa thought he was just being polite. How could a property worth 3 million yuan be so easily gifted? But once Bu Yalian had signed the contract, Xiao Li had left, and they held the keys and a slim stack of 7 or 8 pages labeled purchase contract. Standing on the balcony, the reality hit them. The mother and daughter hugged each other and cried tears of joy. Watching them, Ai Pianren's face displayed a sly smile. In truth, they had no idea. The WeChat payment received 3 million notification was a fake, preset by Xiao Li. The actual transfer was only 2,000 yuan. Such notifications, along with their sound effects, could easily be downloaded online. This was all part of Ai Pianren's elaborate scheme. Before this, he and Xiao Li had secretly agreed that Xiao Li would act as part of the ruse in exchange for a 2,000 yuan performance fee. For Xiao Li, the fake contract, consisting of only 7 or 8 pages instead of the typical dozens, was an easy trade for the money. The house key was genuine, obtained by Xiao Li from a relative who worked as a sales agent in the complex. Returning to the present, the mother and daughter were still basking in their happiness, oblivious to the deceit. Taking advantage of their distraction, Ai Pianren discreetly set an alarm on his phone and then quickly silenced it. Turning to Zhang Qiuiwa and Bu Yalian, he suggested, "Auntie Yalian, it's getting late. Let's go buy the car now. Afterward we can invite Uncle to Yuzhou Hotel for a celebratory dinner." His words jolted them back to reality. Yes. They still needed to buy the car. Wait, did he say a celebration at Yuzhou Hotel? They couldn't believe their ears. That's a 5-star hotel. They'd heard rumors about the incredible food there, and just imagining it made their mouths water. Composing themselves, the three left the residential complex. As they exited, AI Pianren's phone rang. He pulled it out and smiled apologetically. Sorry, it's a call from the company. Let me take this. Bu Yalian nodded, unconcerned. Neither she nor her mother questioned him. AI Pianren discreetly silenced his alarm and launched into his performance. Hello? Yes, that's unacceptable. Have you found out who reported it? I'll figure something out. After delivering his rehearsed lines, his expression grew solemn. Noticing his troubled look, Bu Yalian asked anxiously, Pianren, what's wrong? Yao, we might not be able to buy the car today, AI Pianren said with a forced smile. My competitor reported me to the authorities for their own gain. Reported? Zhang Kuiyua was shocked and immediately exclaimed, who could be so heartless to do something so despicable? AI Pianren shook his head, feigning helplessness. His expression seemed to say, business is like war, it's not child's play. No one wants to coexist peacefully with you. Seeing his concerned look, Bu Yalian quickly asked, is it serious? Hearing this, AI Pianren sighed heavily, pausing for effect before saying regretfully, the company's accounts have been frozen, so I can't access any funds. That tenfold return investment project in Shenzhen. I'll have to let it go. His demeanor and tone gave the impression he was genuinely about to lose hundreds of millions. He could have been a top actor. His performance completely convinced Bu Yalian and Zhang Kuiyua. Especially Zhang Kuiyua, her eyes sparkled. Tenfold return on investment. That was incredible. She was deeply tempted. A thought crept into her mind she wanted to join in. Unable to resist, she asked, Xiao AI, what's the minimum amount needed to invest in this project? Mom, can you stop making trouble? Bu Yalian said, embarrassed. At this moment she had no idea what her mother was scheming. AI Pianren waved it off. It's fine, Yao. Since Auntie is curious, I'll explain. Zhang Kuiyua beamed at him. Xiao AI, you're so considerate. AI Pianren began weaving his tale. The project is an oil extraction venture. The owner is a classmate of mine, and he wants to help me make money. He knows I'm in a tough spot, so he fabricated a story, claiming he had a special agreement allowing him to invest as little as 3 million yuan. A tenfold return would mean 30 million. Of course, the more you invest, the more you earn. He emphasized that the deadline was in a few days. He had planned to use the funds from today's house and car purchases to pay his classmate tomorrow morning. But now, with this sudden situation, I have no choice but to withdraw, he said with a sigh, concluding his performance. Zhang Kuiyua's eyes gleamed brighter as she listened. She imagined a mountain of gold beckoning to her. She was thrilled. 30 million yuan. For her, such a sum could erase all her worries. Bu Yalian simply felt a bit regretful, nothing more. After all, she already had someone who could lay golden eggs. What could be better? Seeing Zhang Kuiyua's reaction, AI Pianren knew he had planted the seed. He pretended to check the time, then put on a regretful expression. Auntie Yao, I'm sorry. Time is tight, I need to head back to the company right away. We'll have to postpone the car purchase. Under the circumstances, Zhang Kuiyua couldn't insist he go buy the car. She could only say, it's fine. You go ahead and take care of your business. She wouldn't dare let this golden goose slip away. Her suspicions about him had vanished after receiving the house keys and the so-called purchase contract. Moreover, Bu Yalian had been in a relationship with him before, and knew about his wealthy family. He had studied abroad, frequently flaunted luxury cars and yachts on social media, and posted pictures of himself at upscale venues. He even once shared a photo surrounded by stacks of cash. How could someone like that lie about buying a car? After AI Pianren left, Zhang Kuiyua and her daughter happily took a cab home, planning to move into their new house on an auspicious day. Meanwhile, Yang Xiao and Li Wanji had just left Cartier. They didn't continue shopping and instead returned to the hotel, with Li Wanji driving. For her first day on the job, Yang Xiao wanted to treat her to a fine dining experience, setting a standard for her future. When they arrived at Yuzhou Hotel, they ran into Yuzhou. Oh, Mr. Yang, long time no see. Yuzhou greeted warmly, quickly approaching them. His gaze briefly lingered on the beautiful Li Wanji, and a flash of amazement appeared in his eyes. Wow. In just a few days, he's bought my hotel, gotten a luxury car, and even hired a stunning secretary. This man knows how to live. Mr. Yu, are you heading to the airport? Yang Xiao asked, glancing at the luggage behind him. Yuzhou nodded. Yes, I have a flight to Shanghai tonight. After a brief chat, they parted ways. Yuzhou to the US, while Yang Xiao firmly believed that nothing could beat his own country. Taking the private elevator, He and Li Wanji arrived at the top floor reserved for the chairman's exclusive dining room. Everything had already been arranged by Lin Xuan. The table was laden with a feast. Yang Xiao began eating heartily, while Li Wanji sat nervously, feeling completely out of place. She felt like a kitten in a new environment, cautious and overwhelmed. She never imagined she'd one day be dining in such a luxurious setting, enjoying delicacies fit for royalty. It was surreal. Her heart was pounding, and she pinched her leg several times to confirm she wasn't dreaming. Her thigh was already bruised. Realizing it was real, she couldn't help but smile. Yang Xiao noticed her expression and swallowed his food. "Why are you just sitting there? Start eating. Or do you want me to feed you?" "Ah. Oh, okay," Li Wanji stammered, nodding and finally starting to eat. Watching her, Yang Xiao felt a pang of nostalgia. Not too long ago, he had been just like her. But that was the past. From now on, he vowed to make those who had looked down on him regret it. Just as Li Wanji was eating, she felt her phone vibrate in her pocket. She pulled it out and saw a notification from the hospital. Her father had been matched with a compatible kidney donor. The surgery could be scheduled for the end of next month, but they needed the payment within a week. If the payment wasn't made, the kidney would go to the next patient on the list. This rare opportunity couldn't be missed. She needed to gather the money, but 40,000 yuan. It wasn't a small amount. Where could she possibly find that kind of money? Who would lend it to her? She tried asking relatives but was turned away. A few close friends managed to scrape together 30,000 yuan for her, but that was still far from enough. What could she do? She thought about asking Yang Xiao but quickly dismissed the idea. They barely knew each other. Why would he lend her money? Overwhelmed, tears welled up in her eyes. Afraid her boss might notice, she bit her lip, forcing herself to hold back. The harder she tried, the more the frustration built up inside her. Boss Yang Xiao's voice suddenly rang in her ear. "What's wrong? Did something happen?" It turned out Yang Xiao had long noticed her unusual behavior. He had been hesitating about whether to ask. Li Wanji kept her head slightly lowered. He happened to notice tears welling up in her eyes, stubbornly refusing to fall. This reminded him of his own struggles delivering packages and driving freight trucks late at night. Unable to resist, he asked. Hearing Yang Xiao's voice, Li Wanji realized her composure had slipped. She quickly turned her head to wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Then she said, "Sorry, boss. I got some sand blown into my eyes." As she spoke, she prepared to stand and leave. She didn't want to ruin her boss's meal. Sand? Blown into her eyes? Yang Xiao was speechless. Nonsense. We're not eating barbecue outdoors. Where would the wind or sand come from? He immediately stopped her. Wait a minute. What is it, boss? Li Wanji asked through sobs. At this moment, Yang Xiao didn't press further. Instead, he asked, during the interview, "What did you say?" Li Wanji wiped her eyes, looked at Yang Xiao, and hesitated to speak. Wasn't she pretty articulate before? She practically ran me over with her words during the interview. Why is she acting timid now? Yang Xiao knew she must be facing some trouble. Otherwise, there was no way she would show such vulnerability in front of her boss. Unless. He took a sip of water and said, "From today on, you're my employee. If you have any difficulties, just let me know. If it's something I can help with, I'll do my best." Li Wanji stood there, her fingers nervously twisting together. Her heart was tangled with indecision. Should she say it or not? There wasn't a clear answer. Yang Xiao boldly guessed, "Are you facing financial difficulties?" Li Wanji didn't speak. She just looked up at him briefly and quickly lowered her head again. Yang Xiao understood and asked, "I thought it was something serious. It's just money, right? How much do you need?" For him, if money could solve it, it wasn't a real problem. Li Wanji remained silent. Yang Xiao didn't rush her. He simply sat there and waited. After what felt like an eternity, Li Wanji finally mustered the courage to stand up, bowed deeply to Yang Xiao, and quickly blurted, "Could you lend me 400,000? Don't worry, I'll definitely pay you back." "Can you give me a reason?" Yang Xiao asked. Li Wanji explained honestly, "My dad has uremia, and his kidneys are failing. He needs a transplant urgently, and it will cost 400,000. But I." Hearing this, Yang Xiao finally understood. Honestly, he admired Li Wanji. Not for anything else but for how, even in such a desperate situation, she clung to her principles and didn't resort to anything dishonorable. That was rare. 400,000. Such a heavy burden, entirely on her shoulders. If it were him, he might not have been able to stick to his principles either. "No problem. Give me your account number, and I'll transfer it to you right now, Yang Xiao said without hesitation. Li Wanji could hardly believe her ears. Really? Of course, Yang Xiao nodded. Some might think he was being reckless. Perhaps. But he didn't care. Having experienced hardship himself, he wanted to hold an umbrella for someone else in the rain. Even if he were deceived, he'd feel at peace with himself. Besides, he trusted his judgment. Earlier, he had clearly seen the struggle, pain, and helplessness in Li Wanji's eyes. The eyes are the windows to the soul. He believed he hadn't misjudged her. Hearing Yang Xiao agree, Li Wanji froze in place. She never expected that a boss she had known for only one day would be willing to lend her 400,000. Why? Because of her looks? But in his eyes, she saw no trace of lust. This kindness was profound. Yang Xiao promptly transferred the money to Li Wanji's account via online banking. Receiving the money, Li Wanji burst into tears, crying so hard she nearly knelt before him. After she calmed down, the two left the private dining room together. Take care, Mr. Yang, the waiter at the entrance said with a bow as they left. In that moment, the waiter noticed the tear stains on Li Wanji's face and immediately filled in the gaps with her imagination. Soon after, a message was sent in the staff group chat. Breaking news. The boss and the secretary spent 2 hours in the private dining room, and the secretary left in tears. What? That intense? Of course. The boss is young, it's different. True, so envious. The boss is so rich. Meanwhile, Li Wanji had no idea she had become the subject of gossip in the staff group chat. She was moved to tears, but others spread it as if she had been emotionally devastated. The soundproofing was too good. The real situation inside the room was known only to the two of them. Who could she even explain this to? Even if she did, no one would believe her. Driving back to Yunqian City, from a distance, Yang Xiao noticed someone standing at the entrance of his villa. The man was dressed impeccably in a suit, exuding an air of authority. Clearly, not an ordinary person. After getting out of the car, the man approached and handed Yang Xiao a business card. Hello, Mr. Yang. I'm Zhao Antai. I live in the high-rise building in Yunqian City. Up until now, Zhao Antai knew almost nothing about Yang Xiao. He had asked many friends and only learned from the property management that Yang Xiao's last name was Yang. Nothing more. Details about Yang Xiao's background or more in-depth personal information were entirely unknown in the circle of wealthy elites. This rich man seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Mr. Zhao, nice to meet you. I'm Yang Xiao, he said, accepting the card with both hands and carefully reading it. It said, Yushi Cultural Tourism Group. This piqued Yang Xiao's curiosity. What was he here for? The two exchanged polite handshakes. Zhao Antai smiled and said, I hope Mr. Yang doesn't mind me dropping by, Yun announced. Yang Xiao laughed. A friend from afar is always welcome. Why would I mind? At this moment, Zhao Antai noticed Li Wanji stepping out of the car. Suddenly he seemed to understand something and quickly said, It looks like Mr. Yang is busy. I'll come back another time. Clearly he had misunderstood. But Yang Xiao didn't know that. He simply smiled and waved it off, saying, No problem. Let's talk inside. Zhao Antai was delighted and immediately agreed. Inside the villa, Yang Xiao asked Li Wanji to prepare some drinks while he entertained the guest in the living room. My sister has had her eye on this villa for a long time. She's always wanted to buy it but never had enough money, Zhao Antai said with a hint of regret. Yang Xiao replied, To be honest, this villa is pretty cheap. Billions and still cheap? Zhao Antai didn't know what to say. Because they weren't very familiar, their conversation was a bit awkward. Yang Xiao felt so embarrassed he wanted to curl his toes. Sensing this, Zhao Antai decided to be direct, explaining that he wanted to invite Yang Xiao to an upcoming event. The event would be attended by Yushi's most influential and wealthy individuals. It was an excellent opportunity to expand his network. Yang Xiao might have money but lacked connections. This was a golden opportunity. He immediately agreed to attend. Yushi City. The inpatient department of the People's Hospital. Room 302. Li Jingjun was packing his things, preparing to leave. He was none other than Li Wanji's father. Yesterday morning, the doctor informed him that a kidney donor had been found and told them to prepare the money quickly. When Li Jingjun asked, the cost was 400,000 yuan. For their rural family, such an amount was astronomical. Where could he possibly get that kind of money? In the countryside, a pig weighing over 200 kilograms, even when prices were good, could sell for at most 4,000 to 5,000 yuan. 400,000? How many pigs would that take? He and his wife couldn't even imagine. Over the past few months, their family had been crushed under the weight of medical expenses, barely able to breathe. He didn't want his wife and daughter to bear such a heavy burden just to treat his illness. Nor did he want them to fall into debt because of him. So, after much thought, he decided to leave the hospital secretly without telling his daughter. At that moment, Fang Mei, his wife, returned with a thermos of hot water and saw him packing. She quickly approached and asked, "Old Lai, why are you packing your things?" Li Jingjun replied coldly, "I'm going home." Going home? Fang Mei froze for a few seconds before hurriedly asking, "Why are you going home now? Aren't you getting treatment?" "No money, so what's there to treat? Besides, it's just kidney failure. It's not like I'll die right away," Li Jingjun said with a forced, carefree laugh. But his tone betrayed a hint of helplessness. Money isn't everything. But without money, nothing is possible. But Fang Mei wanted to say more. She was quickly interrupted by Li Jingjun. Enough. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and help me pack." Reluctantly, Fang Mei said, "All right." Just then, a familiar voice sounded at the door. "Dad, Mom, why are you packing?" It was none other than their daughter, Li Wanji, who had rushed back early that morning. She looked surprised. Were they changing rooms? Today Yang Xiao had specially given her the day off to handle some paperwork. Hearing her, Li Jingjun turned to glance at his daughter, momentarily pausing his movements. After a moment, he turned back and continued packing. Fang Mei sighed and said, "Your dad wants to go home. The doctor said a kidney donor has been found, and the surgery can be scheduled for next month," Li Wanji said, not realizing what was happening. "I've already paid the money." Fang Mei was about to speak when Li Jingjun interrupted, not doing it. "The hospital food is terrible anyway." But as soon as he said that, both he and Fang Mei realized. The money was paid? Li Jingjun immediately put down what he was holding, walked up to his daughter, and asked, "What did you just say? You paid the money?" "Yes, I paid before I came up," Li Wanji nodded. The couple was stunned. Fang Mei, seeking confirmation, asked, "The full 400,000? You paid it all?" Li Wanji nodded again. Hearing this, the couple exchanged incredulous and even terrified looks. In this day and age, borrowing money wasn't easy. Since the diagnosis of Li Jingjun's kidney failure, they had gone to every relative and friend they could think of, but no one was willing to lend them money. How could their daughter, who had just recently graduated, possibly borrow so much? Although they trusted their daughter, they couldn't help but think of unsettling scenarios. For instance, the kind of stories that sometimes appear online, about daughters selling themselves to pay for their parents' medical bills. The more Li Jingjun thought about it, the more afraid he became. His expression darkened as he trembled and asked, "Where? Where did the money come from?" "I borrowed it," Li Wanji replied. "Nonsense. It's true. You're a recent graduate. Who would lend you that much money?" Li Jingjun pressed, almost spelling out his suspicions. Fang Mei, growing anxious, pulled her daughter aside and whispered, "Wanji, tell Mom the truth. Where did you really get the money?" "I told you. I borrowed it from a friend," Li Wanji insisted, feeling at a loss. "Why won't they believe me?" Li Jingjun sneered, "Quite the generous friend you've got. No relation to us at all, yet they'd lend you this much money?" Fang Mei quickly shut the hospital room door and came back to her daughter. "Wanji, you're an educated girl. You can't become someone's mistress, and you absolutely can't break the law." At that moment, Li Wanji finally understood. They thought she had taken a path of no return. She felt wronged. Don't they trust me at all? Then again, considering her position of fresh graduate with no social connections, it wasn't unreasonable for them to worry. Before this, Li Wanji hadn't thought too deeply about it. She just wanted to pay the money quickly and get the surgery done as soon as possible. Now she realized she had no choice but to explain. She was about to say she borrowed it from her boss, but suddenly thought better of it. 400,000. If she said it was from her boss, wouldn't that indirectly imply she was being kept by a rich man? No way. She needed a different story. After waiting a few minutes without a satisfactory explanation, Li Jingjun's heart sank. Could it really be? Otherwise, who could possibly give her 400,000 so easily? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He raised his voice and asked, "Did you become someone's mistress?" "Dad. What are you talking about?" "I didn't." "Then tell us where the money came from." "I told you, I borrowed it." Seeing his daughter refusing to admit anything, Li Jingjun's heart felt heavy. Trembling, he said, "You Go and return the money. I'd rather die than have you use that kind of money to treat me. Dad. Li Wanji was speechless. Li Jingjun shouted angrily, go return it now. Or else you're not my daughter. He refused to tarnish his daughter's reputation just to save his life. Listen to your dad, Wanji. Return the money quickly, Fang Mei added. They had only one daughter. They couldn't let her take the wrong path. You've got it all wrong. Li Wanji knew that if she didn't come up with a reasonable explanation soon, her parents would see her as a disgrace. So she blurted out, Dad, Mom, I have a boyfriend. I borrowed the money from him. A boyfriend? They'd never heard of him before. Fang Mei, skeptical, asked, why didn't you tell us earlier? Li Wanji replied, with everything that's been going on at home, I didn't have the chance to bring it up. Didn't have the chance? Li Zhengjun sneered and asked, I bet you were too scared to tell us. Is your boyfriend older than me? Since the story had already begun, Li Wanji decided to keep spinning her tale. I was afraid you'd scold me. You're an adult now. This isn't the feudal era. Why would we scold you? Li Zhengjun said. But in his heart, he still believed her boyfriend must be someone she couldn't bring home, a much older man perhaps. Li Wanji hesitated for a moment. In the end, she decided to blacken her own name further. Actually, we've been together since high school. I was afraid you'd criticize me for dating early and neglecting my studies, so I never dared to tell you. She originally planned to say they met in college, but thought that wouldn't sound convincing enough, so she changed it to high school. Li Jingjun furrowed his brows in suspicion. He remembered that during her senior year of high school, her grades fluctuated for a while. Could it have been because of a relationship? Could she be telling the truth? Fang Mei pulled her daughter to sit on the hospital bed and asked, what's your boyfriend's name? What does he do? His name is Yang Xiao. He's a boss. Li Wanji began fabricating a story about how they met. Of course, she didn't hide Yang Xiao's real identity, stating it outright. The less she concealed, the fewer lies she'd need to cover it up, reducing the risk of getting caught. She aimed for at least 90% truth to ensure she could pass through this ordeal smoothly. After hearing her explanation, Li Zhengjun seemed to partially believe her but wasn't entirely convinced. He needed further proof. So he said, if that's the case, call him on a video chat. We'd like to thank him properly. A video call? Just like that? Li Wanji's jaw dropped. Yang Xiao was her boss, not her boyfriend. A video call would expose everything. What should she do? Go ahead, call him. Why are you hesitating? Seeing her reluctance, Li Jingjun grew more suspicious. Thinking quickly, Li Wanji said, this morning, he has a meeting. Calling him now would interrupt his work. Then there shouldn't be an issue during lunchtime, right? Li Jingjun reasoned, reluctantly backing off. That should be fine, Li Wanji said, agreeing reluctantly since she had no better excuse. Now what? She knew if she didn't resolve this soon, her father would refuse to accept the surgery. She had to coordinate with her boss in advance. Unable to rehearse in the hospital room, she excused herself to go to the restroom. Sneaking to another floor to ensure her parents didn't follow, she pulled out her phone and called her boss. The night before, Yang Xiao had stayed up late chatting with Lu Wei and watching a new blockbuster action movie in his home theater until 3 a.m. It was already well into the morning, and he was still fast asleep. Suddenly his phone rang, waking him up. Annoyed, he grabbed the phone and answered groggily, who is it? Hiding in the restroom stall, Li Wanji covered her mouth and spoke softly, boss. It's me, Li Wanji. Yang Xiao's initial irritation eased when he realized it was his housekeeper calling. Oh, little Lai, what's up? Boss, I ran into some trouble again, Li Wanji stammered. Trouble? Yang Xiao adjusted his position and asked, oh? What kind of trouble? Can you agree to a request of mine? She asked hesitantly. You've got trouble. And you want me to grant a request? I'm the boss here. What kind of request? Yang Xiao asked. It's not an overly unreasonable request, she replied hesitantly. Not overly unreasonable? What does that even mean? Money again? Or something else? Just say it outright, Yang Xiao said after a pause. What do you want? See, could you pretend to be my boyfriend? Li Wanji finally blurted out, her face turning crimson. What? Lying in bed, Yang Xiao's eyes widened in shock. This can't be real. It's only been a few days, and this pretty little housekeeper has already fallen for me? Does money really change people that much? Still unaware of how her words sounded, Li Wanji waited anxiously for his response, her heart pounding. Yang Xiao didn't respond immediately. Sitting up in bed, he was surprised. Didn't I tell her to go handle her dad's surgery paperwork? Pretending to be her boyfriend. What kind of nonsense is this? Sorry, I misspoke. Li Wanji quickly realized her mistake and explained. What I meant was, can you pretend to be my boyfriend for now? Pretend to be your boyfriend? Yang Xiao asked, confused. Why? My parents misunderstood the situation and think I became someone's mistress because you lent me the money, she admitted. Yang Xiao suddenly understood. It wasn't an unreasonable suspicion. A young, attractive girl suddenly coming into tens of thousands of yuan? Anyone would question where it came from. Pretending to be her boyfriend? No big deal. Yang Xiao agreed readily and promised to find time to meet her parents before the surgery. Overjoyed, Li Wanji told Yang Xiao about the backstory she had fabricated, where they were high school classmates who had known each other for years, and asked him not to blow her cover. Having already agreed, Yang Xiao assured her it wasn't a problem. After ending the call, Li Wanji happily informed her parents of the news. The couple claimed to believe her, but they wouldn't be completely convinced until they met Yang Xiao in person. With her persistent persuasion, Li Jingjun finally agreed to undergo the surgery, putting Fang Mei at ease. Once that was settled, Fang Mei sent Li Jingjun out of the room, saying she needed some private time with her daughter. Closing the door, Fang Mei sat on the bed with Li Wanji. Lowering her voice, she asked, "Now that your dad's gone, let's talk honestly. Did Yang Xiao really lend you the money?" "Of course," Li Wanji said confidently since it was the truth. Fang Mei pressed further, "Are you two really boyfriend and girlfriend?" Having dwelled on this question for so long, she couldn't help but ask again for confirmation. "If we weren't, why would he lend me so much money?" Li Wanji replied rhetorically. Fang Mei thought for a moment. It seemed to make sense, but she wasn't ready to let it go just yet. She then asked, "By the way, have you and Yang Xiao taken any precautions?" "Precautions? What do you mean?" Fang Mei, seeing her daughter's confusion, decided to be blunt. "I mean, when you two do it, have you been using protection?" At this, Li Wanji's face turned bright red. "Mom, why are you asking such things?" Fang Mei's expression immediately turned serious. In a tone of earnest guidance, she said, "You can't skip protection just for the sake of momentary pleasure. Or, are you planning to get married because of a pregnancy?" It's the modern age. She didn't oppose trying things out before marriage. But she still believed that proper protection was a must. Otherwise, it would be her daughter who suffered. We haven't." Li Wanji stammered, her face red with embarrassment. They weren't even real boyfriend and girlfriend, so how could they have done something so intimate? This was going too far. But she couldn't say that aloud. If she did, the whole lie would fall apart. However, Fang Mei interpreted her hesitation differently. She thought her daughter and her boyfriend had indeed been intimate but hadn't used protection. How could that be acceptable? Immediately, she sternly said, "I knew it. I guessed you weren't using protection, and I was right." Li Wanji tried to explain. But Fang Mei didn't give her a chance and continued, "This is something I must criticize. You can't go on like this long term. I've been through this, so today, I need to have a serious talk with you." "Mom, I get it. You don't need to explain," Li Wanji said, her face flushing even deeper. Who would have thought that a simple lie would lead to an impromptu biology lesson? She felt utterly helpless. Fang Mei remained stern. "You get it. Then why don't you use protection? Remember, a woman's safe days aren't always accurate. There can still be mistakes." Fang Mei launched into a 15-minute lecture on reproductive health. By the end of it, Li Wanji wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Why was her mom telling her all this? It wasn't even relevant right now. The truth was, Fang Mei's actions came from her love for her daughter. In today's society, especially in their country, many schools didn't emphasize sex education. Often it was glossed over in class. Some teachers, too embarrassed to discuss it, would skip it entirely. This left many students lacking knowledge about such topics. Most boys got their information from adult films, while girls often knew very little about contraception. Because of this lack of education, many young people became too curious for their own good. And curiosity killed the cat. Without telling adults, they'd experiment and end up making irreversible mistakes. This was exactly what Fang Mei didn't want to see. So, she felt it was her responsibility to tell her daughter everything she knew. Seeing her daughter's red face and silence, she thought her words had made an impact and felt satisfied. She continued, "If by any chance I'm just saying, if you don't manage to take precautions before marriage, make sure to get emergency contraceptives right away. Don't be careless. Mom. Li Wanji didn't know what to say anymore. How did the conversation escalate to pregnancy? Fang Mei added seriously. If you're too shy to talk to him, it's fine. When he comes here, your dad can tell him. What? Li Wanji was horrified and quickly said, No, I'll talk to him myself. If her dad really ended up having that conversation with Yang Xiao, she'd die of embarrassment. Remember, you must talk to him. Fang Mei nodded in satisfaction and reminded her again, safety is no small matter. Got it, Mom? Oh, do you have any condoms? If not, I can put a few in your bag. And no need. Li Wanji quickly declined. Oh my god. If her boss accidentally found those in her bag, what would he think? How could she possibly continue working after that? This conversation remained strictly between the two of them. Yang Xiao, completely unaware, was on his way to the airport. After much consideration, he had decided to visit Shanghai. Firstly, to return money to Lu Wei. Secondly, to see his old classmate and find out just how stunning she had become. He checked in for his flight and boarded the plane. It was his first time flying, so he felt a bit uneasy. Once seated, he closed his eyes to rest. Nearby, a middle-aged man with a beer belly was wearing a thick gold chain around his neck, so thick it was the width of a finger. There was another chain on his wrist. The man ogled the flight attendant's figure with lecherous eyes, almost drooling. When the flight attendant walked up to him, he leaned back lazily in his seat and asked, Are there cameras here? Sir, according to airline policy, cameras are not installed in first class. The flight attendant, Zhao Jianglu, replied with a smile. This flight was a transcontinental journey with a stopover in Shanghai. The first-class cabins were designed to be very luxurious, with private compartments more like small private rooms. That's good, the man said, nodding in satisfaction. Zhao Xianglu smiled and said, Sir, if there's nothing else I'll. Before she could finish, the man quickly removed the gold chain from his wrist. With a loud clang, he slammed it onto the small table in front of him. Then, with a triumphant grin, he said, Close the door, and this gold chain is yours. Close the door? Zhao Jianglu was momentarily stunned. Was he offering the gold chain as a tip for shutting the door? She quickly realized what he meant. The man wanted to do something inappropriate in the private room. Seriously? Her high heels alone were worth more than that gold chain. You have 3 seconds to decide, the man said arrogantly, acting like a victor. He had spent tens of thousands on that gold chain and thought it was a fortune. In his mind, there was no way the flight attendant would reject him. But Zhao Jianglu replied, Sir, I'll gladly shut the door for you. However, company policy forbids us from accepting tips from passengers. With that, she smiled, closed the door, and left. The man was stunned. In this day and age, someone would turn down money. He wasn't ready to give up. This flight had only one flight attendant who looked this exceptional. He was determined not to miss the opportunity. Meanwhile, Yang Xiao, unable to sleep, picked up a magazine to read. A few minutes later, a pleasant voice interrupted his thoughts. Sir, would you like something to drink? Looking up, Yang Xiao saw a beautiful young flight attendant in uniform standing beside him in the aisle, pushing a cart of drinks. She had a sweet face, and the uniform only added to her allure. Caught off guard, Yang Xiao stared for a few seconds before saying, I'll have a cola please. Sure, sir, the flight attendant replied with a sweet smile. She handed him a bottle of Tianfu cola from the cart. Thank you, Yang Xiao said as he took the bottle. Impressed by her pleasant voice. It was so captivating that it made his thoughts wander. However, Yang Xiao knew now wasn't the time to flirt or get distracted. To avoid further interruptions, he asked, Can this door be closed? He noticed that others' compartments could close, so he figured his should too. But after fiddling with it for a while, he still couldn't figure it out. Yes, sir. Zhao Xianglu responded sweetly. How do I open and close it? Yang Xiao asked. Sir, you just need to tap here to close it, and then tap again to open it, Zhao Xianglu explained, squatting next to him to demonstrate. Got it. Thanks, Yang Xiao said. You're welcome. If you need anything, feel free to call me. With that, Zhao Jianglu opened the door and turned to leave. She was confident in her appearance. Usually, men couldn't resist taking a few more glances at her. But this time, the man in front of her didn't seem the slightest bit interested. How strange. Could it be? He doesn't like beautiful women? Curious as she was, she naturally wouldn't act inappropriately because of it. Having worked for years, she knew that first-class passengers were either wealthy or powerful. Their standards were high. It was normal if they didn't find her appealing. Just as she stepped out of Yang Xiao's compartment, a sharp, grating voice reached her ears. "I thought you were so aloof, but here you are, throwing yourself at a handsome guy," a middle-aged man sneered loudly. The volume of his voice instantly drew the attention of many first-class passengers, who leaned out to see what was happening. Hearing this, Zhao Xianglu frowned and felt like snapping back at him. However, her professionalism quickly calmed her down. In a composed tone she said, "Sir, please don't be so loud, it disturbs other passengers." "So what if I'm loud? Who's disturbed?" the middle-aged man retorted fiercely, his tone dripping with mockery. "Or is it because you're all flustered by that guy?" A flash of anger crossed Zhao Xianglu's face. The man wasn't entirely wrong, she did find Yang Xiao attractive, but it wasn't to the point of being flustered. Suppressing her irritation, she said, "Sir, airline policy prohibits loud disturbances in this area. I hope you can cooperate. I'll say whatever I want. I've been like this since I was a kid. What can you do about it?" The man, upset that she didn't indulge him earlier, was now looking for trouble. Smiling slightly, Zhao Xianglu kept her tone polite. "If you continue, we have the right to ask you to leave the plane." "Ask me to leave? How? Open the window and have me parachute out?" the man said mockingly, clearly not taking her seriously. He didn't believe they'd land the plane just to remove him. Zhao Xianglu's words were more of a warning, but the man, acting like a scoundrel, wasn't fazed at all. Yang Xiao, about to close his door, heard the commotion outside and immediately reopened it. Looking toward the back, he saw the middle-aged man leering at Zhao Xianglu, his eyes roaming indecently over her. Zhao Xianglu once again said, "Sir, you're disturbing the other passengers." "Not my problem," the man replied with an air of defiance. Unable to bear it any longer, Yang Xiao stood up, looked at the man, and said coldly, "Shut up if you don't want to get beaten." The man stood up, pointing a finger at Yang Xiao's face. "What's this? Trying to play hero for the lady? Do you think you're worthy?" His tone was arrogant, dripping with disdain. His mocking gaze seemed to say, "Know your place and don't bring trouble upon yourself." The man had no awareness of how inappropriate his actions were. He even threatened, "If you stick your nose where it doesn't belong, don't blame me if something happens to you." "Something happens to me? By you?" Faced with the man's threat, Yang Xiao didn't waste time. He grabbed the man's finger and bent it forcefully. "Ah! It hurts," the man cried out, struggling to free his hand but unable to budge. Sweat poured from his forehead. He hadn't expected Yang Xiao to actually make a move and with such force. Yang Xiao released the man's hand and said sternly, "If there's a next time, your finger won't be so lucky." Years of delivering packages, driving freight trucks at night, and carrying heavy loads had given Yang Xiao a strong and sturdy physique. Compared to him, this middle-aged man, who probably spent most of his energy on women, was no match. "Fine. Just you wait. Don't run after we land." The man cursed as he backed off, glaring at Yang Xiao with hatred before returning to his seat. Yang Xiao didn't care. He returned to his seat, closed his eyes, and prepared to rest. There was still over an hour before they'd land in Shanghai. At that moment, a voice broke the silence. "Thank you for earlier. I'm Zhao Xianglu. If you need anything, feel free to call me," she said with a sweet smile. Without opening his eyes, Yang Xiao waved dismissively. "You're welcome." Seeing Yang Xiao's indifferent response, Zhao Xianglu felt annoyed. What kind of person talks to a beautiful woman like this? In all her years, she had never been so blatantly ignored by a man. She wanted to say more, but Yang Xiao had already closed his eyes as if asleep. Left with no choice, she walked away sulking. After closing the door to his compartment, Yang Xiao let out a sigh of relief. He was on his way to see Lu Wei and couldn't afford any mishaps along the way. At the same time, he couldn't help but marvel at how tempting the uniform had been. It had almost made him lose control. Back in the galley, Zhao Xianglu returned with her cheeks puffed out in frustration, her displeasure evident. Seeing her expression, a colleague teased, well, is the sun rising in the west today? Our Miss Zhao is actually smitten?" Startled, Zhao Xianglu stammered, "Smitten? Who's smitten? With what?" Seeing her embarrassed reaction, her colleagues burst into laughter. "Who knows? By the way, since when do you tell passengers your name? You usually just give your ID number. What changed today?" One of them, her closest friend Zhu Xiaoyan, playfully mimicked her, saying in a coquettish tone, "I'm Zhao Xianglu. If you need anything, feel free to call me." Her exaggerated mimicry made everyone laugh even harder. Zhao Xianglu was both angry and flustered. How dare they tease me like this, and not even help earlier when I was being scolded? Zhao Xianglu blushed slightly and retorted, I didn't say anything wrong. We're here to serve the passengers. After speaking, she felt it wasn't enough and quickly added, besides, even if I don't say my name, they can see it on my badge. The more she tried to explain, the harder her colleagues laughed, especially Xu Xiaoyan, who was laughing so hard she had to hold on to another flight attendant for support, unable to stand straight. Through her laughter, Xu Xiaoyan teased, if it's a physical need, would you help him with that too? This line caused an uproar of laughter among the group. But since they were on duty, they couldn't linger in the workspace for too long. After teasing Zhao Xianglu a bit more, they dispersed with smiles. Initially, Zhao Xianglu had only felt a slight attraction to Yang Xiao. However, after all the teasing, that small spark grew stronger. As she recalled Yang Xiao's appearance and the decisive way he had stood up for her, she couldn't help but smile to herself. That pretentious guy. He's actually pretty handsome. Too bad. He's blind. After this little episode, Yang Xiao still couldn't fall asleep. Feeling stuffy with the door closed, he opened it again. As soon as the door opened, a meal cart passed by. Zhu Xiaoyan stopped and asked if Yang Xiao wanted anything to eat. Having woken up late in the morning and skipped lunch, Yang Xiao was starving. One portion definitely wouldn't be enough, so he asked, can I have 2 portions? 2 portions? Xu Xiaoyan chuckled and said, for our dear Lulu's sake, I'll give you 2 portions. Lulu? Does she mean Zhao Xianglu? Thank you, Yang Xiao replied. In first class, passengers could request extra meals, and the crew would make it happen even if portions were limited. However, this was Yang Xiao's first time flying, let alone in first class, so he wasn't aware of these details. After Xu Xiaoyan left, Yang Xiao devoured the 2 meals quickly and leaned back in his seat, sipping a cola. At that moment, his mood could be summed up in one word: bliss. Not long after, Zhu Xiaoyan came by again with an empty cart to collect trash. As she picked up the empty boxes near Yang Xiao, she asked, so sir, are you full now? Yes, thank you, Yang Xiao nodded. No need to thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank our Lulu, Zhu Xiaoyan teased. Then, while pretending to pick something up, she leaned in and whispered, I already told Lulu you're going to treat her to dinner after we land. Treat her to dinner? Why? Yang Xiao froze. Well? Xu Xiaoyan raised an eyebrow, looking smug, as if saying, aren't I clever? Praise me. Excited? Not really. If anything, Yang Xiao was caught between amusement and exasperation. If he didn't already have plans, he wouldn't mind having dinner with someone as stunning as Zhao Xianglu. But he had to rush to meet Lu Wei. There was simply no time for dinner with someone else. However, since Xu Xiaoyan had already brought it up, it felt awkward to refuse outright. So he said, sure, let's go to the best restaurant in Shanghai. He figured he'd agree for now. After all, the chances of running into Zhao Xianglu again after disembarking were slim to none. If they didn't meet, it wouldn't be his fault. Feeling proud of his quick thinking, he didn't realize that Xu Xiaoyan had already gone back and told Zhao Xianglu everything about the dinner plan. Though blushing furiously, Zhao Xianglu didn't refuse. She had a slight fondness for Yang Xiao and thought he was different from most men. He didn't seem particularly interested in her. This intrigued her. For someone like Zhao Xianglu, who always got what she wanted, being ignored was a blow to her pride. Now she wanted to conquer him and prove that he was the one who was blind, not her problem. If Yang Xiao knew about her thoughts of conquest, he wouldn't know whether to laugh or cry. Back in the workspace, her colleagues started egging her on. Lulu, I think it's just you and Yanzi who are still single, right? What do you mean, I think? It's a fact. You're not getting any younger, it's time to start exploring. Zhao Xianglu widened her eyes. What does exploring mean? And it didn't stop there. Shu Han chimed in. That guy in first class is pretty handsome. I think you should give it a shot. Shot what? Zhao Xianglu's face turned red as a ripe strawberry, clearly imagining something else. Of course I mean dating. What else did you think I meant? Unless. You were thinking that? Zhu Xiaoyan teased, noticing Zhao Xianglu's blushing face. Feigning sudden realization, she added, ah, I see now. Zhao Xianglu's face turned even redder. She stammered, I wasn't thinking anything. Of course she had been. But there was no way she'd admit it. It was too embarrassing. Yanzi, stop teasing. Our Lulu isn't interested in someone with an average background, Shu Han said, covering her mouth as she laughed. Zhu Xiaoyan nodded. That's true. Stop it. I'm not a materialistic girl, Zhao Xianglu protested. Her words inadvertently confirmed her interest in him. Xu Xiaoyan's eyes lit up. So, you're actually interested in him? Interested? Why does that sound so weird? Not knowing how to respond, Zhao Xianglu said, since he wants to express his gratitude, I'll give him the chance. After some more chatter, the group returned to work. Meanwhile, Yang Xiao had no idea about any of this. He was in a hurry to find Lu Wei. As soon as the plane landed, Yang Xiao was among the first to disembark, leaving so quickly that the middle-aged man couldn't catch up. Grumbling, the man assumed Yang Xiao was afraid of him and felt smug about it. After escorting the passengers off the plane, Zhao Xianglu returned to the first-class cabin, thinking Yang Xiao might still be there. But when she reached his seat, she froze for a moment. Where was he? He's gone? Her expression darkened. I knows. Wasn't he supposed to treat her to dinner? Why had he disappeared? Even checking the restroom turned up nothing. Her face fell completely. Noticing her mood, Zhu Xiaoyan glanced into the first-class cabin and saw it too. He was gone. Thinking quickly, she said, Lulu, let's go. He's probably waiting for you at the exit. I don't care, Zhao Xianglu replied dismissively, though her heart held a sliver of hope. But when they reached the exit, there was no sign of Yang Xiao. Stunned, Zhao Xianglu couldn't believe it. She had never been stood up before. She was always the one doing the standing up. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Zhu Xiaoyan was about to comfort her, but Zhao Xianglu turned abruptly, huffing. A toad wanting to eat swan meat? No way. Let's go. After getting off the plane, Yang Xiao booked a taxi on his phone as he walked toward the exit. The car would wait for him at the entrance. Not wanting to waste time, he got in the taxi. The driver smiled and asked, Where to, young man? The best restaurant in Shanghai, Yang Xiao replied. Hearing this, the driver turned his head to glance at Yang Xiao and asked, Oh young man, are you applying for a doorman position there? To eat, Yang Xiao replied, exasperated. The best restaurant in Shanghai. A single meal there could easily cost tens of thousands. The driver couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Starting the car, they set off. After turning a corner, the driver sighed and said, Ah, times have changed. Back in my day we worked hard and honestly. You young folks. He trailed off, sneaking another glance at Yang Xiao before adding, You're so frivolous these days, always talking about not caring about money or setting a small goal of earning $1 billion. For the rest of the journey, the driver talked non-stop. Yang Xiao started to wonder if the driver's real identity was a rapper. He talked so much. The traffic was terrible, and they were stuck for an hour. The entire time, the driver rambled, sounding like some enlightened recluse who had seen through the world's trivialities. Thankfully, the navigation app finally announced their arrival. Destination reached. Trip ended. Please remind passengers to take their belongings to avoid leaving anything behind. The driver, still full of energy, searched for a place to park while continuing, Young man, you're still young. Be grounded and stop bragging so much. Bragging? Yang Xiao was speechless. The driver had been rambling the entire time. He hadn't even said much. The driver kept going. High-end restaurants cost thousands or tens of thousands per meal. Do you think you can afford that? He then boasted, You're an outsider. Unlike me, a local, with several properties in Shanghai. Driving taxis or working as a security guard isn't for the money, just for fun. Isn't there a way to leave a 1-star review? Yang Xiao finally snapped, unable to endure it anymore. The driver immediately deflated and quickly changed the subject. Have a good day, sir. Please take your belongings and leave a 5-star review. Thank you. The restaurant, Liangxi Night Banquet, was one of Shanghai's top Chinese dining establishments, with an average cost of over 4,000 yuan per person. The ambience, service, and food were exceptional. Dining here typically cost more than a month's salary for many people. When Yang Xiao entered, the lobby manager informed him that reservations needed to be made several days in advance. Dropping in unannounced, there were virtually no available tables. What could he do? He couldn't just turn back. Yang Xiao was speechless. It was his first time being rich, and he'd only ever seen people on TV waltz into fancy restaurants. Who knew eating at such a place required advance reservations? Frustrated and unfamiliar with the city, he decided to hail another taxi and ask the driver for advice. This time he was more cautious, specifically asking for a high-end restaurant that didn't require long reservations and was closer to Lu Wei's workplace. The driver seemed to know right away and started driving without hesitation. Half an hour later they arrived at a restaurant called Huang's Bistro, A Chinese establishment. After paying and getting out, Yang Xiao found that reservations here didn't need to be made far in advance. He secured a private room for 8 p.m., it was only 4 p.m. now, giving him about 4 hours. Leaving the restaurant, Yang Xiao booked a hotel to avoid having to sleep on the streets later. He also rented a car and drove to Lu Wei's company, parking outside to wait for her to finish work. Originally he had considered buying a car but decided against it since he didn't plan to stay in the city long term. Even with his wealth, it felt unnecessary. To avoid missing her, Yang Xiao sent her a message in advance. "Xiao Wei, are you busy? I have something important I need your help with." He didn't call her directly, worried he might interrupt her work. Meanwhile, in a high-end office building in Shanghai, Lu Wei was busy working when her phone buzzed with a message. Out of habit, she picked it up and glanced at it, her eyes flashing with surprise when she saw the sender. It was Yang Xiao. After reading the message, she froze. "He needs my help. Could it be he's short on money?" She immediately stopped what she was doing and replied, "Not busy now." "What is it? Are you short on money?" Yang Xiao felt touched and replied, "I have enough money. It's something else." Just like before, Lu Wei was always thoughtful, still wondering if he needed financial help. Curious, she asked, "Then what is it?" Yang Xiao replied, "Can we take our friendship as classmates to the next level?" "What does that mean?" Lu Wei was confused and replied, "How do you want to take it to the next level?" After sending the message, she waited a few minutes without receiving a reply, growing anxious. She sent another message to prompt him. "Tell me, how do you want to elevate our friendship?" In the car downstairs, Yang Xiao tightly gripped his phone, took a deep breath, and pressed send on the message he had already drafted. "Xiao Wei, will you be my girlfriend?" After sending it, he waited nervously for her response, fearing rejection and the potential loss of their precious friendship. Upstairs, Lu Wei stared blankly at the message, her eyes wide in disbelief. This is what he means by elevating our friendship. Wait, is he confessing to me? Once she realized it, her heart began to race, leaving her flustered and at a loss for how to respond. If she agreed, would he think she was too easy? If she didn't agree, he'd just become single again. What if someone else swooped in, and she missed her chance? She couldn't accept that. Not knowing what to do, she immediately called her close friend, Wang Zhu, to her office. When Wang Zhu arrived and heard the story, her eyes widened as if she had seen an alien. She even touched Lu Wei's forehead. "You're not running a fever. What's going on?" Lu Wei brushed her hand away and urged, "Zhu, stop messing around. I need your advice, not your teasing." Wang Zhu asked, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine. Just tell me how I should respond." Lu Wei pressed. The two had been friends for years and knew each other well. Wang Zhu also knew that Lu Wei had always had feelings for Yang Xiao but never explained why. Wang Zhu said, "Isn't it obvious? Just say yes." "But." "No buts. If you don't want to cry over him later, listen to me." Outside the office building, in the car, Yang Xiao sat anxiously, waiting for a reply, as if he were firing porcelain in a kiln, eager to see the result but unable to rush it. He could only wait. Even if she rejected him, it wouldn't matter. He could always try again. After all, pursuing love was rarely smooth sailing. Ding ding. His phone buzzed with a notification. Yang Xiao immediately opened it and saw Lu Wei's message. "I'm not even that good looking, and I wear glasses. Why would you want me as your girlfriend?" This question didn't surprise Yang Xiao. He had already prepared a response. Outer beauty is fleeting, but inner beauty is eternal. This was a principle he had come to understand recently. Take Bu Yalian for example. She was beautiful. But what about her heart? She was the type to always keep her options open, treating him as nothing more than a backup. No, less than that, perhaps just a tool to use when needed. Lu Wei replied. "Why me?" Yang Xiao responded. "Because. After spending time with you, I've realized that I've fallen for you. A simple, honest reason. No flowery words, just sincerity." "Really?" Lu Wei asked. "Yes," Yang Xiao affirmed. Over the past weeks, they had grown closer through their chats, sharing everything. Yang Xiao had come to like her, evolving from initial admiration for her looks to genuine affection. I believe you," Lu Wei replied. Yang Xiao sent back a playful reply. "Does that mean you agree, or?" "Yes." Overjoyed, Yang Xiao practically jumped in his seat, ready to send a reply when another message came in from Lu Wei. I'm about to go into a meeting. Let's talk after work." "All right, I'll wait for you downstairs," Yang Xiao replied. Downstairs? Lu Wei froze for a moment, confused. Downstairs? What does he mean by that? The thought dawned on her, and she couldn't help but walk to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down. From so high up, it was impossible to see clearly. Miss Lu, everyone's here. When will you join the meeting? Her assistant reminded her. Let's go, Lu Wei said, shaking off her thoughts. 2 hours later, it was time to leave work. The two had agreed to meet at the entrance. Yang Xiao stood outside the building, scanning the faces of people coming out one by one. Suddenly, a striking figure caught his attention. She wore a mid-length wool coat over a white knitted sweater and a gray pleated skirt. Her radiant appearance and flawless skin made her the center of attention wherever she went, drawing admiring glances from both men and women. It was Lu Wei. Yang Xiao recognized her instantly, having seen her photos before. But in person she was far more stunning, so much so that he was left speechless. She wasn't just beautiful, she was breathtaking. It was hard to believe this was the same girl who had been his desk mate for 2 years in high school. Lu Wei noticed him as well. Turning to her friend Wang Shu, she said, Zhu Yi'er, I have something to do. You head back first. Wait, could it be? Wang Shu teased. Blushing, Lu Wei replied, Go, go. Stop being nosy. After shooing Wang Shu away, Lu Wei approached Yang Xiao. When she reached him, she gave a sweet smile and said softly, Yang Xiao, long time no see. Xiao Fu. Xiao Wei, long time no see, Yang Xiao stammered, nervous enough to fumble her name. Anyone watching might have thought they were filming a short video. Lu Wei noticed his awkwardness and felt a small sense of triumph. What's the matter? She asked with a sly smile. It's been years. I didn't expect you to change so much, I almost didn't recognize you, Yang Xiao admitted. Really? Yang Xiao nodded. Did you wear those big black-rimmed glasses in high school on purpose? Maybe, Lu Wei replied truthfully. Back then she had been infatuated with a celebrity and liked mimicking their style. And now? Do you think I look better now, or back then? She asked. Yang Xiao froze. Damn. A seemingly simple question, but actually a trap. One wrong answer, and he'd fall into a pit. Without hesitation, he replied, You were beautiful back then, but now you're stunning. Satisfied with his answer, Lu Wei dropped the subject. All right, it's getting late. Let's go, dinner's on me. I didn't come here for you to treat me. I've already made arrangements. Follow me, Yang Xiao said quickly. Lu Wei nodded. There had been a time when she dreamed of being with Yang Xiao, imagining a future where they married and grew old together. Waking from those dreams, she always found herself disappointed by reality. Today, her dream had come true. How could she not be happy? Yang Xiao drove her to Huang's bistro in the rented car. During the ride, they reminisced about their school days, sharing stories and laughs. When they arrived, Lu Wei was stunned. She had never been here before but had heard from Wang Shu that this restaurant was extremely expensive, with an average cost of over 3,000 yuan per person. Why bring me here? Yang Xiao started ordering food, leaving her too embarrassed to question him in front of the waiter. Once the waiter left, she asked, This place is really expensive. Why come here? A cheaper spot would have been fine. She knew Yang Xiao had been through difficulties and instinctively wanted to help him save money. But Yang Xiao simply smiled and said, Xiao Wei, to be honest, I'm actually a billionaire now. A giant question mark seemed to hover over her head. What do you mean? I don't understand, Lu Wei replied. Yang Xiao chuckled, realizing he needed to explain further. Here's the story. It all started that winter. While waiting for their food, Yang Xiao began spinning a tale, one that was believable but slightly embellished. In his story, during a freezing winter, he had saved an elderly man from drowning while delivering packages by the river. He later learned the man lived alone and was very lonely. Out of kindness, Yang Xiao started visiting him regularly, even spending holidays with him. Over time they became close friends despite their age difference. Unexpectedly, the man passed away recently due to an illness. The money Yang Xiao borrowed had been to cover the funeral expenses. To his surprise, the man had been a billionaire, and in his will he named Yang Xiao as his sole heir. What? What? Just the inheritance tax alone was several 100 billion? Lu Wei was completely stunned after hearing this. Oh my God! Paying hundreds of billions in taxes? How much inheritance did he receive? Was it in the trillions? Lu Wei didn't dare to imagine further, but she knew it had to be an astronomical figure. Yeah, I never expected the old man to be such a super rich tycoon. Yang Xiao said, nodding seriously as if it were all true. He had merely framed the money from the cashback card as an inheritance from the old man. Was that too much of a stretch? Besides, his personal income tax records did show he had paid 30 billion in inheritance tax, likely adjusted by the system to avoid unnecessary trouble. A thoughtful touch that deserved a thumbs up. This is so surreal. Not even TV dramas would dare write a plot like this, Lu Wei said, feeling like it was all a dream. Yet she was genuinely happy for him. Perhaps this was one of those cases where blessings were hidden in misfortune, and vice versa. What was meant to be his couldn't be taken away, and what wasn't couldn't be forced. Thinking this way, she couldn't help but feel their story was similar. She had silently loved him for years, and now her wish had finally come true. Yang Xiao pretended to sigh in disbelief. And the strangest part is, he lived in such a rundown house. Lu Wei's beautiful eyes were filled with amazement as she tried to process all the information. Meanwhile, the food they had ordered began arriving at the table. Dishes from land, sea, and air, they had it all. An hour later, the meal was almost finished, and Lu Wei had finally digested the shocking news. At this moment, Yang Xiao took out a bracelet he had prepared earlier and gently placed it on the table. Xiao Wei, I'm not great at picking gifts, but this is the first one I've chosen for you. I hope you won't refuse it. Lu Wei glanced at the logo on the box and was immediately startled. It was Cartier, a global luxury brand whose jewelry often cost hundreds of thousands, even millions. She earned 20 to 30,000 yuan a month, but she had no savings. Not because she spent extravagantly. On the contrary, she was very frugal. The reason she had no savings was that her parents forcibly took her earnings to save for her brother's house, car, and wedding expenses. Wasn't this blatant favoritism towards sons over daughters? What era was this? Initially, Lu Wei had resisted, but her mother threatened to end her life if she didn't comply. With no other choice, Lu Wei agreed, gritting her teeth as she sent 20,000 yuan home each month, leaving only 10,000 for herself for rent and living expenses. The money she had lent Yang Xiao earlier was from years of scrimping and saving. Looking at the box in front of her, she knew the jewelry inside must be extraordinarily expensive. Lu Wei waved her hands in refusal. This gift is too valuable, I can't accept it. They had just reunited, and he was already giving her such an extravagant gift. But Yang Xiao said, when people heard I was in debt to loan sharks, most avoided me, but you, without a second thought, transferred 30,000 yuan to me. As he spoke, he opened the box, took out the bracelet, and held it in his hand. He stood up and walked toward Lu Wei, step by step. There's an old Chinese saying, a drop of water given in need shall be repaid with a spring. Then, with a smile, he changed his tone. Besides, aren't you my girlfriend now? Isn't it normal to give gifts to your girlfriend? Hearing this, Lu Wei found it harder to refuse but still couldn't accept it comfortably. But, she began. What's wrong? Don't tell me. I'm just imagining things, and you don't actually want to be my girlfriend? Yang Xiao said, feigning heartbreak. Sure enough, Lu Wei panicked and quickly said, no, it's not that. It's just that this gift is too expensive. Yang expensive? Yang Xiao shook his head. Giving gifts to my girlfriend, no matter how expensive, is what I should do. With that, Lu Wei felt it would be overly dramatic to refuse further. She nodded and agreed to accept it. Yang Xiao seized the opportunity to put the bracelet on her wrist. It fit her so well, adorning her fair, delicate skin, elevating its appearance by several levels. Yang Xiao couldn't help but think, even if she wore nails or a grass ring, it wouldn't diminish her stunning beauty. After dinner, the two planned to catch a late-night movie. When they arrived at the cinema and were about to buy tickets, Lu Wei's phone suddenly rang. It was a call from her company. Why would they call so late? Annoyed but curious, she answered the phone. After the call ended, her cheerful expression was replaced with frustration and helplessness. What's this about? She had to return to the office for overtime. Turning to Yang Xiao, Lu Wei explained, I'm sorry, the general manager called. There's an urgent matter I need to handle, so I have to go back to work. What? It's already past 10, and they want you to work overtime. Yang Xiao frowned. They said it's urgent, and has to be dealt with tonight. Lu Wei replied, shaking her head. She didn't know what it was either. Making employees work overtime at this hour didn't seem like the mark of a good company. Yang Xiao suggested, Xiao, why not quit and work at my restaurant instead? He didn't say he could support her financially, fearing it might hurt her pride. Not for now. I want to try harder here, Lu Wei replied after some thought, politely declining. She felt she wasn't capable enough yet, and worried that joining his restaurant might cause more trouble than help. Seeing her determination, Yang Xiao didn't press further. Maybe she'll come around someday, he thought. After all, they had only just started dating, no need to rush. With this unexpected turn of events, their movie plans were completely ruined. Yang Xiao drove Lu Wei back to her company. He offered to go up with her, but Lu Wei thought it wouldn't look good and asked him to wait downstairs. She swiped her card to enter the building. At this hour, only a few scattered lights were on in the office tower. Lu Wei took the elevator to her office. At this late hour, the company was completely dark, except for the light in the general manager's office. She had to use her phone flashlight to navigate. As she walked through the office alone, a chill ran down her spine. As if someone was following her. A sense of unease crept in. At that moment, Lu Wei regretted not letting Yang Xiao come up with her. Even if her manager caught them, it would have been understandable. The sound of her high heels echoed in the empty hallway, the clack 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 amplifying the eerie atmosphere, like a scene straight out of a horror movie. Perhaps alerted by the sound, the slightly ajar door of the general manager's office suddenly opened. Out walked a man with sharp features and gold-rimmed glasses. This was Kong Ab, the general manager of the branch office. Their company's headquarters was in Beijing. Seeing Lu Wei, Kong Ab immediately put on a warm smile. "Ah, Xiao Wei, I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. Come in and have a seat." Once inside, Lu Wei sat down and got straight to the point. "Mr. Kong, what's so urgent that you had to call me in at this hour?" Her tone carried a hint of displeasure, which was understandable. Being called in to work late at night would irritate anyone. Lu Wei's attitude was already relatively restrained. Kong Ab wasn't offended. Instead, he adjusted his glasses with a grin. "It's good news, of course." "Good news?" Lu Wei couldn't help but feel skeptical. If being called to work overtime at midnight was considered good news, what would bad news look like? Frowning, she chose to remain silent. Kong Ab walked to the water dispenser, poured a glass, and placed it in front of Lu Wei with a smile. "Here, have some water while we talk." Although she was annoyed, Lu Wei still reached for the glass but didn't drink it. She set it on the desk instead. Seeing her disregard the drink, Kong Ab touched his nose in mild disappointment but didn't show it. He returned to his seat and began. "I know you've been feeling a bit resentful since being transferred here from Yushi, but I follow company orders. Why would I feel resentful?" Lu Wei interrupted, and her statement was genuine. Before coming to this branch office, General Manager Lu of Yushi had assured her that this transfer was to prepare for an inspection from upper management. If she passed the inspection, she would take over as General Manager of the Yushi branch. It was precisely because of this promise that she agreed to the transfer. Kong Ab continued, "Tomorrow is the nomination meeting for the Yushi branch's General Manager position." "What are you trying to say?" Lu Wei asked. The smile on Kong Ab's face gradually faded, replaced by a serious expression. "I know what Liu Xinyuan promised you." Before Lu Wei could respond, he added, "But during yesterday's video conference, the board asked each branch to make nominations. He didn't nominate you." "He didn't nominate me?" Lu Wei was stunned. "Wasn't this already decided? Why did it suddenly change? Could it be because I turned down his advances before leaving? If so, that was incredibly petty." "That's right, he didn't," Kong Ab confirmed with a nod. Then his tone shifted. "But I nominated you." Lu Wei was taken aback. They had known each other for less than 2 weeks. Why would he nominate her instead of one of his own subordinates? Sensing her doubt, Kong Ab looked at her meaningfully and said, "Even though we haven't worked together long, your abilities are evident to everyone. Recommending you is a no-brainer." "Thank you, Mr. Kong," Lu Wei replied politely. Kong Ab continued, "You should quickly draft a development plan for the Yushi branch. I'll rally a few other branch managers to support you. We'll make sure you get this position and leave Liu Xinyuan speechless." Lu Wei was both touched and disheartened. A colleague she had worked with for years was less supportive than someone she had known for less than a month. What kind of situation was this? Smiling, Kong Ab raised his glass of water and said, "Let's toast to your upcoming promotion and raise." "Thank you, Mr. Kong," Lu Wei said, raising her glass and clinking it with his. They each took a sip. Afterward, Kong Ab asked Lu Wei to quickly draft a simple plan. Then, using the excuse of going to the restroom, he left the office. Unaware of his ulterior motives, Lu Wei immediately returned to her desk to work on the plan. It was a time-consuming task, and with Yang Xiao still waiting downstairs, she called him to suggest he head home first. Yang Xiao agreed but couldn't shake a sense of unease. Is working for a big company always this intense? Having never worked in such a corporate environment, he didn't fully understand. But waiting idly in the car only made him more restless, as if something bad was about to happen. After sitting for a few more minutes, he couldn't take it anymore and decided to go upstairs. Taking advantage of the dozing security guard, he slipped past the card swipe gate and headed for the elevator. Meanwhile, in her office, Lu Wei began to feel strange. It was as if her body was burning, an intense heat spreading through her. What's happening? Why am I so hot in the middle of winter? Even worse, her mind was filled with thoughts she couldn't bring herself to describe, along with an overwhelming urge she couldn't control. At that moment, the office door opened. Kang Aab walked in, his eyes filled with a fiery intensity and a lewd smile on his face. Lu Wei, are you all right? You drugged the water, didn't you? Lu Wei snapped, realization dawning on her. So that's why he had been so kind, it was all part of his plan. Feigning innocence. Kang Aab said. Now, don't accuse me of something like that. It's because of the water you gave me that I feel like this. Really? Then why don't I feel anything? Kang Aab countered. His question left Lu Wei momentarily speechless. Why doesn't he feel anything if we drank the same water? When she saw the sinister smile on his face, her heart sank. It must have been something on the glass. This scumbag. She reached for her phone to call for help, but Kang Aab was faster. He grabbed it off the desk and smashed it. Panic set in. What? What are you trying to do? Kang Aab's expression turned serious as he said. You seem to be struggling. Want me to help? From the moment Lu Wei had started working here, he had been attracted to her. But despite his repeated advances, she had never shown interest. So, he decided on this plan. He was about to be transferred back to the headquarters anyway. If he could sleep with her tonight, he figured he might as well pull some strings to secure her the general manager position in Yushi. And who knows? Maybe she'd even become his long-term mistress. The thought excited him. Get out. Lu Wei gritted her teeth and yelled angrily. Leave, now. The prey was already within reach. How could Kang Aab let her escape? He chuckled obscenely, rubbing his hands together. Lu Wei, you've ingested an aphrodisiac from Japan. It's potent and undetectable afterward. If you don't release it soon. He. Lu Wei's heart sank to the bottom. Her worst fears were coming true. But she didn't lose her composure entirely. Kang Aab, you're on the rise in your career. Don't ruin your future like this. Ruin my future? Kang Aab laughed and quickly dismissed her words. No. I won't do anything reckless. But once the drug takes full effect, the one acting recklessly will be you. His grin widened with triumph as he spoke, clearly reveling in his plan. His idea was well thought out. Once the drug kicked in, he'd simply sit by. It was late at night, and he was the only man in the building. What could she do? Surely she'd come to him willingly. This way he could entirely avoid any charges of assault. Kang Aab, I'd rather die than let you succeed. Unable to call for help, Lu Wei grabbed a pen from the desk, preparing to end her life. In an instant, Kang Aab lunged forward, snatching the pen from her hand. With an elbow, he swept all the sharp objects off the desk, sending them clattering into a corner. Then he smirked at her, his face full of vile intent. I haven't even had my fun yet, and you're thinking of dying? Dream on. At this point, Lu Wei was filled with despair, her body sinking into hopelessness. If only she hadn't come. Or if she'd insisted on bringing Yang Xiao with her, maybe this wouldn't have happened. But now, it was too late for regrets. Was this her fate? I'm sorry, Yang Xiao. I only got to be your girlfriend for a single day. Yet for that, she felt satisfied. Determined to fight to the end, Lu Wei braced herself. Kang Aab, thrilled with excitement, approached her step by step. But just then. Bang! A loud crash echoed through the office. Kang Aab's outstretched hand froze in midair. He turned to see a young man standing at the door, his face darkened. Who are you? He stammered. It was Yang Xiao. He scanned the chaotic office and saw Kang Aab's hand reaching for Lu Wei. In that moment, a rage surged through him like a tidal wave. Without a word, Yang Xiao dashed forward and landed a powerful punch squarely on Kang Aab's face. Then, a kick sent Kang Aab sprawling onto the floor. Clutching his stomach, writhing in pain, Kang Aab groaned. But Yang Xiao wasn't done. He stormed forward and delivered another kick. Bastard! You dare touch my woman? Are you tired of living? You dare hit me? Kang Aab gasped through gritted teeth, curling up on the ground. You're done for. I'll make sure you rot in jail. Breaking into a company and assaulting someone, this could be a big charge. Hearing this, Yang Xiao responded with another flurry of kicks. Commit a crime and still dare to threaten someone? Are you insane? Lu Wei, affected by the drug, crouched on the floor, struggling to intervene but powerless to do so. Kong Abe's face was bloodied, yet he still managed to curse, You're dead. Even now, he was still issuing threats. But Yang Xiao wasn't afraid. A dragon's reverse scale cannot be touched. Those who dare will face its wrath. Even if Yang Xiao ended up crippled with legal consequences, he wouldn't care. If a man couldn't protect his woman, what kind of man was he? Besides, with the heinous acts Kong Abe had committed, this could almost be considered heroic intervention. Fuming, Yang Xiao roared, "You like to force yourself on others, huh? Fine. Just wait." He strode to the water dispenser, filled a cup with boiling water, and returned to Kong Abe. Without hesitation, he poured the scalding water directly onto Kong Abe's crotch. A blood-curdling scream erupted, echoing across the floor. The pain was unbearable, like being skinned alive. At that moment, Kong Abe would rather die. The boiling water wouldn't kill him, but it would leave scars that would last a lifetime. This was far more excruciating than a physical beating. He had thought about calling the police but dared not. If the authorities got involved, his attempted assault and use of drugs would undoubtedly come to light. And if they dug deeper, they might uncover the other women he had violated in the company. By then, forget his career, he'd be the one rotting in jail. Realizing this, he swallowed his humiliation and stayed silent. Yang Xiao delivered a few more kicks for good measure before finally feeling some satisfaction. Then he turned to Lu Wei. "Xiao Wei." He rushed to her side and scooped her up in his arms. Only then did he notice her rapid breathing and flushed face. Something was seriously wrong. In an instant, a terrible thought struck him. Damn it! She's been drugged. Rage boiled within him, and for a moment, he considered throwing Kong Abe out of the window. But now wasn't the time for revenge. Getting Lu Wei to a hospital was the priority. Carrying her toward the door, Yang Xiao growled, "If anything happens to her, you're dead." After Yang Xiao left, Kong Abe dared to crawl to the restroom. He frantically removed his pants and splashed cold water on himself, desperately trying to ease the burning pain. Meanwhile, Yang Xiao, holding Lu Wei, ran through the building, shouting, "Xiao Wei, are you okay? Hang in there. I'm taking you to the hospital." I can't take it anymore," Lu Wei murmured weakly, her eyes closed. "Can't take it anymore?" Yang Xiao's heart sank. He hesitated but asked, "What? What did he give you?" "An aphrodisiac," Lu Wei said faintly. "What?" "It's true." "Can." Hearing this, Yang Xiao panicked. "Hold on. We'll be at the hospital soon." Reaching the car, he placed her in the back seat and quickly jumped into the driver's seat. Just as he was about to start the engine, he felt a pair of arms wrap around his neck from behind. Lu Wei's soft breath tickled his ear as she whispered, "Kiss me." This sent a shiver down his spine. What do I do? Should he be a gentleman, or take advantage of the situation? But before he could decide, Lu Wei climbed over the seat and straddled him. Her lips pressed against his, cutting off his protests. "Xiao Wei. You need to calm down. I'm taking you to the hospital," he stammered. "No. I don't want the hospital. I want." The rest of her sentence trailed off as her actions spoke louder than words. What happened next was beyond words. Only feelings could describe it. Chongqing. At a residential neighborhood. Zhang Kuyua took out an iron box containing various documents and dumped them all onto the coffee table. She began rummaging through them carefully with both hands. Bu Xiaodi frowned but didn't dare say much. Watching her, Bu Yalian furrowed her brows and asked, "Mom, why are you dumping all these documents on the table? It's such a mess." "I'm looking for the bank book and property deed," Zhang Kuyua replied casually. "What do you need those for?" Bu Yalian's eyes lit up as she thought of something and asked excitedly, "Is it for my dowry?" "It's only 8 in the morning. You can go back to bed and keep dreaming," Zhang Kuyua retorted irritably. "Go back to bed? What the hell? Are you saying I'm dreaming? Am I even your real daughter?" Bu Yalian pouted and asked again, "Then why are you looking for the bank book and property deed?" "Of course, to invest and make money. You know how to invest." "I don't, but someone else does." Zhang Kuyua chuckled. Ever since coming back from that real estate purchase, Zhang Kuyua had been thinking about what Ai Pianren had said and how much of it was believable. She had discreetly asked her card-playing friends multiple times for their opinions. The answer was always the same: investments are risky. But the returns are incredible. Eventually, her dream of becoming a wealthy lady overshadowed her doubts. Last night, she secretly contacted AI Pianrin and shared her thoughts. AI Pianrin immediately agreed to help her. So early in the morning she began searching for her documents, preparing to list the house for sale. Hearing this, Bu Yalian froze for a moment before snapping back to her senses, exclaiming, "Mom, you're not seriously thinking of investing based on what AI Pianrin said, are you?" "Why not?" Zhang Kuyua responded nonchalantly. Bu Yalian's eyes widened. "So you're planning to sell the house and use all our savings to let him invest for you?" Before Zhang Kuyua could respond, Bu Xiaodi, who had been watching TV, exploded on the spot. "Zhang Kuyua, are you out of your mind? You can gamble our savings if you want, but what are we supposed to do if you sell the house? Live on the streets? This isn't investing, it's playing with fire." He, Bu Xiaodi, did not want to end up homeless in his old age. Zhang Kuyua silently labeled her husband as someone who lacked vision. Then she went into the bedroom, took out a red booklet, and slapped it triumphantly onto the coffee table. "You fool! Our son-in-law already bought us a new house. Who wants to live in this dump anymore?" "Son-in-law? Who?" Bu Xiaodi froze, failing to comprehend. He picked up the property deed and flipped it open. His eyes widened as he read the name on it, Bu Yalian. "What's going on? Why wasn't I informed of this?" "Mom, don't say things like that. I'm not even officially with Pianrin yet," Bu Yalian said, blushing. She acted shy. But deep down, she'd long fantasized about being with him. Bu Xiaod stared at Zhang Kuyua. "Where's the BMW he promised? How did it turn into a house instead?" Zhang Kuyua ignored him and excitedly rubbed her hands together. "A few days ago, Pianrin took us to Tianfu New City and bought a fully furnished apartment. Move-in ready." "Really?" Bu Xiaodi's jaw dropped. He couldn't believe it. Zhang Kuyua rolled her eyes. "Didn't you see the property deed? How could it be fake?" The more she thought about it, the happier she became. A perfect son-in-law. Bu Xiaodi asked, "Then why sell the old house? Does he not have ears?" Zhang Kuyua feared Bu Xiaodi might object to selling the house, so she patiently explained AI Pianrin's promise of a 10-fold return on investment. She also mentioned his guarantee of a 5-fold minimum return. After hearing this, even Bu Xiaodi was tempted. This is a surefire way to make money. Even a fool could profit from this deal. Why wouldn't I get involved? With that, Zhang Kuyua successfully convinced both her husband and daughter. The three of them hurried to Anjia, the real estate agency, to list their house. Luck was on their side. The house was listed in the morning, and by the afternoon, a buyer came to see it. The buyer fell in love with it at first sight and agreed to purchase it the next day for 1.9 million yuan. They even allowed them to move out later. Such a dream buyer. Even the real estate agents were stunned. Who would have thought such an old house could sell so quickly and at such a good price? Is everyone's taste changing these days? But for Zhang Kuyua and her family, none of that mattered. Now, with the money from the sale, plus what they'd scraped together from Yang Xiao over the years and their own savings, they had about 2.3 million yuan, still far from the 3 million needed for the minimum investment. What to do? The three of them sat in the living room, staring at one another anxiously. Suddenly, an idea struck Bu Yalian. She turned to them and said, "Mom, Dad, why don't we borrow from relatives? We can promise to pay them back double." "Who wouldn't agree to that?" "Really? Will that work?" Bu Xiaod was uncertain. "Of course." Zhang Kuyua exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. Her daughter's words were like a wake-up call. There were so many relatives borrow 50,000 from each and promise double the repayment. Who wouldn't agree to such easy money? And even if some didn't agree, they could raise the repayment promise to triple or quadruple. Someone would surely lend them the money. Either way, they'd still make a profit. Why not? Zhang Kuyua couldn't stop smiling, already envisioning herself living in a mansion, enjoying a luxurious lifestyle. Returning to reality, Zhang Kuyua said, "Hurry. Start calling people to borrow money. I'll ask my brother. You, ask your sister. Yalian, ask your classmates and friends. The more we borrow, the better." Without hesitation, the three of them split up and got to work. Over the next 2 days, their house was flooded with people, eager to lend money in exchange for double repayment. They wrote dozens of IAS, ranging from 10,000 to as much as 200,000 yuan. In the end, they managed to borrow 2.5 million yuan. Combined with their 2.3 million yuan, they now had 4.8 million yuan in total. Looking at the bank account balance displayed on the mobile app, The 3 family members couldn't contain their excitement. 4.8 million multiplied by 10 equals how much? 48 million. After paying off their debts, they'd still have over 30 million left. That much money was enough to make them forget all their worries. To avoid missing out on this once-in-a-lifetime investment opportunity, Jiang Kuwa urged Bu Yalian that same afternoon to quickly contact Ai Pianren and invite him over. Time was of the essence, and any delay could lead to unforeseen complications. Agreeing with her mother, Bu Yalian immediately called Ai Pianren. At that moment, in a basement office building in Chongqing, Ai Pianren was lounging on a worn-out sofa, chatting up women on WeChat. Just as he was about to send one of his handsome selfies, his phone froze for a second, and an incoming call interrupted him. Seeing it was from Bu Yalian, his previously furrowed brow instantly relaxed. Smiling, he quickly pressed the answer button. "Yalian, what's up?" he asked warmly. "Pianren, are you free tonight?" she asked directly. "Free? Could this be another golden opportunity?" Instantly interested, Ai Pianren replied, "I have a meeting, but after that I'm free. What's up? Can you come to my house after the meeting?" "Do I have to?" "Yes. It's urgent." "Well, fine, I'll reschedule the meeting for tomorrow," he said, pretending to hesitate before agreeing. Hearing that he had rescheduled his meeting for her, Bu Yalian felt touched. "Great, we'll be waiting for you for dinner." After hanging up, Ai Pianren fell into brief contemplation. What could be so urgent? Given what he knew about the family, it wasn't hard for him to guess they had likely scraped together the money and were ready to invest. Jackpot. They were practically delivering the money to him. Springing up from the sofa, he rummaged through his cabinet and pulled out a fake designer suit he had bought online. After spraying on some cologne, he started getting ready, humming a tune. Before heading out, he even booked a flight to Shanghai for the next day, just in case. Finally, he called a taxi and made his way to the Bu family's home. Upon arrival, Jiang Kuwa greeted him warmly. The coffee table was laden with fruits and snacks, signaling their excitement and welcome. Seeing this, Ai Pianren's anticipation grew, but he worked hard to suppress it, staying cautious to avoid revealing his true intentions. Throughout his interactions with Bujiao and Jiang Kuwa, he remained overly polite and reserved, fearing that any misstep could ruin his plans. Ironically, this overly cautious behavior only made him seem more respectful and well-mannered in their eyes, winning him even more favor. After dinner, the 4 of them sat in the living room, chatting while watching TV. As it neared 9 p.m., Jiang Kuwa decided it was time. She poured a glass of water, handed it to Ai Pianren, and said, "Xiao Ai, about what I mentioned the other day, you've got to help us with this." She didn't explicitly say it, but her meaning was clear. "Whether or not I become a millionaire socialite depends on you." Taking the glass of water, Ai Pianren smiled. "Auntie, don't worry. As long as I'm here, this will definitely work out." Jiang Kuiwa's grin widened as she pulled a bank card from her pocket and placed it on the table. "There's 4.8 million on this card," she said with a smile. "How do you want me to transfer it to you?" 4.8 million. Holy crap. I've hit the jackpot. Suppressing his excitement, Ai Pianren was about to speak when Bu Yalian interrupted. "Pianren, are you sure the returns are really that high?" While she trusted Ai Pianren, the concept of investment still made her uneasy. What if they lost everything? That much money, all at once. If it's lost, we'd be ruined. "Yalian, come on. I'd never cheat you guys." Ai Pianren lied through his teeth, his expression completely composed. As if to add credibility, he took out a pen and notebook, pretending to be serious. "How about this?" he suggested. "Treat this 4.8 million as a loan. I'll return it to you with interest once I make a profit. Does that sound good?" His approach was clever. He appeared humble while subtly pressuring them to hand over the money. Jiang Kuwa panicked immediately, waving her hands. No, Xiao Ai, don't misunderstand. Yalian didn't mean anything by that. We trust you completely with this money." "Exactly," added Bu Xiaodi, following Jiang Kuwa's cue. Who else could pull off something this profitable? The couple couldn't let such a lucrative opportunity slip through their fingers. Handing over the money as a loan would mean they'd only earn a fixed interest, not the massive investment returns. It wasn't even a contest. Investment was the obvious choice. Realizing her mistake, Bu Yalian quickly apologized. "Pianren, I'm sorry, we were just being cautious. Of course we trust you to handle the money." "I understand," Ai Pianren nodded graciously. "How about I still write you a receipt for the money?" "No need. Don't make it so formal," Jiang Kuwa protested. You even bought us a house worth millions, what's there to doubt? Dreams of wealth danced in her head, and she couldn't stop smiling. Bu Xiaodi, curious, asked, "So, how's your company doing these days?" "The situation is improving. By the end of the month, everything should be resolved," Ai Pianren replied smoothly. "That's good to hear," Bu Xiaod said, relieved. The conversation paused briefly, and the room fell silent. Suddenly, Zhang Kuyua broke the silence with a grin. "Pianren, the more I look at you, the more I like you. Why don't you two hurry up and give us a big healthy grandson?" "Mom. What are you talking about?" Bu Yalian's face turned bright red. "What's wrong? I'm just speaking plain Chinese," Zhang Kuyua teased. She had already decided Ai Pianren was the perfect son-in-law. As for Bu Yalian, her heart had long been set on him, even if she pretended otherwise. While they laughed and joked, Ai Pianren shifted the topic subtly. "Auntie," he said with a sly smile, "aren't you worried I might cheat you?" His words, part jest, part probing, caught Bu Xiaod off guard. But Zhang Kuyua didn't miss a beat, flattering him. "Cheat us? You're so successful already, why would you even care about our small change?" "My mom's right. Your family's so well off, we trust you completely," Bu Yelian added in agreement. She had always been aware of Ai Pianren's family background and had often mentioned it to her parents. That was precisely why Zhang Kuyua dared to take such a big gamble. Hearing Zhang Kuyua's flattery, Ai Pianren smiled without offering any explanation. His smile, however, carried a hint of mockery. "A bunch of fools. In a few days you'll all be crying your eyes out." But the Bu family didn't notice anything unusual. They were all smiles, even asking if he wanted anything to eat or drink, showering him with care and attention. They agreed to meet at the bank the next morning to handle the large transfer. Ai Pianren stayed until 10 p.m., then used the excuse of having materials to prepare and left the Bu household. Early the next morning, at 7 a.m. sharp, Zhang Kuyua couldn't contain her excitement and urged her daughter to call Ai Pianren so they could meet at the bank as planned. Once the transfer was completed, Zhang Kuyua finally felt at ease. She even held Ai Pianren's hand, repeatedly reminding him to complete the investment as soon as possible. Overjoyed to receive the money, Ai Pianren eagerly promised to take a flight to Shanghai that very afternoon to handle the matter with his friends. Hearing this, Zhang Kuyua and Bu Xiaodi were all smiles and even called a taxi to see him off at the airport. They didn't relax until they watched him pass through security. With this matter settled, Zhang Kuyua and her family returned home, ready to start preparing to move into their new house. Meanwhile in Shanghai, at Hongqiao Airport, Yang Xiao and Lu Wei were going through security. Since that fateful night, the slight awkwardness that once existed between them had completely vanished. In the past 2 days, their relationship had grown increasingly close, and their bond had deepened considerably. Additionally, following the incident with Kong Aebe, Lu Wei formally resigned from her previous company. When her best friend Wang Shu heard the news, she immediately resigned as well, and was in the process of completing her handover. She planned to join Yang Xiao's business shortly. And as for Kong Aebe, it was said that he had applied for a 3-month medical leave the very next day. He was probably in some prestigious hospital, trying to rescue his family heirloom. Whether or not it could be saved remained a question, but even if it were, it would hardly function as it once did. Back in Chongqing. Upon returning, Yang Xiao brought Lu Wei directly to his hotel. The moment the two entered the lobby, they drew plenty of attention, though Yang Xiao ignored it entirely. Taking a private elevator, they headed straight to the exclusive restaurant where Lin Xuan had already prepared everything and was waiting at the entrance for their arrival. Yang Xiao had informed Lu Wei beforehand that Lin Xuan worked at his hotel and had been promoted to general manager. When Lu Wei saw Lin Xuan, she greeted her with a smile. "Congratulations, Xuan. You finally got your promotion." Xuan was Lu Wei's affectionate nickname for Lin Xuan. The two had always been close friends. Lin Xuan, understanding Lu Wei's feelings for Yang Xiao, had devised the plan to let Yang Xiao know about Lu Wei's recent changes. Glancing at Yang Xiao, Lin Xuan said teasingly, "If it weren't for your man here, I wouldn't have been promoted so quickly." If not for Yang Xiao, who knew how many years she'd have waited for such an opportunity? Lu Wei responded with a smile, "You've always been amazing on your own." "I'm not amazing. You are." "No, I'm not. Really." Yang Xiao, unable to take it any longer, interrupted, "All right, save the small talk for the meal. Let's sit and eat." Both women agreed with a laugh. After the meal, Yang Xiao asked Lin Xuan to show Lu Wei around the hotel and familiarize her with the operations, as he had bigger plans in the works. Once they left, Yang Xiao called Li Wanji to check on her situation. He was relieved to hear that the hospital had scheduled her surgery for the following month. Persistent bank calls. Just as he hung up, his phone rang again, another call from the bank. By now Yang Xiao had lost track of how many calls he'd ignored or declined from various banks. It must have been in the hundreds, with dozens of calls daily. Annoyed, he finally decided to answer and get to the bottom of it. What do you want? Why do you keep calling? Aren't you tired of this? The person on the other end hesitated briefly before explaining. Sir, due to the large balance in your account at China Commercial Bank, we have some special gifts for you. Offering gifts was a standard tactic banks used to maintain relationships with high-value clients. These ranged from food items to luxury goods and vouchers. What kind of gifts? Yang Xiao asked reluctantly, not wanting to be bothered further but curious about what they were offering. One is a credit card with $1 million limit, and the other is a limited edition Hongqi L9 car. A Hongqi L9? Yes, sir. The $1 million credit card seemed irrelevant to Yang Xiao, but he knew about the Hongqi L9. Hongqi, a prestigious domestic brand, produced luxury cars comparable to Bentley. The L series was considered their crown jewel. Even the base model, the L5, cost over 6 million yuan, let alone the L9. However, acquiring one required more than money, it also needed qualification approval. Arranging delivery. Skeptical about a bank giving away such a car, Yang Xiao decided to accept out of curiosity. Where's the car? He asked. Please provide an address, and we'll arrange delivery as soon as possible. Send it to Yuzhou Hotel in Chongqing, Yang Xiao replied after some thought. He figured the car would be better suited for business receptions at the hotel rather than personal use. Understood, sir. We'll arrange delivery promptly. Thank you for your continued trust in China Commercial Bank. Hanging up, Yang Xiao suddenly remembered that Lu Wei didn't have a car yet. The BMW they had in Shanghai was still being transported and wouldn't arrive for a few days. That car held sentimental value for Lu Wei since it marked a significant milestone in their relationship. The license plate, MOA.LW520, even spelled out, Lu Wei, I love you. Thinking about it, Yang Xiao decided he'd buy her a sports car and let her choose the brand herself. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, Yang Xiao took out his phone and snapped a few pictures of the view. It was time to make it official. He was ready to reveal his success to the world. He was curious to see the reactions on everyone's faces when they found out he was a billionaire. With that in mind, he edited a post for his social media. Originally, I wanted to live among everyone as an ordinary person. I didn't expect to be met with indifference. Fine, no more pretending I'm a billionaire, and I'm coming clean. Words won't mean much. But here's a heads up: in a few days, I'm planning to buy my girlfriend a sports car. No matter the cost, as long as she's happy. After editing, he uploaded the pictures he had just taken and clicked send. Meanwhile, Zhang Qian emerged from her manager's office with a defeated expression. She had only 3 days left. If she couldn't secure an investment in that time, she'd be forced to pack up and leave. The live streaming industry was currently in decline, and despite 2 months of hard work meeting clients, sharing meals and even enduring inappropriate advances, she had little to show for it. The big investors she approached refused outright to consider her proposals. With no other options, she cast a wide net, mass sending her pitch to all her contact groups on WeChat, hoping someone would reply or at least show interest. Among the groups she messaged was her high school alumni chat. To her surprise, a response came quickly. Thrilled, Zhang Qian opened the chat to see the message. At Zhang Qian, if you need an investor, ask Yang Xiao. He's a billionaire. Zhang Qian froze. Yang Xiao? A billionaire? Was this a joke? She still had a clear memory of Yang Xiao, tall, handsome, hard-working, but undeniably poor. Wait, why was he being called a billionaire? Was it sarcasm? Before she could type a reply, someone in the group shared a screenshot of Yang Xiao's recent post. Zhang Qian enlarged the image. It was taken from a high-rise building overlooking the city. But where exactly? She couldn't tell. Before she could think further, someone else in the group spoke up. What a joke. If anyone believes he's a billionaire, they're the biggest idiot on the planet. I'm telling you. The speaker was Zhang Shuai, a wealthy classmate whose name ironically meant handsome, though he was anything but. From the first year of high school, Zhang Shuai had disliked Yang Xiao, jealous of his looks and popularity. Over the years, he had frequently found excuses to make Yang Xiao's life difficult. Predictably, Many classmates who sought to curry favor with Zhen Shuai chimed in, ridiculing Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao? He's a broke loser. He'll never have money. +1. +2. Mun? No matter what you guys think, I don't believe it either. That photo is so obviously edited. Too bad still got exposed, huh? Trying to show off but just got dragged through the mud instead. I think he's just been scammed by some woman. Poor guy probably had a breakdown and snapped. Jin Shuai, unhappy that someone had complimented Yang Xiao's looks, jumped in again. What good is being handsome? He's still dirt poor. One of my shirts cost more than his monthly salary. As Zian Shuai grew angrier, others quickly redirected their jabs toward Yang Xiao, continuing their barrage of insults. Amid the ridicule, a few people stayed silent. He Shikyongyi, who had recently lost her job, and Pang Sen, who had been humiliated in the past. Lu Wei and Lin Xuan didn't join in either. They were close to Yang Xiao and knew the truth about him. Watching the group chat descend into insults, Zhang Qian felt a strong sense of disgust. Who would choose to be poor if they had a choice? Who didn't want to be born with advantages? Still, Zhang Qian wasn't entirely convinced about Yang Xiao's claim to be a billionaire. She recalled hearing from her friend Bu Yalian that Yang Xiao used to deliver packages during the day and drive trucks at night. If he was really a billionaire, why would he live such a tough life? Did he just enjoy suffering? After some thought, Zhang Qian decided to ask her friend Bu Yalian for clarification. She dialed her number. Yalian, what have you been up to? You haven't called me in ages. Xiao Qian. Sorry, I've been a bit busy lately. Bu Yalian said with a cheerful tone. From her voice, Zhang Qian could tell she was in an exceptionally good mood. Could it be? Did she just find out Yang Xiao was a billionaire? Was that why she sounded so happy? Testing the waters, Zhang Qian asked, I heard your boyfriend's a billionaire and plans to buy you a sports car. Is it true? It's true, but he hasn't had the chance to buy it yet. Bu Yalian was puzzled. Other than her parents, she hadn't told anyone about AI Pianren's promises. How did Zhang Qian know? Unbeknownst to her, Zhang Qian was referring to Yang Xiao. Wow, I'm so jealous. If I'd known, I wouldn't have introduced him to you, Zhang Qian joked, partly in jest but mostly in regret. Wait, what? Introduced him? Bu Yalian frowned. She clearly remembered that her introduction to AI Pianren had nothing to do with Zhang Qian. Was Zhang Qian talking about Yang Xiao? Her tone suddenly turned cautious. How do you know my boyfriend? Yang Xiao was my classmate, how could I not know him? Zhang Qian replied. Oh, it's him. Bu Yalian relaxed, realizing the misunderstanding. She casually said, oh him? Sorry, he's not my boyfriend anymore. Really? Zhang Qian's voice lit up. Yeah. In that case, I have to go. Let's talk later. Zhang Qian hung up hurriedly. Watching the call disconnect, Bu Yalian frowned. What's wrong with her? Piecing together the conversation, she realized Zhang Qian's purpose was to verify Yang Xiao's claim of being a billionaire. Him? A billionaire? Impossible. She knew Yang Xiao's financial situation all too well. Forget being a billionaire, he'd probably struggle to scrape together 1,000 yuan. Meanwhile, Zhang Qian added Yang Xiao on WeChat, writing her name in the request note, and waited for him to accept. She was ready to test the waters herself. However, after waiting for a long time, she still hadn't received a response to her friend request. There was nothing she could do. She had Yang Xiao's phone number before, but considering that he was now dating her close friend, she felt it was inappropriate to contact him privately, so she had deleted it. Now, wanting to reach him, she realized she had no way to do so. She could only wait. Meanwhile, in the office of the owner of Yuzhou Hotel, Yang Xiao was having a conversation with his dedicated lawyer. Yang Xiao asked, Attorney Zhang, I've heard you're the company's ace. This case shouldn't be too hard for you, right? It turned out that the repayment deadline Yang Xiao had set for Bu Yalian 2 weeks had passed, and she hadn't repaid him. So, Yang Xiao decided to use the power of the law to defend his rights and teach her a lesson she wouldn't forget for the rest of her life. Zhang Wei smiled. Don't worry, Mr. Yang. The evidence is solid, and there's no doubt she'll be convicted of fraud. Hearing this, Yang Xiao nodded in satisfaction. That's good to hear. Recovering the money is secondary, what's important is that she ends up in prison. That shouldn't be a problem. If you can achieve that, I'll increase your fee by an additional 10%. Zhang Wei was overjoyed. Thank you, Mr. Yang. The two chatted a bit longer before Zhang Wei left. Feeling a bit bored, Yang Xiao decided to go for a stroll. At the same time, A formally dressed middle-aged man hurried into the lobby of Yuzhu Hotel. He approached the front desk with a polite smile and asked, "Excuse me, is Mr. Yang available?" "Who are you?" The receptionist didn't answer directly but instead asked a question in return. Recently, there had been an unusual number of people asking to meet Yang Xiao. Most were from financial institutions, far too many to count. She had already turned away over a dozen groups under orders. The man pulled a business card from his briefcase and handed it over. "I'm Qian Duoduo, the branch manager of Huaxia Commercial Bank's Yuzhu office. I have an important matter to discuss with Mr. Yang." Hearing this, receptionist Luo Wei was startled. She initially assumed Qian Duoduo was here to sell insurance or promote mutual funds to Mr. Yang. But to her surprise, not only was this not the case, but he was also the branch manager of Huaxia Commercial Bank's Yuzhu branch, a significant figure. This was far above the rank of the so-called financial institution managers who had visited in recent days. Luo Wei put away her earlier dismissive attitude and said politely, "Mr. Qian, do you have an appointment with Mr. Yang?" "What? An appointment?" Qian Duoduo was taken aback. Of course, an appointment is necessary. Mr. Yang is very busy, and without one, it's difficult to meet him. Was Yang Xiao busy? Perhaps. But the kind of busy he was might be a bit awkward to describe. This left Qian Duoduo in a bind. He had come ahead of the car delivery team to complete his task early and head home sooner. In his haste, he'd completely forgotten to schedule an appointment. Checking his phone, he learned the car delivery team would arrive in half an hour. Time was money. Qian Duoduo had also heard that several other bank managers were planning to approach Yang Xiao personally. They were likely trying to poach his account. This couldn't be allowed. If Yang Xiao transferred his funds to another bank, it could mean the end of Qian Duoduo's career as branch manager. Left with no choice, he stepped aside and called Yang Xiao, hoping the man would agree to meet him. Yang Xiao was in the elevator when his phone rang. "Hello, who is this?" "Mr. Yang, hello. This is Qian Duoduo, the branch manager of Huaxia Commercial Bank's Yuzhu office." Qian Duoduo quickly introduced himself, fearing the call might be disconnected. "Oh, what's the matter?" Yang Xiao had been about to hang up, but hearing it was someone from Huaxia Commercial Bank, he decided to listen. After all, the car they were sending hadn't arrived yet. What if this call was about the delivery? "Mr. Yang, would you be available to meet?" "I'm currently in the lobby of your hotel," Qian Duoduo asked nervously. "In the lobby?" Yang Xiao replied. "All right, wait there. I'll be down shortly." "Thank you, Mr. Yang." Qian Duoduo was overjoyed. Hanging up, he settled into a nearby sofa to wait. Although he hadn't met Yang Xiao in person, he had seen his photo in the bank's client records. Qian Duoduo was confident he would recognize him. Just then, a group of sharply dressed individuals entered the hotel lobby, loudly arguing among themselves. Their raised voices and heated exchange quickly drew the attention of everyone in the area. Even Qian Duoduo turned to look, only to feel a sinking sense of dread. These competitors had arrived faster than he'd anticipated. Among them were familiar faces Kai Yong from Huaxia Merchant Bank and Xu Jin Kao from Huaxia Rural Commercial Bank. In total, there were 8 or 9 branch managers present. Such a gathering would normally only occur during high-level meetings. The sight left onlookers even more curious. What's going on here? I'm not sure. Are they here to collect debts? This hotel just changed ownership recently, right? New ownership doesn't mean it can't have debts to settle. Anyone recognize them? Someone whispered. Li Tao leaned over and replied in a low voice, "I do. They're all branch managers from various banks." "Really?" "Yes, absolutely. Look at the one on the sofa, that's Qian Duoduo, the manager of Huaxia Commercial Bank." Hearing this, those nearby were shocked. What's going on? A bunch of bank managers showing up to collect debts. The gossip quickly spiraled, with people speculating wildly about what kind of trouble the hotel's new owner could be in. They even imagined tomorrow's headlines. Shocking. Billionaire hotel owner faces debt crisis shortly after purchase. The truth behind the billionaire's debts. The fall of a billionaire, greed or mismanagement? Back in the lobby, Qian Duoduo's expression remained calm, though he was increasingly on edge as he recognized the intentions of his rivals. Kai Yong from Huaxia Merchant Bank spoke up first, feigning surprise. "Oh, isn't that Manager Qian? What brings you here? Has the sun risen in the west today?" Xu Jin Kao chimed in with a smile. Qian Duoduo snorted but forced a smile. "Look who's talking. What about you all?" The group exchanged polite but guarded words before falling silent. Competitors rarely had much to say to one another. Hyun Duo kept his gaze fixed on the elevator doors. Not long after, a figure emerged from the elevator. Hyun Duo immediately rushed forward. Seeing this, the others also hurriedly followed suit, scrambling to get ahead. The scene was chaotic, and to the onlookers, it indeed looked like a group of people coming to collect debts. However, what happened next was far from what the spectators had anticipated. Hyun Duo, leading the group, slightly bent at the waist with a fawning smile as he approached Yang Xiao. "Mr. Yang, I'm Hyun Duo. We spoke on the phone earlier." He handed over his business card. Yang Xiao took the card, glanced at it, and then looked at the others. Thinking they were all together, he asked curiously, "You're all here for something?" People don't come to visit without a reason, Yang Xiao thought. He was certain they must have something important to discuss. Otherwise, why would a bank branch manager leave the comfort of his office and bring a group of people here? Perhaps they were here to sell him mutual funds or financial products. Hyun Duo smiled. "Well, I'm here to deliver your credit card and car." With so many people around, he decided it wasn't the best time to discuss other matters, so he made up a convenient excuse. "Oh? The car has arrived?" Yang Xiao's interest was piqued. "Where is it? Take me to see it." Hearing this, Hyun Duo awkwardly explained, "The car hasn't arrived yet. It's expected to be here in about half an hour." "A credit card, and a car?" A Young, from Huaxia Merchant Bank, exchanged a glance with the other branch managers. They were all stunned, clearly unprepared for such competition. But they couldn't back down now. Kai Young mustered his courage, stepped forward, and introduced himself with a smile. "Mr. Yang, I'm Kai Young, branch manager of Huaxia Merchant Bank in Yuzhou." Yang Xiao was puzzled. He glanced at the others, realizing they weren't all from the same group. So, they're not together? One after another, the others also began introducing themselves. "Mr. Yang, I'm Shu Jin Kao from Huaxia Rural Commercial Bank." "Mr. Yang, I'm with Huaxia Construction Bank." "Mr. Yang, I represent Huaxia Development Bank." The branch managers all wore bright smiles, eager to seize this golden opportunity to establish a connection. If they missed it, who knew when they might get another chance? Seeing this, Yang Xiao felt a bit strange. "They're all from banks? What could they want? Could they actually be here to sell me financial products?" It was possible. With his wealth, even a few billion casually deposited into a bank could earn them significant profits in interest or fees. Kai Yang broke the silence with a chuckle. "Mr. Yang, we're all from different banks. We came to discuss a potential collaboration with you." "Collaboration?" Yang Xiao was skeptical and slightly wary. What kind of collaboration? Are they here to ask me for a loan? Yang Xiao couldn't help but chuckle internally. With his assets totaling several trillion yuan, borrowing money was the last thing he needed. "Surely you've heard the saying, don't put all your eggs in one basket," Kai Young suggested with a smile. The branch managers had learned that Yang Xiao had suddenly inherited a massive fortune, with taxes alone exceeding 30 billion yuan. His total inheritance was said to be in the trillions, all in liquid cash, a financial anomaly that shocked the banking world. Hearing this, Hyun Duo wasn't pleased. "Kai Young, what are you implying?" The comment seemed to cast doubt on the trustworthiness of Huaxia Commercial Bank, and Hyun Duo couldn't let that slide. "Hey Hyun, Kai Young does have a point," Shu Jin Kao interjected, attempting to diffuse the tension. "Point?" Hyun Duo retorted. "I know why you're all here. So what if you know?" Kai Young grinned. "It's not your money," Shu Jin Kao added. "Mr. Yang has the right to decide where he wants to keep it. What can you do about it?" They were determined to convince Yang Xiao to transfer a portion of his funds to their respective banks. Even a few billion would suffice to meet their quotas. Yang Xiao finally understood their intentions. They were here to persuade him to deposit his money with them. Realizing he now held the upper hand, Yang Xiao decided to make the most of the situation. But before he could respond, the branch managers began arguing again. "Why should he deposit everything with your bank?" "Exactly. Our rural commercial bank has enormous growth potential. Depositing with US makes the most sense." "Hey, keep dreaming. Our construction bank is the most reliable." "Don't make me laugh. Our development bank offers the highest interest rates." The argument turned heated, with the branch managers shouting over one another in the meeting room. Yang Xiao, amused, let them argue for a while before finally intervening. "Gentlemen, how about this? We find a room to sit down and discuss this properly." The branch managers eagerly agreed. This was their chance to make their best offers and secure a deal. Under the stunned gaze of onlookers, Yang Xiao led a group of 10 branch managers to a conference room on the first floor. Once seated, Yang Xiao stroked his chin thoughtfully before speaking. All right, here's what we'll do. You all discuss amongst yourselves and come up with your best offers. Whoever provides the most favorable terms will get my business. Hearing this, the branch managers were delighted, except for Qian Duoduo, who looked increasingly tense. Yang Xiao added with a smile, I'll give you half an hour to consult and finalize your proposals. Let's see what you've got. Hearing this, the 10 bank managers immediately rushed out to consult their superiors. Among them, Qian Duoduo couldn't bring himself to feel happy. The money had originally been deposited in their bank, but now it was about to be divided up. He felt miserable, as if he wanted to cry. Dialing his superior, Qian Duoduo explained, Director, I'm afraid I can't complete the task. Here's the situation. He then gave a lengthy report lasting over 20 minutes, which made his superior realize that the situation was already set in stone. However, his superior set a bottom line: at least 100 billion yuan must remain in their bank, otherwise, Qian would have to pack up and leave. When he returned, the others had already gathered. Yang Xiao asked, All right, what kind of sincerity can you show me? Hearing this, the bank managers exchanged glances. Kai Yang took the lead with a smile. Mr. Yang, as long as you deposit more than 100 billion yuan in our bank, we're willing to raise the annual interest rate for demand deposits to 5%. 5% annual interest rate? Qian Duoduo's mouth twitched. That's insane. For context, in recent years, the central bank's benchmark interest rates were 1.5% for 1 year, 2.1% for 2 years, and 2.75% for 3 years. But Kai Yang wasn't done. Of course, if you opt for a fixed deposit, the longer the term, the higher the interest rate. How high can it go? Yang Xiao asked. For a 1-year fixed deposit, we can offer up to 8%. And if you need to withdraw early for any reason, we'll make exceptions for you. Are you crazy? Qian Duoduo stared at Kai Yang as if he were looking at a lunatic. Was it really worth going to such extremes just to secure this business? Although Yang Xiao wasn't well versed in banking terms, he could tell that these rates far exceeded the norm. He turned to the other managers for their responses. Without hesitation, the other 8 managers echoed Kai Yang's terms. Seeing no other choice, Qian Duoduo reluctantly agreed, waiting to see if they had any further tricks up their sleeves. Looking at the 10 bank managers present, Yang Xiao made his decision. Since you're all showing sincerity, here's what I'll do: I'll deposit 30 billion yuan in each of your banks. But what? The group leaned in, eager to hear his next words. Yang Xiao smiled. But I think we should sign an agreement. Otherwise, what if someday the bank doesn't acknowledge the terms? Who will I go to for an explanation? His concern wasn't unfounded. It wasn't uncommon for banks to impose hurdles when large sums were withdrawn, citing bureaucratic red tape or policy issues. Yang Xiao had read a news story about an entrepreneur who struggled to withdraw money from a bank despite having an appointment. The bank made all sorts of excuses, causing significant financial losses. Yang Xiao didn't want to find himself in such a frustrating situation. However, his suggestion was unprecedented. Typically, banks dictated the terms to depositors, not the other way around. For a depositor to request a signed agreement was unheard of. Kai Yang and the others were taken aback. What should they do? Would they really agree to this? Before they could react, Qian Duoduo immediately spoke up. No problem. At Huaxia Commercial Bank we have no objections. What? His quick agreement left everyone stunned. Kai Yang, who had been preparing to step out and call his superiors, hesitated. Then Xu Jinkao smiled and chimed in. Rest assured, Mr. Yang. We wholeheartedly support your terms and are honored to protect your rights. The other managers quickly followed suit, each trying to outdo the last in their assurances. Left with no choice, Kai Yang begrudgingly agreed. If he insisted on consulting his superiors, Yang Xiao might interpret it as a lack of sincerity and exclude him altogether. All right, let's prepare the paperwork and sign the agreements, Yang Xiao said, satisfied. He called Lin Xuan to arrange for the agreements to be drafted as soon as possible. The result didn't surprise Yang Xiao. With his current net worth and ample cash flow from his hotel business, his original deposits were unlikely to be touched anytime soon. So no matter where he deposited his money, it was a win-win situation. Once the agreements were signed, the bank managers assured Yang Xiao that they would promptly arrange for his accounts to be set up and his cards issued. Such treatment would have been unheard of in the past. But for someone like Yang Xiao, the banks couldn't act fast enough. After the managers left, Qian Duo informed Yang Xiao that the red flag L9 had arrived. Led by Qian Duo, Yang Xiao went to the outdoor parking lot of the hotel. There, a delivery driver was carefully unloading the car from a transport truck. Sweat visibly dripped from the driver's forehead, soaking his hair, a testament to his nerves. This was the most expensive delivery he'd ever handled. For just a few dozen kilometers, he'd been paid thousands of yuan. At first, he'd been thrilled, thinking the client was a generous fool. But when he learned the value of the car, he was dumbfounded and even considered canceling the job. Millions of yuan for a single car, how could he afford to compensate if something went wrong? Fortunately, the delivery was completed without incident. After unloading the car, the driver breathed a sigh of relief and quickly left. Handing over the keys, Qian Duo asked, "Mr. Yang, are you satisfied with the car?" Yang Xiao took the keys and admired the brand new black red flag L9. The world of the wealthy truly is simple yet profound, he thought. He opened the car door and sat inside. The comfort was unparalleled. This is what a luxury car should feel like. Nearby, passers-by couldn't help but notice the stunning car. What kind of car is that? It looks amazing. It's a red flag, made in China. A Chinese car? Perfect. I'm planning to buy a car next month. I'll get one of these. Are you serious? Of course. This car has such a high-end vibe. It's perfect for showing off back home. Do you even know how much it costs? How expensive can it be? It's a domestic car, probably 300,000 yuan at most. I can afford it. Multiply that by 10. What do you mean by be honest? I'm talking about the price. A few days later, Yang Xiao attended the banquet hosted by Zhao Antai as promised. He didn't expect the event to be held at Huayu Manor, a venue reportedly favored by the wealthy for gatherings. It was Yang Xiao's first time here, and he had no knowledge of the place. All he knew was that the manor was vast and operated on a membership basis, catering to high-spending patrons. From the parking lot, Yang Xiao followed a staff member into the estate. Most attendees carried invitation cards, while a few without invitations entered only with referrals from others who did. At the center of the estate stood a grand building. The gathering was held on the first floor of this building, a spacious hall perfect for dances, receptions, and similar events. By the time Yang Xiao arrived, many guests had already gathered. Most were middle-aged men and women, chatting in small groups. "Mr. Yang." Someone called out from the crowd. Turning his head, Yang Xiao saw Zhao Antai approaching and greeted him. "Mr. Zhao, sorry to trouble you." "No need to be so formal. Everyone here is a friend. Feel free to make yourself at home," Zhao Antai said with a smile. Honestly, he hadn't expected Yang Xiao to show up. To his surprise, he did. A big player like Yang Xiao was worth getting to know. "All right, Mr. Zhao, I'll relax and enjoy," Yang Xiao replied. "Good. Later I'll introduce you to some people. Who knows, there might be opportunities to collaborate in the future," Zhao Antai suggested. "No problem," Yang Xiao agreed. After Zhao Antai left, Yang Xiao was about to find a seat when someone else exclaimed, "Mr. Yang." Looking in the direction of the voice, he saw Qian Duo from Huaxia Commercial Bank walking over with a big smile. "He's here too." Qian Duo approached with a cheerful expression. "I knew I'd run into you here." "Oh, we're all friends here. Just call me by my name," Yang Xiao said hastily. Being addressed so formally each time made him uncomfortable, especially since he was younger than Qian Duo. Qian Duo waved his hand dismissively. "That wouldn't be appropriate, you're my most important client." "All right then," Yang Xiao replied, helpless. "Whatever makes you happy." "Mr. Yang, I've got an investment project. Would you be interested?" Qian Duo asked after a brief pause. "Investment project?" Yang Xiao's curiosity was piqued. What kind of project? He had been looking for new opportunities to invest in, or perhaps acquire a company for Lu Wei to manage. "It's a long story. Let's sit over there and talk," Qian Duo suggested, pointing to a nearby sofa. Since he had nothing else to do, Yang Xiao agreed readily. But just as he turned to head that way, he spotted someone familiar in the crowd. It was flight attendant Xu Xiaoyan. Memories of their encounter on the plane flashed through his mind. Yang Xiao quickly turned his head, hoping to avoid being recognized. But to his dismay, his evasiveness had the opposite effect. He caught her attention. Xu Xiaoyan walked up to him. "I already saw you. Why are you hiding?" "I wasn't hiding," Yang Xiao replied, glancing around for Zhao Jianglu but not seeing her. He exhaled in relief. Times had changed. He was now a man with a girlfriend and couldn't afford to mess around. Are you here to see Lulu and invite her for a meal? Xu Xiaoyan asked with a teasing smile. What? Just his luck. Yang Xiao forced a smile and asked awkwardly, she's here too? Of course. This manor belongs to her family. I thought you came specifically to see her, Zhu Xiaoyan said, surprised. What? This manor is her family's property? Yang Xiao felt a growing sense of unease. I was invited by Mr. Zhao Antai. Wait a minute. Zhao Antai. Zhao Jianglu. Could they be siblings? They are, Xu Xiaoyan confirmed with a nod. Oh, I see. Lulu's here. Why don't we go upstairs and sit with her for a bit? Zhu Xiaoyan suggested. Terrified at the prospect of meeting Zhao Jianglu, Yang Xiao refused without hesitation. No, I have something to discuss with Mr. Qian here. He shot Qian Duo a look, hoping he'd back him up. Qian Duo, oblivious, said, It's fine. We can talk later. What? Yang Xiao's face darkened. You're useless. Xu Xiaoyan smiled. Come on, Lulu's easy to talk to. Just apologize to her later. Apologize? Yang Xiao was cornered. Seeing his predicament, Qian Duo tried to escape. Mr. Yang, since you're busy, we can talk about the investment later. You're not getting away that easily. Yang Xiao grabbed him. You're coming too. We can discuss it together. Qian Duo opened his mouth to refuse. But Xu Xiaoyan cut him off. It's settled then. Let's all go together. She wasn't about to let Yang Xiao off the hook. Following Xu Xiaoyan, they arrived at a small banquet hall on the second floor. As they entered, Yang Xiao saw Zhao Jianglu sitting on a sofa, casually playing with a palm-sized figurine. Lulu. Xu Xiaoyan called out. Hearing her voice, Zhao Jianglu turned. Her cheerful expression vanished when she saw Yang Xiao. Her face turned cold, and she asked indifferently, What are you doing here? Xu Xiaoyan quickly winked at Yang Xiao and explained, Lulu, he came to apologize. Yang Xiao was speechless. Apologize for what? I haven't done anything. But since he was friends with Zhao Antai and might run into her again in the future, Yang Xiao forced a smile and said, I'm sorry. Apologizing for no reason, only Yang Xiao could find himself in such absurd situations. Still, Zhao Xianglu's expression softened, though she remained slightly annoyed. How dare he stand her up? She wouldn't let him off that easily. You're Mr. Qian, right? Qian Duo stammering broke the tense atmosphere. Yes, I'm Qian Duo, he replied, feeling out of place amid the strained dynamic. His name caught Xu Xiaoyan's attention. Qian Duo? Correct? Qian Duo confirmed. The uniqueness of his name amused Zhu Xiaoyan, while Qian Duo discreetly observed the two women. One was curvaceous and exuded charm, while the other was slender and elegant, with impeccable family background. Both were stunning in their own ways. Still, he couldn't help but wonder, why didn't Yang Xiao seem interested in Zhao Jianglu? Could it be that he didn't like women? Qian Duo had known Zhao Antai for many years, but had never heard that he had such a beautiful younger sister. Suddenly, an idea surfaced in his mind. He didn't like it. I can find an opportunity on my own, he thought. Yang Xiao didn't take the initiative to start a conversation. Zhao Jianglu, too, puffed her cheeks in frustration, unwilling to break the silence first. Neither side backed down. Xu Xiaoyan gave a bitter smile. She really knew how to make trouble for herself. Sigh. There's no other way, she thought. Finally, she stepped forward to ease the tension. My name is Xu Xiaoyan, and her name is Zhao Jianglu. Meeting is fate from today onward, we're all friends. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jianglu glanced at Yang Xiao with a calm expression, her eyes flashing with a trace of displeasure. What about the apology you promised? She thought. Just a simple sorry. And that's it? Who are you fooling? Hey, didn't you say you'd apologize? What, cat got your tongue? The longer she waited, the more irritated she became. Zhao Jianglu finally couldn't hold back anymore. All she needed was a single word. Outside, there were countless people lining up to apologize to her. But this guy. He acted like a stubborn toad, he wouldn't budge unless you prodded him. Since Zhao Jianglu had already put it this way, Yang Xiao had no choice but to respond. Remaining silent would truly be inexcusable. With a forced smile he said, Miss Zhao, if I offended you in any way before, please forgive me. After so much build-up, that's all he could muster? Hey! Zhao Jianglu couldn't help but sneer inwardly. What does "if I offended you" even mean? Such a deliberate pretense of ignorance. Zhao Xianglu felt Yang Xiao's words were just superficial pleasantries, a blatant attempt to muddle through. This kind of apology was far from what she wanted. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. What kind of person is this? Who do you think you are? Even at my worst, I'm still a renowned socialite in Chongqing. I could have as many guys like you as I want. And yet you, a mere commoner, dare to act all high and mighty with me. Who cares about you? Xu Xiaoyan glanced around helplessly. She was also annoyed. She hadn't expected Yang Xiao to speak like this. Unbelievable. She immediately shot Yang Xiao a look, as if to say something nicer. However, Yang Xiao pretended not to notice and didn't take the hint. Frustrated, Xu Xiaoyan gritted her teeth, nearly turning to leave. But since her best friend had her eye on him and she had brought him along, she had no choice but to mediate again. Lulu, he already apologized. Just forgive him, okay? Don't stay mad. Hey. Zhao Xianglu let out a cold laugh. Am I mad at him? Does he even deserve that? Qian Duoduo had been looking for a chance to say something to Zhao Xianglu but couldn't find a good reason. Now, he finally seized the opportunity. How could he let it slip? He immediately jumped in, grinning. Lulu, Mr. Yang has already apologized. Just let it go, okay? How about I treat you to dinner at the Chongqing Hotel? He originally wanted to invite her alone but thought that would be too abrupt, so he quickly changed his wording. We're not even close. Why should you treat me? Zhao Xianglu grumbled, looking out the window without turning her head. Qian Duoduo wasn't a fool. From Zhao Xianglu's tone he could tell he had no chance. So, he turned his attention to Xu Xiaoyan, grinning awkwardly. This amused Xu Xiaoyan. She knew that although the man in front of her wasn't handsome, in fact, he looked quite ordinary. His presence here meant he had some influence in Chongqing. Otherwise, Zhao Xianglu's brother wouldn't have invited him. As for her, she was only here because of Zhao Xianglu. Thus, she didn't show much resistance toward this middle-aged man, who was several years older than her. They even sat on the sofa together, chatting casually. Qian Duoduo tried various jokes to make Xu Xiaoyan laugh. Meanwhile, Zhao Xianglu sat silently, expressionless. Her eyes stared daggers at Yang Xiao, as if she wanted to swallow him whole. Yang Xiao felt helpless. Miss, I already have a girlfriend. I can't get entangled with you, he thought. It was all that fat Qian's fault. If not for him, I wouldn't be in this awkward situation. And yet here he was, leaving me behind while he flirted with someone else. Weren't we supposed to discuss an investment project? Yang Xiao casually glanced at Zhao Xianglu. Noticing her glaring at him with eyes full of rage, he quickly turned away and pulled out his phone. He opened QQ browser and started reading a novel titled The First Day After Breaking Up 100-Fold Cashback Rewards, hoping to use it as an excuse to escape the awkward atmosphere. When Zhao Xianglu noticed Yang Xiao looking her way, she thought he was finally going to apologize. But to her surprise, he simply played on his phone as if nothing had happened. Can you believe it? Furious, she gritted her teeth and snapped. Did you come here just to look at your phone? Yang Xiao pretended not to hear, remaining silent. The less he spoke, the angrier Zhao Xianglu became. And the angrier she got, the more hesitant Yang Xiao was to say anything. It was an endless loop. Even though Xu Xiaoyan tried several times to mediate, Qian Duoduo stopped her each time. The two quietly whispered something to each other, and then slipped out, leaving Zhao Xianglu and Yang Xiao alone in the small banquet hall. After a few more minutes, Zhao Xianglu couldn't take it anymore. I've said so much. Why aren't you responding? Are you deaf or mute? With no choice, Yang Xiao put down his phone. Looking at the fuming Zhao Xianglu, he said earnestly, Lulu, honestly, we're just not compatible. We're not compatible? Zhao Xianglu nearly laughed out loud. Are you implying I'm in love with you and can't live without you? How self-absorbed can you be? She knew Yang Xiao wasn't here to apologize sincerely. He probably bumped into Xu Xiaoyan downstairs and, after some unknown conversation, somehow ended up here. Even so, Zhao Xianglu was furious. She sat there, puffing her cheeks in anger. If looks could kill, Yang Xiao would have died 1,000 times over. Just then, Xu Xiaoyan and Qian Duoduo returned, holding several bottles of alcohol. Xu Xiaoyan suggested, why don't we have a few drinks? Good idea, Qian Duoduo agreed, turning to Yang Xiao. Mr. Yang, care for a drink? Sure, Yang Xiao said. Drinking would give him an excuse to leave. Xu Xiaoyan looked at Zhao Xianglu. Lulu, what about you? Drink? Sure, who's afraid? Zhao Jianglu scoffed. And with that, they poured the drinks. As the group raised their glasses, preparing to drink, Xu Xiaoyan smiled and suggested, just drinking is boring. How about we play a game? What game? Qian Duo eagerly rubbed his hands together. At that moment, he looked nothing like the dignified bank manager he was. How about truth or dare? Xu Xiaoyan proposed. Yang Xiao was stunned. Why did this game feel like it had some unusual undertones? I agree. Qian Duo was the first to jump in with approval. Zhao Xianglu also expressed no objection and glanced over at Yang Xiao. What could he do? He was already on this ride and had no choice but to agree. Zhu Xiaoyan fetched a wine bottle and briefly explained the rules. Basically, they would spin the wine bottle, and whoever the neck pointed to would have to answer a truth or perform a dare proposed by the person at the tail end. Of course, they'd also have to take a drink. The four of them sat around the coffee table. The first round began. Zhu Xiaoyan spun the bottle, and it spun quickly on the floor. After several seconds, the neck pointed to Qian Duo, with the tail end facing Xu Xiaoyan. With a sly grin, Zhu Xiaoyan asked, truth or dare? Truth. Qian Duo decided after a brief moment of thought. He chose truth to gauge how far Xu Xiaoyan was willing to push the game's boundaries. That way, when it was his turn, he could plan his moves accordingly. Hearing this, Zhu Xiaoyan asked with a serious face, after getting married, do you still handle 5-on-1 situations? Her serious demeanor made the unexpected and outrageous question all the more shocking. The contrast was too much. Yang Xiao's eyes widened. What? You can actually ask that kind of question? That's too bold. Qian Duo coughed awkwardly, downed a glass of wine, and responded matter-of-factly, I'm not married yet, so occasionally, I do. He hadn't expected the first question to be so wild. What would the dares be like? Would they involve something outrageous right on the spot? How embarrassing would that be? Oddly enough, Qian Duo felt a bit excited at the thought. Zhu Xiaoyan, with her bold and carefree personality, didn't think her question was inappropriate. Zhao Xianglu didn't see anything wrong with it either. The game continued. By coincidence, the bottle pointed to Qian Duo again. He gave a helpless smile and this time chose dare. Excited, he eagerly awaited Xu Xiaoyan's daring challenge. With a gleam in her eye, Xu Xiaoyan pointed to a bottle of wine. Drink that entire bottle. What? The whole bottle? Qian Duo thought he had misheard and asked again. Upon receiving confirmation, doubts crept into his mind. Is this girl crazy? The neck of the bottle is so small, how am I supposed to down the whole thing? She's clearly out to mess with me. Still, the thought of doing something like this in front of a gorgeous woman suddenly filled him with energy. He immediately stood up, reached for his belt, and began to undo it. Hey, I told you to drink the wine. Why are you taking your pants off? Xu Xiaoyan exclaimed, her face exaggeratedly animated. Qian Duo froze for a moment but quickly recovered like the seasoned player he was. Don't misunderstand, I was just loosening my belt. He loosened his belt slightly, grabbed the wine bottle, and tipped his head back. Gulping it down, he drank the entire bottle in one go. He let out a burp. The game continued. This time, the bottle didn't land on Qian Duo, but pointed to Yang Xiao instead. Zhao Jianglu, as the one issuing the challenge, was momentarily flustered and didn't know what to say. Seizing the opportunity, Xu Xiaoyan jumped in. Hurry up. Truth or dare? Caught off guard, Yang Xiao hesitated briefly before answering, truth. He prayed she wouldn't ask anything too outrageous. However, his intuition told him Xu Xiaoyan was likely planning to trap him. Xu Xiaoyan asked, be honest, do you have feelings for Lulu? Zhao Xianglu glanced at Yang Xiao, seemingly interested in his answer. Who wouldn't like a beautiful woman? But Yang Xiao reminded himself that he had recently started dating someone stunning. So, he decided to lie. After all, how would they know the truth? Just as he was about to answer, Xu Xiaoyan seemed to read his mind and added, you must tell the truth, or I'll curse you to be impotent forever. What? That's too harsh. Even though the curse was meaningless, it still made him uncomfortable. Yang Xiao didn't respond immediately. He took the glass of wine Qian Duo handed him, downed it, and then nodded. He said. What does mean? Xu Xiaoyan asked, blinking with an innocent expression. Have you been watching too many cartoons? Yang Xiao thought. Why so many questions? Feeling exasperated, he clarified, it means yes. Hearing this, Zhao Xianglu's face lit up with a smug smile. See? You couldn't resist my charm, she thought. The game continued for several more rounds. Everyone had their wins and losses, with each person drinking about 3 or 4 glasses of wine. No one was drunk yet. The wine was nearly gone. Seeing Zhao Xianglu's flushed cheeks, Zhu Xiaoyan knew she had reached her limit. If she drank more, she'd definitely get drunk. Although the saying goes, a woman who doesn't get drunk gives no man a chance, health still had to be considered. So, Zhu Xiaoyan suggested they play one final round before everyone could do as they pleased. Unfortunately, the last spin landed on Yang Xiao again. He chose truth. Do you want to sleep with Lulu? Zhu Xiaoyan asked with a mischievous grin, waiting for Yang Xiao's answer. What? Yang Xiao was utterly floored. How could he answer that? If he said yes, it didn't feel right. If he said no, it would sound insincere and unbelievable. Hurry up and answer. Zhu Xiaoyan pressed. If you dare lie, I'll curse you to never get it up again. This was too much. Qian Duoduo wanted to answer on Yang Xiao's behalf, but no one was interested in his opinion. Looking at Zhao Xianglu, who was slumped over the table whether asleep or drunk, Yang Xiao said, She's very beautiful, but I already have a girlfriend, and she's also very beautiful. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xianglu abruptly stood up and grabbed Yang Xiao's arm. You! Come with me right now! As she pulled him away, Yang Xiao felt utterly confused. What was this about? Kicking him out? Zhao Xianglu dragged him to a door, swiped a card, and opened it skillfully. Once inside, before Yang Xiao could take a good look around, he heard the door slam shut and lock behind him. What was going on? Yang Xiao assumed she wanted to talk privately and began, Lulu actually. Before he could finish, Zhao Xianglu slammed her hands against the wall, cornering him. Looking him straight in the eye, she asked, Am I not good enough? Yang Xiao, feeling awkward, blurted out, You're a good girl. Giving her a good person card? Zhao Xianglu, who had always gotten what she wanted, had never been treated like this. Fine. She suddenly took off her top, revealing her white undergarments. What the heck? Yang Xiao was startled and instinctively tried to push her away. What are you doing? You like to pretend, don't you? Keep pretending. Let's see how long you can keep it up, Zhao Xianglu said coquettishly. At first, Zhao Xianglu just wanted to test Yang Xiao. She hadn't expected to be rejected. In that instant, the competitiveness buried deep in her heart ignited. The harder something was to obtain, the more she wanted it. Isn't there a song that goes, The unattainable always stirs restlessness, those who are favored can act without fear? It seemed so true. For both men and women, what they couldn't have always seemed the most precious, like what belonged to someone else. Yang Xiao noticed Zhao Xianglu's unstable emotions and quickly said, Lulu, don't do this. Calm down, okay? Do what? I'm perfectly calm. You're the one who's supposedly so detached and indifferent. What are you afraid of? Really, one isn't enough, and you want 2? Fine. I'll grant your wish. Zhao Xianglu huffed angrily as she stormed toward the door. Meanwhile, Qian Duoduo and Xu Xiaoyan were happily chatting about life. From Qian Duoduo's words, Zhu Xiaoyan learned that Yang Xiao was actually the new owner of the Chongqing Hotel. She was stunned. As a local of Chongqing, she was well aware that the so-called hotel was actually a massive 5-star establishment, a landmark of the city. Just as Xu Xiaoyan wanted to dig deeper, she suddenly heard Zhao Xianglu's urgent voice calling out. Xiaoyan, get over here quick. Her tone was urgent. Xu Xiaoyan froze. Why was she calling her now? Could it be? Her imagination ran wild as she shouted back while running, Coming. She left Qian Duoduo behind, which made him quite displeased. They had been chatting so warmly, and he had thought that with just a few more minutes, they might end up playing poker together. The cards were ready, but the player had left. Frustrating. At the door, Zhu Xiaoyan knocked lightly and asked softly, Lulu, what do you need me for? Come in. The door opened, and a hand reached out to pull her in forcefully. Inside, she saw Zhao Xianglu's attire, and was immediately startled. Pointing at Yang Xiao, she exclaimed, Lulu, did he force himself on you? She turned to look at Yang Xiao, who was sitting on the sofa, fully clothed, and looking completely normal. What was going on? Was it an attempt that didn't succeed, and now she needed a witness? Zhao Xianglu pointed at the sofa and said, Strip completely and lie down there. Strip completely. Zhu Xiaoyan's eyes widened in shock. What was going on? The moment she walked in, she was told to strip. At first she thought she had misheard, but Zhao Xianglu's determined gaze confirmed she hadn't. But why? Yang Xiao was also startled. He hadn't expected her to go this far and quickly said, "Don't listen to her. She's drunk. Help her back to rest." "You're the one who's drunk." Zhao Xianglu snapped back. She turned to Xu Xiaoyan. "Why are you standing there? He wants a pair, hurry up." "What? A pair?" Xu Xiaoyan was stunned. Was this really the wealthy young lady Zhao Xianglu she knew? Had she been possessed? In her impression, Zhao Xianglu knew plenty of dirty jokes in certain technical terms, but she had never spoken like this before. Today, those words came out of her mouth. How could Xu Xiaoyan not be shocked? Of course, if it had been someone else saying this to her, she would have been furious, maybe even called the police. But this was Zhao Xianglu, and the other party was the man who had just spent 30 billion buying the Chongqing hotel. She was more than willing. She raised her hand, ready to start. "What are you doing? Didn't I tell you to take her out?" Yang Xiao thought Xu Xiaoyan had come in to create an opportunity for him to escape or to take Zhao Xianglu away. But instead, she was fueling the fire. Was she crazy? Xu Xiaoyan blinked and said, "It's not like I want to, but for my best friend, I have no choice but to let you take advantage. Why can't you understand? I already have a girlfriend," Yang Xiao explained again. You." Before he could finish, Zhao Xianglu pushed him onto the sofa. Then she climbed on top of him and started kissing him wildly. What was this? Yang Xiao's entire body heated up. He was no saint, and Zhao Xianglu's actions left him breathless. Any normal man would find it hard to resist, especially when faced with such a stunning beauty. Zhao Xianglu kissed Yang Xiao relentlessly, with no technique to speak of, just a mess of wild kisses. Faced with her aggressive moves, Yang Xiao could no longer hold back. Forget it. He abandoned his inhibitions and began responding to her kisses. Noticing Yang Xiao's change, Zhao Xianglu's face lit up with joy. He, this is what men are like, she thought. On the sofa, the two seemed to forget the world around them. Xu Xiaoyan, meanwhile, was utterly confused. Who am I? Where am I? She didn't know whether to leave or stay and act as a third wheel. Her eyes wandered until something caught her attention. Her gaze shifted to something indescribable. Seeing Xu Xiaoyan's shocked expression, Zhao Xianglu said, "What are you staring at? Do I have to invite you?" Is he, Xu Xiaoyan. The next part is omitted, 10,000 words skipped. An hour later, by the window, Yang Xiao extinguished his cigarette and said, "Don't worry, I'll take responsibility for this." A cigarette after the act truly felt divine. Zhao Xianglu smirked and said dismissively, "Don't be ridiculous. We're all just having fun. Who needs you to take responsibility?" Yang Xiao didn't argue. He glanced at the sofa, reflecting on how he had taken something precious from them. He hadn't expected Xu Xiaoyan to be so open and yet maintain her boundaries. It was surprising but made sense. Who says extroverts are always open in certain matters? Who says introverts are always conservative? Noticing Yang Xiao's gaze, Zhao Xianglu blushed and tried to change the subject. "Lulu. Xu Xiaoyan started to say. "Don't speak. Just listen to me," Zhao Xianglu interrupted. She felt she had achieved her goal and didn't think about the consequences of her actions. Yang Xiao sighed deeply. What was supposed to be an opportunity to expand his network had turned into this. Xu Xiaoyan originally wanted to say something, but Zhao Xianglu suddenly stopped her. So the words she was about to say could only be swallowed back. At the same time, her face was full of displeasure. Her expression was like that of a wronged young wife with no one to complain to. Where was the uninhibited attitude she had while playing games earlier? Yang Xiao even wondered if she and Zhao Xianglu had swapped souls. The difference was night and day. It was truly baffling. Since the situation had already happened, and Yang Xiao was the one who took advantage, he couldn't just act like a scumbag who takes what he wants and then denies everything. But to abandon Lu Wei and choose them instead? That was absolutely impossible. If it hadn't been for Lu Wei transferring him 30,000 yuan back then, he wouldn't have the multi-billion-dollar fortune he had today. To abandon Zhao Xianglu and Xu Xiaoyan after this? That was unrealistic. To watch as they ended up in someone else's bed? That thought made him uncomfortable too. Although one cannot have both fish and bear's paw, he still wanted to try being a playboy who kept them all, rather than a scumbag who abandoned any of them. Yang Xiao sighed softly. Fate loves to toy with people. Before figuring out whether Lu Wei could accept all this, he had to keep it a secret. He couldn't let her know. Otherwise, who knows what kind of explosive reaction she might have and what drastic actions she might take. He took out a cigarette and lit it. But before he could even take a puff, Zhao Jianglu, who was sitting on the sofa, snatched it from his hand and took a deep drag. Because she inhaled too much, and it was her first time smoking, the strong hit made her cough violently. Tears welled up in her eyes. But she forced herself to look composed, pretending to be experienced. Get lost. Her tone and expression. If Yang Xiao hadn't experienced it himself, he might have believed her act. Even so, Zhao Jianglu's words left Yang Xiao at a loss. Damn! Why did he feel like he was the one being dumped? However, he quickly regained his composure, looking at Zhao Jianglu with a slightly surprised expression. Did she give up her first time to get revenge on me? And then act like it was just a casual one-night stand? And pretend it didn't matter? What nonsense. She was acting without considering the consequences. What if he really didn't take responsibility? Wouldn't she be the one at a loss? Yang Xiao said helplessly, fine, I give in. I admit I've been interested in you from the beginning. But since I already have a girlfriend, enough. We don't want to hear your nonsense. Get out. Zhao Jianglu, enduring her discomfort, forcefully pushed Yang Xiao out of the room. Then she locked the door. Xu Jiaoyan stood there, dumbfounded. What the hell? Didn't you really like him? Why kick him out? What about me? She had thought teasing him a little would be enough. Who would have thought it would end up with her foolishly losing her first time? Who could she even complain to now? Knock, knock, knock. Outside, Yang Xiao knocked on the door, wanting to say more. But no matter how much he knocked or spoke, the people inside acted as if they couldn't hear him and completely ignored him. Yang Xiao knew they were still angry. He could only wait for them to calm down and talk again later. Yang Xiao returned to the lobby on the first floor. By this time, the banquet had officially started. The hall was bustling with people. Some were in groups of 3 or 5, others chatting in pairs. Everyone was busy socializing. Not long after he sat down, Zhao Antai came over, smiling. I've been looking everywhere for you. Come on, let me introduce you to some important friends. Originally, he had planned to introduce his sister to Yang Xiao first. He searched several times but couldn't find his sister. She wasn't answering her phone either. This made him feel a bit strange. Not long ago, she was the one asking him to find the owner of Villa No. 1 in Yunqian City. She said she wanted to meet him. But now, the person had arrived, yet she was nowhere to be seen. No matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't imagine that the man standing before him had already blown up his family's base. Zhao Antai led Yang Xiao to one side of the hall, where several men and women were sitting and chatting. Their ages varied, some older, some younger. Not far away, a bald middle-aged man was holding the hand of a pretty waitress. He had a lewd smile on his face and was saying something to her, as if reading her palm. The waitress looked very uncomfortable and was desperately trying to pull her hand away. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't free herself. Yang Xiao shook his head at the sight. Let me introduce everyone. This is my friend, Yang Xiao. Zhao Antai said to the group. Yang Xiao? The name sounded a little familiar. The group glanced briefly at Yang Xiao, gave polite smiles, but didn't make any effort to greet him. If it hadn't been Zhao Antai introducing him, they probably wouldn't have acknowledged him at all. In their circles, there were still hierarchical distinctions. Although unspoken, they undeniably existed. Yang Xiao was well dressed, but to them, that was the extent of his impression. To know, among these people, either their assets exceeded 5 billion yuan, or they had powerful connections. Moreover, they had even formed their own group called the Elite Alliance. As the name suggested, it was a network of the wealthy and influential. It sounded a bit childish. Zhao Antai continued with a smile, don't be fooled by his young age. He's the new owner of the Yuzhu Hotel. Then Zhao Antai turned to Yang Xiao. These are my friends, some from the business world, others from politics. Yang Xiao nodded and smiled politely at the group. Hello. When the people present heard Zhao Antai's full introduction, they were immediately surprised. A hint of admiration appeared in their eyes. So, he was the new owner of the Yuzhou Hotel. No wonder the name sounded familiar. The group took a closer look at Yang Xiao and realized he was probably only 25 or 26 years old. So young. They had only heard online that the new owner of the Yuzhou Hotel was young. But what did he look like, and how young exactly? They had never seen him until now. Today they were finally seeing him in person. In an instant, their attitudes became warmer. A middle-aged man around 40 stood up and said with a laugh, "Mr. Yang, it's a pleasure to meet you. I've heard so much about the young boss who bought the Yuzhou Hotel. Seeing you in person is even better than the stories." The man extended his hand. "My name is Song Jianjun. I'm a bit older than you. You can call me Brother Jian or Old Song." "Old Song? Come on." Yang Xiao wasn't naive. He knew these were just polite words. Smiling, he shook hands with him. "Brother Jian, you can call me Xiao Yang or Brother Yang. Calling me Mr. Yang feels too formal." With just a few words, the atmosphere between them became much friendlier. Song Jianjun laughed heartily. "Ha ha, all right, Brother Yang, have a seat." After Yang Xiao sat down, Song Jianjun casually said, "Brother Yang, becoming a boss at such a young age. When I was in my 20s, I was selling goods in underground passages, struggling to even afford my next meal. Life was tough." Yang Xiao smiled and said, "How can I compare to you, Brother Jian? I just got lucky and inherited some wealth, becoming rich overnight." Just inheriting some wealth allowed him to buy a 30 billion yuan hotel? Then what if he inherited everything? They didn't dare imagine. Secretly, they speculated that Yang Xiao must be the heir of some hidden wealthy family, currently sent out to gain experience. When the time was right, he would return to take over the family business. Song Jianjun laughed and said, "Luck is also a kind of strength, wouldn't you agree? Luck isn't something everyone has. When someone's luck is at an extreme level, it's also a reflection of their strength." "Brother Jian is absolutely right," Zhao Antai nodded with a smile. As if remembering something, he added, "How about I add Brother Yang to the group? Any objections?" Everyone nodded, expressing no objections. Being able to spend 30 billion to buy a hotel besides Yang Xiao, none of them had such capabilities. Who would dare object? After all, one day they might need his help. Maintaining this connection was undoubtedly beneficial. Yang Xiao added Zhao Antai on WeChat. After joining the group, he immediately sent a few red envelopes to liven up the atmosphere. As the conversation progressed, Yang Xiao gradually got to know the group better. Song Jianjun was the owner of the Huayu Construction Group. Many major projects in Yuzhou had his involvement. His net worth had long exceeded 10 billion yuan, and he had an extensive network of connections. The only woman present, named Jiang Yilin, kept observing Yang Xiao as if trying to figure him out. From Zhao Antai, Yang Xiao learned that her father was the director of the First People's Hospital of Yuzhou, known for being the top medical expert in the southwest region. After graduating from university, Jiang Yilin started her career with a small pharmacy and eventually built a chain of over 100 pharmacies in the city. Her net worth was in the billions. She could definitely be called a heroine among women. Jiang Yilin smiled at Yang Xiao, then turned to Song Jianjun and said, "Brother Jin, since Brother Yang is now part of the group, why not have him invest in the resort too?" "The resort?" Yang Xiao's interest was piqued, and he quietly asked Zhao Antai for details. Before his arrival, they had been discussing a luxury resort development project. Apparently the land had already been acquired, and the project had government approval. It required an investment of 1 billion yuan, a sizable project. As the initiator, Song Jianjun planned to invest 300 million yuan. The remaining 700 million would be split among the others. Of course, the more, the merrier, Song Jianjun readily agreed. Then he turned to Yang Xiao and asked, "Brother Yang, how much would you like to invest?" "How much?" 1 billion yuan was nothing to him. But he had to consider the others. After a moment of thought, Yang Xiao said, "You all invest as much as you like, and I'll cover whatever remains." "How does that sound?" The group was taken aback by his bold statement. They all knew Yang Xiao had the means to back it up. Song Jianjun nodded and said to the others, "All right, in that case, discuss among yourselves how much each of you will invest. Brother Yang will cover the rest." "Okay. I'll invest 100 million, how about that?" "I'll put in 80 million. "I'll invest 120 million. After some discussion, including Song Jianjun's share, the group collectively invested 800 million yuan. Yang Xiao agreed to cover the remaining 200 million yuan. However, he clarified that he would only hold shares and wait for dividends without participating in the actual operations. Of course, if they needed his help, he would do his best. The group was stunned. Such boldness, investing 200 million yuan, and not even bothering with operations, just waiting for profits. They didn't have the resources to act like that. "All right, it's settled then. We'll sign the contract in a few days," Song Jianjun said, unsurprised by Yang Xiao's decision. Wealth brings freedom. He had experienced it himself before. Zhao Antai nodded and raised his glass, proposing a toast. Cheers to our future resort making big money. Cheers. Cheers. The chances of the resort making big money weren't particularly high, unless additional entertainment facilities were developed. Otherwise, recouping the 1 billion yuan cost would take considerable time. After a few drinks, Song Jianjun received a call about a company matter and left. With his departure, the others also began to leave one by one. Soon, only Zhao Antai, Yang Xiao and Zhang Yilin were left, sitting on the sofa. At that moment, suddenly, a woman's angry voice came from not far away. You shameless bitch. How dare you seduce my man? Do you have a death wish? Hearing the commotion, everyone turned to look. A beautiful waitress had been shoved to the ground by a woman carrying an LV handbag. Immediately afterward, the woman raised her arm and slapped the waitress hard. With a loud smack, 5 clear fingerprints appeared on the waitress's face. Half of her face swelled up instantly, covering her face. The waitress said tearfully, I didn't. It was him. He wouldn't let me leave and kept touching me. She wasn't lying. Yang Xiao had witnessed the scene earlier. He turned to Zhao Antai and said, Brother Tai, aren't you going to do something? That bald man's wife isn't someone ordinary. If things don't escalate, it's better if I stay out of it. Zhao Antai replied bitterly. After all, that waitress was his employee, and this happened on his turf. It was a slap to his face. But what could he do? The Massachusetts family was a business partner of his. Yang Xiao asked, Who is she? After a pause, Zhao Antai whispered, She's Ma Defeng's daughter, Ma Yufeng, of Defeng Group. Yang Xiao understood. So her family had a net worth of several billion? Not impressive compared to his. When it came to wealth? Sorry, he had tens of times more. You're lying. The bald middle-aged man hurriedly denied. Honey, don't listen to her nonsense. She's framing me. His name was Tu Ding, and he was exactly as his name suggested, pathetic. He never expected his wife to suddenly show up here. As a live-in son-in-law, everything he had came from his father-in-law and wife. A single mistake could send him back to his original state. So, upon seeing his wife, he immediately tried to shift the blame. Of course, Ma Yufeng knew her husband was at fault. After all these years, she was well aware of his true nature. But family scandals shouldn't be aired in public. She glared at the waitress and threatened, Shameless bitch. How dare you seduce my man? Believe me, I'll make sure you can't find work in all of Yuzhou. The waitress was devastated. She had only come to deliver a drink when the bald man grabbed her and claimed to be the disciple of some hidden master, insisting on reading her palm. When she refused, he threatened to have her fired. Despite her struggles, he only grew more excited and kept touching her. Now she was being falsely accused after being taken advantage of. She knew no one present would believe her. You bitch, still pretending to be innocent? Ma Yufeng pointed viciously at the waitress. Her expression was filled with rage, as if she wanted to tear the girl apart. The waitress trembled in fear, her voice shaking. I'm telling the truth. Everything I said is true. But no one stepped forward to back her up. Lowly bitch, how dare you talk nonsense? As she spoke, Ma Yufeng raised her hand to slap the waitress again. The waitress curled up in fear, closing her eyes as if resigning herself to her fate. A single teardrop slid down from the corner of her eye, across her slightly swollen cheek, and fell slowly. Sigh. Let her vent her anger with a couple of slaps. After all, she's wealthy and powerful. However, after a while the pain didn't come. What was happening? Did her conscience suddenly awaken? Cautiously, the waitress opened her eyes. Her beautiful eyes widened instantly. In front of her stood a figure not particularly strong, but one that made her feel incredibly safe at that moment. He had firmly stopped Ma Yufeng's descending arm. Because of this, she had been spared another slap. Yang Xiao turned his head to look at the waitress. Are you all right? The waitress bit her pale lips lightly and shook her head. Ma Yufeng never expected that someone would dare to intervene in her affairs. Was he out of his mind? She glared at Yang Xiao with blazing anger and tried to pull her arm free. But he didn't budge. Her temper flared. Who the hell are you, kid? How dare you interfere in my business? Yang Xiao let go of her hand and said with a calm smile, You hit someone without distinguishing right from wrong. According to the law of China, you're already guilty of a crime. I'm helping you reduce your punishment. I'm breaking the law? Ma Yufeng sneered. I am the law today. Do you think I need you to help me reduce my punishment? Her words made it clear. She was accustomed to a life of privilege and arrogance, to the point where she felt untouchable. Her attitude was beyond arrogant, it was outrageous. If she wasn't taught a lesson, who knows what she might do in the future. Yang Xiao said, hitting someone means you have to face the consequences. Ma Yufeng stared at Yang Xiao and demanded, you said I hit someone. Where's your evidence? Evidence? Yang Xiao raised an eyebrow. That's easy enough. He only needed to check the surveillance footage, and everything would be clear. But Ma Yufeng didn't care and taunted, no evidence? Watch out, or I'll sue you for slander and make you rot in jail. That's right. No evidence, and you're accusing us? Ha ha ha, we're not pushovers. Tu Ding chimed in, clinging to his newfound lifeline. A man hiding behind a woman, acting tough, it was pathetic. Yang Xiao was puzzled. Were they so arrogant that it had completely suppressed their intelligence? Or were they simply brainless enough not to realize that places like this were full of surveillance cameras? Seeing Yang Xiao remain silent, Ma Yufeng assumed he was intimidated. A smug look appeared on her face as she arrogantly declared, you and this dirty slut kneel before me and apologize. If I'm satisfied, I might let this slide. Kneel and apologize. Tu Ding echoed smugly. The waitress was terrified. She looked at Yang Xiao and said hurriedly, sir, thank you. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, this wouldn't have blown up. I'll apologize to them. Hearing this, Yang Xiao felt a sting in his heart. It wasn't your fault. Why should you have to apologize? Is this the reality for people at the bottom when facing the wealthy? No. Today I'll fight for justice for you. Yang Xiao's expression turned resolute. He said firmly, don't worry. As long as I'm here, they must apologize to you. Thank you, the waitress said, moved to tears. The others around them began whispering. Who is this guy? No idea. He looks unfamiliar, maybe he's new to the area. No wonder he dares to offend the Mei family. Ignorance really is bliss. Ma Defeng's daughter is not someone you mess with. Sigh. Tall trees catch the most wind. Meanwhile, Zhao Antai forced himself to step forward. Miss Ma, this is my place. Please don't go too far. At this point, if he didn't say something, his reputation would be completely ruined by Ma Yufeng and her husband. Who would dare come to his estate in the future? Who would want to associate with him? Hearing this, Ma Yufeng sneered and spat, who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that? She was like a mad dog, ready to bite anyone in her way. In that case, I'll have to ask you both to leave, Zhao Antai said through gritted teeth. He had his pride. You could step on him, but in front of so many people? It was unacceptable to stomp on him and grind your heel while you were at it. Even a rabbit bites when cornered. Ma Yufeng rolled her eyes. A bunch of trash pretending to host some fancy gathering. Who cares about staying at your place? The crowd was instantly enraged. Why drag everyone into this? But they could only see in silence. When faced with the power of the Defeng group, they were utterly helpless. Yang Xiao wasn't afraid. He said meaningfully, some people rely on their power and think the whole world fears them. But they're just clowns. Since you like being a bully, today I'll break your arrogance. Hearing this, Ma Yufeng snapped, who are you calling a clown? Whoever responds is who I'm talking about, Yang Xiao said, meeting her gaze head on. Do you? If you want to act like rabid dogs, don't blame others for taming you. Go home and leash your wild dog so it stops causing trouble. Fine. You two disgusting fools, just wait. Unable to retort, Ma Yufeng's rage boiled over. She turned to her husband, growing angrier the more she looked at him. Without warning, she slapped him with a loud smack and scolded, useless trash. Get out. Dragging her husband by the ear, she stormed off. But before they could leave, Yang Xiao's voice rang out again. Hold on. The conflict, seemingly over, reignited. What now? Ma Yufeng said coldly. Yang Xiao smiled faintly. You hit someone, tarnished their reputation, and now you want to leave just like that? Does having money mean you can do whatever you want? No. This is a society governed by the rule of law. I hit someone? I insulted someone? Who can prove it? Ma Yufeng scanned the room arrogantly. Her attitude seemed to say, so what if I hit or insulted someone? Who dares to testify? The crowd exchanged nervous glances. Sure enough, after half a minute, no one stepped forward. This only fueled Ma Yufeng's arrogance. I was going to leave, but now I've changed my mind. If you two don't kneel and apologize, this isn't over. Although Tu Ding had just been slapped by his wife, his face showed no sign of displeasure. Instead, he lifted his head as if he were a victor. Was he a masochist? Or just perverted? It was baffling. Everyone, calm down. It's not a big deal, really. Someone finally stepped in to try to mediate. After all, a perfectly good gathering couldn't be allowed to devolve into chaos like this. Others quickly chimed in to support the effort. Let's just endure this for now. Peace comes with patience. Exactly. There's no need to ruin relationships over a waitress. Besides, the truth of the matter still needs further investigation. Yang Xiao couldn't understand. Were they all afraid of the defund group backing this woman? Or were they simply unwilling to offend someone powerful over a waitress? It was as if they had all forgotten there were surveillance cameras providing solid evidence. Everyone was trying to smooth things over. If the truth is unclear, then just call the police. Jiang Yilin stood up from the sofa, stretching lazily. As she moved, her alluring curves became evident, her figure a perfect balance of proportions: full chest, round hips, slender waist. Her graceful motion caught the attention of many, whose eyes lingered on her. Even Tu Ding couldn't resist stealing another glance and swallowing hard. Yang Xiao caught this scene and felt disgusted. A dog truly cannot stop itself from eating filth. Even in this situation, he couldn't pass up an opportunity to ogle. Completely unaware of this, Ma Yufeng sneered as she looked at Yang Xiao and the waitress. Fine. Call the police and have this slut who seduces men arrested. And this bastard who slanders others locked up to set an example. Her tone was full of arrogance, as though she ruled over everyone. A tyrant couldn't have done worse. Don't worry, brother Yang. I fully support you, Jiang Yilin declared, firmly siding with Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao smiled and nodded, then turned to Zhao Tai. Brother Tai, could you get someone to back up all the surveillance footage from this hall? As he spoke, Yang Xiao waved his phone at Ma Yufeng. I think the vast majority of netizens will help us seek justice. Don't you agree? Damn. She had forgotten about the surveillance cameras. The bald man panicked and tugged at Ma Yufeng's sleeve. Why are you pulling me, you useless fool? Ma Yufeng wasn't fazed in the slightest. She sneered coldly. You think I'm scared? Truth always belongs to the minority, and I am that minority. Money can make the devil turn millstones. She had done this kind of thing many times before. Naturally, she wasn't afraid of Yang Xiao's threats. Besides, she could always have her father pressure Zhao Tai into refusing to provide the footage. The two families were collaborating on a major project. If they pulled their investment, the losses would be enormous. Perhaps this was also why Zhao Tai hesitated. Yang Xiao, however, was unfazed. He made a call to Lin Xuan. Immediately contact well-known online influencers. Yes, I want to release a video. Start with a budget of 100 million yuan. If it's not enough, add more. A budget of 100 million yuan. If that's not enough, add more? What a bold statement. Hearing this, Ma Yufeng immediately sneered. Kid, at least make your lies believable. 100 million? Can you even afford it? Among those present, there were indeed several people who could casually produce 100 million yuan. But she didn't believe Yang Xiao was one of them. You think you're richer than our Dafeng group? That's ridiculous, Tu Ding mocked, flicking his sparse hair. 100 million? You probably can't even come up with 10 million. And even if you had it, would you really spend 100 million on a waitress to make a statement? Money doesn't just fall from the sky. But Zhao Tai had no doubts about the truth in Yang Xiao's words. Yang Xiao was the same man who had casually spent 30 billion to buy the Yuzhou Hotel. Could he not compare to the Dafeng Group? Unlikely. It's rumored that Dafeng Group's market value is close to reaching 100 billion yuan, making it a towering presence in front of many. Just now, he had a feeling. The young man before him might completely upend the power structure of Yuzhou. Dafeng Group's position as the wealthiest would soon be history. And that day wouldn't be far away. With that thought, he made a decision. He waved to a waitress. When she approached, he whispered a few words to her. The waitress nodded and quickly ran off. Seeing this, Ma Yufeng glared at Zhao Tai and threatened, Zhao Tai, if you dare help him, we'll pull our investment. If videos of her hitting someone and her husband harassing a waitress were exposed, it wouldn't take long in today's internet-driven world for them to be completely exposed by netizens. They might even face online outrage. And that would be the lighter consequence. In the worst-case scenario, their company could also suffer significant repercussions. She hoped to use the collaboration project between the two companies to pressure him into withholding the footage. After all, the project required a total investment of 5 billion yuan. Dafeng Group had invested 3 billion, more than half. Everything for the project had been prepared just a few days ago, with only the contract left to sign. If they pulled out, For a company of Zhao Antai's scale, the losses would undoubtedly be devastating. She assumed that by pulling out this trump card, Zhao Antai would back down. But he acted as if he hadn't heard her, remaining indifferent. This infuriated Ma Yufeng. At this moment, Yang Xiao spoke up. Sure, go ahead and pull your investment. If you do, I'll immediately double the amount for him. What's money to me? I've got plenty. Zhao Antai, you better think carefully. Ma Yufeng threatened again. Zhao Antai said nothing. Shortly after, the waitress returned with a USB drive containing the surveillance footage and handed it to Zhao Antai. He then passed it to Yang Xiao. Seeing this, Ma Yufeng exploded on the spot. Zhao, are you really going to oppose us? Yang Xiao replied, apologize immediately and compensate her for emotional damages. Otherwise by tomorrow morning, this video will be on every major news platform and as the top headline. The hall was instantly filled with murmurs. Damn. Is he insane? He's actually threatening Ma Yufeng? She won't take this lying down. Exactly. Last year, someone tried to threaten her, and they ended up. Sheesh. The discussions were quiet but still reached Ma Yufeng's ears. Her expression darkened, and she clenched her teeth so hard they almost broke. Over the years, she had never been threatened like this before. The worst part was that this particular threat was lethal to her. After much consideration, Ma Yufeng decided to step back for now and find an opportunity to retaliate later. She reluctantly said, I'm sorry. Not sincere enough. Yang Xiao shook his head. An insincere apology? What's the point? Bastard. Just you wait. Adjusting her tone, Ma Yufeng forced a fake smile and said, Miss, I'm sorry. It was my fault. Then she took off the bracelet she was wearing. This jade bracelet is compensation for your emotional distress. She shoved the bracelet into the waitress's hand, grabbed Tu Ding, and stormed off in anger. The entire room was stunned. She actually apologized. This was truly unprecedented. After the small interruption, the gathering continued. Under Zhao Antai's guidance, Yang Xiao met many influential figures in the business and political worlds, collecting a stack of business cards in the process. It was a fruitful evening, well worth his time. Meanwhile, on the second floor, having calmed down, Zhao Jianglu asked softly, Yan Er, what do you think we should do? What to do? Shu Xiao Yan was speechless. Wasn't it you earlier, acting all composed and shooing him away? And now you're asking me? She understood that Zhao Jianglu had spoken out of frustration earlier. Now, by asking her, she was trying to find a way to fix things. Zhu Xiaoyan decided to tease her a little. Shrugging nonchalantly, she said, What else can we do? You've already slept with him. Just go about your life. Zhao Jianglu pouted in frustration. We've lost so much. He already has a girlfriend. So what? We've been cheated all the way back to our grandmother's house. Shu Xiaoyan replied, Didn't we enjoy ourselves too? What's the loss? But, come on, it's not a big deal. Zhu Xiaoyan's casual attitude made Zhao Jianglu feel even worse. She wanted to say they should go downstairs and find him. But when the words reached her lips, she couldn't bring herself to say them. Seeing that her teasing had worked, Zhu Xiaoyan glanced at her friend and dropped a bombshell. So what if he has a girlfriend? Can't he have two more? What Hao Xianglu was dumbfounded. Two more? Does she mean being his mistress and number 4? That's insane. For a moment she didn't know what to say, repeating, but what are you afraid of? Are the two of us not better than one? Shu Xiaoyan said. If you swing your hoe skillfully, there's no wall you can't knock down. The logic made sense, but Zhao Jianglu still felt it was inappropriate. Being a mistress was awful. At this moment, Zhao Antai entered the small banquet hall and saw the two whispering about something. He couldn't hear from a distance, so he called out, Little sister, come here for a moment. Brother. Upon hearing Zhao Antai's voice, Zhao Jianglu immediately smiled. She grabbed Zhu Xiaoyan and approached him. With a smile, Zhao Antai said, Come, let me introduce someone to you. Who? Zhao Jianglu asked curiously. Without keeping her guessing, Zhao Antai replied, The owner of Villa No. 1. Didn't you always want to meet him? Huh? Forget it. I don't want to meet him now, Zhao Jianglu replied. Her mind was entirely preoccupied with Yang Xiao. There was no room for anyone else. You don't want to meet him? Zhao Antai was surprised. Didn't you say you wanted to meet him last time? He had even planned to introduce Yang Xiao to his sister as a boyfriend, hoping to secure this connection with such a wealthy man. It would have been a great boost for his company's future development. Was that opportunity gone now? Blushing, Zhao Xianglu said, "That was before. I've changed my mind." Changed her mind? For a moment, Zhao Antai was stunned. Then, sensing something unusual, he glanced at Xu Xiaoyan. Avoiding eye contact, Xu Xiaoyan looked away. This only made him more convinced that something was off with his sister. Forcing things wouldn't work, so he didn't insist. "All right, but don't stay on the second floor too long. Go downstairs and mingle. You might meet someone you truly like." He said it casually, but his words struck a nerve. Both Zhao Xianglu and Xu Xiaoyan blushed deeply. "Okay. Got it. Will. Head down now." The two stammered awkwardly. Not wanting to press further, Zhao Antai turned and left. After touching up their makeup, the two went downstairs together. "Lulu," someone in the crowd called out upon spotting Zhao Xianglu. Hearing the voice, she turned to see a friend. "Xiao Mei, when did you get here?" "I came with my brother. He can't stop thinking about you." Xiao Mei nodded and gave a sly smile. "Can't stop thinking about me?" Hey! Her brother Xiao Ba had been a little tyrant since his school days, a typical spoiled rich kid. Even now, he wandered around aimlessly, doing nothing productive. Wherever there were pretty girls, he would show up. Forcing a smile, Zhao Xianglu said, "Xiao Mei, stop joking." "I'm not joking. I'm serious. Don't believe me? I'll call him over to prove it," Xiao Mei said earnestly. "Maybe next time. I'm looking for someone." Zhao Xianglu quickly excused herself. Grabbing Xu Xiaoyan, she turned and left in a hurry. Watching her leave, Xiao Mei shook her head. She knew exactly what kind of person her brother was. But he was her brother, after all. If she didn't help him, who would? As she thought about it, her brother's voice came from behind her. "Xiao Mei, what are you standing around for?" "I just saw Lulu," Xiao Mei said with a faint smile, pointing in the direction Zhao Xianglu had disappeared. Zhao Ba's eyes gleamed with lust, and he eagerly asked, "Did you put in a good word for me? Would it even help?" Frowning, Xiao Mei asked, "Brother, if you truly like her, can't you be a little more serious?" She was disgusted by how his eyes filled with indecency whenever he heard Zhao Xianglu's name. "Liking her and being serious are two different things," Xiao Ba replied nonchalantly. Xiao Mei was utterly defeated. With that attitude, how did he expect to win her over? Dream on. Even now, he didn't understand why he had failed so many times. Talking more would be pointless. Seeing his sister's silence, Xiao Bai's eyes darted around as he added, "Think about it. I'm still young. If I settle down too early, wouldn't all those naive girls lose their guiding star?" Xiao Mei couldn't help but roll her eyes. How could he say such things with a straight face? Xiao Ba, unfazed, continued, "Like the saying goes, better to die under a peony flower than to live without romance. I'm not going to tie myself to one tree and miss out on the whole forest." Hearing this, Xiao Mei wanted to kick him. How could anyone say something so shameless? "So, you want to eat from your bowl, look at the plate, and still eye the pot?" Turning a scumbag into a life coach that takes some nerve, Xiao Mei decided not to help him anymore. Clearly he and Zhao Xianglu weren't meant to be. Just then, a voice interrupted their thoughts. "Well, if it isn't Brother B.A." A chubby man with a slicked-back hairstyle and a trench coat walked over with a grin. Approaching Xiao B.A., he whispered, "Brother B.A., are we going tonight? Are there any pretty girls?" "Of course. And that waist, oh, it moves so well." "Really?" Xiao Ba's face lit up with a lewd smile. The two were longtime friends, frequenting bars together and living a life of indulgence. The chubby man smirked slyly. "When have I ever lied to you? Then what are we waiting for? Let's go." Xiao Ba couldn't hold back his excitement. Arm in arm, they pulled out their phones to call more friends and walked out together. Xiao Mei was furious. Hanging out with this group of losers all day, how was he supposed to change? How could he ever settle down? Zhao Xianglu and Xu Xiaoyan noticed Yang Xiao sitting on a corner sofa, grinning foolishly at his phone. Seeing this, Zhu Xiaoyan felt annoyed. "He slept with us, barely said a word afterward, and now he's flirting around? Does he think we're Hello Kitty and not tigers?" Immediately, she stomped over in her high heels, intending to demand an explanation. "What are you doing?" Zhao Xianglu frowned and grabbed Xu Xiaoyan by the arm. "Of course I'm going to ask him for an explanation," Zhu Xiaoyan snapped. She knew the longer she waited, the harder it would be to address things. "Humph, What's there to say to that arrogant guy? Zhao Zhanglu huffed, pouting angrily. Fine, if you're not going, I'll go alone, Zhu Xiaoyan said, ready to leave. Unlike Zhao Zhanglu, who came from a wealthy family, Zhu Xiaoyan saw this as her only chance to rise above and become someone important. If she missed this opportunity, who knew if there would ever be another? Even if there was, who could guarantee it would be with a young, wealthy, and handsome man? Wait, Zhao Xianglu called out quickly. What now? Zhao Xianglu hesitated, struggling to find the words. Looking at her friend, Zhu Xiaoyan asked, Lulu, what do you really want? What do I want? Zhao Xianglu's mind was in chaos. She didn't know why, but she kept thinking about Yang Xiao. At first, all she wanted was for him to admit defeat and submit to her. She hadn't considered the consequences. Frustrated, Zhu Xiaoyan rephrased her question. Do you want to be with him forever? Be with him? Zhao Xianglu fell silent. Deep down she did. That experience had been wonderful. Seeing her friend in a daze. Zhu Xiaoyan shook her head. Good grief. Where can you find such a naive best friend? So reckless before doing it, and now acting like a fool who's had her soul taken. And here I am, foolishly getting involved too. What a mess. Pulling Zhao Xianglu along, Zhu Xiaoyan said, All right, I get it. Don't say anything, just follow my lead and watch for my signals. This time Zhao Xianglu didn't resist and allowed herself to be dragged toward Yang Xiao. At that moment, Yang Xiao was engrossed in chatting with Lu Wei on his phone and hadn't noticed their approach. As he chatted happily, he suddenly noticed two pairs of long, slender legs in front of him. What great legs! Instinctively he looked up and froze. Standing before him were Zhu Xiaoyan and Zhao Xianglu, their expressions so fierce they seemed ready to swallow him whole. Straightening up, Yang Xiao wondered, What's this about? Zhao Xianglu kept her head down. Let's talk, Zhu Xiaoyan said coldly. Yang Xiao nodded. All right. The two women sat on the sofa opposite him. Zhao Xianglu kept her head lowered, her fingers intertwined nervously like a schoolgirl caught doing something wrong. Her earlier wild demeanor was nowhere to be seen. Zhu Xiaoyan spoke first. How do you plan to handle this? Handle this? Simple. Simple. Yang Xiao asked, Do you mind that I have a girlfriend? If we say we do, will you just ignore us? Zhu Xiaoyan countered. Use us and then ditch us? Even Zhao Xianglu raised her eyes slightly, wanting to hear his answer. Yang Xiao didn't answer directly but instead tested the waters. If you don't mind, we can continue as lovers. If they agreed, arranging things would be easy. If not, he could offer compensation and work toward making them lovers anyway. After all, they'd already slept together. He wasn't planning to let this go easily. Behind your girlfriend's back? Zhu Xiaoyan raised an eyebrow. You really are a scumbag. For now, yes, Yang Xiao admitted with a nod. Then he added, But it's not as bad as it sounds. My heart is in pieces, and I just want to give everyone I care about a home. That explanation. Classic scumbag logic. Give everyone you like a home? Why not just go to heaven while you're at it? Rolling her eyes, Zhu Xiaoyan decided not to respond. Through this brief exchange, Yang Xiao understood why they'd come. They likely wanted to continue their relationship with him. Do you want to be my lovers? Yang Xiao asked again, testing them. Zhu Xiaoyan picked up on the implication. For now, they could only be lovers. What would happen later was uncertain. She decided to negotiate for the best terms possible. If we're going to be your lovers, it can't just be talk. Of course it can't just be talk. Yang Xiao replied earnestly, Who plays shooting games and only uses words? You saw earlier an hour isn't enough to end it. He was getting carried away, and Zhu Xiaoyan quickly stopped him. Enough. Less talk, more sincerity. I have one condition. Name it. Yang Xiao said seriously. After we confirm our relationship, you can continue being flight attendants, but you'll only serve me. No problem. Zhu Xiaoyan replied, though internally she rolled her eyes. Do you think we're fools? Yang Xiao smiled suggestively. From now on you don't have to work. If you want to run a business, I'll invest. Whatever it costs, I'll cover it. That was pure billionaire energy. Do we have a chance to become your official girlfriends? Zhu Xiaoyan asked the question that mattered most. Yang Xiao didn't want to lie. I'd love to have everyone together someday, but for now, it's unlikely. That might be every man's ultimate dream. When could it happen? Who could make it happen? Could money make it a reality? Even Yang Xiao wasn't sure. But dreams were worth having. What if they came true? After some further discussion, The two women agreed to be his lovers, but only if Yang Xiao provided enough financial support. This wasn't an issue for him. He even promised to buy them a large house soon, where they could live together. Overjoyed, Xu Xiaoyan beamed. Yang Xiao also felt relieved. Suddenly Zhao Xianglu asked, Yan does being a lover mean we have to do that every day? Every day? Xu Xiaoyan's face darkened. We couldn't handle that, and neither could he. As the saying goes, no land is ever exhausted, only the ox gets worn out. Do you want to be a widow? These thoughts stayed in her head, unspoken. Yang Xiao awkwardly replied, not every day. Occasionally. Hearing this, Zhao Xianglu sighed in relief. As long as it wasn't every day, it was fine. At that moment, Zhao Antai approached with a glass of wine and said with a smile, little sister, didn't you say you weren't coming downstairs? Zhao Xianglu immediately lowered her head, not daring to meet her brother's gaze. What's going on? Curious, Zhao Antai looked at Xu Xiaoyan and asked, Yan what's up with Lulu? She's had a bit too much to drink, Zhu Xiaoyan said, pointing at the wine glass. Understanding, Zhao Antai turned to Yang Xiao and introduced him with a smile. Brother Yang, this is my sister. Last time, when I showed up at your place unexpectedly, it was at her request. At her request? Showed up at his place? Suddenly, Zhao Xianglu remembered asking her brother to find out about the owner of Villa No. 1 in Yunxian City. Could it be him? Turning to her brother, she asked hesitantly, are you saying he's the owner of Villa No. 1? That's right. Didn't you know? Zhao Antai asked, surprised. Zhao Xianglu pouted and shook her head. No one told me. How was I supposed to know? The saying goes, searching far and wide, only to find it effortlessly in front of you. Could this be fate? A faint blush crept onto Zhao Xianglu's pretty face. Zhu Xiaoyan looked as if she wanted to speak but stopped herself. Sensing the unusual atmosphere, Zhao Antai asked curiously, wait, have you all met before? The three exchanged glances and, as if by unspoken agreement, nodded simultaneously. Not a word was spoken. How did you meet? And how long have you known each other? Surprised but intrigued, Zhao Antai asked a flurry of questions. Since they already knew each other, it saved him some effort. Still, he hoped to set up his sister with Yang Xiao. If it worked out, it would be a great safety net for his business. If he ever ran into financial trouble in the future, he wouldn't have to beg others for help anymore. Having a brother-in-law like Yang Xiao would make things much easier. Zhao Xianglu stammered, we met. On a flight. Why is she stuttering? That's not like her. A suspicion formed in Zhao Antai's mind. Something must have happened between the three of them. What exactly? He didn't know. But with his sister's personality, it wasn't like her to be so hesitant and shy about something. Finding an excuse, he coaxed his sister upstairs, then returned to sit with Yang Xiao and Xu Xiaoyan. As soon as he sat down, he looked at them both and asked eagerly, be honest. Is there something you're hiding from me? Xu Xiaoyan glanced at Yang Xiao, motioning for him to speak. Yang Xiao understood, awkwardly rubbed his nose and said, it's a bit complicated, but here's the gist of it. He then briefly recounted how he met Zhao Xianglu. Of course, he glossed over the part where she had pushed him down. When he finished, Zhao Antai was stunned and sat in silence for a long moment, processing what he had just heard. He turned to Xu Xiaoyan, as if seeking confirmation. She nodded. For a moment, a mix of emotions swirled in Zhao Antai's heart, shock being the strongest. Since when did my sister become so bold? She actually pushed him down. This completely upended his understanding of her. And yet, knowing Yang Xiao already had a girlfriend, she was still willing to be with him. Wasn't she upset? Why? This baffled him. It was more shocking than seeing aliens dancing in front of him. Seeing that Zhao Antai hadn't spoken for a while, Yang Xiao assumed he was angry. Brother Tai, don't worry. I'm not the type to use people and leave. I'll take responsibility for them, Yang Xiao said earnestly. Zhao Antai shook his head with a bitter smile. Forget it. This was Lulu and Yan Er's decision. It's not something I can interfere with. Brother Tai. You're really not mad at me? Yang Xiao asked in disbelief. His sister had been taken by someone, and the man was right in front of him. How could he just let it slide so easily? If it were Yang Xiao himself, there's no way he would let the guy off without a beating. Shaking his head, Zhao Antai laughed. Why would I blame you? Lulu is my sister and I know her personality well. This was her choice. What else can I do but support her? After all, Zhu Xiaoyan had confirmed the story. There wasn't much else to say. As her older brother, he had always spoiled his sister, giving in to her every whim. This was her doing, not Yang Xiao's fault. Besides, Yang Xiao had already mentioned he had a girlfriend. It was Lulu who had pushed him down. Who could blame him? Thank you for your support, Brother Tai, Yang Xiao said, feeling as if he were a student unexpectedly given a holiday. Finally, he could breathe a sigh of relief. It's nothing. From now on just call me Big Brother Zhao, Antai said with a smile. All right, Big Brother, Yang Xiao replied. Nodding, Zhao Antai added, I may not have as much money as you, but I have more connections than you might think. The implication was clear: if Yang Xiao ever faced a problem he couldn't solve, he should let him know, and he'd help pull some strings. Yang Xiao nodded. Got it. If I need help, I'll definitely come to you. Meanwhile, in a certain neighborhood, Yao Yao Lao Day, let's plan to move next Monday, Zhang Qiuyua said excitedly, while snacking on sunflower seeds. Yesterday she had gone to Huayan Temple, spending a large sum to have a monk select an auspicious moving day. The chosen date was next Monday. Bu Yalian, wearing a face mask, replied casually, all right. Lao Di, tomorrow. Throw out all the old clothes, Zhang Qiuyua added after some thought. But those clothes are perfectly fine. Throwing them away would be such a waste. Bu Xiao protested, reluctant. Zhang Qiuyua rolled her eyes at him. Useless. Soon we'll be millionaires. Who would still wear such cheap rags? Recently she had been waking up from dreams of sudden wealth. Everywhere she went, she boasted about it. Soon enough, news of her imminent millions had spread throughout the neighborhood. By now, almost everyone knew about it. Well, I guess you have a point, Bu Xiao said after pondering for a moment. When you're rich, who wears clothes worth just a few dozen yuan? Certainly not them. After a pause, however, he grumbled, but why do I have to do all the cleaning? Why should he be the only one working in a 3-person household? Oh, let me tell you why, Zhang Qiuyua said, sitting up and taking a sip of water. Because I helped Yao Yao buy this house. That counts as a reason. Unbelievable. Eh? Still dissatisfied, Bu Xiaodi retorted. If we don't need the clothes, why bother throwing them out? Just leave them behind when we move. Their new place was fully furnished. All they needed to bring were clothes and daily essentials. Fine, fine. You're full of nonsense, Zhang Qiuyua muttered. Turning to Bu Yalian, she asked, Yao Yao, how's Pianren doing over there? He's still processing his travel documents, Bu Yalian replied absent-mindedly. Travel documents? Zhang Qiuyua suddenly became suspicious. Is he planning to run away? Mom. What are you thinking? He's checking things out over there for us, Bu Yalian said, exasperated. If AI Pianren had heard this, he would have laughed himself silly. It was merely an excuse for his getaway. His travel documents hadn't been fully processed yet. It would take a few more days. To keep her from getting suspicious, he had come up with this story. Once he left the country, he would cut ties and block them. Let them cry about it later. Unaware of the truth, Bu Yalian was completely smitten with AI Pianren. What's more, she recently discovered she might be pregnant. She planned to wait for his return to share the happy news with him. She was sure he'd be thrilled. The autumn and winter skies in Yuzhou often appear hazy, giving the city its nickname, Fog City. Yang Xiao was planning to return to his hometown in a couple of days. Today he specifically came to Guan Street to buy some things for his parents. After parking his car, he exited the garage and walked along the street, simultaneously asking about Lu Wei's situation. He learned that she was currently in the neighboring office building with Lin Xuan, negotiating the acquisition of a live streaming company. They estimated it would take about another hour. So, he found a flower bench on the pedestrian street to sit and wait. Suddenly, he noticed a crowd gathered near the entrance of an underground passageway on Guan Street. Curious, he walked over to take a look. At the center of the crowd, on an open patch of ground, crouched a young man who, at first glance, seemed somewhat familiar to Yang Xiao. The man was dressed in casual clothing. In front of him was a small box containing a few scattered coins. It was unclear whether they were 1 yuan coins or mere dimes. At that moment, the man was squatting on the ground, writing something with white chalk. Yang Xiao looked down to read. My name is Zhen Bang. I just graduated from university and am looking for a job. But my phone, wallet and all my identification were stolen on the subway. I have no money and can't find work. I've been sleeping under a bridge for 2 days now. I beg kind-hearted people to give me a few yuan so I can buy some steamed buns and bottles of water to fill my stomach. Thank you. May kind-hearted people have peaceful lives. After finishing, the man who called himself Zhen Bang shakily stood up and bowed deeply to the onlookers, his expression filled with a bitter smile. He appeared very polite. With his glasses and scholarly demeanor, he looked like a harmless, fresh graduate just stepping into society. His unshaven beard added a touch of sorrow and desolation to his image. However, while many people surrounded him, only a few actually put money into his box. It wasn't because the crowd was cold-hearted or indifferent. Most people were well aware that this was the act of an emotional scammer, preying on others' sympathy for profit. They weren't fools. In this day and age, who loses their wallet and identification and can't think of a solution? Such tricks might fool a child, but not adults. If someone genuinely lost their wallet and ID and found themselves in dire straits, they could easily go to the nearest police station for help. The police would undoubtedly provide at least 1 or 2 meals. Moreover, they could issue a temporary identification letter. With that, the person could easily find a job washing dishes or serving food at a hot pot restaurant or a small eatery. It might be tough and tiring, but it would never come to the point of begging on the streets. In just a few minutes, the man who called himself Zhen Bang managed to collect nearly 20 yuan. Enough for a bowl of beef noodles. But then, he showed no intention of leaving. Instead, he continued bowing deeply to passers-by, who occasionally dropped coins into his box, expressing his gratitude. The act was incredibly convincing. Logically speaking, if someone were truly starving, with tens of yuan in hand, they would have rushed off to buy food by now. So why was he still lingering? Perhaps this is human greed. When someone gains a little, they start wanting more, never satisfied. At the edge of the crowd, Yang Xiao stood watching him closely. He couldn't shake the feeling that he'd seen this man somewhere before. But he couldn't quite place it. Then, in the instant when the man bowed and raised his head again, Yang Xiao suddenly remembered. Damn! Isn't this the guy from the Mercedes dealership? What's he doing here? And he's even switched careers. Yes, this was indeed Chen Shanwei, the man who had blocked Yang Xiao from entering the Mercedes dealership to buy a car. After being fired, Chen Xianhui had initially tried to find another job in car sales. But news of him blocking customers from entering the dealership had already spread throughout Yuzhou's auto sales industry. No 4S dealership was willing to hire him, at least not in the main city. Even many large or popular sales industries had shut their doors to him. Who would want an employee in their store who judges customers based on appearances? What if he offended an influential client? The consequences could be catastrophic. Out of options, he found himself in dire straits. Later, by chance, he met an old childhood friend who encouraged him to join the ranks of street beggars. Initially, he was nervous, worried about being recognized. But after disguising himself and trying it out a few times, he found that no one recognized him. His confidence grew. He calculated that by switching locations a few times a day, he could easily make around 500 yuan daily. Over a month, that added up to over 10,000 yuan pure profit, untaxed. So, he simply decided to make begging his career. Yang Xiao rubbed his chin, thinking about how to expose him. He claims he needs a few yuan to buy steamed buns, doesn't he? Fine. I'll make sure you have more than enough buns to eat. With that, Yang Xiao turned and headed toward the food street. A few minutes later, Yang Xiao returned, holding a bag of steamed buns in one hand and a bottle of mineral water in the other. Pushing through the crowd, he walked straight up to Chen Xianhui, now going by the alias Zhen Bang. Chen Xianhui, with his head slightly lowered, assumed it was someone else giving him money and quickly bowed. Thank you for your kindness. No need to thank me, Yang Xiao said, handing over the buns and water. Here, I brought you a bag of steamed buns. Eat while they're still hot. You. Hearing the voice, Chen Xianhui raised his head and instantly recognized Yang Xiao. A surge of anger shot through him, but he quickly remembered his need to keep his identity hidden. He immediately forced a smile and said, "What a kind-hearted person. Thank you so much." The frustration inside him was overwhelming. Here was someone he held a grudge against, and now he had to pretend not to know him and act grateful for the steamed buns. Bowing deeply, he expressed his gratitude. Yang Xiao, knowing he wouldn't dare reveal himself, added with feigned concern, "Hurry up and eat. You haven't eaten in days, you must be starving, poor thing." Poor thing? Damn it. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have ended up like this. It's all your fault. Even now, he refused to acknowledge his own mistakes. Looking at the bag of steamed buns in his hands, Chen Xianwei was seething inside. Seriously? Couldn't you have bought something better? Steamed buns. Why not dumplings or buns with filling? How am I supposed to eat this? The crowd, seeing the awkward expression on Chen Xianhui's face after receiving the buns, couldn't help but chuckle. Someone even burst out laughing. Clearly they'd realized that this man was just a scammer. The person quickly explained, "Sorry, I've had professional training, I normally don't laugh." Then they added silently to themselves, "Unless I can't hold it in." Yang Xiao, maintaining a serious demeanor, said, "Hey, everyone has low points in their life. We shouldn't mock him. We should encourage him instead." His words stirred the emotions of the crowd. Truly, the younger generation is full of talent. Indeed. We should follow this young man's example and help him out. Buying steamed buns is the right way to address his immediate needs. That's true. Brother, eat up. If that's not enough, I'll buy you 20 more buns to save for dinner. Chen Xianhui almost died of frustration on the spot. Thank you all so much. But do I need plain steamed buns? No, I need money. Of course, he couldn't say this out loud. If he did, he would expose himself as a fraud and possibly provoke public outrage, or even get dragged to the police station. So, all he could do was fake a smile and repeatedly thank everyone. Reluctantly, he grabbed one of the warm steamed buns from the bag and quickly stuffed it into his mouth, pretending to wolf it down. But he wasn't hungry at all. Most of the bun ended up on the ground rather than in his stomach. Is this how a truly starving person behaves? Yang Xiao, watching, couldn't help but laugh to himself. Handing over the bottle of water, he said, "Take your time, brother. Eat slowly. If it's not enough, I'll buy more." Cough, cough. Hearing this, Chen Xianhui began choking violently, panic rising within him. At that moment, he wanted nothing more than to punch Yang Xiao straight into outer space. Why do you keep showing up everywhere? Damn it. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have ended up on the streets like this. Curse you. While he continued to eat, he frantically tried to think of a way out. Then he noticed something horrifying. 2 more well-meaning onlookers were running toward him, each carrying a bag of steaming buns with cheerful expressions, as if they'd won the lottery. Chen Xianhui's legs nearly gave out, and he almost collapsed. What the hell? I can't stay here any longer. I need to get out of here before these people actually feed me to death. He began pretending to eat the buns while slowly backing away, all the while picking up the box with the coins inside. Thank you, thank you. As he continued thanking everyone, he suddenly turned and sprinted away. Within moments, he had disappeared. Yang Xiao shouted after him, laughing, "Brother, where are you going? There are still 2 more bags of buns here." Ha ha ha. The crowd erupted into laughter. Scammers may be common, but this year they seem especially unlucky. Justice felt served. Meanwhile, Chen Xianhui ran until he was out of breath. Only when he was sure he was safe did he finally stop. Frustrated, he threw all the steamed buns into a trash can, then leaned against the corner of a tall building to count the coins in his box. His face fell instantly. Only 25 yuan. Compared to his earnings from previous days, today was a disaster. The thought of Yang Xiao deliberately messing with him made his teeth achy with rage. It's all this bastard's fault. If not for him, I could have easily made over 100 yuan today. I can't stay here anymore. Time to switch locations. With that, he decided to change his disguise and start fresh elsewhere. His next destination, Yushu's wealthy district, Yunqian City. As one of Yushu's top 5 business districts, Guan Street boasted impressive economic activity and foot traffic. Its bustling atmosphere rivaled that of the Jifangbei pedestrian street. Most out-of-town tourists visiting Yuzhou would head to Jifangbei for sightseeing and photos. Locals, however, often flocked to Guan Street, the busiest of all the city's business district pedestrian streets. With economic development accelerating, new business districts were popping up everywhere. Yang Xiao found a smoking area and lit a cigarette, idly puffing on it while keeping an eye on the beautiful women passing by. Suddenly, his phone rang. Still admiring the view, he casually answered without looking. "Hello, who's this?" "Hello, is this Yang Xiao?" "Yes, this is him." "Hello, Mr. Yang. We're from the Yuzhou Tax Inspection Bureau. We've discovered that you are suspected of tax evasion. Please cooperate with our investigation." Hearing this, Yang Xiao immediately became alert. Tax evasion? Are you kidding me? He distinctly remembered checking his personal income tax app and seeing that he had paid over 30 billion yuan in inheritance taxes, not to mention the tens of billions in taxes paid when purchasing his hotel. Note these taxes were automatically deducted when using his cashback card. How could there still be an issue with tax evasion? Even if there were, they wouldn't contact him by phone. Law enforcement would come directly to his door. Something's off. The voice on the other end grew sterner. Mr. Yang, are you listening to me? Yang Xiao finally glanced at his phone screen, which displayed incoming international call. Beware of scam calls. Oh, come on. A scam call? They've got guts trying to scam me. Since he had nothing urgent to do, he decided to play along and see how the scam would unfold. The voice on the other end sounded increasingly impatient. Mr. Yang, are you paying attention? Yes, I'm listening, Yang Xiao replied, pretending to be shocked and anxious. Set the bait and catch the fish. We are the Tax Inspection Bureau. You'd better confess and cooperate fully with our investigation. Don't resist, it will only worsen your case. Cooperation will earn you leniency. Sensing the nervousness in Yang Xiao's voice, the scammer's tone became more authoritative, exuding an air of officialdom designed to convince victims of the scam's legitimacy. Yang Xiao, fully aware of their ploy, played along. I'm innocent. I've been wronged. Whether or not you're innocent isn't up to you to decide, the scammer replied. Then how can I prove it? Listen carefully to what I'm about to say. It may help clear your name. Okay, I'm listening. Add this QQ number 751512345567. Someone will assist you in verifying your case. Please cooperate fully. Alright. In an old residential area, a chubby man put down his phone, laughing hysterically. Haha, boss, he took the bait. Initially he thought Yang Xiao wouldn't fall for the scam and might not even answer the call. But to his surprise, not only did Yang Xiao answer, he seemed thoroughly scared and flustered. The sense of accomplishment was immense. Really? The boss, a burly man, grinned from ear to ear. Absolutely. He's about to add your QQ. Everything's going according to our script, the chubby man said, rubbing his hands together in excitement. At that moment they could almost see the light of success shining down on them. They were on their way to becoming the next multi-millionaires. The boss laughed heartily. Haha, fantastic. This guy's a newly rich fat sheep, an easy target. And clearly clueless about the law. Little doozy, do your best. If we pull this off, not only will you get a wife, you could even marry a minor celebrity. Both their phone and internet connections were routed through several layers to avoid being tracked. They had successfully scammed dozens of people before, though none as wealthy as Yang Xiao. Really? Xiao Duzi's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he couldn't help but drool slightly, as if he were holding a beauty in his arms. Seeing this, the burly man patted Xiao Duzi's shoulder with a grin. Tell me, when has your big brother ever lied to you? Never. Xiao Duzi thought about it, and realized it was true. Exactly. Egam. He. Xiao Duzi chuckled foolishly. In his heart he dreamed, when I get rich, if I can, I'll marry a goddess. She's just too beautiful. Stop grinning like an idiot. Get ready, we're about to reel in the big fish. The burly man scolded with a laugh. They had obtained Yang Xiao's information from the black market. When they first saw his details they were stunned. They couldn't believe their luck in landing such a big fish. After some research, they were even happier to find out that the target was a seemingly gullible big fish. To them, Yang Xiao was practically a walking ATM. Ding ding. A QQ friend request notification popped up. The burly man, whose name was Mai Wei and online alias was Inspector Ma, sat down at his computer and approved the request. A chat window immediately opened. We're now friends. Let's start chatting. Ma Wei grinned, signaling the start of his plan. Sweat dripped as he typed away with his two-finger technique, following the script laid out before him. After completing his message, he hit send. Inspector Ma, hello, I'm from the Yuzhou Tax Inspection Bureau. Who is this? Who is this? Seriously? Yang Xiao rolled his eyes but replied, I'm Yang Xiao. You just called me. Inspector Ma, it's you. All your bank accounts have been frozen, and your funds are inaccessible. Here we go with the same old script, Yang Xiao thought. He pretended to panic and quickly replied with anger, what? Why were my accounts frozen? Why? The tone of the message was crafted to convey shock, disbelief, and rage, exactly the reaction the scammers wanted. Inspector Ma, because you're suspected of illegal activity. Until your case is resolved, your funds will remain frozen. Yang Xiao glanced at the message on his phone and smirked. Really? That's it? Alright, let's see how far you'll go. Playing along, he replied, what if I urgently need money? Inspector Ma, the accounts are frozen. You can't access a single cent. His response carried a tone of strict professionalism, designed to sound believable. Yang Xiao thought for a moment and typed, "Is there any way to unfreeze my funds so I can use them?" Seeing this message, Xiao Duzi's heart nearly jumped out of his chest. "Big brother, look, he's handing it to us on a silver platter. Desperate people do desperate things. If we don't scam him out of his underwear today, I'll change my last name to his." Ma Wei chuckled confidently. "You'd be Yang Wei?" Xiao Duzi quipped, unable to resist making a pun. "Shut up. Focus on your computer," Ma Wei barked, though internally he muttered, "I'm as strong as ever." He sighed, lamenting that he hadn't encountered such a fool earlier. If he had, he would already be a millionaire. Ma Wei returned to his keyboard, carefully crafting his next message. "Inspector Ma, there is a way. We can provide you with a secure account. You can transfer your funds there temporarily, but you'll need to pay a 100,000 yuan security deposit first." "A secure account?" Yang Xiao nearly laughed out loud. This is such an old scam tactic. Asking for a deposit too? These guys really think I'm that stupid. Playing along, Yang Xiao replied, "Wouldn't that be risky? What if my money gets stolen?" "Inspector Ma, don't worry. The account is completely secure." Yang Xiao feigned hesitation but finally typed, "All right, I trust you. Inspector Ma, once we confirm you haven't evaded taxes, we'll return all your money immediately." Yang Xiao, "Okay, I'll cooperate. Please send me the secure account details." Upon reading this, Xiao Duzi let out an excited shout. This guy is such an idiot. Too easy. Ma Wei, suppressing his own excitement, crafted the fake secure account information. But as a new idea struck him, he erased it and instead copied a phishing link from his browser's bookmarks. "Inspector Ma, first, pay the security deposit." "Yang Xiao, how do I pay it?" "Inspector Ma, click on the link I sent you and follow the instructions." Soon, a suspicious link appeared on Yang Xiao's phone. "No need to ask, this is definitely malware. If I clicked it and followed their instructions, my bank accounts would be drained within minutes." Yang Xiao chuckled to himself but didn't click. Meanwhile, Ma Wei and Xiao Duzi waited eagerly, their minds already fantasizing about how they would spend the money. Minutes passed, but no money arrived. "What's going on?" Xiao Duzi asked, starting to doubt. "Big brother, is this guy messing with us?" Ma Wei rubbed his chin, reviewing their earlier conversation. He couldn't find any flaws in their performance. "Confident," he said, "impossible. He's just trying to figure out how to operate the site. Be patient." "True. He does sound pretty dumb," Xiao Duzi agreed. 10 more minutes passed, and still nothing. Growing restless, Ma Wei approached the computer, typed out a message, and sent it. "Inspector Ma, haven't figured it out yet?" Yang Xiao didn't do anything at all. He just sat on the bench, watching beautiful women pass by. When he heard the QQ notification sound again, he lazily pulled out his phone. Seeing the message on the screen, he couldn't help but chuckle. These scammers were getting impatient. Interesting. Yang Xiao sent back an awkward emoji, along with a message. "My money is in Yue Bao, and it's locked until maturity. I can't withdraw it right now." Unable to believe his eyes, Ma Wei turned to Xiao Duzi. "Duzi, can money in Yue Bao really not be withdrawn before maturity?" Xiao Duzi froze. "I've never used Yue Bao. How would I know?" Instead of guessing, he scratched his head and suggested, "Why don't I look it up online? Then hurry up and check." "Got it." Xiao Duzi nodded and quickly searched online. Results flooded in, some saying funds could be frozen, others saying they were tied up in investments. It was a mess of conflicting answers. In short, he found nothing useful. A dead end. Ma Wei sent Yang Xiao a message, "How can you withdraw it early?" "Yang Xiao, I need to gather 100,000 yuan and pay a 1,000 yuan service fee to unlock it early." "Ma Wei, this is urgent. Can't you borrow money from friends?" Yang Xiao, as soon as they heard I was accused of tax evasion and my accounts were frozen, all of them blocked me. They won't lend me anything. What should I do? Am I going to jail? The helplessness, fear, and despair oozing from the message made Ma Wei shake his head in disbelief. "Seriously? Are you that stupid? Why are you being so honest?" "What now?" Ma Wei turned to Xiao Duzi, who shrugged helplessly. The cooked duck was about to fly away. After some brainstorming, Xiao Duzi suddenly exclaimed, "I've got it." Ma Wei's eyes lit up. "What's the plan?" Xiao Duzi hesitated, scratching his head. "Ah! Spit it out already. You startled me." Xiao Duzi looked embarrassed and scratched his head. "I forgot. You. Ma Wei was furious but held back, worried about scaring Xiao Duzi into forgetting again. Take your time. Think carefully, he coaxed. Xiao Duzi furrowed his brow, trying hard to recall. After a moment, the idea resurfaced. This time, he wisely typed it out before speaking. With newfound confidence, Xiao Duzi turned to Ma Wei and smiled. Big brother, I remember now. Say it. Ma Wei whispered eagerly. Since he says he needs 100,000 to unlock the money, we can give him 30,000 ourselves. Xiao Duzi declared, full of pride. What? Are you crazy? We're the scammers here. Why would we give him money? Ma Wei looked at Xiao Duzi as if he were insane. This is called fishing with a long line to catch a big fish. Xiao Duzi said, smiling smugly. What does that even mean? He's already scared and believes we're legit. He's a frightened bird, unsure of what to do, Xiao Duzi explained excitedly. Right now, he'll do whatever we say. Sounds logical, but it's risky. Ma Wei was torn between agreeing and hesitating. Big brother. Xiao Duzi waved dismissively. This will only make him trust us even more. Think about it. Have you ever heard of a scammer giving money to the person they're scamming? No, Ma Wei admitted. Exactly. If we give him money, he'll be convinced we're legit. He won't doubt us at all. He might even feel grateful to us. Xiao Duzi's confidence grew. He stood tall like a modern-day Zhuge Liang, radiating the aura of a master strategist. Ma Wei, unable to think of a better plan, finally relented. All right, good job. Let's go with your plan. Then let's do it, big brother. Xiao Duzi cheered. Back at the computer, Ma Wei sent Yang Xiao a message. Meanwhile, Yang Xiao was reading a novel on his phone when another QQ notification popped up. He opened the app and froze for a good 10 seconds. A scammer offering to transfer me money? For a moment, Yang Xiao felt his brain short-circuit. I just made up an excuse. And they actually came up with this solution? Yang Xiao, is this really okay? Inspector Ma, you said you were innocent, right? I believe you. That's why I'm willing to help. Yang Xiao, thank you. Seeing this, Xiao Duzi smirked triumphantly at Ma Wei. See, big brother? Told you it would work. You're right, Ma Wei nodded. Then messaged Yang Xiao, send me your bank account or WeChat info so I can transfer the money. Yang Xiao sent his WeChat details, and the two connected as friends. Ma Wei double-checked Yang Xiao's identity, even scrolling through his limited access WeChat moments. Seeing a post of Yang Xiao standing in front of Yuzhou Hotel, Ma Wei grew even more excited and quickly transferred the 31,000 yuan. Yang Xiao stared at the 31,000 yuan transfer notification and fell into deep thought. Are these scammers brain dead? With a smirk, Yang Xiao accepted the money, immediately blocked Ma Wei, and deleted him as a contact. Blissfully unaware, Ma Wei was still fantasizing about his newfound wealth. It wasn't until Xiao Duzi reminded him to follow up that Ma Wei sent Yang Xiao a WeChat message, urging him to proceed with the payment. The moment he hit send, a red exclamation mark popped up next to his message. A system notification followed. The other party has enabled friend verification. You are not friends with this person. Please send a friend request and wait for approval to continue chatting. Looking at the cold words on the screen, Ma Wei and Xiao Duzi exchanged glances. Damn! What's going on? For a moment, both of them were still in shock. Gulp. Xiao Duzi swallowed hard and said, Big brother, it looks like that guy deleted you. That guy deleted you. Deleted you. Indeed. He deleted. This phrase echoed in Ma Wei's mind, lingering for a long time. It was only then that they realized they had been duped. But who could have imagined? A seasoned trickster who played others for fools ended up being outplayed himself. Can you believe it? Who would believe it? Seeing Ma Wei's lack of reaction, Xiao Duzi cautiously patted his shoulder. Big brother? Are you okay? Okay? How could I be? He was simply too stunned to respond right away. That bastard dared to scam me. Ma Wei finally snapped back to his senses and slammed his fist onto the keyboard. With a loud bang, keys flew in every direction. Xiao Duzi flinched in fear and quickly said, Big brother, I didn't know he'd scam us either. After all, transferring the money was Xiao Duzi's idea. Now Xiao Duzi was terrified. What if Ma Wei, in his fury, landed a punch on him? His skinny frame wouldn't be able to take it. Ma Wei ignored him. His face darkened as he manipulated the mouse, trying to re-add the guy as a friend. However, he was greeted by the words add friend failed. Below that was a smaller message. The user has declined your friend request. In other words, after taking the money, The guy blocked and deleted him. What a move! At this moment, Ma Wei wasn't completely panicked yet. He hurriedly found Yang Xiao's phone number and dialed it again. But the cold, automated response from the computer came: "The person you are trying to reach is currently busy." No need to guess, it was clear he had been blocked. He tried calling again with his phone. The call connected briefly, only to be immediately hung up. When he called again, it went back to the busy prompt. At that moment, Ma Wei's suppressed rage exploded. He smashed his phone into pieces. Then, with another punch, he shattered the computer screen. Finally, he kicked the table over and roared toward the ceiling, "Yang Xiao, you son of a bitch! I'll make sure you die a horrible death." For a scammer like him, this humiliation was worse than having someone defecate on his head. Zhao Duzi trembled in the corner, too scared to breathe. It's over, it's over. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have suggested it. What now? Fortunately, after venting his anger, Ma Wei didn't lash out at Zhao Duzi. Instead, he said in a low voice, "Get the gear ready. I'm going to kill him." "Big brother, maybe? We should call the police." Zhao Duzi stammered. "Call the police?" Hearing this, Ma Wei burst into a sinister laugh. "Do you know what we do for a living? Calling the police is as good as turning ourselves in." "But." "No buts. It's either him or me. And you better not call the police. Or else." Ma Wei gestured a slicing motion across his neck. "Murder to silence him?" Gasp. Xiao Duzi sucked in a cold breath, shivering as he stared at the murderous Ma Wei like he was seeing him for the first time. He barely managed to squeak out, "Okay." Meanwhile, on Guan Street, Yang Xiao, before Lu Wei arrived, went to the nearest police station to file a report. He truthfully recounted the incident and handed over all the scammed money. Just as his lawyer advised, after completing his statement he left. Moreover, the police informed him that the scammer he outwitted was likely a wanted criminal. They were already working on tracking him down. Using the phone numbers Yang Xiao provided, the police would conduct precise tracking and arrest the culprit. How they would arrest him wasn't Yang Xiao's concern. Just as he stepped out of the police station, Lu Wei called to say she was done with her errands and was on her way. Yang Xiao quickly headed back to Guan Street. They agreed to meet at Rongcheng's entrance. Yang Xiao arrived first. Suddenly, a hesitant voice called from behind, "Yang Xiao?" He turned and saw an old acquaintance from his village, his childhood playmate, Chen Changping. After confirming it was him, Chen exclaimed, "Wow, it really is you. Changpeng. It's been 10 years, hasn't it? I didn't expect to run into you here," Yang Xiao replied, surprised. They used to be close friends, often playing together by the river. Once on a whim, they threw stones to kill someone's ducks in the river, roasted them over a fire, and ate them. The taste was horrible. But the next day, they all ended up with stomachache as a classic case of losing the bait and the fish. Later, Yang Xiao moved to the city for high school due to his good grades, while Chen attended high school in the county. The distance and time eventually made them drift apart. Now, seeing each other again in their 20s was unexpected. "Yeah, who would have thought," Chen said, introducing the girl beside him. "This is my girlfriend, Mo Chinhuan." "Nice to meet you," Yang Xiao said with a smile. Chen turned to his girlfriend and said, "This is my childhood buddy, Yang Xiao. Back in junior high, not only was he great at studying, but lots of girls liked him too." Chen secretly admired Yang Xiao in junior high, because the girl he had a crush on adored Yang Xiao. But he heard Yang Xiao didn't score well on his college entrance exams and dropped out to work in the city. Chen, on the other hand, graduated from a second-tier university in the province, earning praise from the entire village. Since then he felt he had surpassed Yang Xiao in every way, giving him a sense of superiority. Recently he heard rumors that Yang Xiao was working as a delivery man. He found it hard to believe and thought it might be false. But now that he saw Yang Xiao, he realized the rumors must be wrong. Could a delivery man afford such nice clothes? No way. Chen felt a surge of pride. "So what if you were popular in school? Life is the ultimate test, and I'm doing better than you." Thinking about how his old crush once obsessed over Yang Xiao, Chen felt a long dormant jealousy reignite. Being popular in junior high doesn't matter if you're not doing as well now. But Yang Xiao, unaware of these thoughts, was simply happy to meet an old friend. Smiling, he said, "Changping, you're teasing me again." "No teasing, just the truth," Chen said before suddenly changing his tone. "But it's a pity. You're not doing so well now." Just hearing these words, there didn't seem to be a big issue. But the disdainful look in Chen Changpeng's eyes and his smug expression made Yang Xiao feel like he didn't recognize him anymore. It was as if this was his first time meeting him. Originally, Yang Xiao thought Chen was still the same person he used to know. He even wanted to invite him to his restaurant for a meal to catch up, but who could have guessed that all of this was just wishful thinking on his part? Chen had no intention of reminiscing. Wasn't this just a case of throwing enthusiasm onto indifference? Oh, I see. From the way you're dressed, I thought you were a second-generation rich kid, Mo Chinhuan said, quickly glancing over Yang Xiao. Her eyes carried an unmistakable scorn. You're not wrong, Huan. He is a second-generation os. But it's the kind of second generation that's in debt, Chen said without holding back. He had heard before that Yang Xiao was drowning in high-interest loans and that his girlfriend had run away. If that wasn't a second generation of debt, what was it? Mo Chinhuan covered her mouth as she laughed. Peng, you must be mistaken. It should be his dad who's the second generation. True. But who knows if he'll even get the chance to be a second generation? His dad, that is. What do you mean? Chen smirked. I heard he owes over 100,000 yuan in high-interest loans, and even his girlfriend was scared off. Wow. Owing high-interest loans makes it hard to find a girlfriend, Mo Chinhuan said with an air of seriousness. The two of them mocked Yang Xiao, suggesting he'd be single for life. In reality though, in today's society it wasn't just high-interest loans. Without savings, a house, or a car, many men had no chance in the dating game. Yang Xiao didn't bother to refute them. Instead, he glanced at his phone and saw a message from Lu Wei saying she'd arrive in a few minutes. So, he decided to quietly watch their little performance. Sometimes, no matter how much you explain, people won't believe you. They've already made up their minds, projecting their emotions and assumptions onto you. No matter how much you say, they'll just think you're making excuses. Mo Chinhuan suddenly had an idea. Peng, I have a few classmates who work in nightclubs. Should I introduce him to them? That's not a good idea. Why not? They're of marriageable age too. I mean, does he deserve it? It seemed Mo Chinhuan didn't understand. What does it matter? They earn good money. If it weren't for their jobs at the club, they'd have no trouble finding boyfriends. Before she could finish, Chen interrupted. No, Huan. You misunderstood me. Misunderstood you? What do you mean? Mo feigned confusion as she looked at Chen. Chen replied. What I mean is, Yang Xiao isn't worthy of them. Don't ruin those girls' futures. It was clear even to a fool what he meant. He was mocking Yang Xiao, saying that his debt made him unworthy of any girl, even those working at nightclubs. If he got involved with them, his debt would only drag them down. Through their entire conversation, Chen and Mo worked together like a tag team to mock Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao just shook his head slightly. It's one thing to look down on people, but to be so blind about it. His shaking head caught Chen's attention. You're in this kind of situation, and you still dare to act smug in front of us? Chen said coldly. Smug? Ha! Yang Xiao almost wanted to say sorry, but I actually do have the ability to be smug. But he didn't bother. He had completely given up on this so-called old friend. Chen Changpeng, times have changed. You and I are no longer the same kind of people. Let's leave it at that, Yang Xiao said. Hearing this, Chen's anger flared. He gritted his teeth and spat out, I hope you end up with a girlfriend who's ugly and fat. No sooner had he finished speaking than a stunning woman walked toward them. Fair-skinned, beautiful, with long legs, a curvy figure, and an air of grace, she stood out in the crowd like a crane among chickens. It was impossible not to notice her. Her presence seemed to have a magnetic pull on the eyes, like a force of nature. Chen was taken aback. She's gorgeous. Even prettier than the actresses on TV. Is she smiling at me? No way. Is she walking toward me? For a moment, Chen felt his blood rushing. He wanted to run up to her, kneel and worship her on the spot. But as the woman approached within 10 meters, she veered slightly to the side. At the same time, Yang Xiao waved at her, a gesture that didn't escape Chen's notice. You're greeting her. Like she'd acknowledge you. Chen sneered. How do you know she won't? Please don't kid yourself. A toad like you dreaming of swan meat, take a good look at yourself first. I wouldn't suggest that, Yang Xiao replied seriously. Then he looked at Chen and added, after all, urinating in public not only offends decency but also violates public security laws. You could face administrative detention. Citing the Public Security Administration punishment law, Yang Xiao delivered his rebuttal with precision and calm. Damn it. I was talking about you. Chen roared furiously. But before he could finish, the stunning woman walked right up to Yang Xiao, grabbed his outstretched hand, and smiled. In that instant, all the scornful words Chen had prepared were rendered useless. He stood there, as if choking on a lump in his throat, unable to speak. Lu Wei glanced at Chen curiously and asked, "Is he your friend?" "He used to be." "Not anymore?" Yang Xiao replied briefly. "Let's go inside." That's right. They used to be friends. But from the moment Chen started belittling others and trampling on their dignity, they ceased to be friends. "Okay," Lu Wei said without prying further. Hand in hand, the two walked into Rongqiang Mall. Mo Chinhuan turned to Chen, hesitating. "Peng, shut up." Chen growled through gritted teeth. He glared at their retreating figures, his eyes lingering on Lu Wei's figure with a mix of envy and hatred. One thought consumed him: revenge. His fists clenched so tightly that they turned pale. Meanwhile, Yang Xiao and Lu Wei spent a long time shopping in the mall. They bought clothes for Yang Xiao's parents, jewelry, and even a men's watch, spending over 1,000,000 yuan in total. On the way home, Yang Xiao invited Lu Wei to visit his hometown with him. Lu Wei wanted to go but had just finalized the acquisition of a live streaming company and had too much work to do. She had to decline for now but promised to go next time. Yunling Village WeChat group. A message was sent by an anonymous account that had joined the group by scanning a QR code. Shocking. Yang Xingjun's son has racked up a massive high-interest loan, and even his girlfriend has run away with someone else. As soon as the message appeared, a flood of question marks followed. Shortly after, a user named Fortune Life voiced doubt. "Who's this? Spreading rumors is not okay." This user was none other than Wang Fugui, the group admin, responsible for maintaining order in the group. Anonymous. There's proof. Then, a screenshot of a social media post was shared. The content was nearly identical to the anonymous user's message. In an instant, the group, which had been quiet with just a few people chatting about mundane topics like who was doing what or when to eat, erupted like a long dormant volcano. The group boiled over. Young or old, men or women, everyone started chiming in. Wang Fugui immediately tried to contact Yang Zhengjun for confirmation. But there was no response. Even phone calls went unanswered. This left him anxious. What now? Wang Fugui helplessly stared at the group chat as the messages surged past 99 plus within just a minute or two. People were saying all kinds of things. Wang Laosun, oh my. How did he get involved with high-interest loans? Lu Guangyun, did he lose money trading stocks? With over 100,000 yuan in high-interest loans piling up, how can he ever repay it? Wang Laosun, it's tough. High-interest loans are like man-eating monsters that leave no bones behind. Zhao Daxi, exactly. Remember Wang Lao'er? He was ruined by high-interest loans. As soon as Wang Lao'er was mentioned, someone explained why. Wang Lao'er was destroyed because of gambling. This led to speculation. Do you think it's possible that old Yang's son got into debt because of gambling too? This guess immediately gained traction in the group. Others offered fresh ideas. I think drugs are also a possibility. There are just so many examples. Zhangzhengguo, drugs and gambling ruin lives. Lu Guangjun, exactly. I have a mortal hatred for drugs and gambling. Unfortunately, Lu Guangjun's wife saw his message. She questioned him in the group chat. Where are you? Lu Guangjun, who was known for being scared of his wife, quickly replied. I swear, I've never. Li Xiaoying, your surname is Lu. Lu Guangjun, Lu Guangjun, swear eternal hatred for drugs and gambling. Li Xiaoying, where are you? The couple's back and forth in the group turned into an intense tug of war, briefly diverting everyone's attention. However, at that moment, another bombshell dropped in the group. Shocking. Yang Zhengjun's son Yang Xiao is being kept by a mysterious rich woman in the city. The explosive news silenced the group. For a full 1 to 2 minutes, no one said a word. During this time, the anonymous user followed up with a photo. The image was quite clear. It showed a young man holding hands with an overweight woman. The young man was glancing sideways at the woman, and that side profile was unmistakable to many in the group. The young man was none other than Yang Xingjun's son, Yang Xiao. Wang Fugui, Yang Zhengjun, come out and say something. Is this picture really your son, Yang Xiao? Wang Laosun looks a lot like him. Happy family looks like him? Don't lie with your eyes open. You moved to our village after he left for the city. How would you even know? Lu Guangjun, you can tell at a glance it's him. Why even ask? Wang Fugui, there are so many pretty girls in the village. Why go for a rich woman? Lu Guangjun, you don't understand, Fugui. If young people can lie down and win, why would they stand up and work? Happy family. Do you think it's because of the high-interest loans that he ended up with a rich woman? Zhang Jingguo could be. Wang Laosen could be? It's definitely true. Lu Guangjun, I think so too. After all, Yang Xiao is pretty good looking and in good shape. Li Xiaoying come back and harvest the wheat. Chen Chengpeng, watching the heated speculation and discussions in the group, felt delighted. He silently closed his phone, no longer interested in following the group chat. Meanwhile, in Yunling village, the women quickly gathered under the village's yellow fruit tree. Forming a circle, they chatted while snacking on sunflower seeds. Who would have thought? Yang Zhengjun's son actually ended up with a rich woman. Didn't someone say in the group that it might be because of his debt? I don't think so, said Wang Laosen's wife, Isi Mei, rolling her eyes. He Yulin asked curiously, why not? I've always thought he didn't seem like a decent guy. Always staring at people's backsides. Zi Mei, I said disdainfully. Good thing I didn't introduce my niece to him, or she'd have been doomed. That might be true, but now he's got a rich woman. Plenty of money. Should we try again? That's a thought. Maybe we should. The women were deep in discussion when a motorcycle approached. They immediately fell silent and flashed smiles at the rider. Once the motorcycle passed and was out of earshot, they resumed their gossip. Did you see that? Yang Zhengjun and his wife are acting like nothing happened. They're really good at pretending. What else can they do? They're riding high right now. In their eyes, having a son who got involved with a rich woman wasn't exactly something to brag about. The women chatted a bit longer before reluctantly dispersing. At home, Yang Zhengjun and his wife returned. Lu Hongmei sipped some water and said, Old Yang, don't you think those women at the village entrance seem to be talking about us? Really? Didn't you notice? Today they were all smiling at us. That doesn't prove they were talking about us, Yang Zhengjun replied. Lu Hongmei shook her head. No, something's definitely up. They've never acted like this before. In the past, when they passed by, there was no such behavior. Why would it change now? Lu Hongmei speculated that the women must have something on their minds. She turned to Yang Zhengjun and said, check the village group chat. There's definitely something going on. Alright, I'll check, he said, trying to ease her concerns. Yang Zhengjun opened his phone and saw a missed call from Wang Fugui. He didn't call back immediately but opened the group chat instead. The messages had already surpassed 999. As he scrolled through, he saw heated discussions about high-interest loans and rich women. Confused, he took a minute or two to scroll to the top. The messages left him stunned. His son owed high-interest loans? His son was involved with a rich woman? Did his son's girlfriend leave because of the loans? Lu Hongmei noticed his expression and asked, Old Yang, what's wrong? See for yourself, he said, handing her the phone. In an instant, Lu Hongmei was just as stunned. Making money. I don't even know how to spend it. In the middle of his sleep, Yang Xiao's phone rang. He reached under his pillow and pulled out the phone. It was a call from his dad, Yang Zhengjun. Dad, what made you think of calling me today? Yang Xiao asked curiously after answering the call. He had planned to call them later to tell them he was planning to visit, but he hadn't expected his parents to call him first. Could this be some kind of telepathic connection? On the phone he heard a few muffled voices, as if someone was hesitating to speak. Yang Xiao couldn't make out what they were saying. Then his father's voice came through, direct and to the point. Are you hiding something from your mom and me? No, I'm not, Yang Xiao replied instinctively, without much thought. Where's your girlfriend? Let her answer the phone, his mom Lu Hongmei shouted from the other end, her tone laced with anger. Why such hostility? Yang Xiao was confused but still answered truthfully. About a month ago, we broke up. Why did you break up? Lu Hongmei asked, seemingly unsurprised but persistent. Why? Because he was scammed. But Yang Xiao didn't dare tell them that. 40,000 yuan money he had painstakingly saved for years. If they found out it was gone, they'd be furious. So he could only say, we weren't compatible, so we broke up naturally. This explanation clearly didn't convince his parents. Yang Xiao could hear his father's breathing grow heavier. He was on the verge of exploding. Then came his father's restrained but furious voice, oh really? Then why did we hear you owe over 100,000 yuan in high-interest loans? Yang Xiao froze. How did they know? That was impossible. When he posted on social media, he specifically hid it from certain relatives. Who told them? Wait. Do they think my girlfriend left me because of the loans? If that's the case, this is a disaster. Yang Xiao quickly asked, Dad, who told you that? Hearing his son's first reaction wasn't to deny but to ask who said it, Yang Zhengjun's heart sank. Could it be true? In the past, whenever something wasn't true, Yang Xiao would immediately refute it. This time, he said nothing. That silence confirmed it for them. Taking a deep breath, Yang Zhengjun said, "It doesn't matter who told us. Why didn't you tell us about something this big?" "It's not what you think," Yang Xiao said. "We know everything already. What else are you trying to hide?" "I'm not hiding anything. It's just a long story." "If it's a long story, does that mean you won't say it? Or are you too afraid to?" "We're family, what's there to be afraid of?" Yang Zhengjun demanded angrily. Yang Xiao knew that if they were face to face, his dad would have already delivered some fatherly discipline. With a wry smile, Yang Xiao tried to explain, "Dad, I." But before he could finish, his dad interrupted, "Do you know high-interest loans are like man-eating tigers?" "I know. So don't you know about Wang Lao's downfall?" His dad snapped. "He took out high-interest loans and ended up losing his family and everything he owned." The more Yang Zhengjun spoke, the angrier he got, and now look at you. You're heading down the same path your girlfriend even left. Dad. Please stop for a moment, and let me explain, Yang Xiao interrupted quickly. This was getting out of hand. If this continued, who knows how exaggerated it would get. He decided to come clean. Taking another deep breath, Yang Zhengjun said impatiently, "Speak quickly." This impatience was just his father's way of showing care, awkward but heavy with love. Yang Xiao explained, "Dad, I didn't take out any high-interest loans." "You didn't?" That stunned Yang Zhengjun. But he still didn't believe it. In their minds, they were certain their son's girlfriend left because of the loans. Yang Xiao's mom chimed in with a sharp question. "If you didn't, why did your girlfriend leave? And why are people saying you're being kept by a rich woman?" Yang Xiao was dumbfounded. "What? When did I get involved with a rich woman? Who started these ridiculous rumors?" Feeling exasperated, Yang Xiao asked, "Dad, who's spreading these lies? I'm not involved with any rich woman." "You're not?" His father still doubted him. "The village group chat says otherwise. There's even a photo." "That's slander." "Enough about that. Let's go back to the high-interest loans," his father demanded, steering the conversation back. Yang Xiao paused before calmly explaining the truth. "Actually, here's what happened." He then told his parents everything about Bu Yulian secretly transferring the house money he had saved to her ex-boyfriend and refusing to get it back. After listening, Yang Zhengjun hadn't yet spoken when his wife snatched the phone from him. She angrily asked, "Son, what about the money? Can you get it back?" That was her biggest concern. She knew her son worked tirelessly as a courier in the city, often leaving early and coming back late. What she didn't know was that Yang Xiao secretly worked 2 jobs. Otherwise, how could he have saved 40,000 yuan so quickly? Yang Xiao reassured her, "Don't worry, Mom. I'll get the money back. I've already hired a lawyer, and the case is in progress." It was an open and shut case. Winning was just a matter of time. "Good. Make sure you hire a good lawyer. If you need more money, I'll transfer it to you," his mom said, finally relieved. "I have enough money," Yang Xiao replied. Hearing this, his mom frowned and asked, "If you have money, why did you post on social media about owing high-interest loans? Wasn't that just asking for trouble?" His dad was equally puzzled. They had heard about this from a childhood friend of Yang Xiao's in the village. Yang Xiao chuckled and said, "Actually, it's like this." He then spun a story about inheriting a mysterious old man's fortune, becoming a billionaire overnight. After hearing this, his parents were stunned, their mouths agape. They looked at each other as if they had just heard a fairy tale. More than disbelief, they felt it was absurd. How could something so good happen to their son? His mom grabbed the phone again, questioning him, is this even possible? They had lived for decades and never encountered or even heard of such a thing. Why would a mysterious rich old man live in a rundown house? And even if it were true, why give the fortune to their son? Just because he helped out a little? Not even TV dramas would dare write such a plot. No matter how he explained, they wouldn't believe it. Yang Xiao smiled and said, "At first I didn't believe it either. But when I received the inheritance, I was just as shocked." He understood how hard it was to believe. "So," he added, "how about this? I'll come back tomorrow, and you'll see for yourselves if it's true." "Fine. Just tell me, did you get involved with a rich woman?" "Absolutely not." Hanging up the phone, Yang Xiao stared blankly at his mobile, feeling speechless. How did things come to this? Why was he being falsely accused of being involved with a rich woman? Yang Xiao thought for a moment. The person spreading these rumors was likely someone he knew, and probably someone from his village. Otherwise, why wouldn't they spread rumors elsewhere or about someone else? Why specifically target him in the village group chat? Lying on his bed, Yang Xiao pondered. He hadn't offended anyone recently. So who could it be? Who would have this much free time? Suddenly, a figure flashed through his mind. Chen Chengpeng. He had just seen him a few days ago, and their parting wasn't exactly pleasant. Could it be him? Yang Xiao estimated there was more than a 60% chance it was him. He was the only one who fit the criteria, someone Yang Xiao knew, and a fellow villager. Yang Xiao sighed. An old friend, why would he suddenly turn into this? Just then, there was a knock on the door. "Boss, breakfast is ready. Time to get up and eat," came the sweet voice of Li Wanji from outside. "Just a moment," Yang Xiao replied. "Today we've got meat buns and fresh soy milk," Li Wanji called out again. "Meat buns and soy milk? All right, I'll be right there," Yang Xiao said. He got up, got dressed, and went to wash up. As he brushed his teeth, he looked at his reflection in the mirror and sighed. Who would have thought that just a month ago, he was still racing through the streets, desperate to deliver one more package during the day, and frantically hauling goods at night to earn a bit more money. Even when he was completely exhausted, he didn't dare relax for a moment. And now, a month later, he was living in a mansion, served by a beautiful housekeeper, enjoying a life of luxury. It was then he truly understood TV shows weren't lying. The life of the rich really was as simple, plain and boring as it seemed. Coming downstairs, he saw the buns and soy milk on the table. His appetite was immediately aroused. He grabbed a bun, took a bite, and his eyes lit up. Raising his thumb toward Li Wanji, he said, "These buns taste great, just like the ones I used to have when I was a kid." He remembered a small shop called Chen's Buns in his hometown during high school. Their buns tasted just like this. "Really?" Li Wanji was delighted by the compliment, her eyes crinkling into crescent shapes. Yang Xiao nodded. "Why would I lie to you?" He. "Oh, by the way, I'll be going back to my hometown in a few days, so you can take a few days off," Yang Xiao said, his words muffled as he ate a bun. Li Wanji's face brightened with joy. "Got it. Thank you, master." "Master?" Yang Xiao had just taken a sip of soy milk and immediately sprayed it out. "What's wrong?" Li Wanji asked curiously. She had seen videos of men enjoying role-play games. Didn't all men like that? Didn't he? Yang Xiao wiped his mouth and asked, "Where did you even learn that? Isn't that how they talk in TV dramas?" "TV dramas? Yeah. Haven't you watched any?" Yang Xiao was left speechless. Li Wanji asked again, "You don't like it?" Then, as if she had remembered something, she quickly added, "Should I call you teacher? Boss? Brother? Not dad." Yang Xiao interjected immediately. He feared he might collapse on the spot if she said that. Li Wanji's eyes sparkled as if she had discovered a new continent. "You can't handle it? Who? Who said that?" "You did." "I did not." Yang Xiao quickly denied it. Then he explained, "I mean, you can't call me dad." Li Wanji rolled her eyes. "No matter how nicely you address me, I'm not giving you a raise," Yang Xiao added before lowering his head to continue eating. Looking at his slightly flustered expression, Li Wanji couldn't help but giggle. The boss was amusing, not only wealthy but also a bit silly. And it seemed, he really wasn't into women. Suddenly she remembered something and said, "Boss, about that favor you promised to pretend to be my boyfriend?" Hearing this, Yang Xiao recalled their agreement. He quickly swallowed his bite of bun and said, "No problem. After I get back from my hometown, I'll go with you." But before that, he'd need to come up with an excuse to explain the situation to Lu Wei to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings later. Dia Feng Group, top floor, chairman's office. "Daddy, you have to stand up for me." Ma Yufeng whined, tears glistening in her eyes. Her demeanor now was a far cry from the aggressive woman at Huayu Mountain Villa. Sitting in his chair, Ma Defeng, dressed in a traditional Zongshan suit, looked at her indulgently. "I just got off the plane and haven't even had a bite to eat." "How can you eat when your daughter's been bullied?" "Oh? Someone in Yushi dares to bully my daughter. Who's the blind fool?" Ma Yufeng shook her head pitifully. "All I know is his name, Yang Xiao." "Yang Xiao?" Ma Defeng froze for a moment before saying, "That name sounds familiar. I looked into it. He seems to be the new owner of the Yuzhou restaurant, and there's something strange about him." "Strange? How so?" "Well." Ma Yufeng recounted everything she had recently discovered. Over the past few days, she had been investigating Yang Xiao in secret. The first pieces of information shocked her. Yang Xiao had once been a courier. How was that possible? She remembered the Huayu Mountain Villa gathering, attended only by influential figures. How could a mere courier have attended? She even contacted the courier company Yang Xiao worked for. They confirmed he had worked tirelessly as both a courier and for a freight company. This only deepened her confusion. Digging further, she discovered Yang Xiao was now the new owner of the Yuzhu restaurant. That left her stunned. A man with immense wealth, why had he worked as a courier? And even taken on 2 jobs? After hearing this, Ma Defeng frowned. That does sound suspicious, he said. Even I've never encountered such a case. Could he be someone from a powerful family undergoing some kind of training? But then he reconsidered. Who would arrange for training in a courier company? Clinging to her father's arm, Ma Yufeng pouted. I don't care if it's suspicious, you have to teach him a lesson. Of course. But not now. When? Then? You just had a conflict with him. If I act now, it could implicate you. Daddy. Are you afraid of that? Pinching her cheek affectionately, Ma Defeng said. This is a society governed by laws now, not like the old days. If this were 20 years ago, anyone who dared to touch his family would have disappeared by morning. Fine, Ma Yufeng relented with a hint of disappointment. Ma Defeng asked, what about Tu Ding? Hearing the name Tu Ding, the faint smile remaining on Ma Yufeng's face instantly froze. It's all his fault. When I was being bullied, he didn't even say a word to help. She completely forgot how arrogant she had been and now portrayed herself as the victim. Tu Ding is good at everything, except he's a bit too lustful, Ma Defeng said helplessly. Hearing this, Ma Yufeng rolled her eyes and retorted, you've got the nerve to say that. Wasn't it you, his master, who taught him so well? As if being lustful wasn't innate. But to be fair, his behavior had worsened significantly after following Ma Defeng. Embarrassed, Ma Defeng cleared his throat and quickly changed the subject. I have a plan to deal with Yang Xiao. Let's hear it. Ma Yufeng's interest was piqued, and she let the topic drop. I need you to find a chef, someone who specializes in Chinese cuisine, said Ma Defeng. Why? Ma Yufeng was confused. Why hire a chef specializing in Chinese cuisine? Assassinate him? That didn't seem realistic. Ma Defeng smiled meaningfully. Don't worry about why. I have my reasons. Yuntian City, Villa District. Distance 420 kilometers. Estimated travel time 5 hours and 10 minutes. Arrival time approximately 11 a.m. With navigation set, Yang Xiao drove out of the villa's garage in Yuntian City. Originally he planned to take the high-speed train home. But since he had bought so many things, and was being slandered about being kept by a rich woman, he decided to drive home to prove himself. His hometown was in the easternmost part of Yushi, in Hongyi County. Although it was a remote and impoverished county, it had seen significant improvements in transportation with developments in water, land, and air travel. The region's unique mountain landscapes and autumnal red leaves had led to burgeoning tourism efforts. The economy was gradually improving, and it was only a matter of time before it became a tourist hotspot. Driving alone, Yang Xiao took his time, stopping here and there. It wasn't until 11:30 a.m. that he arrived in town. Fortunately, he was driving a BMW X9 SUV. Otherwise, the uneven roads and protruding stones might have damaged the car's undercarriage. The Yunling village. Under the yellow fruit tree at the village entrance, gossip continued. The topic was still Yang Xiao, but now there was a comparison figure, Chen Chengpeng. He had returned yesterday with his girlfriend, driving a Volkswagen Passat. His arrival had drawn significant attention and became one of today's hot gossip topics. Look at Yang Xiao and then look at Chen Chengpeng. They're from the same village, but the difference between them is huge. Exactly. And they used to be such good friends. Maybe Yang Xiao just enjoys mooching off others. He's a healthy young man. Why would he resort to this? It's ridiculous. Hey, look! A car's coming. Why so dramatic? As they talked, a white car approached from a distance. The women turned to look, their eyes widening as it drew closer, a white SUV. When they saw the logo, they froze. A BMW. A luxury car. Cars like this hadn't been seen in the village for years. To them, Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and Audi were the ultimate symbols of wealth. Anything else, they wouldn't recognize it. Even if it were a McLaren Mustang or Lamborghini, it wouldn't matter, they wouldn't know what it was. As the white BMW passed by, it honked briefly. The women exchanged curious looks. Who's that? Why honk at us? No idea. Maybe someone here to scout for tourism development? Do you think? It could be Yang Xiao? Could be. If he's really being kept by a rich woman, driving a BMW isn't far-fetched. Should we go check it out? Already itching with curiosity, the group began walking toward Yang Zhengjun's house, snacking on sunflower seeds as they gossiped. The white BMW was indeed Yang Xiao's. He was nearing home. Knowing their son was coming back, Yang Zhengjun and Lu Hongmei had been busy in the kitchen since early morning. It wasn't until lunchtime that they finished cooking. Suddenly, they heard the sound of a car engine outside. They quickly turned off the stove and ran out to see. Sure enough, it was their long-anticipated son. They were overjoyed. Seeing the BMW, Yang Zhengjun hurried forward to guide his son as he parked. He didn't want any scratches on the car, it would cost a fortune to fix. He'd heard that yesterday, Chen Changpeng's Volkswagen Passat had been scratched by a tricycle in town. Even a small scratch had cost 2,000 to 3,000 yuan in repairs. And a BMW? It would definitely be more expensive. He never imagined that one day a BMW would be parked in their courtyard, and it belonged to them. It was a happy day for him. Although Lu Hongmei was also happy, she couldn't shake the nagging feeling that the story about inheriting the old man's fortune didn't add up. It seemed more likely to her that their son had been kept by a rich woman. What should she do? She felt very uneasy. After parking, Yang Xiao opened the trunk and started unloading the bags. Seeing this, Yang Zhengjun quickly stepped forward to help and called out to his wife. Hongmei, what are you standing there for? Come help with the bags. Ah. Oh, okay, Lu Hongmei replied absent-mindedly. Yang Zhengjun didn't think much of it, assuming she was simply stunned by the sight of the BMW. After placing the last bag on the table, he said, "You didn't have to buy so much stuff just to come home. I just picked up a few things," Yang Xiao replied with a smile. A few things? The table was full to the brim. Who knew how much money he had spent? Wash your hands. Let's eat, said Yang Zhengjun, smiling. All right. For the first time in a while, the family of three sat down to a meal together. The food tasted exceptionally good. After lunch, as they were tidying up, Yang Xiao pulled out a Rolex watch and handed it to his father. Dad, this watch is for you. For me? Carefully with both hands, Yang Zhengjun took the watch as if it were a priceless treasure. He looked at the shiny Rolex, feeling that it seemed familiar, like he'd seen it somewhere before. Turning to his son, he asked, "How much does this cost?" "Not much," Yang Xiao replied. "How much is not much?" "Just a few thousand yuan," Yang Xiao said after thinking for a moment. He decided not to tell the truth. If his father knew the watch was worth over 300,000 yuan, he'd surely get scolded. Even so, Yang Zhengjun thought it was expensive. But since it was a heartfelt gift from his son, he didn't say anything more. Yang Xiao then pulled out a piece of jewelry and handed it to Lu Hongmei. "Mom, look at this necklace. Isn't it pretty?" "Xiaowei helped me pick it out." "Xiaowei? Who's that?" Lu Hongmei frowned and didn't take the necklace. Instead, she asked, "Son, be honest. Did you get involved with a rich woman, or are you being kept?" "What?" Yang Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of nonsense was this? Hadn't he explained everything already? Looking at his mother, who frowned deeply and wore a serious expression, Yang Xiao gave a helpless smile. He pulled up the balance in his Huaxia Minxing bank account on his phone and showed it to her. "Here, take a look for yourself." Skeptical, Lu Hongmei took the phone, and Yang Zhengjun leaned in to see the screen. The moment their eyes landed on the balance, they froze. After a long silence, Yang Zhengjun muttered, 1020 zeros, 3 zeros, 11 zeros. How much money is that? 100 billion yuan. How many pigs would you have to sell, or how many truckloads of coal, to make that kind of money? The couple was completely at a loss for words, utterly stunned. Yang Xiao said, "Now do you believe I'm not living off a rich woman?" The couple nodded in unison. Why would he need a rich woman? He was wealthier than any of them. Still, Lu Hongmei couldn't fully believe it. So much money, would an old man really give all of it to their son for no reason? Just then, there were sounds of footsteps outside the door. Turning his head, Yang Zhengjun saw several women standing in the courtyard, looking both shocked and envious as they stared at the white BMW. "Zhengjun, is this car yours?" asked Wang Gehua. "If it's parked in my yard, whose else could it be?" Lu Hongmei replied with a smirk. "If you want to snoop, just say it. Why the roundabout questions? These women, led by Wang Guhua, were known for their gossiping. Any bit of news in the village would be spread by them before the end of the day, faster than a WeChat group message. Just a few days ago, when rumors about her son being kept by a rich woman were spreading in the group, these women had been the most vocal. Now, naturally, Lu Hongmei had no intention of being friendly. Wang Guhua gave an awkward laugh. "Come on in and sit. Why stand there?" Yang Xingjun invited them in, knowing full well why they were there. But they were already at the door, and it wouldn't be polite to turn them away. The women were eager to dig for information but had been struggling to find an excuse to enter. Hearing the invitation, they didn't hesitate. Still, they pretended to have responsibilities. "I've got pig feed boiling on the stove, so I won't stay long," said Lu Guixiang, though her actions betrayed her words as she walked into the house. The others followed suit. "I'll just stay for a moment, I need to gather pigweed later." "Same here, I need to start clearing some land." "Well, since you insist, we'll just sit for a bit," they said as they filed in. Inside, the four women looked around, their eyes darting curiously. Their gaze quickly landed on the large table in the main room, laden with high-end packaging. The characters on the packaging were completely unfamiliar to them. Lu Guixiang smiled at Yang Xiao and said, "Wow, you've grown so much, nephew." "Yes, he's already in his late 20s, replied Yang Zhengjun, pouring water for the guests. The others stayed quiet as Lu Guixiang pressed on. "What kind of work do you do?" Yang Zhengjun didn't know how to respond, and Lu Hongmei's eyes were practically shooting fire. Her son had just gotten home, and these busybodies were already here prying. What were they after? She had a pretty good idea. Just as she was about to tell them off, Yang Xiao coughed lightly, signaling that he could handle it. He turned to Lu Guixiang and said, "I'm not working at the moment, I've partnered with some friends to start a business." "Is it profitable?" she asked, her tone skeptical. "It's all right," Yang Xiao replied. Seeing that Yang Xiao was being evasive, Wang Getiwa quickly jumped in, cutting off further probing. "I remember when I first married into the village, you were just learning to walk, and now you're almost ready to get married." Then, with a sudden shift, she asked, "Your girlfriend must be really beautiful, right?" "She's quite pretty," Yang Xiao nodded. "This woman asks too many questions. Where is she from?" "The main city district." "Her family must be rich then," Wang Guhua immediately guessed, asking the question she most wanted answered. The other women leaned in, their eyes filled with curiosity. "She's pretty wealthy," Yang Xiao admitted, which was true. Lu Wei's wealth had naturally increased after being with him. But Wang Guhua interpreted his answer differently. "Oh my! He really is living off a rich woman. I need to find out how much money he has. Maybe I can introduce him to my niece. No point letting such resources go to waste." Casually, Wang Guhua asked, "You've been working for years now. You must have a lot of savings. Did you buy a house in the city?" Yang Xiao raised an eyebrow. "What exactly are you trying to get at? Is there no end to your questions?" Seeing his reluctance to answer, Lu Guixiang chimed in, "We're just curious. If you don't want to say, that's fine. Using reverse psychology, huh? Fine. I'll give you what you want." Yang Xiao waved dismissively and said nonchalantly, "I bought 2 buildings last month, worth 2 to 3 billion yuan. He said it lightly, in a way that screamed arrogance. "What? 2 buildings?" Wang Gehua's eyes widened in shock. "And worth 2 or 3 billion, stammered Lu Guixiang. The women were in disbelief. Would a rich woman really spend that much on him? Not even TV dramas were this unrealistic. "Yep," Yang Xiao confirmed casually. Hearing this, the women were stunned into silence. In the village, a family with 200,000 or 300,000 yuan was considered wealthy. But Yang Xiao spent billions on buildings. What kind of concept was that? They recalled hearing from Chen Chengping that he had spent over 1 million yuan on a house in the outskirts of the city. Yet Yang Xiao had bought 2 entire buildings. Doing some quick mental math, they realized one building could have hundreds of apartments. Gasp. The women couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Still, they comforted themselves with the thought that the money came from the rich woman. It's not that impressive. Young men should rely on their own efforts. Living off a woman isn't sustainable, Wang Guhua said sourly. She's right. A man should build his own career. Hiding behind a woman is shameful. No matter how much a woman supports you, it won't last forever. You should make your move while you're young. Otherwise, you'll regret it when you're older. The women got more fired up as they talked. Lu Hongmei wanted to throw them out several times but was stopped by Yang Zhengjun. Yang Xiao looked at them and said calmly, All the money I have, I earned myself. It didn't come from any rich woman. And honestly, what rich woman would spend billions on a young guy like me? That shut them up. Indeed, a few million or even tens of millions might be possible, but billions? Not even a rich woman could afford that. Realizing their intentions had been exposed, the women awkwardly made excuses about having things to do at home and quickly left, practically fleeing the Yang household. That afternoon, news of Yang Xiao spending 2 to 3 billion yuan to buy buildings quickly spread throughout the village. Naturally, Chen Changpeng also heard about it. His father Chen Jigang asked, "Changpeng, aren't you friends with Yang Xiao? Does he really have that kind of capability? Boasting doesn't cost anything. I could say I'm the richest man in Yushi too," Chen Changpeng scoffed. "The key is AMI?" Chen Jigang immediately understood. "You're saying he's bluffing? What else? Do you really think he could afford that?" But Wang Guo swore up and down that he bought a BMW. "Can't a BMW be rented?" Chen Changpeng replied with a smug expression, as though he saw through everything. Chen Jigang nodded, as if everything suddenly made sense. Chen Changpeng found it amusing. "Yang Xiao, have you gone crazy delivering packages? Even boasting should be somewhat realistic, claiming you spent billions to buy 2 buildings. Why not just say you've gone to the moon?" Meanwhile, after dinner, Yang Xiao and his family, having nothing else to do, went for a walk through the citrus grove. Yang Xiao noticed how much his hometown had changed. It was quite significant. However, one thing puzzled him. The trees were full of ripe fruit, but why had no one come to harvest the citrus this year? In previous years, around this time, workers from the canning factory would have already been here to pick the fruit. But not this year. Though curious, Yang Xiao decided it wasn't something worth worrying about. The three of them strolled leisurely until the sky darkened before heading back home. From a distance, Yang Xiao noticed 2 people standing in the courtyard of their house. "Dad, those 2 seem to be looking for you," Yang Xiao said, nudging his father's arm. "Someone's looking for me?" Following his son's gaze, Yang Zhengjun indeed saw 2 figures standing there. It was too dark to make out who they were. "Old Yang, it's me, old Xu." The familiar voice of Zhu Qing, the accountant from the canning factory, greeted him with a broad smile. Xu then gestured to the person beside him. "I'm here with Boss Hu from the factory." Curious, Yang Zhengjun asked, "Boss Hu, Accountant Xu, what brings you here?" Due to health issues, he had resigned from the canning factory last year. Could they be asking him to come back? Impossible, he wasn't a technical expert or anything. Xu Qing chuckled. "The Laba festival is coming up, so Boss Hu wanted to visit some of the factory's former employees." Hearing this, Yang Zhengjun quickly opened the door. "Come in, have a seat." "All right, but we won't stay long." "Old Xu, bring in the stuff," Hu Li said with a cheerful laugh. "No problem," Xu Qing replied, carrying the items from the doorway into the house and placing them in the corner. "What's all this?" asked Yang Zhengjun. "Just a little gift from us," Hu Li said casually. Yang Zhengjun hurriedly waved his hands. "Boss Hu, Accountant Xu, I've been retired for over a year. I can't accept this." Though not well educated, he understood the principle of not accepting rewards without merit. What's more, it was usually the employees who gave gifts to their leaders, not the other way around. Especially for someone who had left the factory a long time ago, this didn't seem like an ordinary token of appreciation. But Hu Li responded earnestly, "Why not? You were one of the factory's most valuable employees. Even though you've left, your contributions to the factory can't be ignored." Hearing this, Lu Hongmei frowned. She knew very well that Yang Zhengjun had always been a diligent worker at the factory, but he had never even won an Employee of the Year award. When had he made any outstanding contributions? Xu Qing chimed in to persuade him. "That's right, it's just a small token from the factory. Please accept it." But Yang Zhengjun tried to refuse again. Feigning displeasure, Hu Li said, "If you don't accept, are you saying we're not welcome here?" Faced with such a statement, Yang Zhengjun had no choice but to agree reluctantly. Even so, he was puzzled. Why were old Xu and Boss Hu behaving like this? What was their real motive for bringing gifts? Though suspicious, he still called out to Lu Hongmei to pour tea for their guests. Hu Li and Xu Qing both expressed their thanks with big smiles. This only deepened Lu Hongmei's confusion. After all, Hu Li and Xu Qing were influential figures in town. Why did they seem so deferential toward her husband today? Almost like subordinates trying to curry favor with their boss. Even Yang Xiao, who wasn't familiar with them, could sense that something was off. Normally, when leaders came to visit former employees, they wouldn't act like this. This felt more like they were here to ask for a favor. The conversation meandered until the topic of visiting retired employees came up. Xu Qing sighed and said, "The canning factory is about to shut down, and no one's buying the citrus fruits from the orchards anymore." These days, canned goods were more about nostalgia or niche markets, hoping for the kind of massive sales seen in the last century. That was just a dream. As a result, many small canning factories were going bankrupt. Only industry giants were surviving, and even they diversified into other products to stay afloat. Ho Li added hesitantly, "The factory shutting down isn't the worst part." "What is it, Boss Hu?" Yang Jingjun asked. After exchanging a glance with Zhu Qiwing, Hu Li said with a sigh, "There are still over 100 workers waiting for their wages, and the factory's closure means many villagers will have to leave to find work elsewhere. It's heartbreaking." Hu Li had established the canning factory over a decade ago, creating jobs for many villagers. Now, with the factory facing closure, these workers were becoming unemployed. What about selling the fruit? Couldn't that save the factory? Yang Jingjun suggested. "We've tried. But there's no market," Zhu Qing said, shaking his head. "We approached big supermarkets in the county, but they wouldn't take them," Hu Li added. "The main city's fruit market was willing, but the prices they offered were so low that we'd lose money. Selling locally wasn't an option, and transporting the fruit to the main city wasn't cost-effective." After a moment, Zhu Qing glanced at Yang Xiao, and then back at Yang Jingjun. "No one wants to leave their hometown to find work elsewhere. Don't you agree, old Yang?" "Of course," Yang Jingjun nodded. Yang Xiao acted as though he wasn't paying attention, but he was already suspicious. Were they trying to get his father to convince him to invest in their factory? It seemed highly likely. Hu Li finally said, "Old Yang, you're the only one who can help save our factory." Zhu Qing quickly added, "Yes, we want to transform the canning factory into a beverage company, but we're lacking both technology and funds." "What does this have to do with me?" Yang Jingjun asked, feeling puzzled. "I don't have money, nor do I have the skills. How can I help? Aren't you overestimating me?" Zhu Qing replied, "Isn't your son doing business in the city? Didn't he just buy 2 buildings with the money he made?" Just as Yang Xiao had expected. "Let him help us invest a little. 5 million should be enough," Hu Li said with a big smile. 5 million? That's not a little. Are you trying to rob us? Yang Jingjun shook his head like a rattle drum. No, even though my son has money now, he can't just throw it away on random investments. Lu Hongbei added angrily, "The canning factory is on the brink of bankruptcy, and you're asking my son to invest? That's like throwing money into the water." Seeing that they couldn't persuade the couple, Zhu Qing and Hu Lei exchanged glances and decided to shift their focus. Hu Li turned to Yang Xiao and began, "Young man, you've been working hard in the city for years. Surely you understand the hardships of being away from home." He let out a heavy sigh. "The employees at the canning factory are all older now and not suited to leaving the village." "That's right. It's much better to stay at home," Zhu Qing chimed in at the right moment. Playing the emotional card was their last resort. If this didn't work, they would have no choice but to sell off the factory's equipment to pay the workers their wages. Hearing this, Yang Jingjun sighed and lit a cigarette in silence. The village was small, and everyone knew each other. If everyone left to work elsewhere, the village would lose its vitality. But with canned goods no longer selling well, even someone else couldn't turn the situation around. Ha Li spoke again, "Young man, can you help us out?" Yang Xiao didn't answer immediately. He was weighing the pros and cons. His initial plan for this trip home was to convince his parents to move to the city to enjoy a more comfortable life. However, earlier that afternoon, his parents had made it clear that they didn't want to move yet. They wanted to continue farming and contributing to the land they'd lived on for decades. He understood. For most elderly people in rural areas, leaving their hometown to live in an unfamiliar city was never their first choice unless it was to help their children raise grandchildren. Yang Xiao realized this could be an opportunity to keep the canning factory running and have it managed properly. His parents could be involved without having to toil under the sun daily. "Son, no. You can't invest in this." Lu Hongmei quickly objected. "It's all Wang Gehua and her gossiping friend's fault. If it weren't for them, word about their son's wealth wouldn't have spread like wildfire." At this moment she wished she could curse their entire families. After careful thought, Yang Xiao looked at Hu Li and said seriously, "I can help you. But there's a condition." "What condition?" Hu Li's eyes lit up. "I won't invest." "What? I want to acquire it entirely. In other words, I want to buy it. Hugh Lee was overjoyed. Really? Chu Qing rubbed his ears, thinking he had misheard. This was a hot potato. And someone actually wanted to take it? Of course, Yang Xiao replied. If you're willing, have someone assess the factory's assets. I'll also make preparations to complete the acquisition as soon as possible. Great, great. We'll go back and prepare right away, Hugh Lei said excitedly. After they left, Lu Hongmei asked in confusion, son, why are you buying a canning factory that's practically bankrupt? You're too young and reckless. Added Yang Zhengjun, shaking his head in regret. How about this, old Yang will chase them down and tell them our son was drunk and talking nonsense. Right, let's go. The couple got up to leave, but Yang Xiao stopped them. Mom, Dad, I'm not acting impulsively. Let me explain my plan, he said. Yang Xiao then laid out his idea. After hearing him out, Yang Zhengjun shook his head repeatedly. No, I'm not cut out to be a boss. He was fine with farming or working as a laborer, but being a boss? That was torture for him. Lu Hongmei agreed. Your father's right, he's barely literate. How can he be a boss? To them, a boss had to know everything. Otherwise, how could they manage a business? Yang Xiao smiled. Being a boss doesn't mean you have to do everything yourself. You just need to delegate tasks and supervise the work. He continued. Besides, I'll hire a professional manager to help you with the operations. Despite his reassurances, they still felt uneasy. Seeing this, Yang Xiao declared, whether you agree or not, I'm buying this factory. If you don't want to help, then I'll just let the money go to waste. It was a last-ditch effort. That won't do. Lu Hongmei protested immediately. Throwing money away like that, what a waste. Even Yang Zhengjun couldn't bear the thought. After some discussion, the couple finally agreed to Yang Xiao's plan. Wasting no time, Yang Xiao called Zhang Wei. As soon as the call connected, Yang Xiao said, Attorney Zhang, I need someone to come to Hongyi County. I have an acquisition deal that needs assistance. No problem. I'll have someone leave first thing in the morning, Zhang Wei replied. Great. Just as he was about to hang up, Yang Xiao remembered something. Oh, by the way, any updates on the lawsuit? Zhang Wei chuckled. Don't worry, Mr. Yang. The preliminary procedures for suing Bu Yalian have been completed, and the summons has likely been delivered. Good. Thank you for your efforts, Yang Xiao said, satisfied. If she refused to repay the money, she would end up in jail. It's my duty, Zhang Wei replied. Just as Yang Xiao hung up, another call came in from Lin Xuan. Yang Xiao answered, What's the matter? After a few seconds of silence, Lin Xuan said, Mr. Yang, the head chef for Chinese cuisine at the restaurant has suddenly resigned. Under the labor contract, a resignation had to be communicated in advance. Otherwise, it was a breach of contract. Did they give any prior notice? Yang Xiao asked. No. Luckily, they didn't take anyone else with them. Otherwise, today would have been a disaster. No sense of contract spirit at all, Yang Xiao muttered. Lin Xuan continued. I've already asked the legal team to pursue their breach of contract. Good. Anything else? The head chef for Western cuisine has also submitted a resignation request, Lin Xuan said after a pause. Yang Xiao frowned. Why were all these resignations happening at the same time? Was Yu Zhou behind this? But as far as he knew, Yu Zhou had flown to the US in late December. Or was it just a coincidence? Shaking his head, Yang Xiao said, hire replacements as soon as possible. You can double their salaries if needed. But for those who've resigned, make sure they know there's no coming back. Understood, Mr. Yang. After hanging up, Yang Xiao rubbed his temples. He had so much money, why couldn't he just live like a carefree rich young master? Instead, he kept finding ways to burden himself. 3 trillion yuan, enough to live a life of luxury without worries. As long as he didn't gamble. Dia Feng Group headquarters, top floor. How is the plan coming along? Ma Defeng asked, a cigarette hanging from his lips, one arm wrapped around his mistress, and his hands busy. He showed no regard for Ma Yufeng's feelings, who was standing nearby. No wonder she said it was Ma Defeng who taught Tu Ding to be such a lecherous disciple. After shooting a glare at the mistress, Ma Yufeng replied, Everything has been arranged. Very good. Ma Defeng nodded, moving his middle finger. Then, he added, make sure to route the money for that chef through several accounts before it reaches him. I know you know, but I just wanted to remind you. You know I know, so why remind me? Pointless. Forget it, just leave. I have things to do, Ma Defeng said, waving her away. So eager to get rid of me. Ma Yufeng raised an eyebrow and asked bluntly, are you two planning to continue right here? Do you talk to your father like this? Ma Defeng's blood pressure spiked immediately. Seeing she'd achieved her goal, Ma Yufeng said with a smug smile, fine, fine. Since I'm clearly in the way, I'll leave now, okay? With that, she left, beaming. As soon as she was gone, Ma Defeng wasted no time. Faster, he said, not even bothering to lock the door before diving in with his mistress. A few minutes later, he reclined with a cigar in his mouth, enjoying his post-coital bliss while his mistress tidied up. Patting her head, Ma Defeng said, you're the most considerate. You always know what I need. He sighed. That child is getting harder and harder to manage. The mistress tilted her head and blinked innocently. Shouldn't I get a reward then? Ha ha ha. A reward? Of course you'll get one. Ma Defeng laughed heartily. Across the street from Yuzhou Hotel, a beat-up three-wheeled motorcycle sat parked by the roadside. Two men were inside, one bundled in a winter coat, the other in a raincoat. Both wore masks and sunglasses, fully covering their faces. One of them pulled down his mask to wipe his nose and muttered, Big brother, we've been here for 3 days already. These two were none other than Xiao Duzi and Ma Wei, who had been scammed by Yang Xiao. A few days ago, they learned that Yang Xiao was the owner of this hotel. Determined to exact revenge, they had been staking out the area, waiting for him to come out so they could ambush him. But 3 days passed without any sign of their target. A flicker of killing intent flashed in Ma Wei's eyes. Turning to Xiao Duzi, he snapped impatiently, What's your hurry? I'm freezing to death. Xiao Duzi whined. Freezing? My nose is about to fall off. Ma Wei glanced at him and said dryly, Aren't you wearing a winter coat? Big brother. I'm wearing a raincoat. You're the one wearing a winter coat. Xiao Duzi shot back, exasperated. At this moment, he seriously considered walking into a police station to turn himself in, and maybe report Yang Xiao while he was at it. Where was the trust between people? I transferred you money, and you just blocked me. Scammer extraordinaire. Hearing this, Ma Wei's face darkened. And whose fault is it? If it weren't for you, I'd be living it up with an 18th tier celebrity by now. Xiao Duzi rolled his eyes. Blaming me again. Unable to stand the cold any longer, Xiao Duzi got up, stomped his feet, and said, I'm going to the bathroom. Fine, hurry back, Ma Wei replied dismissively, not worried that he'd run off. On his way to the restroom, Xiao Duzi hopped and skipped, trying to warm himself up. Inside a bathroom stall, he lit a cigarette and felt warmth spread through his body. After a few drags, he muttered bitterly, Damn it! You fail at scamming and blame me? Unbeknownst to him, a police officer was squatting in the neighboring stall. The officer, who had just come in for a bathroom break, couldn't believe his luck. He quietly pulled out his phone and messaged his nearby colleagues. A few moments later, Xiao Duzi walked out of the bathroom, only to find two police officers waiting at the door. His heart sank. Sweat dripped from his forehead as he prayed silently. Please don't see me. Please don't see me. Clang. In his panic, Xiao Duzi accidentally knocked over a metal trash can. Crap. Mortified, he bent down to pick it up. The two officers exchanged glances and approached. Sir, still drunk? Be careful, don't even think about driving under the influence. Strict penalties for that. One officer said casually, but both were already scrutinizing his face. Without his mask and sunglasses, Xiao Duzi's face was immediately recognized as that of a wanted online scammer. The officers nodded to each other and moved in simultaneously, grabbing Xiao Duzi by the arms. We suspect you are involved in several fraud cases. Please come with us to cooperate with our investigation, one officer said. What? I'm a law-abiding citizen. You can't do this to me, Xiao Duzi protested weakly. Whether you're law-abiding or not isn't up to you to decide. We'll determine that after our investigation. If you're innocent, we'll apologize, the officer replied. Fine, fine. Xiao Duzi sighed, knowing he was doomed. He had imagined many possible endings for himself, turning himself in, resisting arrest and getting shot, even suicide. But he had never thought he'd get caught while complaining in a public restroom. Was his grumbling what gave him away? Meanwhile, Ma Wei grew suspicious when Xiao Duzi didn't return. Deciding to check, he walked to the restroom and saw Xiao Duzi being pinned to the ground by two police officers. Terrified, he turned and ran. If he got caught, his criminal record would guarantee him a life sentence. Revving up the three-wheeled motorcycle, he sped recklessly down the pedestrian walkway, cursing under his breath. This is Yang Xiao's doing. He must have tipped off the cops and set us up. His rage clouded his judgment as he pushed the vehicle to its limits. Suddenly bang. Pause. The motorcycle struck a figure that had darted out from the bushes, sending them flying and crashing heavily to the ground. The sudden scene startled Ma Wei. Where the hell did this idiot come from? Damn it! What bad luck! He glanced back to check. Fortunately, there were no police chasing him, and no one else was around. He exhaled in relief, though he remained tense. He attempted to restart the three-wheeled motorcycle to escape quickly. But no matter how hard he tried to ignite it, the vehicle wouldn't start. Perhaps the bike was too old, or perhaps his luck had truly run out. With no other choice, he decided to abandon the vehicle and flee on foot. Meanwhile, the man Ma Wei had hit, Chen Jianhui, lay on the ground, grimacing in pain. Seriously? I'm just pretending to be a beggar to make a little money. Did I deserve this kind of punishment? If he'd known this would happen, he wouldn't have chosen this street to beg. Luckily, the motorcycle wasn't going too fast, so his injuries weren't severe, just some bruised soft tissue. Still, in this situation, he couldn't possibly let this go without at least demanding compensation for medical expenses. Grimacing theatrically, he cried out, "Ah! My leg and ribs are broken. I can't move." Just then, he noticed someone running away. Turning his head, he saw it was Ma Wei trying to flee the scene. Outraged, Chen Xianyue shouted, "You hit me and think you can just run? Do you have no conscience?" Ignoring the pain in his scraped skin, he mustered all his strength to get up and chase after Ma Wei, shouting as he ran, "Hit and run! Somebody stop this guy!" Hearing the commotion, Ma Wei yelled without looking back, "Kid, I advise you not to meddle in things that don't concern you." "Meddle? You hit me, and I'm meddling." Chen Jianhui was furious. Ma Wei gritted his teeth. Damn it! He got hit and can still run like this? Stop? Not a chance. The next moment, Chen Xianhui leaped forward, tackling Ma Wei to the ground. "Help! Somebody help! There's a hit and run here," he shouted toward the sky. On this cold day, with no one else around, there was no one to help him. Ma Wei was flustered. He hadn't expected Chen Xianhui, whom he thought he had incapacitated, to chase him for hundreds of meters and tackle him. Desperate to escape, Ma Wei growled under his breath, "Let go, or I'll kill you." He had plans to seek revenge on Yang Xiao and plenty of cash waiting for him back home. He couldn't afford to get caught. "Let go after you hit me? No way." Chen Jianhui retorted. "You want to die? Fine, I'll grant your wish. Bring it on." The two began grappling and throwing punches. Amid the scuffle, a photograph slipped out of Chen Jianhui's jacket pocket and landed face up on the ground in front of Ma Wei. When Ma Wei saw the figure in the photo, rage exploded in his chest. He broke free from Chen Jianhui's hold, kicked him aside, and snatched up the photo. Holding it up, he glared at Chen Xianhui with eyes full of fury. "Kid, spill it. What's your relationship with this person? Where is he?" "None of your business." Chen Jianhui clutched his stomach, his face twisted in pain. Ma Wei pulled a box cutter from his pocket and menacingly approached Chen Jianhui. "If you don't tell me, I'll paint this place red with your blood." "He's serious." Terrified, Chen Jianhui trembled and realized Ma Wei wasn't joking. Quickly he stammered, "This guy is my enemy." "Yes, my enemy." "Enemy?" Ma Wei paused. "You sure?" "Absolutely." Chen Jianhui nodded frantically. Hearing this, Ma Wei's eyes lit up. "The enemy of my enemy is my friend." His rage dissipated as quickly as it had come. Ma Wei stowed the box cutter and laughed heartily. "So we're allies. All that before was just a misunderstanding." "Allies? Misunderstanding?" Chen Xian was confused. "Wait, are you saying he's your enemy too?" "Exactly," Ma Wei nodded. After scanning the surroundings warily, he added, "This isn't the place to talk. Let's go somewhere else." After some hesitation, Chen Xianhui agreed. Under Ma Wei's lead, they arrived at an abandoned factory. "Come in and help me grab something," Ma Wei said. Unaware of Ma Wei's true intentions, Chen Jianhui hesitated, feeling a bit fearful. What if this is a trap to silence me? Ma Wei noticed his reluctance and explained, "Not going to lie, Yang Xiao scammed me out of 30,000 yuan. I have to teach him a lesson he'll never forget." For now he decided to hide his identity as a scammer. Who knew if this guy might secretly report him to the cops? 30,000 yuan? Seriously? Chen Jianhui's jaw dropped. Ma Wei nodded, his eyes burning with hatred. Dead serious. Why else would I be staking out that hotel in the freezing cold? Hearing this, Chen Zhanhui let down his guard and followed Ma Wei into the factory. After gathering some belongings, the two left. Later that afternoon, 4 or 5 police cars arrived at the factory but found it empty. The Yunling village. By the next morning, news of Yang Xiao's plans to buy the canning factory had spread throughout the village. From one end of the village to the other, it was the hot topic of conversation. Do you think Yang Zhengjun's son is serious, or is he just bragging? Come on, obviously he's bragging. Did you see it yourself? If not, don't accuse people of bragging just to sound smart. Well, Wang Laosan cut him off. Let's get serious. I heard the factory's worth at least 5 million. What kind of rich woman would give him that much money? Who knows? Let's ask Chen Zhigang's son, he probably knows something. Good idea. Let's go ask him. To these villagers, 5 million yuan was an astronomical sum. Who would give that much money to someone unrelated? Certainly not them. So, a group of them headed to Chen Zhigang's home. Chen family courtyard. Wang Laosan and his group sat in the courtyard, staring intently at Chen Zhigang and his son, waiting for answers. Puffing on his pipe, Chen Zhigang turned to his son. De Peng, what do you think about this? Chen Changpeng scoffed. What do I think? I think I'll just sit here and watch. Seeing his lack of response, Wang Laosan tried a different approach. De Peng, could it be that he's doing better than you? Chen Changpeng was already annoyed by Yang Xiao, his old imagined rival. When he heard this, his face darkened, and he sneered, he's just a delivery guy. How can he compare to me? Everyone was stunned. A delivery guy? But that's not what Wang Gehua and the others were saying. Who should they believe? Who's telling the truth? Wang Laosan was the first to snap out of his shock. He turned to Chen Changpeng and asked for confirmation. De Peng? Are you sure he's a delivery guy? Chen Changpeng sneered, of course. Many of his classmates know it, and I even have photos to prove it. He had done his homework and found out that Yang Xiao had worked at a courier company for several years. He even had work photos. How could that be fake? Wang Laosan and the others glanced at the photos. It was indeed Yang Xiao. This only deepened their confusion. Sun Dabao frowned. But according to Boss Hu, Yang Zhengjun's family suddenly got a watch worth tens of thousands. That's not something regular people would buy. Boss Hu is a factory director. He wouldn't lie, would he? Spending tens of thousands on a watch seemed utterly insane to them. What kind of wastrel would do that? For ordinary families, how could they possibly afford to waste money like that? With that money, they could do so many other things. Hearing this, Chen Changpeng smirked knowingly. You've all just been stuck in this village for too long. Wang Laosan asked. What do you mean? There are tons of knockoffs online. They look so real you can't tell the difference. Prices range from dozens to a few thousand yuan. That's possible? Of course. Just wait and watch the show. Chen Changpeng said confidently. The rumors about high-interest loans and a rich woman backing Yang Xiao? They were all lies he spread in the village's WeChat group using a fake account. All for the sole purpose of watching Yang Xiao's downfall, being mocked and scorned. It was his revenge for the girl he liked back in the day, preferring Yang Xiao over him. The lawyer Zhang Wei had arrived at Yunling village by noon the next day. When she got out of the car, her first impression of the village was that it had excellent surroundings and beautiful scenery. Of course, she wasn't there to admire the view, she had a job to do. She met Yang Xiao, and under his guidance, they went to the canning factory. Her first task was to review the transfer contract and employee contracts to ensure there were no unreasonable or illegal terms. Facing the mountain of contracts, Huang Wenjing remained calm. She sat down and began reviewing them with a steady composure. In just the time it took to finish a meal, she had gone through all the documents. This left Hu Lei astounded. If it had been his factory's lawyer, it would have taken at least an entire afternoon to get through it all. This was true professionalism. Huang Wenjing said to Yang Xiao, Mr. Yang, I've reviewed everything. There are no issues. Good, thank you for your hard work, Yang Xiao nodded. Hu Li finally breathed a sigh of relief and suggested, Mr. Yang, how about we hold a signing ceremony tomorrow morning? At this moment, even Hu Li had changed from calling him Little Yang to Mr. Yang. Sure. Yang Xiao agreed after a moment of thought. After his approval, Hu Li immediately started preparing for the signing ceremony. Word of this quickly spread throughout the village, sparking even more gossip. The next day, at 9 a.m., outside the canning factory, a crowd of around 100 to 200 people had gathered. Most were there to spectate, and some were specifically waiting to see Yang Xiao fail. Chen Changpeng was among them. He wore a smug smile, already planning how to mock Yang Xiao once the payment fell through. Someone nearby whispered, "Depeng, the ceremony is about to start, and Yang Xiao seems pretty confident. Could he really?" The question was left unfinished, but the implication was clear. Hearing this, Chen Changpeng sneered. "Don't worry. The signing ceremony will go fine." Then, with a sudden change in tone, he added, "But when it's time to pay, his true colors will show. Just wait and see." The factory had been appraised at 8.8 million yuan. That amount could buy several large homes in the city center. If Yang Xiao really had that kind of money, why would he waste it here? Was the money cursed? Everyone eagerly awaited the show. At 10 a.m., under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the two parties completed the signing. Now came the crucial moment: the payment. Fortunately, there was no need to visit the bank. Yang Xiao pulled out his laptop and initiated an online transfer. After completing the process, he pushed the laptop toward Hu Lei. "Boss Hu, please confirm the account details. If everything is correct, I'll proceed with the transfer." Hu Lei checked the screen carefully and, after verifying everything, said to Yang Xiao, "Mr. Yang, everything's fine." Yang Xiao nodded and typed away on the keyboard. "The money has been transferred. Please confirm receipt." All right. Ha Lei was grinning from ear to ear. Initially, he thought he'd suffer a huge loss. But now, not only was the factory sold, but he didn't even have to pay the overdue employee wages himself. This was like a miracle falling from the sky. Excitedly, he pulled out his phone and logged into online banking to check. The full 8.8 million yuan had been received, not a penny short. Hu Lei smiled broadly. "Thank you, Mr. Yang. The funds have been received. From this moment on, you are the owner of the factory." His words confirmed the successful payment. The area around Chen Changpeng fell into an awkward silence. Many people turned to look at him, their expressions filled with confusion. "Weren't you the one saying he couldn't afford it? What's going on?" Chen Changpeng's face turned ashen, his fists clenched tightly, and he remained silent. Just moments ago, he had been confidently waiting for Yang Xiao to embarrass himself. Now, he was the one left humiliated. He couldn't bear to stay another second. He quickly got into his Volkswagen Passat and left in frustration. In the car, the more Chen Changpeng thought about it, the angrier he became. 8.8 million yuan. A delivery guy, how could he possibly have that much money? Could he really be backed by a rich woman? Why was he so lucky? "I have better qualifications, a higher salary, and better conditions overall. Why do women always like him? Why? Wait. He had high-interest loans. Where did the money come from? Could it be illegal gambling? It must be." With that thought, Chen Changpeng's eyes lit up, and a wild idea formed in his mind. What he planned, Yang Xiao didn't know and had no interest in knowing. After the signing ceremony, Yang Xiao gathered the old factory employees. He told them that the oranges in the orchard would continue to be processed into canned goods as planned. The overdue wages would be paid in the coming days. Additionally, if they performed well before the spring festival, there would be bonuses. Hearing that not only their unpaid wages would be settled, but that they could also earn bonuses, the workers were energized. That same afternoon, they headed to the orchard to start picking oranges. Yang Xiao didn't rest either. He selected some existing canned products from the factory warehouse and expedited their delivery to Lin Xuan. He asked her to have the hotel chefs develop new dishes using the canned goods. This would simultaneously boost hotel sales and promote the products. In the future, he planned to transform the canning factory into a beverage company. But that would take time and couldn't be rushed. Today was Yang Xiao's 6th day back. After breakfast, he was about to head out to buy some cigarettes. Suddenly, I made money. I don't even know how to spend it." His phone rang. When he looked, it was a call from Li Wanju. He answered. On the other end, Li Wanju softly asked, "Yang, when are you coming back?" "After the spring festival." "What? How could you do this?" "Do what?" "You promised to pretend to be my boyfriend and meet my parents." Li Wanju sounded a bit dejected. "Crap. I completely forgot." Yang Xiao quickly apologized. I'm sorry. There's just been so much going on lately that I forgot." Then he asked, "When is your dad's surgery scheduled?" "On the 20th of this month." "All right, I promise I'll come by before the 15th. How about that?" "You better not forget, or," Li Wanju warned. "If you forget, where am I supposed to find another stand-in on such short notice?" Yang Xiao assured her, "Don't worry. As soon as I'm back, I'll get it done. He's the boss. Yet here he was, promising his employee to fulfill a task on time. Something about this felt strange. All right, thank you. Mua. She blew a kiss into the phone before quickly hanging up. Yang Xiao froze for a moment. What the? Did she just flirt with her boss? Wait a second, has she fallen for my breathtaking good looks? This irresistible charm of mine. Meanwhile, at the hospital. In the inpatient department women's restroom, Fang Mei frowned at her daughter. Wanju, what are you up to, sneaking around like that? What? I was just calling Yang Xiao, Li Wanju said, feigning calmness. Really? Of course. You better not put a green hat on Xiao before you're even married, Fang Mei scolded. Then, as if realizing something, she quickly added, and definitely not after marriage. If I find out, I'll break your legs. Mom. What nonsense are you thinking? Li Wanju was speechless. What are you even talking about? I was just making a call. How did you jump to accusations of cheating? And even if I were to cheat, which I wouldn't, it wouldn't be on him. Wait, no. I'm not that kind of person. Go get your father's meal, Fang Mei instructed. She had just walked into the restroom when she saw her daughter on the phone, acting all secretive. Then, the moment she was spotted, her daughter quickly hung up. It was no wonder she suspected something shady. Li Wanju had indeed kissed the phone and hung up quickly because she saw her mom coming. But she didn't expect this action to cause Fang Mei to misunderstand and think she was cheating on Yang Xiao. What a headache. Yang Xiao had no idea about this. He shook his head in mild exasperation at Li Wanju's playful kiss over the phone. Then, he walked toward a small convenience store not far away. He had heard that this shop was run by someone who had moved here from out of town. It was a handy spot to have. Ding dong! Welcome. As Yang Xiao entered, the automatic bell above the door rang. A man in his 50s or 60s, wrapped in a quilt, emerged from the back room. What can I get you, young man? Is it really that cold? Yang Xiao glanced at the dusty shelves and said, a pack of huazi. Thick or slim? The shopkeeper, Mei Yun, asked. Thick, Yang Xiao replied. Men should smoke thick ones. Slims just don't cut it. Huazi cigarettes had even jumped on the trend of making slim versions in recent years. Mei Yun, who hadn't attended the canning factory signing ceremony, didn't recognize Yang Xiao. He bent down, retrieved a pack of cigarettes from the cabinet below, and handed it to Yang Xiao. With a smile he added, men should stick to thick ones. Yang Xiao wasn't sure if Mei Yun was hinting at something or genuinely believed men should smoke thicker cigarettes. He took out a 100 yuan bill and placed it on the glass counter, smiling without saying much. Mei Yun took the bill and turned to his cash box to get change. Normally, people would check a 100 yuan bill to see if it was counterfeit. But not Mei Yun. He didn't even glance at it before heading off for change. Is it really that cold? When Mei Yun returned with the cash box in one hand and still holding his quilt with the other, he told Yang Xiao, young man, this 100 yuan bill of yours looks fake. Could you please exchange it? Fake? Yang Xiao was stunned and didn't take the money back. Instead, he questioned, why didn't you say it was fake when I gave it to you? I just noticed. And how do I know you didn't switch it while you turned around? Hearing this, Mei Yun got worked up. Young man, you can't just say things like that. I'm an honest man. Saying so, he held out the cash box to Yang Xiao. Look here, there's not a single 100 yuan bill in this box. How could I switch it? Yang Xiao peered into the cash box. Indeed, it only held a few 10 and 20 yuan notes along with some coins. Altogether, it probably didn't add up to 200 yuan. But Yang Xiao noticed something unusual. From the outside, the metal box looked about 40 centimeters tall. From the inside, it was less than 20 centimeters. There must be a hidden compartment. He remembered seeing videos online exposing dishonest merchants who used cash boxes with secret compartments to scam customers. Yang Xiao's eyes glinted. You know, this cash box is pretty nice. I'll give you 200 yuan for it. What do you say? Buy the cash box? Is he crazy? Mei Yun knew his own business well. This box was worth way more to him than 200 yuan. He wouldn't sell it for 1,000. Still, he pretended to hesitate before saying, young man, don't joke around. This old box isn't worth anything. How about this? I'll give you the cigarettes for free and won't take your money. Saying this, he reached out to take the box. But Yang Xiao pressed down on it. Fair is fair. I'll pay for the cigarettes and I want this box too. This is where I keep my money. Even if you like it, I can't sell it to you, Mei Yun said, shaking his head vigorously. Does this guy have a screw loose? Why is he so fixated on this box? Could he have figured it out? No way. I've covered my tracks perfectly, there's no way he could have noticed anything. But Yang Xiao wasn't about to give up. He coldly said, "If 200 isn't enough, I'll add another 200. Mei Yun's face darkened, and he snarled, "I told you. I'm not selling this box. Keep pushing and you'll regret it." Regret it? Yang Xiao chuckled. All right then. How about we call the police? Hearing the word police, Mei Yun's eyes flashed with panic. He quickly said, No, young man, I was wrong. I'm sorry. First time? Really, it's the first time. I swear. Yang Xiao said coldly. The way you swapped the money earlier was so smooth, it's definitely not your first time. Mei Yun's face flushed as his lie was exposed. He looked embarrassed and somewhat helpless. Actually, this is only my second time. No third time? Yang Xiao questioned. Mei Yun shook his head and began to explain. A couple of nights ago, a young man driving a small car came to buy a pack of Tianzi cigarettes for 900 yuan. He threw down 1,000 yuan and left. He described what had happened that night. It was bad luck, really. The light bulb in his shop had burned out, and he was using a candle. It was hard to see clearly. But when he saw the man driving an expensive car and tossing money around, he assumed the guy was rich. He counted the money 1,000 yuan, and thought the customer had miscounted. So, he didn't say anything. Later he was secretly pleased, thinking he had gained an extra 100 yuan for himself. He thought he had made a small profit, but in the end, it turned out he had been tricked. And because of it, his wife had been scolding him for 2 days straight. Right now, he was filled with regret, wishing he could tear that man apart. Yang Xiao was speechless. You made a mistake, and you blame others? And now, you trick innocent people to make up for it. That's shameless. At that moment. Ding dong, welcome. The shop's automatic bell rang again as a small child timidly walked in. The child hesitantly said, "Boss, the change you gave me this morning was fake." Hearing this, Yang Xiao's anger flared up instantly. He slammed his hand down on the glass counter. How could you be so heartless, tricking a child? Mei Yun stammered, unable to form a complete sentence. He was both frightened by Yang Xiao's imposing aura and aware that Yang Xiao had caught him red-handed. Give me the fake bill, Yang Xiao said, taking the counterfeit note from the child. Then he took a real bill from the cash box and handed it to the kid. The child beamed with happiness, saying, "Thank you, big brother." Before skipping out of the shop, Yang Xiao glared at Mei Yun. Destroy all the fake money immediately. If you dare do this again, I'll make sure you're sent straight to the police. Never again, Mei Yun promised, repeatedly nodding his head. Satisfied, Yang Xiao nodded and picked up the pack of Huazi cigarettes from the glass counter, intending to light one up. But before he could, Mei Yun snatched the pack away. Young man, these cigarettes. What's the matter? I paid for them, didn't I? Yang Xiao asked coldly. No. It's just that. This pack got damp, Mei Yun stammered. Damp? Yang Xiao glanced at the tiled floor, which was perfectly dry. There was no way the cigarettes could have gotten damp. That left only one possibility: he was lying. Yang Xiao narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "These cigarettes. They're fake, aren't they?" How? How could that be? I'd never sell fake products. Mei Yun denied it hastily. In truth, the cigarettes on the back shelves were genuine, while the ones stored in the cabinet below were counterfeits. He had taken a gamble, thinking Yang Xiao was just a passerby. He figured he might as well try to scam him, it was worth a shot. Get me a real pack, Yang Xiao demanded. Hurriedly, Mei Yun fetched a pack from the back shelf and handed it over. Only after watching Yang Xiao walk away, did he breathe a sigh of relief. What a terrible day. As Yang Xiao neared home, he pulled out his phone and dialed the police. Hello, I'd like to report a shop at 89 Yunling Village, Mikwang Town, Hongyi County. They're selling fake cigarettes and using counterfeit money. After hanging up, Yang Xiao felt quite pleased with himself. Doing good deeds for the people really is satisfying. That evening he overheard villagers saying that Mei Yun had been arrested. Some joked in the group chat, saying he shouldn't have chosen a name like Mei Yun, it was like he was destined for bad luck. After dinner, Yang Xiao told his parents about his plan to return to the city. Of course, he didn't mention he was going to pretend to be someone's boyfriend. Otherwise, he might have been beaten. Yang Jingjun and Lu Hongmei stayed silent for a while but eventually agreed. Work comes first, they said. Yang Xiao stayed for another 2 days. He left his BMW X9 at home and took the high-speed train back to the city. Before leaving, he transferred 1 million yuan to his father. He had wanted to transfer more, but Lu Hongmei refused. She worried that if her husband suddenly had too much money, he wouldn't know how to handle it. And besides, if people found out they had 5 million yuan, there would probably be a line outside their door the next day, asking to borrow money. When Yang Xiao arrived in the city, a car arranged by Lin Xuan was already waiting outside the station. First, he stopped by a shopping mall to buy some health supplements. Then he sent a message to Li Wanju, letting her know he was on his way. Finally, he drove to Yushi People's Hospital. When Li Wanju got his message, she waited at the hospital entrance. As soon as they met, Yang Xiao suggested, "Why don't you call your parents? Let's go out for a meal together." "You? What did you just call me?" Li Wanju's eyes widened in surprise. Yang Xiao shrugged. "If I call you Li Wanju, it'll seem too formal, and your mom will definitely get suspicious." That made sense. Grateful Li Wanju said, "You've thought of everything." "Thank you, boss." "Wait a second. What?" "Don't call me boss, just use my name. Calling me boss will give us away." "Alright, Yang Xiao," she said hesitantly, still not used to it. Compared to her usual cheeky demeanor, this was a stark contrast. Yang Xiao found it hard to believe. Could she have a split personality? Maybe. Shaking off the thought, Yang Xiao urged, "Don't just stand there. Call them already." "Let's just grab something nearby," she suggested. "That won't do. Your dad's health isn't great, so we need to go somewhere with a better environment. Besides, it's our first meeting." "Next time," she said. "Next time? Does that mean I'll be playing this role often?" Suddenly Yang Xiao felt like he had boarded a pirate ship and couldn't get off. Seeing no other option, he parked the car in the hospital's lot. When Lai Wanju saw Yang Xiao take several bags from the back seat after locking the car, she grew curious. "What are those?" she asked. "Health supplements," Yang Xiao said, raising the bags. "It's my first meeting with your parents, I can't show up empty-handed." Thoughtful as ever. Touched, Li Wanju said, "Thank you, Yang Xiao. Really. No need to thank me," Yang Xiao replied earnestly. "Remember, right now we're a couple. Act a little closer to me." Then he explained, "If we seem too distant, your mom will get suspicious." Why is he more into this than I am? Could it be? No way. The boss doesn't like women. Convinced, Li Wanju nodded. She knew her mom's personality better than anyone. After a brief hesitation, she looped her arm through Yang Xiao's, and they headed toward the elevator together. At the inpatient department. In the hallway. Two of Li Zhengjun's hospital roommates had just stepped out when they saw Yang Xiao and Lai Wanji walking over. They began whispering to each other. "Who's that young man?" "No idea. Maybe he's that Lai girl's boyfriend? He's quite handsome and he's tall too. Oh, look at all those health supplements he's carrying. That Lai girl is beautiful and kind. Of course, she'd find a great boyfriend." True enough. Den. Although the two were speaking quietly, their conversation was still overheard by Yang Xiao and Li Wanji as they passed by. Yang Xiao didn't care. Li Wanji, however, turned red with embarrassment. No wonder they were talking after all. She was holding onto Yang Xiao's arm with a shy expression on her face. At this point, she could only pretend she hadn't heard anything, and walked toward the hospital room, forcing herself to ignore it. Just as they reached the door, about to push it open, Aunt Wang, a relative of one of the other patients in the room, suddenly appeared. Seeing Li Wanji, Aunt Wang smiled warmly. "Oh, Wanji, and this young man is?" Over the past few days, Li Wanji had frequently been visiting to care for her parents. Naturally, she had gotten to know some of the older relatives of the other patients. Recently, Aunt Wang had even been thinking about introducing her nephew to Li Wanji. But now it seemed that plan might fall through. Aunt Wang, this is my..." Li Wanji stammered, unable to find the words. Why were they back so soon? And why did she have to run into them right now? It was mortifying. Seeing her flustered, Yang Xiao smiled and said, "Hello, Aunt Wang. I'm Wanji's boyfriend, here to visit her father." Well, such a fine young man. Wanji has great taste," Aunt Wang said with a broad smile. "Sorry, nephew, you're out of luck." Hearing this, Li Wanji's cheeks turned even redder. "Aunt Wang, please don't tease me." "Oh, I'm just being honest." "Alright, I won't hold you up any longer. Go on in," Aunt Wang said cheerfully. Inside the hospital room, Fang Mei and Li Zhengjun had been waiting anxiously for their daughter and her boyfriend to arrive. They had been glancing out into the hallway every now and then, their anticipation growing with each passing minute. More than half an hour had passed, and they still hadn't seen anyone. "I say, old Lai. Do you think Wanji might be lying to us? Fang Mei said, her worries resurfacing. Could Wanji be making this up? Was she still playing the role of a mistress, now scrambling to find someone to act as her boyfriend? Or maybe. A whirlwind of thoughts swirled in her mind. Li Jingjun stood by the window, looking outside without saying a word. Fang Mei was furious. Li Jingjun, are you deaf? Or did you lose your voice? I've been talking to you for ages, and you're just standing there silently. I've been rambling on, and you don't say a word. Are you made of stone? Li Jingjun turned around and, looking exasperated, replied, What do you want me to say? Wanji said her boyfriend was coming, but it's been half an hour. What if something's wrong? You're not from Yushi, are you? Is that what we're talking about right now? Don't you know how bad the traffic is in Yushi? Li Jingjun said, utterly exasperated. I think the problem is with you. This is Yushi. Traffic jams here are infamous nationwide. And it's peak travel time right now. Half an hour is nothing, it could take 1 or 2 hours easily. Fang Mei was about to argue. But just then, the door opened. Standing outside was their daughter, holding the arm of a handsome young man. Fang Mei immediately brightened and hurried over with a welcoming smile. Wanji, you're finally here. Holding onto Yang Xiao's arm in front of her mother made Li Wanji feel a little shy. Yang Xiao smiled and greeted them. Hello Aunt Fang. Hello Uncle Lai. He had already learned their names from Li Wanji earlier. He found it amusing that Li Wanji's father's name was also Jingjun, just like his own father's. Was this some kind of sign from above? Good. So you're Yang Xiao? Fang Mei said, her eyes scanning him from head to toe. Not bad at all. Handsome, polite Wanji had great taste. But, was he really her boyfriend? Fang Mei was still a little skeptical. Yang Xiao smiled and confirmed, Yes, Aunt Fang. I'm Yang Xiao, Wanji's boyfriend. Then with an apologetic look he added, I'm really sorry for not coming earlier. Work at the company has been overwhelming lately. Oh, no problem. Work is important, Fang Mei replied, noting how polite and composed he was. Her impression of Yang Xiao improved significantly, though a small doubt lingered in her mind. This young man seemed so excellent, a wealthy and refined individual. How had he ended up with her daughter? Meanwhile, Fang Mei noticed the bags in her daughter's and Yang Xiao's hands. They appeared to be filled with health supplements. Fang Mei's impression of Yang Xiao improved even further, and her last shred of doubt began to fade. Yang Xiao placed the supplements on the side table and said sheepishly, It's my first time meeting you both, and I wasn't sure what to bring, so I just got some health supplements. So thoughtful of you, Fang Mei said with a wide smile. You didn't have to spend money, we're just happy to see you. The room had no chairs, so they had to sit on the small side bed. Throughout the exchange, Li Jingjun remained silent, observing the interactions between Yang Xiao and his daughter. Something felt off to him. Was this Yang Xiao really his daughter's boyfriend? The two of them didn't display the typical affection of a couple in love. Instead, there was a slight awkwardness between them. If they were truly a couple, wouldn't they be closer? While it was possible for them to not be overly affectionate, the distance between them seemed unnatural. And during all the times his daughter had visited him recently, he had never seen her take a call from a boyfriend. In fact, she rarely even used her phone. Why was that? One question after another popped into his mind. Yang Xiao said, It's no trouble at all. Fang Mei turned to her daughter and, feigning anger, said, Wanji, how many times have I told you to be considerate? Did you forget? Auntie, this was my decision. Wanji didn't know. Yang Xiao quickly explained. All right, this time I'll accept it. But next time, don't go to such trouble, or I'll be upset. Understood, Auntie. There won't be a next time. Several people were chatting when suddenly the door to the hospital room opened. 2 doctors in white coats walked in, their expressions serious. One of them looked at Li Jingjun and asked in a flat tone, You're Li Jingjun, right? Doctor. I'm Li Jingjun, he replied with a nervous smile. His cautious demeanor resembled a schoolboy facing his headmaster, both apprehensive and slightly eager. The doctor nodded before coldly announcing, I'm officially informing you that the kidney transplant surgery scheduled for the 20th of this month has been cancelled. When will it be rescheduled? Li Jingjun asked, still smiling. He was thinking about how having the surgery done on the 20th would mean he couldn't return home for the new year. If it got rescheduled, he might have the chance to spend the holiday at home before coming back for the operation. The doctor furrowed his brow. Didn't you understand what I said? The surgery is cancelled, not rescheduled. Got it? Cancelled? Why? Panic overtook Li Jingjun as he quickly asked, "Doctor, why is the surgery cancelled?" "Yeah, we've already paid the surgery fees," Fang Mei added anxiously. Not a cent was missing. Li Jingjun chimed in before hesitantly asking, "Doctor, is it because the payment wasn't enough? If that's the case, we can pay more." After all, his daughter's boyfriend was a hotel owner. Money wasn't an issue. Borrowing a bit from him shouldn't be difficult. Fang Mei turned to Yang Xiao urgently. "Xiao Yang, could we borrow a bit more? We'd sell everything we own to pay you back." Before she could finish, the doctor impatiently interrupted, "Enough. It's not about money. The kidney is no longer available." "The kidney is gone?" Li Jingjun felt his mind go blank. How could it be gone? Wasn't everything already arranged? He sat down on the bed, his face pale and his eyes filled with despair. This kidney was his only hope for survival. And now it was gone. When he was first diagnosed with kidney failure and learned the cost of treatment, he had tried to face his fate with resignation, refusing further treatment to spare his family. But when he found out that his daughter had managed to pay the surgery fees, he had dared to hope again. Now, less than a month later, he was being told the surgery was cancelled. Anyone would struggle with the emotional whiplash of being lifted to heaven, only to be dropped back into hell. Fang Mei grabbed the doctor's arm, demanding, "Why? Why is the kidney gone? Why? We've already paid for everything. The kidney is gone." "There's no need to overthink it," the doctor said curtly, shaking off her hand before walking away. "Doctor, wait!" Li Wanji called out as she rushed after him. Yang Xiao quickly followed. If it was a money issue, he could handle it. But if the kidney itself was unavailable, there was little he could do. What puzzled him, however, was why the refund had to wait until the 21st. Catching up to the doctor, Li Wanji grabbed his sleeve. "Doctor, when will the next kidney become available?" "I don't know," the doctor replied without turning around. "But we," Li Wanji began. The doctor turned sharply, his tone growing harsher. "I've already explained everything. Stop following me." His cold demeanor left Li Wanji at a loss for words. Her eyes filled with tears, which she fought to hold back. Was this what despair felt like? Why give us hope only to shatter it? Why? The younger doctor beside him, unable to bear the scene, waited until the senior doctor walked away before softly saying, "You should probably consider switching hospitals. This isn't about the money, it's because..." Just as he was about to reveal the truth, the senior doctor's voice rang out. "Xiao Zhao, hurry up. We need to check the rooms on the 4th floor." Coming. The younger doctor quickly followed. Yang Xiao glanced at the pale-faced Li Wanji, unsure how to comfort her. The blow had come so suddenly that the Li family was utterly unprepared. The joy from moments before had now completely dissolved into despair. Back in the hospital room, sadness and helplessness hung heavily in the air. Outside, voices drifted in from the hallway. "Old Zhang next door has only been here for a month, and he's scheduled for a kidney transplant next week." "Seriously?" "Absolutely. I even heard that his son bribed the nephrology department head with 500,000 yuan to snatch the kidney from someone else." "What? That's outrageous." "Of course. Money talks." "Who told you that?" "Old Zhang himself." "Why would he lie?" "Damn. This is so corrupt." Every word of their conversation drifted clearly into room 302. Hearing this, Li Jingjun trembled with anger. Why? The kidney meant for him had been taken through bribery? How could anyone tolerate this? Fang Mei immediately stood up. "No. I'm going to demand an explanation." She couldn't swallow this injustice. "Wait, Mom. Let me go instead," Li Wanji said softly, pulling her mother back. She understood her mother's temper causing a scene wouldn't help their situation. Yang Xiao quickly chimed in. "I'll go with Wanji." If the rumor was true, the corruption was worse than he had imagined. "All right. We have the truth on our side. Don't be afraid," Fang Mei said firmly. Together Yang Xiao and Li Wanji headed toward the nephrology department. On the way, Yang Xiao made a call to verify something. He learned that the hospital had indeed scheduled several kidney transplants this month. He then took Li Wanji to the billing office to ask some questions. What they found out confirmed their fears. If they requested a refund, it would mean they were voluntarily giving up the surgery scheduled for the 20th. But if they didn't, the surgery was still technically on the schedule. This proved that the conversation outside the room was true. Yang Xiao was furious. If everyone operated this way, what was the point of having laws? He vowed to help Li Jingjun reclaim the kidney that rightfully belonged to him. As they left the billing office and headed back to nephrology, Li Wanji grew increasingly agitated. How can they do this? How? For the sake of profit, Yang Xiao replied grimly. If they don't fix this, I'll report them. But we need solid evidence first. How are we supposed to get that evidence? Leave it to me. Just follow my lead, Yang Xiao said after thinking for a moment. No evidence? Then he would create it himself. Arriving at the nephrology office, Yang Xiao discreetly began recording on his phone. Li Wanji knocked on the door. Inside, her father's attending physician, Ma Dihao, quickly turned off his computer screen before slowly raising his head and asking, "What can I do for you?" Yang Xiao smiled. "Hello, doctor. Could you tell me if the kidney transplant surgery for Li Jingjun in room 302 is scheduled for the morning or afternoon on the 20th? He asked this to test the doctor, to see if he was aware of the surgery being cancelled. Sure enough, Ma Dihao's brows furrowed instantly. Hasn't anyone informed you? Informed us of what? Yang Xiao feigned confusion. The kidney transplant for Li Jingjun has been cancelled. But we've already paid the fees, Yang Xiao responded. Paying doesn't help if the kidney is no longer available. There's nothing we can do about it, Ma Dihao replied, shaking his head, wearing an expression of helplessness. If Yang Xiao hadn't done his homework consulting people and verifying the situation at the billing office, he might have believed the doctor's words. But based on what he'd learned, it was clear to Yang Xiao that Ma Dihao was exploiting his position, accepting bribes, and reallocating kidneys from patients who couldn't pay bribes to those who could. This was not a simple case of patients expressing gratitude with a post-surgery gift, it was likely illegal. From the way Ma Dihao spoke, Yang Xiao could tell that he and his colleagues had coordinated their story to brush off the Li family. Yang Xiao's smile faded as he asked, "Is the kidney really unavailable, or are you just saying that?" At this, Ma Dihao's face darkened. Gone means gone. There's no such thing as real or fake about it. Do they suspect something? Impossible. Everything had been done discreetly. Even if they knew, so what? Why worry over money? Yang Xiao's voice turned cold. I've already found out that the kidney originally assigned for Li Jingjun has been reassigned to Zhang Yukai. Care to explain? Still trying to cover it up? Ridiculous. I don't know what you're talking about, Ma Dihao said, feigning ignorance, though his eye twitched slightly. Yang Xiao smirked. Some things, when exposed, could have serious consequences for your career. Exposed? Go ahead. What can you possibly reveal? Ma Dihao scoffed, leaning back in his chair with an air of arrogance. Exploiting your position to accept bribes is illegal. Are you threatening me? No, not a threat, just a friendly reminder. I know the hospital's policies better than you. I don't need your reminders, Ma Dihao said dismissively, lounging comfortably, as though he were untouchable. Yang Xiao's eyes narrowed. If you're so confident, then we'll have to report this and see what happens. He turned to leave with Li Wanji. Behind him, Ma Dihao's voice came lazily, kid, don't meddle in things that don't concern you. And without evidence, how can you accuse me of taking bribes? Then, with a sneer, he added, even if you had evidence, you still couldn't do anything to me. Yang Xiao glanced back. Want to bet? Consider it a challenge issued, and I accept. Leaving the nephrology department, Yang Xiao saved the video recording he had just taken, preparing to use it as evidence. Li Wanji, her head hanging, said dejectedly, if I had connections in the hospital, maybe we wouldn't be treated like this. Her casual remark struck a chord with Yang Xiao. He suddenly remembered someone, Zhang Yichun. How could I forget her? Yang Xiao recalled that Zhao Entai once mentioned her father was the current director of the Chongqing People's Hospital, a major figure in the city's medical field. If he could reach out to her, she might be able to help. Even if she couldn't resolve the issue directly, she could at least help identify another hospital where the transplant could happen quickly. Filing a complaint against Ma Dihao and waiting for an investigation would take too long. By the time authorities acted, the kidney would already have been transplanted into someone else. This was a more efficient option. Yang Xiao turned to Li Wanji. You go back to the ward first. I'll make a call. All right, Li Wanji murmured, clearly weighed down by the situation. Walking to the stairwell, Yang Xiao dialed Jiang Yikun's number. At that moment, Jiang Yichun had just returned home and was about to rest when her phone rang. Seeing an unfamiliar number, she hesitated but ultimately answered. Hello, who's this? Yichun, it's me, Yang Xiao. Do you remember me? Yang Xiao asked with a smile. Hearing his voice, Zhang Yikun laughed. Oh, it's Yang Xiao. What made you think of calling me? I need your help with something, Yang Xiao said, getting straight to the point. Surprised, she asked, help? What kind of help? Yang Xiao's capabilities were no secret to her. If he needed assistance, it couldn't be financial. The only area where she might have an edge was her connections. After sitting down, she said, "Go ahead, tell me. If it's something I can do, I won't refuse." Yang Xiao didn't hold back, explaining the situation in detail. After listening, Jiang Yichun was outraged. How could such shameless behavior still exist? Did the law mean nothing anymore? She promised immediately, "Don't worry. If I can't resolve this myself, I'll have my father step in to handle it." "Thank you, Yichun. It's nothing. Give me half an hour, and I'll get back to you." "Alright, I'll wait for your call." Ma Dihao shut the office door, leaned back in his chair, and propped his feet up on the desk. He casually watched a Mango video on his phone, entirely forgetting about Yang Xiao and Li Wanji. Just as he was engrossed in the video, his phone rang, startling him so much that he almost dropped it. Checking the caller ID, he saw it was his former teacher, Jiang Tianhua. Sitting upright immediately, he answered the call cautiously. "Hello, Teacher Jiang. What brings you to call me today?" Jiang Tianhua said, "Dihao, do you remember what I once told you? Do not overlook small acts of kindness, and do not commit minor evils." "Yes, I remember," Ma Dihao replied, confused. Why was his teacher suddenly reminding him of this? He thought the call might be to inform him that his application to join the Chongqing Medical Association had been approved. For the past 2 years, he had been applying to join this prestigious organization, which represented the pinnacle of the city's medical community. Jiang Tianhua, as the president of the association, had the authority to approve or reject his application. But instead of good news, he was hit with a moral lecture. "Do you truly remember? If so, why haven't you acted accordingly?" Jiang Tianhua asked in disappointment. I have always adhered to it," Ma Dihao stammered. "Really? Then how do you explain taking bribes?" "What? This is slander. Teacher Jiang, you must believe me. I've never done such a thing," he instinctively denied. But as soon as he spoke, he froze. How did Teacher Jiang know about this? Who told him? "There's a leak." Jiang Tianhua sighed deeply before saying, "Dihao, you must know that where there is smoke, there is fire. Don't ruin your career." Ma Dihao wanted to admit his wrongdoing but lacked the courage. "Turning back in time can still save your future," Jiang Tianhua added after a moment of silence. He had always valued this student, and the delayed approval of his application was meant as a test. However, Ma Dihao had failed miserably. Summoning his courage, Ma Dihao finally said, "Teacher Jiang, I was wrong. Knowing your mistakes and correcting them is the greatest virtue. Fix what can still be fixed," Jiang Tianhua said before ending the call. Sitting alone in his office, Ma Dihao replayed his teacher's words in his mind. Was his teacher hinting that if he corrected his behavior, he might finally get into the medical association next year? If that were the case, this current issue was trivial compared to the opportunities awaiting him. With a renewed resolve, he immediately logged into his mobile banking app and refunded the bribe money. He then made a couple of calls to arrange some matters before leaving the office. Elsewhere, Jiang Yichun called Yang Xiao back to inform him that everything was resolved. She also mentioned that Ma Dihao would likely visit the family soon to apologize. Yang Xiao thanked her, exchanged a few more words, and hung up. Back at the hospital room, Li Wanji had already told her parents the entire situation. Hearing the story, Fang Mei was furious. Why do they always pick on the weak? Do they think we're easy to bully? She was about to storm off to confront Ma Dihao when Li Wanji stopped her, explaining what had happened. Fang Mei reluctantly calmed down, realizing her daughter was right. If the other party dared to act so brazenly, they must have strong backing. After venting her anger, she resigned herself to the situation and began packing up to leave. At that moment, Yang Xiao walked into the room. He immediately sensed the heavy atmosphere. Li Zhengjun sat on the bed, looking despondent, while Fang Mei wiped away tears as she packed. Li Wanji helped silently, and Aunt Wang seemed to want to say something but held back. Yang Xiao asked, "Auntie, what are you doing?" Fang Mei paused and replied with a bitter smile. "The surgery's cancelled. Staying here is just wasting money." She added, "Yang, as soon as we get the refund, we'll repay you right away." Yang Xiao waved it off. "Auntie, we're all family, no need to mention money." Fang Mei shook her head. "We're not officially family yet. Until then, these things must be kept clear." At that moment, the door opened, and in walked Ma Dihao, smiling brightly. He approached Li Zhengjun and said, "Prepare yourself. The surgery is scheduled for the afternoon the day after tomorrow." The Lai family was stunned. The day after tomorrow? Wasn't it cancelled? What's going on? Did we forget something? Seeing their bewilderment, Ma Dihao feigned ignorance and said, "What's wrong? Weren't you informed earlier?" Li Wanji was the first to recover. Yes, we were informed. Satisfied. Ma Dihao nodded. Good. Now, does Mr. Li have any other discomforts? No, none at all, Li Jingjun quickly replied. Great. Rest well. Someone will notify you before the surgery, Ma Dihao said before leaving the room. As his figure disappeared, Fang Mei muttered in disbelief, Old Lai, pinch my arm. What for? Li Jingjun asked, confused. I want to see if I'm dreaming. Li Jingjun complied, twisting her arm. Ow. She winced, but tears of relief filled her eyes. They had resigned themselves to despair, only for their fortunes to take an unexpected turn. Meanwhile, Li Wanji stared at Yang Xiao, whose subtle smile made her suspicious. Did he make a call earlier to ask for help? If it weren't for him, she wouldn't know what to do. But now she owed her boss far too much. How would she ever repay him? It was overwhelming. Yun Tian City. Villa number 1. Mine? Yang Xiao was playing League of Legends, and the game had just reached a crucial Baron fight. Suddenly, his phone rang. Controlling his character with one hand, he quickly answered the call with the other. Hello, who's this? Sir, your lunch has arrived. Could you please come out to pick it up if it's convenient? I'm busy right now. Just leave it by the door. All right. The delivery person hesitated. What's the boss doing? Why does he sound so out of breath? Could it be that he's... A shiver ran down the delivery person's spine. Best not to think about it too much, knowing too much could be dangerous. After hanging up, Yang Xiao finished his game before leisurely heading downstairs to pick up his lunch. Since Li Wanji's father was about to undergo surgery, Yang Xiao had given her a month-long leave to focus on her family. She wouldn't be back at work until after the Lunar New Year. Meanwhile, Lu Wei was busy managing the live streaming company, so she couldn't cook for him daily. As a result, Yang Xiao had arranged for meals to be delivered from his restaurant every day. However, when he arrived at the gate, he froze. What the heck? Where's my lunch? He called the delivery person, who confirmed that the food had been left on the small platform by the gate. But there was nothing there now. Returning inside, Yang Xiao checked the security camera footage. Due to the angle, the camera only captured the moment the lunchbox was taken, but not the person who took it. He was speechless. In such a high-end neighborhood, someone would actually steal food? This is insane. Adjusting the camera to better cover the gate, Yang Xiao called the delivery person to send another meal. At the same time, he posted in the neighborhood group chat. Neighbors, did anyone accidentally take the lunch I left on the small platform by my gate? Please return the lunchbox after you're done. It's made of huanquali wood, and quite valuable. He had barely sent the message when another post appeared in the group. Brother, your food's missing? Yeah. It disappeared out of nowhere. Same here. I came home half an hour late, and my package was gone. The camera didn't catch anything either. Reading this, Yang Xiao was shocked. Someone else had the same experience? What's the property management doing? How could a thief operate so freely in this neighborhood? With these complaints as a starting point, the chat exploded. Who the hell keeps stealing my packages? Are they insane? Even packages. Is this a new low? At property management, what are you doing? How could you let thieves into the neighborhood? Damn it. Someone stole my package. What's wrong with these people? This thief is a pervert. They even stole my maid's underwear from the clothesline. Messages, voice notes and emojis flooded the chat, all conveying the same emotion: rage. Yang Xiao was equally speechless. This thief had no shame, stealing anything and everything. Judging by the group's reaction, it wasn't the first time. This was clearly a repeat offender. Just then, a loud banging noise came from his gate. Bang. 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 The gate rattled violently, as if someone was trying to break in. A woman's voice yelled, "Hey, is anyone home? Get out here right now. If you don't come out, I'll burn your house down." Yang Xiao frowned. Who is this lunatic causing a scene in broad daylight? He opened the door to find a middle-aged woman dressed in expensive clothing standing at the gate. In one hand, she held a lunchbox. In the other, she dragged a small child. The child's skin was red and swollen, and he scratched himself furiously, as if covered in fleas. Yang Xiao immediately recognized the lunchbox. It was his. No way. Did the kid steal my lunch? The middle-aged woman threw the lunchbox onto the ground and yelled angrily, "Are you insane? Why would you put cilantro in your food? Don't you know my grandson is allergic? This is attempted murder. It's a crime." She then yanked her grandson forward, pointing to the scratch marks on his skin. "Look at this. His skin is broken from all the scratching. This is all your fault, you heartless bastard. Not stopping there, she kicked the metal gate with all her might. Yang Xiao finally processed what was happening. Her grandson had stolen his lunch, eaten it, and had an allergic reaction to the cilantro. Now she was blaming him and demanding an explanation. What kind of twisted logic was this? Before Yang Xiao could respond, the child burst into tears, wailing loudly. "Oh, my poor baby," the woman cooed. "Don't cry, sweetheart. Grandma's heart is breaking for you." After comforting the child, she turned back to Yang Xiao and barked, "Why are you just standing there? Get your car and take us to the hospital. You're responsible for this." Hearing this, Yang Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. This takes shamelessness to a whole new level. If she tripped while walking on the street, would she blame the city for not fixing the roads? The audacity of this woman. Seeing Yang Xiao remain unmoved, the woman grew even angrier. "Why are you still standing there? Take us to the hospital. If anything happens to my grandson, I'll fight you to the death." "What does this have to do with me?" Yang Xiao asked coldly. The woman jumped up in rage. "How dare you ask that? If you hadn't put cilantro in your food, my grandson wouldn't be like this. This is all your fault. You must compensate us." Yang Xiao wasn't having it. "So what if I put cilantro in my food? It's my lunch, and I can add whatever I want. What does that have to do with you? If your grandson hadn't stolen it, he wouldn't be in this situation." A string of pointed questions left the woman stunned. She hadn't expected Yang Xiao to be so tough. Resorting to another tactic, she pulled the child to the ground and sat down, wailing loudly. "Everyone, come and see. This man put cilantro in his food without any warning. My grandson ate it, and now he's covered in rashes and scratches. He's suffering so much." The commotion drew the attention of neighbors out for a post-lunch stroll. As the crowd grew, the woman cried even louder, "Neighbors, please judge for yourselves. How could someone be so heartless? What? Deliberately giving cilantro to a child allergic to it? That's too cruel. You'll lose years off your life doing something like this. The kid's so small. What did he ever do to you? Why be so heartless? I've got some allergy medicine at home. Let me grab it." Society is really going downhill. The poor boy's skin is all scratched up and bleeding. This is heartbreaking. "Why are you still standing there? Call for an ambulance." The bystanders, unaware of the truth, quickly extended sympathy toward the middle-aged woman and her grandson. At the same time, they criticized Yang Xiao as if he were the true culprit, someone who would deliberately target a child. Some elderly neighbors, who had also brought their grandchildren, felt a surge of empathy and joined in berating Yang Xiao. "Young man, how could you behave like this? At your age you should know better. The forest is big, and there's all kinds of birds in it, but living next to someone like you is disgraceful. And you live in Villa No. 1. What a shameful embarrassment." Seeing so many people siding with her, the middle-aged woman became emboldened. She pointed at Yang Xiao and shouted, "Look at how much my grandson is suffering. Don't you feel guilty? Oh wait, you don't even have a conscience, so why would you feel pain? But you have to pay up. No conscience?" Yang Xiao was so enraged that he laughed. "Your grandson stole my lunch, and you're demanding compensation from me? Your logic is truly fascinating. Why not claim cilantro grows on Earth and demand compensation from the planet instead?" Yang Xiao retorted, "I ordered lunch, left it outside my door, and hadn't even touched it. Your grandson stole and ate it, and now you think you're in the right? What?" Realizing that the boy had stolen someone else's food rather than being deliberately harmed, the bystanders suddenly understood they had been misled. They had jumped to conclusions without knowing the truth. Some of the more passionate ones had even yelled at Yang Xiao. The mood shifted. They glanced at the middle-aged woman, their gazes now filled with disapproval. A few people apologized to Yang Xiao for their earlier misunderstanding. Yang Xiao waved it off. "No worries. You were just standing up for what you thought was right." However, the middle-aged woman showed no remorse. Instead, she doubled down. "Why did you leave food outside? Were you trying to tempt others into taking it?" This statement was so absurd that even the onlookers were speechless. By that logic, should someone rob a bank because money was stored there? Should someone steal groceries just because they're displayed in a supermarket? Yang Xiao shook his head in disbelief. "Your twisted logic is truly eye-opening." The woman, however, seemed utterly shameless, her thick skin deflecting every argument. Yang Xiao trusted that the crowd could now see who was truly at fault. After all, stories like this were common online: misbehaving children whose parents, instead of apologizing, excused their actions with phrases like "he's just a kid" or "he doesn't know any better." Such excuses didn't hold water. A child's poor behavior reflected poorly on their guardians, who bore primary responsibility for teaching them right from wrong. As expected, the woman played the same card. He's just a kid. So what if he ate your lunch? Do you really have to be so petty? Petty? Yang Xiao wanted to unleash a torrent of curses but restrained himself. Before he could respond, the woman continued, I don't care. If you want to resolve this, you'll have to pay us 50,000 no, 100,000 yuan. And what if I don't? Yang Xiao asked coldly. Then I'll come to your house every day and make your life miserable. Are you threatening me? So what if I am? And if you don't pay up, I'll call the police and report you for attempted murder. It was clear that the woman would stop at nothing to achieve her goal. Yang Xiao chuckled. Please call the police. After all, your grandson stole my lunch worth thousands of yuan. That's robbery. Nonsense. My grandson didn't rob anyone, the woman argued. He just did what anyone would do. Hearing this, not only was Yang Xiao speechless, but the onlookers were also stunned. Her logic was truly baffling. Yang Xiao shrugged. Whether it's robbery or not, that's not for you to decide. The police will sort it out, he added. Oh, and let's not forget you destroyed my property. That's also a crime. The woman panicked. I didn't destroy anything. When did I damage your property? Yang Xiao pointed to the shattered lunchbox on the ground. See that? The lunchbox you threw. It's made of huangquali wood and worth over 100,000 yuan. Ridiculous. A wooden box worth that much? Who's going to believe that? You're welcome to have it appraised by any professional agency. Forget it. You haven't given me money yet, and now you're dreaming of making me pay you? Keep dreaming? Yang Xiao smirked. Ah, you just reminded me of something. Earlier you demanded 100,000 yuan from me. That constitutes extortion. I was asking for medical expenses, the woman retorted. Yang Xiao shook his head. Clearly you don't understand the law. Let me explain what extortion is. Thanks to his recent legal research during the Bo Yalian fraud incident, Yang Xiao was well versed in the law. The woman's earlier threats to harass him daily unless he paid up were a textbook example of extortion under Chinese law. According to Article 274 of the Chinese Criminal Code, extortion involving a significant amount or repeated offenses can result in imprisonment for up to 3 years, detention, or a fine. For cases involving large sums or severe circumstances, sentences range from 3 to 10 years of imprisonment, plus fines. For especially large amounts, or exceptionally severe circumstances, sentences start at 10 years of imprisonment, plus fines. Moreover, destroying someone's property carried a penalty of 3 to 7 years in prison. With both crimes combined, the woman was looking at a minimum of 6 years behind bars. After hearing Yang Xiao's impromptu legal lecture, the middle-aged woman turned pale at the thought of prison time. But she quickly regained her composure. Trying to scare me? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? She sneered at Yang Xiao. I'm just reasonably asking for medical expenses. You have no evidence to claim I'm committing extortion. Me? A criminal? Going to prison? Who do you think you are? You think the surveillance footage and witnesses don't exist? Yang Xiao almost laughed out loud at her attempt to deny it. With both evidence and witnesses present, she still claimed there was no proof? Where's your common sense? How does your brain work? At this moment, the child continued to cry loudly. Grandma, my body itches. It itches so much. My poor grandson. He's suffering so much. The woman's voice was filled with exaggerated heartbreak. She turned back to Yang Xiao, her tone sharp and accusing. How could such a cold-hearted person like you even exist in this world? Grandma, it hurts. The child's cries of discomfort echoed around, pulling at the heartstrings of those present. Some bystanders couldn't take it anymore and spoke up. Young man, maybe let them take the child to the hospital first. You can deal with everything else later. I'm not stopping them, Yang Xiao replied, his tone exasperated. They can leave any time and head to the hospital themselves. Besides, everything that happened earlier was already captured on surveillance footage. What was there to fear? In fact, Yang Xiao hadn't planned on pursuing the matter at first, he just wanted his lunchbox back. But who could have predicted this woman would come to his door and make a scene? The middle-aged woman shook her head vehemently. No way. Unless you give me 100,000 yuan today, we're not leaving. Even if we die, we'll die right here. Refusing to admit fault and continuing to extort him, even threatening self-harm? Yang Xiao gave her a thumbs up. You're truly something else. In less than 10 minutes, you've tried to extort me multiple times. The onlookers started whispering among themselves. Is this behavior actually considered extortion? It seems like it meets the criteria for extortion. Really? But isn't she just asking for medical expenses? No, I recently studied law. This absolutely qualifies as extortion, and demanding 100,000 yuan counts as a large amount. According to criminal law, that's 3 to 10 years in prison plus a fine. That's serious? Yep. Given her case, I'd say at least 5 years. Prison? 5 years? Hearing the bystanders' discussion, the middle-aged woman finally started to feel scared. She quickly pulled out her phone and began taking pictures of Yang Xiao. After taking a few photos, she stuffed her phone back into her pocket and spat out a threat. Just you wait. My son is the general manager of a big company. You're finished. With that, she grabbed her grandson and hurried away. Watching her retreating figure, Yang Xiao couldn't help but feel exasperated. I'm finished? Huh. Do you even understand who's actually in control here? And so what if your son's a general manager? Even the emperor is subject to the law. Back inside, Yang Xiao called Zhang Wei and asked him to come over. This time he was determined to press charges for extortion and teach this woman a serious lesson. Oh, and let's not forget the property damage too. Meanwhile, news of what had happened at Villa No. 1 quickly spread in the neighborhood group chat. Shocking. A kid steals someone else's lunch, has an allergic reaction to cilantro, and his grandma accuses the victim of attempted murder. What? Attempted murder? What's the story here? I was there. I saw everything. Oh? Spill the details. After reading the first-hand account, one neighbor angrily replied. Unbelievable. That grandma is shameless. Overindulging kids like this is basically enabling criminal behavior. Exactly. Today it's stealing lunch. Tomorrow, who knows? Murder? Arson? Society doesn't need this. Wait, could this same kid be the one stealing our missing packages? Prompted by the on-site witness's explanation, suspicions began to spread. It did seem likely. Some residents immediately contacted the police and had the property management pull up surveillance footage. Upon reviewing the footage, they identified the child from the group's video. The group chat exploded with activity. Residents began organizing to confront the family at Villa No. 38. One particularly angry resident, whose package containing a blow-up doll had been stolen, was ready to explode. The kid not only took the package but had apparently displayed it with all the shipping details at the entrance of the high-rise complex. Humiliated, this resident vowed to settle the score. However, when the group arrived at Villa No. 38, they found no one home and had to leave empty-handed. But they weren't planning to let it go that easily. This wasn't the first time after all. At 2 p.m., Zhang Wei arrived at Yang Xiao's villa. Seeing the luxurious home, Zhang Wei couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. Yang Xiao handed Zhang Wei the surveillance footage. After watching it, Zhang Wei was thrilled. Boss. This evidence is solid. The video quality is crystal clear, and the audio is perfect. Where'd you get this surveillance system? It's incredible. Yang Xiao felt a bit embarrassed. I didn't call you over to hear you butter me up. I need to know, does this qualify as a crime? Scratching his head awkwardly, Zhang Wei grinned. Don't worry, boss. With this kind of ironclad evidence, we could win this case even if we sent a dog to court. A dog? Yang Xiao was speechless at the strange metaphor but let it slide. Fine, Yang Xiao said. Whether it's a dog or a donkey, just handle this case. Leave it to me, Zhang Wei replied confidently. Suddenly Yang Xiao remembered the ongoing lawsuit against Bu Yalian, and asked, by the way, how's the case against Bu Yalian going? Zhang Wei's expression turned serious. Boss, I was just about to bring that up. The court hasn't been able to find her, and her phone seems disconnected. The summons is now being served through a public notice. They can't find her? Yang Xiao frowned. Yeah. The law requires a minimum public notice period of 30 days. 30 days? That long? Yep. It's stipulated in the civil procedure law. Zhang Wei explained that, under Article 95 of the Civil Procedure Law, if the recipient cannot be located, or other methods fail, a public notice is issued. After 30 days, the summons is considered served. Yang Xiao sighed. There was nothing he could do but wait. At the same time, the middle-aged woman finally arrived at the hospital with the child. Because of the delay, the child's allergic reaction had become very severe. At this moment, the child was being resuscitated in the emergency room. Thud, 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 thud. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the hospital corridor. The middle-aged woman turned her head. Oh my! Her daughter-in-law had arrived. She was charging forward, visibly furious. The older woman immediately began sobbing dramatically. My poor grandson, you're so pitiful. I couldn't get justice for you. I've failed you. Her performance was so realistic. It was a pity she wasn't an actress. Mom. How's Pee-Pee? Her daughter-in-law, Lu Suan, asked anxiously. She had been working when she received the call from her mother-in-law, saying that her son was hospitalized. She dropped everything and rushed over. Shizhen Jiang wiped her tears and sobbed, the doctor. He's still in the emergency room. I don't know. What happened? Lu Xuan pressed. It's all that bastard's fault. He's a monster. Who are you talking about? That janitor from Villa No. 1. Shizhen Jiang said angrily. A janitor bullying us? That's outrageous. Lu Xuan's anger was boiling over. Can you please tell me what exactly happened? Shizhen Jiang blew her nose before explaining. Here's what happened. According to her version of events, her grandson Zhu Hifei had not stolen anyone's food. Instead, Yang Xiao had lured the child into eating food that he was allergic to. She claimed that upon discovering this, she immediately confronted Yang Xiao, but he insulted her and refused to drive them to the hospital. He even allegedly threatened violence. Feeling powerless, she said she had no choice but to bring the child to the hospital on her own. Hearing this, Lu Xuan's rage knew no bounds. How could someone be so shameless? Not only did this man allegedly trick her child into eating food he was allergic to, but he also bullied an elderly woman. This isn't human behavior, it's monstrous. She immediately called her husband, Zhu Hingzhuang, to inform him of the situation. He promised to investigate the man and get to the hospital as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Shizhen Xiang sent the photos she had taken of Yang Xiao to her daughter-in-law. In the photos, Yang Xiao was dressed casually in clothes his mother had bought him, which looked inexpensive. This only reinforced Lu Xuan's belief that he was a janitor for Villa No. 1. If the company won't handle this, and the residents won't intervene, then fine. I'll expose this to the public, and let everyone see this disgusting behavior. She selected a few clear photos of Yang Xiao's face, and some of the emergency room. Then she began drafting a message on WeChat. Message. Friends, I am furious. Today, while playing in the neighborhood, my son was lured by the man in the photo to eat cilantro, which he's severely allergic to. This led to a life-threatening allergic reaction, and now my son is in the hospital fighting for his life. What's even worse is that the culprit showed no remorse and refused to take responsibility. He acted like it had nothing to do with him. Before coming to the hospital, my mother-in-law confronted him at his home. Not only did he deny everything, but he also threatened to hit her. Are janitors this arrogant nowadays? This is nothing short of barbaric. Where is the law? Where is humanity? The cleaning company he works for hasn't stepped up to address this. Are they condoning this behavior? This is outrageous. I implore everyone to help us seek justice. After finishing the message, Lu Xuan posted it on her WeChat Moments. Not stopping there, she copied and pasted the message to several social news forums. It didn't take long for her post to go viral. Her WeChat notifications were exploding with responses, while online forums were flooded with comments condemning Yang Xiao. The post even became a pinned topic on one forum, ensuring that everyone who visited saw it first. Within just an hour, the post had garnered over 100,000 comments and shares, not including activity on other platforms. On the forums, countless netizens jumped in to criticize Yang Xiao. This guy looks human, but he acts like an animal. How could someone do such a thing? Isn't this attempted murder? He deserves to be a janitor for life. Disgusting. I curse him to stay single forever. The child is so young, what did he do to deserve this? I know a hacker friend. Let's dox him. Seeing the flood of insults against Yang Xiao, Lu Xuan finally felt some satisfaction. Looking at her son lying in bed, now asleep, she recalled the doctor's words. If they had been even later, the consequences would have been unimaginable. This thought only reignited her hatred toward Yang Xiao. If I could, I'd tear him apart right now. At that moment, Zhu Hingzhuang finally arrived, his dark face filled with rage, veins bulging on his forehead. That damn janitor hasn't shown up yet. No, Lu Xuan replied, shaking her head. Zhu Hingzhuang punched the wall. Damn it! How dare he mess with my son? He's asking for it. Don't worry. The netizens are on our side, Lu Xuan reassured him. Do we know his name? No, she replied. The online search efforts hadn't yielded results yet. She had even asked the property management, but they claimed ignorance and refused to provide any of Yang Xiao's information. But this only fueled her frustration. Since they weren't actual residents of Villa No. 1, they couldn't force the management to comply. I won't let him get away with this. Zhu Hingjuang growled through gritted teeth. Meanwhile, the online posts accusing Yang Xiao had made their way onto the trending lists of several platforms. These posts caught the attention of Bu Yalian, who had recently moved to Tianfu New City and was resting at home during her pregnancy. She sat up in shock, staring at the photos. Wait, is that Yang Xiao? She couldn't believe her eyes. Is he working as a janitor again? Seeing her reaction, Zhang Kuiyua asked curiously, Yao, what are you looking at? Why the big reaction? It's Yang Xiao. He's all over the news, Bu Yalian replied. Zhang Kuiyua pouted. What good could he possibly be in the news for? You guessed it right this time. He's being accused of putting a child in the hospital. What? Hurting a child? And they ended up in the hospital. Zhang Kuiyua's eyes widened in shock. Is he crazy? If he's not crazy, he's close, Bu Yalian said with a smirk. Good thing you broke up with him. Otherwise, how would you show your face in public? Exactly. It was a wise decision on my part, Bu Yalian nodded, fully agreeing. Subsequently, Bu Yalian joined the wave of attacks on Yang Xiao, hurling harsh words without restraint. She seemed to enjoy it, posting one comment after another tirelessly, with no regard for decency. As she scrolled through the posts, something unexpected caught her attention. A post with her name in the title. Curiosity piqued, she clicked on it. The moment the page loaded, she froze. A court summons? That couldn't be right. She downloaded the image and zoomed in. The defendant's name was indeed hers, and the summons even stated the date and time to appear in court. What is going on? She kept scrolling down the post and quickly found the plaintiff's name. It was Yang Xiao. In an instant, Bu Yalian jumped up from the couch. That bastard actually sued me. Who sued you? Zhang Kuihua, her mother asked. Yang Xiao. Hearing it was Yang Xiao, Zhang Kuihua immediately understood the reason for the lawsuit. She exploded with rage. That heartless scoundrel. Didn't we just take 400,000 yuan from him? What's the big deal? Why won't he let it go? To them, the money was something they felt entitled to. To Zhang Kuihua, Yang Xiao's actions were nothing more than petty vengeance, a small-minded act. He's just an ungrateful scumbag. He's not even human. Bu Yalian spat venomously. It was as if Yang Xiao, the victim of the theft, was somehow at fault. She displayed no sense of guilt, only righteous indignation. What should we do now? Zhang Kuihua asked anxiously. The summons was publicized online. Ignoring it wasn't an option. I don't know. I'll ask Pianren, he should know what to do. Bu Yalian didn't have a better plan. She believed that this kind of petty matter could be easily resolved by the lawyers at his company without her involvement. Lying back on the couch, she picked up her phone and dialed AI Pianren's number. Sorry, the number you have dialed is no longer in service. Please check and try again. A disconnected number? Bu Yalian was stunned. She hung up and double-checked the number. No mistake. So why was it disconnected? She called again. Sorry, the number you have dialed is no longer in service. Please check and try again. The same message. Frowning deeply, Bu Yalian sat up straight. If it were a signal issue, wouldn't it say something like out of service area or temporarily unavailable? Disconnected? What does that mean? Could it be? Holding her breath, she opened WeChat and sent AI Pianren a message. Did you change your number? But the moment she hit send, a red exclamation mark popped up with the message. Message sent, but rejected by the recipient. Seeing this, panic began to set in. Turning to Zhang Kuihua, she said, Mom, let me borrow your phone. Before Zhang Kuihua could respond, Bu Yalian grabbed it and logged into her mother's WeChat. She sent another message to AI Pianren. The result was the same. Bu Yalian was completely dumbfounded. Why? Why is this happening? Had she been scammed? No. That's impossible. In a frenzy, she began sending messages one after another, only to be met with repeated rejections. The living room was silent, except for the frantic sound of her tapping on the phone screen. Noticing her daughter's strange behavior, Zhang Kuihua grew concerned. Yao, what's wrong? Wasn't she just making a call? How did this suddenly turn into a breakdown? Bu Yalian didn't respond. She kept alternating between the two phones, furiously sending messages to AI Pianren. Zhang Kuihua, seeing her daughter's increasingly erratic state, was reminded of something from years ago. A neighbor's daughter had been possessed and repeatedly banged her head against a door, eventually losing her sanity. The community shaman later blamed the family for not snapping her out of it in time. With that in mind, Zhang Qiuyue grabbed Bu Yalian's shoulders and shook her violently. "Yao Yao, snap out of it. Don't scare me." After a long moment, Bu Yalian finally muttered, "I can't reach him anymore." "Can't reach who?" "Ai Pianren." "Ah, isn't he at sea?" "Maybe the signal is bad," Zhang Qiuyue suggested. "No? That's not it." Bu Yalian shook her head frantically. "Then what is it? Explain it to me," Zhang Qiuyue demanded. It took nearly 10 minutes for Bu Yalian to calm down. With tears streaming down her face, she looked up at Zhang Qiuyue and said, He cancelled his old phone number. And you're this upset over that?" Zhang Qiuyue thought. Could she really be possessed? Zhang Qiuyue scrutinized her daughter but saw no signs of that. Perhaps she was delusional from overthinking? Either way, Zhang Qiuyue decided to comfort her daughter first. "Maybe he just got a new number. If he changed his number, he would have told me right away. Maybe he's just too busy and hasn't had the chance." Bu Yalian picked up her phone and said, "Look, I've been blocked on WeChat too." Zhang Qiuyue leaned in to check. Sure enough, the chat log was filled with red exclamation marks and rejection notices. To her, this was clear evidence. But Zhang Qiuyue laughed it off. So what? Maybe his account was hacked. Right. Why didn't I think of that? Bu Yalian wiped her tears and smiled brightly. In today's digital age, hacking incidents were everywhere. A single careless click on a suspicious link could compromise an account or worse, drain bank accounts. Compared to that, losing a WeChat account was nothing. Seeing that her daughter was somewhat comforted, Zhang Qiuyue nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, faint sounds of keys attempting to unlock the front door echoed outside the apartment. Neither of them noticed. Outside, the HR manager from Yuzhou restaurant, Zheng Hao, asked, "Manager Zhang, why isn't this door opening? Did we bring the wrong key?" "Let me check," Zhang Hao, the property manager, replied. He pulled the key out and examined it. No mistake, it was the key for Unit 1802. So why wasn't it working? Frowning, he reinserted the key and twisted with all his strength. Nothing. "It won't open," Zheng Hao said. "Did you mix up the keys?" "No way," Zhang Hao replied firmly. "After the sales department handed over the keys, we labeled each one with its corresponding unit number. There's no way they got mixed up." "Then why won't it open?" "I don't know either." "So what now?" After a moment of thought, Zhang Hao suggested, "Let's call a locksmith. I'll cover the cost." "Don't call a locksmith?" "Then what, break down the door?" This was his new home, he didn't want to damage it. Calling a locksmith was the only solution. Zheng Hao reluctantly nodded in agreement. Half an hour later, the locksmith arrived. After negotiating the price, he took out his tools and got to work. In less than a minute, click, the door opened. The locksmith was stunned. This door was way too easy to open. He barely inserted his tool, and the door practically unlocked itself. "Like picking up money off the ground," he muttered. Zheng Hao gave the locksmith a thumbs up, just about to compliment him, when a voice thundered from inside the house. "Who are you people? Got nothing better to do than break into my house?" The voice belonged to Bu Yalian. The smile on Zheng Hao's face froze instantly. "What? Didn't Lin always say this building was completely unoccupied, and anyone could pick any unit? So how was there someone living here?" Not only was Zheng Hao stunned, but the property manager, Zhang Hao, was also wide-eyed with disbelief. When the sales office handed over the keys, they specifically told him the owner of Building 1 and Building 2 was the same person and to take good care of the keys. So how did someone sneak in? How was he going to explain this? Zhang Qiuyue, spotting the group standing outside and the locksmith holding tools, felt her anger boil over. "Great. What's your plan? Forming a group to rob us, or is this some daylight burglary attempt?" Not bothering to figure things out, she immediately pinned accusations on them to secure the upper hand. Zhang Hao grimaced and explained, "Ma'am, we're from the Tianfu New City Property Management, we're just..." But before he could finish, Zhang Qiuyue interrupted. "Property management? So what? Does being property management mean you can randomly pick someone's lock? Does it give you the right to break in and act recklessly? Is there no law, no justice anymore?" A barrage of rhetorical questions left Zhang Hao and the others dumbfounded. Then Bu Yalian joined in. "What are you still standing there for? Get out of here, or do you want us to call the police?" And with that, she slammed the door in their faces. The group outside stood frozen in place, What just happened? They hadn't even said 20 words, and already they'd been scolded, humiliated, and shut out. Are you kidding me? Jing Hao muttered. Who's going to believe this? Finally snapping out of it, Jing Hao turned to Zhang Hao. Manager Zhang, what's going on here? This was supposed to be their property. How could someone be living here? That. I don't know either. Zhang Hao's face was as bitter as a gourd. Since Building 1 and Building 2 were owned by the same individual, and no one had officially moved in, their patrols weren't frequent, about once a week. He checked the patrol record posted nearby. The last check was 6 days ago. So this family must have moved in within the past week. Determined to get to the bottom of it, Zhang Hao knocked on the door again. Knock, knock, knock. Inside, Zhang Kuwa had just sat down when the knocking resumed, loud and persistent. Her temper flared. What now? Can't they take a hint? Storming to the door, she yanked it open, pointed at Zhang Hao's raised hand mid-knock, and yelled. Knock, 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 knock your mother's head. Keep it up, and I'll call the police and have you arrested. Zhang Hao's hand froze in the air, his face twitching. Why does every door opening start with insults? If he weren't a property manager, he might have punched her into orbit. Holding back his frustration, he asked in a firm voice. Ma'am, when did you move in? The property management has no record of it. Zhang Kuwa sneered. This is our house. Do we need your permission to move in, you watchdog? The insult hit like a slap in the face. You. Zhang Hao's forehead veins bulged. But before he could retort, Zhang Kuwa interrupted again. What, you want to keep going? Keep it up, and I'll call the police and charge you with attempted assault. Everyone outside winced at her words. Assault? Who would assault you? Even if that were the case, wouldn't her daughter be the one in danger, not her? This woman was utterly unreasonable, and no one knew how to handle her. Seeing Zhang Hao about to explode, Jing Hao quickly stepped in, tugging him aside. Turning to Zhang Kuwa with a forced smile, he said. Ma'am, apologies. We must have the wrong unit. Given her attitude, and the uncertainty of her relationship to Yang Xiao, he didn't want to risk offending her. What if she really was a relative of his boss? That could cost him his job. Retreating seemed like the safest option. Well then, get lost! Zhang Kuwa barked before slamming the door shut with a bang. Outside, the group exchanged awkward glances. Zhang Hao exhaled heavily, and said with embarrassment. Manager Zheng, this is clearly our oversight. Jing Hao waved it off with a wry smile. It's fine. Let me report this to Lin. Walking to the stairwell, Jing Hao called Lin Xuan. At Yuzhou restaurant, Lin Xuan had just returned from an outing with Lu Wei. She hadn't even had a sip of water when her phone rang. Answering the call, she asked. Manager Zheng, what's the matter? Lin, there's an issue I need to report to you. What is it? After a pause, Jing Hao explained. Lin, someone's moved into Unit 1802 of Building 1 at Tianfu New City. Lin Xuan froze. That's impossible. Did you go to the wrong building? It's Building 1, not 11. It's definitely Building 1. That's impossible. Yang Xiao specifically said both Building 1 and Building 2 were empty. How could someone have moved in? I swear it's true, Lin. I wouldn't lie to you. Lin Xuan went silent for a long moment before saying. All right, come back for now. I'll ask Yang Xiao about this later. Cloud Sky City. Villa number 1. After Zhang Wei left, Yang Xiao finished his meal and drove out. Today he planned to buy a sports car for Lu Wei. He had posted about it on his social media before, and promises needed to be kept. Of course, he would also buy cars for Zhao Jianglu and Zhu Xiaoyan. He wasn't the type to use and discard people. Driving to the Auto Expo Center, Yang Xiao headed straight for Ferrari. As soon as he walked in, a swarm of sales staff rushed to greet him. Mr. Yang, you're here to buy a car. Mr. Yang, please have a seat. Mr. Yang, would you like tea or coffee? Mr. Yang, we have some new arrivals, let me introduce them to you. Mr. Yang, buy from me, and I'll throw in some perks. Mr. Yang. The enthusiasm was palpable. Anyone watching might have thought a celebrity had arrived, though even celebrities rarely receive this level of attention. Every employee without a customer to tend to crowded around Yang Xiao. Even those who were busy looked tempted to abandon their clients and join in. The reason for this? A month ago, Yang Xiao had made a name for himself here. The scene left Yang Xiao stunned. What is this? Why are they all flocking to me? Am I in a Ferrari showroom or a farmer's market? Just as the chatter reached a deafening volume, The store manager, Bao Mani, stepped in. With a light laugh, he scolded his staff, "What kind of behavior is this? Maintain your professionalism." The crowd fell silent instantly. But then, turning to Yang Xiao, Bao Mani put on a fawning smile. "Mr. Yang, what an honor to have you here. Your presence truly brightens our humble establishment." Introducing himself, Bao Mani bent slightly, his demeanor like that of a sycophantic lackey. "I'm the store manager here, Bao Mani. You can call me Bao or Xiao Yi. I'm thrilled to serve you." If he could have, he might have knelt down to polish Yang Xiao's shoes right then and there. The staff couldn't help but silently roll their eyes. "You're calling us shameless? You're the biggest bootlicker here." Yang Xiao, slightly embarrassed, said, "I plan to buy a few cars. Please assign me a competent salesperson." "What? A few cars? That's Yang Xiao for you." Everyone knew Yang Xiao's buying power. He had once purchased 40 or 50 BMWs in one go. The sales team exchanged glances, their excitement barely contained. Selling a Ferrari came with commissions ranging from 8,000 to 20,000 yuan. Without commissions, their monthly income hovered around 5,000 to 6,000 yuan, with rare opportunities to exceed 10,000. Despite the showroom's traffic, genuine buyers were scarce. And sometimes, after investing hours with a customer, they'd find out the sale went to another salesperson. In a high-end showroom like Ferrari, only a handful of cars sold each year. A customer like Yang Xiao, who bought several cars at once, might come around once in a decade. Every salesperson present had one thought: "If I can get this sale, my month is made." Bao Mani immediately offered, "How about me? I guarantee professionalism." Yang Xiao gave him a polite yet awkward smile. "No thanks. Having a man follow me around would be weird. Better to pick a woman." "This is a small matter, Manager Bao. No need to trouble yourself." Yang Xiao turned to the female sales team. Instantly, prayers began. "Pick me! Pick me! Pick me!" Yang Xiao's gaze settled on a pretty salesperson. Pointing to her, he said, "I'll go with her. A beauty is always better company. Kiki, Mr. Yang is one of our most valued clients. Ensure he's completely satisfied," Bao Mani instructed. Though slightly disappointed not to be chosen, Bao Mani didn't mind much. As the manager, he still earned a bonus whenever a sale was made under his watch. KK, thrilled, quickly responded, "I won't let you down." Those who weren't chosen couldn't hide their envy, jealousy, and frustration. Kiki approached Yang Xiao with a sweet smile. "Mr. Yang, do you have a specific car in mind, or would you like me to introduce some options?" Scanning the showroom, Yang Xiao asked, "Which car here is the most expensive and available for immediate delivery?" Kiki was momentarily stunned but quickly caught on. Excited, she answered, "Mr. Yang, currently we have a 5.2 million yuan SF90 Spider, a 5.3 million yuan Ferrari 812 Superfast, and a 5 million yuan SF90 Stradale. These three." Before she could delve into features and specifications, Yang Xiao waved her off. "Just swipe the card." "Ah," I said, "swipe the card. Oh right. Please wait in the lounge while I inform the manager to process the paperwork," Kiki said, hurriedly taking the card with both hands. What does it mean to be rich? This is it. Kiki escorted Yang Xiao to the lounge, served him refreshments, and then rushed off to report the news. 30 seconds later, Bao Mani and the finance staff arrived. In under 5 minutes, all purchase formalities were completed. They promised to handle registration and licensing by the end of the next business day and deliver the cars to Yang Xiao's specified location. Yang Xiao was very satisfied but reminded them to keep his purchases confidential. His household wasn't exactly harmonious. If the backyard caught fire, things could get messy. Understanding Yang Xiao's intentions, Bao Mani assured him, "Not a word will leak." As Yang Xiao drove off in his BMW, the Ferrari showroom staff lined up at the entrance to see him off. "Mr. Yang, have a safe trip. We look forward to your next visit." The grand farewell left an impression. Watching Yang Xiao's car fade into the distance, Bao Mani sighed. He came and went so quickly, dropping millions as if he were buying groceries, just a swipe of the card and done. People like this really make you question life. Meanwhile, the female sales team looked at Kiki with stars in their eyes, filled with envy. Kiki's commission for this sale would be at least 50,000 yuan, enough to make anyone jealous. At the same time, the content Lu Suan posted online continued to spread. Many of Yang Xiao's high school classmates had learned about it, and the group chat had exploded. Playing tricks on a child? That's inhuman. I never realized Yang Xiao was such a person. You really don't know someone's true nature until something like this happens. He's just a janitor, pretending to be rich a few days ago, even claiming he'd buy his girlfriend a sports car. I almost believed him. There's always all sorts in this world. Why expect anything different? The real victim here is the villa owner. Yang Xiao messes up, and they get dragged into it too. What can they do? They're the ones who hired him as a janitor. The chat was livelier than ever, with everyone freely expressing their opinions. Yang Xiao, having left the group a few days ago, had no idea this was happening. He wasn't even aware that he had become a trending topic online. Peng Sen, who had been quietly observing, couldn't help but offer a warning. What if Yang Xiao is actually rich, and isn't just pretending? However, those who enjoyed mocking Yang Xiao didn't appreciate the comment. Instead, they ramped up their ridicule, with some even accusing Peng Sen of being scared to speak his mind. It wasn't that Peng Sen was afraid he had personally witnessed Yang Xiao spend 3 million yuan of Acheron Constantine watch. Why would someone that wealthy need to fake it? Similarly, He Shihyong, seeing the heated discussions in the chat, remained silent. She, too, had witnessed Yang Xiao's financial capability firsthand. She couldn't help but wonder how these classmates, who spent all their time fawning over Zhang Shuai and belittling Yang Xiao, would react if they discovered that Yang Xiao was wealthy enough to buy 50 BMWs worth tens of millions. Would they abandon Zhang Shuai and start worshipping Yang Xiao instead? Would they turn on Zhang Shuai and criticize him? It seemed possible. After all, these people mocked Yang Xiao to gain favor with Zhang Shuai. She herself had been one of them. Now, all she felt was regret. But it was too late. Just then, Zhang Shuai, who rarely spoke in the chat, broke his silence. Classmates, everyone seems so lively. How about we pick a date for a reunion? The moment the message was sent, replies flooded in. Welcome, Boss Shuai. A chorus of Boss Shuai filled the chat. Zhang Shuai followed up. Last time I had to cancel our gathering due to a last-minute issue. This time I'll host it at the Yuzhu Hotel. Everyone, don't miss it. Seeing Yang Xiao trending for all the wrong reasons made Zhang Shuai ecstatic. Naturally, he wanted to celebrate, strengthen his connections, and make his dominance clear. Boss Shuai is so generous. Boss Shuai is awesome. Boss Shuai is the best. Zhang Shuai reveled in the flattery. After briefly finalizing the gathering date, he left the chat. Meanwhile, far away in an abandoned building, Ma Wei had also come across the trending topic. At the moment he was conspiring with Chen Xianhui, trying to track down the original poster to collaborate and take revenge on Yang Xiao. However, Ma Wei hadn't revealed his true identity to Chen Xianhui yet. Whenever they needed something, Ma Wei provided the money while Chen Xianhui handled the errands. When asked why he couldn't go himself, Ma Wei always had a ready excuse. Over time, Chen Xianhui stopped questioning him. To Chen Xianhui, as long as someone else was paying, why not do a bit of work to exact revenge on Yang Xiao? Meanwhile, even in Hongyi County, Chen Chengpeng sensed something unusual. Using someone else's phone, he registered a forum account and left comments claiming he had also been victimized by Yang Xiao, requesting the poster to add him on QQ to plan big things together. Similarly, in Dafeng Group, Ma Yufeng stormed into Ma Dafeng's office. What are you doing? How many times have I told you to knock before coming in? Why can't you remember? Ma Dafeng scolded loudly while hastily pulling up his pants. Ma Yufeng turned away. Who told you to act so shamelessly? This is an office, not your private playground. What nonsense are you spouting? I'm speaking plain Mandarin. What? You can do it, but I can't talk about it. Ma Dafeng sighed, realizing he couldn't win an argument with her. After quickly tidying himself, he asked impatiently, what is it this time? He knew his daughter well. She wouldn't come looking for him unless something important had happened. Without a word, Ma Yufeng gestured for his secretary to leave. You, get out. The secretary looked to Ma Dafeng, who nodded. After closing the door, Ma Yufeng turned back with a smirk, holding out her phone. Dad, take a look at this. What is it? Just now I found out Yang Xiao is being exposed online, she said excitedly. Interest piqued. Ma Dafeng took the phone and carefully read the forum post. Afterward he felt there was more to the story. Looking at his daughter he asked, what are you suggesting? Ma Yufeng grinned mischievously. Everyone hates him now. Why don't we take this chance to get rid of him? Nobody would suspect us in this situation. Stroking his chin, Ma Dafeng considered the idea before shaking his head. Not yet. It's too early to act. Why? She asked, confused. Because we don't know enough about him. We have no idea what kind of power might be backing him. Unlike in his younger days, Ma Defeng now valued his reputation and carefully considered the consequences of his actions. But I've already investigated. He used to just be a delivery driver. It's not that simple, he replied firmly. What if what you've uncovered is exactly what he wanted you to see? That's impossible, she insisted. I've seen all kinds of schemes. Trust me on this one. Though unconvinced, Ma Yufeng fell silent as her father patted her shoulder. Listen to me. You won't regret it. Top floor of Yushu Hotel General Manager's office. Lin Xuan called Lu Wei to her office. Curious, Lu Wei asked, "What's going on, darling? Why'd you call me here?" Lin Xuan unlocked her phone, showing Lu Wei a screenshot. Take a look at this. What is it? Why the mystery? Lu Wei laughed as she took the phone. But as she read, her smile froze. Yang Xiao bullying a child? The child hospitalized? How could that be possible? In her memory, even during high school, when Yang Xiao's grades had plummeted, and he was hanging out with questionable people, he never did anything morally reprehensible. How could he, now a successful man, stoop to picking on children? No way. She refused to believe it. Lin Xuan didn't believe it either, which was why she called Lu Wei over. What do you think? Lin Xuan asked. This is clearly fake. He'd never do something like this. I believe him too. These netizens are just brainless. There's no helping it. The online buzz is intense. If this isn't clarified, things could spiral out of control. I'll call him to find out what's going on, Lu Wei said, pulling out her phone. But just as she was about to make the call, the office door opened. It was Yang Xiao. With a grin, he joked, "Wow, two beautiful ladies waiting for me? I'm honored." His eyes glanced over them briefly. Office attire? The thought of some action here is interesting. Of course, with Lu Wei, he could only fantasize. For now, his options lay with Zhao Jianglu and Zhuxiu Xiaoyan, who'd gladly entertain him. He had actually come to tell Lu Wei about the Ferrari he'd bought for her. But before he could speak, Lu Wei frowned and said, "How can you still smile at a time like this? Fire's practically at your doorstep, and you're this carefree? What happened?" Yang Xiao asked, confused. He glanced at Lin Xuan, sensing an odd atmosphere. Did they find out about something? Lu Wei rubbed her temples in frustration. You're trending on all the major online platforms. Lin Xuan was also watching him intently. Yang Xiao joked, "Me? Trending? I'm not Wang Feng. What's this about?" See for yourself. Lu Wei handed him the phone. She knew words alone wouldn't work, he needed to see the evidence. Yang Xiao took the phone, still smiling. But as he read, his expression darkened. The headlines read, "Ochiush. Shocking. A young man bullies a child in broad daylight. Man's misconduct leaves child hospitalized, where's his conscience? Frequent package thefts, and missing nanny's clothes, the truth uncovered. Bullying a child, a twisted mind or moral decay?" The articles twisted the story in every imaginable way. Yang Xiao nearly coughed up blood. The kid stole my lunch. How did this turn into me bullying him? Who flipped the script? Step forward, I won't kill you, I promise. Seeing his grim expression, Lu Wei pressed, "What's the real story here?" Lin Xuan added, "The online backlash is serious and not in your favor." Yang Xiao explained the incident from start to finish. Both women were furious after hearing the story. This is like a thief crying stop. Thief, how could people stoop so low? Lu Wei exclaimed. Absolutely shameless, Lin Xuan agreed. They understood that the first step was addressing the online narrative. Netizens are often keyboard warriors, Lin Xuan said. They take one side of the story, stand on a moral high ground, and attack without knowing the truth. Then they call themselves righteous. They're nothing but internet trolls. Lu Wei propped her chin on her hand. We need a way to cool down this controversy. I have a solution, Yang Xiao said confidently. Both women leaned in and asked, What's the plan? I'll release the surveillance footage from my front door, Yang Xiao replied. The video, showing his exchange with Shi Jingxiang, would clear everything up. Right and wrong would speak for themselves. Lu Wei's eyes lit up. Then what are we waiting for? Go get the footage. The sooner it's released, the better, she added. Yang Xiao nodded but said seriously, First I need to do one thing. What's that? I need some sharp people to help gather evidence online. The two women exchanged confused looks. What kind of evidence can you find online? Yang Xiao sighed inwardly. Are they really this clueless? He explained, We're going to collect evidence of everyone who's been slandering me. Huh? Are they just pretty faces? He thought, before elaborating. I'm not only suing the person who posted this but also every single troll who's been spreading lies and suggesting extreme actions, like burning down houses or breaking legs. They'll learn what it means to live in a lawful society. This idea wasn't entirely his own. He'd learned it from a novel he recently read, which expanded his understanding of the law. Lu Wei supported his decision wholeheartedly. However, for safety reasons, she insisted that Yang Xiao stay in a hotel instead of returning to his villa. Yang Xiao considered her advice and agreed it was safer and more convenient for coordinating efforts. Before long, the team Lin Xuan arranged arrived. Yang Xiao briefed them, and they began scouring the internet for comments and posts targeting him. They focused on high engagement posts, especially those endorsing violent suggestions. Given the sheer volume of data, it took nearly 8 to 9 hours to complete the task. With the help of a tech expert, they also traced the IP addresses behind the most inflammatory comments. The next step? Filing a police report and launching his counterattack. Outside Villa Number 1, Yunqian City. Zhu Hingzhuang waited outside until nightfall, but Yang Xiao never returned. He was furious. He even stormed into the property management office, accusing them of enabling violence. When the property manager explained the actual situation, Zhu lashed out at him instead, accusing the property staff and the villa's owner of conspiring against him, a non-true owner. The property staff were left speechless. Classic victim complex. He was the one at fault, yet he twisted the narrative to make himself the victim. After accomplishing nothing at the property office, Zhu went home and vented his frustration on the forum under Lu Yusuan's post. He began posting the most vile comments he could think of. This scumbag doesn't deserve to live. I hope he never has a son. Give me a knife, and I'll make sure he never recovers. Who's ready to deliver justice? Count me in. Each of his comments quickly gained replies, and within just a few hours, his posts had over 10,000 likes and comments. The next morning, Zhu returned to Yang Xiao's villa to bang on the gate, but there was still no response. Damn it! Did that janitor run off? Even if Yang Xiao fled, Zhu was determined to make the villa's owner bear responsibility. Kicking the gate several times in frustration, Zhu finally left and went to the hospital. At the hospital, Zhu Hifei, his son, had fully recovered and was now wreaking havoc in the ward, breaking several items. As Zhu entered, Lu Xuan eagerly approached him with a grin. Honey, we've got allies against him. Allies? Zhu was puzzled. You mean someone else wants to sue him too? No. It's like this. Lu began explaining what had happened the night before. Apparently several people had contacted her, expressing a strong desire to take down Yang Xiao. Some were willing to fund their efforts, some offered manpower, and others claimed to know Yang Xiao's secrets. She was shocked by the sheer number of people who seemed to harbor such intense hatred for Yang Xiao, as if he had desecrated their ancestors' graves. Her conclusion: Yang Xiao must have committed countless heinous acts to earn so much animosity. Thus she immediately agreed to cooperate with them. They even created a group chat called the Avengers Alliance to discuss how to enact their revenge. After hearing her story, Zhu remained silent for a long time. Thinking about how he had waited hours outside the villa and still hadn't seen Yang Xiao or the villa's owner, Zhu's anger only grew. Finally he nodded in agreement. After lunch, the group agreed in their chat to meet the next morning at a plaza outside Guan Street in Jiangbei to discuss their plans. Meanwhile, Yang Xiao was at the nearest police station, reporting the case. In the reception area, a police officer began the questioning. Name? Yang Xiao. Gender? Yang Xiao felt awkward. Male. Age? 26. The officer glanced at the stack of A4 papers and the USB drive Yang Xiao had brought. Are these your evidence materials? This was the first time the officer had seen someone come in so prepared. Yes, Yang Xiao replied. I've been a victim of extortion. Extortion? This was no small matter. The officer straightened up, his interest piqued. Tell me the details. Yang Xiao nodded and explained everything: the background, what had happened, and the aftermath. So, you're saying the elderly woman not only extorted you but also destroyed a rosewood lunchbox worth 100,000 yuan? The officer was stunned. It was his first time hearing about someone using a rosewood box to deliver food and leaving it outside. Such an item's value was unquestionable, but it would still need a professional appraisal. Yes, Yang Xiao confirmed, and her family has been slandering me online. He continued, not only that, but there are also people online inciting violence against me, which has seriously endangered my personal safety. The officer reviewed the materials and found that they met all the necessary criteria for a case. The online posts included extremely malicious suggestions like burning down Yang Xiao's house or dousing it with gasoline. Such incitements were no small matter. They could easily lead someone to commit an actual crime. After confirming the validity of the posts and the evidence Yang Xiao had provided complete with IDs, IP addresses, and engagement data, the officer realized this would save the department a lot of time. However, since the online offenders were spread across the country, apprehending everyone involved would take time. The officer instructed his team to send the broken rosewood box for appraisal before solemnly turning back to Yang Xiao. We'll escalate this as soon as possible, but it might take a few days due to the number of individuals involved. No problem. I can wait, Yang Xiao replied with a smile. His evidence was solid. The police just needed to verify it online. Meanwhile, at Villa No. 38 in Yunqian City. We've already won this time, Lu Suan exclaimed excitedly to Zhu Hingzhuang. But they hadn't even finalized their plans yet. How could she be so confident? Raising an eyebrow, Zhu asked, did the plan change? Before Lu could reply, the doorbell rang. Ding dong. Ding dong. Zhu went to answer the door, only to freeze in surprise. We didn't call the police, so why are they here? Did my mother report something? As Zhu puzzled over the situation, the lead officer saluted him and showed his badge. Good evening. We're from the police station. Are Lu Suan, Shi Zhengxiang, and Zhu Hingzhuang living here? Knowing the family's reputation for being unreasonable, the officers had brought extra personnel. Trembling, Liu replied, why yes, that's us. You're suspected of defamation and intentional destruction of property. Please come with us to assist in the investigation. What? There must be some mistake. Please cooperate. Realizing the police wouldn't have come without evidence, Zhu reluctantly agreed. Beiyu District, Northern Police Station, Yushi. Interrogation room. Police officer Ming Qiuhai sat across from the middle-aged woman and asked sternly, name? Shi Zhengxiang. Gender? She rolled her eyes, exasperated. Comrade, isn't that obvious? If I'm not a woman, could I be a man? Her tone was sharp. But Ming remained unfazed and continued, age? 58. Do you know why we brought you here? I'm just an old lady. How would I know? Let me say this first, I'm not here to clean your station. Clean the station? Seriously? Seeing Shi's unbothered demeanor, Ming decided to cut to the chase. What were you doing yesterday afternoon outside Villa No. 1 in Yunqian City? She answered without hesitation, I was seeking justice for my grandson. She still didn't think her actions were inappropriate. Instead, she believed they were completely justified. In fact, she even felt a hint of regret for not getting the justice she thought she deserved. What kind of justice? Ming pressed. That janitor at Villa No. 1 deliberately tried to harm my grandson. Harm your grandson? That's right. He knew my grandson was allergic to cilantro and still forced him to eat it. She blatantly twisted the truth without any guilt, as if she were discussing a trivial matter. Ming and the officer recording the interrogation couldn't help but twitch their lips. How would the janitor know about your grandson's allergies? He's not your relative. If you're going to lie, at least make it believable. Ming paused before asking, is that really what happened? He was giving her a chance to come clean. Comrade, you're quite amusing. Would an old lady like me lie to you? She retorted with a cold laugh. Ming's expression grew more serious. We received a report that you deliberately damaged someone's property and attempted extortion. What do you have to say about that? She instantly became agitated. Who said that? Are they bored or something? When did I damage someone's property? How could an old woman like me extort anyone? She suddenly froze, as if something clicked in her mind. It must be him. There was no one else it could be. Staring at Ming, she exclaimed, Comrade, was it that janitor? If it was, then he's lying. He deliberately messed with my grandson. How dare he turn the tables on me? We're giving you one more chance. Tell the truth now, Ming warned. I am telling the truth. If you don't believe me, ask my grandson. Ming leaned forward, speaking slowly. We already did. He told us everything. The officers had previously questioned Zhu Hufei, who admitted to sneaking off with the lunchbox when no one was around. It had nothing to do with Yang Xiao. Shi's face lit up, thinking she'd been vindicated. Then why haven't you arrested that janitor yet? Ming's voice hardened. We have ample evidence proving that you not only damaged property but also attempted extortion in public. You're lying. We gave you a chance, but you refused to cooperate. Prepare to spend the rest of your life in prison, Ming said, pulling out surveillance footage. The evidence was irrefutable. Even so, she wailed, I'm being framed. It's all his fault. If he hadn't left the food there, Huifei wouldn't have eaten it. If Huifei hadn't eaten it, he wouldn't have had an allergic reaction. If he hadn't reacted, I wouldn't have smashed his lunchbox. It's all on him. Bind Dell and him. Stealing someone's food, breaking their belongings, and claiming they deserved it. Truly one of a kind. Ming sighed, exasperated. Do you even know what you broke? Oh, that reminds me, I want to sue him for extortion. She shouted. Extortion? Yes. A worthless wooden box, and he says it's worth 100,000 yuan? Does he think I'm an idiot? Ming rubbed his temples. It was made of rosewood, and 100,000 yuan is the minimum value. She froze. Yang Xiao might lie, but the police wouldn't bluff. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she stammered. My son has money. Let me out, and I'll have him pay for it. Your son? Ming snorted. He's already in trouble himself. His voice turned cold. You're not going anywhere. Get ready for your court date. Ah, she wailed. In the next interrogation room. Is that really what she told you? Officer An Chong asked, bewildered. Lu Suan nodded. Yes, that's exactly what my mother-in-law said. And was stunned. It's one thing to throw someone under the bus, but to sabotage your own family? What is this, synchronized incarceration? Collecting himself, An asked, so you posted it online immediately? Yes, Lu admitted, still unaware of the severity of her actions. Anything else to add? If there's anything you're withholding, say it now. If we find out later, the consequences will be worse. I do have more to say, Lu stammered, her face turning pale. Only now did she realize her mother-in-law had deceived her. She felt a surge of regret and anger but knew it was too late to undo the damage. With a heavy sigh, she confessed everything, including details about the Avengers Alliance group chat. Fortunately, she noted, their discussions were limited to ways to harass Yang Xiao and didn't include anything that could be considered a serious threat, such as plans for physical harm. Even so, An realized the situation was serious and immediately reported it to his superiors, who authorized summoning the group members for questioning. According to Lu, the group planned to meet the next morning at a plaza in Jiangbei. The following day, Ming Qi led a team of officers to the plaza, accompanied by Lu Suan. Several Avengers Alliance members were already present, including Chen Changpeng, who had traveled from Yunling Village in Red Leaf County, Chen Jianyue, hellbent on revenge, and Ma Wei, who had tried to scam Yang Xiao but ended up losing 30,000 yuan instead. Aware that he was wanted, Ma Wei had gone to great lengths to disguise himself. The three had already gathered by the fountain, waiting for Lu Suan to arrive. In the shadows outside Villa No. 1, Yunqian City. The police hid in the shadows, carefully cross-referencing locations shared in Lu Suan's group chat with the photos of the surrounding environment. Once they confirmed the target's positions, Officer Ming Qi gave the order. All units, move. In an instant, the police sprang into action, surrounding the group gathered near the fountain. The three men jumped in shock. We're from the police station, Ming announced, displaying his badge. We need your cooperation in an investigation. Chen Xianhui and Chen Changpeng were visibly nervous, but they didn't panic too much. They hadn't done anything yet. Ma Wei, however, was a different story. As a wanted fugitive, he knew his situation was precarious. He initially agreed to cooperate and walked a few steps with the officers. Then, taking advantage of a brief distraction, he shouted, "Look, a UFO." Before anyone could react, Ma Wei bolted toward the crowd, hoping to use the chaos as cover to escape. Nice plan, terrible execution. He barely made it a few steps before a plainclothes officer tackled him to the ground. His escape attempt ended as quickly as it began. A UFO? Why didn't you just say aliens were landing? Ming scoffed sarcastically. Pinned to the ground, Ma Wei glared at Ming and shouted indignantly, "This isn't fair. You're ganging up on me. Unfair? This isn't a boxing match, it's an arrest." Ming rolled his eyes and waved his hand. "Take him away." As Ma Wei was dragged off, Ming couldn't shake the feeling that the man looked familiar. Then it hit him: Ma Wei was a fugitive wanted for fraud. What a bonus! North District Police Station, Beiyu District. After Ma Wei's disguise was removed, Ming confirmed his identity. Not only was he a fraudster, but also a wanted criminal. Meanwhile, the police, working with the prosecutor's office, began summoning individuals tied to the IP addresses provided by Yang Xiao. The operation was extensive and spanned a week, involving people from all across the country. a total of 148 individuals were detained. This group represented only the most egregious cases. Most of them believed they were simply expressing their opinions online and didn't realize their actions were illegal. This false sense of security led them to cross the line without even knowing it. Among the 148, many were guilty of defamation. Yang Xiao filed lawsuits against these individuals, seeking damages. The court scheduled hearings for these cases before the Lunar New Year. As for those involved in incitement to commit crimes, extortion, and similar offenses, the police pursued criminal charges. Sentencing results. Shi Zhengxiang convicted of extortion 5 years and destruction of property valued at over 100,000 yuan 3 years. Lu Xuan convicted of defamation 2 years with a 2-year probation. Zhu Hingjuan convicted of creating public disturbances due to repeated dangerous online posts and staking out Yang Xiao's property 3 years. The entire family lost their jobs and faced criminal convictions. Their child was almost sent to a welfare home. For others guilty of incitement and creating disturbances, most received sentences of 1 to 3 years, with a few facing over 3 years. Every individual guilty of defamation was brought to justice, resulting in a clean sweep that shocked the public. At the same time, all the misleading and fabricated news stories vanished overnight. Yunqian City. High-rise apartments, 28th floor. Why didn't you tell us about all this? Zhao Xianglu pouted, looking at Yang Xiao with a mix of annoyance and concern. Yang Xiao playfully tapped her nose. No need to trouble everyone. 1 person losing sleep is better than 3. He smiled, but his carefree demeanor didn't match the chaos he had been navigating. If this happens again, we won't care about you. Zhao huffed, shooting him a glare. All right, it won't happen again. Swear it. I swear with both hands raised. Yang Xiao held his hands up solemnly. Zhao nodded, satisfied. That's more like it. She didn't fully trust his words but appreciated the gesture. Turning to Xu Xiaoyan, Yang Xiao asked, What about you? Still upset? We're just casual partners. Why would I be upset? Xiaoyan replied nonchalantly, spreading her hands. Though her tone was indifferent, her expression said otherwise. She was clearly waiting for Yang Xiao to coax her. Who says you're just casual? You're all mine, Yang Xiao declared confidently. And the main girlfriend agrees? Xiaoyan asked, raising an eyebrow with a teasing smile. Ah, right into the lion's den. Yang Xiao laughed nervously but quickly recovered. If she doesn't agree, I'll make sure she does. Xiaoyan smiled, deciding to drop the subject. We may not be able to solve your outside problems, but... She trailed off, letting her fingers glide seductively across his arm. We can help you relieve your inner stress. Inner stress? Yang Xiao raised an eyebrow. You're playing with fire. We extinguish fires, not play with them, Xiaoyan retorted with a sly grin. Really? Try me. Let me rest first, Yang Xiao suggested, half joking. He's giving up already, Zhao chimed in mischievously. Yang Xiao bristled. Who said I'm giving up? I can keep going forever. Prove it. I will. Yang Xiao smirked, pulling both women close. Time to re-establish order. Dia Feng Group headquarters, top floor. Dad, why have all the negative news about Yang Xiao disappeared from the internet? Ma Yufeng asked, puzzled. That morning, as part of her routine, she checked the news about Yang Xiao to see how much it had escalated. However, when she opened her phone, she was shocked to find that all the posts and articles against him had vanished without a trace. Ma Defeng didn't respond immediately. Instead, he took a puff from his cigar, exhaled a smoke ring, and said calmly, It's likely because he filed lawsuits. When the media found out, they probably deleted everything preemptively. He had done his research. Yang Xiao had sued over 100 people, and many had already been sentenced. Who would dare let the news continue to spread, risking it backfiring on them? What about our revenge? When are we going to act? Ma Yufeng frowned. Patience. Revenge is a dish best served cold, Ma Defeng replied. Dad. Ma Yufeng clung to his arm and whined, I don't care. I can't wait that long. Seeing his daughter's persistence, Ma Defeng gave in reluctantly. Fine, after the new year I'll start making arrangements. Happy now? Promise me. She extended her pinky for a pinky swear. He sighed at her childish behavior but hooked her pinky with his. I promise. Good. That's more like it. Before leaving, she muttered under her breath, always messing around in the office. The company's atmosphere is all your fault. Yuzhu Hotel, top floor. Are you attending tonight's class reunion? Lu Wei leaned against Yang Xiao's shoulder and asked softly. Tonight? Yang Xiao asked. Yes, It's being held here at our hotel, she replied. Yang Xiao was silent for a moment before sighing. Class reunions. They've completely lost their meaning. Reunions were no longer just about catching up with old classmates. They had turned into competitions: who was doing better, who was struggling, whose spouse or partner was the most attractive. Some even used these gatherings to fulfill fantasies, rekindling old crushes now that they were successful. For others, it was about reliving their youth, even if it meant hooking up with someone else. In short, many attended with ulterior motives. True. So, are you going? Lu Wei asked. I can't. I have other plans, Yang Xiao said. Later, he planned to visit the hospital. Li Jingjun had already undergone surgery, and Yang Xiao hadn't visited yet. Any further delay would seem irresponsible. Moreover, the truth about their relationship was bound to come out soon. He figured he might as well see things through to the end, ensuring everything went smoothly. All right, Lu Wei agreed. She had hoped Yang Xiao would use the reunion to humiliate those who had looked down on him. But since he wasn't attending, she resigned herself to the missed opportunity. The two shared some quiet moments together before Lu Wei left for work. Between managing the hotel and overseeing a newly acquired live streaming company, she had her hands full. Lu Wei believed the live streaming industry had great potential. With the right approach, it could generate significant profits. Even though Yang Xiao wasn't short on money, she wanted to prove her worth and not just be a decorative trophy by his side. Yuzhou Hotel lobby. After lunch, Yang Xiao took the elevator down, ready to head out. As he reached the lobby, a familiar voice called out. Yang Xiao. Turning around, he saw none other than Park Go-chang, accompanied by Pang Sen. Park approached with a smug grin, sizing up Yang Xiao's attire. Clicking his tongue, he remarked sarcastically, "Wow, even the security uniforms at a 5-star hotel are this fancy. Impressive." Security? Him? Pang Sen was taken aback. He vividly remembered Yang Xiao spending millions on a luxury watch. How could someone like that be just a security guard? Suspecting it was an act, Pang Sen decided to play along. Park, misinterpreting Pang's reaction, boasted, "That's right. Yang Xiao wouldn't have this job if it weren't for me." Really? Pang feigned surprise. Park fell for it and puffed up. Of course. I'm the one who recommended him for the security position. Turning to Yang Xiao, Park asked smugly, "Isn't that right?" Feigning gratitude, Yang Xiao replied enthusiastically, "Absolutely. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have such a great job." Thrilled by the acknowledgement, Park patted Yang Xiao on the shoulder. "Keep up the good work. When my friend retires, I'll recommend you for the head of security position." Yang Xiao nodded. "Thanks a lot, Park. I'll count on you to put in a good word." "Leave it to me." Park beamed with pride. Yang Xiao excused himself, saying, "All right, you guys chat. I have some errands to run." Park grabbed his arm. "You're skipping the reunion later?" "Yeah. I'm busy." "Because of work? Want me to talk to your supervisor?" "No need. I really have something urgent. Let's talk another time." With that, Yang Xiao hurried off. Watching him leave, Park spat in his direction. "Just a lowly security guard. If it weren't for me, he'd probably be picking up trash somewhere. Ungrateful." Pang Sen tried to calm him. "Forget it, Park. No need to get upset over a security guard. You're right. Let's head upstairs." With that, the two walked off, laughing and chatting as if nothing had happened. 6 p.m. Yuzhou Hotel, 6th floor, room 8. Over 20 people were already gathered in the large private dining room. 4 tables were nearly full. When Park Go-chang and Pang Sen entered, they scanned the familiar faces in the room, although they couldn't recall the names of a few individuals. "Park Go-chang?" Someone called out, intentionally omitting the middle character of his name to create an inappropriate innuendo. The entire room turned toward the door with puzzled expressions, only to understand the joke a moment later. "Oh, it's just Park Go-chang," someone muttered with mock relief. Park joked, "This is a proper establishment, there's no such service here. Careful, or you might get sued for defamation." His remark caused a burst of laughter. Park strode confidently to a table, pulled out a chair, and placed his BMW car key conspicuously on the table. Sure enough, the key caught everyone's attention. Fang Jun's eyes widened. "Wow, going abroad really changes people. You come back driving a BMW." Huang Zhongqing nodded in agreement. "Right. Not like us. Getting a Passat is already a big deal for us." Tian Xion chimed in, "By that standard, only Park and Shuai are successful in our class. Out of their 50 or so classmates, only a handful earned over 10,000 yuan per month. Most hovered around 5,000, with even fewer making 8,000 or 9,000. That's true. We're all just scraping by, saving for houses and wedding expenses. At this point, Huang Zhongqing shook his head and remarked, Wait, you're forgetting someone. Yang Xiao. Didn't he claim to be a billionaire? Oh right. How could we forget our class tycoon? Maybe he's busy worrying about how to spend all his money? Ha ha. The group's conversation turned to Yang Xiao, not to praise him but to mock him. Their words were dripping with sarcasm and ridicule. Of course, not everyone joined in. Most chose to stay neutral and observe. Park feigned surprise. When did Yang Xiao become a billionaire? Did being a 5-star hotel security guard suddenly become that lucrative? He added mockingly. Tian Xian laughed and said, Come on, Park, you didn't actually believe that, did you? Relieved, Park said. I knew it. There's no way a security guard could be that rich. Security guard? The others perked up at the revelation. Fang Jun quickly followed up. Park, are you saying he's a security guard? That's right, here at this very hotel, Park confirmed. Really? Park shrugged. If you don't believe me, ask Pang Sen. He just saw him. After a moment of hesitation, Pang Sen replied, Yeah, we did run into him in the lobby. Pang was careful not to explicitly confirm Yang Xiao's position as a security guard. He didn't want to be held accountable if Yang Xiao's actual wealth came to light. Hearing this, the others exchanged knowing looks. Tian Xian suddenly suggested, Why don't we go pay our dear old classmate a visit after dinner? It was clear his real motive wasn't to catch up but to find amusement at Yang Xiao's expense. I'm in. Fang Jun was the first to agree. +1, +2, +3. Within moments, 10 people volunteered. Just then, the door to the room opened, and in walked Zhang Shuai. The group immediately stood up in unison. Finally, you're here, Shuai. Welcome, Shuai. Thanks for treating us. Shuai, you're amazing. Zhen Shuai, basking in their flattery, wore a wide smile. He made his way to the central table, placing his Maybach key down with a flourish. Sorry for the delay, everyone. I had to attend a last-minute meeting, he explained. His words prompted another round of compliments and sycophantic remarks. Shuai is always handling important business. We can't compare. Exactly. We're just freelancers, free to take time off whenever we want. Shuai, do you need a good luck charm? One that talks? Shuai, do you think I look good today? With Zhen Shuai's arrival, Park's brief moment in the spotlight was thoroughly eclipsed. Quietly, he slid his BMW key back into his pocket. After all, compared to a Maybach, his BMW X3 was hardly worth mentioning. Zhang Shuai, now fully enjoying his role as the center of attention, stood up and declared, We're all classmates here. If you need anything, just let me know. In Yuzhou, there's nothing I can't handle. Thank you, Shuai. The group chorused. He nodded in satisfaction before glancing around the room. So, how many people showed up? Sir, 50 were expected, and 47 are here, Tian Xian replied with an exaggerated salute. Zhan Shuai's brow furrowed slightly. Only 47? Who didn't come? He was footing the bill, so he felt insulted that anyone would dare skip the event. Tian Xian replied, Lu Wei and Lin Xuan work here, so they can join any time. That still leaves one person missing, Zhen Shuai pointed out. It's Yang Xiao, Tian admitted. Damn, not him again. Zhen Shuai's mood soured at the mention of Yang Xiao. Fang Jun quickly interjected, Shuai, don't worry. That guy's just a security guard here. He couldn't get away from work. So much for being a self-proclaimed billionaire. What a joke. Zhen Shuai's spirits lifted again. All right then. Let's start once Lu Wei and Lin Xuan arrive. After he took his seat, several classmates crowded around him, eager to flatter him further. Moments later, the door opened again, and Lin Xuan and Lu Wei entered, one after the other, both dressed in professional attire. The room fell silent, and all eyes turned to Lin Xuan, who looked stunning. Fang Jun couldn't contain himself. Wow. Isn't this our class belle, Lin Xuan? She looks even better than a celebrity, Tian Xian exclaimed. Even Zhen Shuai's attention was captured. Back in school he had pursued Lin Xuan relentlessly, going so far as to consider using underhanded methods. However, his attempts had all failed, partly thanks to Yang Xiao. Lin Xuan, oblivious to this history, remained composed. Zhen Shuai then noticed the equally stunning Lu Wei standing behind her. With her transformed appearance, no more thick glasses, and a professional outfit, it took him a moment to recognize her. Approaching Lin Xuan, Zhen Shuai flashed a charming smile and asked, Miss Lin, care to introduce your friend? This is Lu Wei, Lin Xuan said with a hint of confusion. How could you not recognize an old classmate? Lu Wei? Everyone was stunned at first. It didn't seem possible. Zhen Shuai looked at Lin Xuan in disbelief. Lin Xuan, you must be joking. In his memory, Lu Wei always wore oversized black-rimmed glasses. Her looks were average, her skin a little sallow. Nothing about her resembled the stunning woman standing before him now. Was this the so-called transformation of a girl growing up? The change was too drastic to believe. And it wasn't just him, the rest of the group was also dumbfounded. A real-life ugly duckling into a swan story couldn't have been more fitting. Believe it or not. Lin Xuan rolled her eyes and grabbed Lu Wei's arm. Let's sit over there. She led Lu Wei to a table in the back. As the two moved, all eyes followed them, as if they were the brightest scenery in the entire room. Meanwhile, Zhen Shuai suddenly felt a surge of excitement. He had failed to win over Lin Xuan in school, but why not try with Lu Wei this time? Motivated by the thought, Zhen Shuai picked up the tablet used for ordering and walked to their table, flashing a smile as he placed it in front of Lin Xuan. Order anything you want, I'm treating tonight, he said generously. This had already been discussed in the group chat beforehand. He originally wanted to hand the tablet to Lu Wei but felt that would make his intentions too obvious. Better to play it safe. Are you serious? Lin Xuan asked, raising an eyebrow. She knew Zhen Shuai came from a wealthy family. After graduating from college, he had used family connections to start a company, becoming a millionaire in the process. Zhen Shuai had been born a winner in life. Of course I'm serious, Zhen Shuai said firmly. Consider it an apology to Lu Wei. His gaze kept darting toward Lu Wei, but she maintained her polite smile without saying a word. Lu Wei hadn't even wanted to come to the gathering, but Lin Xuan's persistent persuasion left her with no choice. Lin Xuan smiled brightly. Well, if you insist. I've worked here for years and never had the chance to enjoy the fun of ordering. Order freely, one dish per table, Zhen Shuai said with flair. Lin Xuan glanced at the menu briefly but quickly exited it, shaking her head. Zhen Shuai, maybe we shouldn't. A la carte is really expensive. Let me recommend a set menu instead, it's cheaper and more practical. Do I look like someone who cares about money? Zhen Shuai responded with a laugh. This was a golden opportunity to show off. If his performance impressed them, who knew? He might win over not one but two beauties. Spending tens of thousands on dinner would be a small price to pay. Catching his signal, Tian Xian jumped in. Lin Xuan, don't worry. Shuai's got this. Exactly. Shuai is so rich he's practically broke, Fang Jun added, sucking up to him. Zhen Shuai burst into laughter. You're right. Order the best dishes, it's like robbing the rich to help the poor. Robbing the rich to help the poor? Lu Wei found it amusing. Yang Xiao is way richer than you. He wouldn't need any help. But Zhen Shuai mistook her chuckle as a reaction to his ostentatious display, and his confidence soared. Lin Xuan, go ahead and order. If there's even one empty spot on the table, I'll hold you responsible. Zhen Shuai prided himself on his impressive ability to woo women. His motto, endless bragging and flaunting wealth, 9 out of 10 women would fall for it. Seeing Lin Xuan start selecting dishes on the tablet, Zhen Shuai decided to keep the momentum going. He needed to seize this moment to leave a lasting impression. As if sensing this, Tian Xian said, Shuai, this must be just another regular dining experience for you, right? Zhen Shuai mentally applauded Tian for his timely assist. Feigning nonchalance, Zhen Shuai replied, it's nothing special. Whenever I visit a big city, the first thing I do is book a 5-star hotel. He glanced at Lu Wei and Lin Xuan, noticing that both occasionally looked in his direction. His spirits lifted, and he added with mock exasperation, honestly, I'm so tired of things like abalone and foie gras, I've had enough of them. Tired of abalone and foie gras? Feng Jun chimed in enthusiastically. Shuai, how much of that stuff have you eaten? Tian Xion added, right? We can't even afford it once a year. Oh, not much, Zhen Shuai said smugly. Probably only about 350 days of the year. His classmates laughed and continued to butter him up, but Lin Xuan broke in. What would everyone like to drink? Juice, maybe? Lu Wei suggested. Juice? No way. Some of the men protested. Tian Xian was the first to object. We finally got together. How can we just drink juice? Others quickly chimed in. Exactly. What's the point if we don't drink? Wine. Should we have red, white, or beer? With ladies here, let's go with red wine. I agree. What do you mean you agree? Shuai's the host, let's see what he wants. All eyes turned to Zhen Shuai. Of course, red wine. Lin Xuan, bring 10 bottles of red wine to start, Zhang Shuai said confidently. If everyone got drunk, he might have a chance to escort Lu Wei and Lin Xuan home. Who knew what could happen then? I'm not familiar with wine varieties. You pick, Lin Xuan said, pushing the tablet back toward him. She had considered ordering the most expensive wine, like Romani Conti, but thought that might be too harsh. So many kinds of red wine? Maybe. Over the years, Zheng Shuai had tried quite a few, from a few thousand to tens of thousands per bottle. He waved dismissively. Just pick something I don't mind the cost. If you're going to show off, you have to commit to it. Quitting halfway isn't an option. I don't know how to choose wine. You should do it, Lin Zhuan said, still shaking her head. Left with no choice, Zheng Shuai picked up the tablet and opened the wine menu. One glance, and he froze. The wines ranged from a few thousand to hundreds of thousands per bottle. What should he choose? He couldn't possibly order the most expensive, the Romani Conti, priced at over 200,000 yuan per bottle. Even with one bottle per table for 5 tables, that would be 1,000,000 yuan. And that wasn't even counting the food, which had already cost over 100,000 yuan. He felt trapped. Tian Xian noticed Zheng Shuai furrowing his brows and thought he was trying to find a way to impress everyone. Standing up, Tian suggested, Shuai, we've heard that Lafitte and Romani Conti are pretty good. You've probably tried both, right? He had just Googled these names, knowing they were some of the best wines. He wanted to experience the difference between expensive wines and those costing a few hundred yuan. Hey, of course, I've had both. So much I'm almost sick of them, Zheng Shuai said with a forced laugh. Damn it. The cheapest bottle was tens of thousands of yuan, of course. It had to be good. The most expensive wine Zheng Shuai had ever tried was an 88,000 yuan Lafitte, which tasted incredible. As for Romani Conti, he'd never had the chance. Tian Shiyun, thinking his flattery had hit the mark, pressed on. Shuai, since you're tired of it, why not let us try some? Exactly. You drink it like water. But we can't afford that luxury, Fang Jun added. Drink wine like water? Are you insane? Even with money, you wouldn't waste it like this. Zheng Shuai was about to retort but caught sight of Lu Wei and Lin Xuan watching him. He felt certain he'd captured their attention. What's tens of thousands of yuan? Tonight, I'm going to conquer both of these beauties. He was already envisioning how the night would end, his mind spinning with countless possibilities. All right, Zheng Shuai said grandly. Why enjoy alone when we can all indulge together? Let's do this. He ordered 10 bottles of 18,000 yuan Lafitte on the tablet. A wave of praise followed. Shuai, you're amazing. Shuai is the best. We owe it all to you, Shuai. Zheng Shuai basked in the compliments, feeling like he was on top of the world. Lin Xuan found it amusing, while Lu Wei shook her head slightly. She thought, he thinks he's in control, but really he's just being played. It didn't matter. After all, the money was going into their business's pocket. As the group chatted, Tian Xian suddenly sighed. What a shame such a great feast will be missed by some people. Everyone knew who he was referring to. Exactly, Fang Jun echoed. Zheng Shuai saw an opportunity to boast and asked Lin Xuan, does your hotel not allow its staff to request leave? What does that mean? Lin Xuan and Lu Wei exchanged puzzled looks. Then Park Gucheng chimed in with a smile. Isn't Yang Xiao working as a security guard at your hotel? Can't he get a meal break? What? Yang Xiao working as a security guard? Lin Xuan set down her chopsticks and gave Park Gucheng a strange look. Who told you that Yang Xiao works as a security guard at our hotel? He came because I recommended him, Park Gucheng said proudly. Tian Xion added, ladies, he's an old classmate of yours. Why not look after him? Exactly, Park nodded. Turning to Lu Wei. He helped you a lot back then, didn't he? Lu Wei's family had heavily favored her brother over her, often sending her to school with only rice and vegetables, no meat. Back in high school, Yang Xiao, her deskmate, would often share his meals with her. Perhaps this was why she had later given him her savings during his hardest times. Lin Xuan was about to respond, but Lu Wei subtly shook her head, so Lin Xuan stayed quiet. Tian Xian and Fang Jun wanted to say more, but Zheng Shuai, annoyed that the topic had veered away from him, interrupted, all right, today's a reunion. Let's not waste time talking about a security guard. The others reluctantly dropped the topic and shifted their conversation elsewhere. Soon, the food and drinks arrived. The room filled with laughter and chatter as they toasted each other. After several rounds of drinks, some people couldn't handle their liquor and passed out, slumped over the table or chairs. Meanwhile, some men, emboldened by the alcohol, began taking advantage of tipsy women, Lu Wei wanted to intervene a few times, but Lin Xuan stopped her. If they know what could happen but still let themselves get drunk, they're responsible for what follows. You can't save everyone, Lin Xuan whispered. She was right, some people would even blame their saviors later for meddling. As the night dragged on, Jian Shuai, already heavily drunk, wobbled to his feet. Fang Jun, go call the waiter to settle the bill. Got it, Shuai, Fang Jun replied, draining his glass before leaving. Lu Wei and Lin Xuan, both sober, stood up. Lin Xuan smiled and said, Jian Shuai, we have something to attend to, so we'll head out first. Lu Wei added with a faint smile, next time you come, I'll give you a discount. A discount? I don't need that. Jian Shuai protested. Why leave so soon? Let's go sing karaoke. We'll take a rain check. You're drunk, Lu Wei said. I'm not drunk. Look, I can jump. Jian Shuai declared, leaping awkwardly in the room. With a loud thud, he slipped and fell flat on the floor. Lin Xuan helped him up and said, we'll host next time, okay? Jian Shuai, though reluctant, could only agree. As he watched the two women leave, frustration bubbled within him. Damn it. I didn't even get the chance to woo them properly. What a waste of money. He clenched his fists. No way. Tonight, no matter the cost, I'll make this happen. After settling the bill, a large, drunken crowd stumbled their way to the first floor. Jian Shuai was fuming, holding in a bellyful of frustration with nowhere to vent it. Not only had he failed to win over any beauties, but he had also burned through tens of thousands of yuan. If he'd known it would end like this, he would have held back and not shown off so recklessly. As he was about to curse under his breath, Park Guochang's voice rang in his ear. Ho! Look, Yang Xiao's here. Still somewhat sober, Jian Shuai immediately looked in the direction Park was pointing. Sure enough, he saw Yang Xiao entering the hotel. Perfect. A punching bag just arrived. Jian Shuai's interest was piqued. Park Guochang walked up first, waving at Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao, over here. Yang Xiao had just received a call from Lu Wei and Lin Xuan about an urgent matter that required his input. As soon as he walked in, he spotted Park Guochang. Not wanting to waste time, Yang Xiao asked, Old Park. What do you need? Hearing himself called Old Park in public, Park Guochang felt a bit offended. His tone turned sharp. What, I can't call you unless I need something? If there's nothing urgent, I'll be on my way. I have something important to deal with, Yang Xiao said, not wanting to waste time. But perhaps because of the alcohol, Park Guochang immediately blocked his path. What could a security guard like you possibly have to do? Right now your most important task is to escort us safely to our cars. Escort you? Yang Xiao smiled faintly. If that's all, you can ask the servers or security staff. I'm busy. Busy? Who does he think he is? Park Guochang's anger flared. If it weren't for me, you'd still be begging under some bridge. And now you're acting all high and mighty with me? He pointed to Jian Shuai behind him. Even Jian Shuai doesn't act this arrogant with me. Who do you think you are? Jian Shuai, watching silently, hesitated briefly but didn't step in to back Park. Fine. Jian Shuai is rich and influential, I can tolerate him. But you, Yang Xiao? A lowly security guard acting smug? Who are you trying to impress? Seeing the tension escalate, Jian Shuai wobbled over, unsteady from the alcohol, and placed himself between the two. He burped, glancing at both men as if deciding whose side to take. The others watched, unsure of what to do. Finally, Jian Shuai turned to Yang Xiao and said, as a security guard, it's your duty to ensure our safety. If you don't comply with Old Park's request, I'll file a complaint against you. As soon as Jian Shuai finished, his sycophants eagerly joined in. Exactly. We'll all complain about you. Let's see how long you keep this job. Shuai said it. Why are you just standing there? Get to it. Know your place. You're just a security guard. Yeah. And we're not asking you to be a gigolo or anything. Since when are security guards so arrogant? A crowd surrounded Yang Xiao, shouting and taunting. Because of their position in the lobby, no servers noticed the commotion. However, the head of security, Wan Quan, returning from the restroom, caught sight of the scene. Seeing the group causing a disturbance, he was immediately infuriated. Are you kidding me? Stirring up trouble on my watch? Do you not want to live? Moments earlier, he had seen the boss, Yang Xiao, entering the hotel. If the boss caught wind of this, his month's bonus or worse, his job would be at risk. Grabbing his walkie-talkie, Wan Quan shouted, Team 1, assemble in the lobby immediately. We have a disturbance. Then he ran toward the scene, determined to nip this in the bud before the boss noticed. Who knows? Maybe handling this well would even lead to a promotion and a raise. Why are you still standing there? Help us out, Park Go-chang urged Yang Xiao. Zhang Shuai joined in. If you don't move, I'll call your boss right now and have you fired. Fire me? Yang Xiao chuckled. Sure, go ahead. Call my boss and have him fire me. I am the boss. Let's see who dares fire me. Fine. Don't cry later, Zhang Shuai said, pulling out his phone theatrically. Before he could dial, Park Go-chang noticed Wan Quan running over and quickly stopped Zhang Shuai. Sneering, he said, no need for that. I'll let my buddy here handle it. Against a security guard, a security manager was the perfect choice. Alright, fine. Zhang Shuai put his phone away, pretending to give Yang Xiao a temporary reprieve. In truth, Zhang Shuai didn't know the hotel owner at all. His earlier threat had been nothing but posturing. Old Wan over here, Park Go-chang called out. Wan Quan approached, frowning as he recognized Park. This complicates things. Old Wan, look at how you manage your staff, Park said sternly, adopting a superior tone. Huh? Wan Quan was confused. What staff? Perfect timing. Zhang Shuai chimed in. As the security manager, you must teach this guy a lesson. If you don't, I'll have the owner fire you too. Teach him a lesson? Wan Quan turned to see who Zhang Shuai was pointing at. The figure looked oddly familiar, the uniform, the stance. Wait. Yang Xiao turned around, meeting Wan Quan's gaze with a faint smile. Oh? I heard you were planning to teach me a lesson? Why Yang? Yang Xiao. Wan Quan stammered, his knees nearly buckling. Oh my god. It's the boss. I'm doomed. Initially, Wan Quan hadn't seen Yang Xiao's face, so he hadn't recognized him. Now, he was terrified. Old Wan, are you drunk? He's your subordinate, Park Go-chang said, puzzled. My subordinate? Bullshit. What are you even saying? Panicking, Wan Quan quickly explained. Yang Xiao, I didn't. I know, Yang Xiao said calmly. He pointed to the drunken crowd. Arrange for your team to escort them safely to their cars. Of course. Right away. Wan Quan nodded repeatedly, almost bowing. At this moment, the security team arrived. Under Wan Quan's command, they began escorting the drunken individuals to their respective cars, ensuring safe departure after arranging designated drivers. Once everyone had been taken care of, they returned to their posts. Seeing everything had been settled, and that only the slightly tipsy Zhang Shuai, Park Wo-chang, and the sober Fang Jun and Tian Jian remained, Yang Xiao decided to leave. Earlier events had sobered Zhang Shuai almost instantly. Yang Xiao? Yang Total? Who does he think he is? A mere security guard pretending to be some big shot with help from others. Did they think I was stupid? Jin Shuai knew enough about the value of a 5-star hotel to dismiss the idea that Yang Xiao could be the owner. With Yang Xiao's family background, this was impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhen Shuai stepped forward, blocking Yang Xiao's path. Sneering, he said, Yang Xiao, we're all old classmates here. Do you really have to keep up this act? What's the point? Act? What am I acting about? Yang Xiao asked, genuinely confused. Could it be that my good intentions were misunderstood? If so, it's like the saying biting the hand that feeds you. Jin Shuai's words seemed to jog Park Go-chang's memory. He stepped closer to Yang Xiao, belched loudly, and laughed mockingly. Jin Shuai's right. We know your family situation like the back of our hand. Let me guess, you probably spent your entire month's salary trying to keep up appearances, didn't you? Keeping up appearances? Tian Xian suddenly seemed to realize something and exclaimed, damn, so it was all a show. Spending money to act rich, now that's eye-opening. Fang Jun also looked incredulous. Exactly. Your life's already a mess, but you spent a month's salary just to fake being wealthy? Incredible. Respect. Tian Xian said, clasping his hands in mock admiration. Everyone's a classmate here. Nobody would look down on you for being a security guard. So why go through all this trouble just to save face? Fang Jun added sarcastically. Right, saving face but suffering inside. That's you to a T, Tian Xian said with disdain. The three of them took turns mocking Yang Xiao, not holding back at all. Hearing their words, Yang Xiao finally understood. So this is what they think happened. They assumed I blew my salary hiring the security manager to stage a scene, just to pretend I owned the hotel. Seriously? Do I look that stupid? How do you even come up with something like this? What a waste of creativity, you should be writing novels. Seeing Yang Xiao's silence, Jin Shui grew even more smug. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Did we hit the nail on the head? Yang Xiao, Park Guochang chimed in. Status and face aren't bought, they're earned. Jin Shui sneered. Some people are so scared of being poor that they think spending a bit of money can let them live the high life for a moment. But that's just self-deception. He emphasized the last few words heavily. Yang Xiao shook his head. Initially, he had followed the principle of not engaging with their provocations. But now their taunts had crossed the line. Calmly, Yang Xiao took out his phone and opened the Yuzhou Hotel Management Group chat. Holding down the voice function, he spoke clearly. Anyone still on duty, please meet me at the elevator near the lobby within 5 minutes. To Zhen Shui, this looked like another desperate attempt to maintain his act. Sneering, Zhen Shui said, Yang Xiao, I'm not looking down on you, but if you can get even the lobby manager here, I'll kneel and call you daddy on the spot. I'll join in. Park Guochang added eagerly. Count me in. Me too. Tian Xiun and Feng Jun raised their hands enthusiastically. The four of them stood there, smug and confident. Yang Xiao wondered where they got such misplaced confidence. Before long, a few hotel executives from lower floors arrived. Mr. Yang! Mr. Yang! Mr. Yang! Every staff member exiting the elevator greeted Yang Xiao with respect. Tian Xian and Fang Jun exchanged uneasy glances, but relaxed when they saw Zhen Shui's unwavering composure. As the minutes ticked by, more and more staff arrived at the elevator, creating a growing crowd. Jing Shui began to panic. He recognized several faces in the crowd. These weren't just staff, they were management-level employees. Could Yang Xiao really be the hotel owner? Park Guochang noticed Zhen Shui's unease and felt his own heart sink. Could it be true? No way, this was absolutely impossible. What kind of luck or skill would Yang Xiao need to own such a luxurious 5-star hotel? Someone like me, a returned overseas graduate, is much more suited for that. At that moment, the elevator dinged, and the doors opened. Lu Wei and Lin Xuan stepped out. Initially, they were confused about why Yang Xiao had summoned the management team. Was there an issue with the elevator? But as soon as they exited and saw Park Guochang and Zhen Shui, everything clicked. The two women exchanged knowing smiles and greeted Yang Xiao in unison. Mr. Yang. That greeting shattered any last shred of hope the four men had. While Fang Jun and Tian Xian were used to currying favor and didn't mind the embarrassment, Zhen Shui felt utterly humiliated. Kneel and bow? Call him daddy? Not a chance. Those were just boastful words, spoken with misplaced confidence. There's no way he'd follow through. If his father found out, he'd get beaten for sure. With everyone watching, what should he do? As he stood there, frozen, there was a loud thud. He turned to see Park Guochang sprawled on the floor. What's going on? The remaining three were stunned. What was he up to? Wasn't he just mocking Yang Xiao moments ago? Suddenly, Zhen Shui realized what was happening. Without missing a beat, he staggered forward and theatrically collapsed to the ground, pretending to be drunk. Even Tian Xiun and Fang Jun weren't dense enough to miss what was happening. They exchanged glances, ready to follow suit. Enough, Yang Xiao said, waving his hand. You two carry them out. Relieved, they quickly helped Zhen Shui and Park Guochang to their feet and hurried away. Once they were gone, Lu Wei asked teasingly, Mr. Yang, why'd you summon us here at this hour? Yes, I was just about to clock out, Lin Xuan added. Several other managers, who had been about to meet friends or head out for dinner, had also rushed over at Yang Xiao's call. Yang Xiao smiled. I was just thinking we should add some chairs here in case anyone gets drunk like those two and needs a place to rest. Though Lu Wei and Lin Xuan knew the real reason, the others didn't. He couldn't very well admit that he'd called them here just to prove a point. That would have been too petty. Chairman's office. Yang Xiao leaned back in his executive chair and asked, what's the urgent matter that called me back? He had just finished playing his part in Lai Wanji's drama, and was preparing to relax at home when Lin Xuan's call forced him to return to the office. Lin Xuan asked, I want to confirm something. Does anyone from your family live in Unit 1802, Building 1, Tianfu New City? What do you mean? Yang Xiao looked puzzled. All of his relatives lived in Hongyi County. None had come to Yuzhou, let alone moved into the apartments he had bought. Wait a minute, could it be? Lin Xuan continued. A few days ago, the results for last month's employee awards were announced, and HR manager Zheng Hao was selected. She paused before adding, according to the agreement, the apartments in Building 1 can be given as rewards. That's right. I personally promised that, Yang Xiao confirmed with a nod. This had been a sudden idea after acquiring the hotel, and it had worked well. According to financial statistics, last month's revenue had increased by 2% compared to the previous month. While it didn't seem like much, it was a significant improvement, thanks to the collective efforts of the hotel staff. Rewards and punishments needed to be clearly defined to keep the team motivated. Lin Xuan added, "The strange thing is, when Jing Hao went to claim the apartment, someone was already living there." "What? Who had moved in?" Yang Xiao's expression darkened. "Have you investigated who's living there? We thought they might be your relatives, so we didn't look into it." "They're not my relatives," Yang Xiao said firmly before adding, "Let's handle this politely first. Inform them that the apartment isn't theirs and ask them to move out. If they refuse, call the police." "Got it. But what if they refuse to open the door? The police can't just break in," Lin Zhuan expressed her concern. Jing Hao had described the occupants a fierce, uncooperative older woman and a younger companion. Evicting them seemed harder than climbing a mountain. Yang Xiao thought for a moment before responding. "If they still don't comply, file charges for robbery and illegal trespass, and call the police again. Such charges would ensure the authorities launched an investigation. If the occupants still refuse to open the door, the police could legally break in under safe conditions." "Will that really work?" Lu Wei sounded skeptical. Lin Xuan also doubted. "I don't think it'll be that simple." "Trust me, it'll work," Yang Xiao said confidently. He wasn't making baseless claims. He had read about similar situations in a legal novel and found the approach highly applicable to the current circumstances. Still, the two women remained unconvinced. Yang Xiao explained further. According to Article 245 of the Huaxia Criminal Code, forcibly entering another person's residence without their consent, or refusing to leave when asked, can constitute the crime of illegal trespass. Raising three fingers, he added, illegal trespass can result in up to 3 years of imprisonment or detention. Lu Wei was taken aback. "Is it that serious?" Lin Xuan was equally surprised. "Yes, but robbery carries even harsher penalties," Yang Xiao nodded. Lin Xuan widened her eyes. "This counts as robbery?" "Of course," Yang Xiao replied. "You've been to university, yet you seem completely uninformed about basic legal concepts." Yang Xiao couldn't entirely blame them. Most people knew the names of crimes, but were clueless about the specifics of how those crimes were defined or prosecuted. He himself had been ignorant until his money was stolen by Bu Yalian, prompting him to read legal texts to better understand his rights. Lu Wei asked, "Why does it count as robbery?" Yang Xiao explained, "Robbery involves using violence, threats, or other means to take public or private property with the intent of illegal possession." He added, "If they refuse to return the property despite repeated warnings, their continued occupation clearly constitutes robbery." The next morning, Tianfu New City, Unit 1802. Accompanied by property manager Zhang Hao stood outside the apartment door. The two exchanged nervous glances, neither wanting to knock. They had experienced firsthand the fierce temperament of Zhang Kuwa, the older woman inside. Eventually, Zhang Hao gave in and reluctantly approached the door. He knocked lightly, careful not to make too much noise and risk Zhang Kuwa's wrath. Knock, 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 knock. After a while, there was still no response. The two stood awkwardly outside, unsure of what to do next. Should they keep knocking? Inside the apartment, Zhang Kuyua was in the living room doing aerobics, while Bu Yalian lounged on the sofa scrolling through short videos on her phone. The only man in the household, Bu Xiaodi, was busy working at a hot pot restaurant, exhausted and frequently scolded by his boss. He could only endure it. Whenever he was berated, he mentally consoled himself. "Complain all you want now. Just wait until my son-in-law comes back. I'll buy this lousy restaurant and make you work for me for life." This thought was the only thing keeping him going. "Mom, can you take out the trash? It's overflowing," Bu Yalian called lazily, pointing at the trash can. "All right, just a minute," Zhang Kuyua replied absent-mindedly. Finishing her last aerobic move, she rested for a few minutes before picking up the trash and heading to the door. As she opened it, she was startled to see two people standing outside. "What the hell? Who are you?" she demanded, glaring at them suspiciously. Zhang Hao instinctively stepped back, wary of the trash bag in her hand. After ensuring he was at a safe distance, he forced a smile. Ma'am, we're here to inform you about something." "What is it?" Zhang Kuiwa frowned. Zhang Hao swallowed nervously before speaking quickly. "This house doesn't belong to you. Please move out within 3 days." After finishing, he immediately took several steps back, putting distance between himself and Zhang Kuwa. Zhang Kuiwa's expression darkened instantly. She furiously threw the garbage in her hand down at Zheng Hao's feet and sneered, "What a joke. If this house isn't ours, does it belong to you instead?" She had seen people snatch phones, bags, and even food, but stealing a house? This was a first. Perhaps this is just one of those bizarre occurrences, she thought to herself. Zheng Hao stepped back and replied with a smile, "You guessed right. This house is indeed mine." "Yours?" Zhang Kuiyue laughed mockingly. "How thick-skinned can you get? This house was bought by my son-in-law for my daughter. When did it become yours? What's next? Are you claiming to be my grandson?" "You. Dream on. I don't have an unfilial grandson like you. You'd better get lost, or I'll call the police and accuse you of robbery and attempted assault." Zhang Kuo pulled out her phone, pretending to make a call. Jing Hao, an HR manager with a respectable demeanor, was rendered speechless by the tirade of a woman in her 50s or 60s. Zhang Hao, seeing this, quickly stepped forward, trying to mediate. "Auntie, who are you calling auntie? Are we that close?" "Sorry, we're not." Zhang Kuiyue interrupted harshly, hands on her hips. Zhang Hao hadn't even managed 4 words before being shut down. "This woman is too much." Zhang Hao took a deep breath and said firmly, "Ma'am, regardless of how you got in here, this house isn't yours. Please move out promptly, or we'll have to call the police." Since reasoning didn't work, it seemed the only option was to involve the authorities. "Fine, go ahead and call them. I'll make sure to report you for attempted assault." Zhang Kuo sneered coldly. Attempted assault? Zhang Hao and Zheng Hao were dumbfounded. What kind of logic was this? Even if they had no interest in her whatsoever, she managed to twist reality into something ridiculous. "All right, if that's the case, I'm calling the police now," Zheng Hao said as he pulled out his phone. Just then, Bu Yalian walked over, frowning. "Mom, what's going on? How can taking out the trash turn into an argument?" She had been lying on the couch scrolling through videos but came over to investigate the commotion. "It's these 2 troublemakers. Just seeing them irritates me." Zhang Kuiyue snapped, pointing angrily at Zheng Hao and Zhang Ha. "Troublemakers? What kind of nonsense is this?" Zhang Hao was furious. "We came here to talk reasonably, and now we're being accused of causing trouble?" Zheng Hao suppressed his anger, put away his phone, and decided to reason with Bu Yalian instead. "Miss, I." But before he could finish, Zhang Kuo exploded. "Who are you calling miss? You're the miss. Your whole family are misses." Zheng Hao was at his wit's end. Even addressing someone politely could be turned into an insult by this unreasonable woman. Bu Yalian pulled Zhang Kuiyue aside and impatiently asked Zheng Hao, "What exactly do you want?" Relieved that Zhang Kuiyue was finally restrained, Zheng Hao explained, "We're here to inform you that this house isn't yours. Please vacate it as soon as possible." "What? The house isn't ours?" Bu Yalian sneered, her irritation evident. "This house belongs to us. What right do you have to tell us to leave?" Her words puzzled Zheng Hao even more. Lin always confirmed the house was unoccupied. "What's going on here?" Zheng Hao decided to clarify. "You say this house is yours, do you have any proof?" "Proof? Fine. Wait right here," Bu Yalian retorted before turning to head inside. A few minutes later, she returned with a red booklet, a property ownership certificate. Flipping it open, she proudly displayed it to Zheng Hao and Zhang Hao. "Take a good look. It clearly says my name on it." Zheng Hao also retrieved a red booklet from his briefcase. It was another property ownership certificate, but this one bore Yang Xiao's name, not his. How can one house have 2 certificates? This one is obviously fake. Zhang Kuo dismissed it without even glancing. "Fake?" Zheng Hao shook his head resolutely. "Impossible. Mine is definitely real. There's no way the owner of a luxury 5-star hotel would issue a fake certificate to his employees." Zhang Kuiyue, however, smugly declared, "Our house was bought by my son-in-law with hard cash through an agent." Zhang Hao knew one of the certificates had to be fake, and he was confident it wasn't Zheng Hao's. But Zhang Kuiyue's overbearing demeanor made it difficult to push harder. Realizing they were at an impasse, he suggested calling the police to verify the documents. Zhang Kuiyue and Bu Yalian, confident theirs was genuine, agreed. Half an hour later, officers from the Tianfu Street police station arrived. After listening to Zhang Hao's account, one officer compared the 2 certificates. It took only a glance to distinguish the real from the fake. Handing the genuine certificate back to Zheng Hao, Officer Huang Beixiang turned to Bu Yalian and said, "This certificate is fake." Bu Yalian felt like she'd been struck by lightning. Her mind went blank. Fake? How can it be fake? She stammered, her legs giving way as she knelt on the floor. Jiang Kuwa erupted in anger. You're lying! You're all in cahoots! Huang Beixiang sighed and patiently explained. A genuine certificate has a textured cover with a distinct embossed feel. He opened the fake certificate and continued. Additionally, a real certificate's inner pages include property details, such as the source of ownership and shared area. But yours is entirely blank. After listening to Huang Beixiang's explanation, Bu Yelian's face turned pale. She collapsed to the floor, utterly drained. At that moment, the world seemed to lose all light for her. Fake. How could this happen? Did he lie to me? Zhang Kuiyue, holding her seemingly soulless daughter, panicked. Yao, what's wrong? Don't scare me, Yao. Could it be that I've been deceived? Bu Yalian stared blankly at her mother and asked. Impossible. I saw him pay with my own eyes. How could it be fake? Zhang Kuiyue shook her head vehemently. She had heard the confirmation sound of the payment herself. How could the property certificate be fake? If there were any issue, Zhang Kuiyue could only believe it was with the intermediary agent, never doubting Ai Pianren for a moment. She even thought Ai Pianren might also be in the dark, unaware of the truth. If Ai Pianren knew about this, he would undoubtedly laugh and call Zhang Kuiyue a fool. She's been sold out, and is still counting money for the scammer. Huang Beixiang said firmly, this house indeed isn't yours. You need to vacate it. He could sense that there was more to this story than met the eye, but further investigation was required to uncover the full truth. That's right. Zheng Hao added. It doesn't matter who deceived you, this house is mine. You have 3 days to move out. As for how they had been deceived, that wasn't his concern. He just wanted his house back. However, Zhang Kuiyue stood up abruptly and declared, I don't care. We paid for this house, so it's ours. No one can make us leave. The two police officers exchanged glances, sensing that something unusual was afoot. Huang Beixiang asked, Are you sure you paid for it? Yes. After we viewed the house, my son-in-law transferred 3 million yuan in full via WeChat to the intermediary right here in this room. Zhang Kuiyue exclaimed. She added quickly, we even heard the confirmation sound. It couldn't possibly be fake. 3 million in cash, transferred via WeChat, directly to the intermediary. Zheng Hao and Zhang Hao exchanged incredulous looks. What kind of person would do something so foolish? Huang Beixiang paused and asked, Do you have any agreements or contracts? Yes, I'll get it right away. Bu Yalian hurried to retrieve the document. A minute later she returned with a contract and handed it to Huang Beixiang. Here, this is the purchase agreement we signed with the intermediary company. In her heart, she prayed that everything they feared was untrue and just speculation. Taking the contract, Huang Beixiang flipped through it briefly and immediately recognized it as fake. Even Zhang Hao and Zheng Hao could tell. A legitimate real estate contract would never be just a few pages long. They typically spanned dozens of pages. Moreover, the stamp on this contract was smudged, as if it had been applied with a potato instead of an official seal. Zhang Kuiyue asked, Well? Officer, didn't we tell you the truth? This house was bought by my son-in-law. Their property certificate must be the fake one. This purchase agreement is fake, Huang Beixiang replied. What? I said this agreement is fake. No. That's impossible. Look at the stamp, the signature, and here there isn't even a specified square footage for the house. If this isn't fake, then what is? Huang Beixiang pointed out the flaws one by one. And those were just a few of the many glaring issues. No, that's impossible. He would never deceive me. Zhang Kuiyue shook her head furiously, refusing to believe it. Suddenly, as if recalling something, she blurted out, Officer, it must be that intermediary. Yes, it must be the intermediary who tricked us. You're the police, you have to get justice for us. Realizing this might be a major case, Huang Beixiang turned to his trainee, Shang Shengpan, who whispered, Master, what should we do? This seems to be a big case. Huang Beixiang nodded, then addressed Zhang Kuiyue and her daughter. We'll investigate this as soon as possible, but this house isn't yours. You still need to vacate it promptly. Zhang Kuiyue reassured her devastated daughter while verbally agreeing to leave, though she had no real intention of doing so. We paid for this house. Why should we leave? The police investigated the address listed in the contract but found it to be fake. The company name on the contract was also illegible, cutting off that lead. At their wits' end, they decided to check surveillance footage at the property management office. Using facial recognition technology, they identified the intermediary involved in the scam, Xiao Li. When the police approached Xiao Li, he remained calm and admitted to assisting Ai Pianren in orchestrating the scam. Xiao Li claimed he had simply acted for financial gain, cooperating in a performance, and committing no crime himself. However, his confession revealed the shocking truth: the real mastermind behind the fraud was Ai Pianren, Zhang Qiui's supposed son-in-law. Zhang Qiui and her daughter were devastated by the news. Eventually, Xiao Li was arrested for participating in the fraud, and his fate would be decided in court. Later, when the police returned to Zhang Qiui's residence to deliver the findings, she eagerly asked, "Officers, have you figured it out?" "It's all clear now," Huang Beixiang replied. "Was it the intermediary who kept the money and failed to process the real property certificate for us?" Bu Yalian asked anxiously, looking hopeful. Huang Beixiang hesitated for a moment before saying, "You were indeed scammed, but..." "See? I told you it was the intermediary," Zhang Qiui interrupted, angrily denouncing the scumbag intermediary. "But what?" Bu Yalian pressed, her heart racing. "But the one who scammed you was Ai Pianren. The intermediary just cooperated with him," Huang Beixiang said truthfully. "What? Him?" Bu Yalian's face turned ashen. The world seemed to spin, the sky collapsing around her, leaving no hope in sight. Why would he deceive me? Why? As memories of her time with Ai Pianren flooded back, tears streamed down her face. "I treated you with all my heart, cherished you deeply, yet you discarded me like trash. Ai Pianren, how could your conscience not hurt?" "Ah! That damned beast." Zhang Qiui slapped her thigh and cursed Ai Pianren relentlessly. She used every nasty word she could think of. However, the more viciously she cursed, the harder Bu Yalian cried. And the harder Bu Yalian cried, the more Zhang Qiui cursed. The whole hallway echoed with their voices. Huang Beixiang and his apprentice watched helplessly, wanting to offer some comforting words but not knowing how to start. At that moment, Zhang Qiui tried to console her, saying, "Yao, don't be so upset. Aren't there still the police? They'll definitely catch that despicable man." Hearing this, Bu Yalian seemed to grasp at a lifeline. She suddenly lifted her head, her eyes burning with hope, and looked at Huang Beixiang. "Officer, I want to file a report. I want to accuse Ai Pianren of fraud." At that moment, Huang Beixiang and his apprentice became her only hope. "Officers, you mustn't ignore this case," Zhang Qiui pleaded anxiously. They had been cheated out of millions. And a lot of the money belonged to their relatives. If they lost it all, they'd be finished. Huang Beixiang said, "Don't worry. Since I've come across this case, I won't let it slide." What started as an ordinary police call had turned into a complex and winding case. And now, fraud was involved. "You have to catch him. He has millions of our money," Zhang Qiui said urgently. "Millions? My goodness. What have you been through?" Huang Beixiang was at a loss for words. However, this case was beyond his jurisdiction. They could only escalate it to higher authorities. He said, "All right. This is a big case. The two of us can't handle it, but we'll report it." "Thank you. Please, you must catch him," Zhang Qiui exclaimed. "All right," Huang Beixiang nodded and added, "but I still suggest you move out of here quickly. This is someone else's house after all." As usual, Zhang Qiui verbally agreed. After the police left, Zhang Qiui turned to Bu Yalian and asked, "Yao, do you think the police can catch Ai Pianren?" "I don't know." Bu Yalian shook her head. Zhang Qiui sighed heavily, saying, If they don't catch him, what will we do about all that money? And the worst part is, Yang Xiao has even filed a lawsuit against me. What am I supposed to do about that?" Bu Yalian was frantic at the thought of this. 40,000 yuan. With no source of income, how could she pay it back? Zhang Qiui's eyes lit up with an idea, and she said, Yao, I have an idea, but I'm not sure if I should say it." "Mom. At this point, just say it." "What idea?" Bu Yalian urged anxiously. "You and Yang Xiao broke up almost 2 months ago, right?" "Yes, so what? When was the last time you were intimate?" "Intimate? What do you mean?" Bu Yalian was puzzled. "You know, intimate," Zhang Qiui replied. "Mom, we're talking about serious matters." Zhang Qiui, pretending to be serious, said, "This is serious. Answer me, when was it? What does this have to do with anything?" "Of course it matters. Around the beginning of November, I guess." "Why are you asking this?" Bu Yalian answered hesitantly, but her curiosity was piqued. What kind of idea required this detail? Hearing this, Zhang Qiui started counting on her fingers, calculating something. After a moment, her face lit up with joy as she looked at her daughter. "Ya Yao, the child in your belly could very well be his." His? Impossible. She knew very well whose it was. Bu Yalian shook her head firmly. No, it's not his. Every time we were together we took precautions. It can't be his. Are you stupid? Condoms can break, can't they? Zhang Qiwa scolded her in frustration. She was practically spelling it out for her. But her daughter still didn't get it. Mom, what are you trying to say? Can't you just explain it all at once instead of being cryptic? My goodness. How did I give birth to such a foolish daughter? Zhang Qiwa sighed but patiently explained. He's suing you for embezzling money, right? We can say it was to buy a house for the child. Is that even possible? Bu Yalian's eyes widened in shock. Could this really work? But at the time she didn't even know she was pregnant. Would that make sense? Zhang Qiwa dismissed her doubts. Of course it can. The baby is in your belly, and you say it's his. He can't prove otherwise. And the money? He can't prove it wasn't for the baby either. She painted a beautiful picture. 10 months of pregnancy would buy them plenty of time to demand some nutrition fees during her pregnancy. Maybe even some child support. Though it wouldn't be a lot, it would be enough for their family to escape. She didn't consider that with current technology, a DNA test could be done without waiting for the baby to be born. Bu Yalian was still skeptical. But, before she could finish, Zhang Qiwa cut her off. No buts. Trust me, this is your only chance to win. Then she added, and after winning we can demand more money from him while aborting the baby and finding a wealthy man to marry. It's a win-win. What an audacious plan. Not only eating from one bowl while eyeing another, but also planning to rob the entire pantry. Bu Yalian found herself tempted by the idea. She couldn't find a reason to refuse. Just days ago, she had read online that stealing 400,000 yuan counted as an extraordinarily large amount, punishable by over 10 years in prison or life imprisonment. If she didn't follow Zhang Qiwa's plan, she'd not only be unable to repay the 400,000 yuan but also face jail time for theft. According to Article 265 of the criminal law, pregnant women or nursing mothers could avoid imprisonment temporarily under certain conditions. But once the baby was born and the breastfeeding period was over, she'd still have to serve her sentence. Mom, what exactly should we do? Bu Yalian asked. Zhang Qiwa touched her chin, pondering deeply. A few minutes later, she snapped her fingers. I've got it. Tell me. What's the plan? Bu Yalian pressed eagerly. Zhang Qiwa grinned and said, It's simple. Since he's suing you, we'll turn the tables and expose him online. Zhang Qiwa smiled and said, It's simple. Since he's suing you, let's expose him online in return. Expose him online? Bu Yalian asked in surprise. What do you mean? It's simple. We just need to do this. Zhang Qiwa then shared her plan. She intended to use the child in her daughter's belly as leverage, claiming the child was Yang Xiao's. The 400,000 yuan that Bu Yalian transferred wasn't for him but was used to hire a Apian Ren to buy a house. And after Yang Xiao found out, instead of showing support, he caused a big scene at home. In the end, he abandoned his fiancée and their unborn child and ran away. Not only that, but now he had even filed a lawsuit against the mother of his child to reclaim the money. This strategy would not only tarnish Yang Xiao's reputation but also establish themselves as sympathetic figures. It was a win-win. Zhang Qiwa firmly believed that once the story was posted online, it would undoubtedly garner widespread sympathy from netizens. By then, wouldn't Yang Xiao have to kneel and beg for forgiveness? Thinking of this, Zhang Qiwa nearly burst out laughing. Bu Yalian thought about it and found it reasonable. This was also her only chance to turn the situation around. But how should they post it online? And how could they ensure it would be widely seen? That was a problem. Zhang Qiwa seemed to notice her daughter's concern and added, I have a mahjong friend whose son is an influencer with tens of thousands of followers. We can ask him to post a video for us. That will definitely make it go viral. Indeed, in this age of smartphones, everyone had a phone in hand. Whether riding a bus, waiting for one, or even walking, people were glued to their screens watching short videos or reading novels. In such a scenario, as long as they released a video with an influencer who had enough followers, it would inevitably spread online. Bu Yalian hesitated and reminded, But Mom, I've heard that hiring influencers to post videos or ads costs money. Don't worry. I bet he won't charge us a penny. What makes you so sure? Zhang Qiwa said confidently, We can help him gain more followers and boost his reputation. Why would he charge us? She wasn't wrong. Many influencers had gained tens of thousands or even millions of followers from a single viral video. This was a hot topic that would surely attract attention. They decided to act immediately. That afternoon, Jang Kyu-iwa contacted her mahjong friend and explained the situation to her son, though she left out the truth. After hearing about the case, the influencer, Guan Dequan, was outraged and agreed immediately. He even arranged to meet them after work to discuss the plan in detail. At 6:30 p.m., Jang Kyu-iwa prepared a lavish meal to welcome Guan Dequan. At 7 p.m., Guan Dequan arrived. Jang Kyu-iwa greeted him warmly at the door. "Oh Dequan, come in, come in. Have a seat inside." She took the package from his hands. "Thank you, Auntie," Guan Dequan said, carrying his camera inside. After setting his equipment down, he glanced around the room and silently admired the decor. No wonder this was one of the most talked about school district apartments. It was beautifully furnished. "Brother Dequan, wash your hands and get ready to eat," Bu Yalian said, bringing him hot water. Guan Dequan took the water. Thank you, thank you." After washing his hands, they sat down for the meal. During dinner, Zhang Kuihua and Bu Yalian kept piling food onto his plate, until it looked like Mount Everest, making him a bit embarrassed. After the meal, they all sat on the sofa. "Auntie, is this plan easy to execute? Will it cause you any trouble?" Zhang Kuihua feigned ignorance and asked. Guan Dequan laughed and shook his head. "Auntie, you're my dad's friend. What's trouble to me? Don't worry about it." He added, "As long as you follow my lead, we'll make sure that guy kneels and begs for mercy." Before coming over, his dad had repeatedly urged him to help them and not charge a single penny, even showing more concern than for his own matters. This puzzled and slightly amused Guan Dequan. But then again, his mom had passed away years ago, and his dad, Guan Liyuan, had been single ever since. Maybe it was time for him to find a companion. And this Auntie Zhang seemed like a good match. "So, how do we do it?" Bu Yalian asked. Guan Dequan stroked his chin and thought for a moment before replying, "Let's do this. Tell me the full story in detail, and I'll figure out how to script and film it." He then took out his notebook, ready to take notes. Zhang Kuiyua and her daughter exchanged glances, both amazed by his professionalism. This guy was legit, fully equipped and ready to go. Zhang Kuiyua began recounting the story, while Bu Yalian occasionally added details. Guan Dequan typed quickly on his keyboard. An hour later, they had a rough framework of the story. Then they spent another hour brainstorming how to condense it into a short video. Thanks to his years of experience creating videos, Guan Dequan soon came up with a plan. He decided that the video should be narrated by Bu Yalian herself. Only the person involved could deliver the story with the most authenticity. He shared his idea with Zhang Kuiyua and her daughter. Zhang Kuiyua clapped her thigh in approval. Brilliant. No one can tell the story better than the person who lived it. She had watched many human interest shows and was always moved to tears by the heartfelt stories. Raw emotions were the most touching. "But Mom, I'm not good at storytelling," Bu Yalian said hesitantly. For her, this was too daunting. She was afraid of messing it up, especially since it concerned whether she'd end up in jail. There was no room for mistakes. Guan Dequan smiled and reassured her, "Sister, don't stress. Just read what I've written and add your emotions. It'll definitely move a lot of people." "Really? Trust me. I have tens of thousands of followers. This will spread quickly." "Well? Okay. Great. I'll leave the script with you to practice. I'll come back tomorrow afternoon. If it's good, we'll start filming." Guan Dequan stood up as he spoke. Smiling, he said, "Auntie, sister, I'll take my leave now and come back tomorrow." "Stay a bit longer. It's only 10:30 p.m., Zhang Kuiyua urged. "Only? No, I still have things to do," Guan Dequan replied. Zhang Kuiyua had no choice but to let him go. "All right, come earlier tomorrow." "Okay," he said as he walked to the door. Just as he reached for the doorknob, the door opened on its own. Was this an automatic door? Outside the door, Bu Xiaodi, wearing his hot pot restaurant uniform and carrying a packaged hot pot, stood frozen as he looked at Guan Dequan with a bewildered expression. "Who is this guy? Why is he here at my house so late?" Guan Dequan was also stunned for a few seconds. Then, he smiled at Bu Xiaodi. A hot pot restaurant worker also delivering takeout? I should try that sometime, he thought. He turned to Bu Yalian and said, "So late at night, and you still ordered hot pot delivery?" "Hot pot delivery? Where?" Bu Xiaodi hadn't caught on yet. Bu Yalian quickly introduced them. Dad, this is Guan Dequan. He's here to help us. What? Dad? Guan Dequan's eyes widened in disbelief. Your dad is still. No, wait, your dad is still delivering. Delivering takeout? What the heck is going on here? Guan Dequan was completely thrown off. He had thought her dad wasn't around anymore. That's why his own dad had insisted he come help, thinking he might have a chance to pursue her mom. He had even planned to go home and encourage his dad about it. But now, it seemed like that wasn't the case at all. In fact, his dad might even be the third party interfering in their family. That's just not right. He decided to have a serious talk with his dad when he got home and tell him that this sort of behavior was unacceptable. Hearing what Guan Dequan said, Bu Xiao's mouth twitched. What do you mean? I'm still around. Are you wishing for my death? Just as he was about to step forward and argue with Guan Dequan, Bu Yalian quickly spoke up. My dad works at a hot pot restaurant, so he gets off work pretty late. She then turned to her dad and introduced, this is Guan Dequan. He's here to help us with the lawsuit. Hearing this, Bu Xiao's expression softened. Guan Dequan, however, was extremely awkward and forced out a stiff smile. Uncle, hello. I just remembered I have something to do. Goodbye, Uncle. With that, he bolted out the door, leaving his camera and equipment behind. Bu Xiao watched him go, feeling speechless. These young people these days. At least apologize before leaving. So rash, what's the deal with this generation? Just a few days ago at his restaurant, some guys had harassed two women. After being rejected, they became angry and started a fight. What happened next? A few veterans outside rushed in and gave those guys a thorough beating. By the end, the troublemakers were on their knees, begging for mercy. Watching that had been so satisfying. Back inside, Zhang Kuwa shared her plan with Bu Xiaodi. After listening to the entire plan, Bu Xiaodi felt it was unreliable and said, I'm telling you both, stop messing around and just find jobs to pay back the money as soon as possible. During his time working at the hot pot restaurant, he had come to terms with the situation. If he was unlucky enough to end up in this mess, what could he do? He had to pay the money back. There was no way he'd let their relatives suffer along with them. Pay back the money? No. That's never going to happen in this lifetime. Zhang Kuwa immediately shot down the idea. Investments come with risks. Why should everyone share the profits, but only their family bear the losses? Bu Yalian added, Dad, this isn't just about paying back the money. I'm about to be sued. The evidence is almost conclusive. I could go to jail. Go to jail. Do you understand? Bu Xiaodi frowned and said, but if you go through with this plan and get caught, it won't just be you two in trouble. Even Guan Dequan will get dragged into it. Don't worry. We've planned everything out. It won't go wrong. There's no such thing as a sure thing in this world. There's nothing difficult in this world if you're determined enough. Fine, if you insist on going through with it, suit yourselves. Saying this, Bu Xiao went to take a shower. The next day, afternoon, Guan Dequan arrived as scheduled. By then, Bu Yalian had almost memorized the script. The equipment was set up and ready to record. Just then, Guan Dequan said, Auntie, sister, I don't think this place is suitable for filming. He suddenly felt that the setting didn't fit. On camera, it looked too extravagant and couldn't evoke sympathy. Zhang Kuiyua asked quickly, why not? It's too luxurious. What? Too luxurious is a problem too? Of course. Netizens only sympathize with the weak or disadvantaged groups, Guan Dequan explained. Even if the story itself was compelling, the setting played a crucial role in evoking sympathy from a wide audience. For example, if two people told the same story, one was dressed glamorously in a well-decorated setting. Even with a touching story, it wouldn't resonate as much. On the other hand, someone dressed plainly in a shabby home could garner sympathy, even with an ordinary story. He suggested they shoot in a more rundown location. Without thinking twice, Zhang Kuiyua and Bu Yalian agreed. After searching around, they finally found an abandoned area slated for demolition. Inside one of the barely livable houses, they made some simple arrangements and started recording. The shoot went smoothly. They completed it in just 2 or 3 takes. After reviewing the footage, Zhang Kuiyua gave Guan Dequan a thumbs up. Dequan, you're amazing. Yeah, brother Dequan, you're practically a future international director. Bu Yalian chimed in, showering him with compliments. She knew men thrived on praise. The more, the better. Hearing this, Guan Dequan couldn't help but smile proudly. That's right, I think so too. He thought to himself. But outwardly he modestly said, haha, I can still improve. Daekwon, is there anything else we need to do next? Just go home and wait for updates. Leave the rest to me. Thanks so much. Don't thank me. I'm hoping to gain 1 million followers from this video. Daekwon joked. After realizing Bushido was alive, he no longer wanted to help them. But then he thought about the opportunity to gain followers. If he missed it now, who knew when the next chance would come? After weighing his options, he decided to continue helping. Zhang Kuiyua smiled. Hey, don't say that. Without our story, gaining 1 million followers would have been just a matter of time, nothing to do with us. Exactly. It just sped things up a little, Bu Yalian added, flattering him further. This was music to Daekwon's ears. He laughed and said, Don't worry. By tomorrow morning, this video will be trending across all major platforms. The mother and daughter were filled with anticipation. After they parted ways, Zhang Kuiyua and Bu Yalian went home, while Daekwon returned to his studio and worked overtime editing the video. By 5:30 a.m. he had finished editing, added captions, and came up with a sensational title. Shocking. This man did something worse than a beast to a pregnant woman. Outrageous. He clicked post. The video began spreading, gaining likes and shares, slowly fermenting online. Meanwhile, Yang Xiao was still fast asleep, completely unaware of what was happening. Chongqing Hotel. Top floor. Canned. Chairman's office. Yang Xiao held Lu Wei's slim waist and asked, How's the online streaming company going? It's more or less on track now, but what? But it doesn't seem to have gained much popularity. Lu Wei sighed. Initially, she thought it would soar to success. After all, this was a booming era for online streaming. It was easy to rise to the top, but just as easy to fail miserably, vanishing without a trace. Lu Wei hadn't expected such a setback. Yang Xiao asked, It's just a popularity issue? Yes. Without popularity there's no traffic. Without traffic, we can't make a profit. If that's the only issue, I might have a solution. Lu Wei quickly asked, What's the solution? We're lacking popularity mainly because we don't have attention. And the lack of attention is because we don't have a top-tier streamer to anchor the platform. What we need is a top-tier streamer. But signing the top streamers on other platforms is too expensive. Their contracts cost tens of millions, even up to 100 million. This is the era of self-media. With just a smartphone, anyone can stream and share interesting things around them. Anyone can be a streamer. Why should we poach someone else's top streamer? Not poaching others? Does he mean? Lu Wei asked. Are you saying we should create our own stars? Exactly. We can launch a star-making project. At the same time, spread the news about this project, letting everyone know we're doing this, Yang Xiao explained confidently. His words were organized and convincing. It was hard to believe that just a month or two ago, he was a delivery driver. The change was remarkable. Lu Wei, who had worked in a large company for years, immediately understood. All right, I'll have them draft a plan right away and start advertising as soon as possible, she said. Wait, Yang Xiao stopped her. Also hire a celebrity as a spokesperson. It doesn't have to be for long, just 1 year is enough. A star-making plan combined with celebrity endorsements would quickly spread the message and gain widespread attention. Whether the company could succeed would depend on the execution. He emphasized the 1-year endorsement because he believed that within a year, the company would be established. Lu Wei asked, A celebrity? Yes. But they must have a clean reputation, Yang Xiao stressed. This was crucial. He didn't want the spokesperson to cause trouble halfway through and drag them down. Lu Wei nodded. Got it. I happen to have a friend in the entertainment industry. That's perfect. Try to finalize it before the Lantern Festival. That would be ideal, Yang Xiao said. There are still about 20 days left. That shouldn't be a problem. Saying this, Lu Wei stood up to leave. Just then, Yang Xiao pulled her back suddenly. Caught off guard, Lu Wei fell into Yang Xiao's arms. At such close range, the scent of soap on Yang Xiao filled her nose. Even though they had already been intimate before, Lu Wei's heart still raced, and her face flushed. She didn't dare to look Yang Xiao in the eyes. Yang Xiao gazed at her intently. After a moment he suddenly said, Xiao Wei, you're just too tempting. Lu Wei was startled. What did he mean by that? Could it be? Before she could think further, Yang Xiao quickly kissed her. At the same time, a thought crossed his mind, and he chuckled. I didn't expect that I'd have a day to become a god. A god? Is he dreaming? Wait. Lu Wei tentatively asked. Are you saying we're a match made in heaven? No. Yang Xiao shook his head, Noticing Lu Wei's expression change, he quickly corrected himself, not a match made in heaven, but better than one. His survival instincts were strong. Lu Wei was satisfied with this answer. Then Yang Xiao added, I never understood what the King of Brags meant until today. Now I get it. The King of Brags? Who's that? Lu Wei asked curiously. What did he say? He said. Yang Xiao smiled meaningfully, clearly teasing her by not finishing his sentence. Lu Wei got anxious. What did he say? Tell me. Yang Xiao leaned close to her ear and whispered, he said, such a beautiful woman only a god could have her. Lu Wei froze for a moment. Then she realized what he meant and glared at him. Unbelievable. I was listening seriously. And you're telling me dirty jokes? She bit her lip, reached out, and pinched Yang Xiao hard on the waist. Hiss. Yang Xiao winced and said, you've got quite the strength. Of course. I've trained for this. No wonder. That pinch really hurt. It's numb. Serves you right. Lu Wei said smugly. Who told you to talk nonsense? Yang Xiao laughed. It's good to feel alive. Glad you know that. As soon as she finished, Lu Wei's smile froze. Goodness. This guy just can't change his ways. Before she could react, Yang Xiao kissed her again. Passion ignited, like a dry tree finding spring again. Half an hour later, Lu Wei adjusted her clothes, stepped into her heels, and left the office. Meanwhile, online, Juan Dequan's video was gaining traction. After waking up, he kept monitoring the short video platform's back-end data. By 3 p.m., the video had been shared over 10,000 times, received over 20,000 likes, and amassed over 50,000 comments. His follower count had increased by 50,000. And this was just within a few hours. He checked other platforms as well. The performance there was weaker, likely due to having fewer followers. If left to develop naturally, it might take another day or two for the video to explode in popularity. After much deliberation, he decided to spend some money to boost traffic. He spent a little over 1,000 yuan to buy traffic. Sure enough, 2 hours later, the back-end data showed significant growth. The video had over 50,000 shares, 50,000 likes, and 80,000 comments. His follower count had risen by 100,000. The video had also become a trending topic on the platform. Seizing the opportunity, he contacted several friends on the platform to help share the video. They immediately agreed upon hearing about the situation. The video quickly gained even more momentum online. Everyone who watched Bu Yaolian's self-recorded video was filled with rage. Is there any humanity left? Is there still justice in law? I strongly suggest executing him on the spot. This guy is unbelievable. Not only did he abandon his wife, but he also dared to sue the woman carrying his child. Is he even a man? And to answer the question above, he's not a man, he's a eunuch. Curse him to never afford more than 4 dishes in his life. The internet was flooded with insults, harsher than anyone could imagine. Luckily, Bu Yaolian hadn't revealed Yang Xiao's appearance in the video. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Da Feng Group. Top floor. Chairman's office. Ma Defeng leaned back in his executive chair, holding his mistress in his arms. His eyes were half closed, and his hands roamed freely. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a series of hurried knocks echoed through the room. Ma Defeng immediately stopped what he was doing. Damn it. Again? He quickly motioned for his mistress to step aside, and hastily straightened his clothes. He was terrified his daughter might barge in again unexpectedly. After getting everything in order, he finally allowed the person outside to come in. Fortunately, it wasn't his daughter, Ma Yufeng. The visitor was a young man, clearly sharp-witted Tu Ding. Approaching the desk, Tu Ding spoke softly. Boss Ma, Mei Rengsing is here. He almost blurted out father-in-law but stopped himself in time. Ma Defeng had made it clear that in the company, Tu Ding was not allowed to call him dad or father-in-law. He had to address him as Boss Mei. Let him in, Ma Defeng nodded. Tu Ding gestured toward the door. A middle-aged man entered hesitantly, his face full of unease. Standing before Ma Defeng, he lowered his head and stammered, Mr. Ma, hello. Ma Defeng glanced at Mei Rengsing, and was momentarily taken aback. Big head, thick neck, a telltale sign of either a boss or a cook. This description couldn't be more fitting for Mei Rengsing. He was the man Ma Yufeng had recommended, and whom Ma Defeng had strategically placed in Chongqing Hotel as the head chef for Chinese cuisine. In Ma Defeng's grand scheme, Mei Rengsing was a crucial pawn whose cooperation was essential for the plan to succeed. Lighting a cigar handed to him by his secretary, Ma Defeng took a puff before asking, How are things going over there? Everything is going smoothly, Mei Rengsing replied nervously. He had no idea why Ma Dafeng had summoned him, and instinctively felt it couldn't be good. Satisfied, Ma Dafeng nodded. Good. Your task is about to begin. When will that be? By the end of the month at the latest. What? What do you need me to do? Mei Rengsing asked cautiously. Ma Dafeng signaled to his mistress, who quickly understood. She put on disposable gloves and carefully retrieved a brown porcelain bottle from a nearby cabinet, placing it gently in front of Mei Rengsing. What was in the bottle? Mei Rengsing didn't dare touch it. Instead, he frowned and asked, What? What does this mean? When he first met Ma Dafeng, he was told he would be placed in Chongqing Hotel as a backup for potential disruptions. At the time, he assumed this meant causing trouble to sabotage the hotel if necessary. But now it seemed far more complicated. Ma Dafeng smiled lightly. Don't worry. It's not poison, just an aphrodisiac. An aphrodisiac? For whom? Could it be for the general manager of Chongqing Hotel? Damn it. That's way too bold. Swallowing nervously, Mei Rengsing asked tentatively, Mr. Ma, have you taken a liking to the general manager of Chongqing Hotel? During his interview, he had seen Lin Xuan. At first glance, her beauty had stirred wild fantasies in his mind. But he also knew that a woman like Lin Xuan was far beyond his reach. The most he could hope for was a professional superior-subordinate relationship. Anything more would be a pipe dream. However, he had heard rumors about Ma Dafeng's lustful tendencies, so the moment he saw the aphrodisiac, he naturally assumed Ma Dafeng intended to target her. Is the general manager of Chongqing Hotel beautiful? Ma Dafeng's eyes lit up with interest. Caught off guard, Mei Rengsing nodded and answered truthfully. Why yes, very beautiful. Wait, does he not even know what she looks like? Could it be someone else? Are her breasts big? Is her butt perky? Ma Dafeng asked. Be big, and her butt is very perky, Mei Rengsing replied, embarrassed but honest. The rumors weren't wrong, he wasn't just lustful, he was practically reincarnated as a demon of desire. Fortunately, Tu Ding brought the conversation back on track before it derailed further. After a lengthy discussion lasting nearly an hour, Mei Rengsing finally agreed to help. Initially, he was reluctant to take on the task. He wasn't ignorant of the law. Drugging someone was a criminal offense. If caught, he'd undoubtedly go to jail for several years. But the price Ma Dafeng offered was too tempting to refuse. Who could say no to money? Especially 50 million yuan. How many years would he have to work as a chef to earn that kind of money? He might never earn it in his lifetime. As Mei Rengsing was preparing to leave, the office door suddenly slammed open, hitting the wall with a loud bang. Without even turning around, Ma Dafeng knew who it was. In the entire company, only Ma Yufeng dared to enter his office like that. Walking in, Ma Yufeng shouted, Dad. Great news, huge news. She looked more excited than she had in a decade. Curious, Ma Dafeng asked, Oh, what's the good news? Ha ha ha, that Yang Xiao has been completely exposed online again. Look, here's the video. Ma Yufeng laughed as she handed her phone to Ma Dafeng. Taking the phone, Ma Dafeng carefully watched the video. The name mentioned in it was indeed Yang Xiao. But was it the same Yang Xiao they were targeting? There were no photos for confirmation. Why was he always being exposed online? What on earth had he done to make so many enemies? Dad, we can find this woman and work with her, Ma Yufeng suggested excitedly. The enemy of an enemy is a friend, after all. To her? The woman in the video, who had been close to Yang Xiao for years, must know a lot about him. As the saying goes, know your enemy and yourself, and you'll win every battle. If they could team up, their chances of success would greatly increase. Tu Ding suddenly interjected, Boss Ma, are you sure the Yang Xiao she mentioned is the same one we're targeting? 8 or 9 out of 10, Ma Dafeng replied. So, you're not sure? Annoyed, Ma Yufeng snapped, Shut up, Baldy. Are you trying to argue with me? Hitting someone's sore spot directly, she had no mercy. Grinding his teeth, Tu Ding chose to stay silent. The exchange left Mei Rengsing completely bewildered. Yang Xiao, wasn't he the owner of Chongqing Hotel? Were they targeting him? Just then, Ma Dafeng's voice broke through his thoughts. Enough arguing. If you want to know if it's the same person, just investigate. He then turned to Tu Ding. You're in charge of this. Meanwhile, Jing Hao also saw the video online. He instantly recognized Bu Yaolian as the culprit who had taken over the house he was supposed to inherit. In real life she was so aggressive, but in the video she was pretending to be pitiful. Pitiful people always have something detestable about them. The Yang Xiao she mentioned, could it be the same Yang Xiao, the boss of our hotel? He wasn't sure and decided to report it to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan was dumbfounded. How long had it been since the last incident, and now the boss was being attacked online again? She clicked on the link Zheng Hao sent and watched the entire video. Afterward, she fell silent. Could this be true? She immediately went to Yang Xiao's office but found that he wasn't there. With no other option, she forwarded the video link to Yang Xiao along with a voice message. At that moment, Yang Xiao was at the high-rise residential area of Yunqian City, in Zhao Xianglu's home. The three of them were lounging on the sofa in the living room. Xu Xiaoyan teased coyly, "What are you eating to stay so strong? You're getting more and more impressive." "That's right, the duration has even doubled," Zhao Xianglu added, rubbing her sore muscles. "Eating? What a joke! After all this time, do you still not understand my strength?" Yang Xiao, too lazy to explain, yanked the blanket off and laughed loudly. "I don't know about supplements, but I'd like to see if I can tire you out." "What? Again? Even farmers need rest after tilling the land." Exactly. Why don't we take a break and watch some movies from Japan's fine selection instead?" The two women quickly suggested, alarmed. Yang Xiao's endurance and strength had reached an overwhelming level, as if he had activated some cheat mode. He had achieved a level of control that left them in awe. Moreover, constant repairs to the pipeline could wear out even the best tools over time. Besides, they weren't professionals, just interns. But Yang Xiao wasn't having any of it. What's the point of watching? Practice is the only criterion for testing the truth. A perfectly good saying. But why did it sound so twisted? Soon after, despite their half-hearted resistance, round 2 began. Details omitted. When the two women went to take a bath, Yang Xiao put on a robe, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and lounged on the sofa, smoking a cigarette. His thoughts wandered far and wide. Just then, his phone chimed with a WeChat notification. Picking it up casually, he saw that Lin Xuan had sent him a video link. Damn! Could it be that she's interested in me too? No way. With a mix of curiosity and doubt, he clicked on the video. He froze. Why was it Bu Yalian? A bad feeling crept up. As he watched the video, his anger grew. This woman was utterly shameless. She had stolen his savings to give to her ex-boyfriend, and now she had the audacity to frame him as someone who abandoned his wife and child? Where did she get the nerve? And not a single word about her own cheating. Unbelievable. Glancing at the video statistics, Yang Xiao saw it had over 100,000 likes and shares. The comments had already exceeded 200,000. It was trending on Kuishu, ranking as the 10th hottest topic. Bu Yalian's move was a masterclass in deceit. At that moment, Lu Wei called, asking him to return to the hotel immediately to discuss how to handle the crisis. After telling the two women in the bath, Yang Xiao hurriedly left. This scandal wasn't just affecting him, it was also impacting the stock price and business of Chongqing Hotel. This time he was determined to make Bu Yalian and the blogger who posted the video pay a heavy price. Half an hour later, on the top floor of Chongqing Hotel, in the chairman's office, Lu Wei and Lin Xuan had been waiting for a while. What's the situation now? Yang Xiao asked. You're on the headlines of every major media outlet, and the public backlash is even worse than last time, Lu Wei replied. Use the same team as before. Have them start collecting evidence on those slandering me online. Also, find out where Bu Yaolian is staying so we can serve her a court summons. No need to investigate. She's staying in the house you bought, Lu Wei said. What? Yang Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. In my house? The villa? No way. The property management at Yunqian City's villa district was strict about letting strangers in without the owner's consent. There was no way she could have gotten in. At that moment, Lu Wei added, according to HR manager Zheng Hao, she and her family have been occupying Unit 1802 in Tianfu New City's building No. 1. Yang Xiao suddenly remembered he owned 2 buildings in Tianfu New City, one as a bonus, and the other left vacant. Bu Yalian's actions left him speechless. What does shamelessness look like? This. She occupied the house he bought, and then turned around to slander him online, blaming everything on him. Who gave her the audacity? But one thing puzzled him. How did she get in? He distinctly remembered the keys were initially at the sales center, and later transferred to property management. How did they end up with her? Lin Xuan, sensing his confusion, quickly explained, they got in because... She then relayed everything Zheng Hao had reported. Yang Xiao hadn't expected that the ex-boyfriend Bu Yalian was so desperate to protect turned out to be a scammer. Not only had he swindled 400,000 yuan from her, but he had also conned her out of several million more. As expected, birds of a feather flocked together. Apian Ren, the scammer's name, literally translates to loves to cheat. Bu Yalian? More like shameless. A perfect match. On his way back, Yang Xiao had considered asking Song Jianjun for help, but now he realized there was no need. He already had a plan. He immediately called Zhang Wei, explained both the online and offline situation, and stated his intention to sue Bu Yalian's family for robbery and unlawful entry. They'll rot in prison, Yang Xiao declared. Zhang Wei's eyes lit up. This was indeed a solid strategy. Coupled with charges of theft, Bu Yalian could face at least 10 years in prison. Even if she was pregnant, she wouldn't escape punishment. Though it might slightly reduce her sentence, it wouldn't save her entirely. After a moment of silence, Zhang Wei asked, by the way, "Is it true that she's pregnant?" "I don't know," Yang Xiao replied, shaking his head. "But based on what I know about her, it's probably true. Otherwise she wouldn't have exposed it online." "What? Does that mean the child could be yours?" Lu Wei exclaimed in surprise. "Of course. Women always focus on the strangest details." Yang Xiao felt exasperated but explained, "Don't worry. It's definitely not mine." He added, "If I'm right, the child must belong to that scammer, Apian Ren." Lu Wei let out a small sigh of relief. Thank goodness it wasn't true. However, to prove that Yang Xiao had no connection to the child in Bu Yalian's womb, and that he wasn't the biological father, a DNA test would be necessary. Only through this could suspicions be cleared. But since Bu Yalian was deliberately slandering Yang Xiao while knowing the child wasn't his, she certainly wouldn't cooperate. And that was the main problem. If this issue could be resolved, the other rumors would collapse on their own. But how to resolve it? For a moment, the group exchanged glances, unable to come up with a solution. After a while, Yang Xiao suddenly said, "I've got an idea." "What is it?" "What is it?" Lu Wei and Lin Xuan asked in unison. Zhang Wei also turned his head to listen. Yang Xiao extinguished his cigarette and spoke slowly, "We can use her own methods against her." The three of them wore identical puzzled expressions, unsure of what he meant. Yang Xiao chuckled and explained, "Here's my plan. She must be short on money right now, so I'll find someone to pose as a wealthy second-generation heir and lure her in." "How does that prove the child isn't yours?" Lin Xuan and Zhang Wei exchanged confused looks, unable to figure out what Yang Xiao was trying to achieve. Frowning, Lu Wei asked, "Why specifically a second-generation heir? Why not just pretend to be a rich person?" "A second-generation heir is easier to pull off," Yang Xiao replied. "After all, isn't Bu Yalian someone who despises the poor and loves the rich? Let's give her another dream to chase." Moreover, finding someone to act as a second-generation heir wasn't difficult. As long as they appeared wealthy and extravagant, it would suffice. Money wasn't an issue for Yang Xiao. Lu Wei nodded, somewhat understanding. Yang Xiao continued, "Once she takes the bait, the next step will be to have this heir ask her to pretend to be his pregnant girlfriend." "What? Pretend to be a girlfriend? And a pregnant one at that? What kind of plan was this?" Though they had many questions, no one interrupted and listened closely to Yang Xiao's explanation. They were curious to see how he would arrange things. Yang Xiao elaborated, "At the right moment, the heir will suggest that, to appease his family, they need to go to a hospital for a full medical checkup." He paused deliberately before continuing, "And that checkup will include a DNA test. A clever strategy hiding one's true intention under a pretense. Flawless and unnoticed." "You plan to use this opportunity to conduct a DNA comparison test?" Lu Wei asked, finally understanding. It wasn't a bad idea. But was it ethical? Then again, if the other party was willing to stoop low, why couldn't they? Yang Xiao nodded, exactly. This was the only solution he could think of. It was highly feasible. At this point, whether it was ethical or not no longer mattered. She was the one who had declared war. Lu Wei was skeptical. But will this actually work? It should be fine. It's just a report, Yang Xiao said confidently. He figured they would need Jiang Yikun's help to pull it off. The only question left was who should act as the second-generation heir? With no hesitation, Yang Xiao had Lin Xuan gather all the good-looking employees at the hotel in the meeting room. No one knew why they were called, and many speculated that they might be getting laid off. Lin Xuan only said that they needed someone to participate in a performance. What kind of performance? She didn't elaborate. First, they excluded Zheng Hao, as he was already familiar to Bu Yalian. Next, they ruled out some older candidates. After careful consideration, Yang Xiao selected the lobby manager, Tao Quan, to play the role of the second-generation heir. Once the others were dismissed, only Yang Xiao, Lu Wei, Lin Xuan, and Tao Quan remained in the meeting room. After explaining the situation to Tao Quan, Yang Xiao sought his consent. If he agreed, the role was his. If he refused, they would find someone else. After a brief moment of thought, Tao Quan agreed. Yang Xiao handed him a BMW X7 from the garage and contacted the property management at Tianfu New City, asking them to retrieve the keys for Unit 1801. In Yang Xiao's plan, this heir would be portrayed as someone forced to leave home due to family pressure and temporarily hiding out here to avoid being pushed into marriage. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Ma Yufeng was busy organizing a search for Guan Dequan and Bu Yalian. For her, this was a rare opportunity to tarnish Yang Xiao's reputation further. While she hadn't located Bu Yalian yet, she managed to track down Guan Dequan through his video's IP address. When Guan Dequan learned of her identity and intentions, he immediately agreed to cooperate. He brought her to Tianfu New City to find Bu Yalian. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the knock, Bu Yalian turned to Zhang Kuiyua and said, "Mom, someone's at the door. Can you get it?" That damned brat. Could it be that scoundrel again? The thought of Zhang Hao and Zheng Hao made Zhang Kuiyua furious. She stormed to the door, ready to lash out, only to see Guan Dequan and an elegant woman. Her demeanor changed instantly as she greeted them with a smile. "Oh Dequan, is this your girlfriend? Haha, come in, come in." Her face was full of smiles, but inwardly, she was critiquing the woman. Dressed well enough, but a bit old, wasn't she? Embarrassed, Guan Dequan corrected her, "Auntie, this is Miss Ma Yufeng, the heiress of Dia Feng Group, not my girlfriend." "Oh, my mistake," Auntie misunderstood. "Please come in," Zhang Kuiyua said warmly. After entering, Ma Yufeng noticed Bu Yalian lounging on the sofa, laughing as she scrolled through her phone, oblivious to the visitors. Zhang Kuiyua quickly rushed over, whispered a few words to her daughter, and watched as Bu Yalian's eyes widened in shock. The heiress of Da Feng Group? Bu Yalian had heard of Da Feng Group's fame. It was a billion-dollar enterprise. Why was she here? Ma Yufeng walked directly to Bu Yalian and got straight to the point. "I hear you're targeting Yang Xiao?" Bu Yalian frowned slightly at the remark. Was she here to question her? Or was it something else? "Good, because I want to target him too," Ma Yufeng said with a calm expression, taking a seat. "You want to target him too?" Bu Yalian asked, her brows furrowed. "The Yang Xiao you're talking about, is it the same Yang Xiao I'm talking about? This man, right?" Ma Yufeng pulled out a printed screenshot from the video and placed it on the coffee table. Bu Yalian picked it up and glanced at it. The image was blurry, but she recognized the person instantly. It was her ex-boyfriend, Yang Xiao. Zhang Kuiyua chimed in, "Yalian, it's really that broke loser Yang Xiao." Hearing this, Ma Yufeng paused. "You're calling a five-star hotel owner a broke loser?" Bu Yalian looked up. "What do you want?" She knew Ma Yufeng was here for a reason, but what exactly? She couldn't guess. "If you can ruin his reputation and destroy his hotel, I'll give you 10 million. Ma Yufeng said, holding up one finger. Before the words had fully left her mouth, she corrected herself. "No, 20 million. "What? 20 million? Bu Yalian felt her head buzzing. Was she hearing things? Wait. Did she just say to destroy whose hotel? Yang Xiao's? No, impossible. This couldn't be true. I must be under some sort of post-pregnancy brain fog." At that moment, Zhang Kuiyua's voice interrupted her thoughts. "Miss Ma, did I hear you say that Yang Xiao owns a hotel?" At first, Zhang Kuiyua thought she must have misheard. But when she saw the stunned look on her daughter's face, she realized they had both heard the same thing. "You didn't know." Now it was Ma Yufeng's turn to be surprised. She had assumed Bu Yalian was stirring up trouble because she hadn't received a breakup fee. So they didn't know after all. Interesting. This could be fun. Bu Yalian swallowed hard, suppressing the turmoil in her heart, and asked, What kind of hotel?" "Chongqing Hotel," Ma Yufeng replied with a faint smile. "What? Chongqing Hotel?" In an instant, it felt like lightning had struck Bu Yalian. She stood frozen in place. Wasn't he just a broke loser? How could he own a hotel? Could it be that he was testing me all along? Oh my God! What have I missed out on? She suddenly remembered the time she and her mother had bumped into him at the mall. He was with a beautiful woman, shopping at luxury brand stores. She and Zhang Kua had even secretly followed them. If it hadn't been for AP and Ren's call asking them to view a property, they might have discovered the truth back then. Regret filled her heart. And then there was Zhang Qian, who had once asked her if Yang Xiao was a billionaire. She had mercilessly mocked the idea. Looking back now, how ridiculous her behavior had been. Zhang Kuyua, however, was skeptical. Miss, you must be mistaken. Yang Xiao is just a courier, a broke loser. Ma Yufeng glanced at Zhang Kuyua, but couldn't be bothered to respond. Instead, she turned her attention back to Bu Yalian and said, here's my business card. Think it over. If you agree, give me a call. As Ma Yufeng stood up to leave, Bu Yalian hurriedly said, all right, I agree. Right now she desperately needed a large sum of money. After Ma Yufeng sat back down, Bu Yalian added, but I have one condition. What is it? Ma Yufeng asked. I want an advance on the money. And I need a place to stay. Bu Yalian replied. She planned to use the advance to repay her relatives so she wouldn't end up completely alienated. Moreover, now that the current house was proven to belong to someone else, staying here any longer would likely lead to another lawsuit. It would be safer to move out. Ma Yufeng was slightly taken aback. She had anticipated a request for money, but asking for a place to stay? That was unexpected. This house? She asked. It's not mine, Bu Yalian admitted. So that's how it was. How much do you need? Ma Yufeng inquired. 5 million? Bu Yalian said after some thought, unsure if Ma Yufeng would agree. She could only take a chance. To her surprise, Ma Yufeng didn't hesitate. No problem. But how do you plan to destroy him? Money was just numbers to her. What mattered was how to take down Yang Xiao. That was her main concern. We'll stick to the original plan for now, Bu Yalian replied. Since the first move had already been made, she intended to go all in. Until she received feedback that her plan had failed, she wouldn't stop. That was a principle her mother had taught her. After some thought, Ma Yufeng nodded. All right, give me an account number. The money will be transferred by 6 p.m. tomorrow. Once she had the account details, Ma Yufeng got up and headed for the door. Yuan Dequan quickly followed her, sensing a golden opportunity to make money. Zhang Kua wanted to call him back to ask questions, but Yuan Dequan didn't even glance her way, leaving her fuming with nowhere to vent. After a while, she turned to her daughter, still feeling upset, and asked, Yalian, do you really believe what she said? Even now, she couldn't believe Yang Xiao was rich. The contrast was just too stark. Bu Yalian didn't explain and simply said, I don't think someone like her would bother lying to me. Besides, what would she gain by doing so? At this point, she felt she had nothing left to lose. Might as well take a gamble, turn the bicycle into a motorcycle. Seeing her daughter so determined, Zhang Kuyua couldn't say anything more and turned to prepare dinner. Meanwhile, elsewhere, under Yang Xiao's instructions, Tao Quan had undergone a complete transformation. From head to toe, he exuded the scent of wealth. To put it nicely, he looked like a second-generation heir. To put it bluntly, he looked like a nouveau riche. Playing the role for the first time, Tao Quan had no experience. He spent all of last night binge-watching idol dramas online, trying to learn. But it almost broke him. Even now, he still wasn't sure how to act like a second-generation heir. With dark circles under his eyes, he stood outside Unit 1802 of Tianfu New City's Building No. 1. After practicing his lines a few times, he finally knocked on the door. Inside, Zhang Kuyua immediately came to answer. When she saw the young man outside, dressed flamboyantly, especially with the conspicuous LV logo on his belt, he gave off the vibe of a flashy playboy. And those dark circles clearly a sign of overindulgence. Zhang Kuyua didn't like him. Who are you? Your neighbor. I live next door, Tao Quan replied smugly. Watching too many dramas, are we? Calling yourself this young master? I might as well call myself the Empress Dowager. What are you knocking on my door for? Zhang Kuyua asked coldly. This young master just moved in today and wanted to invite the neighbors for a meal. But who knew it would be just your family living here? Tao Quan said with disappointment in his tone. Hearing the mention of a free meal, Zhang Kuyua's attitude changed instantly. Oh, so you're the neighbor? Nice to meet you, nice to meet you. Her principle was simple: if it's free, why not take it? In the living room, Bu Yalian overheard the conversation and asked, Mom, who's here? Oh, it's our handsome neighbor from next door, Zhang Kuyua emphasized. Neighbor? Bu Yalian frowned. She remembered that aside from her family, no one else lived in this building. How had someone suddenly moved in? Curious, she walked to the door. Seeing her approach, Tao Quan knew this was the target he needed to win over. He couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. Bu Yalian stared at Tao Quan, as if trying to see through him. After spending so much time online watching videos and encountering plenty of celebrities, she was sure she didn't know this person. Smiling faintly, she asked, "Sir, may I know your name?" "Call me young Master Tao, or just Tao Xiao," Tao Quan said confidently. Hearing this, the corner of Bu Yalian's mouth twitched. "Call you Tao Xiao? Hey, why not go all the way and call you young master? Or better yet, Dad?" Just then, Tao Quan's phone rang. He pulled it out, glanced at the caller ID, and his brows furrowed. Instead of answering, he hung up immediately. Bu Yalian caught a glimpse of the caller ID marriage pressure Demon King. She didn't need to guess, it was obviously a nickname for his mom or dad. But for some reason, Bu Yalian found Tao Quan's timing of appearance a bit suspicious. Ma Yufeng had just left, and now here came a brand name-clad second-generation heir. Could he have been sent as a spy by someone? Or was she just overthinking it? Frowning, Bu Yalian asked, "So you're inviting the neighbors for dinner just because you moved in?" As the saying goes, a distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor, Tao Quan replied with a nod. Bu Yalian scrutinized him. "Is that really all there is to it? Come on. Do you have some ulterior motive?" Zhang Qiuyue chimed in, catching on thanks to her daughter's reminder. No one is nice for no reason. If someone shows unusual kindness, they must have ulterior motives. Still, the intelligence of this mother-daughter duo seemed to fluctuate. When one had a bright idea, the other's IQ seemed to take a nosedive. And vice versa. It was hard to figure them out. Tao Quan, feeling cornered by their questions, started sweating nervously. 3 seconds passed. Seeing his silence, Zhang Qiuyue sneered as if she had seen through everything. "So that's why you're being so nice and inviting us for dinner? Turns out you're just a weasel with bad intentions." Tao Quan nearly burst out laughing. He had seen people curse before, but this was the first time someone went so far as to insult their own family in the process. Could she be actually crazy? Just as Zhang Qiuyue was about to unleash more verbal firepower, Bu Yalian stopped her. "All right, Mom, can you tone it down a little?" "Yalian, trust me. For people like him with bad intentions, you have to scold them harshly," Zhang Qiuyue said confidently, acting like an expert. At that moment, Tao Quan had a stroke of inspiration and came up with a response. "Fine, I'll be honest," he said quickly. "I plan to have friends over for house parties often. It might get noisy, so I figured I'd invite you for dinner as an apology in advance." "Really?" Bu Yalian asked after a long pause. There's a limit to suspicions. If Tao Quan continued like this, they might actually see through him. So he sneered and said, "Do you think someone like me would bother lying to ordinary folks like you? I must be crazy to explain myself here. Take the invite or leave it." Just then, the elevator doors opened, and a young woman stepped out. She spotted them, and immediately beamed with joy. Walking briskly over, she linked her arm with Tao Quan's and shot a challenging glance at Bu Yalian, as if declaring her territory. Then she turned to Tao Quan and said, "Tao Xiao, what are you doing here? I thought you went downstairs to buy some supplies. I've been looking for you forever." "Supplies? What the hell kind of excuse is that?" Tao Quan was speechless but forced himself to play along. I was inviting the neighbors for dinner, but it seems they don't appreciate it," he replied awkwardly. This woman was Wang Shu, an assistant manager hired just a month ago. Tao Quan was puzzled. Why was she here? Could Yang Xiao have sent her too? In fact, no. Lu Wei, worried that Tao Quan might struggle alone, had sent Wang Shu to help. But Wang Shu hadn't expected to walk into such a scene when she stepped out of the elevator. Covering her mouth to stifle a laugh, Wang Shu teased, "If they're not interested, just let it go. Or are you worried about making too much noise tonight and disturbing them?" "Exactly." Tao Quan played along. "So, can I still come over tonight?" Wang Shu asked, feigning innocence. "Of course. Not just you, invite a few others too." Tao Quan responded, fully embracing his role. Their suggestive conversation made Bu Yalian and Zhang Qiuyue blush furiously. What kind of person is this? A fan of group gatherings? Unbelievable. Pretending to be delighted, Wang Shu exclaimed, "Really?" To maintain his cover, Tao Quan gently lifted Wang Shu's chin with one hand and raised his eyebrows. "You know me. This is what I enjoy," he added. "Tonight at Chongqing Hotel, my treat. No one leaves sober." "Great. I'll go call the others now, Wang Shu said with a smile, planting a quick kiss on his cheek before happily heading back to Unit 1801. Seeing this, even Zhang Kuiyua's suspicions vanished. Bu Yalian, now slightly embarrassed, said, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you. Forget it. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't hold it against you, Tao Quan said as he turned to leave. But inwardly, he was gambling. Gambling that either Zhang Kuiyua or Bu Yalian would stop him. If neither did, the mission would fail. Seeing her chance for a free meal slipping away, Zhang Kuiyua couldn't let him leave. She quickly stepped forward, grabbed his sleeve, and asked with a smile, Tao Xiao, are you still inviting us to dinner? She had heard clearly Tao Quan was inviting people to dine at Chongqing Hotel. That hotel was famous in Chongqing. A mahjong friend had once mentioned how amazing the food was there, though also outrageously expensive. A meal could easily cost thousands, even tens of thousands. Zhang Kuiyua had always wanted to try it but never had the chance. She thought she'd hit the jackpot with Ayipian Ren, only to find herself sinking into debt instead. What a reversal of fortune! Reluctantly, Tao Quan sighed but still acted impatient. We're neighbors, so why make this so complicated? Sorry, it's all our fault, Zhang Kuiyua apologized, ignoring Bu Yalian's attempts to intervene. Determined to secure the meal, Zhang Kuiyua set aside all pride. Bu Yalian, meanwhile, wished she could crawl into a hole. This was beyond humiliating. Thankfully they would be moving soon. Otherwise she'd never be able to face anyone again. Fine, Tao Quan said with a wave of his hand. Tonight at 7 p.m., Chongqing Hotel, private room 1218. Take a taxi there yourself. With that he turned and walked away. How can we accept? Thank you so much, Tao Xiao Zhao, Zhang Kuiyua called after him, her face practically splitting from her wide grin. Back in Unit 1801, with the door closed, Tao Quan collapsed against the wall, utterly relieved. Young Master Tao, if it weren't for me today you'd have been in big trouble. Wang Shu teased from the sofa, smirking. Tao Quan wiped the sweat from his forehead. Thank you. If not for you, I'd have failed miserably. So what's next? Follow Yang Xiao's plan, Tao Quan replied. In the evening, Zhang Kuiyua practically dragged Bu Yalian to the Chongqing Hotel for the banquet. When they entered the private room, about 5 or 6 people were already seated. However, they were all beautiful women. Among them was Wang Shu, whom they had met earlier that afternoon. The women were all dressed fashionably and looked stunning. As for whether their outfits were luxury brands, the mother and daughter couldn't tell. Even if they weren't, they certainly didn't look cheap. Seeing this scene, Zhang Kuiyua couldn't help but recall Tao Quan's dark circles when she saw him earlier that day. She became even more convinced that he was a scumbag who indulged in debauchery. But it didn't matter. They were here to mooch a free meal, why bother overthinking it? When Tao Quan saw them arrive, he let out a small sigh of relief. He had genuinely been worried they wouldn't show up. With a smile he introduced them to his friends. Zhang Kuiyua shamelessly greeted everyone one by one. But it felt like she was hitting a cold wall. The others clearly had no interest in acknowledging her, as though they and Zhang Kuiyua's family came from completely different worlds. Zhang Kuiyua, sensing the awkwardness, wisely didn't push further. Bu Yalian, on the other hand, stayed silent the entire time, keeping her head down, seemingly preoccupied. Perhaps she was reading a novel on her phone. At 7:30 p.m., the dishes were served right on time. While the others engaged in casual conversation, Zhang Kuiyua went all out, devouring the food as though she hadn't eaten in years. She dug in with such enthusiasm that grease dripped from her mouth, resembling someone fleeing famine. Meanwhile, she kept sharing her thoughts on the food with Bu Yalian. But Bu Yalian simply kept her head down and barely touched her utensils, embarrassed by her mother's gluttonous behavior. Even the luxurious delicacies on the table couldn't pique her appetite. She seemed too ashamed to make eye contact with anyone, and found the food tasteless. As for Tao Quan and the others, they barely touched their chopsticks, spending most of the time discussing their next trip, plans to buy a yacht, and other extravagant topics. Then, Wang Shu suddenly asked, Tao Xiao, why did you move again? This caught the interest of the others. Yeah. Isn't this your 10th time moving this year? What's the reason this time? Don't tell me it's because your family's pressuring you to get married again. Getting married isn't so bad. Pick one of us. No dowry needed. Pick me. I won't just forgo a dowry, I'll even chip in. The group chattered on endlessly. Tao Quan put on a troubled expression, sneaking a glance at Bu Yalian before sighing dramatically. I made a mess for myself this time, he said. What do you mean? Wang Shu asked. Tao Quan sighed again. To get out of my family's constant marriage pressure, I lied to my parents and told them I already have a girlfriend. And that she's 2 months pregnant. Wait, what? You actually said that? Wang Zhu asked with exaggerated disbelief. Tao Quan shrugged helplessly. What else could I do? Now tell me, where am I supposed to find a girl who's 2 months pregnant and looks decent? You could have just said you had a girlfriend. Why add that she's pregnant? Wang Zhu scolded playfully. Tao Quan slammed the table in mock frustration. It slipped out in the heat of the moment. Their conversation was so convincing that anyone unaware of the truth might have thought they were serious. Even Yang Xiao, who was watching the scene unfold through the surveillance camera, felt a twinge of admiration. The camera had been installed specifically for this banquet, and would be removed afterward. I feel like Wang Shu's acting is a bit over the top, Lu Wei commented. Yang Xiao chuckled. Over the top? At least it's better than some big-budget performances. Do you think they'll fall for it? Lu Wei asked, a hint of worry in her tone. They will. Eventually, Yang Xiao replied confidently. Then he remembered something. What about Jing Hao? How's the situation with the house? He had some family matters to deal with and went home. He might be back in a few days. We need to move fast. If they find a loophole and run off early, we'll lose everything. I'll have Lin Xuan arrange for someone else to handle it, Lu Wei assured him. As they chatted, they continued watching the surveillance feed. Back in the private room, Tao Quan and Wang Shu were still putting on their show. Wang Zhu suggested, how about this, just park your car outside the maternity hospital. You'll definitely find someone who fits your requirements. Great idea, Sister Shu. Sister Shu, you're a genius. How do you even come up with this stuff? Respect. Absolute respect. All you have to do is offer her 100,000 or so to play along. What's the big deal? Tao Xiao doesn't lack money anyway. Where can you find pregnant women? At maternity hospitals, of course. Whether 2 months along or full term, you'd find plenty there. Hearing this, Zhang Qiua's eyes lit up. Pretending to be pregnant and earning hundreds of thousands? That sounded too easy. She suddenly thought of her daughter. Isn't Yalian just over 2 months pregnant? She fits perfectly. And her looks. Not bad either. Yes, this could work. With this thought, she excused herself to the restroom and dragged her daughter out of the private room. In the hallway, Zhang Qiua pulled Bu Yalian to a quiet corner and proposed the idea of pretending to be Tao Quan's girlfriend. At first, Bu Yalian refused. But after Zhang Qiua explained the potential benefits, Bu Yalian thought it over for a moment and eventually agreed. However, they decided not to bring it up in front of everyone else, fearing the embarrassment of rejection. They would wait for the right moment. When the banquet ended, Zhang Qiua insisted on riding in Tao Quan's car back to their neighborhood. Tao Quan understood her intentions, but only pretended to hesitate before agreeing, thanks to Wang Zhu's timely support. As the car drove along, Zhang Qiua said, Tao Xiao, I heard you're looking for a girlfriend who's 2 months pregnant? No, you've got it wrong. It's just a fake girlfriend, Tao Quan clarified, exasperated. I see. What about our Yalian? How do you think she'd do? Zhang Qiua suggested with a sly smile. She's not bad, but she doesn't fit the criteria, Tao Quan replied, playing along. What doesn't fit? She can adjust, Zhang Qiua pressed. Well, she's not actually 2 months pregnant, so how can she help? Tao Quan asked knowingly. Zhang Qiua chuckled. Oh, but she is 2 months pregnant, exactly. Really? Absolutely. No lies here. The two began discussing terms. Meanwhile, Bu Yalian sat with her eyes closed, pretending to sleep, but her ears stayed alert, catching every word. After a lengthy discussion, Tao Quan finally agreed to let Bu Yalian play the role of his girlfriend. But he had 2 conditions. First, she had to cooperate and complete a pregnancy checkup. Zhang Qiua immediately agreed without hesitation. Second, the promised 800,000 yuan would only be given after the pregnancy checkup was done and after meeting his parents. The reasoning was simple: he didn't want to risk giving them money up front, only for them to deny everything later. Zhang Qiua found this reasonable and agreed. They arranged to complete the checkup and meet the family after the Spring Festival. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve. Yang Xiao was preparing to return home for the holiday. Yesterday he had celebrated early at Zhao Jianglu's place. Today, naturally, he planned to spend time with his primary partner, Lu Wei, and enjoy some intimacy. This time, however, not in the large mansion but in a separate villa he had bought specifically for her, worth tens of millions. 11 p.m. The two were working in a steady rhythm. Suddenly, Lu Wei felt a vibration beneath her head. She didn't interrupt Yang Xiao but instead reached out to check. It was Yang Xiao's phone. Someone was calling. "You've got a call," Lu Wei said, handing the phone to him. Yang Xiao paused his homework and complained, "Who the hell is calling this late? Don't they know it's submission time right now?" "It's Tai," Lu Wei replied. Yang Xiao glanced at the screen. It was indeed his cousin, Yang Tai, calling. "Why so late? Could it be something urgent?" After a moment's hesitation, Yang Xiao picked up. Tai, it's so late, what's up? Is something wrong?" "Brother, it's bad. Your family's canning factory got trashed and your dad was beaten up." Yang Tai's panicked voice came through the line. "What? Not only was the canning factory destroyed but his dad was also injured." Yang Xiao was furious. His father had always been honest and upright, never offending anyone in the mining town. Why would someone attack him? Yang Xiao's anger flared up immediately. Based on what he knew about his dad, there was no way he'd provoke anyone on purpose. He quickly asked, "Who did it? How bad is my dad's injury?" "It was done by your classmate Chen Changpeng's father, Chen Zhigang. Luckily the injuries aren't too serious. The doctor said a few days of rest should be enough," Yang Tai explained. "Chen Zhigang? Why would he destroy the factory and attack my dad?" Yang Xiao couldn't understand. What was this guy thinking? Yang Tai hesitated. "I'm not sure, but I heard it might have something to do with his son." "Because of Chen Changpeng?" Yang Xiao suddenly recalled that Chen's son had been arrested by the police. But what did that have to do with his dad? Yang Xiao was livid. If his son got into trouble because of poor upbringing, how was that his dad's fault? "How bad is the factory?" Yang Xiao asked. "It's basically destroyed." "Nothing salvageable?" "No. He set the warehouse on fire while the security guard was in the restroom and smashed the machines," Yang Tai replied. The entire factory was ruined. Even though the investment was only a few million, Yang Xiao was still furious. While he wasn't short on money enough to last several lifetimes, he couldn't tolerate such reckless destruction. After hanging up the call, Yang Xiao didn't even have time to explain before Lu Wei said, "You don't need to explain. I heard everything. If you're going back, take the hotel's head of security with you. I heard he's trained in martial arts." Because of the proximity, Lu Wei had overheard the entire conversation. Anyone would be furious if their parents were harmed. Suggesting Yang Xiao bring a security guard was for safety, just in case things escalated. "All right. But I might not be able to see you until after the holidays," Yang Xiao said as he got dressed. He hadn't anticipated such a situation to arise suddenly. "It's okay. Just make sure to stay calm and don't act rashly." Lu Wei called the hotel to have the head of security, Tai Feng, wait outside her neighborhood. Before leaving, Lu Wei repeatedly reminded Yang Xiao to stay calm. Yang Xiao nodded and agreed. When he reached the neighborhood gate, Tai Feng was already waiting. His speed was impressive. Yang Xiao handed him the keys and let him drive. By 4 a.m., they arrived in Hongyi County. For the final stretch to the mining town, Yang Xiao took over the driving. The road was mountainous, full of twists and turns. Yang Xiao floored the gas pedal and drove straight to the town's clinic. Tai Feng stayed in the car while Yang Xiao rushed into the hospital. With a nurse's guidance, he found his father's room. When he opened the door, Yang Tai was sitting on a companion bed, playing on his phone. Seeing Yang Xiao, he quickly stood up. "Brother, how did you get here so fast?" From the city to Hongyi County usually took 5 to 6 hours, and another 2 to reach the town. How was he already here by 5 a.m.? Was he flying? Yang Xiao didn't reply but glanced at his father lying on the bed, noticing that he was asleep. He gestured for Yang Tai to step outside. "Outside the room?" Yang Xiao asked. "How's he doing?" "They've checked everything. It's nothing serious, just some bruises and soft tissue injuries." "That's good. Still, thanks for staying with him this late." "Come on, we're family. No need for thanks." Yang Xiao patted Yang Tai's shoulder. Then he asked, "Where's Chen Zhigang?" "At home," Yang Tai replied. "What? He destroyed my factory and assaulted someone, and he's just sitting at home? What kind of logic is this?" Yang Xiao frowned. "Didn't anyone call the police to arrest him?" "Your dad didn't want to report it," Yang Tai sighed. "Why not?" Yang Xiao couldn't understand. Yang Tai shrugged. He didn't know either. Yang Xiao guessed it might be because his dad felt it was a small town, and they'd eventually run into each other. Plus, Chen Zhigang's father had once helped Yang Xiao's grandfather. Perhaps out of gratitude, his dad didn't want to escalate things. But Yang Xiao knew his family had helped the Chen family plenty over the years. They'd more than repaid any debt of gratitude. If he didn't pursue this seriously now, it would only encourage future incidents. His father might not want to call the police, but Yang Xiao had no such hesitation. At daybreak, Yang Xiao called the police directly and reported the incident. Meanwhile, at Chen Zhigang's house, he was calmly having breakfast. His wife, Tan Yulan, had been feeling uneasy since waking up. Her eyelids wouldn't stop twitching, as if forewarning a major event. She put down her chopsticks and said, "Old Chen, why don't you go apologize? I'd feel more at ease." "Apologize? For what?" Chen Zhigang retorted arrogantly. "You not only destroyed their factory but also hurt someone. If you don't apologize, how will we face the village in the future?" Tan Yulan pleaded. She didn't even understand why he had done such a thing, let alone in the middle of the night. Chen Zhigang snorted coldly. "It's their fault. Their son caused Changpeng to end up in prison. Why hasn't Yang Xingjun apologized to us? Changpeng is in prison because of Yang Xiao?" Tan Yulan's face turned pale. She asked hesitantly, "Are you sure about that?" She only knew her son had been sentenced to prison but had never learned the exact reason. Chen Zhigang nodded heavily, then angrily said, "I heard it from her Gudan, it's all because of Yang Xiao." At the mention of this, Chen Zhigang became furious. It was just yesterday afternoon when he was at a banquet, and by chance, overheard a drunk Gudan spilling the news. Gudan's relative was a police officer in the main city, so it wasn't unusual for him to have some insider information. Chen Zhigang had already been drinking, and was slightly intoxicated. But the moment he heard this, his anger surged uncontrollably, and he grabbed a bottle of liquor and stormed toward the canning factory. After setting fire to the warehouse and smashing the factory's machines, he ran into Yang Zhengjun, who had just finished work. The two argued briefly. Fueled by alcohol, Chen Zhigang charged at Yang Zhengjun and started beating him. If it weren't for old Zhang, the security guard returning from the restroom and witnessing the scene, things could have ended in tragedy. What if they call the police and arrest you? Tan Yulan was still uneasy. Call the police? Arrest me? Chen Zhigang sneered. Would he even dare call the police? Besides, I was just drunk and lost control. What could they do to me? In his mind, it was all an accident caused by drinking. At most, the police would give him a verbal warning. There was no way they'd arrest him, let alone sentence him. Just then, there was an urgent knock at the door. A voice followed from outside. "Is Chen Zhigang home?" "We're from the coal mining town police station." Tan Yulan froze in panic, her fears becoming reality. What should we do? What should we do? The very thing she dreaded had happened. However, Chen Zhigang remained calm and leisurely got up to open the courtyard gate. A middle-aged police officer showed his badge. "Hello, we're from the coal mining town police station. Here are our credentials. You're suspected of involvement in an arson case. Please come with us to assist in the investigation." Hearing this, a flash of anger crossed Chen Zhigang's eyes. Damn it! That bastard Yang Zhengjun actually had the nerve to call the police? But he brushed it off. There was nothing they could do to him anyway. He thought of it as an after-meal stroll. But Tan Yulan wasn't as calm. She quickly pleaded, "Officer, he was drunk last night, it wasn't intentional. Drunk driving or arson, it's still a crime." The middle-aged officer shook his head. "Being drunk doesn't justify breaking the law." "It's fine, I'll be back by tonight," Chen Zhigang said before casually following the officers to the car. The officer couldn't help but chuckle. "Back by tonight? That'll only happen in your dreams." Watching her husband being taken away, Tan Yulan became frantic, like an ant on a hot pan. Her son was already in prison. If her husband went to jail too, their family would be completely ruined. No, she couldn't just sit idly by. She had to do something. She grabbed her savings book and rode her electric scooter to Yang Zhengjun's house. Meanwhile, at the Yang family's home, Yang Zhengjun had been discharged from the hospital and returned home. The courtyard was bustling with visitors who had come to check on him. Reclining on a lounge chair, Yang Zhengjun asked Yang Xiao, "Did you really call the police?" "Dad, if I didn't, should we just let him get away with it?" "But Chen Zhigang's father helped your grandfather in the past." Yang Xiao explained the situation. "Dad, if we don't deal with this legally, burning the factory is just the beginning. Who knows what more he might do next?" The more lenient they were, the more emboldened he would become. Once he completely lost control, the consequences would be unimaginable. Seeing his father fall silent, Yang Xiao continued, "Think about it, what if someone had been in the warehouse when it was set on fire? What then? Losing the warehouse and the factory was a minor issue. If lives had been lost, it would have been disastrous. Lu Hongmei nodded in agreement. Our son's right. Why couldn't they just talk things through? Why resort to such extremes? And this isn't the first time he's always had a volatile temper. If it weren't for old Zhang being there, who knows what would have happened? Indeed, without old Zhang, Yang Zhengjun might have been gravely injured or worse. Hu Lei chimed in, nodding. Yang, your wife and son are right. You can't let this slide. Exactly. If you don't put him in his place, he'll just escalate, added Shu Qing. The other visitors also voiced their agreement. Yang Zhengjun thought for a moment and realized they had a point. Just then, a voice came from the doorway. Brother Jun. Please forgive Chen Jigang, this once he didn't mean it. Everyone turned to see none other than Tan Yulan. She entered and immediately knelt on the ground. Yang Zhengjun hurried over to help her up. He sighed. Yulan, it's not that I won't forgive him, but what he did is just too much. Brother Jun, if he ends up in jail, our family will be finished. Tan Yulan cried. They were from the same village, and at this point, Yang Zhengjun didn't know what to say. He glanced at Yang Xiao for help. Understanding the look, Yang Xiao stepped forward. Aunt Yulan, it's not that we don't want to help, but Uncle Gang's actions were too extreme. He explained further. Luckily, the warehouse was empty. But what if someone had been inside? What would have happened then? I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I'll apologize on his behalf. We'll sell everything we have to compensate for the losses. Please just let him go. Tan Yulan was just a simple farmer's wife. She didn't understand much about the law. In her mind, as long as the Yang family said a kind word, the police would let him go. But reality doesn't work that way. The police were already involved. The arson caused damages exceeding 1 million yuan, as calculated by the factory workers overnight. Additionally, Chen Jigang had destroyed a machine. With such significant losses, the case was serious enough to warrant a heavy sentence. Yang Xiao explained the legal consequences to Tan Yulan. Hearing this, everyone present was stunned. My goodness, damaging someone else's property carries such severe penalties? Tan Yulan was devastated. Her son was already serving time for defamation and conspiring to retaliate against Yang Xiao. Now, her husband was facing over 10 years for deliberately destroying property. At this point, Yang Xiao added also, Cheng Peng being arrested had nothing to do with me. He was caught because he was with a wanted criminal. This was something Yang Xiao had only recently learned. The Chen family brought this upon themselves. Tan Yulan cried uncontrollably, but it was too late. In the end, Yang Zhengjun wrote a letter of forgiveness for her. Yang Xiao didn't object. After all, a letter of forgiveness could only reduce the sentence but not absolve the crime. Besides, Tan Yulan had treated him kindly in the past. He saw it as repaying her kindness. Taking the letter, Tan Yulan rushed to the police station. At Tianfu New City, Building No. 3, Apartment 1802. Bu Yalian's family officially moved in with their belongings. This apartment was temporarily lent to her by Ma Yufeng. Additionally, the promised 5 million yuan had already been transferred. After having their New Year's Eve dinner, the family sat in the living room watching the Spring Festival Gala, as if everything had returned to how it used to be. After a skit titled Repaying Loans Makes Future Loans Easier ended, Bu Xiao couldn't help but speak up. Yalian, now that the money has arrived, you should quickly use WeChat to return the money to them. By them he referred to the relatives who had recently lent them money, hoping for returns several times over through AI Pianren schemes. However, before Bu Yalian could respond, Zhang Kuiwa, who was cracking sunflower seeds, domineeringly interrupted. Why should we? Her tone was self-righteous. From her words it was clear she had no intention of repaying the money. Repaying loans makes future borrowing easier, Bo Xiaodi tried to persuade. He didn't want to leave behind a reputation for being dishonest in his old age. Zhang Kuwa sneered and retorted, loans? Hey, when did we ever say it was a loan? Bu Xiao's eyes widened in shock. He turned to his daughter Bu Yalian. Yalian, you were the one who suggested borrowing the money back then. Say something. At that time, after they sold their house for more than 2.3 million yuan, they were still 600,000 to 700,000 short of the 3 million they needed. It was Bu Yalian who had the quick idea of asking their relatives and friends for loans, promising to repay double the amount, which allowed them to gather enough funds. Now, hearing her father's words, Bu Yalian avoided eye contact and didn't dare look at him. What Zhang Kuiyua had just said made her realize something. Right now, with 5 million yuan in hand, Repaying the money, even just the principal, would still require 2.5 million yuan. If they adhered to their promise to repay double, the entire 5 million would be gone. The money they had just received and hadn't even warmed their hands would be completely spent. Initially, she had planned to repay the loans, but now she hesitated. Even if they doubled the amount owed to Yang Xiao, they would still have over 4 million left. With so much money, why repay the relatives? Seeing his daughter's prolonged silence, Bu Xiao pressed again. Yalian. Dad, Before she could finish, Zhang Qiwa once again interrupted. Back then Yalian did mention borrowing, but later when the money was given, didn't we agree it wasn't a loan but an investment? While speaking, she discreetly gave Bu Yalian a meaningful look. She continued, oh, I just remembered her classmate's money was indeed a loan and should be repaid. Had this been said before? For a moment, Bu Xiaodi was left stunned and unsure. At this point Bu Yalian caught on and, blushing, nodded quickly. Yes, that's what we said back then. She had figured it out. Their relatives and friends had no evidence to prove the money was a loan. What was there to fear? Zhang Qiwa looked smug, as if saying, the money I got with my skills, why should I return it? Seeing how things had turned out, Bu Xiao knew it was pointless to argue further. He simply sipped his tea and chose to remain silent. He regretted involving their relatives and friends in the first place. Now, not only had they lost out on the double returns they'd been promised, but their reputation had also been damaged. On the bright side, they now had 5 million yuan. With so much money, he wouldn't have to keep working at the hot pot restaurant and could finally enjoy retirement. Thinking of this, his earlier frustration was replaced with a sense of relief. Meanwhile, Bu Yalian was still debating whether to contact Yang Xiao and tell him she was willing to repay him, hoping he would withdraw the lawsuit. She didn't want to go to jail, but she wasn't sure if Yang Xiao would agree. As she hesitated, elsewhere. With Ma Yufeng's support, Guan Dequan launched a full-scale online attack against Yang Xiao, using various fabricated accusations based on the video Bu Yalian had previously recorded. He even released some forged evidence from Bu Yalian. The online storm it created was massive. Oh my god! How can someone be so shameless? Doing something like this is beyond belief. As a major hotel owner, he abandoned his wife and child, absolutely boycott him. If his hotel stays in business, everyone here is responsible. Boycott scumbags starting with me. I can't share the same world with this kind of scumbag. No, I'm going to his hotel to hold up protest signs. Anyone want to join me? Watching the flood of insults and calls to boycott the hotel, Guan Dequan's smile grew wider. Ha ha ha. Yes, keep cursing, keep protesting. He thought. Whether or not I become a millionaire depends on all of you. After leaving Tianfu New City with Ma Yufeng last time, he had gone to great lengths to persuade her. Finally, Ma Yufeng promised that if he could bring down Yuzhou Hotel, she would give him 5 million yuan. Now, as he checked the stock market, he saw that Yuzhou Hotel's stock had dropped further. Although the drop wasn't significant, it was still a good start for him. He immediately called Ma Yufeng to report his progress. At that moment, Ma Yufeng was in the chairman's office at Dafeng Group. Dad, did you see? Yang Xiao has become a rat in the streets. Everyone's out to get him, she said excitedly. Ma Dafeng leaned back in his chair, a cigar in his mouth. Taking a deep puff and exhaling slowly, he said, that kid isn't easy to deal with. You've been too reckless with this. Reckless? Ma Yufeng exclaimed, surprised. Everything went so smoothly, how was it reckless? You shouldn't have rushed to the front lines. Ma Dafeng shook his head. Still puzzled, Ma Yufeng asked, what do you mean? Yang Xiao isn't someone to be trifled with. Last time, because a kid stole food from his hotel, not only was the family involved, but even a group of netizens were sent to jail. Looking at his daughter, Ma Dafeng continued, and yet, you rushed straight into that shameless woman's house. Doesn't that give them evidence against you? He couldn't understand why she hadn't hired someone to handle things instead of personally getting involved. Now, she had spent money and exposed herself unnecessarily. Realizing her mistake, Ma Yufeng thought of a solution. Money solves everything. As long as the price is right, someone will take the fall for me. At that moment, her phone rang. Seeing that it was Guan Dequan, she wondered, what does he want now? Ma Yufeng answered the phone. Hello. Miss Ma. The Yuzhou Hotel's stock price has dropped by 2 yuan. And then? Ma Yufeng responded indifferently. Guan Dequan felt his heart sink as he sensed her lack of interest. Damn it! Did I step on the wrong foot this time? Well, it's too late now. Guan Dequan could only laugh awkwardly. Hee hee. I just wanted to report this to you, nothing more. Ma Yufeng let out a casual "oh" and hung up. The beeping sound of the disconnected call echoed in his ears. The smile on Guan Dequan's face gradually stiffened. Damn it! A lousy woman dares to act superior to me. Feeling itchy for trouble, are we? I hope your husband can't satisfy you. May you never feel satisfied. After venting his anger, Guan Dequan downed a mug of beer and continued furiously typing online, slandering Yang Xiao. He used every method he could think of. Afterward, he still felt it wasn't enough, and decided to team up with Bu Yaolian for a bigger scheme. After hanging up, Ma Yufeng blinked at Ma Defeng and playfully asked, Dad, what do you think I should do now? Oh, now she knows how to act cute? Now she remembers I'm her father? Ma Defeng replied grumpily, Now you come to ask me? What were you doing before? As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Tu Ding, who was sneakily stealing glances at his mistress. Gritting his teeth, Ma Defeng had the urge to slap him and declare, That's my woman, how dare you covet her? But in the end, reason triumphed over impulse. You work so hard every day, we don't want to bother you with everything. Otherwise you'd be too tired, Ma Yufeng cooed as she shook his arm. She always acted like this when she needed something. And it worked surprisingly well. Tu Ding, seeing this, chimed in with a flattering smile. That's right. You're so busy every day we don't want to be freeloaders. Aren't you freeloaders already? Ma Defeng exhaled heavily. After a long pause he finally said, All right. Don't worry about this for now, I'll arrange for someone to handle it. Although it would be a bit troublesome, overall, it was still within his control. No big deal. Thank you, Dad. You're the best. Ma Yufeng hugged Ma Defeng and gave him a kiss on the cheek. Then, with a mischievous grin, she added, All right, we'll leave you to your work with the secretary. Saying this, she dragged Tu Ding out by the collar. You. Ma Defeng was speechless. Is that something you should be saying? Such lack of decorum. But in the end, he indeed worked properly with his mistress. They worked up quite a sweat before stopping. Sitting back in his boss chair, he lit a cigar and puffed away. The mistress adjusted her clothes, then sat directly on Ma Defeng's lap. Tracing her fingers along his cheek, she coyly said, You rascal, where's the Mercedes-Benz you promised me last time? Oh, damn it. Look at me. I completely forgot about such an important thing. Ma Defeng slapped his forehead. Then he quickly added, Pack up, we'll go buy it right now. How about that? Now that's more like it. Hearing they would buy it immediately, the mistress beamed with joy. Before leaving, Ma Defeng made a phone call, instructing someone to handle the matter of Ma Yufeng teaming up with Bu Yaolian. He warned them to leave no evidence behind. He was serious about dealing with Yang Xiao but cautious too. He always felt that the information they had on Yang Xiao was only what Yang Xiao wanted them to see, not the full picture. While they plotted against Yang Xiao, Yang Xiao's side had also set up a team dedicated to gathering evidence of online defamation. In just a few days they had collected evidence against hundreds of people. The team knew these individuals were likely doomed. Their boss, while extremely wealthy, was also ruthless in dealing with opponents. Yang Xiao himself kept a close eye on the progress of the evidence collection. After the holidays, he planned to immediately begin filing lawsuits against those who had slandered him. He also intended to sue the video publishers. For those who could face criminal charges, he wanted them jailed and working sewing machines in prison. Additionally, he would demand monetary compensation. In Hongyi County, far away, Yang Xiao listened to the team's progress report and was very pleased. However, upon learning that Bu Yaolian's family had moved away, he felt a twinge of regret. Otherwise, he could have charged them with robbery and unlawful entry. Enough to land them in prison, sewing machines roaring until they broke. Just as he hung up, an unknown number called. Yang Xiao hesitated for 2 seconds before choosing to answer. Hello? Who's this? The caller hesitated for 2 seconds before speaking quickly. It's me. Don't hang up. Let me finish, okay? It was none other than Bu Yaolian. To prevent Yang Xiao from hanging up, she rushed through her words. Speak, Yang Xiao said coldly upon hearing her voice, his good mood immediately evaporating. Let's see what tricks you've got this time. Bu Yaolian sighed in relief, organized her thoughts and said, Yang Xiao, for the sake of our past relationship, can you drop the lawsuit? Drop the lawsuit? Yang Xiao sneered. Are you dreaming? I gave you a chance. Not only did you waste it, but you also defamed me online. And now you're asking me to drop the lawsuit? Who do you think you are? Yang Xiao laughed coldly, his words filled with disdain. Where did you find the audacity to ask this? Are you drunk? Or still dreaming? Bu Yalian had expected Yang Xiao's indifference but wasn't ready to give up. In a pleading tone, she continued, I'll apologize to you. I'll pay you compensation for emotional distress. I'll return the 410,000 yuan to you doubled. Please, I beg you, drop the lawsuit, okay? Double? Do I look like I need your money? Clearly he didn't. Yang Xiao chuckled coldly, even if you offered 20 times that, it wouldn't happen. Do you really have to push me to a dead end? You pushed yourself there. Didn't you once enjoy it? Bu Yalian retorted shockingly. I did enjoy it. But so what? Yang Xiao didn't want to waste words with her, and hung up the call. Before he could block her, she called again. Yang Xiao hung up once more, and quickly blocked her. So annoying. If only you'd known this would happen, why act like that in the first place? Regret came too late. Meanwhile, at Tianfu New City, Building 3, Apartment 1802. Juan de Quan gave Bu Yalian a thumbs-up cease. I've got to say, your performance just now was incredible. After these past few days, he had learned the truth. Initially he wanted to back out. But the money Ma Yufeng offered was too tempting to refuse. Bu Yalian forced an awkward smile and said, really? Acting? No. She genuinely wanted to pay him back. Only after settling the debt would she feel free to take her revenge on Yang Xiao. Previously, she still had some concerns. But now, since Yang Xiao refused to give her a chance, she decided to go all in, no turning back. She'd see this through to the end. The young man chattered non-stop, trying to show off every 2 or 3 sentences. His intentions couldn't have been more obvious. Yang Xiao frowned and glanced at the man. What the hell? Are you sick, or are you in heat? If you want to flirt, go find someone else. Just looking at you is annoying. Calling me a fraud? I think you're the real fraud here. Yang Xiao couldn't help but retort, go cool off somewhere else. Stop showing off in front of me. Showing off? The young man grinned. Then, word by word, he said, sorry. But I can show off, and you can't. He was really going all out just to ease his physical frustration. Hearing this, Yang Xiao raised an eyebrow and was about to respond harshly when suddenly, beep! A Rolls-Royce Phantom pulled up in front of the 3 of them. The young man froze. What the hell? What the hell? Quick, quick. Look, there's a little golden figurine on that car. What little golden figurine? Holy crap. That's no golden figurine, that's a Rolls-Royce. If only I could sit in it just once. The appearance of the Rolls-Royce immediately caught everyone's attention. When the young man saw the car's emblem, he was stunned. Their shop had one of these too, but the rental fee was astronomical. He'd secretly sat in it a few times, and it was indeed very comfortable. No wonder the wealthy liked this kind of car. While he was in a daze, the Rolls-Royce door opened. Song Jianjun stepped out and walked directly toward Yang Xiao. Brother Yang, sorry for the delay. Let's go, Song Jianjun said, giving Lu Wei a slight nod. Although he found her stunning, his gaze didn't linger. He knew that someone so beautiful, brought along by Yang Xiao, was most likely his girlfriend or someone else's wife is not to be coveted. Even looking too much would be disrespectful. Yang Xiao smiled and replied, Brother Jun, there's no need to apologize. I could have just taken a cab. You didn't need to come yourself. He hadn't expected Song Jianjun to come in person. Just then, a roaring engine caught everyone's attention again as a sleek, high-end red Lamborghini pulled up next to the Rolls-Royce. Holy crap, a Lamborghini. What's going on today? 2 luxury cars in a row. I dream of owning a supercar like that. Wife, I want one. Do you even know where we are? Stop embarrassing yourself. If you want one, say so at home. I meant the car. Meant the car. Get lost. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, a woman stepped out of the Lamborghini and handed the keys to Song Jianjun. Song Jianjun passed the keys to Yang Xiao with a smile. Brother Yang, use this as your car for the next few days. Will it do? The crowd was dumbfounded. A Lamborghini as a casual ride? Who's showing off too much now, them or us? Are we losing our minds? Thank you, Brother Jun. Yang Xiao accepted the keys and shook hands with Song Jianjun. Before coming, Yang Xiao had wondered if he should rent a car in Huaking. Now, it seemed Song Jianjun had made that decision for him. Song Jianjun waved his hand. Alright, let's not stand around being polite. The auction starts at 8 p.m. You can explore Huaking in the meantime. Got it. We'll take a look around. You go ahead with your work. Great. I'll send you the address later. Be sure to arrive on time. No problem. Song Jianjun smiled, got into the Rolls-Royce, and drove away. After he left, Lu Wei walked over to the Lamborghini and gently ran her hand over the car's body. Its texture felt incredible smoother than a baby's skin. And the design was super cool. Driving this on the road would undoubtedly turn heads. What do you think? Like it? Yang Xiao asked her with a smile. He didn't know much about cars himself. He only recognized that this was a Lamborghini. The specific model? Sorry, he had no idea. Lu Wei nodded. It's much better than the Ferrari you bought last time. But honestly, I still prefer that BMW we bought in Shanghai for a few $100,000. Wait, what did we just hear? She doesn't like a Ferrari but prefers a BMW worth a few $100,000? Is she crazy? She was simply being truthful. That car held more sentimental value. It was where they shared their first intimate moment, and had a unique license plate Shanghai.LW520. The memories attached to it made it priceless, no matter the cost of another car. As Yang Xiao walked to the passenger seat, he suddenly remembered the young man nearby. He turned and smiled faintly at him. Next time you're out trying to pick up girls, do your homework first, or you'll just embarrass yourself. With that, he opened the passenger door and got in. Lu Wei started the Lamborghini, and with the roar of the engine, they disappeared down the airport road. The young man watched the Lamborghini fade into the distance, his face grim. The slap of reality had come too quickly for him to react. Looking down at the Ferrari keys in his hand, he suddenly found them much less appealing. Not far away, a few flight attendants who had witnessed the scene whispered among themselves. One of them said, "Girls, did you see that Lamborghini? It was so cool. I wish I could sit in it and feel what it's like. Did anyone take a picture? Quick, look up how much that Lamborghini costs." Another said, "No rush, I'm searching now." Oh my! That's a Lamborghini Aventador. Lamborghini Aventador? Yes. Its global price is over 10 million. What? Over 10 million? That's insane. Oh no, I missed my chance. Missed what? I should have risked it and asked for his WeChat on the plane. Did you see how beautiful the woman next to him was? Do you think he'd give you his WeChat? Dream on. Yang Xiao didn't know about their conversation. And he didn't care to know. The two of them drove straight to Huaqing's Antique Street. The car immediately became the center of attention. It was too eye-catching. After parking at the antique market's lot, the head of security brought 3 guards over to watch the car. If something happened to it, even if they sold everything they owned, they wouldn't be able to pay for it. Walking along the cobblestone streets, Lu Wei attracted a lot of attention from lecherous old men. Looking at the antiques on the roadside stalls, Lu Wei curiously asked, "Are these real?" "Of course not," Yang Xiao laughed. In these kinds of street stalls, 99.9% of the items were fakes. Genuine items almost never appeared. Yang Xiao came here just to get a feel for the place and prepare for the evening's auction. Every city had its own antique market, but none were as famous as Panjia Yuan in Beijing. Still puzzled, Lu Wei asked, "If nothing's real, why are so many people buying?" "They're all hoping to get lucky." "If nothing's real, does luck even matter? You've got to dream. What if it comes true?" The young man chattered non-stop, trying to show off every 2 or 3 sentences. His intentions couldn't have been more obvious. Yang Xiao frowned and glanced at the man. "What the hell? Are you sick, or are you in heat? If you want to flirt, go find someone else. Just looking at you is annoying. Calling me a fraud? I think you're the real fraud here." Yang Xiao couldn't help but retort, "Go cool off somewhere else. Stop showing off in front of me." "Showing off?" The young man grinned. Then, word by word, he said, "Sorry, but I can show off, and you can't." He was really going all out just to ease his physical frustration. Hearing this, Yang Xiao raised an eyebrow and was about to respond harshly when suddenly, beep! A Rolls-Royce Phantom pulled up in front of the 3 of them. The young man froze. "What the hell? Quick! Look, there's a little golden figurine on that car." "What little golden figurine? Holy crap. That's no golden figurine, that's a Rolls-Royce. If only I could sit in it just once." The appearance of the Rolls-Royce immediately caught everyone's attention. When the young man saw the car's emblem, he was stunned. Their shop had one of these too, but the rental fee was astronomical. He'd secretly sat in it a few times, and it was indeed very comfortable. No wonder the wealthy liked this kind of car. While he was in a daze, the Rolls-Royce door opened. Song Jianjun stepped out and walked directly toward Yang Xiao. "Brother Yang, sorry for the delay." "Let's go," Song Jianjun said, giving Lu Wei a slight nod. Although he found her stunning, his gaze didn't linger. He knew that someone so beautiful, brought along by Yang Xiao, was most likely his girlfriend or someone else's wife is not to be coveted. Even looking too much would be disrespectful. Yang Xiao smiled and replied, "Brother Jun, there's no need to apologize. I could have just taken a cab. You didn't need to come yourself." He hadn't expected Song Jianjun to come in person. Just then, a roaring engine caught everyone's attention again as a sleek, high-end red Lamborghini pulled up next to the Rolls-Royce. Holy crap! A Lamborghini! What's going on today? 2 luxury cars in a row. I dream of owning a supercar like that. Wife, I want one. Do you even know where we are? Stop embarrassing yourself. If you want one, say so at home. I meant the car. Get lost. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, a woman stepped out of the Lamborghini and handed the keys to Song Jianjun. Song Jianjun passed the keys to Yang Xiao with a smile. "Brother Yang, use this as your car for the next few days. Will it do?" The crowd was dumbfounded. A Lamborghini as a casual ride? Who's showing off too much now, them or us? Are we losing our minds? Thank you, Brother Jun. Yang Xiao accepted the keys and shook hands with Song Jianjun. Before coming, Yang Xiao had wondered if he should rent a car in Huacan. Now, it seemed Song Jianjun had made that decision for him. Song Jianjun waved his hand. "Alright, let's not stand around being polite. The auction starts at 8 p.m. You can explore Huaking in the meantime." "Got it. We'll take a look around. You go ahead with your work." "Great. I'll send you the address later. Be sure to arrive on time." "No problem." Song Jianjun smiled, got into the Rolls-Royce, and drove away. After he left, Lu Wei walked over to the Lamborghini and gently ran her hand over the car's body. Its texture felt incredible, smoother than a baby's skin. And the design was super cool. Driving this on the road would undoubtedly turn heads. "What do you think? Like it?" Yang Xiao asked her with a smile. He didn't know much about cars himself. He only recognized that this was a Lamborghini. The specific model? Sorry, he had no idea. Lu Wei nodded. "It's much better than the Ferrari you bought last time. But honestly, I still prefer that BMW we bought in Shanghai for a few $100,000. Wait, what did we just hear? She doesn't like a Ferrari but prefers a BMW worth a few $100,000? Is she crazy?" She was simply being truthful. That car held more sentimental value. It was where they shared their first intimate moment, and had a unique license plate Shanghai.LW520. The memories attached to it made it priceless, no matter the cost of another car. As Yang Xiao walked to the passenger seat, he suddenly remembered the young man nearby. He turned and smiled faintly at him. "Next time you're out trying to pick up girls, do your homework first, or you'll just embarrass yourself." With that, he opened the passenger door and got in. Lu Wei started the Lamborghini, and with the roar of the engine, they disappeared down the airport road. The young man watched the Lamborghini fade into the distance, his face grim. The slap of reality had come too quickly for him to react. Looking down at the Ferrari keys in his hand, he suddenly found them much less appealing. Not far away, a few flight attendants who had witnessed the scene whispered among themselves. One of them said, "Girls, did you see that Lamborghini? It was so cool. I wish I could sit in it and feel what it's like. Did anyone take a picture? Quick, look up how much that Lamborghini costs." Another said. "No rush. I'm searching now." "Oh my. That's a Lamborghini Aventador." "Lamborghini Aventador?" "Yes. Its global price is over 10 million. "What? Over 10 million? That's insane. Oh no, I missed my chance." "Missed what?" "I should have risked it, and asked for his WeChat on the plane. Did you see how beautiful the woman next to him was? Do you think he'd give you his WeChat? Dream on." Yang Xiao didn't know about their conversation. And he didn't care to know. The two of them drove straight to Huaking's Antique Street. The car immediately became the center of attention. It was too eye-catching. After parking at the antique market's lot, the head of security brought 3 guards over to watch the car. If something happened to it, even if they sold everything they owned, they wouldn't be able to pay for it. Walking along the cobblestone streets, Lu Wei attracted a lot of attention from lecherous old men. Looking at the antiques on the roadside stalls, Lu Wei curiously asked, "Are these real?" "Of course not," Yang Xiao laughed. In these kinds of street stalls, 99.9% of the items were fakes. Genuine items almost never appeared. Yang Xiao came here just to get a feel for the place and prepare for the evening's auction. Every city had its own antique market. but none were as famous as yuan in Beijing. Still puzzled, Lu Wei asked, if nothing's real, why are so many people buying? They're all hoping to get lucky. If nothing's real, does luck even matter? You've got to dream. What if it comes true? Amid the sound of bargaining around her, Lu Wei kept scanning the stalls on both sides. She wanted to try her luck at finding a hidden gem, but the dazzling array of goods made her feel overwhelmed. Even though she knew most items were fake, many of them looked just like the real thing. After walking a little further, something at a nearby stall caught her attention. She immediately pulled Yang Xiao over to check it out. At the stall, Lu Wei pointed to a bronze-like cup and asked, "Boss, what is this?" The stall owner, who had been playing a mobile game, set down his phone. He glanced at Lu Wei and Yang Xiao, his eyes lighting up. A well-dressed man and a beautiful woman clearly, he's here showing off for her, trying to impress her. Rich kids knowing anything about antiques? Impossible. Rich guy, your money belongs in my pocket. Ha ha ha. Suppressing his inner excitement, the stall owner gave Lu Wei a thumbs up and said, "Young lady, you've got a great eye. This is a four-sided ramzun from the Shang and Zhou dynasties. It's thousands of years old." Huh? From the Shang and Zhou dynasties? Lu Wei was stunned. Didn't they say there were no real antiques here? Could her luck be off the charts? At that moment Yang Xiao chuckled and said, "It is from last week, but it's only a few days old, not thousands of years." Shangzhou or last week? She couldn't tell the difference. The stall owner knew his own goods weren't genuine, but he didn't feel embarrassed. Instead, he pointed to an old, broken pocket watch nearby and said with a laugh, "Young man, you're mistaken. That's the piece I picked up last week. The four-sided ramzun is in the National Museum. How did it end up at your stall?" Yang Xiao asked with a smirk. Lu Wei, reminded of something, realized she had seen this artifact in her history textbooks. That's why it looked familiar. But she remembered that the four-sided ramzun was much larger. Why was this one only palm-sized? Lu Wei curiously looked at Yang Xiao, then at the stall owner. The stall owner, a veteran in this trade, wouldn't be fazed by a few questions from Yang Xiao. He replied seriously, "To tell you the truth, when the four-sided ramzun was unearthed, there were two. The one in the National Museum is male, and this one here is female." Hearing this, Yang Xiao couldn't help but laugh. "Have you been watching too much Journey to the West? Now you're talking about male and female artifacts like Sun Wukong? What nonsense!" Lu Wei finally understood this guy was just a scammer. How could there be genuine goods here? Everything was fake. Even if there were genuine items, no one would be foolish enough to sell them like this. Seeing that Yang Xiao and Lu Wei weren't responding, the stall owner quickly pulled a scroll out of a small box beneath him. Acting all mysterious, he said, Come, take a look at this priceless treasure." "What is it?" Yang Xiao, intrigued by the theatrics, leaned in. He wanted to see what absurd item the stall owner would bring out next. Carefully unrolling the scroll, the stall owner said solemnly, "This is Li Bai's Shengyang-tai manuscript." Lu Wei was stunned. She remembered reading news that Li Bai's Shengyang-tai manuscript was already housed in the Forbidden City Museum in Beijing. How did it end up here? Yang Xiao was utterly defeated. This fake was being sold with such confidence it almost felt real. No wonder this guy made a living off this trade. He was impressive. How about it? For just 1 million, you can take home this rare masterpiece from the poet immortal himself. It's worth every penny. The stall owner continued enthusiastically. In this line of work, luck was important, but so was having a silver tongue. If you could talk convincingly enough, you could turn fake into real. If you happened to find a clueless customer, you'd go all in to scam them. That's the only way to make 3 years of no business, then one deal that feeds you for 3 years. Otherwise, you'd just end up like him, miserably guarding a roadside stall. Yang Xiao stared thoughtfully at the overenthusiastic stall owner. Would this count as fraud? At that moment, Lu Wei waved her hand. No, it's too cheap. Something truly genuine couldn't possibly be sold at such a low price. Clearly impossible. But selling something fake for such a high price, why not just rob someone instead? How about this, name your price? As long as it's reasonable, I'll sell it. The stall owner immediately regretted his initial offer. Damn it! I set the price too low. If I'd known, I would have asked for 10 million. What bad luck! Still, he didn't want to miss this rare opportunity to redistribute wealth. After all, opportunities like this didn't come around often. Yang Xiao chuckled and shook his head. Forget it. Something this valuable is out of my price range. You should keep it as a family heirloom. With that, He pulled Lu Wei along to leave. Seeing the potential sale slip away, the stall owner couldn't just let them walk off. He blocked their way with a smile and said, "Hold on. Don't be in such a rush. I have more good stuff." Not interested, Yang Xiao waved dismissively. "This time it's really something good," the stall owner insisted earnestly. "What is it?" Yang Xiao asked. "Wait here. I'll go get it," the stall owner said as he hurried over to a box. He opened the box and took out an item wrapped in black cloth. Yang Xiao and Lu Wei exchanged amused glances, both curious about what this scammer would try next. The stall owner carefully unwrapped the object, revealing a bit of its contents. In a low voice he said, "This is Tang Sankai pottery, a genuine piece." "Tang Sankai? Genuine?" Yang Xiao found it hilarious. If it were genuine, wouldn't he be afraid of someone stealing it? Or did he think this level of secrecy was enough to fool people? Lu Wei was equally unimpressed. Why wrap a fake item so carefully? "This is not fake. Tonight at the Poly auction, you'll see Tang Sankai pottery on display. It'll look exactly like this one," the stall owner declared confidently. The two didn't linger any longer and walked away from the stall. As he watched them leave, a hint of regret flashed in the stall owner's eyes, as if he'd just missed out on billions. But such things happened every day on this street. Some sellers celebrated while others lamented. It was so common that no one thought much of it anymore. After wandering around, Yang Xiao and Lu Wei arrived at a jade stone trading area. Here they specialized in raw jade stones. Stones of various shapes and sizes were scattered across the ground, all of them raw jade. Each one held the potential to reveal valuable jade inside, possibly even imperial quality emerald jadeite. Of course, the odds were slim, but that didn't stop the gamblers. Sometimes, a stone bought for a few hundred could yield jade worth tens or hundreds of thousands, or even millions. Overnight wealth wasn't a dream here. However, it could also lead to overnight ruin. With great opportunity came great risk. Perhaps that's why this area was so much busier than the antique street outside. For Yang Xiao and Lu Wei, it was their first time here. They felt like country bumpkins stepping into a grand new world. "Are jade stones really extracted from these rocks?" Lu Wei asked in surprise. It was her first time visiting a place like this. In the past, she only knew that fine jade jewelry was expensive, and had no idea it came from raw stones like these. Yang Xiao nodded. "That's right, these are raw jade stones." Lu Wei nodded half understandingly. Looking ahead, she saw a large open area of about 100 square meters. Many people were either bent over or squatting on the ground, doing something to the stones with small tools. This puzzled her. What were they doing? Could they really turn stones into jade? That seemed ridiculous. Seeing her interest, Yang Xiao led her closer. As soon as they arrived, a few people surrounded them. One of them asked Yang Xiao, "Hey brother, need some eyes?" "Eyes?" Yang Xiao was confused. "What kind of eyes? Are you insulting me?" Noticing Yang Xiao's confused expression, one of them immediately realized it was his first time here. They felt a surge of excitement. This was a golden opportunity to make money. A man named Yan Jian smiled and explained. Eyes are professionals who help people pick out raw stones that might contain jade. It was their job to do this, and earn a commission. Yang Xiao became intrigued and asked, "Can you really pick out jade with just your eyes? We've been dealing with raw stones for years. Our experience is solid," Yan Jian said confidently, patting his chest. Yang Xiao followed up, "Are there specific signs for the highest quality jade?" "Not exactly. We rely on experience to judge. So you can't guarantee that the stones you pick will definitely contain jade?" "No one can guarantee 100%. What we can do is minimize your losses and increase your chances of finding good jade." Yang Xiao refused outright. "If you can't guarantee it, I don't need you." In the end, aren't they just guessing based on intuition? If that's the case, why should I trust them? If they were so reliable, they'd have gotten rich already. They wouldn't need to hang around here offering their services. After losing this potential customer, the group didn't give up. They returned to their spots and waited quietly for the next opportunity. Yang Xiao and Lu Wei walked into the stone pile. However, the two of them wandered aimlessly, like headless flies, around the heaps of raw stones. They looked left, looked right, but had no idea how to choose. This scene made the eyes from earlier burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha! I thought he knew what he was doing, but he's clueless." "Hey, don't say clueless, he's more like a headless fly. I haven't had any business today. How about we make a bet?" One of them suddenly suggested, drawing the attention of the others. "How do we bet?" someone asked. The man grinned. Let's bet on what kind of jade they'll end up with. What do you think? Bet or not? The others were briefly stunned, but then looked thrilled. Hell yes! This is free money. Bet. The group quickly started placing bets. I bet 100 that they'll only find low-quality jade. I bet 500 that they won't find any jade at all. I bet 200. I bet. More than 10 people placed bets. Only one person believed Yang Xiao would uncover good jade. Everyone else, without exception, thought he wouldn't find good jade or any jade at all. Yang Xiao didn't notice the betting behind him and continued focusing with Lu Wei on the pile of stones. Looking at the hundreds of rocks, Lu Wei frowned. How do we pick from so many? Just grab a few. It's all about luck anyway, Yang Xiao said with a laugh. He wasn't planning on making a fortune here, it was just for the experience. Lu Wei agreed and bent down to select a few small stones that looked pretty. Yang Xiao wasn't any more knowledgeable. He noticed others using flashlights and magnifying glasses to inspect the stones, but he was empty-handed. There was no comparison, he clearly wasn't a professional. So he followed Lu Wei's lead and picked a few stones that looked decent and weren't too small. They placed the stones in a basket and pushed it to the stall owner. How much are these? Yang Xiao asked. Altogether, 100,000, the owner said casually, as if pulling the price out of thin air. To Yang Xiao, 100,000 was just a few meals worth of money, so he paid without hesitation. After paying, Yang Xiao asked, Can you help us cut them? Sure, no problem. The owner turned and shouted at a thin, monkey-like man, Huzi, take these two to the cutting room and help them cut the stones. The cutting room was a dedicated space where customers could have their purchased stones cut for free. Some people, however, preferred to take the stones home to cut themselves. Huzi responded, Got it, boss. He led Yang Xiao and Lu Wei toward a nearby building, chatting as they walked. The group of gamblers immediately followed. Their winnings depended on whether Yang Xiao would find jade. When the three arrived at the cutting room, several people were already waiting to have their stones cut. Fortunately, the room had multiple cutting machines, so the wait wasn't too long, even with more than a dozen people. Yang Xiao noticed that everyone else had brought plenty of stones compared to their own modest haul. It felt like they were playing a kid's game in comparison. While waiting, Lu Wei received a call from her livestream company, informing her that they had preliminarily negotiated with a spokesperson, a famous influencer. The proposed endorsement fee was 80 million. Yang Xiao was stunned. What? An influencer asking for 80 million? Where did they get the nerve? Lu Wei wasn't happy with the price either. She told the company to keep searching for someone more reasonably priced or genuinely worth the investment. This fee was far too high. Just as she hung up, Huzi approached and said, You're up. Machine number 6 is ready for your stones. Great, thanks. Yang Xiao pushed the small cart to the machine and prepared to cut. Suddenly, loud laughter erupted from the corner of the room. Ha ha ha, I hit the jackpot. I'm rich. Ha ha ha. This kind of outburst wasn't common, but when it happened, it usually meant someone had struck gold or jade, in this case. Everyone in the room turned toward the sound, their eyes filled with envy, jealousy, or even resentment. They all wished it were them instead. But such opportunities were rare. Good jade wasn't so easily found. Yang Xiao asked the cutting master to begin cutting the stones. Yan Jian and his group moved closer to take a look at the raw stone on the cutting machine. They immediately burst into laughter. Hey haha, I'll bet anything this one's pure waste material. Old Yan's right. The surface is rough, full of cracks, it's obvious this stone is junk. Last time, I helped someone pick a stone. They spent 5,000 and turned it into 100,000, a huge profit. Fools with too much money. With so many raw stone stalls around, I could close my eyes and randomly pick better ones than this. Let's just sit back and enjoy the show. Despite Yan Jian and his group's mockery, Yang Xiao remained unbothered. He even shook his head at the visibly angry Lu Wei and said calmly, If a dog bites us, we can't bite the dog back, right? Right. Lu Wei gave a sweet smile. Hearing this, Yan Jian and the others were furious but didn't dare make a scene. If they caused trouble here, they wouldn't be able to stay in the trade. When the cutting master made the first cut, everyone watched intently to see the result. The master handed the cut stone back to Yang Xiao and asked, Sir, the first cut didn't reveal anything. Should I proceed with the second? Usually, if the first cut didn't show jade, the chances of finding it on subsequent cuts were slim. Continue, Yang Xiao said. The master nodded, repositioned the stone, and made the second cut. Still nothing. Without saying much, the master made a third cut. After the third cut, it was confirmed the first stone was a complete loss. Lu Wei looked a little disappointed. Yang Xiao comforted her briefly, and then motioned for the cutting master to continue. There were still 3 smaller stones and 4 watermelon-sized ones left on the cart. Until the end, no one could predict the outcome. Meanwhile, Yan Jian and his group were laughing even harder. Next up was the second stone, which turned out to be slightly better. It had faint traces of jade. But to the professionals present, it was still worthless. Yang Xiao and Lu Wei weren't discouraged and kept going. 1 stone, 2 stones, 3 stones. Every time a stone was cut, it was declared a loss. Even the cutting master was stunned. In his years of experience, he had never encountered a streak of 5 or 6 consecutive waste stones. It was unbelievable. He even began to suspect that Yang Xiao had been intentionally scammed. Yan Jian and the others couldn't contain their laughter. Some even began mocking them outright, calling them clueless and wasteful with their money. "You idiots! This is going too far." Lu Wei fumed. "It's our money, we can spend it however we want. How does it concern you? Is it just because we didn't hire you to make a quick buck?" "Ridiculous." Yang Xiao calmed her down. "Don't worry. There are still 2 stones left. Maybe we'll turn things around." "Really? Trust me. Ever since I reunited with you, my luck has been on the rise." Hearing this, Lu Wei blushed and looked at the last 2 stones with renewed determination. On the cart, there was 1 watermelon-sized stone and 1 smaller, fist-sized stone that Lu Wei had picked. It all came down to these. The cutting master placed the fist-sized stone on the machine, adjusted it, and began cutting. Yang Xiao held Lu Wei's hand and could feel her grip tightening. Her palm was slightly damp, likely from nervousness. Yan Jian and his group watched with increasing amusement. The ones who had bet that Yang Xiao wouldn't find any jade were already thinking about where to celebrate with beers tonight. But as the cutting master made the first cut, a faint green glow appeared between the blade and the stone. Yan Jian froze, holding his breath. "Please don't let it be jade. Even if it is, let it be low quality." The next second, the cutting master shouted in surprise, "Damn! It's green! It's green! Green?" Lu Wei was momentarily confused. Then, she saw the cut side of the stone revealing a vibrant green color. In an instant, This is jadeite. What the hell? Did they really turn the tables? No way. How could a stone this bad have jadeite? Must be dumb luck. No, this has to be an illusion." Amidst the noisy chatter, the cutting master, following Yang Xiao and Lu Wei's instructions, prepared for a second cut. Just then, Wait. A middle-aged man hurried over from the third cutting machine. With a briefcase under his arm, he rushed up to the cutting master. "Whose jadeite is this?" The master pointed to Yang Xiao and Lu Wei. The man turned to Yang Xiao. "Young man, how about selling this jadeite to me? I'll offer 200,000. "Sorry. It's not for sale," Yang Xiao replied without hesitation. Yan Jian and the others were stunned. 200,000. And he rejected it without even considering. Why not sell it for the money? What if the second cut lowered its value? Wouldn't that be a huge loss? The middle-aged man looked regretfully at the jadeite and then glanced at Yang Xiao's attire, realizing it was high-end and expensive. He understood immediately this wasn't someone short on cash. Maybe he was just here to impress his girlfriend, not to make money. After leaving his business card and introducing himself, the man left. By then, the second cut was complete, and the green color extended further. Its value had increased significantly. Next up was the final stone. With the first cut, another bright green glow appeared. Even the cutting master couldn't help but exclaim, Damn. Yan Jian and his group were completely dumbfounded. Out of a pile of junk stones, how did they manage to uncover jadeite? What were the odds of this? A customer near machine 7 jumped up and shouted, "Holy crap! What kind of luck is this? 2 jadeite stones in a row." Even the cutting master was shocked. Who could match this kind of luck? It was practically heaven-defying. Yang Xiao smiled. "Master, keep cutting." "All right," the master replied and resumed cutting. With each cut second, third more green appeared. The cutting master's skills were excellent, precisely removing the weathered exterior without damaging the jadeite inside. As the outer layers fell away, the vivid green jadeite was fully revealed. The surrounding crowd let out gasps of astonishment. The cutting master couldn't resist taking out a high-powered flashlight to examine the stone. Under the light, the jadeite appeared even more translucent and flawless, glowing with a rich, vibrant green. It looked like a pool of emerald green water. When the flashlight was turned off, The jadeite still shone brilliantly under natural light, lush and captivating. Although they didn't uncover imperial green jadeite, the jade of this quality hadn't been seen here in a long time. When the boss heard about it, he rushed over, congratulating Yang Xiao and Lu Wei and even taking a photo with them. This was a golden marketing opportunity. Once word spread that these two pieces of jadeite came from raw stones bought at his place, many people would flock to his stall. A fortune was just around the corner. Sure enough, before long, people gambling on stones or dealing in jewelry came over upon hearing about the discovery of two jadeite pieces. Some came out of curiosity, some to learn and others to try to buy the jadeite. Without exception, everyone was firmly refused by Yang Xiao and Lu Wei. At this point, the boss stepped in and announced that both pieces of jadeite were sourced from his raw stones. After Yang Xiao confirmed this, a swarm of people descended on the boss's stall like locusts, scrambling to grab whatever they could. Some even picked up the discarded outer layers of stone from the ground, carefully examining them, trying to uncover the secret to striking it rich. Whether they succeeded or not, no one knew. Holding the fist-sized jadeite, Lu Wei couldn't stop smiling. "Can I take this piece home?" It was her first time gambling on stones, and she'd unexpectedly uncovered a legendary jadeite. Her luck was unbeatable. "Both pieces are yours. You can do whatever you want with them," Yang Xiao said with a smile. Lu Wei grinned. "I want to put this in our future new home." "No problem, it's your call." With the boss's help, Yang Xiao packed up the two jadeite pieces and left the area with Lu Wei. Gambling on stones is risky. Invest carefully. Not everyone can uncover jadeite. While it's entertaining, it's not a reliable shortcut to wealth. Yan Jian watched Yang Xiao and Lu Wei leave hand in hand, a fire of anger flaring in his heart. If he had taken this job earlier and helped uncover the two pieces of jadeite, it would have counted as part of his performance, and he could have earned a commission of 10,000 to 20,000 yuan. This was a rule set by the eyes in the trade. But now, because Yang Xiao refused his help, he missed the chance. What Yan Jian didn't consider was that if they had hired him, he might not have even picked those two jadeite stones. Like Yan Jian, his companions were also miserable from losing their bets, their faces looking as sour as if they had eaten something foul. Only one person was jumping with joy. After all, he had bet 500 yuan that Yang Xiao would uncover good jadeite. He had just won thousands of yuan from Yan Jian. That was worth several days' pay for him. Most of the losers returned to their posts, waiting for the next customer. But 4 of them gathered outside the cutting room, sitting in a quieter spot. Their expressions still carried traces of resentment, as if they had a grudge against Yang Xiao. Each of them lit a cigarette, puffing in silence. After a while, an older man named Lao Yu tossed his cigarette butt to the ground and stomped it out. He looked up at Yan Jian. "Old Yan, that guy seems to be here with just one woman. From his accent, he's probably from out of town." Yan Jian replied moodily, "I figured that out already." "So what if he's from out of town?" "Lao Yu, are you thinking something?" someone asked, sensing the shift in tone. Lao Yu sneered. "Are you seriously telling me none of you felt a little tempted by those two pieces of jadeite?" The group exchanged glances, saying nothing. Not tempted? Impossible. They'd all been in the jade industry for years, some over a decade, others at least 5 or 6 years. The two jadeite pieces Yang Xiao uncovered could easily sell for over 5 million yuan to the right buyer. That kind of money would tempt anyone. Breaking the silence, Yan Jian suddenly raised his head to look at Lao Yu. "What are you trying to say?" "Just think about it," Lao Yu said cryptically with a sly smile, not elaborating further. But the others understood his implication, turning their gazes toward Yan Jian, as if waiting for his decision. Yan Jian was the most experienced among them, and had always acted as their leader. Seeing their expectant looks, Yan Jian took a deep drag of his cigarette. A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. Fortune favors the bold. As soon as he spoke, Lao Yu glanced in the direction where Yang Xiao and Lu Wei had disappeared, and said in a low voice, "Looks like they're heading toward Antique Street. Between there and the raw stone market, there's an alley they have to pass through. It's usually pretty empty at this time of day. We'll make our move there. What do you think?" "Agreed. Let's head there now and wait for them," Yan Jian said without hesitation. The 4 quickly came to an agreement, taking a shortcut to the alley. Unaware of the brewing trouble, Yang Xiao and Lu Wei were leisurely walking toward Antique Street, chatting as they went. As they entered the alley, they turned a corner. Suddenly, "Stop!" A loud shout startled them. Yang Xiao instinctively pulled Lu Wei close and looked up to see 2 men standing in front of them. One had his face partially obscured by a mask, but Yang Xiao recognized him instantly. It was Yan Jian. At this hour, the alley was nearly deserted. With two sharp corners, the area was practically sealed off. Unless someone was paying close attention, it was unlikely anyone would hear what happened inside. Lao Yu, wearing a mask, pulled out a folding knife and waved it menacingly. Hand over anything valuable right now, or don't blame us for being rough. There are two more behind us, Lu Wei stammered, trembling. This was her first time facing such a situation, and she was terrified. Oh my God. Earlier, I was talking about good luck. And now this? Robbery in broad daylight? What do we do? She instinctively clung to Yang Xiao for protection. Yang Xiao stood against the wall, shielding Lu Wei, and glanced around. 4 men surrounded them, all of them looking strong. If it were 1-on-1 or even 1-on-2, Yang Xiao might have tried to fight, but with 4 of them and Lu Wei beside him, he couldn't take the risk. Looking at Yan Jian, Yang Xiao smiled and said, "Brother, just because I didn't hire you doesn't mean you need to resort to this. This is illegal." Yan Jian was stunned. What the hell? He recognized me? I even changed my clothes, how could he possibly know? Lao Yu waved his knife threateningly. Cut the crap. Put down your valuables and get lost. Fine. From the moment Yang Xiao recognized Yan Jian, he had already guessed their motive, the jadeite. He wasn't reckless. Knowing he was outnumbered, there was no point in trying to be a hero. Once they were out of this situation, he'd report the robbery to the police. With the value of the 2 jadeite pieces, the thieves would undoubtedly end up in prison, working sewing machines until the motors burned out. Yang Xiao placed the bag containing the jadeite on the ground and pulled Lu Wei, heading toward Antique Street. Lao Yu froze, completely surprised at how smoothly things had gone. Not a hint of resistance. As Yang Xiao and Lu Wei passed by Yan Jian and Lao Yu, brushing shoulders, Lao Yu caught a glimpse of Lu Wei's stunning face and curvaceous figure. Suddenly he felt a slight stir in his body. At the same time, a lecherous gleam appeared in his eyes. Such a beautiful woman. How could he not take the opportunity to enjoy her? Stepping forward to block their path, Lao Yu pointed his knife at Yang Xiao and sneered, "Kid, you can leave, but she stays." In his mind, someone who handed over jadeite worth millions so easily must be afraid of death. There was no way this man would risk his life for a woman. This woman was now his, no question about it. This sudden move startled Yan Jian. What the hell? Weren't we just going to grab the jadeite and leave? Why has it turned into this? What are you trying to do? Yang Xiao quickly shielded Lu Wei, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes as he looked at Lao Yu. Lao Yu, now fully menacing, growled, "I've made myself clear. You leave, and she stays, otherwise you'll die. We've already given you the jadeite. Don't push your luck." Yang Xiao replied coldly. Lao Yu laughed mockingly. "Kid, don't you see who's in charge here?" He grinned wickedly. "This girl is so fresh and tender. Don't worry, we'll be gentle. And it's just a few stabs, it won't kill her." Meanwhile, the 2 men on the other side of the alley picked up the bag with the jadeite. After checking its contents and confirming everything was fine, their faces lit up with excitement. They signaled Yan Jian to leave quickly. But Yan Jian was now stuck between a rock and a hard place. Leaving felt wrong, but staying didn't feel right either. Seeing that neither Yan Jian nor Lao Yu was moving, the other 2 men grew anxious. Why weren't they leaving? Were they planning to spend the new year here? Exchanging glances, the 2 men suddenly had the same thought. With fewer people to share the loot, they could get more for themselves. They began slowly backing away, preparing to slip away unnoticed. Yang Xiao noticed their actions and warned, "If you keep wasting time, they'll run off with the loot." If there were only Lao Yu and Yan Jian left, Yang Xiao figured he could handle them better. "Shut up. I know what I'm doing." Lao Yu snapped, glancing briefly at the 2 men. He was confident they wouldn't run off. He thought they were just making a strategic retreat. Besides, this would give him more time with the woman. Privately, he even praised them for being so considerate. Then Lao Yu noticed Yang Xiao wasn't leaving. "Not leaving, huh? Fine. When I'm enjoying her, you can watch." Saying this, Lao Yu reached for Lu Wei's chest. "Run!" Yang Xiao shouted, pushing Lu Wei toward Antique Street. At the same time, he kicked Lao Yu hard in the stomach. Caught off guard, Lu Wei stumbled forward. "Yang Xiao! Run to where there are more people!" Yang Xiao shouted without looking back. Lu Wei knew staying would only distract Yang Xiao. So she ran, dialing the police on her phone as she did, silently praying that nothing would happen to Yang Xiao. Hearing her footsteps fade into the distance, Yang Xiao relaxed slightly, knowing she was safe. Lao Yu clutched his stomach, his face twisted in pain. You bastard! How dare you kick me? You're dead meat today. Lao Yu. I. Yan Jian stammered nervously. Shut up. Lao Yu straightened slowly. Help me take him down, or you're finished too. Damn, he really is crazy. He's even threatening his own allies. Yang Xiao couldn't help but admire the madness. But he could also tell that Yan Jian didn't want things to escalate further. This was a perfect opportunity to divide the enemy. Run now, Yang Xiao urged Yan Jian, or when the police come, you won't be able to escape. You dare! Lao Yu's eyes turned bloodshot. Yan Jian swallowed nervously. Lao Yu, I'm only in this for money. I don't want things to go too far, and I definitely don't want anyone to die. With that, Yan Jian turned and ran. Coward. Once I'm done with him, I'll deal with you next. Lao Yu cursed, gritting his teeth. He then charged at Yang Xiao with his folding knife. Yang Xiao reacted quickly, kicking Lao Yu's elbow and hitting a pressure point. With a clatter, the knife fell to the ground. Disarmed, Lao Yu's fighting strength dropped significantly. Yang Xiao followed up with a punch to Lao Yu's face, sending him reeling. The pain was so intense that Lao Yu's eyes filled with tears as he crouched down, clutching his face. You're done for, kid. I'm with Brother Recap.high. Lao Yu shouted, his voice muffled by his hands. Recap.high was a local gang leader known for his petty scams and crimes. Yang Xiao replied firmly, I don't care if it's Brother Recap.high or Dog Pi. This is a law-abiding society. If he dares to come, he'll be sewing in prison too. Sewing in prison? What the hell? Alright, you're the first to dare insult Brother Recap.high like that. Just wait. Lao Yu knew he couldn't win without a weapon, so he fled, shouting threats over his shoulder. Yang Xiao didn't bother chasing him. As he exited the alley, he saw Lu Wei returning with 2 police officers. She looked him over anxiously. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Just a petty thief, he couldn't hurt me, Yang Xiao said with a smile, shaking his head. One of the officers saluted and turned on their body camera. Hello. Can we assist you further? Officer, we were just robbed in that alley, Yang Xiao explained truthfully. Hearing this, one of the officers immediately took out a notebook to record the details. What was stolen? 2 jadeite stones worth over 2 to 3 million yuan, Yang Xiao replied. The officers were stunned. What? 2 jadeite stones worth millions? This was a major case. They quickly reported the situation to headquarters and sealed off the alley as a crime scene. At the site, they found only the folding knife Lao Yu had dropped. No other useful evidence was left behind. Soon, forensic officers arrived to collect fingerprints from the knife, and the results came back quickly. It was Lao Yu's. The police immediately issued warrants for Lao Yu and Yan Jian. Meanwhile, the 2 men who had taken the jadeite were already at the airport, preparing to flee walking by plane. Yan Jian had run straight home in a panic. As for Lao Yu, he endured the pain in his face and sought out Brother Recap.high, hoping to get his help in dealing with Yang Xiao. The Huaqing police acted swiftly. An hour later, officers surrounded Yan Jian's residence. Pretending to investigate a water leak, the property manager knocked on Yan Jian's door. As soon as the door opened, the police swarmed in and pinned Yan Jian to the ground. Yan Jian was shocked. What are you doing? Stay still. One of the officers barked. Yan Jian struggled. I didn't break the law. Why are you arresting me? I'm filing a complaint. I'll report you. Once he was cuffed, the officer said, whether you broke the law or not, you know full well. Take him away. At the police station, in the interrogation room, the officer conducting the interrogation had a stern expression. Name. I want to complain about you. You're arresting people for no reason. Yan Jian ignored the question. I asked for your name. Do the police have the right to arrest people randomly? Do you really think we'd arrest someone without cause? You know exactly why you're here, the officer retorted. You participated in a robbery, and now you have the nerve to claim we're in the wrong. Who gave you the courage? Yan Jian scoffed and said defiantly, I didn't commit a crime. What's there for me to know? He thought that even though he was involved in the jadeite robbery, he hadn't personally taken the loot, so it didn't count as robbery. And as for the charges of attempted rape or provoking violence, that was all on Yu Deshui. It had nothing to do with him. Perhaps this was why Yan Jian hadn't tried to run. The officer, uninterested in wasting time, got straight to the point. What were you doing around 11 a.m. today? I was working. Be specific. I was working as an eye in the Jade Trading District. The officer tapped the table. Say it all at once. I was in the jade trading district, helping people pick stones. I didn't close any deals, so I went home, Yan Jian said, deliberately leaving out critical details, thinking he could bluff his way through. He was dreaming. The officer frowned. That's all? That's all, Yan Jian said confidently. You won't admit it until the evidence is in front of you, huh? The officer opened a laptop and played a surveillance video, then turned the screen toward Yan Jian. Explain this. Why were you and 3 others wearing masks and entering an alley? Were you there to clean it up? Yan Jian's face turned pale as he stammered, unable to come up with an excuse. He wanted to keep lying, but no words came to mind. A few minutes later he confessed everything. Meanwhile, another team of officers tracked Yu Deshui using real-time surveillance data. The trail led them to a small leather factory owned by Brother Sha Pi. The factory was quickly surrounded. Inside, Yu Deshui was whining to Sha Pi. Brother Sha Pi, I was bullied by some pretty boy. You useless idiot. Didn't you mention my name? Sha Pi said, annoyed. In this area, within a kilometer radius of Antique Street, no one dared disrespect him. Unless. There was no unless. I did. Yu Deshui said, his face still miserable. And they still hit you? Sha Pi was surprised. Who would dare defy me? Do they not want to live? Yu Deshui continued, he's an outsider and doesn't know who you are. But he said. He deliberately trailed off, piquing Sha Pi's curiosity. What did he say? Sha Pi demanded. I don't dare say. Speak, or I'll throw you in the South Sea to feed the fish. He said. I don't care if it's Brother Sha Pi or Dog Pi. If he dares show up, I'll beat him so bad his mom won't recognize him. Yu Deshui pretended to cower as he spoke. What? Sha Pi's face turned red with anger. Did he really say that? Really? Yu Deshui nodded. This was outrageous. Sha Pi grabbed a baseball bat nearby. Lead the way. I'll break his legs myself. Just then. Whack. Bang. The factory's iron gate was kicked open with a loud crash. Before anyone could react, a group of armed police officers stormed in. Freeze. Hands on your heads, squat down now. I repeat, hands on your heads, squat down immediately. Sha Pi turned pale and quickly dropped his bat, squatting down obediently without making a sound. Meanwhile, he was baffled. I haven't done anything illegal recently. Why are there so many police here? Could it be someone reported me for sleeping with Yu Deshui's wife? But that's just immoral, not illegal, right? He relaxed slightly at the thought. The lead officer saw Yu Deshui standing frozen in shock. This is your last warning. Hands on your head and squat down, or face the consequences. Damn it, Yu Deshui, do you want to die? Squat down now. Sha Pi pulled Yu Deshui's sleeve, snapping him out of his daze. Yu Deshui quickly followed suit, squatting down with his hands on his head. Still squatting, Sha Pi smiled ingratiatingly at the lead officer. Officer, we're good people. I was a model student growing up. If you're a good person, then the world has no bad people. The officer merely glared at him, and said nothing. Turning to Yu Deshui, he asked, Are you Yu Deshui? I am, Yu Deshui stammered, trembling. He hadn't expected the police to arrive so quickly in just 2 or 3 hours. For someone so young, you've got some nerve, the officer said, waving his hand. Take them all away. Half an hour later, at the Huaqing police station, Yu Deshui confessed everything without resistance. As the mastermind behind the robbery, along with attempted rape and a plan to kill Yang Xiao, he was facing serious charges. A sewing machine was already waiting for him. As for the 2 men who fled with the jadeite, they had boarded a flight to Beijing, intending to sell the stones at Panjia Yuan. But Huaqing police had already informed Beijing authorities, who set up a trap at the international airport. When the plane landed, the 2 men happily deplaned, thinking they'd made it. However, before they could even leave the airport, they were apprehended by police. Hours later, they were escorted back to Huaqing by several officers. At the Huaqing police station, the jadeite, which had been missing for hours, was finally returned to Yang Xiao. After repeatedly thanking the police, Yang Xiao and Lu Wei left. It was already past 6 p.m., with less than 2 hours until the evening auction. The 2 found a nice restaurant for a quick dinner before driving to the Poly Auction Center, where the auction was being held. By the time they arrived, the parking lot was packed. Yang Xiao glanced around, and noticed that nearly every car was a luxury vehicle. Cars costing only a few 100,000 yuan were rare, and even those were in the minority. At the auction entrance, a long line had already formed. Yang Xiao asked about the reason for the queue and learned that entering the auction required a deposit of 5 million yuan. This policy was designed to prevent malicious bidders from making high bids but failing to pay. At the end of the auction, those with a good record would have their deposits refunded promptly. Alternatively, the deposit could be used directly to offset the cost of any successful bids. However, if someone successfully bid on an item but refused to pay, the deposit would be forfeited as compensation for the loss. For most participants, 5 million wasn't an enormous amount, but it wasn't a trivial sum either. Losing it unnecessarily would still sting. As a result, most people behaved more prudently during the bidding. Yang Xiao casually handed over his bank card and deposited 10 million yuan. He and Lu Wei each received an auction number 168 and 169. The two entered the auction hall, which could accommodate 400 to 500 people. Each seat was assigned, and next to each seat was a device resembling a tablet. According to Song Jianjun, this was used for bidding. During the auction, if a bidder was interested in an item, they could enter their bid directly on the screen and press confirm to submit their offer. Technology was indeed advancing rapidly. It was incredibly convenient. On the large screen at the center of the stage was the title auction of Chinese and international antique and artistic works. Seeing the theme, Yang Xiao was momentarily puzzled. What did this mean? Were there going to be some international art pieces in this auction as well? Curious, he turned to Song Jianjun and asked, "Brother Song, are there works by foreign artists in today's auction?" "I haven't heard of that," Song Jianjun replied, shaking his head. "Come, let me introduce you to a few friends." Through Song Jianjun, Yang Xiao met several wealthy individuals from Huaking. From them, he learned some startling news. A foreign businessman at the auction was reportedly planning to buy several of the animal head sculptures and possibly all Chinese-related items up for auction. This made Song Jianjun and his friends quite upset. This foreigner is pretty bold, thinking he can monopolize everything. Maybe he's been drinking too much fake foreign liquor. Doesn't he know what Huaxing's reputation in China is? Speaking such nonsense. Everyone says you realize how small your position is when you reach Beijing, regret marrying too early when you arrive in Chongqing, and only hate not having enough money when you're in Huaking. That's right. Let's make sure he doesn't take a single thing today. Their brief conversation was filled with confidence. Yang Xiao stood quietly with Lu Wei, listening without interrupting. However, Song Jianjun frowned and added, "Brothers, I've heard this foreigner has prepared nearly 1 billion yuan. Just 1 billion? That's not much." A man named Wang Jinhua laughed. "We've each prepared 200 to 300 million yuan. Combined, we have more than him." "It's 1 billion US dollars, Song Jianjun clarified. 1 billion US dollars? Converted to Chinese yuan, that was 5 to 6 billion yuan. Even combined, their funds barely reached a fraction of that amount. How do we compete with that?" Wang Jinhua muttered in disbelief. "Brother Song, are you sure about your information?" "It's highly reliable," Song Jianjun replied seriously. Although these men were wealthy, with companies worth tens or hundreds of billions, their liquid cash was extremely limited. The group fell silent, their faces grim. Yang Xiao was about to speak up and offer to handle everything when Song Jianjun suddenly made a proposal. "How about this? Let's focus on ensuring we win the animal heads first. If we have any funds left, we can try for other items. What do you think?" The animal heads were the priority. Securing them was the only solution Song Jianjun could think of. The group exchanged glances. "I agree." "Same here." No objections. The decision was quickly unanimous. Yang Xiao listened quietly without intervening. A few billion yuan? To him, that was barely a scratch. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that this might be a setup, possibly a trap laid by the foreigners to extract money. Even so, he had made up his mind. If other Chinese bidders couldn't secure these items, he would personally buy them all. There was no way he would allow them to fall into foreign hands again. At 8 p.m., the auction officially began. Amid upbeat and passionate music, a mature woman wearing a professional skirt suit and black stockings walked onto the stage, a small gavel in hand and a smile on her face. "Good evening, everyone. First, thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend the auction hosted by Poly Auctions. I am your auctioneer and host for tonight, Rose Red," she said with a bow. Rose Red continued with a smile. Initially, a foreign collector planned to auction off some Chinese artifacts. However, at this point, she deliberately paused for suspense. She swayed her slender waist as she walked to the edge of the stage, her flirtatious eyes scanning the audience. This teasing made the gathered tycoons impatient. However, what? Just say it already. If you have something to say, spit it out. Stop teasing us. Believe me, I'll have your boss fire you if you don't get to the point. This woman needs a good. Hearing the grumbling from the crowd, Rose Red knew her act had achieved its purpose. She smiled and continued, however, he has changed his mind today. In addition to selling his Chinese artifacts, he will also auction works by top international artists. Because of this, the auction has been divided into 2 sessions. Tonight's session will focus on foreign artworks. What? Tonight's session was dedicated to foreign artworks? Why wasn't this announced earlier? The room erupted into commotion. Even Song Jianjun and his friends hesitated, wondering if they should leave since the items they wanted weren't available tonight. Unfazed, Rose Red added, today's auction includes works by Van Gogh, Monet, and other renowned masters. Hearing this, the room gradually quieted down. Now, let's move on to the main event. Rose Red pointed to the large screen. Our first item tonight is The Road to Arles by Impressionist master Van Gogh. This painting was created in. She then gave a brief introduction to the artwork. Van Gogh had many famous works, such as Starry Night, Sunflowers, and The Café Terrace at Night. Years ago, one of his paintings had sold for over $54 million equivalent to more than 300 million yuan. And that wasn't even his most expensive piece. Rose Red announced the starting bid. This painting starts at 10 million yuan, with a minimum increment of 1 million yuan. Please place your bids. As Rose Red finished her announcement, the large screen in the auction hall began lighting up repeatedly with bids. Rose Red read them aloud one by one. Number 78 bids 15 million. Number 19 bids 19 million. Number 48 bids 20 million. Number 114 bids 21 million. In just a few minutes, the bidding price had soared to 40 million. The competition was fierce, but the number of bidders was relatively small. As time went on, the number of participants decreased, and the bidding frequency gradually slowed. Most people were simply watching for entertainment, while only a few were genuinely interested in participating. Perhaps they didn't like the style of this painting or weren't particularly drawn to it. Rose Red scanned the room and called out, number 167 bids 49 million. Is there anyone willing to go higher? For a Van Gogh piece, this price was somewhat low. Soon, a few more people placed bids. Meanwhile, Song Jianjun, uninterested in foreign art pieces, exchanged a few words with Yang Xiao and left with his friends. Lu Wei, curious, asked, isn't Van Gogh very famous? Why aren't more people bidding on this? Not sure. Maybe they don't like this style or aren't interested in this specific painting, Yang Xiao replied after thinking for a moment. Lu Wei tilted her head and asked, if I like something, can I bid for it? Of course. If you like it, you can buy everything here if you want, Yang Xiao said with a smile. His words were overheard by the person sitting next to him, number 167. Number 167 was an American named Zos Pelosi. Having lived in China for 7 or 8 years, he could understand quite a bit of Chinese. Pelosi glanced disdainfully at Yang Xiao, a mocking smile flickering in his eyes. Feeling that wasn't enough, he sneered in broken Chinese, talking big is easy. Watch out, or the wind will twist your tongue. Buy everything at the auction? Why not say you'll buy all the art in the world while you're at it? Utterly laughable. Yang Xiao didn't want to argue and chose to ignore him. Pelosi, thinking Yang Xiao was intimidated, went even further. What's wrong with Polly this year? They're letting any random riffraff in. Too many dogs barking tends to make a mess, Yang Xiao replied coldly. You. Pelosi gritted his teeth. He sneered and said, kid, you've brought your girlfriend here to show off, but you've come to the wrong place. If you want to flaunt wealth here, you'd better bring a lot of money, understand? He then turned his gaze to Lu Wei, and his eyes lit up. He realized that Lu Wei was the most beautiful Chinese woman he'd seen in years. His eyes roamed downwards. Her fair skin and voluptuous figure stirred waves of desire in his heart. Smiling at Lu Wei, Pelosi said, beautiful lady, there's no future with him. Why don't you come with me? I'll give you 1 million yuan a month. To him, such an amount of money was more than enough to win her over. After all, it was enough to keep a movie star as a mistress. However, Lu Wei acted as if she hadn't heard him and ignored him entirely. This made Pelosi feel humiliated and very upset. Just a cheap woman pretending to be high and mighty? You're not worth. Slap. Suddenly, a sharp sound of a slap echoed through the auction hall. Everyone turned in surprise. Pelosi was covering his face, his expression full of disbelief. What? Did I just get slapped? Someone actually dared to hit me. He couldn't believe Yang Xiao had acted so decisively, without a shred of hesitation. Yang Xiao said coldly, "If you insult her again, I won't hesitate to send you to the afterlife to play mahjong with the king of hell." "Yang Xiao, don't be impulsive." Lu Wei quickly grabbed his arm, afraid he might do something reckless. Yang Xiao had only intended this as a warning. Pelosi snapped out of his shock and glared at Yang Xiao, furious. "You dared to hit me. Do you even know who I am?" Just as Pelosi was preparing for a physical altercation with Yang Xiao, two burly security guards approached. One of them asked, "What's going on here?" They were part of the auction security team, and had come over as soon as they heard the commotion. "I was helping him swat a mosquito," Yang Xiao said with an innocent smile. His expression was so convincing that anyone who didn't know better might have believed him. The guards turned to Pelosi for confirmation. Pelosi clenched his teeth but held back. Revenge is a dish best served cold. "Just wait, kid." Instead, he muttered, "You should have prepared some mosquito repellent to keep the annoying flies away." "Mosquitoes my ass." The guards, seeing neither party wanted to escalate the situation, decided not to intervene further. They simply warned them not to disrupt the auction again, and left. Pelosi turned back to Yang Xiao and threatened, "You're finished, kid. I'll make sure you can't leave Huaking." He had deduced from Yang Xiao's accent that he wasn't a local. Having lived in Huaking for 7 or 8 years, Pelosi considered himself a semi-local. Once the auction was over, he planned to take back the face he'd lost bit by bit. And he would humiliate Lu Wei too, making Yang Xiao beg for forgiveness. Yang Xiao responded with a cold laugh. Useless threats. Meanwhile, the auction continued. Rose Red's voice echoed in the hall. "Number 69 bids 60 million. Any higher bids?" Pelosi took a deep breath and bid 65 million. Van Gogh was his favorite artist, and he was determined to win this painting. Perhaps this determination was why he refrained from fighting Yang Xiao then and there. But Yang Xiao wasn't going to let him succeed so easily. Yang Xiao immediately raised the bid to 80 million. He had outbid Pelosi by a staggering 15 million. Pelosi's face turned sour, as if he'd swallowed something foul. Gritting his teeth, he raised his bid again to 85 million. The moment Pelosi placed his bid, Yang Xiao countered without hesitation. "Number 168 bids 100 million. Rose Red's voice was filled with excitement as she sashayed across the stage. Her flirtatious gaze swept across the room, hoping to encourage even more competitive bidding. Now that's what you call professionalism. Under her enticing glances, several more bidders joined in, driving the price up again. The painting's price soared to 150 million. Pelosi noticed that Yang Xiao hadn't placed a bid during this round, assuming the price had exceeded his budget. He felt relieved and quickly bid 160 million. However, his relief was short-lived. Yang Xiao, seemingly targeting Pelosi directly, immediately placed a bid of 200 million. The entire hall turned to look at him. No one had expected number 168 to be so aggressive. When he bid, it wasn't just to participate, it was to win. And there was an unmistakable sense of rivalry, aimed at number 167. Pelosi still wanted to bid, but he unintentionally glanced at Yang Xiao's screen and noticed he had already entered the next bid -3 billion yuan. Pelosi ground his teeth in anger, his Mandarin suddenly becoming much more fluent. "Do you have to go against me? So what if I do?" Yang Xiao shot him a glance. "I'm so rich that all I have left is money. If you're capable, bankrupt me." If Pelosi hadn't insulted Lu Wei, Yang Xiao wouldn't have paid him any attention. But Pelosi's mistake was not only provoking him but also insulting someone he shouldn't have. Moreover, Pelosi was an adult. He had made a mistake, yet instead of apologizing, he doubled down and even threatened Yang Xiao. Would Yang Xiao be afraid? Not a chance. In fact, Yang Xiao was determined to teach him a profound lesson he wouldn't forget anytime soon. Pelosi was seething. "Fine. Very well. Excellent. Give up? Never." Collecting works by Van Gogh and Pollock had been his lifelong dream. He had searched for years, and now he had finally come across a Van Gogh painting. How could he just give it up? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Pelosi's mind. Did Yang Xiao enter 3 billion just to intimidate him? All's fair in war and strategy, it could be a bluff. After some consideration, Pelosi decided to go all in. He entered 3 billion yuan on the bidding device and confidently pressed confirm. Number 167 bids 3 billion. Is there anyone willing to go higher? Rose Red's voice rang through the auction hall, filled with excitement. Not just her, even the organizers hadn't anticipated such fierce competition for the first item. Yang Xiao placed another bid, raising the price to 3.01 billion yuan. Rose Red swayed her hips as she walked across the stage. We have a new bid. Number 168 offers 3.01 billion. Only 3.01 billion? Hey! Pelosi glanced at Yang Xiao with a smirk, his eyes brimming with confidence. Gotcha, kid. You've run out of money, haven't you? Trying to fight me? You're too inexperienced. Pelosi immediately bid 3.5 billion yuan. As expected, after Pelosi made his bid, Yang Xiao didn't follow up. 3.5 billion. Is there anyone willing to bid higher than 3.5 billion? Rose Red waited but received no further bids. Reluctantly, she called out, 3.5 billion, going once. Going twice. Sold for 3.5 billion. The moment the gavel fell, Pelosi let out a long sigh of relief. After so much back and forth, he had finally secured the painting. Just then, Yang Xiao's voice reached his ears. Congratulations. Successfully winning a masterpiece for 3.5 billion. Pelosi turned his head to see Yang Xiao looking at him with a faint smile. He froze for a moment before realizing the truth. Damn it. That kid played me. From the very beginning, Yang Xiao had never intended to buy this Van Gogh painting. His sole purpose in bidding was to make Pelosi spend more money. Realizing he had been duped, Pelosi clenched his teeth but refrained from retaliating. The auction continued, featuring more foreign sculptures and paintings. The prices weren't particularly high, and time passed quickly. After an hour and a half, the final item of the auction was revealed. Rose Red beamed and announced, "For our final item today, we have the renowned American artist Pollock's No. 7, 1948. This piece." She began reciting a scripted introduction. Pollock's 1948 series belonged to his abstract drip painting style, created by dripping paint with sticks in an improvised manner. Chaotic and unstructured, the works were highly expressive. They reflected the artist's raw, non-rational creative impulses and emotional outbursts. However, Yang Xiao had zero interest in this piece. To him, it looked like nothing more than a child's doodles. He couldn't make any sense of it. But on the screen it showed that Pollock's No. 5, 1948 had once sold for an astonishing $140 million. This left Yang Xiao baffled. Do these people have too much money to spend? Why buy such paintings? Meanwhile, Pelosi, sitting next to him, was ecstatic. Oh my God! How lucky am I today? He couldn't believe his luck. 2 masterpieces by his favorite artists were being auctioned on the same day. This trip had been worth it. Pollock's painting was a must-have for him, no matter the cost. Fearing that Yang Xiao might try to trick him again, Pelosi suppressed his excitement. He wasn't the only one thrilled. Many foreigners in the room were visibly excited upon seeing the painting. The hall was soon filled with heavy breathing. Is it really that exciting? Lu Wei couldn't help but be surprised. She knew some oil paintings were expensive, but was this level of excitement necessary? Yang Xiao didn't understand either. Maybe it's a cultural difference. He personally felt that Chinese ink wash paintings were superior. Using just black ink and water, a skilled artist could depict the boundless beauty of the world without the slightest sense of discord. The bidding began. Pollock's painting had a starting price of 20 million yuan. Within 5 minutes, the price had already reached 70 million yuan. Most of the bidders were foreigners. Yang Xiao was curious about what kind of collector could have such a vast collection. While he was lost in thought, the bidding for Pollock's painting had climbed to 130 million yuan. Like a cheetah stalking prey on the African savanna, Pelosi waited for the perfect moment to strike. As the bidding intensified, the number of participants dwindled sharply. Now, only 3 or 4 people were still bidding. Seeing the moment was right, Pelosi entered a price on the bidding device and confirmed it. Number 167 bids 570 million yuan. Rose Red shot Pelosi a seductive smile as she announced the bid. Swaying her curvy hips, she enchanted the older men in the front row, leaving them visibly flushed. Pelosi remained confident. At 570 million, it was the highest bid of the day. He was certain no one could outbid him. This painting was already his. But just then, number 168 bids 600 million yuan. Rose Red, seeing the new bid on the screen, exclaimed, "Do we have a bid higher than 600 million yuan? Anyone?" Pelosi was furious. "This bastard! Are you deliberately targeting me?" Even though he knew Yang Xiao was provoking him, there was nothing he could do. In an auction, the highest bidder wins. What grounds did he have to accuse someone of targeting him? Others in the room were equally stunned. Why did 168 always jump in to outbid 167? The battle between Yang Xiao and Pelosi continued. Yang Xiao ultimately drove the price of Pollock's painting to 850 million yuan. Hearing Yang Xiao's bid of 850 million, Pelosi was absolutely furious. Damn it! Why? Why must he go against me? Does he have a death wish? While Pelosi had brought a considerable amount of money, that money was reserved for bidding on China's 12 zodiac statues, porcelain, and other items. He couldn't afford to spend too much here. But if he didn't win this Pollock painting, it would torment him endlessly. Who knows when another Pollock painting would be auctioned in the future? At the same time, whispers began spreading in the auction hall as people learned that number 167 was Pelosi. Who is number 168? How dare they keep messing with Pelosi? I respect their courage. Pelosi is notoriously petty and vengeful. Number 168 might be in big trouble. Pelosi's backing, the Zos Group, is filthy rich worldwide. Offending him isn't a smart move. This young man is way too impulsive, it's going to cost him. Many people felt that Yang Xiao had made a foolish decision by antagonizing Pelosi. But then, a different voice arose in the hall. What's wrong with you all? Do you really think someone this wealthy would be afraid of Pelosi? And besides, this is China. When did we start letting an American strut around like he owns the place? Some people just love tearing themselves down to lift others up. That's right. This is China. Whether they're American or Korean, they can't just run wild here. I support number 168. Count me in. A chorus of support quickly emerged. Pelosi gritted his teeth and decided to give it one more shot. If Yang Xiao followed up again, he would have no choice but to concede for now. Number 167 bids 900 million. Even Rose Red, who was used to hosting auctions, was stunned. Such a high bid, it was the first she had ever seen. Rose Red took a moment to compose herself. Number 167 bids 900 million. Any higher bids? Pelosi glared at Yang Xiao, who hadn't entered a new bid on his device. Feeling slightly relieved, Pelosi relaxed a little but not completely. Yang Xiao turned his head and said, "Sorry, I was just testing how this bidding device works earlier. I hope it didn't cause you any trouble?" Though the words seemed apologetic, they carried no hint of remorse. In fact, there was a faint trace of mockery. What did you just say? Pelosi was so angry he nearly spat blood. If you didn't hear, forget about it. Yang Xiao took Lu Wei's hand and turned to leave. Watching their retreating figures, Pelosi was filled with murderous rage. Testing the device, my ass. Yang Xiao's repeated bidding had cost him several extra billion yuan. Once Yang Xiao left, the other attendees began urging the auctioneer to wrap it up. Just drop the gavel already, number 168 has left. Exactly. Stop wasting time. You don't get it. Auctioneers do this on purpose to see if anyone else wants to bid. That's impossible. With number 168 gone, who else would stick their neck out? Right. Besides, the price is already 900 million, it's not worth it. Whether it's worth it or not, I just love seeing Pelosi get played. It feels so satisfying. The murmurs in the crowd grew louder. Rose Red, however, was still trying her best to stir up enthusiasm. At poly auctions, there was an unspoken rule: if the auctioneer managed to drive the price higher, they would receive a bonus from the commission. This explained why Rose Red was putting on such an extravagant show, doing everything she could to delay the closing of the bid in hopes someone else might join in. In the end, Pollock's painting was sold to Pelosi for 900 million yuan. Outside the auction hall, Yang Xiao drove away in the Lamborghini, leaving behind the chaos, his work done. By that evening, the story had already spread throughout Huaqing's upper-class circles. Online, it became a trending topic. Shocking. Mystery bidder takes on Pelosi at the poly auction. Incredible. One move cost American Pelosi several billion yuan. Dozens of similar headlines flooded the internet. When Song Jianjun heard about it, he immediately sought Yang Xiao to learn more. He also explained Pelosi's personality to him. But Yang Xiao wasn't worried. In his own country, could he really let a foreigner bully him? The next day, in Huaqing's hotel, on the top floor, in a luxurious presidential suite. After breakfast, Lu Wei leaned against Yang Xiao, gazing at the city's towering skyline through the window. Suddenly her phone rang, playing a familiar melody. Reluctantly, she left Yang Xiao's embrace and picked up her phone from the table. Her cheerful mood instantly dropped. Seeing her hesitate to answer, Yang Xiao asked, "Why aren't you picking up?" After a few seconds of hesitation, Lu Wei pressed the answer button. "What is it?" Her tone was indifferent, even cold. This made Yang Xiao curious who could be calling her so late and ruining her mood so quickly. The caller wasn't anyone else, it was her parents. Lu Wei's mother, Fan Changmei, spoke cheerfully. Xia Wei, your brother's wedding arrangements have been finalized, but... Say it. Well, the bride's family is asking that he have a car and a house. And what does that have to do with me? Hearing this, Fan Changmei's tone turned disapproving. What do you mean, what does it have to do with you? He's your younger brother, your own flesh and blood. Flesh and blood? Lu Wei almost laughed. It was always the same story. At that moment, Lu Wei's younger brother, Lu Wuyong, snatched the phone. Sis. I need to buy a car and a house. Hurry up and give me 3 million yuan. Give you 3 million? Do I look like a bank to you? How could he even bring himself to ask? Lu Wei snapped. You have hands and feet, why don't you work for it yourself? Sis, you know I don't have an education. I can't earn that kind of money, Lu Wuyong shamelessly replied. No education is your excuse? I think you're just used to being handed everything on a silver platter. Lu Wei's voice turned icy. No money. Figure it out yourself. She hung up the phone with a decisive snap. From a young age, Lu Wei's parents had always prioritized their son. Daughters? Sorry, they were told to step aside. When Lu Wei was accepted into university, her parents demanded she give up her spot, insisting that women didn't need higher education since they'd get married anyway. Fortunately, Lu Wei had foresight. During high school, she worked part-time at a hot pot restaurant, saving enough to cover her first-year tuition. Throughout university, she supported herself through work-study programs. Her parents hadn't spent a single penny on her education. But once she graduated and started working, her parents came back, demanding money half her salary every month. If she refused, Fan Changmei would throw a fit at home, making a scene and disturbing everyone. Now, they were asking for 3 million yuan in one go. Where was she supposed to get that kind of money? After being hung up on, Lu Wuyong put on an innocent face and turned to Fan Changmei. Mom, can't you do something? She hung up on me. This trick never failed with Fan Changmei. It worked every time. Sure enough, hearing this, Fan Changmei immediately took the phone from Lu Wuyong and called Lu Wei again. However, after just one ring, the call was hung up again. Fan Changmei was furious, her nose flaring with anger. That ungrateful girl. She dares to hang up on me. Her rage grew as she repeatedly called Lu Wei, only for the same thing to happen each time. When the phone finally connected again, she immediately started yelling. You ungrateful wretch! Got some nerve, huh? How dare you hang up on me? Buying a house is his business, not mine, Lu Wei replied coldly. If you want to help him, that's your choice. I won't get involved. Hearing this, Fan Changmei's anger flared even more. He's your younger brother. If you don't help him, who will? He's just my brother. I have no obligation to take responsibility for his future. Who says you don't? I do. If I say you do, then you do. Fan Changmei's tone was brazen and unreasonable. Over the years, she had taken a lot of money from Lu Wei, if not a full 1 million yuan, then close to it. Every cent had gone to Lu Wuyong. And because someone always supported him financially, he had never worked a single day since graduating high school. He dined out extravagantly, frequently treating others and acting like a wealthy second-generation heir, saying, I'll cover the bill. This led many people to mistakenly believe that he was genuinely a rich kid. Over time, this lifestyle made him lazier and more dependent. He placed all his hopes on his sister, relying on his parents to demand money on his behalf whenever she refused. And Fan Changmei enabled this behavior. After years of this dynamic, Lu Wuyong came to believe it was entirely natural for his sister to earn money for him to spend. He felt no shame, not even the slightest guilt. How was this different from livestock? Lu Wei decided she had enough. Raising a son is your responsibility, not mine. Then her voice turned icy. And another thing, he's already in his 20s. He has hands and feet. Why should I pay for his house and car? The saying, a doting mother raises a failure, perfectly describes someone like Fan Changmei. If she had disciplined Lu Wuyong even a little as a child, he wouldn't have turned into a lazy freeloader, living off others. Even today, the phenomenon of favoring sons over daughters still exists in some rural areas, and even cities. What's baffling is how some women, who are themselves daughters or mothers, perpetuate this outdated mindset. Why do they think this way? In modern society, many people wish they could have daughters. And yet, those who do have daughters fail to cherish them. It's ridiculous. Hearing Lu Wei's firm stance, Fan Changmei's eyes darted as she changed tactics. Fine, we won't bother you about your brother. But you must give us 3 million yuan as our retirement money for this year. What? 3 million yuan for retirement? For just 1 year. Even Yang Xiao, standing nearby, was dumbfounded. Crazy. Is this a retirement fund or highway robbery? Through the phone, they could hear Lu Wuyang yelling at Fan Changmei, insisting that she get him a house and a car. After murmuring something to him, she turned her attention back to Lu Wei. Lu Wei's tone was icy. If it's just retirement money, I can give you 10,000 yuan each month. But 3 million yuan up front? Sorry, I don't have it. 10,000 yuan a month was more than most people's pensions. But it wasn't enough for Fan Changmei. As expected, she exploded. You earn tens of thousands a month and have worked for years. You're telling me you don't have 3 million? Who are you fooling? All the money has gone to you, Lu Wei retorted. She laughed bitterly in her heart. Retirement money? Hardly. The real goal was to fund a house and car for Lu Wuyang. What a joke. The same parents, yet such vastly different treatment. Fan Changmei denied it immediately. I only ask for 10,000 or 20,000 yuan a month. How could that add up to everything you earn? Don't pin this on me. Her tone even suggested that 10,000 or 20,000 yuan was a small amount. What a piece of work. Well, you're not getting any more money. Lu Wei's voice was cold, her stance unyielding. Realizing this approach wasn't working, Fan Changmei shifted gears again, playing the guilt card. How did I end up raising such an ungrateful child? You won't even give us 3 million for retirement. You heartless wretch. Do you know how hard it was for your father and me to raise you for over 20 years? Over the phone, she launched into a long tirade. Yang Xiao heard every word and was speechless. What kind of mother is this? A true anomaly. Lu Wei, however, was both angry and amused. Do you even believe the words coming out of your mouth? Believe it? Why wouldn't I? Everything I said is true. The one who should feel guilty is you for neglecting your brother and your parents. You're destined for hell. Let me ask you this: since the day Lu Wuyang was born, how have you treated me? Did we starve or freeze you? Lu Wei continued, her voice trembling. Starting from elementary school, I cooked my own meals and washed my own clothes. By middle school, I was collecting bottles and scrap metal during vacations to buy clothes for myself. By now, her face was streaked with tears. I admit you gave birth to me and raised me. But did you ever truly care about me? Did you ever ask if I was cold when winter came? What? She had been self-reliant since elementary school. All these years. What had she endured? Yang Xiao's heart ached, and he was furious. How could parents treat their own children so differently? He wanted to take the phone and confront Fan Changmei himself, but Lu Wei shook her head, stopping him. Fan Changmei, confronted by these accusations, didn't feel guilty at all. Instead, she doubled down. So what? I gave birth to you and raised you, so you owe me retirement money. 3 million, not a penny less. No money. Take my life instead. Lu Wei declared, fed up with the endless exploitation. This time, she refused to give in. Lu Wei. Don't think I don't know. Came a voice from the background. It was Lu Wuyang. I've heard you're dating some rich guy. 300 million is nothing to him. Hearing this, Fan Changmei's eyes lit up. What? She's dating a rich boyfriend. This was news to her. She hadn't heard it from Lu Wuyang before. Lu Wei didn't know how he found out, but her decision was firm. Even if it's pocket change to him, you're not getting a cent. Indeed, the amount was insignificant to Yang Xiao. But Lu Wei refused to enable their behavior. Fan Changmei's tone brightened. All right then. Tell him to give us 5 million, no, 10 million. We'll call it his bride price for marrying you. Once we get the money, we won't bother you anymore. Just as Lu Wei was about to refuse, Yang Xiao cut in. No problem. Before Lu Wei could say a word, Yang Xiao grabbed the phone and continued. But words alone aren't enough, we need a written agreement. No problem. Hearing Yang Xiao agree to give money, Lu Wuyang's eyes lit up with greed. 10 million. That much money. Forget signing an agreement. If you asked him to call you grandpa, he'd probably do it without hesitation. Lu Wei quickly said, you can't give them that money. She knew what kind of people they were. Once you gave in the first time, there would be a second, a third, and even more. It would be like a black hole. Once you got sucked in, there was no escape. Overhearing this, Fan Changmei's anger flared up over the phone. You brat. Your boyfriend already agreed. What are you interfering for? If they weren't Lu Wei's parents, Yang Xiao would have really let loose on them. What kind of people were these? He held the receiver's microphone to mute the call and softly reassured Lu Wei, trust me. I know what I'm doing. But Trust me, I'll handle this. Alright. Seeing Yang Xiao's confidence, Lu Wei decided not to push further. Yang Xiao then spoke to Lu Wuyong on the other end of the call. You're Lu Wuyong, right? By noon today, bring your parents to the Yuzhou Hotel. Someone will meet you there. Fine. You better keep your word, or we won't let my sister marry you. Wuyong even added a threat before hanging up. Whether or not your sister marries me isn't up to you. After ending the call, Yang Xiao immediately phoned Lin Xuan and briefly explained the situation. Lin Xuan quickly arranged for a contract to be drafted. The agreement stated that Yang Xiao would pay 10 million yuan as retirement funds for Fan Chengmei and her husband. From then on, they would be prohibited from asking Lu Wei for money under any pretext. Once lawyer Zhang Wei confirmed the document was legally sound, Lin Xuan personally took the agreement to meet with Lu Wuyong and his parents for signing. When Lu Wuyong saw Lin Xuan, his eyes lit up, practically glued to her. During the meeting, he repeatedly asked Lin Xuan for her phone number, but she ignored him entirely. After the agreement was signed and the transfer completed, Lin Xuan walked out without hesitation. That day she finally understood why, despite Lu Wei's high salary, she always seemed to live so frugally. It was all because of her parasitic brother. What infuriated her most was that the Lu family elders indulged him, enabling his behavior. Meanwhile, in Huacheng, the Poly Auction Center prepared for a special event. The adjusted start time for the Chinese artifact auction was set for 6 p.m. The auctioneer was once again the charismatic Red Rose. Tonight she wore a high-slit purple qipao that perfectly accentuated her figure, emphasizing her alluring curves. The men in the front rows, especially the older ones, couldn't take their eyes off her legs. No wonder there's a song lyric my sister says purple is full of charm. Indeed, it was utterly captivating. After a brief introduction, Red Rose gave her signature flirtatious smile and announced tonight, the collector is unveiling the crown jewels of his collection. Due to the sheer number of items, the start time was adjusted to 6 p.m. She pointed to the large screen. Let's get started without further ado. Here is our first lot. The screen displayed a colorful ceramic horse, a Tang Dynasty tri-colored glazed pottery horse. Tang San Kai, or Tang tri-colored glazed pottery, was an ancient low-temperature glazed ceramic craft that flourished during the Tang Dynasty. It is characterized by its vibrant yellow, green and white glazes, alongside other hues like brown, blue and black. This exquisite artifact holds significant historical value in Chinese cultural and ceramic history. Years ago, a rare pair of Tang San Kai horses sold in the US for over 10 million yuan, setting a record for the highest auction price in its category. Red Rose announced, the starting bid is 500,000 yuan, with minimum increments of 100,000 yuan. Let's begin. As her voice fell, bids came quickly. 711 million. 23-1.1 million. 49-1.2 million. 8-1.5 million. After intense competition, the Tang San Kai horse was sold for 7.8 million yuan to one of Song Jianjun's friends. Neither Pelosi nor Yang Xiao made a move, waiting for the more significant items. Following the Tang San Kai horse, several paintings from the Tang and Song dynasties were auctioned, each selling for tens of millions of yuan. Several Chinese entrepreneurs secured the paintings, while most foreign buyers, including Pelosi, stayed on the sidelines. Half an hour later, the main event arrived. Red Rose smiled brightly. The next lot is special 3 items from the same category. Many of you are here specifically for these pieces. Could it be the dragon head, dog head, and goat head zodiac statues? Look at the screen. Red Rose gestured elegantly. These 3 are part of the 12 zodiac animal heads. Originally, the seller only owned 2 of them. According to her explanation, the dragon head was purchased from a foreign merchant in Yuzhou at a high price. As for why they were being auctioned here, nobody knew. But since they were available, there was no reason to let them go. Many attendees had come specifically for these items, including Song Jianjun and his group. Alright. The starting bid for these 3 bronze heads is 30 million yuan, with minimum increments of 1 million. Place your bids. As soon as the words left her mouth, bids flooded the screen. The price skyrocketed from 30 million to 70 million in moments. The speed was astonishing. Song Jianjun's group closely monitored the bidding, noting the participants and their financial strength to prepare countermeasures. As the number of bidders decreased, price increases slowed. Now, only the heavyweights remained. 91 to 150 million. Any higher bids? Red Rose's voice brimmed with excitement. Song Jianjun finally entered the fray. 89 to 200 million. The room erupted in astonishment. With a single bid, he raised the price by 50 million yuan. Terrifying. This marked the start of the real showdown. Pelosi immediately followed with a bid of 220 million yuan. Turning to Yang Xiao, he sneered in broken Chinese, "Kid. If you can't afford it, stop pretending." Pretending? Hey. Yang Xiao didn't bother explaining and placed his bid. 168 to 300 million. The moment he spoke, the next bid came in. 167 to 350 million. Yang Xiao calmly raised the stakes. 168 to 500 million. Zuo Pelosi raised his eyebrows. Challenging me head on? Do you even have the financial means for that? He was determined to win these three zodiac heads. At the same time. What? A sudden increase of 1.5 billion yuan. Is this madness? Even those who had witnessed the bidding war between 167 and 168 yesterday were utterly stunned by Yang Xiao's drastic increase today. The question was, would the final victor be a Chinese bidder or Zuo Pelosi? The answer was obvious. Not far away, Song Jianjun glanced toward Yang Xiao's direction, his expression relaxing slightly. Initially he thought Yang Xiao had only agreed to show up for fun and wouldn't actually make a bid. But after witnessing yesterday's clash with Zuo Pelosi and today's sudden entry into the bidding war, it was clear Yang Xiao was serious. Song Jianjun finally felt reassured. A friend beside him asked, "Old Song, your friend is bidding too aggressively. Does he have the financial power to secure this? If not, he'll mess things up for us." Their approach had always been steady and calculated, progressing step by step. But Yang Xiao's erratic moves not only drove up the price but also disrupted their original plans. Song Jianjun chuckled. With him in the game, those three zodiac heads won't leave this country. That foreigner doesn't stand a chance. The foreigner won't succeed? The group was momentarily stunned before exchanging skeptical looks. Could it really be true? If he has this capability, why didn't he say so earlier? Or is this just comforting talk? Seeing their doubts, Song Jianjun smiled and said, "Trust me. These national treasures will not leave our land." Really? Even with his assurance, they remained cautious. At that moment, Zuo Pelosi sneered after hearing Yang Xiao's bid. He quickly entered a new amount on the bidding device. What a fool. I've prepared billions. How could I possibly lose to you? Red Rose glanced at the screen and lit up with excitement. 167 has bid 5.5 billion yuan. The bidding increments had unknowingly escalated from 10 million to 500 million. Terrifying. But Yang Xiao delivered an even more shocking blow. 168 has bid 10 billion. Red Rose announced, her voice trembling with excitement. A direct jump of several billion. The entire room was stunned. Based on expert appraisals, the value of these three zodiac heads was already far exceeded. But to the Chinese people, these national treasures were priceless. Foreigners want to take them? Sorry, but you'll have to ask the 1.4 billion Chinese people first. The entire auction hall was filled with the sound of people gasping. No one had expected yesterday's rivalry to continue into today, and at an even more intense level. Zuo Pelosi's face darkened at the astronomical bid. This kid clearly doesn't have the money and is just pretending. He hesitated, weighing whether to continue bidding. Then, a notification sound came from his phone. After reading the message, his resolve solidified. The Zuo group had issued orders at all costs. He must secure these three zodiac heads. If that's the case. 167 bids 15 billion. Red Rose, already numb from shock, announced. Is this a joke? Are they throwing money like it's nothing? To Yang Xiao, money really was just a number. Zuo Pelosi smugly glanced at Yang Xiao. You want to compete with me? You're way out of your league. I've prepared 20 to 30 billion yuan to play this game. Oh? You've prepared 20 to 30 billion? Yang Xiao smirked coldly. In that case, I'll make sure you waste your time. Ladies and gentlemen. Am I seeing this right? 168 has bid 30 billion. Red Rose's voice shook with excitement. Not just Red Rose, everyone in the hall was stunned. 30 billion yuan. Are you running a bank or printing money? Even Song Jianjun was dumbfounded. He knew Yang Xiao was wealthy, but this level of bidding was beyond comprehension. With such an aggressive bid, they would need to go all out to secure the other national treasures later in the auction. Zuo Pelosi was furious. He thought revealing his financial backing would intimidate Yang Xiao into retreating. But instead of backing down, Yang Xiao had raised the bid to 30 billion, far beyond his budget. Is this even human behavior? Wait, could it be he entered the wrong amount? Red Rose interrupted his thoughts, asking, 168, can you confirm your bid? Was it entered correctly? Mistakes like this had happened before, so she wanted to confirm. No mistake, Yang Xiao replied calmly. Zuo Si Pelosi glared at him. You fool. I command you to withdraw your bid and let me have it. Let you have it? Are you dreaming? Or just delusional? Yang Xiao sneered. These zodiac heads are Chinese national treasures. Don't even think about taking them. Zuo Si Pelosi was seething with rage. Yang Xiao didn't let up. You want me to let you have them? Who do you think you are? You're not my son. Why should I give them to you? The entire hall erupted into applause. Cheers and applause filled the room. You hit the nail on the head. Why should we let a foreigner take our national treasures? These 3 zodiac heads were Chinese artifacts that had been looted. Now, after painstaking efforts to bring them back, how could they possibly be handed over again? Zuo Si Pelosi clenched his teeth. Are you sure you won't back down? Even if you were my son, I wouldn't back down. Yang Xiao's sharp retort left Zuo Si Pelosi speechless. Trembling with rage, Pelosi finally managed to spit out, fine. You'll regret this. To Yang Xiao, this was nothing more than the futile ranting of a sore loser. 168 bids, 30 billion. Any higher bids? Red Rose sashayed across the stage, her slender waist swaying as she tried to reignite interest in the bidding. But 30 billion was simply too much. No one dared to challenge it. 30 billion, going once. 10 seconds passed. 30 billion, going twice. Another 20 seconds. 30 billion, going 3 times. Sold. With the strike of the gavel, the 3 zodiac heads had a new owner. Zuo Si Pelosi immediately reported the outcome to the Zuo Si group. The group was furious but powerless to change the result. They issued new instructions. Zuo Si Pelosi was to secure every remaining piece of blue and white porcelain at the auction. Relieved that he wasn't reprimanded, Pelosi exhaled deeply. He glanced at Yang Xiao and sneered. You said you'd stop me from taking Chinese treasures, but now that you've spent all your money, let's see how you fight me next. In Zuo Si Pelosi's view, Yang Xiao probably had no more than 3 billion left, and it was already spent. This meant the blue and white porcelain set to appear later was practically his to claim. But sometimes, celebrating too early can backfire. After all, what you think is just what you think. Yang Xiao wasn't interested in explaining further. Time is the only measure of truth. Zuo Si Pelosi glanced over and saw Yang Xiao looking completely calm, engrossed in interacting with the beautiful woman beside him, as though Pelosi didn't exist. This made Zuo Si Pelosi even more irritated. Fu Kei. Fu K. Fu CK. Let's see how long you can keep this act up. Next, several calligraphy pieces, landscape paintings, and a jade artifact were auctioned. During this time, Zuo Si Pelosi received instructions that tonight's highlight would be a rare porcelain item. His backers had ordered him to secure it at all costs. Because of this, no matter how tempted he was, he refrained from bidding on the earlier items. By 9:30 p.m., Red Rose had been hosting on stage for several hours. But she still seemed full of energy. Over the last 2 days of auctions, just counting her bonus commission alone, she had made a fortune. Now, Red Rose enthusiastically announced, over the course of China's 5,000-year history, our cultural heritage has developed in countless forms. Porcelain is one of our most cherished contributions. She gestured to the big screen behind her. Tonight's final item is none other than a piece of blue and white porcelain, the Yuan dynasty's blue and white plum vase Zhao He chasing Han Zinijin under the moon. What? The final item was blue and white porcelain. And from the Yuan dynasty, no less. A wave of murmurs swept through the hall. Blue and white porcelain, also known as white porcelain with cobalt blue designs, originated during the Tang dynasty. However, it was during the Yuan dynasty, centuries later, that it reached its peak. The craftsmanship and vibrant colors from this era remain unparalleled, earning admiration from collectors worldwide. Years ago, a piece of Yuan dynasty porcelain, Giguzi descending the mountain, was auctioned for over 200 million yuan, setting a record for the highest sale of Chinese porcelain in history. Since then, Chinese blue and white porcelain has fetched astronomical prices in auctions worldwide. Now, this blue and white plum vase, featuring the story of Zhao He chasing Han Xin, stood as one of the last remaining masterpieces of its kind. The vase was adorned with intricate blue and white patterns. Its shoulder bore motifs of treasures and entwined peonies, while the decorative elements, with their layered hues and radiant tones, embodied imperial grandeur and elegance. The vase also featured precious lotus patterns, symbolizing nobility and imperial authority. It was a pinnacle work of yuan blue and white porcelain. Globally, it was said only 3 such story-themed plum vases existed. One resided in the Jinling Museum, where it was the star exhibit, famously declared not for sale, even for 1 billion. The second had disappeared overseas, with its whereabouts still unknown. The third was this vase, the one about to be auctioned. What price this treasure would ultimately fetch was anyone's guess. After Red Rose's introduction, she announced the starting bid. The starting price for this blue and white plum vase is 10 million yuan, with minimum increments of 1 million. Please place your bids. 10 million yuan for such a priceless Yuan dynasty porcelain piece. Many attendees were astonished. However, they knew that regardless of the starting price, even if it was just 1 yuan, the final bid would certainly reach astronomical figures. In one corner of the auction hall, a group of people whispered among themselves. Who do you think will win this piece? 167, probably. I think it'll be 168. No way. He's already spent 30 billion. Do you think he has any money left? That's hard to say. Whatever, I'm betting on 167 taking it. Honestly, 168's already spent so much. What does he have left to compete with 167? Most of these people weren't serious contenders, they were just here to watch. Others lamented that such a precious item might fall into foreign hands. What a disgrace. Meanwhile, on stage, Red Rose was handling the heated bidding with her usual charm. Her ruby-red lips moved constantly as she announced the rapid-fire bids displayed on the screen. In mere seconds, the price skyrocketed. The bidding war was intense. In no time, the price reached 100 million yuan. Even those who knew they couldn't win were compelled to participate early on, if only to say they had been part of the action. Old song. I think we really need to team up, Hugh Jun suggested with a frown. Their combined resources of over 10 billion yuan didn't seem enough to overpower Zuo Sai Pelosi. Letting him walk away with the vase? Unthinkable. Their only option was to join forces to have a fighting chance. Victory wasn't guaranteed, but they had to try. Song Jianjun glanced at the screen, where the bidding had already climbed to 200 million yuan. At this rate, the final price might exceed 1 billion. Let's go all in. Even if we can't win, we need to make him pay a steep price, Song Jianjun said. Agreed. Let's do it. The group reached a consensus. Led by Song Jianjun, they began to bid. 89 bids 300 million. 7 bids 310 million. Zuo Sai Pelosi leaned back in his chair, utterly confident in his victory. To him, these bids were just futile struggles. When the price reached 500 million yuan, Pelosi finally made his move. 167 bids 600 million. Red Rose announced, glancing at Zuo Sai Pelosi's direction. She believed he would be the vase's ultimate owner. The crowd's bidding fervor had noticeably cooled, and only Song Jianjun 89 was still trying to compete. Even Red Rose's flirtatious gestures toward the wealthiest attendees couldn't reignite their interest. Song Jianjun and Zuo Sai Pelosi exchanged several more bids, each raising the price by 50 million yuan. After 10 minutes, the bidding reached a staggering 1.5 billion yuan. This was far beyond the expert valuation of the vase. But neither Song Jianjun nor Zuo Sai Pelosi showed any signs of backing down. The price eventually hit 1.7 billion yuan. 167 bids 1.7 billion. Any higher bids? Red Rose asked, scanning the room. Silence. Dead. Hu Jun slammed the table in frustration. Damn it. How much money does this damn foreigner have? Who knows? Just looking at his smug face pisses me off. Song Jianjun sighed regretfully. What can we do? Maybe this is fate. It's infuriating. Fate? To hell with fate. Hugh Jun was in a foul mood. 17 billion. Who else could step in and stop this? Meanwhile, the auction hall was filled with urging voices. Just drop the hammer already. At 17 billion, no one's going to compete anymore. This is truly ironic. All my assets combined don't even add up to 20 billion, and this foreigner spent over 10 billion just to buy a broken vase. Have you forgotten? Earlier, someone spent 30 billion to buy 3 bronze knickknacks. Are these people insane? Insane or not, they clearly don't have their heads screwed on straight. A few people, failing to understand, sneered at the situation and even made veiled insults aimed at Yang Xiao and his companions. Instantly, someone stood up in anger and began to lash out at those individuals. Bah! You scum in suits, what the hell do you know? This is a treasure from thousands of years of Chinese cultural heritage. Keeping it from being taken overseas is a duty we all must uphold. The man stormed off furiously as he spoke, cursing as he left. To think I had to sit with the likes of you, it's the greatest humiliation of my life. It was bad enough that they didn't contribute to stopping Zeus Pelosi, but they even made cynical remarks. Are they even Chinese? At the door, he brushed past Yang Xiao and Lu Wei, who were entering. Seeing his angry expression, Lu Wei asked curiously, "What's up with him?" Probably didn't get what he wanted at the auction. Yang Xiao shrugged, pulling Lu Wei back to their seats. At this moment, bidder 167, 17 billion. Anyone higher? The auctioneer, a woman named Red Rose, scanned the room. 17 billion, going once. Zeus Pelosi, hearing the countdown begin, looked even more smug. Then, he noticed Yang Xiao and Lu Wei returning to their seats and couldn't help but sneer. What a joke! Such a big group of people, and they can't even stop me from taking this vase. Trash. He felt Yang Xiao looked familiar but couldn't recall where he'd seen him before. Who are you calling trash? Yang Xiao asked with a frown. Zeus Pelosi froze for a moment. Oh? He dared to respond? Then, with a cold smirk, Zeus replied, trash means you. What of it? He spoke in clumsy Chinese, his words barely making sense as he exchanged barbs with Yang Xiao. Who would win this verbal sparring match? The outcome seemed clear. Yang Xiao simply smiled and said, if trash talks again, don't bother. I'll say whatever I want. You can't stop me. Zeus Pelosi, feeling triumphant, completely misunderstood, thinking he had the upper hand. Perhaps this is what it means to be a fool among fools. Now, nearly everyone believed the Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain vase was as good as belonging to bidder 167. Song Jianjun and others were full of regret and helplessness. Meanwhile, 17 billion, third and final call. Red Rose's fair hand raised the gavel, ready to strike and finalize the deal. Suddenly, another number appeared on the big screen. The room erupted in gasps. Red Rose herself froze for a few seconds before regaining composure. Bidder 168, 30 billion. 30 billion again. Everyone turned to look in Yang Xiao's direction. Who was this man? Earlier, he had spent 30 billion on 3 bronze animal heads. How long had it been since then? Less than 2 hours? And now, another 30 billion for the blue and white vase. Was money growing on trees for him? Song Jianjun and the others were stunned. Hu Jun muttered, old Song, who exactly is this friend of yours? Kai Huang was equally shocked. Yeah, he's bidding as if money means nothing. I don't really know, Song Jianjun replied, equally confused. I only met him a little over a month ago. He had assumed their capabilities weren't too far apart. But now it was clear they were worlds apart. Hu Jun, suddenly serious, said, this won't do. Yesterday's meeting wasn't good enough. We need to properly get acquainted. Agreed, the others chimed in, standing up and heading toward Yang Xiao. Meanwhile, Zeus Pelosi shot up from his seat, glaring at Yang Xiao in anger. Are you seriously going against our Zeus group? He invoked his powerful backing in an attempt to intimidate Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao turned to Zeus Pelosi with a smile and said, bid whatever you want. I'll outbid you within half a second every time. If I can't, I'll concede. Those nearby were instantly fired up. What was this, if not unbridled confidence? You dare to oppose Zeus group? You'll regret this. Zeus Pelosi, furious, turned and stormed out, wishing he could punch Yang Xiao into outer space. He had thought the vase was a sure win, but this was the second time Yang Xiao had bested him. How could he not be furious? On his way out, he encountered Song Jianjun and the others coming to congratulate Yang Xiao. He let out a cold snort, as if they were his scapegoats. But Hu Jun wasn't one to back down and shot him a fierce glare. Seeing he was outnumbered, Zeus Pelosi tucked his tail between his legs and left. On stage, Red Rose resumed the countdown. Bidder 168, 30 billion, going once. 30 billion, going twice. 30 billion, going 3 times. Sold. Today's auction might have set a record not just for poly auction but globally. 230 billion yuan bids in one day. It was madness. Brother Yang, congratulations. Song Jianjun approached with a smile. Yang Xiao chuckled. Brother Jun, I didn't let you down. I've kept the national treasures safe. If it weren't for you, we'd have been disgraced today. Oh right. Brother Jun, do you know anyone at the Chongqing Museum? Yes, why? Song Jianjun asked curiously. I'd like you to connect me with them when we return. Yang Xiao replied. Was he planning to donate the 60 billion yuan artifacts to the country? Song Jianjun's mouth went dry. Brother Yang, are you planning to donate them? Yang Xiao nodded. No point keeping them with me. If they get damaged, that'd be a huge loss. Alright, I'll arrange it when we're back, Song Jianjun agreed. At this moment, none of them could find the words to express their feelings. 60 billion. Donated? How many people could part with that much? Not only was Yang Xiao willing, but to him, it seemed like nothing. Some people really are extraordinary. Because the items Yang Xiao bid on were so expensive, after the auction ended, Poly Auction House offered to deliver them to his residence or any designated location once he paid. Yang Xiao, who had been worried about how to transport the items, was overjoyed to learn about this service and immediately agreed. Later, at Hugh Jun's enthusiastic invitation, a group of people headed to his villa. Meanwhile, after leaving the Poly Auction Center, Zeus Pelosi wasted no time reporting his failure to acquire the Yuan Dynasty porcelain vase to his group. The group, upon hearing the news, furiously berated Zeus Pelosi, raining curses upon him. It was the first time Zeus Pelosi had been scolded so harshly by the group, and in his rage, he smashed his phone to pieces. After calming down, Zeus Pelosi began to devise a plan for revenge. He knew he couldn't possibly execute a plan against Yang Xiao on his own. Sitting in his office, he lit a cigar and took a deep puff. Moments later, an idea flashed through his mind. He immediately began searching online for hitmen to secretly assassinate Yang Xiao. However, after searching for a long time, he couldn't find anything. As fate would have it, while searching he accidentally stumbled upon a video posted earlier by Bu Yalian, which made him feel that Yang Xiao's name sounded familiar. Thinking hard, he realized that the person who had caused him to be scolded was indeed Yang Xiao. No wonder Yang Xiao had seemed somewhat familiar earlier, it was because he'd seen him online. Following this lead, Zeus Pelosi found even more exciting information about Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao had abandoned his wife and child. To Zeus, this felt like divine intervention. If he could find the creator of the video and pay her to retaliate against Yang Xiao, wouldn't that be the perfect plan? With this thought, Zeus Pelosi shouted toward the door, Migos. Boss, you called? A petite, blonde girl with blue eyes peeked her head through the door. Who else? Zeus Pelosi snapped. Migos smiled, her eyes curving into crescents, and quickly stepped inside. She was dressed in a white schoolgirl-style outfit, her pleated skirt swaying with every step, almost revealing too much but stopping just in time. Her long, pale legs were straight and alluring, practically inviting trouble. This style of dress was a specific requirement of Zeus Pelosi. Every secretary or assistant working for him had to dress to his preferences. He even had a wardrobe schedule schoolgirl outfits today, professional office skirts tomorrow, and perhaps maid costumes the day after. Not a single day could repeat within a month. It was clear Zeus Pelosi lived for excess and indulgence. Pointing at the computer screen, Zeus Pelosi instructed, "Get in touch with the creator of this video immediately. I have a collaboration to discuss." Understood, boss. Migos noted down the video ID and turned to leave. Just as she did, she suddenly felt a strong pull on her arm. Zeus Pelosi's voice followed. But before that, there's something more urgent you need to take care of. What is it? Migos's face flushed with embarrassment. Though she already had an idea, she nervously asked anyway. Zeus Pelosi pushed her down onto the floor. Take care of my fire. Here? Now? Why not? No. No problem. At this moment, Bu Yalian was still working with Guan de Quan, continuing to apply pressure on Yang Xiao online, hoping to force him into submission. It was a clever idea. But they hadn't noticed that unfriendly comments under their videos were rapidly disappearing. Some observant netizens noticed that the atmosphere in the comment section was becoming unusual. Guan de Quan, however, paid no attention and continued producing his latest videos. Meanwhile, Zhang Wei, using evidence provided by the task force set up by Yang Xiao, had begun filing lawsuits against those who had slandered Yang Xiao online. When the accused individuals received their court summons, they were terrified. They immediately scrambled to find the comments they had previously left on the videos and deleted them, thinking they could erase all traces of their actions. Naively, they believed this would make everything disappear without a trace. However, they seemed to have forgotten that the internet never forgets. Moreover, these comments had long been preserved as evidence. By now, a considerable amount of time had passed since Yang Xiao first filed a lawsuit against Bu Yalian. In an attempt to evade responsibility, Bu Yalian's family had changed their contact information once again, thinking this would help them temporarily avoid repercussions. They planned to escape once they had earned enough money from the Mei family. But at this time, the police had nearly completed gathering evidence. They were applying for an arrest warrant and preparing to apprehend Bu Yalian on the Lantern Festival. Once arrested, the multiple charges against her would mean a prison sentence of at least 10 years. Even if some leniency were granted due to her pregnancy or breastfeeding period, she would still face 8 to 9 years in prison. When Ma Defang learned of this, he hesitated for a long time before deciding to inform the person liaising with Bu Yalian of the news, as well as the fact that she had been under surveillance for some time. Is this true? Hearing the news, Bu Yalian was utterly terrified. Her youth had only just begun. She didn't want to go to prison. She was petrified, feeling like a child returning to school after summer break without having done their homework and now being asked to show it. Her heart raced, her breath quickened, and she wished she could suddenly fall ill to avoid the consequences. Sun Miaoxin rolled her eyes and sneered, "Our boss is all-knowing. Believe it or not. I believe you. But what should I do?" Bu Yalian stammered, panicking. "I have an idea, but what?" Bu Yalian clung to the possibility of a solution and pressed for an answer. "You must keep it a secret." "I swear." Satisfied, Sun Miaoxin leaned in and whispered, "Find someone to take the fall for you. Who you choose is up to you. Find someone to take the blame?" Of course. Why hadn't she thought of that? With 4 to 5 million in hand, surely it wouldn't be hard to find someone willing to serve time. Overjoyed, Bu Yalian exclaimed, thank you so much. My message is delivered. I'm leaving now," Sun Miaoxin said, turning to leave. After she left, Bu Yalian joined a few groups on social media and began inquiring about people willing to serve prison sentences on her behalf. At first, there was interest. But when potential candidates learned the sentence would be at least 10 years, they all declined. How many 10 years does a person have in life? Spending them in prison, no matter the money, seemed pointless. Back home, Bu Yalian slumped onto the couch, her face as pale as paper. What now? What do I do? Her thoughts were a chaotic mess. Turning her head, she saw her mother still cracking sunflower seeds and immediately snapped, "Mom. At a time like this, you're still eating sunflower seeds." Zhang Kuiwa paused her movements. "What's wrong with cracking sunflower seeds? Is it bothering you?" "All right, maybe, just maybe, it was a bit of a bother. But still, can't you talk to me properly? I'm your mother." Reluctantly, Zhang Kuiwa set down her sunflower seeds and turned to look at Bu Yalian. Only then did she notice that her daughter's eyelashes were slightly damp. Had she been crying? Zhang Kuiwa asked, "Weren't you supposed to meet someone? Why are you back so soon? Wait, have you been crying?" "Mom, it's over, everything's over." Suddenly, tears poured out of Bu Yalian's eyes like a flood, unstoppable. "What's going on?" Zhang Kuiwa quickly embraced her daughter, comforting her while asking, "Yaya, what happened? Tell me." The police are coming to arrest me." "What? Who said that?" "It was Ma Yufeng. That person she sent to talk to me." "What do we do now?" Zhang Kuiwa began to panic. "How about you run away?" "I can't run," Bu Yalian said bitterly, shaking her head. Run? Where would she run to? In today's world, surveillance cameras were everywhere. Where could she possibly escape to? From the entrance of the neighborhood to being caught across the street. Zhang Kuiyua was at her wits' end. Then by chance she glanced at Bu Xiaodi, who was sleeping soundly on the couch, and her anger flared. She rushed over and kicked the couch. Startled, Bu Xiaodi shot up, shouting, "What the hell? An earthquake. Run, run, run? Sleep, sleep, sleep. That's all you do. Besides sleeping, what else are you even good for?" Zhang Kuiwa slapped him on the head. "How did I end up marrying someone so useless? It was like a beautiful flower stuck in a pile of cow dung. A total waste." Bu Xiaodi hadn't even processed what was happening. "We're rich now, I don't have to work hard anymore. If I don't sleep, should I go sleep with other women?" Of course he was just mouthing off. He'd never dare actually do it. Useless piece of trash. Zhang Kuiwa cursed. "Yao Yao is about to be arrested, and you can still sleep? What? Yao Yao is going to be arrested?" Bu Xiao's brain snapped into focus. What happened? Bu Yalian repeated everything Sun Mioxin had told her. When she finished, the family of three fell into a heavy silence. Perhaps this was truly the saying, those who do too much evil bring about their own destruction. Cause and effect. It's not that the retribution didn't come, the time just hadn't arrived yet. No one knew how much time had passed before Zhang Kuiyua finally spoke. So you're saying, if someone is willing to take the blame for you, you'll be fine? Bu Yalian nodded but quickly added, but no one is willing to. Bu Xiaod said, take the blame? Who would dare? Do you think the police are idiots? A crime committed by their family. But they expect someone else to take the fall? From any angle, it was a flawed plan. And worse, it could drag even more people down with them. Then what's your solution? Zhang Qia retorted. After a moment of thought, Bu Xiaodi looked at his daughter. The only option is to confess and hope for leniency. Confess, accept the law, and hire a good lawyer to argue for a reduced sentence. This was the only reasonable solution he could think of. Zhang Kuiyua exploded. Confess? Are you insane? If someone's going to confess, it should be you. Our daughter is still young. If she goes to jail, her life will be ruined. She can't go to jail. If anyone has to, it should be you. She said it without thinking. But Bu Yalian latched onto it like a lifeline. Dad, please, help me out. If no one else could take the blame for her, her father could. After all, they were family. If they claimed it was him who embezzled the money, it would make perfect sense. What? Bu Xiaozi's eyes widened. So this is what you mean? You want me to take the fall? Aren't daughters supposed to be their father's pride and joy? This one's leaking everywhere. With a pitiful look, Bu Yalian pleaded, Dad, you don't want to see our family line end, right? If I go to prison, what if? She started crying again, cutting herself off. Zhang Kuiyua, her heart aching, turned to her husband. Old Bu, Yao Yao is right. You're already in your 40s or 50s. Just spend a few years in jail for your daughter. What's the big deal? Easy for her to say. She wouldn't go herself but kept pushing someone else to. Classic Zhang Kuwa. Normally I can listen to whatever you say. But on this, I absolutely refuse. Bu Xiaod stood his ground. I'm her dad, sure. But she's an adult now and should take responsibility for her own actions. Zhang Kuwa shook with anger. Fine. If you won't take the blame, then the day our daughter goes to jail is the day we split up. Split up, then. Who cares? Bu Xiaodi retorted, unusually defiant. Hearing this, Bu Yalian burst into tears, her sobs heartbreaking. Zhang Kuiyua comforted her. All right, Yao Yao, don't cry. Quickly pack your things. We'll go back to the countryside for a while to lay low. There are fewer people there, and no one will know. She added, once things calm down, we can go to another city. Bu Yalian's eyes lit up. That's right. In the countryside, there were so few people. And no surveillance cameras. Once they got there, they could completely avoid this disaster. Bu Yalian immediately got up to pack her things. At that moment, ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell rang. Bu Xiaod stomped over and yanked the door open. Outside stood several uniformed police officers. Two of them showed their badges, and one spoke. Hello, we're from the Chongqing Police Department. Does Bu Yalian live here? Bu Xiaodi froze. Weren't they supposed to come on the Lantern Festival? Why were they here so soon? Mechanically, he nodded. Why yes, she lives here. The middle-aged officer continued, we have sufficient evidence proving her involvement in a major embezzlement case and an extremely damaging online defamation case. As he spoke, the officer produced a red warrant. This is an arrest warrant. In an instant, Bu Yalian collapsed to the ground, her face ashen. The hope that had just ignited in her heart was snuffed out in a flash. Zhang Kua's face also turned pale. She stood frozen, speechless. Watching as her daughter was taken away by the police, Zhang Kuiwa burst into tears. Oh heavens! My baby girl! She cried, and muttered incessantly. Even Bu Xiaodi felt terrible. How had a perfectly good family fallen to this point? Who was to blame? A child uneducated is the fault of the father. He couldn't shirk his responsibility. Zhang Kuwa's relentless crying grated on his nerves. Finally he snapped. Enough already. Stop crying, it's driving me crazy. Our daughter's been arrested, and I can't cry. Zhang Kuiyua wailed. And you dare to complain? Are you going to take the blame for Yao Yao or not? Even now she refused to give up, but Bu Xiaodi stood firm. The police have solid evidence. What's the point of taking the blame? Should we all end up in jail? Faced with this barrage of questions, Zhang Kuiyua fell silent. taking the blame was a serious crime. If they went through with it, the entire family could be ruined. Seeing that Zhang Kuyua had calmed down, Bu Xiao sighed. Alright, let's stop this. Let's find a good lawyer and try to get Yao a reduced sentence. The next morning. Police station. Interrogation room No. 1. Bu Yaolian was brought in. In just one night she looked utterly haggard and worn out, as if she had aged 10 years. And it was no surprise. She had millions in her hands but hadn't had the chance to spend it before being thrown into jail. Who wouldn't find that hard to accept? Opposite her sat 2 police officers, one older and one younger, who had been waiting for some time. The older officer said, "The interrogation hasn't started yet. If you confess now, we might consider pleading for leniency on your behalf in front of the judge." Really? A glimmer of hope appeared in Bu Yaolian's eyes. With such a long sentence looming, even reducing it by 1 year would be a relief. The older officer nodded. Of course. Bu Yaolian began, "Actually I'm a victim too." "What do you mean?" "Here's how it happened. A few months ago." Bu Yaolian then recounted everything in full detail: why she embezzled Yang Xiao's money, how she fell into AI Pianren's trap step by step, and how she herself ended up being scammed out of millions. "Did Officer Huang Beixiang at the Tianfu Street police station know you were scammed?" The older officer asked with a frown. Listening to her account, his entire worldview was shaken yet again. She already had a boyfriend, so why was she still entangled with her ex? And if keeping in touch wasn't bad enough, she even secretly transferred her current boyfriend's money to her ex to help him out of trouble. The worst part: after realizing she had been scammed, she didn't repent. Instead, she started a campaign of online harassment against Yang Xiao, even falsely claiming that the baby she was carrying was his. This was clearly an attempt to force Yang Xiao into taking responsibility. Her actions were downright audacious. What kind of woman was this? "Yes, Officer Huang knows." Bu Yaolian nodded. The older officer walked to the door, gave instructions to someone outside, and then returned. "All right, continue." I'm pregnant. Do I still have to go to jail?" Bu Yaolian asked, voicing her biggest concern. Although she had researched this online, she didn't find the answers reliable. The police, on the other hand, wouldn't lie, right? She looked at the 2 officers expectantly, hoping to hear that being pregnant meant she wouldn't have to serve her sentence. Her expectations were, to put it mildly, naive. The older officer explained, according to the relevant provisions of the criminal law of China, if a pregnant woman or a mother nursing her own baby is sentenced to a fixed-term imprisonment or detention, she may be allowed to serve her sentence outside of prison until the pregnancy or nursing period ends, unless she is granted probation. He then added seriously, however, if there's still time left on the sentence after that, she will need to return to prison to complete it. Humane laws are not loopholes to exploit. They exist to protect the rights of those who need protection. "Officer, how many years do you think I'll get?" Bu Yaolian asked anxiously. The older officer replied, "The theft of 400,000 yuan qualifies as an especially large amount under the law. According to the criminal code, the sentence ranges from a minimum of 10 years to life imprisonment. In addition, she was also charged with defamation." Her situation was dire. The younger officer added, "No matter what, you'll go to prison. The only question is when." To him, this woman was truly despicable. If not for professional constraints, he would have given her a piece of his mind. Bu Yaolian's already pale face turned even whiter. Unwilling to give up, she asked, "We were in a relationship. Can't this money be considered joint marital property?" "Joint marital property? What nonsense." The younger officer couldn't hold back. "Do you even know what a legal marriage is?" A legal marriage is when both parties register and obtain a marriage certificate, thereby establishing a lawful marital relationship. We were in a de facto marriage. We just hadn't registered yet," Bu Yaolian argued. Her understanding of the law was shallow, just enough to be dangerous. The older officer sighed and explained, "While a de facto marriage can be considered a form of marital relationship, it is neither recognized nor protected by law. In China, regardless of whether a wedding ceremony has been held, a marriage is not legal without registration." Hearing this, Bu Yaolian deflated like a punctured balloon and slumped back in her chair. She was out of options. If only she had known it would come to this, she wouldn't have done what she did. Meanwhile, a residential complex. Juan de Quan was at home, fully focused on editing a video. Last night, he had received a mysterious online call. The caller wanted to collaborate with him, with the goal of making Yang Xiao's life miserable. Moreover, they promised him 5 million yuan if the plan succeeded. What a sweet deal. Without thinking, he agreed. He had already promised Ma Yufeng and Bu Yaolian to target Yang Xiao, so adding one more client wouldn't cost him anything extra and would bring more benefits. Why not? As he was finishing the final touches on the video, the doorbell suddenly rang. Startled, Guan Dequan's hand trembled, causing him to edit the video incorrectly. Annoyed, he grumbled. Who was it? Why was someone bothering him so early in the morning? Irritated, he stormed to the door and flung it open. The sight froze him in place. What was going on? Why were the police here? 2 officers showed their badges. One saluted and said, "Is this where Guan Dequan lives?" "Why, yes." Guan Dequan stammered, nodding blankly. "They're looking for me? Why? Are you Guan Dequan?" The officer asked. I am," he replied. The officer took out a document and handed it to him. "You are suspected of involvement in a malicious online defamation case. Please come with us to assist in the investigation." What? Defamation? How could that be? Wait, was it because of the videos? Panic set in. No way, officer. I just posted a video for someone. Is that a crime? The internet is not beyond the law. You're an adult and need to take responsibility for your actions. But what about freedom of speech? Freedom of speech exists within the boundaries of the law. But enough. Save your explanations for the station, the officer cut him off. Fine, but can I at least turn off my computer and appliances? Guan Dequan asked after thinking for a moment. He wanted to use the opportunity to delete other stored videos. If they were discovered, he'd be in even bigger trouble. The officer nodded. Fine. But we're taking the computer with us. What? What's the problem? The computer is evidence. Fine. Guan Dequan muttered reluctantly, his face twisting as though he had just swallowed something foul. It was over. It was caught red-handed. Name? Guan Dequan. Mong. Age? 28. Police officer Zheng Yi set down his pen and looked at Guan Dequan. Do you have anything to say? Officer, I. Before Guan Dequan could finish, Zheng Yi interrupted. Speak properly. You're Chinese. Can't you speak proper Chinese? Why mix in a few English words here and there to seem trendy? Sorry, but in his view, it wasn't trendy at all, it was downright tacky. Chinese culture is what's truly cool. Guan Dequan swallowed nervously. Officer, I really didn't know posting a video could be illegal. Posting videos isn't illegal. But if the video is fabricated or defamatory, that's against the law, Zheng Yi said firmly. Guan Dequan's face crumpled. But no one told me. Told you? Who should have told you? Zheng Yi was exasperated. You're an adult. Do you expect someone to tell you what you can and can't do for every little thing? Don't you have a brain of your own? If you need someone to tell you everything, what's the point of living? Just wasting air and seeking attention? Guan Dequan was at a loss for words. At the start he had only wanted to get famous. Helping Bu Yaolian seemed like a way to achieve that. But later, when Ma Yufeng promised him a large sum of money, he fully committed himself to the cause. Just as he managed to stir up public opinion in their favor, he was caught. All he had focused on was fame and fortune, never realizing he was crossing legal boundaries. What rotten luck. And now regret? Sorry, it's too late for that. Zheng Yi continued. And another thing, you must think about the consequences before you act. Saying you didn't know, didn't understand, or were drunk doesn't excuse breaking the law. Got it? I understand, Guan Dequan replied reluctantly. But then he thought of the money Ma Yufeng had promised him and perked up a bit. Zheng Yi asked again. Anything else you want to say? Officer, I just want to know how long will my sentence be? Guan Dequan asked. How long? Dreaming, are we? Zheng Yi replied solemnly. For serious defamation cases, the sentence is up to 3 years of fixed-term imprisonment, detention, restriction, or deprivation of political rights. Defamation involves deliberately fabricating and spreading false information that damages a person's reputation and dignity, thus constituting a crime. But I only posted a short video. It shouldn't count as serious, right? Guan Dequan asked hopefully. Be more confident, drop the shouldn't. You've already crossed the line of what's considered serious. Zheng Yi decided to give him a lesson in law. Looks like you don't understand the law. Fine, I'll explain it to you. Defamation. As he explained, Guan Dequan's face grew increasingly pale. The video he had posted had already been viewed over 5,000 times and shared nearly 200,000 times. This was undeniably serious. Guan Dequan panicked. What now? 3 years. How was he supposed to survive that? Suddenly, an idea struck him. Officer, the video wasn't my idea, someone else asked me to post it. Zheng Yi asked, who told you to post it? Bu Yalian. Yai? Well, I ask you who, and you curse at me? No, officer. It's a misunderstanding. I mean, Bu Yalian is her name. A name? Yes. Here's what happened. Guan Dequan nodded like a woodpecker. He then recounted how Bu Yalian approached him and how they filmed the video together. However, he said nothing about Ma Yufeng. He was still hoping to get the promised money from her. Offending his benefactor? No? Offending his benefactor's mommy? That wasn't a good idea. But implicating Bu Yalian was useless. He was still looking at the maximum 3-year sentence. After all, the impact of his video on society had been extraordinarily harmful. Not only had Yang Xiao's reputation suffered severe damage, but the financial losses were substantial. Some netizens, after watching his video, even went to block the entrance of the Yuzhou Hotel with banners. The hotel's reputation took a massive hit as a result. After the interrogation, Guan Dequan arranged for his family to hire a lawyer to argue for a reduced sentence. He could only hope for the best, though his chances weren't great. What awaited him now was the judgment of the law. As for the outcome, that would depend on the court's decision. Meanwhile, news of Bu Yalian and Guan Dequan's arrests had reached Ma Yufeng. She stormed into the chairman's office. Unfortunately, she walked in on her father in the middle of something. This enraged Ma Defeng, who, while pulling up his pants, scolded her. How many times have I told you to knock before coming in? Why can't you remember? At this rate, one day he might get scared into impotence. Ma Yufeng turned away. I just got word that Bu Yalian and Guan Dequan were arrested. Ma Defeng, now properly dressed, said, I found out an hour ago. What? Ma Yufeng was taken aback. If he already knew, how could he still have the mood to work the fields? Lighting a cigar, Ma Defeng took a drag and said, their arrests were inevitable. The two of them had caused such a public uproar. If they didn't fall, it would be against all reason. So my 5 million is gone for nothing? Ma Yufeng complained. 5 million wasn't much to her, but she still felt bitter about it. Spending 5 million and achieving nothing would frustrate anyone. Ma Defeng reassured her, don't worry. The money won't be wasted. Why not? Ma Yufeng asked, confused. Smiling meaningfully, Ma Defeng replied, she's been arrested, but that doesn't mean she'll go to prison immediately. What do you mean? Ma Yufeng didn't understand. Getting arrested for a crime, how could she escape legal consequences? Was she some sort of trickster who could magically vanish? Ma Defeng chuckled. She's pregnant. And what does being pregnant have to do with avoiding prison? Ma Yufeng was still baffled. It makes a big difference, Ma Defeng said, puffing his cigar. Dear father, could you please explain it more clearly? Ma Yufeng was getting impatient. Go ask the legal department about it. I'm busy, Ma Defeng replied. Busy plowing fields? Busy planting seeds? Busy. The more she spoke, the more absurd her guesses became. All right, enough, Ma Defeng interrupted. Whatever I'm busy with, just mind your own business. Then what's our next step? Ma Yufeng shifted the topic. The first plan had failed. What about the backup? Flicking his cigar ash, Ma Defeng said, don't worry. There's already a plan in place. Assassination? Ma Yufeng asked in shock. Ma Defeng corrected her with a serious face, not assassination. Not assassination? Ma Yufeng was left even more confused. In the past few days, Bo Xiaodi and Zhang Kuiyue had been tirelessly running around every corner of Yuzhou. They were trying to find a decent defense lawyer for their daughter. They visited many law firms, but none were willing to take the case. That day, the two of them stood in front of a law firm called Yuzhou Wozai Legal Services. A large advertisement on the front boasted a bold slogan. Which law firm is the strongest? Yuzhou Legal Services with Wozai is the best. What arrogance. Bushiao's CI deflated like a balloon. This rundown law firm even has moss growing at the entrance, and they still have the nerve to call themselves the best. All you do is complain and ramble on. Can't you shut your foul mouth for once? Zhang Kuiyue snapped. Fine, from now on, I'll keep quiet. Happy now? Looking at you just makes me angry. Zhang Kuiyue rolled her eyes and walked into Wozai Legal Services. She wasn't sure if this firm would take the case, and she felt a bit nervous. If they were rejected again, there would be no choice but to resign themselves to their fate. Once inside, A cheerful receptionist greeted them warmly and led them to Lu Ziqiao, the only lawyer available. The moment Zhang Qihua saw Lu Ziqiao, it was as if a floodgate had opened. She poured out the entire story, explaining every detail. Lu Ziqiao was stunned after listening. He had seen the online controversy, which had created a huge public uproar. And now, learning from Zhang Qihua that her daughter had embezzled 400,000 yuan, he realized the evidence was irrefutable. Getting a sentence reduction in this case was not just difficult, it was like climbing to heaven. Seeing that Lu Ziqiao hadn't spoken, Zhang Qihua grew anxious. "Lawyer Lu, just give it to me straight, will you take the case or not?" "Of course I will. Why wouldn't I?" Lu Ziqiao snapped out of his thoughts. He had been a lawyer for several months but hadn't taken on a single case. If he didn't take this one, he might get kicked out of the firm. Zhang Qihua's face lit up. "Really?" Lu Ziqiao nodded. "I wouldn't lie." Zhang Qihua was overjoyed. She grabbed his hand and thanked him profusely. "Thank you, Lawyer Lu. You're the only one willing to take this case. Thank you so much." "The only one?" Lu Ziqiao's lips twitched as he pulled his hand away. Calm down, calm down." Then he smiled and said, "I'll take the case, but about the fees." "Money isn't an issue," Zhang Qihua said boldly. Though her daughter had been arrested, the 5 million yuan was still there. If not now, when? When? Satisfied, Lu Ziqiao nodded. "That's good. But this case is nearly ironclad. I can't guarantee a successful sentence reduction, I can only promise to do my best." With no other choice, they had to put their hopes on him. Treating a dead horse as if it were alive, so to speak. Zhang Qihua forced a smile. All right, we'll rely on you, Lawyer Lu." Of course, Lu Ziqiao said, clearly pleased. Bu Xiaodi stayed silent the entire time, like a human prop. After leaving the law firm, Zhang Qihua turned on him, yelling, "Why did I marry such a useless man? You didn't say a word the entire time in there." Bu Xiaodi still said nothing, but inwardly, he was exasperated. "Didn't you tell me not to talk? How is this my fault now? Is Zhu Baji your master? You're amazing at turning the tables." Zhang Qihua's temper flared. "Where's all that energy you have in bed? Did it transfer to a dog?" She immediately realized that this insult also implicated herself. Before she could say anything else, Bu Xiaodi sneered, "That's right, it went to a dog and the dog loved it. Angry yet? You." Zhang Qihua snorted and stormed off. Meanwhile, Yuzhu Hotel, top floor. Chairman's office. "Mr. Yang, the police reported that Guan Dequan and Bu Yalian have been arrested," Zhang Wei said excitedly, slapping his thigh in delight. When they acted, it was swift and decisive. Yang Xiao nodded in satisfaction. "Good. Push for the maximum sentences for them. Make sure they remember this for the rest of their lives." Zhang Wei was brimming with confidence. "The evidence is overwhelming. They won't be able to stir up much trouble. If we lose this case, I might as well quit being a lawyer and go farm. At least that doesn't require much thinking." "What about the others?" Yang Xiao asked, referring to the online trolls who had insulted and threatened him in the video's comment section. Zhang Wei replied, "All the summonses have been sent. The court has scheduled the first hearing for next Wednesday. However, because there are so many defendants, the hearings may have to be spread over several days. It's impossible to finish in one." This time, a total of 678 people were sued. These were the more serious cases. There were many others who didn't meet the threshold for prosecution. But filing this many lawsuits at once had already set a record. Zhang Wei chuckled and added, "Mr. Yang, I don't know if you've seen the comment section under the video, but it's hilarious." "The comment section? What about it?" Yang Xiao was curious and took out his phone. He opened Kuai-yu, found the video about himself, and took a look. He was surprised by what he saw. "Guys, I've been sued by the man in the video. What do I do? Urgent help needed. I told you not to post nonsense. Now that you're crying, what's the point?" This is the comment section, not a no man's land. Haven't you heard the saying, "Loose lips sink ships"? Ignorance truly is bliss. Ever heard of defamation laws? Hey, someone above, explain what defamation laws are. Defamation laws mean. The once heavily negative and high-profile comments were gone. Instead, there were neutral or bemused remarks, with some people even explaining legal concepts in the comments. Yang Xiao smiled. Some netizens really won't stop until they hit rock bottom. Only when their noses are in their mouths do they start to wake up. Exactly. They thought the internet was a lawless zone. What utter stupidity, Zhang Wei said angrily. Yang Xiao nodded. Well said. A small subset of netizens was indeed like this. When life didn't go their way, they vented their frustrations online. Some, without knowing the truth, blindly followed the herd and attacked others. They didn't think about the consequences. Those with strong mental resilience could withstand it. But more fragile individuals might break under the pressure, some even considering suicide. And yet, these keyboard warriors didn't care. Some even believed they were champions of justice, safeguarding the internet and contributing to world peace. To put it bluntly, this self-proclaimed justice was ridiculous. When the truth hadn't even come out, who were they to act as arbiters of right and wrong? It was all just attention-seeking. And now, Yang Xiao was going to make them understand once again that the internet is not beyond the reach of the law. Whatever they had said, they would have to take responsibility for it themselves. The two were chatting when Yang Xiao's phone suddenly rang. It was Song Jianjun calling. Yang Xiao answered, "Hello, Brother Jian." "Hey, Brother Yang, the director of the Yuzhou Museum would like to meet you tonight," Song Jianjun said with a laugh. After returning from Huacheng, he had contacted the director of the Yuzhou Museum. At the time, the director was attending a training program out of town. When he heard that someone was willing to donate 3 of the zodiac animal heads and an exceptional Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain vase to their museum, he was overjoyed. He immediately expressed his wish to personally thank Yang Xiao. Now that he was back, he wasted no time reaching out to Song Jianjun. In fact, before this, many domestic museums had contacted Yang Xiao after learning that he had spent a fortune to acquire these national treasures. They hoped Yang Xiao would sell the pieces to them at a discount and even promised certain perks. However, Yang Xiao rejected them all, saying that the artifacts had already been donated to the Yuzhou Museum. Of course, it wasn't just museums reaching out to him. Yang Xiao had also been contacted by domestic and foreign tycoons, as well as figures from the gray market. Some even issued threats, warning him that if he didn't sell to them at a low price, he might want to avoid walking alone at night. It was a blatant threat, essentially saying they would take his life if he didn't sell. Even under pressure, Yang Xiao refused. In the end, he simply turned off his phone for several days. Previously, he hadn't encountered such issues because he had kept a relatively low profile, and his financial capabilities weren't widely exposed. The auction in Huacheng, however, had completely revealed his wealth to the public. For safety reasons, Lu Wei had insisted that Yang Xiao not return to his villa and instead stay at the Yuzhou Hotel. But he couldn't stay in the hotel forever. Even there, safety wasn't guaranteed. At this time, Zhao Antai had recommended an exceptional bodyguard to him. It was said that this bodyguard had successfully completed numerous solo special operations, boasting a 100% success rate. Her most legendary feat was single-handedly defeating 20 foreign special forces mercenaries barehanded. Her combat skills were astonishing. And the most unbelievable part, she was a woman. Hard to believe, right? She had recently retired from her position. Zhao Antai had heard that many wealthy figures had tried to hire her as a bodyguard, but so far, no one had succeeded. "No problem," Yang Xiao said. "How about we meet on my turf?" Song Jianjun laughed. "Haha, sounds good. I'll let him know right away." With that, he hung up the phone. After seeing Zhang Wei off, Yang Xiao instructed Lin Xuan to prepare a good meal. That evening, Song Jianjun brought the Yuzhou Museum's director, Fu Chuanzeng, to the hotel. Yang Xiao, accompanied by Lu Wei and Lin Xuan, personally greeted them at the entrance. "Brother Zheng, this is the current owner of the Yuzhou Hotel," Yang Xiao. Song Jianjun introduced Yang Xiao briefly. Then he introduced the other party to Yang Xiao. "Brother Yang, this is the current director of the Yuzhou Museum, Director Fu Chuanzeng." Director Fu? Deputy Fu? This truly resonated with the internet joke. Even if someone surnamed Fu gets promoted, people still call them deputy something. Fu Chuanzeng had assumed Yang Xiao would be a man in his 30s. To his surprise, he turned out to be a young man in his 20s. While shocked, he also felt admiration for the younger generation's potential. He stepped forward and said, Hello, I'm Fu Chuanzeng. No need to call me director. I'm just a few years older than you, just call me Brother Zheng." Despite being a museum director with a high rank, and nearly 20 years older than Yang Xiao, Fu Chuanzeng was asking Yang Xiao to address him informally. What did this imply? It showed that he considered Yang Xiao an equal, and saw no hierarchy between them. "Alright, Brother Zheng," Yang Xiao said warmly. Then he introduced, "Brother Zheng, this is my girlfriend, Lu Wei, and this is our hotel's general manager, Lin Xuan." Fu Chuanzeng smiled and nodded at them in greeting. Inside the private dining room, The table was filled with a feast of delicacies. After everyone was seated, Yang Xiao said with a smile, "Brother Zheng, Brother Jian, I had some dishes prepared. I hope they suit your tastes." Fu Chuanzong said, "Brother Yang, you're too kind. I was supposed to host, but Jianjun insisted we come here instead." He continued, "You've already gone to such great lengths, it's really embarrassing for me." He had heard that Yang Xiao had spent 6 billion yuan to purchase those artifacts. And yet, he was donating such valuable items to the nation. This level of selflessness was incredible. Even Fu Chuanxing wasn't sure he would be able to make such a sacrifice in the same situation. "Hey, as the younger one, it's only right for me to treat my elder brothers to dinner," Yang Xiao said. Fu Chuanxing smiled. All right. Next time I'll make the arrangements." "No problem," Yang Xiao replied readily. Raising his wine glass, Fu Chuanzhang said, "Brother Yang, this toast is for you. Thank you for bringing not just 2 but 4 national treasures to our Yuzhou Museum. I'll down this glass, you can drink as you like." With that, he tilted his head back and finished the wine in one gulp. Yang Xiao had no choice but to empty his own glass. Before touching any food, they were already downing drinks. This wasn't for the faint of heart. After setting down his glass, Fu Chuanzing asked, "Brother Yang, where are the artifacts now?" He was eager to see the national treasures worth billions of yuan. "They're still at the Poly Security Center in Huaking," Yang Xiao replied. In truth, the items had arrived in Yuzhou several days ago. Currently, they were stored in the vault next to his office. However, Yang Xiao didn't plan to reveal this until the official handover ceremony. He didn't know Fu Chuanzing well enough to trust him completely. Who could guarantee he had no ulterior motives? Fu Chuanzhang stroked his chin and thought before saying, "How about this? At the end of the month, I'll arrange a donation ceremony, invite the media for publicity, and apply to give you a banner as thanks. How does that sound? National treasures in exchange for a banner? Classic." Yang Xiao declined with a shake of his head. "No need for that. If you really want to give me something, how about a lifetime pass to the museum instead? Compared to a banner, that seemed much more practical." Song Jianjun chimed in, "That's a good idea, much more useful." Yang Xiao wasn't short on money, so other rewards would seem pointless. Fu Chuanzing nodded, "No problem. I'll arrange for a lifetime pass for you and your family as well. After all, for someone donating national treasures worth billions, this small privilege was easy to grant." "Let's eat," Yang Xiao said, inviting everyone to start. The meal continued with drinks and dishes flowing. After 3 rounds of drinks and 5 courses of food, Fu Chuansheng's face was flushed, and he was unsteady on his feet. Song Jianjunjun, however, remained sober. When he returned from the restroom, Fu Chuanzing admitted he was drunk. "Brother Yang, Brother Jian, you two enjoy yourselves, I'll head back first." "Brother Zheng, why not rest here tonight?" Yang Xiao suggested. Song Jianjun agreed. "That's a good idea. Thank you for the offer, but if I don't go home, I'll be kneeling on a washboard tomorrow." Fu Chuanzheng joked openly, showing no fear of embarrassment. In Yuzhou, many men were famously afraid of their wives. He was no exception. Yang Xiao chuckled. "All right, I'll arrange a driver to take you home." At the end of the month, the court began hearings for the online defamation case. A total of 678 defendants lined up, waiting to appear in court. What a spectacular sight! The case shocked the entire city of Yuzhou. Today there was a public livestream of the trial on the Yuzhou Legal Network. The platform intended to use this opportunity for a large-scale legal education campaign, aiming to let netizens and society at large understand online harassment is illegal. At the Yuzhou Hotel, in the chairman's office, Yang Xiao sat with Lu Wei in his arms, watching the livestream together. Curious, Lu Wei asked, "How many people do you think will end up sewing machine duty because they couldn't control their mouths, or rather, their hands?" "I'm not sure, but it definitely won't be a small number. One way or another, the loudest troublemakers must be sent inside and for longer sentences, to teach them a proper lesson. Don't worry. Let's trust Zhang Wei's abilities." "All right. Oh look, it's starting." Lu Wei pointed at the computer screen, her eyes filled with anticipation. At 9:30 a.m., the trial officially began. The first batch of defendants followed their lawyers' advice, admitted their mistakes obediently, and pleaded for leniency from the court. The proceedings appeared dull and uneventful. However, in the final group of defendants for the day, a few people suddenly lost control and caused a massive disturbance in the courtroom. One man even ignored warnings and spit in the direction of the judge's bench. While he missed, the scene left the bailiff stunned. "What the hell? May? Spitting at the judge's bench? Is he insane? They'd seen plaintiffs and defendants arguing, people berating their own lawyers, and even defendants hurling insults at the prosecutors. But this? They'd never seen someone spit at the judge's bench before. This level of behavior would take decades of brain damage to achieve. Lu Wei, who had recently brushed up on legal knowledge, was dumbfounded. Is this guy crazy? Spitting at the judge, does he think his sentence is too short? Under the criminal law of China, these individuals now faced additional charges. Disrupting court order. As a result, their time sewing machines just got extended. A punishment more exciting than any desire they had to act out. Maybe he took Zhou's words seriously, thinking that the people inside are all talents. Yang Xiao joked, noting the man's lawyer's expression of utter despair, as if he wanted to punch his client. This is what they call heaven may forgive you, but self-inflicted sins cannot be survived. A self-destructive act. Who could stop it? Meanwhile, the livestream's comments section exploded with an overwhelming flood of messages. WTF? Is this guy insane? I've got to hand it to him, he's truly fearless. Unbelievable. Spitting at the judge? That's a guaranteed extra charge. Welcome to your sentence upgrade. Epic fail. This guy just hit a new low. There's a charge waiting for him, but he doesn't think it's enough, so he goes for a deluxe sentencing package. I'm dying of laughter. The world's a big place, and it's full of all kinds of weirdos. I bow to his madness. Don't anyone try to imitate this seriously. Imitate? Who in their right mind would do something so absurd? Thus, the first day of court hearings ended with this dramatic disruption. That evening, Zhang Wei returned triumphant from his first battle to the Yuzhou Hotel. First, he reported the results of the day's proceedings. Then he shared some good news. The court had scheduled the hearing for Bu Yalian's case for mid-February. Because she and Guan Dequan were involved in defaming Yang Xiao online, the court decided to hear their cases separately. Naturally, Bu Yalian's case would be heard first, followed by Guan Dequan's. Both trials would be open to the public. Over the next few days, the court continued processing the remaining defendants. In the end, among the 678 individuals, the majority received suspended sentences and were ordered to pay Yang Xiao compensation for emotional damages. Together, these amounts totaled 4 to 5 million yuan. The most severe offenders, those who disrupted the court and severely violated court order, were sentenced to 5 years in prison. It was only during these trials that netizens realized their malicious comments online could lead to legal consequences. They also learned through the public hearings that the viral news from earlier was completely fabricated. Immediately, many netizens rushed to the original video to reprimand its creator. But no one dared to curse, afraid they might get sued next. Yang Xiao was very satisfied with the court's rulings. It served as a warning to others. Time flew, and the day of Bu Yalian's trial finally arrived. Yang Xiao and Lu Wei waited in their office, watching the proceedings. The trial was swift, lasting just over an hour. Bu Yalian's lawyer, Lu Ziqiao, stood no chance against Zhang Wei. Whether it was during the presentation of evidence or cross-examination, or in the free debate phase, Lu Ziqiao was completely outmatched. In the end, Bu Yalian was sentenced to 15 years in prison for theft, given the particularly severe circumstances of the case. Additionally, she was sentenced to 3 more years for defamation against Yang Xiao, which severely damaged his reputation and caused significant losses. Total 18 years in prison. However, because she was pregnant, her sentence was temporarily suspended, allowing her to serve outside of prison. Seeing this, Lu Wei was displeased. How is this fair? There's nothing we can do, it's the law, Yang Xiao said helplessly. It's so unfair. Lu Wei fumed. If she has the baby and gets pregnant again right away, won't her sentence be continuously postponed? That did sound like a loophole. If it worked, it might encourage some criminals to exploit it. However, legal systems had monitoring mechanisms to prevent such abuse. Yang Xiao remarked, "Do you think being pregnant is easy? If she can have 18 kids in a row, her body will probably be worn out long before she finishes her sentence." 18 consecutive births? Who could do that? Men? Who would even dare to try? Fortunately, during the trial, Bu Yalian admitted that the child she was carrying was not Yang Xiao's. At least this cleared Yang Xiao's name. Still, it's not fair, Lu Wei muttered, sulking. Yang Xiao chuckled. Alright, let's keep watching. During Guan Dequan's trial, the prosecutor added a new charge: disseminating obscene materials. When investigators examined his computer for evidence, they found 520 GB of pornographic videos and a large number of transaction records and payment receipts. This defendant, who had meticulously preserved all his evidence, was a first for the prosecution. He saved them a lot of time. With the two charges combined, the prosecutor sought 10 years in prison. Yuan Dequan's face was ashen. If he had known this would happen, he never would have tried to become famous overnight by helping Bu Yalian. Now, all he could feel was deep regret. Originally, Yang Xiao had been waiting for Zhao Entai to arrange a meeting with the female bodyguard. But unexpectedly, she changed her flight plans at the last minute, and wouldn't be coming to Yuzhou today. As a result, the meeting had to be cancelled temporarily. Just after he hung up, Yang Jingjun called to inform Yang Xiao that his cousin, Xiang Qiankan, had arrived in Yuzhou, and asked him to pick him up. This cousin was a distant relative from outside the immediate family. In Yang Xiao's memory, the two families had never been close. In fact, when Yang Xiao's family faced hard times, Xiang Qiankan's parents never offered any help. On the contrary, Yang Jingjun had helped Zhang's family multiple times when they were in need. Repaying evil with kindness. Yang Xiao wasn't particularly eager about Xiang Qiankan's sudden visit. But when Lu Wei heard that it was his cousin, she enthusiastically arranged for a hotel business car, and accompanied Yang Xiao to Yuzhou North Railway Station to pick him up. The car stopped at the station, and Yang Xiao walked into the arrival area, holding up a sign with the name Xiang Qiankan written on it. Xiang Qiankan? Xiang Qiankan? Whoever came up with that name must have had great faith in financial ambition. Before long, a young man dressed to the nines wearing a bright red wool coat, sunglasses, and shiny brown leather boots, strutted out of the terminal. His flamboyant outfit drew plenty of attention. Yang Xiao had seen his photo before and recognized him immediately. When Xiang Qiankan saw the sign Yang Xiao was holding, he checked his phone, confirmed it, and then walked over with a smile. He casually threw an arm around Yang Xiao's shoulder. "Hey buddy, you must be my auntie's son, Yang Xiao. My name isn't Yang Xiao. It's Yang Xiao," Yang Xiao corrected, feeling utterly speechless. With just one sentence, Yang Xiao's impression of him plummeted. And judging by his attire and behavior, there was something off about Xiang Qiankan that Yang Xiao couldn't quite pinpoint yet. "Oh? Never mind, it's all the same. My dad told me your nickname was Xiaoyar," Xiang Qiankan said dismissively, acting like it was no big deal. "Same? My foot." Yang Xiao couldn't be bothered to argue. "Let's go." "Sure thing. Oh, is this your girlfriend?" Xiang Qiankan suddenly noticed Lu Wei standing nearby and his eyes lit up. "Damn! She's gorgeous. Though not overly voluptuous, she was definitely captivating enough. If only I could." "Yes," Yang Xiao replied curtly. Xiang Qiankan raised an eyebrow and, without thinking, blurted out, "Nothing tastes better than dumplings, and nothing's more fun than." He trailed off, but Yang Xiao knew the rest of the line. The phrase, "nothing tastes better than dumplings, and nothing's more fun than a sister-in-law," was a well-known online meme among League of Legends players. Yang Xiao's expression darkened, and he said coldly, "Even if you're my cousin, watch your mouth. Say something like that again, and I'll send you back to where you came from." Sorry. Haha, my bad." Xiang Qiankan laughed awkwardly and slapped his own mouth as if punishing himself. Though he apologized, there was no sincerity in it. His self-slapping looked more like he was wiping his mouth than actually showing remorse. If not for his family's specific request, Yang Xiao would have turned around and left with Lu Wei right then. As the three walked toward the parking lot, Xiang Qiankan kept glancing around. Suddenly he remarked, "Wow. The big city really is different. Look at how stylish those girls are. And those legs so white." He then pointed to a woman in a white outfit up ahead. "Check out that girl. She's so hot, her butt's almost falling out. If I had her in bed, I'd make her cry." He spoke without any filter, saying whatever came to mind. "If you don't want to end up sewing machines in jail, you better lower your voice," Yang Xiao said, barely able to contain his irritation. Looking was one thing, but did he have to announce it so loudly? If someone called the cops on him, he'd be arrested in no time. Okay, Xiang Qiankan nodded. Whether he actually took it to heart was anyone's guess, and Yang Xiao couldn't be bothered to say more. "Where's your car?" Xiang Qiankan asked. "Over there," Yang Xiao said, pointing to a BMW parked not far away. "What the hell? A BMW?" Xiang Qiankan exclaimed, looking stunned. "You're driving this? Is there a problem?" Yang Xiao asked. "Of course there is. Aren't you a big boss? Shouldn't you be driving a Rolls-Royce?" Xiang Qiankan said as if it were common sense. "Rolls-Royces aren't standard issue," Yang Xiao replied as he opened the car door and got in. But that's how it is on TV. Xiang Qiankan said, still in disbelief. Hey, Yang Xiao chuckled sarcastically. TV is TV, how could it possibly reflect reality? Besides, there were only so many Rolls Royces in the world, and not every rich person owned one. Not to mention, everyone has their preferences, not everyone liked flashy cars. After getting in the car, Xiang Qiankan asked, Cousin, what kind of job are you arranging for me? Forget about general manager, just make me a manager or something. Where did he get the confidence to think he could handle being a manager? Before Yang Xiao could reply, Xiang Qiankan added, Are there lots of pretty girls at your place? Big butts? Perky chests? Yang Xiao felt a chill. With someone like him, bringing him to the hotel would only cause trouble. Sensing Yang Xiao's discomfort, Lu Wei quickly interjected, Your cousin has arranged for you to work at a friend's company. You have to work hard and not embarrass him, okay? Hearing this, Yang Xiao immediately caught on. She didn't want him at their hotel either, but where was she planning to send him? No problem, I understand, Xiang Qiankan said with a knowing smile. With you covering for me, whether I work hard or not doesn't matter, it's just for show. Yang Xiao noticed his attitude and sternly reminded him, I'm serious. When you get there, you need to do your job properly. If you mess up and get fired, don't expect me to help you find another one. Relax. Don't you know me by now? Xiang Qiankan said flippantly. Yang Xiao almost retorted, Do I even know you that well? But he thought better of it and stayed silent. While waiting at a traffic light, Xiang Qiankan asked, By the way, what kind of company are you sending me to? You'll be working at a live streaming company, Lu Wei replied. A live streaming company? Xiang Qiankan was momentarily stunned before his face lit up with excitement. Streaming companies were full of beautiful women. Having watched plenty of streams, he knew they were often run by curvy, attractive girls. Rubbing his hands together, he said, This is perfect. Mom will never have to worry about me finding a girlfriend again. You're there to work, not to pick up girls. Yang Xiao said, exasperated, his forehead breaking out in metaphorical sweat. But Xiang Qiankan seemed unfazed. First goal, hook up with a girl in 10 days. Yang Xiao and Lu Wei exchanged a glance. This guy was hopeless, like a walking disaster possessed by the spirit of a hyperactive terrier. Successfully hook up in 10 days? Why don't you just fly to the moon? Faced with such comments, Lu Wei and Yang Xiao tacitly decided to ignore Xiang Qiankan. However, he didn't stay quiet for long. Suddenly, he leaned his head forward from the back seat, whispering into Yang Xiao's ear, Cousin, when you have time, teach me how to pick up girls. He really wanted to snag someone as beautiful as Lu Wei. She was absolutely stunning. We'll see, Yang Xiao replied dismissively. Teach you how to pick up girls? How would I even do that? Dating requires talent or financial power. What do you have? Just a strange, inexplicable confidence. Give me a break. Confidence alone doesn't go very far when pursuing women. Unless, of course, you're outrageously handsome. And even if it were teachable, Yang Xiao had no intention of teaching him. Xiang Qiankan was like a hungry wolf that had been unleashed into a pasture full of sheep, eyes gleaming with greed. Fortunately, he was entering this world late. If he'd started earlier, who knows how many flowers he would have trampled. Hearing Yang Xiao's response, Xiang Qiankan was delighted. Thanks, cousin. Once I get a girlfriend, I'll share her with you. Share? What the hell does that even mean? Yang Xiao was utterly speechless. He genuinely didn't want to have much to do with Xiang Qiankan. Not only did the man make a terrible first impression, but his words and behavior also lacked any thought, like a complete street hooligan with a sleazy vibe to boot. After bringing Xiang Qiankan to the live streaming company, Lu Wei handed him over to the manager, gave a few instructions, and then left with Yang Xiao. Although Lu Wei hadn't said much to the manager, Xiang Qiankan had picked up on a few key details. Boss Yang. Boss Lu. At first he'd thought he was being placed in someone else's company. But now, it seemed that wasn't the case. He guessed. The company might actually belong to them. Determined, he vowed to find a few beautiful live streamers here and have a wild time, maybe even go pro. Goodbye to the master craftsman lifestyle. Returning to the Yuzhou Hotel, Lu Wei walked alongside Yang Xiao, saying, I have a feeling your cousin will ruin that live streaming company. I feel the same, Yang Xiao replied. What bad luck. That company was just starting to show promise. After thinking for a moment, Yang Xiao suggested, How about this, let's register a new company and transfer some of the promising streamers over to it. He knew that Lu Wei had been working hard on finding a spokesperson for the live streaming company. Originally, a popular internet celebrity had agreed. But just before signing, she backed out. Lu Wei hesitated. Wouldn't that be inappropriate? What's inappropriate? Do we just stand by and watch him wreck it? Yang Xiao retorted. Sure, he had money, but he wasn't going to waste it on Jiang Qianqian. Lu Wei thought about it and agreed. Alright, let's do that. At that moment, a child's voice called out to them. Daddy. Daddy. Daddy Yang Xiao. Nini is here. Yang Xiao? Daddy? Nini? What the hell? Before Yang Xiao and Lu Wei could react, a small figure ran toward them with arms outstretched, her face beaming with joy. At the same time, the little girl excitedly shouted, Mommy? Mommy? I found Daddy? I found Daddy. The little girl was grinning ear to ear. Little girl, you've got the wrong person. I'm not your daddy, Yang Xiao said as he picked her up, smiling as he corrected her. The girl blinked. Your name is Yang Xiao, right? Yes, I'm Yang Xiao. Then you're my daddy. I am Yang Xiao. But I'm not your daddy, Yang Xiao, he replied with a smile. Hearing this, the little girl pouted and clung tightly to him, shaking her head like a drum. No, you are Nini's daddy. You are. Was she trying to force him into being her father? Yang Xiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What kind of parenting was this? How could they let their child randomly call someone daddy? Daddy isn't a title you can just give out. At that moment, Lu Wei frowned and asked, Is she really your daughter? No, I don't even know her. How could she be my daughter? Yang Xiao quickly denied it, completely confused. He had never sown any wild oats, how could he possibly have a child this old? But Mommy said you're Nini's daddy. You are. The little girl's face was filled with sincerity, and she didn't seem to be lying. The commotion caught the attention of nearby customers, who began casting strange looks in their direction. What's wrong with him? How can he deny his own child? He looks well dressed, but his behavior is disgraceful. Truly, you never know someone's true character. How heartless can he be? The kid's so cute, and he's abandoning her. What a scumbag. Ugh, a complete jerk. Even in this day and age, there are still people like Chen Shimei. Truly despicable. The murmurs grew louder. Faced with the crowd's judgmental stares, Yang Xiao felt utterly embarrassed and didn't know what to do. He looked down at the doll-like girl in his arms and said, Where's your mommy? Can you have her come talk to me? It was impossible to reason with a child. The only solution was to return her to her parents and explain that letting kids randomly call people daddy was highly inappropriate. Mommy went to the bathroom and told me to wait for daddy here, Nini replied sweetly. The little girl kept calling him daddy, making Yang Xiao squirm. Bathroom? Why wasn't she back yet? How long did she need? Lu Wei glanced back and forth between Yang Xiao and the little girl, as if trying to determine whether they shared any resemblance. Unfortunately, after studying them for a while, she couldn't tell. After all, they both had a nose and two eyes. At that moment, Nini suddenly called out, Mommy. Nini is here. Lu Wei and Yang Xiao turned to look. A woman in a pale yellow coat, carrying a Louis Vuitton bag plastered with logos, walked briskly toward them in high heels. Yang Xiao racked his brain but was certain he didn't know her. The child must have mistaken him for someone else. Just then, Nini wriggled out of Yang Xiao's arms, ran to the young woman, and said excitedly, Mommy. Look, I found Daddy. Good job, Nini. The woman picked up the girl, but instead of correcting her, she praised her. This left Yang Xiao completely dumbfounded. What was going on? Was she doing this on purpose? The woman approached Yang Xiao, smiling gently. Yang Xiao, long time no see. Yang Xiao. He was utterly confused. Lady. I admit I'm somewhat good-looking and decently wealthy, but we really don't know each other. Yang Xiao calmed himself before speaking. I'm sorry, but I think you've mistaken me for someone else. While my name is Yang Xiao, I'm not the Yang Xiao you're looking for. The woman in the yellow coat remained calm and asked, You're from Hongyi County, right? Huh? How does she know that? Yang Xiao was slightly shocked but still nodded. That's correct. Given his current level of recognition, this wasn't hard to find out, so it didn't prove much. The woman in the yellow coat smiled and continued, You live in Yunling Village, in the coal mining town. Your father, Yang Xingjun, used to work at a cannery, and your mother is Liu Hongmei. The woman beside you is your current girlfriend, Lu Wei. Her family. Before she could finish, Yang Xiao interrupted impatiently, You've been investigating me? Investigating you? The woman chuckled lightly and, with a tone of inevitability, said, You're the father of the child. Knowing these details seems perfectly reasonable, doesn't it? She made it sound so casual, but there was no way it was that simple. Yang Xiao grew angry. Who are you, and what are you after? He began to suspect that the woman in the yellow coat might have been sent by one of his enemies. He didn't know exactly who it could be, but it even crossed his mind that she might be an assassin hired by someone out for revenge. If that were the case, both he and Lu Wei could be in danger. Yang Xiao instinctively shielded Lu Wei behind him, glaring at the woman with heightened vigilance. If she was an assassin though, his protection wouldn't mean much. The woman seemed to notice Yang Xiao's suspicions and smirked. Are you sure you want me to say everything out loud here, in front of everyone? Yang Xiao found her words amusing. What's there to hide? I haven't done anything shady. But before he could respond, Lu Wei suggested, let's go upstairs to the office to talk. The place was crowded and full of gossiping onlookers. After just resolving some rumors about Yang Xiao, another scandal would only stir up more trouble. Moreover, she also wanted to figure out what was really going on between Yang Xiao and this woman in the yellow coat. Was this child actually his? The woman smiled. Sure, let's talk in your office. Yang Xiao and Lu Wei walked ahead, while the woman carried Nini and followed them into the elevator. As the four of them entered, the onlookers erupted into chatter. Holy crap. What's going on here? Two gorgeous women. One's got a cool elegance, and the other's a stunning MILF. Together they're like a pair of heavenly beauties. This guy's such an idiot. If it were me, I'd just take them both and party all night. That kid is so cute, and he still denies her. What a scumbag. Not just a scumbag, worse than a beast. If I had a wife that beautiful, even if the child wasn't mine, I'd still claim her. Respect to you, man. The onlookers were practically burning with jealousy, wishing they could take Yang Xiao's place. In the chairman's office, the woman in the yellow coat set Nini on the couch and pulled a Barbie doll out of her bag for her. Thank you, Mommy. Mommy and Daddy have things to discuss. Nini will play by herself, the little girl said sweetly as she took the doll and skipped off to play in a corner. Her behavior surprised Lu Wei. So young yet so well-mannered. She must have been taught well. The woman turned to Lu Wei with a gentle smile. Ask anything you'd like. I'll answer to the best of my ability. To the best of your ability? That's not enough. Lu Wei asked sternly. What's your name and what do you do? The woman seemed to know everything about them, yet they knew nothing about her. It was a precarious situation. I'm Hillian Wenyu. I currently work for China Security Group, she said with a calm smile, keeping her eyes fixed on Yang Xiao. This made Yang Xiao uncomfortable. Why are you staring at me like that? I haven't done anything to you. Feeling unnerved, Yang Xiao finally asked, I've done nothing to you. Why would you suddenly claim that the child is mine? Don't want to acknowledge her. Hillian Wenyu raised an eyebrow. Yang Xiao was speechless. No proof, no evidence, just showing up with a 5 or 6-year-old child and claiming she's his. Who would believe that? Yang Xiao retorted, if you want me to acknowledge her, you need to provide proof. You're her father, plain and simple, Hillian Wenyu replied confidently, as if she had already made up her mind. Her assured attitude left Yang Xiao feeling both awkward and unsure of how to respond. So, you've just decided this on your own? But he had no intention of being an instant father. What should he do? This question stumped him. Perhaps because he was too focused on disproving her claim, he didn't immediately think of the most logical solution, a paternity test. Lu Wei, who had been listening intently, was trying to find clues in their conversation but wasn't getting anywhere. Hillian Wenyu wasn't providing enough information. Finally, Hillian Wenyu asked, any more questions? How old is the child? Yang Xiao asked after a moment's thought, unable to come up with anything else. She's 5.5. She's in her last year of kindergarten and will start primary school this fall, Hillian Wenyu replied with a faint smile. What? The child is already over 5? Yang Xiao couldn't help but feel relieved. This alone proves she's not mine. 5 years ago, or rather, 6 years ago, he had just graduated high school and was looking for work. At that time, he didn't even have a girlfriend. How could he have fathered a child? Suppressing his excitement, Yang Xiao said calmly, I'm sorry, but 6 years ago I had just graduated high school. I wasn't working and had never met you. How could I possibly have a child? Noticing the uncontrollable relief on his face, Hillian Wenyu's lips curled into a faint smirk. She then said, do you remember a stormy night with thunder and lightning? Yang Xiao's expression froze. What does that have to do with anything? There have been so many stormy nights, how could I possibly remember each one? Wait. Are you suggesting something happened between us that night? No way. Absolutely not. Suddenly Yang Xiao remembered paternity tests and brightened. Let's do this, neither of our words matter. Tomorrow, let's take Nini to a testing center and do a paternity test. Why should I take her there? Helian Wenyu asked with a sly smile. Lu Wei, now irritated, said sharply. You're the one claiming she's his child. If you're afraid to take her, doesn't that prove she isn't? Lu Wei, visibly annoyed, said, didn't you claim the child is his? If you're not willing to do a paternity test, does that mean she's not his after all? You keep insisting that the child belongs to Yang Xiao, yet you won't agree to a paternity test. What does that mean? Are you deliberately trying to disgust him? Helian Wenyu glanced at Lu Wei's frustrated expression, then looked at Yang Xiao, chuckling softly. Who said a child has to share blood ties to call someone daddy? No blood relation but still calling him daddy? Wait a second. Lu Wei suddenly thought of a possibility, the only one she could think of. She hesitantly asked, could it be that you're here to ask him to be the child's godfather? Something like that. Helian Wenyu initially planned to tease them further but, after checking the time, decided she had had enough fun and gave up. Hearing this, Yang Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. So that's all it is. Why couldn't you say that earlier? Did you have to make it so dramatic? Just then, Yang Xiao's phone rang. He pulled it out and saw it was a call from Zhao Antai. Excuse me. I need to take this. Yang Xiao said. Go ahead, Helian Wenyu replied. Yang Xiao walked to the side and answered, Hey brother Tai. What's up? Yang Xiao, congratulations. Zhao Antai laughed heartily. Congratulations? For what? Yang Xiao asked, confused. I just got word that the super bodyguard has arrived in your city. It's likely she's considering you as a potential employer. Be careful not to upset her. Huh? Wasn't her flight rescheduled? Wasn't she not coming to Yushu? That's what she said at the time. But you know, women are unpredictable. Zhao Antai lowered his voice, as though afraid someone might overhear. No matter how strong a woman might be, she still has her whims and unpredictability. The phrase a woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea exists for a reason. You can never fully understand what's on a woman's mind. There's even a song that goes, boys, don't try to guess a girl's thoughts. You'll never figure it out, no matter how hard you try. Why is she throwing a tantrum? Who knows? It perfectly describes how women's moods and thoughts can change in the blink of an eye. One moment, the sky is clear and sunny. The next, it's pouring rain, complete with thunder and lightning. Yang Xiao swallowed nervously and asked, Brother Tai, do you have her photo or name? With some basic information, he could prepare himself and avoid accidentally offending her. If he somehow did offend her, given her skills, she could easily take him out with a single, devastating kick. His future happiness, or certain vital parts of his body, could be in jeopardy. I don't have a photo, but I did manage to gather several names. I don't know which one is real though, Zhao Antai replied. What? She has multiple names? Yang Xiao asked, surprised. What is this, some edgy online alias? It's not that many, just 7 or 8, Zhao Antai said casually. 7 or 8, isn't many? Alright brother Tai, send them over, Yang Xiao said. After hanging up, it took less than a minute for Zhao Antai to send the list of names. Opening the message, Yang Xiao found several names, most of them double-barreled surnames like Shengguan, Dongfang, Nangong, and Shimin. But when he got to the last name on the list, his eyes widened in shock. The final name was Helian Wenyu. Yang Xiao instinctively looked up at the woman in the yellow coat, who was chatting with Lu Wei on the couch. Could she be the super bodyguard? But, if she's a bodyguard, why bring a child to ask someone to be her godfather? Was she testing him? Trying to confuse him? Or was it just a coincidence, a case of two people sharing the same name? He couldn't figure it out. Meanwhile, Lu Wei and Helian Wenyu seemed to have reached an agreement about Nini's godfather situation. Now they were chatting animatedly. Do women really build friendships this quickly? Just moments ago, they were on the verge of a confrontation. Now they looked like they were ready to be best friends. Impressive. Yang Xiao put his phone away and returned to the couch. Watching Helian Wenyu and Lu Wei laugh and talk, he debated whether to ask her directly. Lu Wei turned to him. Who called? Why did it sound so mysterious? A friend, Yang Xiao replied awkwardly. A friend? A woman? Lu Wei raised an eyebrow suspiciously. At that moment, Helian Wenyu looked at Yang Xiao, a faint smile playing on her lips. If you have questions, just ask. Yang Xiao was startled, but relieved that she had picked up on his thoughts. Taking a moment to organize his thoughts, he finally asked, Are you the one who single-handedly took down over a dozen foreign mercenaries? He almost blurted out female tyrant, but caught himself just in time. If there isn't anyone else with a similar feat, then yes, that would be me, Helian Wanyu said with a nod. What are you two talking about? Lu Wei asked, confused. You know who she is? Yes. She's the super bodyguard recommended by my friend, Yang Xiao whispered. A bodyguard? And a woman? Lu Wei asked warily. Are you really that skilled? If you don't believe me, you can test it yourself, Helian Wanyu said with a smile. Yang Xiao quickly interjected, no need for that. How about you show us a demonstration? He pointed at the coffee table in front of them. Let's use this as a prop. Helian Wanyu glanced at the coffee table and smiled faintly. She placed her white, jade-like hand lightly on its surface. Watch carefully, she said. As soon as she finished speaking, there was a series of cracking sounds. The granite tabletop began to crack rapidly, starting from where her hand rested, spreading outward at a visible speed. Lu Wei's eyes widened in shock. How did she do that? Was it Qi energy? Some sort of martial arts from TV? It's almost supernatural. Retracting her hand, Helian Wanyu asked, do you still need further proof? No, that's enough, Yang Xiao said, wiping sweat from his forehead. He was relieved he hadn't done anything to offend her earlier. Otherwise he might not even know how he died. With strength like that, even 20 strong mercenaries wouldn't stand a chance against her. Others practice martial arts. She's practically cultivating supernatural powers. But why would someone this strong take a job as a bodyguard? And why? Would she choose me? Could this be the so-called protagonist luck? Helian Wanyu spoke up. I'm satisfied with you. My fee is 1 billion yuan per year. If you're satisfied after that, we can renew for double the price. She paused, then added, if you want to learn martial arts from me, that's fine too. But it'll cost extra. Straightforward pricing, fair and transparent. There were probably other experts of her caliber in China, but most were likely men. Still, Yang Xiao preferred having a female bodyguard. After all, who would want to practice dirty moves with another man? They discussed the details further. Helian Wanyu would protect both Yang Xiao and Lu Wei for a yearly fee of 2 billion yuan. Yang Xiao also paid an additional 10 million to learn self-defense and combat skills. As for Nini, Helian Wanyu explained that she had rescued the child during a mission. She had retired because Nini was now old enough to start school and needed her attention. When Yang Xiao asked why she had chosen him out of so many people, she didn't answer. Since she didn't explain, Yang Xiao and Lu Wei chose not to press the matter further. Afeng Group. Chairman's office. Tu Ding had just come out of Ma Defeng's office after a lengthy discussion. It was unclear what they had talked about, but as Tu Ding emerged, his face was full of anticipation and excitement. Elsewhere, Yang Xiao had just returned from an outing. As soon as he got out of his car, he noticed a middle-aged, balding man walking quickly toward him with a broad smile on his face. Yang Xiao glanced behind him. There's no one else around. Is he smiling at me? He looked at the man again and found his hairstyle oddly familiar, but he couldn't quite place where he'd seen him before. By this time the balding man had already reached him. Mr. Yang, long time no see. You know me? Yang Xiao asked, sorry, but who are you? The balding man grinned and said, I'm Tu Ding. Don't you remember? We met at Brother Antai's estate last time. Tu Ding? Yang Xiao thought for a moment, and then remembered. During a visit to Zhao Antai's estate, this guy had been caught flirting with a waitress by his wife, who then caused a huge scene. To be fair, this guy's wife was quite the fierce woman. Also, Yang Xiao had made the couple lose face in front of everyone at the time. Whether or not the wife had said something harsh afterward, Yang Xiao couldn't recall. But why was he here? Was he looking for Yang Xiao, or was this just a coincidence? Or worse, was he here for revenge? If it was revenge, Yang Xiao wasn't particularly worried. Even without Helian Wanyu around, he wasn't afraid of this middle-aged man with a potbelly. What concerned him was the possibility that Tu Ding might have brought backup. Yang Xiao looked around cautiously. To his surprise, he saw no one suspicious nearby. When he looked back at Tu Ding's smiling face, Yang Xiao grew even more puzzled. What's this guy up to? Ah, so it's Mr. Tu. No wonder your hairstyle and face looked familiar. Yang Xiao, though initially reluctant to engage, couldn't outright ignore him. After all, you don't hit someone who's smiling at you. He decided to throw in a jab at Tu Ding's bald head. But instead of getting angry, Tu Ding smiled apologetically and said, Mr. Yang, I'm here to apologize on behalf of my wife. Apologize on behalf of your wife? Yang Xiao was confused. Mr. Tu, What do you mean? I don't quite understand. He had already found Tu Ding's smile earlier a bit odd, and now he was even more baffled. Was he really here to apologize? Or had Daifang Group kicked him out, and now he wanted to curry favor with Yang Xiao? Or had he lost his mind? Tu Ding awkwardly rubbed his hands together and explained. A while back, you were being attacked online by Bu Yelian and Guan Dikuan, weren't you? That's right, Yang Xiao nodded. The incident had become widely known, so it wasn't surprising that Tu Ding was aware of it. But why bring it up? Could it be he wanted to mock him? However, what came next surprised Yang Xiao. Well, here's the thing, my wife stumbled upon Bu Yalian's videos and decided to pay her to destroy your restaurant's reputation and ruin your name, Tu Ding said with a wry smile. At this point he sighed deeply and added, when my father-in-law found out, he gave her a thorough scolding and told her to apologize. She felt too embarrassed to come herself, so I'm here in her place. Thankfully, before she could act, Bu Yalian and the others were caught. So that's what happened? Yang Xiao was stunned. He had been unaware of this hidden conspiracy. Good thing Bu Yalian got arrested, or he might have been in serious trouble. But what really baffled Yang Xiao was that someone as arrogant as Tu Ding and his wife would voluntarily come to apologize. Impossible. Yang Xiao wasn't naive. This old fox was surely lying to him, likely with some ulterior motive or a plan for revenge. After all, it had been a week since Bu Yalian's sentencing. If this apology were sincere, they would have come sooner. This is just empty politeness. Yang Xiao replied indifferently. Oh, I see. Well, it's no big deal. Don't worry, I won't hold it against you. Mr. Yang, you're truly magnanimous. But even if you don't hold a grudge, we've been feeling terribly guilty. How about this, let us treat you to dinner tonight as a way to make amends, Tu Ding said earnestly. He quickly added, as if afraid Yang Xiao would decline, it'll be at your restaurant. You can pick the room, and we'll foot the bill. How about that? The offer was phrased in such a way that Yang Xiao found it hard to refuse outright. Instead of responding immediately, Yang Xiao studied Tu Ding, hoping to catch some clue in his expression. Unfortunately, Tu Ding maintained his sincere demeanor, leaving no trace of deception. But the lack of any visible flaws only deepened Yang Xiao's suspicion. Too perfect to be real. Yang Xiao decided to decline. Sorry, but I have plans tonight. Let's forget about dinner. Your apology is enough, no harm was done anyway. If tonight doesn't work, how about tomorrow? I'm busy these days. My evenings are fully booked. Then how about lunch tomorrow? Tu Ding persisted, refusing to give up. Just as Yang Xiao was about to decline again, Tu Ding added, besides, it'll be on your turf. We wouldn't dare do anything against you, would we? Hearing this, Yang Xiao frowned and thought for a moment. He has a point. In my territory, I can prepare in advance to ensure my safety. After all, even a strong dragon won't suppress a local snake. Mr. Yang, are you looking down on Dafeng Group? Tu Ding asked, switching to a goading tactic. Given Yang Xiao's wealth of over 30 billion, he truly didn't care about Dafeng Group's few hundred billion in assets. All right, tomorrow at noon, Yang Xiao finally agreed. He had two reasons for accepting. First, refusing an invitation on his own turf might make it seem like he was afraid. Second, he wanted to see what tricks they could possibly pull under his watch. Besides, he could bring Helian Wenyu along. What could they possibly do? Seeing Yang Xiao agree, Tu Ding smiled. It's settled then. Tomorrow at noon we'll see you there. All right. As Yang Xiao watched the satisfied Tu Ding leave, he spaced out for a moment. Checking his watch, he realized their conversation had taken 7 or 8 minutes. He wondered if Lu Wei was still waiting for him. Quickening his pace, he headed back toward the hotel. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Tu Ding watched Yang Xiao leave. A flash of venom appeared in his eyes. Yang Xiao, Yang Shizhao. It's all your fault that my position in Daifeng Group has dropped even further. Enjoy your last night of comfort. Tomorrow at noon, I'll make sure you cough up blood and die miserably. Of all the people to offend, you just had to pick us. You don't even know your place. As Yang Xiao arrived at the hotel entrance, he saw Lu Wei waiting for him there. He quickly ran over. Lu Wei glanced at him and asked, "Who was that balding guy just now?" "Oh, that was Tu Ding," Yang Xiao replied. "Balding? Tu Ding?" Lu Wei was surprised. "You mean Tu Ding, the general manager of Dafeng Group?" "Exactly, that's him. What did he want from you?" "He insisted on inviting me to dinner at our hotel," Yang Xiao said, still unable to figure out Tu Ding's intentions. "Inviting you to dinner?" Lu Wei gave Yang Xiao a disbelieving look and asked, Why? He said it was to apologize on behalf of his wife. Apologize? For what? It's like this. Yang Xiao then recounted what had happened at Zhao Entai's estate in detail. Of course, he chose not to mention anything about playing cards upstairs with Zhao Zhanglu and the others. After hearing the story, Lu Wei also found it strange. But considering it was taking place at their own hotel, she felt a bit more at ease. The two didn't dwell on it any longer and headed home together in another car. The next day, at 11 a.m., Tu Ding arrived at Yuzhou Hotel with Ma Yufeng and several younger men. As soon as he entered the hotel, Tu Ding, limping slightly, walked toward the reception desk with a smile and said, "Hello, my name is Tu Ding. I'm here to see your boss, Mr. Yang." Balding, the receptionist, flustered, blurted out the wrong name. She quickly corrected herself with an embarrassed expression. "I mean, Mr. Tu Ding. Mr. Yang is waiting for you in room 108 on the 8th floor." Hearing himself mistakenly called balding, the corners of Tu Ding's mouth twitched, but he didn't say anything and nodded instead. He then led Ma Yufeng and the others toward the elevator. Upon entering the private dining room, Tu Ding was immediately captivated by Helian Wanyu. Today Helian Wanyu was dressed plainly, almost as if she'd just come from the countryside. But it was precisely this modest appearance that made her even more alluring. Momentarily dazed, Tu Ding quickly snapped out of it and enthusiastically approached Yang Xiao. He grasped Yang Xiao's hand and said, "Mr. Yang, my apologies for keeping you waiting." Yang Xiao looked surprised. "Mr. Tu, you seemed fine yesterday. What happened that you're limping today?" Then with a knowing expression he added, "I didn't expect Mr. Tu to be into that sort of thing." With Helian Wenyu present, Yang Xiao wasn't worried about being outnumbered. As a result, he spoke even more casually. For a moment, Tu Ding was confused. What does he mean by into that sort of thing? Suddenly, it dawned on him. Damn it. You're the one into that sort of thing. Your whole family is. But he couldn't lose his temper now. He forced a smile and said, "Mr. Yang, you really know how to joke." "Just kidding, but seriously, take care of yourself." Yang Xiao raised an eyebrow, his tone suggestive. Of course, Tu Ding understood the implied meaning and decided not to pursue the topic further. He quickly changed the subject. "Mr. Yang, today I brought her along to personally apologize to you. I hope you can forgive her." Hearing this, Ma Yufeng immediately stepped forward, bowed deeply and said, "Mr. Yang, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please forgive me." Her words flowed smoothly, as if rehearsed countless times. However, despite her apologetic tone, there was a flash of venom in her eyes. She had never been able to swallow the humiliation of being forced by Yang Xiao to apologize to a waitress in public. Although her previous attempts at revenge had failed, this time was different. They had meticulously planned everything, and she was confident this would be the time to win. Yang Xiao replied magnanimously, "It's fine. It didn't really cause me any harm. The harm is coming soon." Tu Ding grinned and gave him a thumbs up. "See? I told you Mr. Yang is a magnanimous man." Enough about that. Please everyone, take a seat. Let me introduce someone. This is my distant cousin, Helian Wanyu, Yang Xiao said, making up a harmless identity for her on the spot. "Hello," Helian Wanyu said, flashing a shy smile at Tu Ding and the others. They say a smile can launch 1,000 ships. Her demure smile had Tu Ding itching with desire. He could barely stop himself from leaping over and doing something indecent right then and there. Noticing his old habits flaring up, Ma Yufeng jabbed him hard in the side and whispered, "Baldy. Focus." "Nice to meet you, cousin Wanyu," Tu Ding said with an awkward smile. After everyone was seated, Tu Ding began introducing his two companions. The younger man was named Zhang Feng, who boasted of being able to drink endlessly. The middle-aged man was Kong Zhane, who claimed to be unstoppable with beer. Hearing their names, Yang Xiao couldn't help but feel a bit dumbfounded. Kong Zhen? Xiang Feng? Together? That's a pun for regain vigor. Are these two trying to fix some personal issues? Xiang Feng stood up and said, "Mr. Yang, you're in your 20s and already own a 5-star hotel. Look at the two of us still jobless. It's maddening to compare." Kong Zhen chimed in, "Exactly. Same species, different lives. Life is unfair. Meeting Mr. Yang is the best thing to happen in 8 generations of my family." "Absolutely. I, Kong Zhen, never dreamed of meeting someone like you. Tonight we won't leave until we're drunk. 1,000 drinks aren't enough with a true friend. If I walk out of here sober, let a car hit me. If I walk out sober, let me go without women for a month." As the two exchanged dramatic lines, Yang Xiao finally understood. So they're here to get me drunk. Though Yang Xiao could hold his liquor reasonably well, he knew he couldn't outdrink them. If they managed to get him drunk, things could turn dangerous. His strategy? Drink minimally and frustrate their plans. Just then, Helian Wanyu gave him a look, as if to say, "Don't worry, I'll handle the drinking." Yang Xiao felt relieved. Though it wasn't ideal for a woman to step in, he wasn't about to risk his life for pride. At that moment, Tu Ding entered with a server. He smiled and said, "Mr. Yang, since we've settled things, we're friends now. I'm older, so if you don't mind, I'll call you Brother Yang. How about that?" This was a calculated move to create familiarity and lower Yang Xiao's guard. "Balding bro, I like that suggestion." "I approve," Yang Xiao replied with a thumbs up. He then added, "And the same goes for regain vigor over here. Let's drop the formalities and call each other brothers. Sound good?" Deliberately pairing them together with the nickname, Yang Xiao mispronounced their names. Instead of getting offended, the two were delighted by the suggestion. The server then asked respectfully, "May I take your orders now?" Tu Ding turned to Yang Xiao and Helian Wanyu. "Brother Yang, cousin Wanyu, you two go ahead in order." After all, as the host, he had to put on the proper airs. "Cousin Wanyu, you just got to the city, so you probably haven't tried these dishes yet," Yang Xiao said, glancing at Tu Ding. "Don't hold back balding bro's treating. Let's call it redistributing wealth." Tu Ding, already feeling irritated by Yang Xiao constantly calling him balding bro, suddenly felt his mood lift when he saw a hint of admiration in Helian Wenyu's eyes after Yang Xiao introduced him as a wealthy man. In that instant, he felt like he had effortlessly shown off in front of her. His spirits soared. Looking at Yang Xiao, he found him much less annoying. This kid isn't as unbearable as he seems on the surface. Helian Wanyu reached out to the server, about to take the tablet used for ordering food. Just as she was about to grab it, she hesitated and pulled her hand back. She looked at Tu Ding with a timid expression and asked softly, "See, can I really order something?" "Of course, go ahead," Tu Ding said with a smile. Yang Xiao was stunned. Damn. She's playing this role so convincingly, just like the real thing. She's wasting her talent not acting in movies. Hearing Tu Ding's words, Helian Wanyu happily took the tablet and pretended to browse the menu under the server's guidance. After flipping through a few pages, her smile slowly faded. She pushed the tablet toward Yang Xiao. "Cousin, you order instead." "What's wrong?" Yang Xiao asked in surprise. He had no idea what Helian Wanyu was planning, but he could guess it wasn't anything good for Tu Ding. With a troubled expression, she replied, "Even a plate of stir-fried vegetables here cost 99 yuan. Back in our village, that would cover a month's worth of fertilizer." 99 yuan for a month's worth of fertilizer. Hearing this, Tu Ding became even more convinced that Helian Wanyu was a clueless newbie to city life. And for someone like her, he had plenty of experience. Confident in his ability to charm her, he boldly declared, "Cousin Wanyu, order whatever you like. No matter how much it costs, today's bill is on me." Here we go again with his bad habits. Fine. Let him play the big shot for now. He'll answer to me when we get home. Although Ma Yufeng was fuming, for the sake of the bigger picture, she chose to endure it for now. "I've never dined in such a fancy place before. It feels like a dream," Helian Wanyu said, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Tu Ding. Despite her words, she found it amusing. "This baldy really is incorrigibly lustful. From what I've observed, he's exactly the type to think with his lower half the moment he sees a pretty woman." Although Tu Ding was lustful, he hadn't forgotten why he was here. Taking the opportunity, he said, "Brother Yang, I must say, how could you neglect your own cousin like this? You've got to drink a few extra glasses later as a punishment. My cousin isn't a great drinker. How about I drink for him?" Helian Wanyu suggested. "A woman offering to drink? What a chance." Before Tu Ding could respond, Kong Zhen perked up. "Great. We'll make sure to have a good few rounds later." "Absolutely. Drinking with a beautiful woman is an honor for me." Xiang Feng quickly chimed in. "If the woman doesn't get drunk, the men don't get their chance." Not just Tu Ding, but both Kong Zhen and Xiang Feng were itching with excitement, desperate to seize the opportunity. The idea of a seemingly innocent, rustic beauty with such charm, it was impossible not to be tempted. Noticing their thoughts, Tu Ding quickly intervened. All right, we can talk about drinking later. Cousin Wanyu, go ahead and order first. This one's mine. No way I'm letting them steal her." "But I've never ordered before, so I don't know what to pick," Helian Wanyu said, embarrassed, while glancing at the tablet. Hearing this, Tu Ding waved his hand grandly. "Waiter, Bring out all of your signature dishes. What? All of them? Is he insane? Ma Yufeng's eyes widened in shock. As a regular at this hotel, she knew the price of the signature dishes well. Ordering all of them would cost tens of thousands, maybe even over 100,000. And that's without factoring in the alcohol. With drinks included, this meal could easily cost several 100,000 yuan. Isn't this supposed to be revenge? Why does it feel like we're here to gift money to our enemy? Though she was reluctant, Ma Yufeng couldn't object now without risking Yang Xiao's suspicion. She had no choice but to grudgingly agree. Sir, are you sure you want one of each signature dish? The waitress asked to confirm. Yes, of course. Tu Ding nodded. After the server left, Helian Wenyu said, Wow, balding bro, you're so rich. Ordering such expensive dishes without a second thought. That's nothing. Shark fin, abalone, we eat them so often that we're sick of them, Tu Ding boasted, even pulling Ma Yufeng into his lie. Right, Ma? He deliberately referred to her as Ma instead of wife, leaving himself an opening. Embarrassed, Helian Wenyu replied, I've only ever seen shark fin and abalone on TV. I've never even seen what abalone looks like in real life. She doesn't even know what abalone looks like? Tu Ding wanted to say, you already have some. But the setting wasn't right. At that moment, Xiong Feng slapped his thigh. Oh no, we forgot to order drinks. Right. How could we forget such an important thing? Kong Jin added, as if just realizing. What would you like to drink? Yang Xiao asked. I'll have it brought up from the wine cellar. The two exchanged a glance. How about this? Let's start with a case of beer to warm up, Yang Feng suggested. Beer to warm up? Yang Xiao was taken aback. What counts as the main drink then? Chugging baijiu straight from the bottle. Are they trying to drink or kill themselves? Blushing, Helian Wenyu interjected. I've heard beer doesn't have much flavor. Why not get a case of baijiu instead? Excellent idea, cousin Wenyu you. Tu Ding exclaimed excitedly. Drinking baijiu? Bring it on. With the two drinking masters he brought along, he wasn't afraid of anyone. Sounds good. I agree. Kong Jin and Xiong Feng said in unison. With everyone in agreement, Yang Xiao called Lin Xuan and asked her to bring up a case of Mao Tai. During the wait, the three men took turns chatting with Helian Wenyu. She played along perfectly, maintaining her naive country girl act. Ma Yufeng, watching coldly, soon excused herself with the claim of feeling unwell and left the room. In her absence, Tu Ding fully let loose, trying his best to impress Helian Wenyu. The room was filled with Helian Wenyu's exclamations of admiration, leaving Yang Xiao utterly speechless. Not long after, the waitstaff began serving dishes. Abalone, lobster, crab, shark fin, each dish was more extravagant than the last. At this moment, Helian Wenyu acted as though she had been possessed by a top-tier actress. Her eyes widened, and she froze for a moment before exclaiming, Wow! In my 20-something years I've never seen such a grand feast. How much does all this cost? Then eat more today, and if it's not enough, we'll order more. Tu Ding said with great bravado. Showing off is like the wind, always with me. Seeing the subtle admiration in Helian Wenyu's eyes, Tu Ding suddenly felt that during their last encounter at Zhao Entai's villa, he might have failed to show off. That was probably why the waitress had rejected him. If only he had flaunted his wealth generously, things might not have gone sideways. Thank you, balding bro. You're so kind, Helian Wenyu said, her face flushing shyly. Her demeanor was like that of a village girl encountering her crush, bashful and reserved. This sent a wave of euphoria through Tu Ding. Ha ha ha. So showing off really does work on women. Looks like I've been doing it wrong all these years. Yang Xiao glanced around and was utterly stunned. Forget the walls, I only admire her acting. At this moment, the servers brought in a case of white liquor, a case of beer, and even 2 bottles of Lafite red wine. All of this was arranged by Yang Xiao. After all, since Tu Ding was paying, why not make the most of it? Tu Ding quickly opened a few bottles of beer and eagerly placed one in front of everyone, as if afraid Yang Xiao wouldn't drink. Returning to his seat, Tu Ding raised a bottle and said, 1,000 cups are too few when drinking with a friend, and even 1 word is too much when we're not on the same page. Let's drink to our meeting today. He began chugging straight from the bottle. His intentions couldn't have been more obvious. Xiong Feng chimed in. Brother Tu is right, meeting is destiny. True feelings are shown by downing it all in one go. Kong Jin raised his beer. The three of them moved as one, clearly trying to pressure Yang Xiao into following suit. However, Helian Wenyu suddenly spoke up, balding bro, starting with an entire bottle of beer. She had originally thought they'd go straight for the white liquor, which might have sped things up. To her disappointment, the beer was merely an appetizer. But to everyone else, it sounded like she was hesitant about drinking an entire bottle and wanted to drink less. Tu Ding clapped his forehead as if he had just realized something. Ah, my mistake, I forgot there's a lady present. What nonsense. You three did this on purpose. Hylian Wenyu added, how about this, the men finish theirs, and as your cousin, I'll drink as I please. What do you think? Before Kong Jane and Jiang Feng could respond, a voice interrupted them, leaving them utterly shocked. Balding bro, can we have Mao Tai instead? I want to drink Mao Tai, not beer, Hylian Wenyu said softly, as if embarrassed. Suddenly Tu Ding remembered Hylian Wenyu had mentioned earlier that she preferred white liquor over beer. What a misstep. Still, this could work in his favor. Maybe he could get Yang Xiao drunk earlier and claim the beauty for himself. Cousin Wenyu, I'm so sorry. That's entirely my fault, I apologize, Tu Ding said earnestly, immediately opening a bottle of Mao Tai and preparing to pour it into glasses. Hylian Wenyu looked puzzled and asked, Balding bro, what are you doing? Pouring drinks. Tu Ding replied matter-of-factly. Hylian Wenyu tilted her head. Isn't it 1 bottle per person? 1 bottle per person? Tu Ding froze. This was white liquor, high-proof alcohol. They hadn't even eaten yet. If he drank an entire bottle now, even as a seasoned drinker, he wouldn't be able to handle it. Wait, isn't it? Hylian Wenyu asked timidly. Kong Jane mentally rolled his eyes. Of course not. Drinking like that before eating anything, you'd be lucky not to end up in the hospital. To drink or not to drink? Tu Ding found himself in a tough spot. Seizing the moment, Yang Feng, who had managed to eat a few bites of food, stood up. Cousin Wenyu, they might handle beer okay, but they're not great with white liquor. I'll drink this bottle with you, I'll go first. With that, he tilted his head back and started chugging. Wait. Hylian Wenyu deliberately delayed her words, only speaking after a Jiang Feng had already downed most of the bottle. For a Jiang Feng, drinking Mao Tai was like drinking water. In just a few gulps, the entire bottle was empty. He even tipped the bottle upside down to show it was finished. Setting the bottle down, Jiang Feng asked curiously, Cousin Wenyu, what is it? And nothing. Hylian Wenyu replied hesitantly. Her hesitation only piqued Jiang Feng's curiosity further. Cousin Wenyu, we're all family here, what's there to hide? I just think it's better left unsaid. Come on, we're all friends here. Speak freely. Well. Promise you won't get mad, Hylian Wenyu said after a moment's thought. Get mad? Do I seem that petty to you? Jiang Feng replied with a smile. With that assurance, Hylian Wenyu finally spoke in a gentle voice. I just meant that since none of you can drink, we could have just had a glass of beer together. But before I could say anything, you'd already finished the bottle. What? Just a glass of beer? Jiang Feng was dumbfounded. Damn it. Why didn't you say so earlier? Tu Ding quickly stepped in to smooth things over. It's fine, it's just 1 bottle of white liquor. No big deal for old Jiang. Jiang Feng's alcohol tolerance was indeed impressive. Even drinking 4 or 5 bottles of Mao Tai in one sitting was manageable for him. Why yeah, no problem. The Yang Feng forced a laugh, resigned to his fate. Yang Xiao was struggling to hold back his laughter. At this moment Kong Jane suggested, how about this old Jiang's had a bottle of white liquor, so let him rest for a bit. The rest of us can have a round of beer, how about it? Sure, let's do it. Tu Ding eagerly agreed. Yang Xiao nodded. All right. I'm in. Me too. Seeing Yang Xiao pick up a beer bottle, the others quickly tilted their heads back and chugged theirs. Yang Xiao, fully aware of their intentions, played along. A single beer wasn't a problem for him. After finishing their beers, Tu Ding gave Yang Xiao a thumbs up while discreetly placing the empty bottle on the floor and replacing it with a freshly opened one. But before they could sit down, Hylian Wenyu remarked, Cousin, the beer here is pretty average. It's not as good as the homemade sorghum liquor from Widow Wang's house in our village. Her words shocked everyone, including Jiang Feng. You've been drinking sorghum liquor? That stuff is notoriously strong. While they didn't know Hylian Wenyu's exact drinking capacity, they guessed it couldn't be more than a few ounces. Cousin Wenyu, you've been drinking sorghum liquor before? Tu Ding asked. Oh, only occasionally, Hylian Wenyu replied. Hearing this, the 3 men sighed in relief. Tu Ding then raised another bottle and said to Yang Xiao, Brother Yang, we could say our meeting started with a clash but ended in friendship. Let me toast to you, you drink as you please. Though he said, as you please, most people would feel obligated to finish their drink. That's exactly what Tu Ding was counting on. However, Yang Xiao didn't play by the rules and only sipped half a glass. This left the three men dumbfounded. Seriously? You're actually drinking as you please. Have some shame. Kong Zhen exchanged a subtle glance with Xiang Feng, then picked up a freshly opened beer and said to Yang Xiao, "Brother Yang, let me toast you with a full bottle. Cheers." "No, as you please, this time you can't just take a sip now." Yang Xiao gave Kong Zhen a thumbs up and said, "Brother Kong, your drinking capacity is impressive. I can't compare to you. I'll just drink one glass." With that, he casually picked up his glass and finished it in one go. Kong Zhen's intentions had been clear to Yang Xiao from the start. There was no way he was going to fall for it. At that moment, Kong Zhen felt as though his efforts had been entirely wasted, like punching a pile of cotton. Tu Ding and Xiang Feng exchanged glances, both seeing the same shock in each other's eyes. He really has no shame. At this rate, their plans to get him drunk wouldn't work at all. After some quick thinking, Tu Ding shot Xiang Feng a look. Xiang Feng immediately understood and decided to target Helian Wanyu first, planning to deal with her before focusing all their efforts on Yang Xiao. Sensing their intentions, Helian Wanyu struck first, lifting her glass and smiling. "Brothers, you're all heavy drinkers. Let me toast you with a bottle." Tu Ding's face lit up. What a good sister. She knows we're trying to get her drunk and still offers herself up willingly. Yang Feng quickly chimed in, "How about this, the two of us drink white liquor and the others drink beer? What do you think?" Noticing Helian Wanyu's slightly hesitant expression, Yang Feng quickly added, "Or how about this? Sister Wanyu, you decide how you want to drink. I'll drink with you no matter what, even if it costs me my life." "Really?" Helian Wanyu's eyes lit up. "Of course." Xiang Feng declared with unwavering confidence. "My word is as good as gold." In his mind, no matter how much Helian Wanyu could drink, there was no way she could outdrink him, someone who could handle 5 or 6 bottles of white liquor. "Alright, Sister Wanyu, if you can make old Jiang drink until he throws up, I'll give you 1,000,000 yuan. Tu Ding declared boldly. "What? 1,000,000 yuan?" Helian Wanyu feigned a look of shock, even pausing for a few seconds as if stunned. Then, she turned to Tu Ding with starry eyes. "Balding, bro, are you serious?" "Of course I mean it." Tu Ding swore with conviction. Helian Wanyu grinned happily. "Everyone here heard you. If you go back on your word, you'll become a eunuch." "Fine, whatever you say," Tu Ding replied, laughing. Helian Wanyu got up and grabbed a bottle of beer, handing it to Yang Xiao to open. Then she went to the nearby bar cabinet, retrieved 2 large mugs, and set them on the table. She poured a third of the way full with red wine, and then instructed the server to add cola. Suddenly, Tu Ding's face turned green. "Cola mixed with beer. What kind of drinking method is this?" He glanced at Xiang Feng, who seemed unfazed. Relieved, Tu Ding relaxed a little. Xiang Feng remarked, "I didn't expect Sister Wanyu to be such a seasoned drinker." Over the years he had encountered all kinds of drinking styles, including cola mixed with beer. Most people wouldn't dare drink that. One wrong move, and it could be deadly. After pouring the drinks, Helian Wanyu pushed a mug toward Xiang Feng. "Looks like I'm trying to show off in front of an expert. Let me drink first to show my respect." She picked up her mug and downed it in one go. Sister Wanyu is bold. Xiang Feng refused to be outdone, tilting his head back to finish his mug in one go. However, perhaps due to the lack of food, the drink hit his stomach hard, leaving him feeling nauseated. He paused for a few seconds to steady himself. If he vomited here, he would lose face entirely. Noticing Xiang Feng's discomfort, Tu Ding quickly called out, "Kong Zhen, stop licking that abalone and offer a toast." This served 2 purposes. It allowed his team to rotate, giving Xiang Feng time to recover, and prevented Helian Wanyu from gaining too much of an advantage. Meanwhile, Tu Ding himself ate small bites of food, while Helian Wanyu, who had already drunk a considerable amount, hadn't touched a single dish. Kong Zhen quickly put down his abalone, licking his fingers clean before announcing, "Sister Wanyu, I don't drink white liquor or mixed drinks. I'll toast you with 3 bottles of beer instead." Without waiting for her response, he picked up a bottle and started drinking. Tu Ding clapped and cheered from the sidelines, "Bravo, Kong Zhen." But before the applause faded, Helian Wanyu's voice rang out. I didn't even say how I wanted to drink yet." "You're not as considerate as Brother Xiang," she said softly. Kong Zhen was stunned. "Damn it. Why didn't you say so earlier?" "Alright, those 3 bottles will count as an apology. Sister Wanyu, you can decide how we drink." Tu Ding stepped in to mediate. "Kong Zhen, Seeing that even Tu Ding had spoken, begrudgingly agreed. Alright Sister Wenyu, say the word. I'll follow your lead tonight. Okay, wait a moment, Helian Wenyu said, leaning toward Yang Xiao to whisper something. Yang Xiao left the room and returned shortly with 2 ceramic basins. As Tu Ding and his group stared in confusion, trying to guess the purpose of the basins, Yang Xiao began pouring beer into them, 1 bottle, 2 bottles, 3 bottles. He didn't stop until each basin was filled to the brim. Tu Ding couldn't help but gulp nervously. What kind of drinking style is this? This isn't some innocent village girl, this is the queen of the nightlife scene. Brother Kong, 1 basin each. Whoever finishes last drinks another basin. What do you say? Helian Wenyu suggested with a smile. Before Kong Zhen could reply, Tu Ding quickly volunteered, I'll be the referee for this one. What a golden opportunity. Kong Zhen and Helian Wenyu lifted their basins, ready to compete. At Tu Ding's signal, both began chugging. The room was filled with the sound of frantic gulping. In less than a minute, Helian Wenyu had emptied her basin. Kong Zhen, on the other hand, was still swallowing. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Tu Ding thought to himself, damn, this girl can drink. When Kong Zhen finally finished, Helian Wenyu grinned and reminded him, Brother Kong, you lost. Time for another basin. Another basin. Kong Zhen's lips twitched. Can't she give me a break? Yang Xiao interjected with a chuckle, cousin, give him a moment. I think Brother Kong is reaching his limit. Reaching my limit. Kong Zhen straightened up and declared, don't you dare say I'm done. Grabbing another full basin, he began drinking again. Suddenly, Kong Zhen spat out a mouthful of beer. It wasn't that he couldn't drink, it was just that he'd never had to drink like this before. Combined with the lack of food, his stomach felt like a raging storm, leaving him in extreme discomfort. Kong Zhen wiped his mouth, wishing he could pin Helian Wenyu to the table and give her a beating. Damn it! Is she trying to drink me to death? The most venomous heart truly belongs to a woman. But at that moment, he seemed to forget one thing. From the beginning, it was they who wanted to drink Yang Xiao into submission and knock Helian Wenyu out of the game. Their plan was to take advantage of her once she was incapacitated. Now though, it was Kong Zhen who was terrified of drinking anymore. Brother Zhen, it seems like you're really done for, Helian Wenyu remarked, a subtle mocking smile flashing across her eyes. Compete with me in drinking? Sorry, you've met someone who grew up in a vat of alcohol. The high salary I earn doesn't come without reason. Brother Zhen, if you really can't go on, just admit defeat. It's no shame to lose at drinking, Yang Xiao said, smiling as he looked at Kong Zhen. What? 3 grown men can't outdrink a single woman? If word of this got out, they'd become a laughingstock. Who are you looking down on? I never get drunk on beer, Kong Zhen growled through clenched teeth, full of resentment. Damn it! What do you mean? It's no shame to lose. Like hell I'm going to lose. Today the plan was to drink Yang Xiao into oblivion. Who could have predicted that Helian Wenyu would show up and completely disrupt their rhythm? But admit defeat? Not a chance. Kong Zhen would never bow down to a woman, especially when it came to drinking. Moreover, once they had started, there was no turning back. He'd already drunk so much. If he admitted defeat now, he'd lose all his dignity. Seeing Helian Wenyu's innocent expression made Kong Zhen, and even Tu Ding, feel utterly frustrated and angry. Admitting defeat was not an option. If they gave up, they'd become the laughingstock of the Mei family. Worse, Tu Ding might even lose his position as general manager. Imagine the humiliation of losing their job because they couldn't outdrink a woman. At that moment, Yang Feng put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth and said, Sister Wenyu, let Brother Zhen take a break. How about I take a few drinks with you? Seeing Kong Zhen's shifting expression, Yang Feng knew he was nearing his limit. Of the 3 of them, Xiang Feng had the highest alcohol tolerance. If he didn't step up now, not only would this feast end in failure, but they'd also suffer a crushing defeat. Having eaten plenty of food earlier, Xiang Feng was confident he could take Helian Wenyu down. You're the real deal, Brother Xiang. Helian Wenyu gave Xiang Feng a thumbs up, her eyes curving into crescent moons as she smiled. Xiang Feng was overjoyed at the compliment. Sister Wenyu, you flatter me. Tell me, how shall we drink this time? Even as he spoke, he silently prayed that Helian Wenyu's drinking capacity wasn't as strong as it appeared. After all, he could handle 4 or 5 bottles of white liquor on a good day, sometimes even 6 or 7. He refused to believe that Helian Wenyu and Yang Xiao combined could finish that much without any trouble. Wait a moment, Helian Wenyu replied mysteriously. She brought out 2 large mugs. Seeing this, Tu Ding's mouth twitched involuntarily. What new game are you up to now? Hylian Wenyu opened a bottle of red wine and poured it into the mugs. Xiang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He'd been worried she was concocting another bizarre drinking method. But just red wine? That was child's play. However, just as his lips curled into a smile, it froze on his face. After filling the mugs with red wine, Hylian Wenyu grabbed a bottle of cola and poured it in. Red wine with Sprite I've heard of, but cola. Xiang Feng stayed quiet, watching her every move. She then picked up 2 bottles of beer and added them to the mix. The sight of this made the expressions of Tu Ding, Kong Jing, and Xiang Feng all change. What kind of drink is this? But it wasn't over. Hylian Wenyu grabbed a bottle of Maotai, pouring it into the mugs. Finally, she took a clean chopstick and stirred the contents of each mug. Brother Xiang, I just came up with this, I call it. Bloody Battle, Hylian Wenyu announced, smiling brightly. Xiang Feng's face turned green. Bloody Battle? This isn't a drink for humans. Even with his years of drinking experience, he had never seen anything like this. 3 types of alcohol mixed with a carbonated beverage? If someone drank this, it would be a miracle if they didn't end up in the hospital. Brother Xiang, I'll drink first to show respect. You can drink as much as you like, Hylian Wenyu said, lifting the mug filled with dark liquid. She downed it in one go. After finishing, she flipped the mug upside down to show it was empty. To anyone watching, it looked like she had just drunk a glass of water. Tu Ding and the others were stunned. Xiang Feng stared at her. You can stop pretending. No one can drink that without consequences. What are you, a human tank? Yet, even after a while, Hylian Wenyu remained composed, her cheeks flushed like a delicate peach blossom. There was no sign of intoxication. This unsettled Xiang Feng. Could a woman really drink this much? Yang Xiao turned to Xiang Feng and said with a smile, Brother Xiang, let it go. My cousin grew up in a vat of alcohol. You can't outdrink her. Outdrink her? Impossible. Yang Feng picked up his mug and muttered, Tu Ding, get ready to call 120. I don't think I can handle this. He had initially wanted to give up, but Yang Xiao's comment had severed his retreat entirely. There's no turning back now. Brother Xiang, let's just call it quits, Tu Ding urged. Quit now? Impossible. We've come this far. Xiang Feng replied firmly. But either we win, or we die trying. Remember your promise. Then just sip a little, Tu Ding suggested. No way. We can't let a woman laugh at us. Xiang Feng refused. Tu Ding, seeing Xiang Feng's determination, sighed. Fine, don't worry. The 10 models I promised you will be delivered. You're the best. Yang Feng declared before raising the mug to his lips. He drank with the resolve of a warrior marching to his death. Even Kong Zhen, watching from the side, felt his blood boil. He licked a piece of abalone to calm himself. Halfway through the drink, Yang Feng stopped. He couldn't go on. His stomach felt like a volcano about to erupt, unbearably painful. Suddenly, Pol Wee. Blur. Xiang Feng slammed the mug down, bent over the table, and vomited everything he had just drunk. The floor was a mess, mixed with blood. Cough, cough. Bent over, Xiang Feng coughed violently, each spasm bringing up more blood. Old Xiang. What's wrong with you? Tu Ding was startled and hurried over to support Xiang Feng, patting him on the back. But Xiang Feng's coughing didn't stop. He continued coughing up large amounts of blood. Brother Tu, get old Xiang to the hospital quickly, Kong Jin said urgently. None of them had expected this. Xiang Feng, someone so seasoned in drinking, had been pushed to the point of vomiting blood by Hylian Wenyu. If it had been him drinking that mixture, he would have been down and out right then and there. What they couldn't fathom was how Hylian Wenyu remained completely unscathed. I feel like my stomach is about to explode. It's so painful. Yong Feng managed to sit up, leaning weakly against the chair. Sweat poured down his face like rain, and his complexion was pale as paper. Traces of blood still lingered on the corners of his mouth, making him look incredibly frail. Kong Zhen quickly said, Old Xiang, come on, I'll take you to the hospital. No. I'll go by myself. You guys stay here and handle the rest. Xiang Feng waved them off. Tu Ding asked, Are you sure you can manage? Yang Feng had been brought along to assist. If anything happened to him, Tu Ding wouldn't be able to answer to his family. I can hold on. Xiang Feng clutched his stomach, forcing himself to stand and move toward the door. Yang Xiao quickly followed, supporting him. Brother Jiang, you've vomited so much blood. Could it be a stomach perforation? What? Stomach perforation. Yang Feng nearly collapsed on the spot. Yang Xiao nodded seriously. I'm not a doctor, so I can't say for sure. This looks more like gastric bleeding. Then why even say anything? Xiang Feng felt both annoyed and slightly relieved. Gastric bleeding sounded less severe. But then Yang Xiao added, last time, I saw a young guy who vomited less blood than you, and it turned out to be a stomach perforation. So yours definitely isn't that bad. What? Someone who vomited less than me had a stomach perforation. Then doesn't that mean I'm in big trouble? Sweat poured down Xiang Feng's back. His already drenched clothes felt like they could be wrung out. He wasn't a doctor, but as a veteran of the drinking scene, he knew exactly what a stomach perforation entailed. If not treated in time, it could be fatal. Enduring the excruciating pain, he quickened his steps toward the elevator. Fortunately, he had been wise enough earlier to have Tu Ding call an ambulance in advance. After Yang Xiao and Xiang Feng left, only Tu Ding, Kong Zhen, and a seemingly apologetic Helian Wenyu remained in the private room. Yet the apology in her expression seemed laced with a subtle mockery in their eyes. Looking down on us, huh? Uncle could endure this. But auntie? Definitely not. Kong Zhen was furious. He immediately brought all the remaining beer to the table and said to Helian Wenyu, all right. I didn't expect you to be such a drinker. Fine, I'll risk my life and drink with you today. Any lingering thoughts of sparing her, any chivalry, were utterly shattered. Helian Wenyu lowered her head, as if embarrassed. I'm not a gentleman, I'm just a woman. A woman is a woman. We'll stick to beer. You tell me how you want to drink, Kong Jin said, his tone as aggressive as his demeanor. Even Tu Ding was momentarily stunned by his sheer audacity. At that moment, Helian Wenyu raised her head. Maybe. Let's just forget about it. Even now, she didn't drop her act. What does it mean to stay in character? This is what it means to stay in character. Yeah, Kongjin, don't act on impulse. Tu Ding chimed in, snapping out of his daze and pulling at Kongjin. He hadn't expected such a delicate-looking young woman to outdrink Xiang Feng, the self-proclaimed man who never gets drunk. If word of this got out, who would believe it? Who could believe it? It's fine. I just ate a lot, and if it's beer I might actually beat her. Kongjin waved dismissively. He was sure that if he took it slow and steady, he'd have a chance to win. This was an opportunity he couldn't pass up. But Tu Ding began. Don't say anything, Tu. Haven't we been brothers for years? Don't you know me by now? Alright, but remember, moderation is key. Better to live to fight another day. Don't worry. I've eaten my fill, and I know my beer tolerance better than anyone, Kong Zhen replied confidently. Tu Ding sighed, fine. Do your best. If you can't drink anymore, I'll step in. By the way, I want 10 models too. Kong Zhen suddenly demanded. Sure. 10? I'll get you 20. Tu Ding agreed. When he first recruited them, Tu Ding had promised to reward them with a private runway show featuring models if they succeeded. But now, considering the chaos, that promised reward might have to wait. A stomach perforation was no joke. Helian Wenyu looked at Kong Jin and said, Brother Zhen, how about this? I decided how we drank earlier. This time you get to choose. How about it? Really? Kong Jin's eyes lit up. Mixed drinks might not work, but slow and steady? I can definitely win. Of course, Helian Wenyu replied sincerely. All right. Do you know how to play rock, paper, scissors? Yes. 3 rounds, best of 3. Loser drinks a glass. Deal? Sure. It's up to you, Helian Wenyu nodded. While the two prepared for their drinking game, Tu Ding grabbed his chopsticks and began eating voraciously, preparing himself to step in if necessary. They played rock, paper, scissors to decide who would drink. Kong Zhen planned to get Helian Wenyu drunk through this game. Unfortunately, from the moment they started, Kong Zhen kept losing. He had already downed several bottles without winning a single round. Helian Wenyu was laughing inwardly. Is this guy an idiot? Can't he adapt? You keep throwing scissors, how could I not win? Just then, Yang Xiao returned. Opening the door, he shook his head and said in a complex tone, Brother Zhiong almost ended up in the ICU. Brother Yang, you must be joking, Tu Ding said, setting down his chopsticks. Yang Xiao shrugged. That's what the paramedic in the ambulance said. He was in bad shape. If they hadn't gotten to him in time, it could have been life-threatening. What? Don't worry. The doctor said they arrived in time, so it shouldn't be too serious. That's a relief, Tu Ding said, genuinely worried about Jiang Feng. But Kang Zhen, hearing this, grew even more furious. He didn't want to give up now. He increased the stakes, changing from 1 drink per loss to a whole bottle per loss. Despite this, he kept losing. Kang Zhen was frustrated beyond words. Damn it! Why am I always the one losing? Noticing Kang Zhen's struggle, Tu Ding whispered to him, Are you stupid? Stop throwing scissors all the time. Switch it up. I keep throwing scissors? Really? Kang Zhen hadn't realized it himself, but he followed Tu Ding's advice. It worked. He finally won a round. Feeling emboldened, he changed the rules again. For every win, the loser had to drink 3 bottles. However, the good times didn't last long. After winning just a few rounds, Kang Zhen started losing again. Tu Ding was utterly speechless, practically itching to give him a beating that would fix his intelligence for free. Are you stupid? You stopped constantly playing scissors, but now you're always throwing rock. Kang Zhen remained oblivious, completely enjoying himself, which only made Tu Ding even more furious. Still, for the sake of victory, he kept giving reminders. But whenever Tu Ding got distracted talking to Yang Xiao, Kang Zhen would revert to his old habits. Yang Xiao, watching all this, found it both hilarious and absurd. How can someone be this adorably dumb? At this point, Kang Zhen was clearly tipsy. He had already rushed to the bathroom 7 or 8 times, which ironically was the only thing keeping him from being completely drunk. Meanwhile, Helian Wenyu still appeared radiant and composed, showing no signs of intoxication. This left Tu Ding increasingly anxious. He knew that if this went on, Kang Zhen would inevitably be the one to collapse. Something had to change. He discreetly nudged Kang Zhen under the table. When Kang Zhen looked over, Tu Ding gestured with his hands under the table, signaling for him to execute Plan B. Kang Zhen nodded slightly, then turned to Helian Wenyu. Miss Wenyu, I need to visit the restroom and grab another case of beer. Let's continue when I get back. The beer they had ordered earlier had already been emptied. All right, I'll be waiting for you, Helian Wenyu replied with a gentle smile. Once Kang Zhen left, Tu Ding chuckled and said, Miss Wenyu, Brother Yang, let's have a drink while we wait for him. The 3 of us haven't shared a proper toast yet. His own tolerance wasn't great, so he used this opportunity to share some of the pressure. Yang Xiao raised his glass. All right, here's to a bright future. And to me getting rich. Helian Wenyu exclaimed like a gleeful miser. Tu Ding chimed in. And to Miss Wenyu's dreams coming true. Cheers. 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 The 3 clinked glasses in unison. Meanwhile, Kang Zhen hadn't gone to the restroom. Instead, he had gone to the staircase. Is everything ready? Kang Zhen asked darkly to a man lurking near the stairs. Right here, the man replied, holding up a small bag. Let me see, Kang Zhen demanded. Relax, Brother Zhen. It looks just like the original. Does it work? Kang Zhen frowned. The man smirked slyly. Brother Zhen, trust me. This stuff is potent. If a man takes it, he'll be grinning ear to ear. If a woman takes it, hey, it's indescribable. Sounds too good to be true. Is it really that effective? If you don't believe me, you can try it yourself. Kang Zhen shook his head vigorously. No way. I'm satisfied with my 3-minute performance and don't need any of this go the distance nonsense. Brother Zhen, are you drunk? I am the waiter here. I don't need to pretend, the man said, looking confused. You are. Of course. All right, just make sure you give the special drinks to them and the regular ones to me and brother too. Don't mix it up. Don't worry, Brother Zhen. You can count on me. The man assured him with a grin. Kang Zhen returned to the private room and gave Tu Ding a subtle nod, signaling that the plan was in motion. Tu Ding exhaled in relief. During the brief time he had been alone with Helian Wenyu and Yang Xiao, they had toasted him multiple times. In just a few short minutes, he had already downed several bottles of beer. If Kang Zhen had delayed any longer, Tu Ding might have been the one to pass out. Not long after, the door to the private room opened again. The waiter arrived with another case of beer, a full 12 bottles. It was the same waiter who had spoken with Kang Zhen earlier. Place 3 bottles in front of everyone, Kang Zhen ordered. The waiter complied, distributing 3 bottles to each of the 4 people in the room. Should I open them all? The waiter asked. Yes, open them all, Kang Zhen replied. Then he turned to Helian Wenyu and Yang Xiao. It's getting late. Once we finish these 3 bottles, let's call it a night. How about that? No objections, Tu Ding quickly chimed in. Yang Xiao rolled his eyes internally. You can't even outdrink a woman. What else are you going to do if not call it a night? Get yourselves knocked out? Helian Wenyu smiled and said, "You're all the elders here. I'll follow your lead." With everyone in agreement, they decided to skip any drinking games and just drink straight from their glasses. But before anyone could start drinking, Yang Xiao raised a hand. "Wait. Don't rush," he said. "Oh? Brother Yang, do you have something to say?" Tu Ding asked curiously. Yang Xiao replied, "Drinking straight from the bottle is no fun. Let's pour it into pint glasses instead." "No fun?" Tu Ding and Kong Jian exchanged a glance, both taken aback. "Are you serious? Haven't you had enough?" Then again, they couldn't really argue. Yang Xiao himself had hardly drunk much all night. Helian Wenyu had been doing most of the heavy lifting. Though annoyed, they didn't object. "Fine by me," Tu Ding said. "I've been finding the bottles a bit dull myself." "Alright, let's do it," Kong Jian agreed. Helian Wenyu fetched 2 more pint glasses from the bar cabinet, and they began pouring their beers. Once the glasses were filled, Yang Xiao raised his pint. "This hotel is mine, so technically I should be treating everyone. But since Brother Tu arranged this gathering, I'll let him take the spotlight this time. How about I treat everyone here in a few days?" Hearing this, Tu Ding's face twitched. "Damn it. You could just waive the bill now. I wasn't planning to pay for it anyway." He kept his thoughts to himself, forcing a smile. Kong Jin laughed. "Thank you, Brother Yang." "Cheers!" Yang Xiao exclaimed, raising his glass to toast. "Cheers! Cheers!" As Tu Ding and Kong Jin stood to toast, Yang Xiao deliberately clinked his glass against theirs with such force that some of his beer splashed into their glasses. Kong Jian froze, staring at his drink. He recalled what the man by the staircase had said. His heart sank. "If I drink this, am I going to be fighting all night long? What the hell am I supposed to do now?" Tu Ding was similarly conflicted but quickly resolved himself. Opportunities to take down Yang Xiao didn't come often. Missing this chance might mean waiting indefinitely for another. He steeled himself, raised his glass, and drank it all in one go. So what if it's exhausting? It's not like I haven't worked hard before. Besides, it's just a splash. It might not even work. Kong Jin saw that Tu Ding had already drunk his glass. He couldn't delay any longer and forced a smile that looked worse than crying. Grabbing his glass, he downed the contents in one gulp. At this point, everyone except Helian Wenyu, who had stepped out to take a phone call, had drunk the beer. After drinking, Tu Ding glanced at Yang Xiao and then at Helian Wenyu. He said, "Brother Yang, Sister Wenyu, I still have some matters to attend to. I won't keep you any longer. How about we get together again next time?" If he didn't leave now and the effects of the drug and the beer kicked in, he feared he might do something unspeakable to the table or anything else nearby. That would be utterly humiliating. Yang Xiao, pretending to be in a rush, said, "How about this, give me a moment to use the restroom. When I return, we'll toast one last time before we end the evening. How does that sound?" He had already noticed something unusual about the drinks. Plus, Helian Wenyu had quietly whispered to him to step away and let her handle the situation. Upon hearing Tu Ding's proposal to wrap things up, Yang Xiao came up with this excuse. "What's the point of waiting? Let's drink now and be done with it," Kong Jin suggested eagerly. He was desperate to leave. His entire body felt hot and uncomfortable, and his mouth was parched. He knew he had been drugged. But Yang Xiao pretended to smile wryly. "I can't hold it in. Just give me a couple of minutes." With that, Yang Xiao quickly got up and jogged out of the private room. The first thing he did after leaving was contact Lu Wei. As for leaving Helian Wenyu to deal with Tu Ding and Kong Jian, who were practically burning with lust, he wasn't worried in the slightest. Yang Xiao had seen Helian Wenyu's skills firsthand. If those two fools dared to lay a hand on her, they'd have to be tired of living. Tu Ding stared at the departing Yang Xiao, momentarily stunned. To the restroom? Could it be that he wasn't affected by the drug? Impossible. He drank so much, how could he not feel anything? Unless he went to the restroom to take care of things himself? Thinking about the 2 or 3 minutes Yang Xiao had mentioned, Tu Ding suddenly started laughing smugly. Ha ha ha. So he's just a 3-minute amateur. Pathetic. Just then, Kong Jian leaned over and whispered anxiously, "Brother Tu, I think I've been drugged." "Shut up." Tu Ding hissed through gritted teeth. "But Brother Tu, Yang Xiao's already run off. Let's leave too." "You think I feel great right now? Damn it. Let's wait a bit longer. I'm in bad shape too." Tu Ding felt as though his body was boiling. Run? Initially he had planned to. But when he glanced at Helian Wenyu, he noticed her staring at him, her eyes seemingly filled with admiration. Could she be charmed by my dashing looks? That must be it. In his mind, Tu Ding had already concocted a fantasy scenario of intimacy with Hylian Wenyu. Feigning composure, he said, "This beer really has a kick. Just a little, and I'm already parched. What does beer's strength have to do with being thirsty?" Hylian Wenyu thought to herself, amused. This man's brain must be soaked in lard. His courage knows no bounds. "It's not so bad," she replied nonchalantly. Tu Ding froze, unsure how to respond. The atmosphere in the room grew awkward. A few minutes later, Kong Zhen couldn't take it anymore. "Brother Tu, I can't handle this. I'm leaving." Without waiting for a reply, he bolted from the room. "What's wrong with Brother Zhen?" Hylian Wenyu asked innocently. Tu Ding was barely holding on himself. Hearing Hylian Wenyu's voice, his restraint snapped. He lunged toward her. "Sister Wenyu, come here. Help me cool down." As he spoke, he fumbled with his belt, eager to undress. Hylian Wenyu pretended to be frightened. Brother Tu, what are you doing? Don't be afraid. I'll take care of you afterward, all right?" Tu Ding blocked her escape and tried to kiss her. Hylian Wenyu shook her head vehemently. "No, my cousin is wealthy." "So what? He's just a relative." "But he's still my cousin." "Enough. Tonight, you'll obey whether you want to or not." Tu Ding's face darkened, and he prepared to use force. Suddenly, Hylian Wenyu's lips curled into a faint smile. "What's going on? Am I hallucinating from the heat?" Tu Ding shook his head, dismissing the thought. "It doesn't matter. She's mine tonight. At most, I'll just pay her off afterward." With that, he lunged at her like a ravenous wolf. In his mind, she was already his. But in the next moment, bang! Hylian Wenyu flipped him over her shoulder, slamming him hard onto the floor. Tu Ding screamed in pain, writhing on the ground. It was only then that he realized he had been outplayed. The hunter had become the prey. Towering over him, Hylian Wenyu sneered. "So, you bald scumbag, you thought you could assault me? This is a misunderstanding." Tu Ding stammered, terrified. He hadn't expected Hylian Wenyu to be so strong, even tougher than most men. And the cold glint in her eyes sent shivers down his spine. "Misunderstanding?" Hylian Wenyu mocked. "Then tell me, why were you taking off your pants?" "I drank too much." Tu Ding stammered, clinging to a flimsy excuse. But it was useless. Drinking too much gives you the right to assault people. Nonsense. Hylian Wenyu rolled her eyes. "All right, let's skip the games. Tell me, whose idea was it to drug Yang Xiao?" "What? Sister Wenyu, what are you talking about? Who gave you the idea to pull this stunt?" "I don't know what you're talking about." Tu Ding denied fervently. He couldn't betray Ma Defeng not only because Ma was his father-in-law, but also because of his fear of Ma's hidden power. "Still not talking?" Hylian Wenyu's smile turned cold. "Fine. I drank a lot tonight and you tried to assault me. If I were to cut something off for self-defense, it'd be considered justified, wouldn't it?" "He." Tu Ding was terrified, his face pale. 3 seconds. "I'll give you 3 seconds to confess. 3, 2. Before she could say 1, Tu Ding yelled, "Ma Defeng." It was Ma Defeng's idea. He was desperate to avoid becoming a eunuch, and had no choice but to sell out his father-in-law. At 9 a.m. Feng Group. Top floor. Chairman's office. Ma Defeng watched as Tu Ding was carried back, unconscious. Even in this state, Tu Ding's body was reacting unnaturally, his face flushed, his breathing rapid, and he was pitching a tent. It was obvious he had taken some kind of drug. Useless. You can't even handle something this simple. What's the point of keeping you around? Ma Defeng grew angrier the more he looked at him, kicking the unconscious Tu Ding a few times in frustration. The plan had been carefully arranged yesterday, and yet this was the outcome. What a disaster. As Ma Defeng's fury boiled, Ma Yufeng walked in, heavily made up, her displeasure written all over her face. "Dad, why did you call me to the office this early? I'm not even fully awake yet." "It's 9 a.m., and you're still not awake." Ma Defeng didn't know what to say. She was 30 years old but spent her days idling about, indulging in laziness and excess. He suspected that if she hadn't been born into their family, she would have gone astray long ago. Still, he barked back irritably. "Why don't you take a look for yourself and figure it out?" It was only then that Ma Yufeng noticed the unconscious Tu Ding lying on the floor. She gasped in surprise. "Dad, what happened to him? Wasn't he supposed to be dealing with Yang Xiao? How did he end up in such a state?" "You're asking me? Weren't you at Yuzhu Hotel with him?" Ma Defeng snapped, his tone sharp. "He had been perfectly fine when they left. But now, this morning the company called to inform him that their general manager had been dumped at the entrance like a sack of trash. A crowd had gathered to watch the spectacle. Ma Yufeng's face turned red. They were drinking, and I had to leave early because something came up. You left? Ma Dafeng was on the verge of losing it. What did I tell you before you went? Before Ma Yufeng could explain, he cut her off coldly. I told you to keep me updated on everything happening there so I could act accordingly. What did you do? The more he spoke, the angrier he became. You could leave if you wanted to, but couldn't you at least let me know? I assumed everything was going smoothly because you didn't say anything. And what was the result? A complete mess. Not only had the revenge plan failed, but they also ended up spending nearly $1 million on the dinner. A total loss. Initially, he had planned to have Mei Rengxing plant some aphrodisiacs discreetly. But then, his mistress casually mentioned the idea of a Hongmin banquet. It had seemed brilliant. He had even simulated it multiple times in his mind. The success rate was incredibly high. That's why he involved Tu Ding and briefed Ma Yufeng carefully about the plan. In this setup, his men were supposed to be the ones in control, like Xiang Zhuang. Instead, they ended up like Liu Bang, narrowly escaping an assassination attempt, and it actually succeeded. What a joke! Ma Yufeng knew she was at fault, and didn't dare argue back. She suspected her father's fury wasn't just about this incident, but was also fueled by other frustrations. To pacify him, she moved behind Ma Dafeng and began massaging his shoulders. Dad, who brought Tu Ding back? She asked softly. The security department checked the surveillance at the entrance. Based on their clothing, it looked like 2 porters from the street, he replied, closing his eyes, seeming to enjoy the massage. Porters. This profession was familiar to many people in Yuzhou. Even today they could be seen on the streets. In Yuzhou, porters known as Bang Bang Army were a unique cultural symbol. They carried bamboo poles slung with nylon ropes, wandering the streets in search of temporary work. Did he take some kind of drug? Ma Yufeng asked as her gaze drifted to the tent pitched by the unconscious Tu Ding. Is this really the time to discuss that? Ignoring her, Ma Dafeng asked, tell me exactly what happened. Earlier, he had received a mysterious phone call warning him to stop targeting Yang Xiao. The voice on the line threatened that Tu Ding's fate would soon be his if he continued. Having spent his younger days on the streets, Ma Dafeng was no stranger to such threats and had long dismissed them. But now, as a businessman, he preferred to tread cautiously and wanted a clear picture of the situation before making his next move. It was like this. Ma Yufeng recounted everything she had seen at the hotel. After hearing her account, Ma Dafeng furrowed his brows tightly. Could it really be that this so-called village beauty Helian Wanyu was behind it all? Was she also the one who made the phone call? Damn it! Do they think I, Ma Dafeng, am someone to be trifled with? A mere village flower dares to threaten me? As he mulled over his next move, Ma Yufeng added, Dad, honestly, I think there's something off about that Helian Wanyu woman. What do you mean? Ma Dafeng asked, puzzled. What could she possibly figure out? With a serious expression, Ma Yufeng said, she's too beautiful. Her skin is fair, and she's well endowed. You tell me, how can a village girl look like that? Good looks are suspicious? Large breasts are suspicious? Why can't a village girl have fair skin? Hearing her bizarre logic, Ma Dafeng nearly collapsed. This is your deduction. Ridiculous. Seeing her father's exasperated expression, Ma Yufeng pouted. Don't believe me? Just look at the photos. She pulled up the pictures she had secretly taken on her phone and handed them to him. At first, Ma Dafeng didn't want to look. But with the phone shoved in his face, he glanced at it absent-mindedly. One look, and he was stunned. Quickly snatching the phone, he asked urgently, Is this Helian Wanyu? Yes. That's her, Ma Yufeng replied confidently. See? I told you something wasn't right. But Ma Dafeng didn't respond. His face had turned pale. Dad, what's wrong? She asked, puzzled. In her memory, her father had never reacted like this. Could it be that seeing a fair-skinned, curvaceous beauty had made his heart race? Finally, Ma Dafeng took a deep breath, turned to his daughter, and said with unprecedented seriousness, Yufeng, this ends here. From now on, don't provoke Yang Xiao again. Ah? Why? Ma Yufeng exclaimed in disbelief. Not seeking revenge? That's just stupid. With a bitter smile, Ma Dafeng said. As long as she's around, revenge is impossible for us. She's just a village girl. I'll find someone to deal with her. Ma Yufeng retorted dismissively. Stop talking nonsense. Ma Dafeng scolded sharply. Dad, do you even know who she is? You're talking about dealing with her like it's nothing. I wouldn't dare say such a thing. Ah. Who is she? Ma Yufeng couldn't help but feel curious. Ma Defeng paused, his expression unusually serious. I don't know her real name. She's only known among the upper class as the Black Widow. What? Black Widow? The Marvel hero? Ma Yufeng froze, suddenly intrigued. So, does no one know her real name? To her, that seemed impossible. Ma Defeng shook his head. They say she has many names. No one knows which one is real, or if they're all fake. Today she's Helian Wanyu, tomorrow she might be Zhuan Yuan Mingzhu. So mysterious? She's playing the game well. Ma Yufeng speculated. Dad, could it be that? You've mistaken her for someone else? There are plenty of people who look alike. Even without a blood relation. How could any random person be the Black Widow? That would be too much of a coincidence. Impossible. I saw her photo last time with the old man. He wanted to hire her as a bodyguard, but she refused. Ma Defeng shook his head, certain she was the Black Widow in the photo. Hiring a woman as a bodyguard? Ma Yufeng didn't get it. But she looks so ordinary. She's not muscular at all, and, well, she does seem a bit uptight. Wait a minute. This isn't about a bodyguard, it's about a mistress. Who said bodyguards have to be big and muscular? Ma Defeng retorted. In today's world, bodyguards come in many forms. Ma Yufeng was curious. If she's not strong, how can she protect someone? And if she can't protect anyone, how can she be called a bodyguard? Shaking his head, Ma Defeng said, You're wrong. Completely wrong. As for why, I won't bother explaining. Just remember, she's a very dangerous person. He added, Don't mess with her. She's the nightmare of many. Even mercenaries don't dare provoke her. I heard someone recently offered her a fortune to be their bodyguard, but she refused. After speaking, he silently lit a cigar and started puffing away. His gaze grew deeper. He couldn't understand why Helian Wenyu appeared at the Yuzhou Hotel. And why she became Yang Xiao's bodyguard. Could he be from some super-secret powerful family? Otherwise, why would she refuse so many offers only to work for a small-time hotel owner? This was the only logical explanation. Alright, Ma Yufeng nodded, half understanding. Yeah, right. If you don't dare touch her, I will. Each generation surpasses the last. If I can't take her head on, I'll use some tricks instead. Meanwhile, in Huasheng, in Huakan, inside a certain building, Zuo C. Pelosi leaned back in his chair, smiling at the white man across from him. Hey, Bidens, long time no see. Not long, just a year. Haha, you haven't changed. Let's skip the small talk, I know the drill. If you take care of Yang Xiao from the Yuzhou Hotel for me, the money will naturally follow. Recently, his secretary managed to contact someone named Guan Dequan. They were planning to meet to discuss how to deal with Yang Xiao. However, before they could meet, news came that Guan Dequan had been arrested. With no other plan, Zuo C.I. Pelosi quickly turned to the American mercenary world and found Bidens. Bidens was a white man. He had trained in karate, jiu-jitsu, and kickboxing since childhood. Won numerous championships. Naturally, he exuded arrogance. And he had earned it. Since joining the mercenary world, he had completed over 100 missions. He had only failed once. That one failure was against a young woman from Huaxia. If not for time constraints, he might have been crippled. Luckily, no one else knew about this. Still, he considered it the greatest shame of his life, burying it deep in his heart. But a 99% success rate filled him with confidence. To the point of arrogance. Bidens puffed on a cigar, sipping red wine with an air of superiority. He set down the glass. A gleam flashed in his eyes. Pelosi, as long as you prepare the cash and 20 beautiful women from Sakura Island, I'll make sure Yang Xiao is unrecognizable even to his own mother. A few years ago, Bidens developed two major passions. One was money. The other was Sakura Island women. As long as these two desires were met, anything was negotiable. Zuo C. Pelosi laughed. The money will be transferred soon. As for the women, they'll be here any moment. He made a call. Boss, send them up. Shortly after, a man brought 10 women in kimonos to Zuo C.I. Pelosi's office. Boss, the 10 Sakura Island women have arrived. Very good. You may leave. Once the man left, Zuo C. Pelosi turned to Bidens, who was visibly thrilled. Bidens, are you satisfied with these 10 women? He smiled as he spoke, though inwardly mocking Biden's as a fool who thought with his lower half. Look at you. I bet you'll die because of a woman someday. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Biden stood up, walked over to one of the women, and lifted her chin with his finger. Top-notch quality. Then, turning to Zuo C. Pelosi, he said, "Brother, can I borrow your office?" Of course. With that, Zuo C. Pelosi left the room. As soon as he shut the door, the next second, he heard the sound of fabric tearing. And some indescribable noises. Shaking his head, Zuo C. Pelosi smiled meaningfully. So impatient. How can someone like this become a famous mercenary? How useless must the others be? Rumor had it that after Biden's failed his one mission, he turned into a pervert. He especially enjoyed using his wild side on women from Sakura Island. People speculated that his failure was linked to a Sakura Island woman. He did it purely out of revenge. But these thoughts were fleeting as Zuo C. Pelosi suddenly felt an urge. He waved at his secretary in an old outfit. "Come here." The secretary quickly approached. "Boss, you called?" Zuo C. Pelosi pushed her to the floor, saying, "I'm feeling hot, you know what to do." Here. The secretary hesitated. Zuo C. Pelosi raised an eyebrow. "What? You have a problem?" "No. No problem." The secretary quickly shook her head. "Chongqing Hotel. Chairman's office." Lu Wei said, "I heard from the manager of the live streaming company that your cousin, Xiang Qianqian, has been using your and my names to deceive several new streamers in the company into sleeping with him. Since joining their live streaming company, Xiang Qianqian had been flaunting his identity as President Yang's cousin. He didn't work but flirted with women all day, spouting nonsense. The more popular streamers ignored him. However, some smaller, less popular streamers with low income saw him as a ladder to climb higher. They hoped to use Xiang Qianqian to build connections within the company, securing more resources for themselves. In doing so, they aimed to skyrocket to fame. For this, they didn't hesitate to flatter him, even at their own expense. Flies don't swarm around eggs without cracks. If they lack judgment, the loss is their own fault, Yang Xiao said helplessly. Such schemes to climb up the ranks couldn't be eradicated anywhere. In fact, they were getting worse for various reasons. I also heard that he's planning to trick some of those streamers into. Lu Wei hesitated at the end, finding it hard to continue. Yang Xiao frowned and asked, "Into what?" His intuition told him it wasn't anything good. Otherwise, Lu Wei wouldn't have looked like that. "Sure enough," Lu Wei said helplessly. "I heard he's planning to involve them in illegal streaming." "Illegal streaming? Is he crazy?" Yang Xiao said seriously. "Have the manager talk to those streamers and persuade them not to go down the wrong path." Then, warned Xiang Qianqian. After a pause, Yang Xiao added, "If he still doesn't change, and we find out they're involved in illegal activities, don't worry about me, report them to the police immediately. People like him should be dealt with by the law. Whether or not they're in his company, it's a duty to report them. They need to understand that the law is there to punish such actions." "Understood." Lu Wei nodded. Then, as if remembering something, she added, "By the way, the new live streaming company is ready to be registered. The company name. Let's call it Flying Fish Live." Yang Xiao started, but his phone began buzzing with WeChat notifications, one after another. It seemed urgent. While checking his phone, he continued, "Flying Fish Information Technology Company, and the platform will be Flying Fish Live. What do you think?" "Great name," Lu Wei said with a smile. Then, Yang Xiao added, "This time, make sure we hire someone famous as a spokesperson." The new company lacked traffic. This was the only way to grab the attention of the public. "Got it. There's enough time for thorough preparation this time," Lu Wei said before leaving the office. After she left, Yang Xiao finally checked his phone. It was from Li Wanjin. She had sent over 20 messages in a row. What's going on? Is she asking me to play boyfriend again? However, all the messages consisted of the same 4 words. "Boss, help me. What's this about? Aren't you at home taking care of your dad? Why are you sending this to me?" Although he complained inwardly, Yang Xiao immediately called her back to ask what was going on. The call connected. "Hello Xiao Li. Before he could finish, he heard her panicked breathing on the other end. "Boss, save me. I'm hiding in the restroom of room 666 at Dick's bar." "What? Hiding in the restroom of a bar?" Yang Xiao was instantly alarmed. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, he quickly said, "Send me your location. I'll be there right away." Before the call ended, he heard loud banging and shouts from her side, saying things like, "Open the door." The situation was critical. "Boss, please come quickly. The door won't hold much longer." Lee Wanjin pleaded, almost crying. She was filled with regret. Originally, she had been at home taking care of her father, who was recovering after a successful surgery. Yang Xiao had even granted her 2 months of leave. That morning, her best friend Wu Lian called, asking her to accompany her to the bar to meet someone. Li Wanjin didn't want to go, but Wu Lian insisted, saying it was a blind date, and that everything depended on this meeting. Faced with such an argument, Li Wanjin reluctantly agreed. However, when they got to the bar, it turned out not to be a blind date at all. It was a setup. Wu Lian and some men tried to force her to drink, claiming she had taken antibiotics. She refused. But they wouldn't stop. Mention. They even offered her a drink. Although she wasn't familiar with such places, her college roommates had warned her about drinks being spiked. If she drank it, she'd be at their mercy. She told Wu Lian she felt unwell and wanted to leave. But Wu Lian refused. Instead, she had someone keep an eye on her, preventing her from leaving. In the end, desperate, she used the excuse of going to the restroom to text Yang Xiao for help. Now, they were outside the restroom, banging on the door. Yang Xiao rushed to the elevator while saying, "Protect yourself. I'm on my way." After hanging up, he immediately called Helian Wenyu, asking her to bring the car to the hotel entrance. He also called Song Jianjun. As soon as the call connected, Yang Xiao asked, "Brother Jun, do you know the owner of Dick's Bar?" "Dick's Bar? No, why?" Song Jianjun replied, "It's urgent. I'll explain later." "Thanks, Brother Jun," Yang Xiao said, hanging up. Once in the car, Yang Xiao ordered, "To Dick's Bar." "A bar?" Although Helian Wenyu was curious, she didn't ask. The white Audi R8 sped off like a wild horse. At Dick's Bar, outside the restroom of room 666, Wu Lian was banging on the door. "Xiao Wan, open the door. If you don't, they'll break it down." "I'd rather die than open it," Li Wanjin shouted back. "If you don't open it, they'll come after me. Can you stand by and watch?" "That's your problem. What does it have to do with me?" "But, we're best friends." Li Wanjin sneered. "Now you remember we're best friends? What about before?" She couldn't predict what would happen if she opened the door. In this situation, all she could do was wait for Yang Xiao to rescue her. Suddenly cries for help came from outside the door. "Ah. No. What are you doing? Don't rip my clothes. You scum. Perverts. Ah, help me. Xiao Wan." The voice belonged to Wu Lian. Li Wanjing covered her ears with both hands, trying not to hear the sounds outside. Should she go out? After all, they were best friends. No. Everything that had happened was her own fault. She deserved it. But, thinking about their past memories, she couldn't bear it. However, what she didn't know was that Wu Lian wasn't being assaulted outside. On the contrary, she now had a lady's cigarette between her fingers and was casually sitting on the coffee table, puffing smoke. Those miserable cries? Just an act. It was all to lure Li Wanjin out of the restroom. "Lian Ji, are you sure this will work?" asked a scrawny young man in tight pants and loafers, whispering. Haha Ji whispered too. "Yeah, Lian Mei. What if she's in there calling for help?" "Calling for help? From who?" Wu Lian sneered. "We haven't done anything to her. Even if the police come, they can't arrest us. Besides, she was sure Li Wanjin wouldn't do that. But she still won't open the door, and I can't do anything." Haha Yi was getting anxious. Ever since he accidentally saw Li Wanjin's photo on Wu Lian's phone, he hadn't been able to forget her. He had put in significant effort to set this trap. He thought it would be easy to win her over. Who would have guessed that she'd refuse to touch even a drop of alcohol after arriving? This made it impossible for him to execute his plan. Wu Lian smirked and whispered, "Don't worry. I'll keep crying for help, and Hahagi, you go kick the door. Be aggressive." The scrawny guy nodded. Hahaji, tossing his cigarette aside, walked straight to the restroom door and gave it a hard kick. He shouted, "Li Wanjin, if you don't come out, your dear bestie is going to." Ha ha ha. Inside the restroom, Li Wanjin heard the anguished cries and the sound of bottles falling outside. She was at a loss. For a moment, her mind went blank. Suddenly, she swung the door open and rushed out. As soon as she stepped out, she realized the scene before her was nothing like she'd imagined. Wu Lian was sitting there perfectly fine. She wasn't in any danger at all. The earlier cries? Clearly staged to lure her out. Despicable. Li Wanjin hated herself for being so naive. She quickly turned to retreat to the restroom, but the doorway was already blocked by the smirking scrawny guy. Now she was trapped, caught between advancing and retreating. What should she do? Her face turned pale as she looked at Wu Lian. Why are you doing this to me? Wu Lian responded earnestly, Xiao Wan, I'm doing this for your own good. Hahadi runs a massage parlor and earns tens of thousands a month. She added, if you stay with him, you won't have to work hard anymore. Isn't that a good thing? For my own good. Hearing these words, Li Wanjin became furious. I have hands and feet. I can earn my own living. How much can you earn in a month? Ge sneered. Even if you're a graduate of a prestigious university, fresh graduates are just newbies in the workforce, with unproven abilities. At most, you'd earn a few thousand a month. Compared to him, not even a fraction of his income. Li Wanjin coldly retorted, I don't earn much, but at least my money is clean, and I can spend it with a clear conscience. You little. Are you saying my money isn't clean? Ge's temper flared. His massage parlor earned tens of thousands a month precisely because it wasn't legitimate. And he hated anyone pointing that out. He lunged forward, grabbed both of Li Wanjin's arms, and flung her onto the sofa. The momentum left her completely powerless. Turning to the scrawny guy, Ge barked, what are you standing there for? Hold her down. Once I'm done, you can have your turn. Thank you, Ge. The scrawny guy licked his lips, eyes gleaming with excitement. Such a rare beauty. He had never had someone like her before. He eagerly pinned Li Wanjin's arms down, practically drooling in anticipation. Li Wanjin struggled desperately, but couldn't match the scrawny guy's strength. When she tried to scream, Wu Lian clamped a hand over her mouth, muffling her cries. Wu Lian whispered in her ear, Xiao Wan, just accept it. Li Wanjin shook her head furiously, silently praying for Yang Xiao to arrive soon. But Yang Xiao wasn't there yet. Ge, sipping red wine, laughed as he approached her. Li Wanjin was on the verge of despair, imagining the horrors to come. Suddenly, a loud bang shattered the tension. The door to the private room was slammed open, hitting the wall with a deafening crash. The scrawny guy froze. Who the hell are you? Can't you see I'm busy? Get lost before I kill you. Ji shouted without turning around, thinking the intruder would back off. However, the newcomers were Yang Xiao and Helian Wenyu. They were here to rescue her. Yang Xiao saw Li Wanjin pinned on the sofa and felt his anger surge. Let her go immediately, and I might spare you. Let her go? Spare us? Ge's smile faded as he slowly turned to look at the doorway. There stood a young man and a mature woman whose charm even outshone Li Wanjin's. His eyes lit up. Wow. Not only was she gorgeous, but she also had an air of elegance. Ge felt a thrill. Hey there, pretty lady. Leave this loser and come with me. I'll treat you like a queen. Oh really? Helian Wenyu raised an eyebrow, exuding a mix of allure and rejection. Thinking he had a chance, Ge grinned. Of course, I'm known as the Endurance King. He was already imagining how he'd impress her. Yang Xiao's voice turned cold. You've missed your chance to surrender. Then, turning to Helian Wenyu, he said, disable the two men. As for the woman, give her 50 slaps. No problem. Helian Wenyu said with a seductive smile directed at Ge. Disable me? Ge snorted, finding it laughable. Ge. Let me handle these two idiots. The scrawny young man jumped out excitedly, rubbing his hands together. For him, dealing with a woman was easy and effortless. As for Yang Xiao, honestly, he didn't think much of him at all. Ge glanced at the scrawny guy and nodded. Fine. Beat the man to death, and as for the woman, once I'm done with her, you can have your turn. Thank you, Ge. The scrawny guy was overjoyed. A beauty like this? He'd never had the chance before. Grabbing a beer bottle from the table, he smashed it against the wall and approached the two at the door with ill intent. Do you even know who we are? How dare you barge in here? Neither Yang Xiao nor Helian Wenyu paid him any attention. This enraged the scrawny guy. How dare they ignore me? I'm second only to Ge on this street. Furious, he charged past Helian Wenyu, aiming for Yang Xiao. Raising the beer bottle high, he swung it down toward Yang Xiao's head. Die. However, before the bottle could make contact, a sharp pain shot through his lower body. Looking down, he saw a petite, delicate foot planted firmly in his family jewels. The scrawny guy stiffly turned to Helian Wenyu, disbelief etched on his face. You attacked me? The beer bottle slipped from his hand and shattered on the floor as he collapsed, clutching himself in agony. You bitch, you dare ruin my legacy. Before he could curse further, Helian Wenyu's voice rang out. So weak. Pathetic. Pathetic? The scrawny guy was on the verge of madness. You kicked me there and dare call me weak? Anyone would go down from that. Helian Wenyu smiled faintly, turning her gaze to Haha-ji. One down. Your turn next. She had hoped for a bit of a workout but was disappointed by the scrawny guy's performance. Hopefully Haha-gi would put up more of a fight. Stupid woman. Do you know this street belongs to me? Haha-gi shouted, his voice trembling slightly as he instinctively covered his groin. Is that so? Helian Wenyu raised an eyebrow. Don't believe me? Dare let me call my people? Haha-ji gritted his teeth. Helian Wenyu glanced back at Yang Xiao. President Yang, mind if I have some fun? Fun? With me? Hearing their exchange, Haha-gi sneered. Talk is cheap. Not everyone can back it up with action. Suit yourself, Yang Xiao replied calmly, walking further into the room. Approaching Li Wanjin, who was being held by Wu Lian, Yang Xiao's presence made Wu Lian jump in fright. What are you doing? She stammered. Get lost. Yang Xiao barked. Terrified, Wu Lian scampered behind Haha-gi, trembling like a frightened rabbit. Now unimpeded, Li Wanjin rushed to Yang Xiao and threw her arms around him. Boss, you're finally here. So soft. Yang Xiao thought, though he kept it to himself. You okay? He asked. Li Wanjin shook her head. I'm fine. Thank you, boss. Good, Yang Xiao said, patting her head with a smile. Seeing the prize within his grasp snatched away, Haha-gi burned with rage. Just wait until my guys arrive. I'll beat you so badly your mother won't recognize you. And that woman. I'll make her beg for death. Minutes later, a commotion grew outside the private room. Soon, a burly man stepped in. Haha-gi, 20 brothers are here. Haha-gi nodded arrogantly, lighting a cigarette. He walked over to Yang Xiao, propped a foot on the coffee table, and pointed to his shoe. You've got two choices. 1, kneel and lick my shoe clean. Then, raising a second finger, he sneered. 2, kneel and watch while I play with both of them. Yang Xiao stared at him, expressionless. Haha-gi thought his dominance had intimidated Yang Xiao. He smirked and added, oh, and it won't just be me. All my brothers here are waiting their turn too. Before he could finish, Yang Xiao threw a punch, hitting Haha-gi square in the face and sending him stumbling backward. Before Haha-gi could react, Yang Xiao followed up with a kick, striking his jaw. Seeing their leader attacked, Haha-gi's men roared in fury. You dare hit Haha-gi in front of us? Get him? One of them grabbed a beer bottle and charged at Yang Xiao. But his path was blocked by Helian Wenyu, a voluptuous, stunning woman. A woman? Blocking me? Does she have a death wish? He swung the beer bottle at her, but before it could land he was sent flying into the wall, losing all strength to fight. One by one Haha-gi's men poured into the room. But each of them met the same fate. In mere minutes, all 20 men were sprawled on the floor, defeated by Helian Wenyu. Yang Xiao walked over to Haji, who was still on the ground, clutching his stomach. With a knee to the groin and an elbow to the back, Yang Xiao left him writhing in pain. His legacy was shattered beyond repair. From now on Haji would have no heirs. He couldn't believe that such a beautiful woman could take down 20 men single-handedly. He had no idea that Helian Wenyu hadn't even used a tenth of her strength. Too boring, she muttered. Haha-gi. Wu Lian whimpered from the corner of the sofa, her face pale. If she had known it would end like this, she would never have done something so reckless. She didn't dare hope for forgiveness, only that they would go easy on her. Yang Xiao approached her. 100 slaps. Will you do it yourself or should I have her do it? I'll do it myself, Wu Lian stammered, terrified. If Helian Wenyu did it, her face would be ruined for sure. Yang Xiao nudged the scrawny guy, who was still pretending to be unconscious. Get up and count. Miss one, and she kicks you again. Huh? The scrawny guy sat up, his face full of misery. You have a problem with that? Yang Xiao asked coldly. No. The scrawny guy stammered, shaking his head. Wu Lian was panicking. She had thought she could get away with just a few slaps and muddle through. But now it was clear that was impossible. Soon after. Bray? Slap, slap, slap. Slap. The sound of slaps echoed from room 666 of Dick's bar. Wu Lian's face was swollen from the beating. Yang Xiao walked over to Ha Ji, stepped on his face, and bent down to say, "Weren't you so tough? Let's see you dance again." "Why you? Kid. You're all dead. Let me tell you, I'm W with BA, Master Ba, UT touch me, and you'll have no place in Chong Tung anymore." Ha Di stammered under Yang Xiao's foot. Yang Xiao smirked. "Oh? Now I'm curious. What kind of thing is this Master BA you're talking about?" He lifted his foot off Ha Gi's face. "Go ahead, call your Master Ba. Have him come here immediately." He deliberately mispronounced Master BA as 8 pages. Ha Ji clutched his stomach and struggled to his feet, glancing fearfully at Helian Wanyu. A shiver ran down his spine. Damn it. This woman was terrifying. Seeing Ha Ji stalling, Yang Xiao grew impatient. "What are you waiting for? Make the call." Startled, Ha Ji quickly pulled out his phone and dialed. On the call he exaggerated, saying he was attacked at Dick's bar by some very tough people and asked for reinforcements. Yang Xiao didn't care about Ha Ji twisting the truth. As long as Master B showed up, that was all that mattered. After hanging up, Ha Ji, as if forgetting his earlier pain, sneered, "You're finished. Master BA is on his way. If you're smart, you'll leave now." "Who's finished? We'll see." "Big talk. Don't believe me? Let's wait outside." "This room's too small," Yang Xiao said, then led Lai Wanjin out of the private room. Helian Wanyu followed behind him. Ha Gi's lackeys, terrified out of their wits, didn't dare block their way. They endured their pain and quickly crawled to the side, making way for Yang Xiao and his group. Outside the private room, the manager of Dick's bar stood in the hallway, watching them in shock, his eyes fixed on Helian Wanyu. Who was this woman? Others were equally dumbfounded. Wow. Who is she? She even dared to beat up Ha Ji. That guy looks familiar. I think I've seen him before, but I don't recognize the woman. Yeah, he does look familiar. No matter who they are, if they dared to hit Ha Ji, they're not leaving this bar alive. I'm not so sure. That big-chested woman can really fight. Hey, don't forget about Master Ba's mad dog. Even dogs fear him when he goes crazy. In the crowd of onlookers, discussions erupted. Many were regulars at the bar, and were familiar with Ha Gi's reputation. Meanwhile, in the bar's main hall, all entertainment had stopped. Everyone's attention was on the unfolding drama. Master B.A., whose real name was Wang B.A., had been following Ma Defeng in Chongqing 20 years ago. With his ruthless nature, he had climbed from the bottom to become Ma Defeng's right-hand man. Since then, people began calling him Master Ba. Only a few top figures in Chongqing dared to call him by his real name. Over the years, Ma Defeng transitioned into legitimate business, while Wang Ba remained active in the streets. But even he had to adapt to changing times. A few years ago, he established the Chongqing Bani Security Company, employing his men as security guards. Because of his reputation, many malls, companies and large events hired his company for security services at prices he dictated. No one dared haggle. Tonight he had been enjoying some private time with a lover when Ha Gi's call interrupted him. Hearing that someone was causing trouble at Dick's bar, and had even beaten up his men, he was furious. Someone dared to mess around in a venue under his protection? And they had the audacity to attack his people? Clearly, they had a death wish. Wang Ba brought Mad Dog and dozens of his guards, heading to Dick's bar with great momentum. Arriving at the bar, Wang Ba led the way, with Mad Dog and his uniformed guards following behind. Their entrance was imposing. Once inside the bar, they surrounded the area, leaving no escape. Some bystanders, fearing they might get caught up in the chaos, quietly slipped away. Others, bolder, stayed to watch. They were curious to see how Helian Wanyu and Yang Xiao would handle this group of muscular security guards. Would they fight or beg for mercy? Most thought they'd beg. Wang Ba scanned the bar, his brows furrowing. In the entire hall, there was only a young man in his 20s and 2 beautiful women sitting calmly. Everyone else was standing. As for his subordinate Ha Ji, he was crouching nervously beside the young man. Around them, nearly 100 spectators watched like it was a show. Wang Ba was furious. Lighting a cigar, he took a puff. The last time he had been humiliated like this was 10 years ago. He never expected to be mocked by a young man, and 2 women a decade later. This wasn't just about hitting his men, it was a slap to his face. How could he tolerate this? Wang Ba took a few steps forward, stopping about 3 meters from Yang Xiao. One of his guards knelt behind him, becoming his human chair. Sitting down, Wang Ba looked down at Yang Xiao. Ji finally noticed the change in the hall's atmosphere. Turning to see Wang Ba, he immediately shouted, "Master Ba, save me." "Save you? Worthless fool." Wang Ba ignored him, narrowing his eyes at Yang Xiao. "Young man, do you know who I am? Let them go now, and I'll promise not to hold you accountable." Yang Xiao sneered. "Hold me accountable? You think you're worthy?" "Worthy or not, we'll see." Wang Ba showed no sign of backing down. With so many people watching, if he didn't handle this properly, how could he maintain his authority in Chongqing? Ji, too scared to act, whispered a warning, Master Ba. "That woman is insanely strong." "Mad Dog, take care of it," Wang Ba said dismissively. Mad Dog, his personal bodyguard, had been a 10-time underground boxing champion. Known for his ruthless fighting style, he earned his nickname for a reason. Mad Dog grinned maniacally. "Don't worry, Master Ba. I'll beat them so badly their own mothers won't recognize them." As Mad Dog prepared to attack, Wang Ba suddenly raised a hand. "Wait. Your orders, Master Ba?" "Break the man. The woman, I'll take her with me." "Understood, Master Ba," Mad Dog replied. "Take away the two beauties?" The onlookers sighed regretfully. They all knew a bit about what kind of person Wang Ba was. Not only was he lecherous, but it was said that his preferences were extremely perverse. If these two women fell into his hands, their fate would surely be grim. Still, no one dared to step forward as a hero to save them. Mad Dog's ferocity alone was enough to deter anyone. And with the dozens of men standing behind Wang Ba, there was no chance anyone could win. Li Wanjin, terrified, moved closer to Yang Xiao. "Boss, I'm scared." The group before them looked fierce and intimidating, clearly street thugs. If a fight broke out, there were only 2 or 3 people on their side. Even though she had witnessed Helian Wanyu's skills, she couldn't help but feel afraid. What if they couldn't win? "Don't worry, Sister Wanyu can handle it," Yang Xiao said, patting Li Wanjin's back to comfort her. "Sister Wanyu Wiyu?" Li Wanjin glanced at the stunningly beautiful woman standing next to her. At that moment, Helian Wanyu turned her gaze to Li Wanjin. Their eyes met, and Helian Wanyu gave her a mesmerizing smile that seemed to say, "Relax." Li Wanjin blushed and quickly looked down. Yang Xiao was slightly taken aback. Was this the same Li Wanjin who had been so cheeky and bold the first time they met? Or had someone possessed her? Just then, Mad Dog stepped forward, his eyes locked on Yang Xiao. He intended to deal with Yang Xiao first before capturing the 2 women. But after just a couple of steps, a striking figure blocked his path. It was the curvaceous Helian Wanyu. Mad Dog licked his lips. "I don't want to hurt you," he said, pointing at Li Wanjin. "Why don't you two go to Master B willingly? I won't make it hard for you." Wang Ba had specifically asked for the 2 women. Mad Dog was worried that if he fought them, he might hurt them and ruin things for his boss. "Don't worry, once I take care of you, I'll go find him myself," Helian Wanyu said with a flirtatious smile. "Take care of me?" Mad Dog sneered darkly. "Since you won't drink the toast, you'll have to drink the forfeit. Don't blame me for being ruthless." As soon as he finished, he lunged forward, throwing a punch at Helian Wanyu's face. But just as his fist was about to land, Helian Wanyu tilted her head slightly and countered with a swift chop to his left ribcage. Mad Dog quickly retreated, clutching his side. He had been certain that his punch was just centimeters from hitting her, yet she had effortlessly dodged and countered. What incredible speed! "Too slow, too weak, and your reflexes are terrible," Helian Wanyu said casually, brushing off her hands as though critiquing a trainee. 3 criticisms in a row, utterly dismissive. Mad Dog wasn't angered by her words. Instead, his grin turned more deranged. "Don't rush. The real show is just starting." With that, he charged at her again. Helian Wanyu remained calm, easily countering every move. As their exchanges grew more frequent, Mad Dog found himself shifting from offense to defense, and even his defense was failing. What the hell? How is this woman so strong? Where did she come from? Distracted for a moment, he was hit square in the stomach by a powerful kick from Helian Wanyu. He stumbled back over 10 steps before regaining his footing. Helian Wanyu smiled. Getting distracted during a fight is a bad habit. Who are you?" Mad Dog gritted his teeth. From their exchanges, he could clearly tell that she was on a completely different level. If Helian Wanyu had wanted to end the fight quickly, that first chop would have been enough to incapacitate him. But instead, she had toyed with him, drawing out the fight for fun. To the onlookers, it seemed like they were evenly matched. To him, it felt like a cat playing with a mouse, savoring the game. Wang Bie also noticed something was off. His gaze toward Yang Xiao shifted from disdain to caution. This young man couldn't be ordinary. Could he be from one of those powerful families? It was possible. China was vast, with a population of over 1 billion. There were many prominent families, and even more hidden, powerful clans. Some kept a low profile. Wang Bie had encountered many of Chongqing's local elites during his time with Ma Dafeng, but had never seen this young man before. He must be from out of town. Still, this was Wang Bie's territory. No matter who you were, a dragon or a tiger, you played by his rules. Otherwise, you'd die. If you beat me, I'll tell you who I am, Helian Wenyu said with a laugh, covering her mouth. Her laugh was so enchanting that many of the men around her were left dazed. She's gorgeous. Yeah, but she's way too fierce. Who cares? As long as she's got those assets, I'd put up with anything. Right. A kid needs proper nutrition. Though their comments were quiet, Helian Wenyu heard them but paid no attention. Mad Dog spoke again. I admit, you're strong. But even you can't fight so many of us while protecting those two. What will you do when we all attack at once? He planned to overwhelm her with numbers. But before he could finish his sentence, Helian Wenyu's smile vanished. In the next moment, she pounced like a leopard, her hand darting out to grip Mad Dog's neck. With one hand, she lifted him off the ground. A slight squeeze, and his neck would snap. Stop! Wang Bie shouted. And who are you to give me orders? Helian Wenyu replied, her face still smiling, her grip unrelenting. Mad Dog struggled, coughing, but it was no use. Wang Bie turned to Yang Xiao, realizing he was the key. Young man, do you really want to make this a life or death situation with me? He still hoped to force Yang Xiao to compromise through intimidation. But his plan was doomed to fail. Yang Xiao sneered. Your lackey insulted my friend. You came here, didn't apologize, and didn't try to resolve things peacefully. Instead, you want to use force? He paused, then smirked coldly. Now that force won't work, you're trying threats? Go ahead, show me all your tricks. I, Yang Xiao, will play along to the end. Yang Xiao? The crowd murmured. His name sounded familiar. Those quick on the uptake remembered. Wait. No wonder he looked familiar, that's the owner of Chongqing Hotel. What? The guy from that online scandal about abandoning his wife and child? Yeah. But it turned out to be a setup by Bu Yalian. No wonder he's so popular with women. Popular? That's not popularity, that's the power of money. I wish I had that kind of money. I wouldn't mind being his son, or maybe. Have you no shame? When Wang Bie heard that name, he was stunned. So this was Yang Xiao, the new owner of Chongqing Hotel? What a small world. Just a few days ago, Ma Dafeng had come to him, asking for help in causing trouble for Chongqing Hotel in collaboration with Mei Rengsing. They were still in the planning stages, and now he'd bumped into Yang Xiao by chance. Should he check in with Ma Dafeng? Weighing the pros and cons, Wang Bie thought it over. Although he hadn't worked directly with Ma Dafeng for years, the two remained good friends. They had business dealings and made money together. Their bond was strong. Meanwhile, everyone present held their breath, their eyes fixed on the center of the hall. Anticipation filled their faces, as if waiting for an even more explosive showdown to unfold. After all, in their impression, Wang Bie had never lost face in public. This time wouldn't be any different, they thought. The air was tense, like the calm before a storm. A fight was imminent. Just then, a figure pushed through the crowd, looking flustered and moving quickly. It was the owner of Dick's Bar, Guo Zhu. He rushed to Wang Bie, bowing and forcing a smile. Master Bie, could you do me a favor? At the moment, the bar hadn't suffered significant damage. If the situation escalated, the losses would be unimaginable. How much is your face worth? Wang Ba retorted rudely. He was already fuming, and now someone had walked right into his line of fire. Guo Zhu looked troubled. Master Bai. Enough. I don't want to hear your nonsense. Get lost. Wang Bie waved him off impatiently before Guo Zhu could finish. His lackey had been beaten, his trusted aide was being strangled, and his reputation was trampled underfoot all in front of a crowd. How could he swallow this humiliation? If he backed down now, how could he maintain his standing in Chongqing? How could he command his men? Wang Bie stood up and walked toward Yang Xiao, stopping about a meter away. I don't care if you're a dragon crossing the river or a tiger coming down the mountain. Here, you follow my rules. And who do you think you are? Yang Xiao said, fed up with his pompous act. If you want to fight, fight. Stop wasting time with all this nonsense. Wang Ba barked coldly. All of you, take them down. Break the man, and if you can catch the women alive, do whatever you want with them. Originally he'd thought to spare the 2 women. Now, there was no need. With both rewards and the allure of the women, his men would be motivated. As soon as he gave the order, dozens of his men rolled up their sleeves, their eyes blazing as they charged at Yang Xiao and Lai Wanjin. They weren't foolish. They knew they couldn't take on the formidable Helian Wenyu who had defeated Mad Dog. Instead, they targeted Yang Xiao and Li Wanjin, thinking they'd be easier to deal with. But they were wrong. For some time now, Yang Xiao had been training in combat under Helian Wenyu. He already had a decent physique, and under professional guidance, his skills had transformed. Ordinary opponents were no match for him. He shielded Li Wanjin behind him. Xiao Li, step back. Okay, boss. Li Wanjin stammered. No sooner had she spoken than Yang Xiao kicked one of the charging thugs' blonde-haired guy and sent him flying to the ground. The sight shocked the others, slowing their advance. Do you think those 2 can hold off Wang Ba's men with their sheer numbers? No way. Wang Ba brought 40 or 50 guys. All of them are strong. Who could handle that? Don't be so sure. Did you see that big-breasted woman destroy Mad Dog? That's Mad Dog we're talking about. Taking down the rest of them should be child's play for her. She's strong one-on-one, but even she can't fight a crowd alone. When you're as strong as her, what's a crowd of 4 or 5 guys? As the onlookers debated, Helian Wenyu casually picked up Mad Dog like trash and hurled him at a group of thugs, knocking several of them over. Then, in a flash, she was in the middle of Wang Ba's men. With each punch and kick, a man went down. It didn't take long before Wang Ba's 40 or so men were all lying on the floor, groaning in pain. The scene was spectacular. Guozu looked around at the chaos in the hall and felt his head spin. He never imagined things would escalate to this extent. Both sides were powerful figures, offending either was dangerous. How was he supposed to handle this? As he pondered, more people entered the bar. The crowd parted to make way, revealing none other than Song Jianjun. Taking in the scene, Song Jianjun walked over to Yang Xiao. Brother Yang, how's it going? At that moment, he hadn't noticed Wang Bai. Yang Xiao smiled. Almost done. Sorry I got held up by something and arrived late, Song Jianjun said apologetically. He had been in an emergency meeting when Yang Xiao called to ask if he knew anyone at Dick's bar. Sensing something was up, he had hurried to the bar after ending his meeting. He hadn't expected to walk into such a mess. Brother Song, take a seat. It'll be over soon, Yang Xiao said casually, as if he were hosting him at home. Guo Zhu, the actual owner of the bar, felt awkward but mustered the courage to approach. Bowing to Yang Xiao and Song Jianjun, he introduced himself. President Yang, President Song, I'm the owner of this bar, Guo Zhu. Is there something you need? Song Jianjun asked indifferently. Guo Zhu forced a smile. President Song, could you mediate this? I'm just running a small business here. If President Yang and Master B keep fighting, I'll be ruined. To Yang Xiao and Song Jianjun, this bar was indeed just a small business. Hearing this, Song Jianjun frowned slightly. Master B.A.? In Chongqing, there was only one person people called Master B.A. Wang Ba. Scanning the dimly lit area, Song Jianjun spotted Wang Ba in the shadows. At that moment, Wang Ba's face was ashen. He had just reported the situation to Ma Defeng via WeChat. Hearing the news, Ma Defeng was now on his way, eager to use this opportunity to put Yang Xiao in his place. Sensing Song Jianjun's gaze, Wang Ba stepped out of the shadows. Song Jianjun, are you here to back him up? Back him up? Song Jianjun laughed, shaking his head. Sorry, I'm not qualified to back him up. When these words fell, the entire crowd erupted in shock. What? Even Song Jianjun claimed he wasn't qualified to back up Yang Xiao? Just who was Yang Xiao? Not only did he have a stunningly beautiful personal bodyguard, but even Song Jianjun, one of Chongqing's top figures, willingly placed himself below him. What was going on? Oh? There's actually someone who makes you, Song Jianjun, feel unworthy? Wang Ba took a few steps forward, pulled out a chair, and sat down. He hadn't expected Song Jianjun to say something so shocking, but he didn't doubt the truth of it. After all, for someone who could casually spend billions to buy Chongqing Hotel and throw away tens of millions on antiques, and who had a female bodyguard strong enough to crush Mad Dog like a goddess of war, it was clear Yang Xiao was no ordinary person. Song Jianjun smiled. There are plenty of people who humble me, But Wang Ba, you're not one of them. I don't need your humility, Wang Ba replied coldly. Compared to Song Jianjun, Wang Ba indeed fell short. If it weren't for the times having changed, he would have called a massive group of his men to turn Yang Xiao and his people into dust. 10 minutes later, a stretch limousine pulled up outside Dick's bar, followed by 10 Audi A4s. As the vehicle stopped, the occupants of the Audis quickly got out, forming two lines at the entrance. The display was grand, to say the least. At that moment, a man stepped out of the limousine. It was Ma Dafeng. Leading his entourage, he headed into the bar. As soon as he entered, he called out, "Wow, so many people here. What a lively scene." Hearing his voice, everyone turned to look, instantly stunned. Holy hell! It was Ma Dafeng. Wang Ba had actually called him in. Clearly, this wasn't going to end quietly. Some people felt their blood boiling, as if the climactic showdown they had been waiting for was finally about to begin. "Old Ma, you need to keep your subordinates in check," Song Jianjun said without even turning around, recognizing his old acquaintance just by his voice. Well, old Song, you're here too? Long time no see. I've missed you." Ma Dafeng replied with a laugh. "Cut the nonsense. If you keep talking like that, I'll have nightmares tonight." "What? Think I'm too old now? Alright, let's stop before it gets weird." "Ha ha ha." Ma Dafeng laughed heartily, then turned to Wang Ba and glanced at the bruised and battered men behind him. He couldn't help but grit his teeth. What a bunch of useless fools. So many of them, yet they couldn't handle 2 or 3 people. Had they wasted all their strength chasing women? "Mr. Ma." Wang Ba hesitated, unsure whether to call him Big Brother. As soon as Ma Dafeng entered the hall, Wang Ba had stood up from his chair, not daring to remain seated. But before he could finish his words, slap! A crisp sound echoed through the bar, catching everyone off guard. The crowd stared in shock. Ma Dafeng had slapped Wang Ba. What kind of show was this? Even Yang Xiao and Song Jianjun were momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting this turn of events. Ma Dafeng flexed his wrist and said, "What are you standing there for? Apologize to President Yang and his people." "Mr. Ma, I." Wang Ba was dazed for a few seconds and began to speak, but Ma Dafeng interrupted with 2 more slaps. "I won't say it again." Who was Ma Dafeng? The chairman of Dafeng Group, once the #1 figure in Chongqing's underworld, and Wang Ba's former boss. By all logic, they should have been on the same side. Why were they fighting among themselves now? Wang Ba's expression gave nothing away, betraying neither anger nor joy. He stepped forward, bowed to Yang Xiao, and said, "President Yang, I'm sorry. This is my fault for not managing my subordinates properly." "It's not too late to start now," Yang Xiao said casually, not even looking at him, as if talking to himself. "Understood." Wang Ba turned to Ha Gi. Without a word, he kicked Ha Gi square in the stomach. "Ah." Master Ba Ha Gi knelt on the ground, clutching his stomach in pain. He never imagined things would turn out like this. He had been beaten, so he called for backup. Then his backup got beaten, so they called their backup. And now? He was still the one taking the beating. What rotten luck. Wang Ba shouted, "What do you mean I? All you do is cause trouble for me? Today I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget." With that, Wang Ba began punching and kicking Ha Gi. Ma Dafeng reprimanded Wang Ba. Wang Ba took it out on Ha Gi. It was a classic case of the big fish eating the small fish, and the small fish eating the shrimp. But this wasn't their usual style. Why? Even Song Jianjun couldn't figure it out. Seeing the scene, Yang Xiao remarked irritably, "Hey, if you're going to discipline your subordinates, take it somewhere else. Don't get blood all over me." "You heard him. Get out of here." Wang Ba delivered one last kick to Ha Gi, sending him scrambling out the door. As Ha Gi fled, Wang Ba gave him a final kick, making him fall flat on his face. Finished with this, Wang Ba turned back to Yang Xiao. "President Yang, does this satisfy you?" "It'll do," Yang Xiao replied indifferently. He could see through the whole act. This was just a staged performance by Ma Dafeng and Wang Ba. Wang Ba let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, Ma Dafeng lit a cigar, walked up to Wang Ba, and turned to Yang Xiao with a grin. "President Yang, does Wang Ba's handling of the matter meet your approval?" The two were at least 20 years apart in age, yet Ma Dafeng addressed him as President Yang so smoothly, leaving everyone stunned. "It's all right," Yang Xiao replied casually. "All right means you're satisfied. Good. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Old song, see you around. Take care. Take care. Yang Xiao and Song Jianjun responded in unison. Watching Ma Defeng and Wang Ba leave, Yang Xiao still couldn't figure out what Ma Defeng was up to. Not long ago, he had dealt a heavy blow to Ma Defeng's son-in-law. Now, after his men were beaten, Ma Defeng not only wasn't angry but was being so polite to him. What was his game? After exchanging a few words with Song Jianjun, Yang Xiao also left Dick's bar with his people. Watching the big shots leave, Guo Zhu finally let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it didn't escalate further. Otherwise, his bar might have been destroyed. Inside the stretch limousine, Ma Defeng handed Wang Ba a cigar and asked, "You're not mad about how I handled things, are you?" Wang Ba lit the cigar, took a puff, and exhaled slowly. "I wouldn't be where I am today without your guidance. How could I be upset? Actually, I had my reasons for handling it this way," Ma Defeng said. "Have you figured out how to deal with him?" Wang Ba asked. Yes, Ma Defeng nodded. On the way to Dick's bar, he had been contemplating how to deal with Yang Xiao. Finally he came up with a plan, which is why he orchestrated this whole act of one willing to fight and one willing to endure. "What's the plan?" Wang Ba asked. Chongqing People's Hospital. Inpatient Department. 7th floor. Kong Zhen walked into a hospital room carrying a bag of fruit and some nutritional supplements. After setting the items down by the bedside, he asked, "Old Jiang, how are you feeling? Any better?" Yang Feng, who was looking at his phone, turned his head when he heard the voice. Seeing it was Kong Zhen, he quickly tried to sit up. "Oh, you're here. Lie down, lie down." "Why are you sitting up? It's not like I'm a stranger." Kong Zhen pressed him back down gently. "All right, suit yourself. Find a place to sit," Yang Feng replied with a forced smile and lay back down. It had been a long time, and he still hadn't fully recovered. It seemed that the mixed drinks from that night had really taught him a vivid lesson about life. Kong Zhen asked, "Has Lao Tu come to see you?" "He just went downstairs to buy some cigarettes." "Didn't you run into him?" "No, I didn't." As they were speaking, footsteps sounded from outside the door. Both turned to look. Who else could it be but Tu Ding? "Oh, Kong Zhen's here too," Tu Ding greeted cheerfully. Since the three had parted ways at Chongqing Hotel, they hadn't gotten together. The original plan was to make Yang Xiao drink until he bled, and then head to a club to celebrate. But in the end, it was one of their own who drank until they bled. And now, instead of a celebration at a club, they found themselves in a hospital room. What a turn of events. Kong Zhen chuckled and said, "Tu Gi, where's the model you promised me?" He had been looking forward to it ever since. "Tu Gi, don't forget my 10 models." Yang Feng chimed in, reminded by the mention. If it hadn't been for Tu Ding's promise of 10 models, Yang Feng wouldn't have mustered the courage to drink that mixed concoction, something that nearly cost him his life. "No problem. Once old Jiang is discharged, I'll set you both up properly," Tu Ding replied, a bit exasperated. Even while bedridden, Yang Feng couldn't stop thinking about models. "You're going to die chasing women one day," Tu Ding thought. Though, to be fair, he was no better than the other two. Kong Zhen, unsatisfied, protested, "Tu Gi, look at old Jiang. It'll take him at least a month to recover. Do you expect me to wait that long?" "What do you want then?" Tu Ding asked. Kong Zhen rubbed his hands together. "How about you take me for a premium double swallow experience first?" Tu Ding's eyes widened in disbelief. "Damn. You want an advance?" But it didn't matter. For Tu Ding, this kind of money wasn't an issue. While the two of them were chatting, Yang Feng, eager to join in but physically unable, changed the subject. "Tu Gi, we can't let that Yang kid off the hook so easily. After all, he had bled from his stomach because of him. Revenge was a must." Hearing this, Tu Ding patted Jiang Feng on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, old Jiang. I've already got a plan." "What plan? Tell us." Both Kong Zhen and Jiang Feng spoke at the same time. Tu Ding chuckled and leaned in, whispering, "Here's what we'll do." That day, a rugged jeep pulled up outside Chongqing Hotel. A white-skinned foreigner got out, a cigar dangling from his lips. What caught everyone's attention was the fact that he had a blonde, blue-eyed beauty on each arm. As he walked, his hands roamed over the two women, his curiosity insatiable. The trio strutted into Chongqing Hotel. The foreigner approached the front desk, still fondling the women as he spoke in broken Mandarin. "I want a good private room." "Of course, sir," the receptionist replied with a smile. using a walkie-talkie to summon a staff member. A server arrived and led the foreigner and his two blonde companions to room 888 on the 8th floor. Once seated, the foreigner took the tablet offered by the server and navigated to the Western menu. In less than a minute, he had completed his order, a speed that surprised the server. However, it wasn't her job to question how quickly or how much a guest ordered. Even if the guest ordered nothing and just sat there, they were still to be treated with courtesy. This was the minimum standard set by the new general manager, Lin Xuan, who emphasized a service-first approach. The foreigner's quick ordering was matched by the kitchen's swift service. In no time, the server returned with a cart full of dishes and began serving them one by one: beef Wellington, foie gras, Iberian ham, and more. Just as the server was leaving the room, the foreigner's shout echoed out. The server returned to the room to find the foreigner livid. "You idiot! I ordered my beef Wellington medium rare. Look at this, it's well done. How am I supposed to eat this?" He angrily flung the plate, sending the beef crashing to the server's feet, shouting a loud "Fuck. I'm very sorry, sir. I'll have the kitchen remake it right away. Please forgive the inconvenience." The server apologized, bowing, and called housekeeping to clean up the mess. She then contacted the kitchen to prepare another medium rare beef Wellington. After leaving, one of the blonde women, Loris, remarked in surprise, "Baden's, this steak tastes pretty good." Eat, that's all you know. Have you forgotten why we're here?" Baden snapped, glaring at her. Loris covered her mouth with a giggle. "Oh, sorry. I got so caught up playing with you that I forgot." "Slut," Anna sneered, rolling her eyes. Loris glared back. "Who are you calling a slut?" "You." The two began bickering, but Baden's quickly intervened. "Enough, stick to the plan." The two women fell silent, temporarily calling a truce. A few minutes later, the same server returned with a new beef Wellington. She smiled as she placed it on the table. "Sir, here's your medium rare beef Wellington. Please enjoy." "Wait." Baden's called out as the server was about to leave. Her heart sank. Did something go wrong again? Baden's picked up the beef Wellington, licked it, and then threw the plate and steak onto the floor. "Sir." The server began, only to be cut off. "Your chef must be disabled. Can't even make a proper beef Wellington. Go back to farming." Baden's roared. At that moment, Loris stood up. "Call your manager. We want to file a complaint." "Yes, we're filing a complaint." Anna chimed in loudly. "Of course, sir, madams. I'll bring the manager right away," the server replied, unfazed. She had encountered difficult guests before, though Baden's and his companions were easily among the most troublesome. The server reported the situation to the manager. Hearing the details, the manager immediately hurried to room 888. "Manager, there are 3 foreigners inside. The white guy, especially, is very aggressive," the server whispered nervously. The manager frowned and asked, "What exactly happened?" He said the Wellington steak wasn't made to his liking and threw the plate twice. The server couldn't understand why he was so hostile. Couldn't he just talk it out instead of throwing plates? "All right, I understand." The manager nodded. He suspected these 3 might have been sent by a rival restaurant or hotel to stir up trouble. However, a guest is still a guest. He decided to treat them courteously for now. If they were indeed causing trouble intentionally and refused to stop, he'd have no choice but to call the police. After knocking on the door and receiving permission, the manager entered the room with the server. Upon entering, the manager bowed slightly and said, "Good day, sir and ladies. I'm the manager of the 8th floor at Chongqing Hotel, and my name is..." Before he could finish, Baden's impatiently waved him off. All right, cut the nonsense." Baden stood up and walked over to the manager. "Are you people poor? Can't afford a top-notch Western chef? If you can't, then don't bother running a restaurant." "Sir, our restaurant's Western chef is a Michelin 3-star chef who has worked at a renowned Nordic restaurant for years," the manager explained patiently. "Bullshit. You think I've never been to Northern Europe? This Wellington steak tastes terrible. There's no way it was made by a Michelin chef." Baden snapped, his broken Mandarin and exaggerated expressions almost comedic. His remarks left the server momentarily stunned. How could he claim the steak tasted bad without eating it? He had merely licked it before throwing it on the floor. And the other dishes? He hadn't even touched them. Wasn't it obvious he was here to cause trouble? At this moment, Loris put on a displeased expression and said, "This Chongqing Hotel is the worst restaurant I've ever been to, no competition." "Loris is right. Your restaurant is downright awful," Anna added with a sneer. Well, there it was confirmation they were troublemakers. Still, the manager kept smiling and said, "Sir, ladies, how about this? I'll have the dishes on your table removed and personally request the kitchen to prepare some of our signature specialties for you. Everything will be on the house. How does that sound?" He quickly added, "I'll cover the cost myself. Please let me know if that works for you." The dishes on the table weren't just a few, they were quite a lot, costing at least tens of thousands, equivalent to a month's salary for many white-collar workers. The manager was demonstrating genuine sincerity. Hearing this, Badens hesitated, a conflicted look on his face. Feigning consideration, he glanced at his two companions. "What do you think, my dears?" Badens, "I think he's sincere." "Let's give it a try," Loris replied, acting as if she were moved by the manager's words. Anyone unaware of the situation might have thought she was trying to help resolve the issue. Anna, pretending to be thoughtful, chimed in. "I agree." Badens stroked his chin, pretending to ponder for a moment, before turning to the manager. "All right, we'll do as you suggested. But if we're still not satisfied, you'll need to bring your boss or general manager here directly." He made it seem as though he was granting them a huge concession, though it was just another part of their act. "Of course, please wait a moment," the manager said, leaving with the server. He quickly went to the kitchen and explained the situation in room 888. Hearing this, the head Western chef decided to step in personally. He intended to use his skills to silence Badens and his companions once and for all. This chef was a true Michelin 3-star master. He had worked in Northern Europe in his early years, and returned to China 10 years ago. In Chongqing's culinary scene, his reputation was well established. But regardless of how well he cooked, the three in room 888 were here with a clear purpose to find fault. No matter how perfect the dishes were, they would nitpick and find reasons to be dissatisfied. Meanwhile, while waiting, the trio inside the private room found a way to pass the time engaging in some rather intense activity. Even the walls seemed to surrender to their audacity. Fortunately, by the time the manager returned with the food cart, they had finished their exercise and were properly dressed. As the signature dishes were brought to the table, the manager smiled and asked, "Sir, ladies, do these meet your expectations?" "Expectations? What expectations? They look fine. But who knows how they taste," Loris said, pursing her lips. She didn't touch the food, instead turning to Badens along with Anna. Badens glanced at the dishes, his face betraying no emotion. He picked up a fork, speared a piece of food garnished with black truffle, and placed it in his mouth. The moment the food touched his tongue, spit. "Tui, tui, tui." Badens spat everything out onto the table. Furious, he shouted, "Fuhi ke. Is your chef disabled or stupid? Such high-quality ingredients ruined like this, it's a waste." Not stopping there, he flipped the entire table of dishes onto the floor, creating a chaotic mess in the room. "Useless idiots. Get your boss here within 10 minutes, or I'll destroy this place," he bellowed. The server was genuinely frightened. This was the first time she'd encountered a guest this outrageous. He seemed completely unhinged. The manager, however, remained composed. "Our boss is quite busy and may not be in the hotel. If you have any suggestions, you can tell me, and I'll try to resolve the issue for you." "Resolve it? How? Can you deal with him?" "Of course not. If you can't, then don't waste my time." Badens' purpose was clear. He was here for Yang Xiao. Shaking his head, Badens declared firmly, "I don't care if your boss is here or not. I want him in front of me in 10 minutes, or else face the consequences." "All right, I'll report this to our general manager and see if she can contact the boss." "Please wait a moment." "Fine. I'll give you half an hour." "Understood." With that, the manager quickly left room 888 and rushed to Lin Xuan's office to report the situation. After hearing the report, Lin Xuan fell into deep thought. Who were these three foreigners? Enemies? Or troublemakers hired by a rival company? She couldn't be certain. But one thing was clear: they were here to cause problems. After careful consideration, Lin Xuan decided to assess the situation personally. Entering room 888 with a smile, Lin Xuan greeted them. "Good evening, sir and ladies. I'm Lin Xuan, the general manager of this restaurant." After a pause, she continued, "I've heard you wish to meet our boss. Unfortunately, he isn't in the hotel at the moment. If you have any concerns, you can share them with me instead." Lin Xuan paused for a moment before continuing, "I heard you want to meet our boss. I'm sorry, but he's not in the restaurant right now. You can tell me your requests, and I'll handle them just the same." "Really?" Badens said, his eyes roving lecherously over Lin Xuan. His gaze shamelessly wandered from her head to her toes, finally resting on her chest, as though he wanted to glue his eyes there. What a beautiful Chinese woman. No wonder she's the manager of this restaurant. She must have been taken care of by that kid Yang Xiao to get this position. If only she could let me have a turn too. He chuckled to himself. Opportunities are for those who are prepared. And wasn't he just the right person for this moment? Lin Xuan smiled calmly and said, as long as your request is reasonable and lawful, we'll do our best to accommodate it. In that case, why don't you join me for a meal first? Badens tapped his finger on the table, clearly enthusiastic. He quickly added, oh, let me introduce myself. My name is Badens from the United States. These two are my old flames, Loris and Anais. Leaning back in his chair, he waited for Lin Zhuan's response. No matter what she said, he already had his plans in place. The confidence with which he introduced his two old flames left the manager who had entered with Lin Zhuan momentarily stunned. Do foreigners really play like this? One man with two women. Lin Zhuan thought for a moment. It's just a meal, no big deal. She smiled and said, no problem, but since I'm working, I need to make some arrangements first. Her excuse about arranging work was fake. She needed to inform Yang Xiao about the situation. It seemed Badens had guessed as much. Fine, while you're at it, let your boss know that if he doesn't show up, I'm not leaving today. His eyes drifted over Lin Xuan again, and he added with a sly smile, of course, if you're willing to spend the night with me, everything can be settled easily. His lecherous nature was now on full display. Lin Xuan's expression remained calm, though internally, she was rolling her eyes. Spend the night with you? Who do you think you are? Do you really think every woman throws herself at foreigners like a dog to a bone? She suppressed her annoyance and said, I'll step out to make arrangements, smiling as she left with the floor manager. Shortly after, a cleaning staff member entered the room to clean up the mess. Once they left, the room fell into an awkward silence. Badens, you quick shooter. Are you seriously eyeing that Chinese woman? Loris frowned, clearly displeased. You can't even handle us, yet you're trying to flirt with her. Are you looking to die? Anais also pouted. Look at him. He's practically drooling. What? Are you trying to use it as lube or something? Scumbag. Drooling? Me? No way. Badens wiped the corners of his mouth just in case and found no drool. Realizing they were mocking him, he wasn't angry. Instead, he laughed. You don't understand. In Chinese, this is called luring the snake out of its hole. Luring the snake out of its hole? Loris and Anais exchanged puzzled glances. They didn't understand what he meant but weren't interested enough to ask further. Badens sighed, shaking his head. You wouldn't get it anyway. Loris sneered, stop pretending to be smart. It's not convincing at all. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan stepped outside and immediately called Yang Xiao. The call connected. Hello Yang. 3 foreigners are at the restaurant causing trouble, and it seems like they're here specifically for you. 3 foreigners? For me? Yang Xiao was taken aback. What are their names? Badens, Loris and Anais, Lin Xuan replied honestly. Never heard of them. What else did they say? Yang Xiao asked. Not much, but it's clear they're targeting you, Lin Xuan said after a moment of thought. Most guests wouldn't demand to see the boss just because they were unhappy with the food. At most, they'd ask for the manager or compensation. Yang Xiao instructed, all right, don't make any rash moves. I'll head back immediately. That day Yang Xiao had been attending the groundbreaking ceremony for a resort project he was developing with Song Jianjun. The ceremony had just ended, and he was about to head back when Lin Xuan called. It would take him at least half an hour to return to the restaurant. Understood, Lin Xuan said. Yang Xiao added, get Typhone to bring a team and wait in the next room. If anything happens, have them intervene immediately. At least Typhone was trained, and could buy some time if needed. When Lin Xuan returned to the private room, the table was already filled with signature dishes from Chongqing Hotel. Each person also had a full glass of red wine in front of them. Seeing Lin Xuan come back, Badens eagerly waved her over. Manager Lin, come, sit next to me. Thank you, Lin Xuan replied but didn't sit next to him. Instead, she chose the seat closest to the door, ready to make a quick escape if anything went wrong. Though rejected, Badens wasn't upset. He picked up a pair of chopsticks, grabbed a piece of chicken, and put it into his mouth, chewing slowly. This time he didn't spit it out or throw the plate. Instead he laughed and said, for some reason, this chicken tastes much better now. If it's good, then please enjoy it, Mr. Badens, Lin Xuan replied politely. No, I think you've misunderstood me, Badens said with a sly grin. Lin Xuan frowned slightly. Misunderstood? Manager Lin, I think there's a Chinese saying that fits perfectly here, Baden said. What is it? Lin Xuan asked, somewhat surprised. How many Chinese sayings could a foreigner possibly know? Baden's glanced at Lin Xuan with a lecherous smile and said slowly, Jiu Seiki beauty can be as satisfying as a meal. If someone else had said this, Lin Xuan might have taken it as a compliment. But coming from Baden's, it felt inappropriate and suggestive. She maintained her composure. Your Chinese is impressive, Mr. Baden's. But there's always room for improvement. Ha ha ha. Baden's laughed. Thank you. I only know a little about Chinese culture. I hope I'm using it correctly. Please forgive me if I'm not. I praised you. And now you're acting smug? Baden's raised his glass of red wine and proposed, meeting his fate. Let's have a drink together. Sorry, Mr. Baden's. I'm working and can't drink alcohol, Lin Xuan said. She added, how about this? I'll toast you with water instead. Would that be all right? No, today you must drink. Baden's insisted, shaking his head vigorously. Loris and Anais looked at Lin Xuan with great interest, curious about what this Chinese woman would do next. Would she storm out in anger? Or would she calmly accept? At this moment, Lin Xuan still wore a faint smile. Her gaze flickered between the wineglass filled with red wine and Baden's, her mind racing. Drink or not drink? She found herself caught in a dilemma. She glanced at the time. There was still a while before Yang Xiao would return. For now, she had no choice but to go along and see how things unfolded. With that thought, Lin Xuan smiled and said, All right, Mr. Baden's. But let me say this first, I can only drink a little. No problem, Baden said, his face lighting up with joy. He didn't mind how much she drank. What he couldn't stand was if she outright refused to touch her wine glass. Once she held the glass, he had all the means to get her drunk. Baden's raised his glass and grinned at Lin Xuan. Manager Lin, come on, I'll finish this glass, and you can drink as much as you like. With that, he tipped his head back and drained the wine in one gulp. Normally he would never gulp down wine like this, it was crude and unrefined. But today was different. He was in a good mood. Besides, he believed that, according to Chinese customs, if someone finishes their drink in such a manner, the other person would feel too embarrassed to merely sip. Most people would feel compelled to match it. But Lin Xuan was no fool. She knew that Baden's might try to take advantage of her before Yang Xiao arrived. If she foolishly drained her glass, despite being told she could drink as she liked, she would only have herself to blame. All right, then I'll drink just a little. Lin Xuan took a small sip, then set the glass down. Baden's froze. What? She actually dared to take it literally? Fuck. Even so, he wasn't ready to give up. Seeing that Lin Xuan's glass hadn't been put down yet, he quickly signaled to Loris, urging her to take the next move. Loris was unhappy about Baden's obvious interest in this Chinese woman, but their mission came first. Reluctantly, she picked up her glass. Just as Lin Xuan was about to set hers down, Loris raised hers and smiled. Manager Lin, you're so beautiful. Come, let's have a drink together. Before Lin Xuan could respond, Loris tipped her head back and downed her glass in one go. Lin Xuan was stunned. What's the meaning of this? Manager Lin, why are you hesitating? Hurry up and drink. Anais chimed in, pushing Lin Xuan further. In that moment, Lin Xuan regretted her decision. If she had known this would happen, she would have stood her ground and refused to touch the glass at all. Now it was clear that the three of them were working together to use a round-robin drinking tactic to get her drunk. In social situations like this, if you start by refusing to drink firmly, people will usually leave you alone. But once you pick up the glass, it's over. No matter how much or how little you drink, you're expected to keep going. That's the trap. Left with no choice, Lin Xuan reluctantly drank. With this opening, Baden's and the others continued to find excuses to toast with Lin Xuan. No matter how small the drink, she had to take a sip. As a result, sip by sip, she started to feel dizzy. Her head swam, and she realized that if she drank any more, she might collapse. Baden's noticed her condition and was overjoyed. Raising his glass once more, he prepared to push her over the edge. But Lin Xuan wasn't entirely naive. She quickly said, I'm sorry, Mr. Baden's, but I need to use the restroom. Please excuse me. She feared she might suddenly pass out. But just as she stood up, Baden's voice rang out. Manager Lin, there's no rush. Why don't you finish this drink first? Baden's looked at her with a sly grin. So close to achieving his goal, he wasn't about to let her go now. At the same time, Loris and Anais stepped forward to block Lin Xuan's way, ensuring she couldn't leave. Their stance made it clear unless she drank, she wasn't going anywhere. With no other option, Lin Xuan reluctantly picked up the glass on the table. Fine, I'll drink. She finished the glass in one go, slammed it down, and turned to leave. Suddenly, she felt someone grab her arm. Turning around, she saw that Baden's had somehow moved to her side and was holding her firmly. What's the meaning of this? Lin Xuan frowned. Mr. Baden's, didn't we agree that after this glass I could leave? Are you going back on your word? That's right, I did promise you could go to the restroom, Baden said with mock sincerity, nodding. Then, with a mischievous smile, he added, but I didn't say you could leave the private room to do so. What? Not leave the room? Did he mean? Lin Xuan's eyes widened as she realized what he was implying. He actually expected her to ... here. Anger and disbelief surged through her, but before she could speak, Baden smirked and said, Manager Lin, go ahead. We're waiting. Waiting for what? To watch. At this point, Loris chimed in. Exactly. We're all women here, so what's there to be shy about? Lin Xuan was speechless. Even if you two are women, he isn't. And even if he were, this is a dining room, not a restroom. Before Lin Xuan could respond, Anais added impatiently, what kind of manager are you, acting all prim and proper? Just hurry up already. Lin Xuan felt her blood pressure rising. As the dizziness from the alcohol set in, her legs gave way, and she started to fall. Badesons caught her, taking the opportunity to grope her under the pretense of helping. He then touched her forehead and exclaimed, oh no, Manager Lin. You're burning up. Let me help you cool off by taking off some of your clothes. His lewd grin grew wider, his intentions unmistakable. Even Loris and Anais seemed uncomfortable with his behavior. But Baden's didn't care. He was about to make his move when suddenly, the door to the private room burst open. Baden's, caught in the heat of his arrogance, shouted furiously without turning around, fuck. Who's the bastard barging into my private room? Get out now. Baden's, I think. That's Yang Xiao, the one we're here for, Loris said after taking a clear look at the newcomer, her voice hesitant. Yang Xiao? Baden's froze for a moment, then turned around to see for himself. Sure enough, it was Yang Xiao. A sick grin spread across his face. Perfect timing. Your hotel manager is quite the looker, and that body. Why don't you join us? His implication was crystal clear. Yet lost. Yang Xiao glanced at Lin Xuan, who was passed out drunk. His anger surged. I told you not to act rashly. Why didn't you listen? If we hadn't arrived in time, this could have turned into a disaster. After confirming Lin Xuan hadn't been assaulted, Yang Xiao turned his icy gaze to Baden's. His eyes glinted with a cold fury. These three scumbags. There's no way they'll leave here unscathed today. Baden's raised an eyebrow. Ungrateful little punk. I'll break your arms and legs first, then tie you up so you can watch as I have my fun with her. That'll teach you. His words were vile, his demeanor smug and overbearing. Whose arms and legs do you think you're breaking? Came a woman's voice from the door, calm but laced with authority. The voice was oddly familiar, Baden's thought, but he couldn't place it. Before he could figure it out, the door swung open. A figure walked in. It was he, Lian Wanyu. You? When Baden saw who it was, his eyes widened in horror, and his words became a stuttering mess. You. Why are you here? What's going on? Loris and Anais exchanged confused glances. They had never seen Baden so shaken, so utterly terrified. Who was this woman to make someone as fearless as Baden's quake in his boots? Lian Wanyu sauntered into the room with a sway of her hips, pulled out a chair, and sat down leisurely. Why can't I be here? She asked, her tone indifferent. You. Weren't you in North Africa? Baden stammered. Oh, that was 2 years ago, she replied casually. 2 years ago. Baden's felt like crying. Dear God, how did I end up running into her of all people? How small is this world? His fear of Lian Wanyu stemmed from an incident years ago when he was sent on a special mission in North Africa. During that mission he had encountered Lian Wanyu. Initially he hadn't taken her seriously, even mocking her repeatedly. But he eventually pushed her too far. The result? A one-sided, humiliating beatdown he would never forget. To this day the memory was burned into his mind, a fear etched deep into his bones. Lian Wanyu surveyed the room, noting the state of Lin Xuan. She seemed to grasp the situation. You're the one causing trouble at this hotel? She asked calmly. Baden's frantically denied it. And no, not me. Then who? It's them. Baden's pointed at Loris and Anais without hesitation. A textbook display of passing the buck. Loris exploded. Baidens. You're not a man. You absolute coward. Anais was just as furious. So much for loyalty. Moments ago, they had been partners in crime. And now? Sold out without a second thought. The two women shot daggers at Baidens with their eyes, silently vowing to ruin his reputation back in the States. Baidens glared at them but muttered under his breath, "When disaster strikes, everyone saves themselves. We were just hookups anyway. Who else was I supposed to sell out?" He sounded utterly self-righteous. Coward. Loris and Anais spat in unison. They knew better than to underestimate Lian Wanyu. If Baidens was this terrified, she had to be extraordinarily dangerous. Loris was the first to crack. "We'll confess. Baidens took on an assassination mission and brought us along." "That's right. It was all his idea." Anais chimed in. "You too." Baidens started, but Loris cut him off with a sarcastic line. "What's wrong? Don't like a taste of your own medicine?" Lian Wanyu had had enough. "Enough bickering," she snapped. The room fell silent. Yang Xiao had Lin Xuan helped to her feet. "Lin Xuan? Lin Xuan?" He called her name a few times, but she didn't wake. How much had she drunk? Unable to rouse her, he called for a staff member to take Lin Xuan to the hospital. Only then did he return to room 888. "Who sent you here to cause trouble?" Yang Xiao demanded, staring at Baidens. Baidens avoided Lian Wanyu's gaze, terrified of provoking her again. He stammered, We were just here for dinner." "Really? Who sent you?" Yang Xiao's voice turned cold and emotionless, sending a chill through the room. Baidens hesitated, clearly unwilling to tell the truth. "Last chance," Yang Xiao warned. "If you don't talk, don't blame us for what happens next." It was Zos Pelosi. Baidens finally blurted out after much deliberation. "Pelosi?" The name sounded familiar to Yang Xiao. After a moment of thought, he remembered. It was the man he had once competed against for 2 antiques in Huacheng. Apparently Pelosi had held a grudge ever since. Yang Xiao pressed further. "Who forced Lin Xuan to drink?" "Him." Loris and Anais immediately pointed to Baidens. Passing the blame was easy enough, especially since this time, it was the truth. Yang Xiao glared at Baidens. "Your hands or your life, choose." Baidens shrank back, his voice trembling. "See, can I just pay instead?" "Pay?" Yang Xiao sneered. "Fine. 10 billion yuan. How much? Are you deaf? 10 billion. Baidens was dumbfounded. 10 billion. That's insane. Yang Xiao's tone left no room for negotiation. Either pay up, lose a hand, or die. Your choice. Even Loris and Anais weren't spared. "You too as well," Yang Xiao added, turning his gaze to them. "Us too?" The two women were stunned. Everyone involved must pay 10 billion each, separately. "But if you don't want to die or become disabled, figure it out. You have 5 minutes." Yang Xiao checked his watch, his tone as icy as ever. Threats. This was outright, blatant extortion. And yet, they had no way out. But 10 billion within 5 minutes? No. It wasn't just 10 billion, it was 20 billion. Even if they robbed a bank, there was no way they could gather that kind of money in such a short amount of time. What could they do? Team up and take down Yang Xiao and the mysterious woman? Even Baidens hadn't dared to do so. How could they? Loris glared at Baidens with resentment. "This is all your fault, figure it out." "That's right. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be in this mess." "It's all your fault," Anais added, fuming with anger. "What the?" Baidens could hardly believe his ears. "You two." Burning bridges, and looking out only for themselves, as though the earlier camaraderie among the three of them had never existed. 4 minutes left, Yang Xiao reminded them in a tone devoid of emotion. "Fuck!" Baidens cursed inwardly, and immediately pulled out his phone to call Zos Pelosi. This mess was his doing, he'd better be the one to clean it up. Meanwhile, Zos Pelosi was lounging on a beach, basking in the afternoon sun. A long straw hung from his lips, the other end plunged into a keg of beer. Beside him stood a curvaceous blonde, ready to fulfill his every whim. Life was perfect. He was simply waiting for news of Baidens' triumphant success. Then suddenly, his phone buzzed on the small table beside him. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was Baidens calling. He was thrilled. The efficiency of an elite mercenary. It had only been a few days, and the task was already completed. Chuckling, he picked up the phone. "Hello, my dear Baidens, finished already?" However, instead of a victorious report, he was greeted with, "Fuck you." Zos Pelosi froze. What was this? Why was he being cursed at right from the start? Before he could ask, Baden's boisterous laughter came through the receiver. Hey, Pelosi, mission accomplished. Now transfer 30 billion within 2 minutes. Baden's, despite his recklessness and lecherous tendencies, wasn't entirely foolish. He knew outright threats wouldn't work, so he spun this lie to extract the money. Would it work? He wasn't sure. Wow, that fast. Zos Pelosi sat up, brushing aside Baden's earlier outburst. No wonder the magpies were chirping good fortune had arrived. Wait, 30 billion? Hadn't he already paid for this? Yang Xiao is just a minor problem, a small fry. Baden's boasted nervously while casting a wary glance at He Lianwenyu, fearful of provoking her wrath. Luckily, she didn't react. Zos Pelosi, pleased, said, Great. Send me a video of the results quickly. Baden's ignored the request and continued, if I don't see the money in 2 minutes, I'll release him. What? I already paid 1 billion. Zos Pelosi frowned. Baden's, we're friends. Do you want to ruin our friendship over this? I'm a realist. I want money. And women. 30 billion is too much. How about 3 billion? You have 1 minute left. If I don't see the money, I'll tell him you hired us to assassinate him. Baden's forehead dripped with sweat. Would Zos Pelosi fall for it? After a tense pause, Zos Pelosi finally muttered, give me a reasonable explanation. You're in no position to negotiate. Baden snapped and abruptly hung up the call. Back on the beach, Zos Pelosi slammed his fist into the small table beside him, shattering it. The blonde nearby flinched, nearly dropping the fruit platter she was holding. Still a hothead, Pelosi muttered, seething. 30 seconds left. 20 seconds. Every 10 seconds, Yang Xiao's calm countdown echoed, tightening the noose around Baden's and the others. Time's up. Make your choice. Yang Xiao declared coldly. We want to live. All three shouted in unison. After all, better alive and disgraced than dead. Yang Xiao waved his hand. Break their hands. At that moment, Baden's phone rang. He clung to it as if it were his last hope. Wait. The money, it should be arriving. Frantically checking his phone, Baden's finally saw a notification confirming the transfer. Relief washed over him. In such a short time, such a massive amount was transferred. Zos Pelosi's resources were indeed impressive. After transferring the money to Yang Xiao, Baden's turned to He Lianwenyu, then back to Yang Xiao. Can we leave now? Leave? We've paid you. Yang Xiao raised an eyebrow. That was just for emotional damages. What about medical expenses? The trio's faces turned pale. What? More expenses? Yang. Mr. Yang, we really don't have any more money. Even if you kill us, we can't pay. Baden's pleaded, nearly in tears. They were truly penniless. Every bit of money they earned had been squandered on indulgent pleasures. N.A. suddenly had an idea. Mr. Yang, how about this? We'll take care of Zos Pelosi for you, as payment for the remaining costs. What do you think? Yes, we promise to handle it perfectly. Loris quickly added. Baden's quickly added, and we'll make sure no one finds out this has anything to do with you. Hearing this, Yang Xiao froze for a moment. Then his eyes lit up. Damn, you're actually quite a talent. I was just worrying about how to deal with Tu Ding and the others. Now I've got a perfect plan. Divert the trouble elsewhere and pin it on someone else. Brilliant. And since this is the case, I won't stop at Tu Ding. That runaway AI Pianren will also be handed over to them to deal with. This guy is even more detestable and deserves worse. Not only did he betray me, but he also swindled away my money. At that moment, Loris, seeing Yang Xiao's prolonged silence, grew anxious. Mr. Yang, please consider it carefully. Waiting in suspense was excruciating. For the first time, the three of them felt the sheer terror of having their lives in someone else's hands. It was helplessness at its peak. Thinking back to the people who once knelt before them, begging for mercy, they couldn't help but feel a pang of irony. Fine. Yang Xiao finally said, his expression blank. Hearing those words, Baden's and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. They quickly asked, who do you want us to take care of? Take out Zos Pelosi, then pin the blame on the general manager of Dafeng Group in Yu City, Tu Ding, Yang Xiao stated plainly. Revenge must be served. Since Tu Ding came looking for trouble, it's only fair to return the favor. Baden's was stunned for a moment. Tu Ding? But he quickly responded, no problem, we'll get it done. Wait, that's not all. Please, go on. I also want you to find someone named Ai Pianren, Yang Xiao said slowly. Ai Pianren? Sounds like liar. He Lian Wanyu couldn't help but chuckle at the name. What a fitting name, why not just call him Deceiver? Badens asked. Mr. Yang, do you have a photo of him? No. Just the name. Ah. Is that a problem? No, no problem. Yang Xiao thought for a moment before adding, if you need a photo, you can try reaching out to Bu Yalian. She should still have one. Bu Yalian? Loris and Anais froze. This name sounded equally ridiculous, like shameless. I see. Thank you for the tip, Badens said hurriedly. Still feeling uneasy, he cautiously asked, we'll try to complete these tasks within a month, does that work for you? He wanted to say 6 months but felt that would be too long. The first task can take its time, but finding Ai Pianren must be done within 10 days, Yang Xiao replied after some thought. Taking care of Zos Pelosi wasn't urgent, but finding Ai Pianren couldn't wait any longer. That man had been missing for far too long. Yang Xiao had secretly been searching for him but to no avail. Whether Ai Pianren was hiding in a city in the country or vacationing on some foreign island, Yang Xiao didn't care. He was determined to find him and make him pay. Understood, Mr. Yang. Badens reluctantly nodded. Outside the restaurant, the trio stood on the street, their mood vastly different from when they had entered. Back in the jeep, Loris asked, what should we do next? Find Bu Yalian? Badens replied. Wasn't it obvious? However, Anais had a different idea. Why don't we just run? It's not like we're wearing trackers. I wouldn't recommend that, Badens warned, glancing at her. Why not? Seriously, what kind of teammates had he ended up with? Aren't they supposed to be professional killers? Do you know who Hua Mulan is? Badens asked, suppressing his frustration. Hua Mulan? The one who went to war in her father's place? Anais asked, puzzled. Badens was momentarily surprised she knew about Chinese culture but quickly clarified. I'm talking about the assassin group Hua Mulan. Both women froze. Then their expressions turned grave. You're saying she's from Hua Mulan? That's right. If Lian Wanyu was truly part of the world's most infamous assassin organization, a group with a perfect success rate, then running away was pointless. Even if they managed to escape, Hua Mulan's global network would track them down. Realizing this, both women's faces turned pale. Time is short. Let's find Bu Yalian quickly, Loris suggested. Agreed. I just looked her up, she's as shameless as her name suggests, Anais muttered. Back at U City Restaurant, in the chairman's office, He Lian Wanyu asked, what do you plan to do with Bu Yalian? Bu Yalian had been sentenced to 18 years. With reductions for pregnancy and breastfeeding, she had about 16 years left. It was enough to ruin her life. But Yang Xiao wasn't satisfied. She's in prison. But that's still too easy for her, Yang Xiao said coldly. Agreed. That's why. I have a better plan for revenge. Oh? What's the plan? He Lian Wenyu asked, intrigued. Are my two beloved consorts inviting me over just to share the bed? Yang Xiao lay sprawled out on the luxurious bed, his arms draped around Zhao Xianglu on his left and Xu Xiaoyan on his right. Such is the boring, tedious life of the wealthy. Xu Xiaoyan leaned against Yang Xiao's shoulder and pouted. You're really ungrateful. An entire month passes, and you only come to see us a handful of times. Though her tone seemed reproachful, it was actually coquettish. Zhao Xianglu, however, remained quietly leaning against his other shoulder, lost in thought. Sorry. Things have been hectic lately. It'll get better soon. Yang Xiao patted Xu Xiaoyan's shoulder. They say fame brings troubles, but to him, wealth was no different. Xu Xiaoyan asked coyly. So, how are you going to make it up to us? How should I? Yang Xiao chuckled, and, after a pause, replied, you decide. As long as it's within my ability, I won't hesitate. Xu Xiaoyan's eyes lit up. Really? A man's word is his bond. Yang Xiao said earnestly. Xu Xiaoyan looked him in the eye. I want a house. What kind? A standalone villa of our own. Mr. Yang, ladies, are you satisfied with these villas? The real estate agent asked respectfully. One man with two stunning women shopping for villas. He felt like kneeling on the spot to ask Yang Xiao to teach him the secrets of charming women. But remembering they were there to buy villas, he suppressed the impulse. This, perhaps, is the charm of sheer wealth, simple and unpretentious. Xu Xiaoyan asked, how much are they? Each of these villas is approximately 8 million. Only 8 million? That's so cheap, Xu Xiaoyan said after a brief silence. Cheap? 8 million? What counts as expensive then? The agent's face twitched involuntarily. Though he wanted to retort, he didn't dare. Customers are gods, they are our bread and butter. What kind of person complains about their livelihood? Forcing a polite smile, he replied, most of our villas are under 10 million. Most? Zhao Xianglu caught the key word and asked, what's the most expensive villa you have? That would be the Chambord Pavilion, the agent replied. How much? It's currently listed at 22 million. In Yu City. That wasn't considered low. Yang Xiao glanced at Xu Xiaoyan and Zhao Xianglu. Shall we take a look? He had no choice. The prime location villas in Cloud Sky City were all sold out. Buying another one in a different area wasn't an option either. He had already bought one there for Lu Wei. What if, by chance, they ran into each other? He wasn't ready to reveal everything yet. The two women exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Under the agent's guidance, the four of them boarded an eco-friendly cart and headed toward the Chambord Pavilion. As they approached, another agent was walking ahead, enthusiastically explaining something to a middle-aged woman. Seeing the agent, Yang Xiao was startled. Huh? Ah Tai, what are you doing here? Hearing his name, Yang Tai looked up, equally surprised to see Yang Xiao. Brother? What a coincidence. He hadn't expected to run into his cousin. Meanwhile, the agent who had been assisting Yang Xiao turned back, only to see his client chatting warmly with a colleague. Instantly, his guard went up. He looked at Yang Tai curiously. Ah Yang, you know Mr. Yang and the ladies? Yeah, he's my cousin, Yang Tai said happily. Cousin? The agent froze for a moment. Then it hit him, damn, is he stealing my client? Yang Tai then said, Brother Wang, could you help me with my client for a moment? The agent hesitated, his face flushing red. He wanted to refuse but couldn't find a reason. However, thinking about how even an 8 million villa was considered cheap by Yang Xiao, the 22 million Chambord Pavilion could bring a hefty commission. He couldn't let this golden goose fly away. Sensing his hesitation, Yang Tai reassured him, Don't worry, Brother Wang. I won't touch the commission that's rightfully yours. Hearing this, the agent broke into a smile. What are you saying? Do I look like someone who's money hungry? Feigning nonchalance, he added, It's just helping a client, no big deal. Yang Tai quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Brother Wang. We're all brothers, no need to be so formal. With that, the agent turned and walked away with his middle-aged client, now all smiles. One moment he was reluctant, the next he was beaming. You call this brotherhood? Well, even a brother in profit is still a brother. Yang Tai glanced at the two stunning women beside Yang Xiao and asked curiously, Brother, are you house shopping with the sister-in-laws? Sister-in-laws? With an S? Does he have to be this accurate? Yang Xiao nodded. You've moved to the city. Why didn't you tell me? I didn't want to bother you. Are we really so distant that you'd say that? Hey! Yang Tai scratched his head, embarrassed. He had wanted Yang Xiao's help but feared his lack of qualifications would be a burden, so he kept quiet. How much do you earn here in a month? Yang Xiao asked. Depends. Sometimes a few thousand, sometimes 10 to 20,000, Yang Tai answered honestly. Sales jobs rely heavily on commissions and can be unpredictable. Yang Xiao nodded. Not bad. It's okay. Perhaps because of the women's presence, Yang Tai seemed particularly shy today. Submit your resignation to your manager later and come work for me, Yang Xiao said, patting his shoulder. After a moment's thought, Yang Tai nodded firmly. Okay, brother, I'll work for you. That's the spirit of a man from the Yang family. Yang Xiao said approvingly. The Yang family had always supported one another. Yang Tai had turned down Yang Xiao's earlier offer to work at his restaurant, fearing he would be a burden. Back then, when Yang Xiao acquired the canned goods factory, he'd hoped to repay the relatives who had helped his family. But the factory had been burned down by Chen Jigang, and it was still under reconstruction. Scratching his head awkwardly, Yang Tai asked, Brother, what kind of house are you looking to buy? Yang Tai knew Yang Xiao was rich, but didn't expect him to be this rich, planning to buy a standalone villa worth over 22 million. For the first time, he felt he was truly close to the world of the wealthy. 10 minutes later, the group of four arrived outside Chambord Pavilion. The villas here were quite different from those in Cloud Sky City. However, they had their own unique charm. Security guards were stationed at the entrance, performing their duties meticulously. Anyone entering, even the sales agents of the developer, had to register with their real name each time they entered. Trying to sneak in unnoticed? Nearly impossible. Moreover, the area was incredibly quiet, with lush greenery everywhere. The only flaw was the small gardens outside the villas, overrun with weeds, with no flowers in sight. Yang Xiao's standards weren't that high. He thought it was quite nice. Both Xu Zhiaoyan and Zhao Xianglu seemed to like it as well. Inside the villa, the interior decor was opulent. The list at the entrance revealed that even the shoe bench, no bigger than a stool, cost over 10,000 yuan. Not to mention the genuine leather sofa set in the 100 square meter living room, worth hundreds of thousands. One could imagine it'd be a blissful experience to indulge in certain activities there. In summary, it was outrageously extravagant. Yang Xiao turned to the two women and asked, "What do you think? Do you like this villa?" "It's nice." Zhu Xiaoyan replied. "I like it too. Even the name Chambered Pavilion has a lovely ring to it." Zhao Xianglu added. "Great. I'll just use the bathroom, and then we'll go pay," Yang Xiao said. "I'm coming too." "Me too." The two women followed him to the bathroom. "Already ready to pay? No hesitation?" Yang Tai felt like Yang Xiao wasn't buying a house but rather cabbages sold by the pound. At that moment, the villa door opened. A middle-aged man in a suit and tie walked in, accompanied by a fashionable middle-aged woman with an LV handbag. Oddly enough, even indoors, they were still wearing sunglasses, trying way too hard to look cool. Recognizing the man, Yang Tai greeted him, "Manager Hao." "Oh, Yang! Surprised to see you here," Hao Huaya said, slightly taken aback. He then instructed, "Yang, this is Miss Pang, a relative of President Wang. She's here to buy a villa, and she's been given a discount. Could you help her with the paperwork later?" "Sure," Yang Tai replied. "By the way, Manager Hao, which villa did Miss Pang choose?" "This one Chambered Pavilion," Hao Huaya said. "What? Chambered Pavilion?" Yang Tai's eyes widened, his jaw dropping. What should he do now? Seeing Yang Tai's shocked expression, Hao Huaya asked, "What's wrong?" Surprised? He patted Yang Tai on the shoulder and added with a smile, "Keep working hard, you've got a bright future ahead." "But, Manager Hao, another client of Wang's has already expressed interest in this villa and was just about to pay," Yang Tai said hesitantly. "What? Someone else is interested?" Hao Huaya hadn't expected that. This villa had been vacant for so long that weeds had taken over the garden, and no one had bought it. Now, two buyers were interested on the same day. At that moment, Yang Xiao and the two women returned from the bathroom. Noticing the additional people in the living room, they didn't ask questions and prepared to tell Yang Tai to proceed with the payment. But Hao Huaya spoke up first. "Excuse me. The Chambered Pavilion has already been reserved by Miss Pang. Why don't you take a look at other villas?" Perhaps worried they wouldn't agree, Hao Huaya added, "Don't worry, I'll do my best to secure the best possible discount for you." What do we do? Look at another villa or a different location." Yang Xiao hadn't expected this twist. The two women had just found a villa they liked, only to have someone else snatch it up. Hearing this, a trace of disappointment flashed in Zhao Xianglu's eyes. "Such a shame," Xu Xiaoyan said regretfully. Yang Xiao sighed. "Nothing we can do. We were just a little late. More like a lot late." At this point, Pang Ruhua removed her sunglasses and sneered. "Even if you'd already paid, I'd still snatch this house from you, and there's nothing you could do about it. That's what real power looks like. Did we provoke you somehow? If you want to show off, go elsewhere. Stop jumping around in front of me." Yang Xiao was genuinely annoyed by this kind of person. Just as he was about to speak, Zhao Xianglu stepped in first. "Let's go, we'll check out other places." "Useless people. Thinking you can compete with me? Dream on," Pang Ruhua taunted relentlessly. Hearing this, Zhu Xiaoyan exploded with anger. "Did you eat something disgusting? Why's your mouth so filthy?" Pang Ruhua started. But Zhu Xiaoyan interrupted. "Got your brain stuck in the door this morning? When we heard you wanted this house, we didn't even try to compete. But you keep pushing. What, think we're easy targets? Compete? Do you even have the means?" Pang Ruhua sneered. She continued, "Money isn't enough, you need connections too. Otherwise you're just like them, watching the villa you love get snatched away, powerless to do anything." "Not content," she added, "you both look decent enough. How'd you end up with such a useless man? Tell you what, I know a few gigolos in U City who are well connected to rich women. Want me to introduce you?" As soon as the words left her mouth, smack! A crisp slap echoed in the living room of Chambered Pavilion. The one who struck was Yang Xiao. Though he only used a fraction of his strength, it was enough to send Pang Ruhua's fake eyelashes flying. You dare hit me. Pang Ruhua clutched her face, utterly shocked. Yang Yixiao's voice was cold. I usually don't hit women, but you've crossed the line. A dragon has its reverse scale, touch it, and you'll face its wrath. For Yang Xiao, that scale was his family and the women he loved. You're finished. I'll make sure you're kicked out of Yu City, left homeless. Pang Ruhua screeched. Over the years, no one had ever dared lay a hand on her, especially in public. For her, this was the ultimate humiliation. Yang Xiao found her threats amusing. Make me homeless? Are you sure you're capable? At this moment, Pang Ruhua was already calling her so-called connections, spinning a tale that painted Yang Xiao as utterly despicable. Even Hao Huaya felt it was over the top but dared not intervene. If she wanted to play hardball, Yang Xiao wouldn't sit idly by. He called Lin Xuan and went straight to the point. Contact the developers of Jiangshan Yu. Tell them I'm buying out their real estate company entirely. Why suddenly decide to acquire Jiangshan Yu? Lin Xuan asked, surprised. Mr. Yang, are you sure about this? Yes. Offer above market price if needed, but it must be acquired. I want results within 10 minutes. Yang Xiao said firmly. Willing to pay above market price? From this single sentence, Lin Xuan could sense Yang Xiao's determination. She didn't ask further questions. Understood. I'll contact them immediately. Yang Tai was completely stunned by Yang Xiao's straightforward statement about paying above market price to acquire the property. At this moment he realized that his cousin wasn't just a millionaire but a true tycoon. How wealthy exactly? Yang Tai couldn't even begin to estimate. He remembered seeing some online news articles about Yang Xiao before but had dismissed them as rumors. Now, it seemed they were all true. Meanwhile, Pang Ruhua hadn't heard the other side of the phone call but caught every word Yang Xiao said. She couldn't help but sneer. Ha! Bluffing without even thinking. Do you know how much Jiangshan Yu is worth? And you claim you're going to acquire it? Why not just say you bought the Yuzhou Hotel recently too? Acquire Jiangshan Yu? That's a group worth billions. If it were that easy to acquire companies, why would people bother working so hard? Everyone could just sit at home making bold claims. Does she even watch the news? Yang Xiao had been trending online recently. But apparently she had no idea. You guessed right. The Yuzhou Hotel was indeed purchased by me, Yang Xiao replied, smiling as if amused by her remark. But Pang Ruhua burst out laughing. You bought it? Ha! You're so used to bragging that you can't even tell lies from reality anymore. Sigh. Telling the truth these days, and no one believes it. Yang Xiao shrugged and sat down casually on the living room sofa. However, as soon as he sat down, hey, get your filthy butt off my sofa. If you ruin it, can you afford to pay for it? Pang Ruhua shrieked. A man worth trillions, unable to compensate for a sofa? Was she joking? Your sofa? Have you no shame? Before Yang Xiao could respond, Xu Xiaoyan interjected, unable to stand her any longer. She'd seen shameless people before, but never like this. Pang Ruhua, nose in the air, retorted, this villa is mine. You have no right to sit in my house. Get out. Have you paid for it yet? Or do you think just claiming it makes it yours? By that logic I could say all the money in the world is mine. Would that make it true? Xu Xiaoyan shot back with a pointed glare. Using her own logic against her. Rendered speechless, Pang Ruhua fumed, unable to retort. She hadn't paid yet but assumed that with her friend's help, it was only a matter of time. Admitting defeat, however, was out of the question. Instead, she doubled down. The CFO of Jiangshan Yu, Wang Wang, is my friend. This villa is reserved for me. Oh, so you haven't paid yet, huh? Zhu Xiaoyan said with a cold smile. If you haven't paid, what gives you the right to say it's yours? Thick-skinned, aren't you? You. Talk less. If I looked like you, I wouldn't leave the house. Or better yet, I'd find a block of tofu to smash myself on and be done with it. Smash myself? Momentarily confused, Pang Ruhua blinked, unable to grasp the insult. Yang Xiao and the others ignored her. You don't understand even that? Turning to Hao Huaya, Pang Ruhua asked, Manager Hao? What does she mean? Hao Huaya hesitated, at a loss for words. What could he say? That she was calling her fat and clueless. She doesn't get that on her own? Looks like all your intelligence turned into body fat. You can't even understand something so simple. How pitiful, Xu Xiaoyan remarked sharply. A double-edged comment mocking her weight and lack of intellect. Who could endure that? Finally realizing she'd been insulted, Pang Ruhua leaped to her feet. You! How dare you call me fat? Originally she wanted to call Xu Xiaoyan something vulgar but held back, recalling Yang Xiao's earlier decisiveness. No, you misunderstood, Yu Xu Xiaoyan said with mock concern. Misunderstood? What I mean is you're not just fat, you're pathetically stupid too. What? Pang Ruhua was so furious she could barely contain herself. Fine. Just wait and see. I'll have security throw you all out. She dialed Wang Wang's number immediately. Once connected, she said, Brother Wang, I'm at your new development. I was just bullied, could you send some security to kick them out? Sorry, I'm in a meeting. Let's talk later. But, before she could finish, the call ended. Left feeling both aggrieved and furious, there was nothing she could do but stew in anger. 3 minutes later, both Hao Huaya's and Yang Tai's phones rang simultaneously. They each stepped aside to answer and came back looking astonished, repeatedly saying, understood. At the same time, both ended their calls. Returning to the living room, Hao Huaya appeared more relaxed, the tension from earlier gone. Bowing respectfully to both Yang Xiao's group and Pang Ruhua, he said, My apologies, everyone, but I've just received instructions from higher-ups. The company has decided to temporarily stop selling all properties. Stop selling? Pang Ruhua froze, then hurriedly asked, Manager Hao, did Mr. Wang tell you to say this? No, Hao Huaya replied, shaking his head. Then what does stop selling mean? Leadership's decision. I don't know more than that. But Mr. Wang promised this villa to me. Miss Pang, I truly don't know. Maybe you should ask Mr. Wang yourself. At that moment Yang Xiao's phone rang. Seeing it was Lin Xuan, he quickly answered. Lin Xuan, any updates? Mr. Yang, they said they can't provide a definite answer right now. They need to hold a meeting to discuss it and get the board's decision. Fine. If offering 10% above market price isn't enough, offer 20%. Ah. Okay, got it. Lin Xuan replied. She couldn't understand why Yang Xiao was so determined to acquire Jiangshan Yu, no matter the cost. But orders were orders. Also Yang Xiao added, tell them I'll be waiting at the sales office for their reply. Make sure they respond quickly. Got it, Mr. Yang, Lin Xuan replied. What a show. Pang Ruhua rolled her eyes at the conversation and snorted disdainfully. A show? Yang Xiao found it amusing. Did he really need to put on a show? Xu Xiaoyan wanted to retort, but Yang Xiao stopped her. If a dog bites you, do you bite it back? True. Xu Xiaoyan agreed with a nod. Unfortunately, Pang Ruhua overheard and exploded. Hey kid, don't leave. Who are you calling a dog? Oh? Whoever responds is who I'm talking about. Hey you. If you insist on taking it upon yourself, that's on you. Yang Xiao shrugged, feigning innocence. Furious and at a loss for words, Pang Ruhua stormed off, clutching her bag. But she hadn't gone far when a group of suited individuals rounded the corner. Among them, she spotted someone she recognized, Wang Wang. Delighted, she rushed over. Could they be here to help her? Brother Wang, why did you come all the way here yourself? She said gleefully, casting a smug glance at Yang Xiao's group. It was as if she were silently saying, see? The higher-ups are here to handle things for me? And you? However, Wang Wang merely glanced at her and shook his head slightly. She didn't understand and kept grinning. Brother Wang, about the Jiangxi pavilion. Before she could finish, Wang Wang raised a hand in exasperation. Sorry, Miss Pang, I can't handle this anymore. What? Why not? Panic overtook her. Weren't things settled earlier? Wang Wang looked at the departing chairman and whispered. It's not that I don't want to, it's beyond my ability now. Today, the board suddenly decided to sell the company, and we're here to meet the buyer. Sell the company? This was too sudden. Wait. Here to meet the buyer? Could it really be him? Unconsciously, she glanced back at Yang Xiao's group in the distance, then shook her head. Impossible. Even if they were wealthy, there was no way they could afford to buy a company. Jiangshan Yu was worth billions. But then, to her shock, the unexpected happened. The so-called board members following Wang Wang walked straight toward Yang Xiao's group. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she hurried to catch up with Wang Wang, praying they had made a mistake. Are you Mr. Yang Xiao? The lead board member, Yu Qian, approached Yang Xiao and asked in a respectful tone, as though addressing a superior. Yang Xiao smiled. I am Yang Xiao. Whether I'm the one you're looking for, I'm not sure. I'm Yu Qian, chairman of Jiangshan Yu Group. I've always heard about the young and talented owner of Yuzhou Hotel, and now I see the reputation is well deserved. Yu Qian responded, adding a flattering comment. Yang Xiao chuckled. Oh, just rumors. I'm just an ordinary guy. Only after Yang Xiao extended his hand did Yu Qian initiate a handshake, following the principle in Chinese etiquette that the more senior or esteemed person offers their hand first. If someone like Mr. Yang considers himself ordinary, what does that make the rest of us? Yu Qian joked, continuing to flatter. Not wanting to dwell on the topic, Yang Xiao glanced at the people behind Yu Qian and asked knowingly, "Here to inspect operations?" Yu Qian laughed. "We received a call from Miss Lin, saying you're interested in acquiring the real estate company outright. So we came to discuss it in person." "Yes. That's correct. What do you think of our group's valuation? I've reviewed your financials consistently netting billions annually over the years. Impressive." Yang Xiao sincerely praised. Yu Qian humbly replied, "Compared to you, Mr. Yang, this is just small-scale success. It's all been a matter of luck." "Luck?" Yang Xiao smirked inwardly but said nothing. Cutting to the chase, he said. "If you're here, you've probably decided to sell. Name your price." Yu Qian exchanged glances with the other board members and finally said, "Our group's reputation in Yuzhou speaks for itself. I won't boast further. After much discussion, the price is 5.1 billion. What do you think?" "Deal." Yang Xiao agreed without hesitation. But the current management, aside from board members, must stay. No dismissals or transfers. Zhang Shan-yu's consistent profitability indicated strong management and a competent team. Losing them would leave behind an empty shell. But Yu Qian nodded quickly. "Of course. Then it's settled." "Great. I'll arrange for the paperwork immediately." Yang Xiao added. "Also, I'll take the Jiangxi Pavilion. Include its price in the acquisition cost." As he said this, he glanced deliberately at Pang Ruha. Yu Qian enthusiastically agreed, assigning someone to handle the matter on the spot. The group, chatting amiably, headed outside. Yu Qian insisted on treating Yang Xiao to dinner at Yuzhou Hotel, but Yang Xiao politely declined, citing prior commitments. Watching this unfold, Pang Ruha stood frozen in shock. It was really him. Acquiring an entire company over a villa? Insanity. With such wealth, how could someone be so extravagant? Realizing the gravity of her earlier arrogance, she hurriedly fled. If more people had been in the villa earlier, she would have wished for the ground to swallow her whole. Outside Zhang Shan-yu's Jiangxi Pavilion, 3 plainly dressed figures were busy cleaning the villa Yang Xiao, Zhao Xianglu, and Xu Xiaoyan. Originally, they could have hired someone to do the cleaning. But Xu Xiaoyan wanted to keep Yang Xiao around, so she decided they would do it themselves. Yang Xiao had a towel draped over his shoulder as he pushed a lawnmower, cutting grass and trimming the lawn. Meanwhile, Zhao Xianglu and Xu Xiaoyan were watering and fertilizing the garden plants. Perhaps to break the monotony, Xu Xiaoyan turned to Zhao Xianglu and suddenly suggested, "Xianglu, let's have a race, shall we?" "A race? Doing what?" Zhao Xianglu paused, curious. "Of course, to see who can water the plants faster," Xu Xiaoyan replied. I don't know about that." Zhao Xianglu hesitated. She glanced at Yang Xiao, who was diligently pushing the lawnmower back and forth across the yard. Adding some fun to the dull task didn't seem like a bad idea, so she agreed. The two stood on either side of the yard and started their watering race. During the contest, whether intentional or not, they splashed quite a bit of water onto Yang Xiao, soaking his clothes. But seeing how much fun they were having, Yang Xiao decided to let them enjoy themselves. However, at that moment, a woman's angry voice suddenly rang out from outside the villa's fence. "Damn it! Which blind little brat was it? Can't you see where you're aiming? You ruined my mink coat." Both Zhao Xianglu and Xu Xiaoyan jumped in fright, quickly turning off the water. They looked in the direction of the voice and saw a woman with a face full of Botox, wearing a furry coat, glaring at them furiously. Droplets of water clung to her hair, and her heavy makeup had been ruined by the splashes, smearing down her face. Although the woman's words were harsh and accusatory, Zhao Xianglu knew they were indeed at fault. She hurried over to apologize. "I'm so sorry. We weren't paying attention and accidentally splashed you. Please forgive us." Doesn't apology make it better? If apologies worked, why would we need the police? Shen Jingbing snapped, not letting it go. It turned out Shen Jingbing had heard that the Jiangxi Pavilion was the most expensive villa in the neighborhood, so she had come to take a look. But she hadn't expected to be drenched by water falling from above as soon as she approached the fence. Her mood instantly soured. Through the iron fence she had spotted the culprits, several people tending to the garden. She erupted in rage. Even after an apology, she refused to let it slide. Feeling guilty, Zhao Xianglu bowed again, apologizing profusely. I'm really sorry. We didn't see you there. Didn't see me? Are you blind? Do you not have eyes in those skull sockets under your brows? Shen Jingbing's anger showed no sign of abating. At this point, Yang Xiao, who was cutting grass, noticed the commotion. He immediately turned off the lawnmower and walked over to them. Before he could speak, Shen Jingbing, hands on her hips, started yelling like a shrew. You three pieces of garbage! Have you had enough of living? How dare you splash water on me? Do you even know who I am? It was an accident. If Yang Xiao began to explain, but Shen Jingbing cut him off. And who are you? Just some lousy landscaper. What gives you the right to talk to me? People like you are a blight on society. Yang Xiao frowned at her insulting words. He didn't appreciate her tone, but given they were at fault, he decided to stay calm. So, he asked patiently, since an apology isn't enough, what would you like us to do to make it right? What to do? Shen Jingbing tugged at her coat and sneered. Do you even know how expensive this coat is? Before anyone could respond, she continued, this is a globally limited edition fur coat from a world-famous luxury brand. If it's just about the coat, I can compensate you for it, Yang Xiao offered, keeping his composure. Compensate? Can you even afford it? Shen Jingbing rolled her eyes. Do you know how much this coat costs? Do you even earn that much in a month? A year? What could you possibly pay with? Your life. Name your price. I won't haggle, Yang Xiao said firmly. Shen Jingbing laughed mockingly. Oh, look at you pretending to be rich. Who gave you the nerve? Will 100,000 be enough? Yang Xiao asked, his patience thinning. Shen Jingbing's exaggerated reaction turned theatrical. Have you ever even seen 100,000 in cash? Do you know how tall a stack that is? Stop bluffing. I'll transfer it to you via WeChat, Yang Xiao said. What? You actually have 100,000? Shen Jingbing sneered, her words dripping with sarcasm. Oh, I see. With your looks, you must have earned it working as a gigolo, huh? Take the money and leave our site. Zhao Xianglu snapped, finally losing her temper. But Shen Jingbing wasn't done. Money? You think money is enough? I already told you this coat is a globally limited edition fur piece. It's irreplaceable. When Zhao Xianglu opened her mouth to argue, Yang Xiao shook his head slightly, signaling her to stay quiet. Yang Xiao then addressed Shen Jingbing. If you could buy it, then so can we. If you don't want the money, we'll buy you an identical one. For Yang Xiao, who was worth billions, this wasn't a problem. If no stock was available, he could pay the manufacturer to make another one. It'd just cost more. Shen Jingbing scoffed. Fine. I'd like to see where you'll get one just like this. We can check Rongcheng International first, Zhao Xianglu suggested. Yang Xiao nodded in agreement. Good idea. Oh, but let me make this clear, Shen Jingbing added. I don't ride in rideshare cars and taxes are out of the question. If she was going to be difficult, she intended to go all the way. Yang Xiao turned to Zhao Xianglu. Xianglu, get the car. Got it. Zhao Xianglu replied, heading toward the garage. Seeing this, Shen Jingbing sneered. Hey! Taking the owner's car behind their back. What a pack of sneaky servants. The world truly has all kinds. We've already agreed to compensate you for the coat, why do you keep insulting people? Xu Xiaolian couldn't hold back anymore. She had seen unreasonable people before, but never anyone so arrogant and overbearing. On the other hand, Shen Jingbing looked indifferent, as if this was all perfectly natural. What? Telling the truth counts as an insult now? She felt no guilt whatsoever, firmly believing her words were justified. Zhu Xiaolian was about to say more, but Yang Xiao calmly waved his hand and said, Forget it. If a dog bites us, we don't need to bite back. After all, the difference between humans and animals lies in rationality. Humans have it, animals don't. Zhu Xiaolian nodded in agreement. I'm a person. Why should I lower myself to the level of an animal? There's no need. But Shen Jingbing exploded at Yang Xiao's words. What the hell? You little brat. Who are you calling a dog? Her response was filled with curses, shameless and without any restraint or decorum. Oh no, let's not insult dogs, Yang Xiao quickly retorted. After all, a dog wouldn't spew nonsense like that. Honestly, dogs handle things better than you. His words implied that she was not only inferior to dogs but less than human. Shen Jingbing couldn't tolerate it. Her anger soared. You're the dog, she's a dog. Your whole family are dogs. Even the dogs would agree with you, Yang Xiao replied flatly. You. Shen Jingbing stammered, unable to form a coherent retort. She had only wanted to disgust Yang Xiao a little, but she hadn't expected him to fire back relentlessly, leaving her speechless. Over the years, Yang Xiao had encountered countless difficult people, perhaps not 1,000, but definitely hundreds. Unreasonable individuals were nothing new to him, especially lately, when they seemed to pop up everywhere. At that moment, a Chang'an van approached. When Shen Jingbing saw it, she immediately shouted, "I wouldn't be caught dead in that junk. It would ruin my clothes." Her voice was so loud that the van driver, already irritated from a previous customer complaint that cost him a fine, overheard her. He hit the brakes hard, stopping right next to Shen Jingbing, and shouted angrily, "What's your problem? My van ever hurt you? Mind your own business and go fix that zombie face of yours." Apparently unsatisfied, he added, "Where'd you even come from, you weirdo? Living wastes air, dying wastes land, and you're polluting this country's good earth. Hurry up and reincarnate already." After venting, the driver felt much better. Without waiting for a response, he released the handbrake and sped off, leaving a puff of exhaust that wafted directly into Shen Jingbing's nose. The fumes snapped her out of her stupor. She pointed angrily at the disappearing van, shouting, "Screw you." Yang Xiao kept a straight face, and thought to himself, "What a character. Hope you stay a delivery driver forever and never afford an Audi." Shen Jingbing muttered furiously. Just then, Zhao Xianglu pulled up in a Maserati quadruport outside Jiangxi Pavilion. She rolled down the window and called out, "Get in." "A Maserati?" Shen Jingbing, familiar with luxury cars, immediately recognized it. A quadruport, worth millions. She assumed it must belong to the owner of the villa. "I'll have to tell them about these workers next time so they'll dock their pay." Feeling somewhat vindicated, she couldn't resist bragging. "The Maserati quadruport is all right, but it's no match for my Ferrari." "Ferrari?" Xu Xiaoyan blinked, taken aback. Feigning surprise, Shen Jingbing replied, "Don't know Ferrari? Of course you wouldn't. You're just lowly workers. How could you know about luxury cars?" "Ferrari is pretty expensive," Yang Xiao remarked casually. "A good one could cost tens of millions." Though not a die-hard fan, he knew its reputation. Drive a Ferrari with one hand, and you'll have beauties falling for you everywhere. Expensive? Not really. Doesn't everyone have one? Shen Jingbing dismissed him with a wave. "Oh wait, you're poor. Poor people can't afford Ferraris, can they?" Yang Xiao sighed. "Done showing off? If you are, then please be quiet." Her endless chatter was grating on his nerves. Shen Jingbing bristled at his sarcasm. "Who are you calling a show-off?" Yang Xiao didn't bother replying and ushered Xu Xiaoyan and Zhao Xianglu into the car. Seeing them get in, Shen Jingbing rushed to grab the car door handle. But Yang Xiao stopped her. "Didn't you say you wouldn't lower yourself to ride in a Maserati? Please drive your Ferrari and meet us at Rongcheng International." Shen Jingbing was speechless. If she'd known it would end like this, she wouldn't have made such a big deal about it earlier. Once Yang Xiao and the others drove off, she had no choice but to return and get her Ferrari. Half an hour later, at Rongcheng International, Yang Xiao, Xu Xiaoyan, and Zhao Xianglu sat on a bench near the entrance. A fuming Shen Jingbing soon arrived, striding toward them. Reaching the group, she snapped impatiently, "What are you standing around for? Hurry up and find the store to ask if they still have my coat in stock." They wouldn't, of course. She'd camped online to snag this limited edition piece, and all domestic inventory had long been cleared. It was impossible to find a duplicate. "Lead the way," Yang Xiao said calmly. Rolling her eyes, Shen Jingbing muttered, "Useless idiots. Who hired you anyway? They must have some nerve." This time Yang Xiao and the others didn't argue. Words wouldn't help, they'd let actions speak. At the Chanel boutique, in the clothing section, Yang Xiao asked a staff member, "Excuse me, do you have the same coat this lady is wearing?" The sales associate glanced at Shen Jingbing's coat and instantly recognized it. "Sorry sir, that's a limited time item. It sold out long ago." A limited time item. That meant it had only been available for a specific period and wouldn't be restocked. "May I speak to your manager?" Yang Xiao asked. The staff smiled politely. "Please wait a moment." Shortly after, a middle-aged woman in professional attire approached with a welcoming smile. "Good day sir, I am miss. How can I assist you?" Before Yang Xiao could respond, Shen Jingbing interjected indignantly, "Why did you call me ma'am and then miss?" The manager quickly corrected herself. "Miss." But before she could finish, Shen Jingbing exploded again. "Miss? You're the miss. Your whole family are misses." As soon as she finished speaking, Shen Jingbing snapped again, You're the miss your whole family are misses. Sorry, the middle-aged manager didn't even finish her sentence before Shen Jingbing put her hands on her hips and said arrogantly, apologies. Who needs your apology? If I slap you in the face and then apologize, would that fix things? What kind of comparison is that? The manager froze awkwardly, not knowing how to respond. Despite years of working in this field, this was her first time encountering such an unreasonable customer. No matter what she did, she couldn't seem to satisfy her. Yang Xiao decided to change the subject, pointing to Shen Jingbing's fur coat. Do you have any similar fur coats in your store? Fur coat? Shen Jingbing immediately rolled her eyes and sneered, you country bumpkin. This is called a fur coat. But no one paid her any attention, making her feel like her punch had landed on cotton. Left without an audience, she sulked and sat down on a chair without another word. Sir, this item was part of a limited-time collection and has long since sold out, the manager explained to Yang Xiao with a polite smile. Just as she finished, a sales associate interjected, Manager actually, there was one coat that was returned this morning. It's practically brand new. They had inspected it earlier, the tags were intact, and it hadn't been worn. By all standards it could be considered new. Stop. Let me make myself clear, I don't wear second-hand goods. Shen Jingbing, who had just sat down, immediately shot to her feet. I'm a wealthy lady. Do I look like someone who'd wear used clothes? Never in my life. Don't worry, Yang Xiao replied, clearly losing patience. Since we're compensating you, we'll make sure it's brand new. If we can't find one, I'll compensate you 10 times the original price. Will that work? Then he turned to the manager. Do other branches have this coat? If not, the only option would be to contact the manufacturer to custom make another. Please wait in the lounge. I'll check with the other branches immediately, the manager replied with a smile. Had it been Shen Jingbing making the request, the manager might have refused outright, saying there was no stock. But Yang Xiao was different. He wasn't making things difficult for her and had even smoothed things over, ensuring she didn't lose face in front of her staff. The manager felt grateful and reflective. How could people be so different? Under the guidance of a sales associate, Yang Xiao, his companions, and a smug-looking Shen Jingbing moved to the lounge. The associate graciously served them drinks and snacks, offering a level of service that felt more akin to a high-end tea house than a luxury boutique. The soothing background music added to the serene atmosphere. But the tranquility didn't last long. Once again, Shen Jingbing disrupted the peace. She turned to a staff member and yelled, "What kind of garbage music is this? It's unbearable. Change it now. If you don't like it, can't you just block your ears?" No one forced you to listen. But her words were nothing but insults. Although sitting some distance away, Zhao Xianglu couldn't help shifting further from her, as if physical distance could protect her from the contamination of Shen Jingbing's negativity. Meanwhile, Zhu Xiaoyan clenched her fists. If Yang Xiao hadn't stopped her, she would have taught Shen Jingbing a harsh lesson about the consequences of being so rude and thoughtless. The staff nearby, clearly fed up, quickly walked away as if escaping something dirty. They hoped the lack of attention would quiet her down, granting everyone a moment of peace. But no such luck. Shen Jingbing shifted her ire to Yang Xiao and his companions. What goes around comes around. Heaven won't forgive you. You'll get what's coming to you. What? All three of them were stunned. Is she a mad dog? What's wrong with her? Biting us out of nowhere. At that moment, the manager returned, walking quickly toward Yang Xiao. Smiling, she greeted him respectfully. Sir, I'm sorry to keep you waiting. A hint of regret appeared on her face as she began. Unfortunately, after checking with all the stores in Chongqing, we don't have this coat in stock. Hearing this, Shen Jingbing smirked triumphantly. Just as I thought. There's no way they could find an identical coat. But the manager's next words wiped the smug look off her face. However, there is good news. We found the last remaining piece in a store in Rongcheng, the manager said with a sigh of relief, then quickly added, and it's brand new. As soon as she had learned that local stores were out of stock, she had checked with regional branches. To her surprise, someone in the store's group chat mentioned the coat was still available in Rongcheng. Fearing it might sell, she immediately contacted the branch and secured it temporarily. Great. I'll buy it, Yang Xiao said decisively. Please arrange for it to be shipped today, if possible. Yang Xiao had once worked in logistics and knew how fast express deliveries could be, especially for high-priority shipments. With Rongcheng not far from Chongqing, even by train, the coat could be delivered within the same day. Of course, sir. I'll arrange it right away. The manager was about to leave when Shen Jingbing suddenly interjected. Wait a minute. What size is the coat? It's a one-size-fits-all design, the manager replied. Shen Jingbing scoffed, I wear an S size. How am I supposed to fit into a one-size-fits-all? This fur coat only comes in one size and large size options. There's no S size, the manager clarified, slightly stunned. But Shen Jingbing, determined to make things difficult, wasn't about to give up so easily. Everyone present could see that she was simply trying to embarrass Yang Xiao, believing him to be nothing more than a gardener. Shen Jingbing turned to Yang Xiao and said, I don't care. I want an S-size coat, and I won't take anything else. Do whatever you need to make it happen. Shu Xiaoyan was about to explode in anger. Yang Xiao interrupted her and asked calmly, the coat you're wearing now is an S size? No. But so what? Shen Jingbing replied defiantly. So what? Yang Xiao couldn't help but laugh. Then why are you demanding an S size for compensation? Isn't that a bit unreasonable? What? Shouldn't you follow my demands when compensating me? Shen Jingbing retorted after a moment of hesitation, trying to justify herself. Her logic was absurd. If someone owed her something, they had to fulfill her every whim. Following her reasoning, if anyone made a mistake, they would have to obey unreasonable demands. The world would descend into chaos. Yang Xiao wasn't about to indulge her. The coat you're wearing is a one-size-fits-all. I'll only replace it with the same. If you want an S size, go custom order one yourself. I'm not wasting time playing games with you. The more you yield to her, the more audacious she becomes. She was truly taking advantage. You. Shen Jingbing stammered, unable to argue effectively. But in her mind, she was convinced if someone compensates her, they must follow her orders. Yang Xiao's expression turned cold. Enough. One size fits all, take it or leave it. Of course I'll take it. Why wouldn't I? I'm entitled to it. Shen Jingbing sneered. A bunch of gardeners like you, let's see how you afford such an expensive coat. Gardeners? Xu Xiaoyan and Zhao Xianglu exchanged glances. So, she thinks we're laborers? No wonder her tone had been condescending from the start, and she kept making everything difficult. Yang Xiao, having received a definitive answer, turned to the manager and said, we'll take the one-size coat. Where can I pay? Please follow me. The manager replied politely. As Yang Xiao and his companions followed the manager a few steps, Shen Jingbing quickly caught up, eager to witness Yang Xiao's reaction when he learned the real price of the fur coat. At the checkout counter, the manager spoke to the cashier, process a payment of 88,000 yuan, and make a note that the item will be shipped from the Rongcheng branch. Understood, the cashier replied, and began typing rapidly on the computer. The sound of keystrokes filled the air, and a minute later, the cashier turned the screen toward Yang Xiao with a smile. Sir, the total is 88,000 yuan. Please confirm the amount. Got it. Will you be paying by card or via WeChat? The cashier asked. By card, Yang Xiao replied. Though he had money in his WeChat wallet, it wasn't enough for such a large purchase. Hearing this, Shen Jingbing raised an eyebrow and stared at Yang Xiao with interest. Keep pretending. I want to see how a lowly gardener pays for this. At that moment, Yang Xiao handed over a bank card. The cashier respectfully accepted it and entered the details into the system. A moment later, the cashier said, Please confirm the amount one last time, sir. If everything looks correct, enter your PIN. Yang Xiao glanced at the screen, and finding everything in order, entered his PIN. Up until now, Shen Jingbing believed he was putting on a show and was about to be exposed. She was ready to enjoy the spectacle of his embarrassment. But what happened next shocked her. Payment received 88,000 yuan. The notification sound felt like a slap to her face. Shen Jingbing froze, her expression filled with disbelief. How is this possible? How can a mere gardener have so much money? No, it's impossible. The next moment, a realization struck her, and her eyes gleamed with excitement. I get it now. He must have used his savings for a future wife to buy this coat. Now he's broke. I'd like to see how he plans to marry anyone now. She sneered inwardly, already mocking Yang Xiao in her head. Meanwhile, Yang Xiao retrieved his bank card and asked, When can we expect the coat to arrive? The manager smiled and replied, Sir, I've arranged for the fastest shipping service from Rongcheng. It should arrive here in 3 hours. 3 hours was already quite fast, equivalent to same-day delivery. Great. I won't come back to pick it up myself. Yang Xiao pointed at Shen Jingbing. She'll collect it instead. Will that be a problem? Not at all, sir, the manager replied promptly. From the earlier conversation, the manager understood that Yang Xiao was compensating Shen Jingbing. Compared to her, Yang Xiao seemed much more polite and reasonable. Thank you, Yang Xiao said before turning to Shen Jingbing. You heard it. If you want to wait here, suit yourself. Otherwise, come back in 3 hours to collect the coat. With that, he turned and started to leave. Yang Xiao didn't want to spend another second around her. Her attitude was simply unbearable. But Shen Jingbing wasn't ready to let him go. She blocked their path, frowning. No. If you leave and they deny everything, who am I supposed to talk to? Her concern wasn't entirely unwarranted. Yang Xiao sighed in frustration. I've already spoken to them. You're worrying over nothing. Still no. Shen Jingbing insisted. Xu Xiaoyan finally lost her patience. This doesn't work for you, that doesn't work for you. Who do you think you are? The King of Heaven. Funny enough, today I am your King of Heaven. Shen Jingbing retorted smugly. Then go die. In my world the King of Heaven has long been dead. Here you. You're ugly enough as it is, yet you insist on parading around. If you scare a child, who will take responsibility? Xu Xiaoyan continued her tirade. Even if you don't scare a child, what if you frighten cats, dogs, flowers or grass? Can you bear that responsibility? You remind me of the ocean. Oh right, I forgot to mention I get seasick. Looking at the ocean makes me want to throw up. Xu Xiaoyan's relentless words left Shen Jingbing pale with anger. By the time Yang Xiao and the others walked far away, she finally snapped out of her daze. Damn it. I got completely humiliated by that little brat today. How could she endure this? Fuming with rage, she grabbed her LV bag and stormed after them. However, by the time Shen Jingbing realized what had happened and rushed outside, Yang Xiao and his companions were long gone. Infuriated, she stomped her feet in place. Do you think you can just run away after offending me? Not that easy. Once I get my coat, I'll head to your workplace at the villa and report you all thoroughly. I'll make sure you 3 wretches lose your jobs. At the thought, her initial anger dissipated, replaced by delight. The Chanel manager, observing her behavior, couldn't help but find it amusing. Ugly is one thing, but to act so snobbishly? Who would even bother with you? When Shen Jingbing returned to the lounge area and sat down, all the sales associates nearby seemed to have made a silent agreement. They all dispersed, keeping a safe distance from her, as though fearing her wrath might spill over onto them. After leaving Chanel, Yang Xiao and his companions drove the Maserati straight back to the villa. They resumed their task of mowing the lawn and cleaning up the yard. It took them the entire day, but by evening, the once disheveled yard was transformed, looking neat and refreshed. Around 6 o'clock, while the 3 of them were preparing dinner in the villa, the doorbell suddenly rang. Ding dong, ding dong. Yang Xiao, wearing an apron, ran out of the kitchen to answer the door. When he opened it, he saw the last person he wanted to deal with, Shen Jingbing. Yang Xiao frowned instinctively. The coat's been paid for. What are you doing here now? Shen Jingbing had come to make a scene. But when she saw that it was Yang Xiao who opened the door, she froze for a moment. Regaining her composure, she craned her neck to peer inside the villa. She spotted Zhu Xiaoyan and Zhao Jianglu casually walking around in their pajamas. Immediately, her spirits lifted. Aha! The villa owner isn't here, and you 3 lowly workers are messing around in someone else's house? Are you mentally ill? Yang Xiao retorted, utterly exasperated. She was like a piece of sticky gum impossible to shake off. Shen Jingbing snapped back with righteous indignation. No, it's you who's sick. Broke losers squatting in someone else's villa, what a disease, and it's incurable. Get lost. Yang Xiao, fed up, slammed the door in her face. This only enraged Shen Jingbing further. She pounded on the door furiously and shouted, Just you wait. I'm calling the police to report you for illegally trespassing in someone else's house. She stood outside, hurling insults for several minutes, but received no response. Unwilling to back down, she marched angrily toward the property management office. At that time, since it was after hours, only a few staff members remained at the Jiangshanyu property office to handle emergencies. As they were focused on their work, the door suddenly burst open with a loud bang. In stormed Shen Jingbing, her face twisted in anger. She glanced at the staff and, before they could even greet her, began to lash out. What's wrong with you useless people? Robbers have broken into someone's house, and you're just sitting here enjoying the air conditioning. The few staff members were stunned. What's going on? Why is this woman barging in and yelling at us out of nowhere? Before they could respond, Shen Jingbing continued, What are you standing there for? Get up and follow me to catch the thieves. Thieves? The staff quickly stood up and followed her out, heading toward the reported crime scene. This neighborhood has excellent security. How could a thief have gotten in? Could it really be true, as the saying goes, that it's hardest to guard against inside threats? As they walked, the staff began to grow uneasy. The route seemed to lead directly to Xiangxi Pavilion. While that house wasn't particularly noteworthy in the past, it was now different. It belonged to their new boss, the owner of Jiangshan Yu. Could the boss's house really have been broken into? The thought alone made them nervous. They silently prayed it wasn't true. When the group reached Xiangxi Pavilion, the head of security scanned the house and couldn't help but ask, "Are you sure you saw thieves go in? This was the boss's home after all. Who would dare target it?" "Of course I'm sure. Do you think I'd call you here for nothing?" Shen Jingbing snapped. The head of security frowned, looking at the brightly lit villa. Something didn't add up. It didn't look like a house that had been broken into. It looked more like the owner was home. "Trust me. If I'm wrong, you can take my head and use it as a chamber pot," Shen Jingbing declared confidently. Her words made the head of security shiver. "I'll check it out first." "Do you have your body camera on?" Shen Jingbing grabbed his arm. Yes, I do," he replied. "Good. Turn it on and storm in," Shen Jingbing ordered. Standing just outside the yard, she eagerly anticipated the spectacle of catching the supposed thieves. The head of security hesitated but ultimately decided to press the doorbell instead of barging in. This act, however, earned him a disdainful sneer from Shen Jingbing. Still, as long as Yang Xiao and his companions were dealt with, she didn't care how it happened. Inside the house, Yang Xiao heard the doorbell and opened the door. Seeing the security team, he asked, puzzled, "Do you need something?" The head of security froze. Recognizing Yang Xiao as the boss, he immediately took a step back in shock. To confirm, the property staff had previously been shown photos of their new boss. That was why the head of security recognized Yang Xiao right away. Feigning calm, he stammered, "Mr. Yang, I thought you hadn't moved in yet. When I saw the lights on in the villa, I came to check." "You're doing a good job. Keep it up," Yang Xiao replied approvingly, thinking nothing of it. "Thank you, Mr. Yang. We'll continue our patrol," the head of security said hurriedly, eager to leave. He felt grateful that he hadn't barged in recklessly. Who knows what trouble that could have caused? "Take care during your patrol," Yang Xiao added before closing the door. Meanwhile, outside, Shen Jingbing, who had been eagerly waiting for drama to unfold, was furious. She rushed toward the security team and shouted, "What's wrong with you? The door was open, why didn't you restrain them?" "What?" "That's Mr. Yang, the owner of Jiangshan Yu," the head of security explained. "Mr. Yang? Which Mr. Yang?" Shen Jingbing asked, stunned. "The new owner of Jiangshan Yu Group," he replied before leaving with his team. Shen Jingbing stood there in disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. They're just gardeners, how could they be the owners of Jiangshan Yu? Determined to find out the truth, she decided to investigate further. That day Yang Xiao was lying spread eagle on the bed in his luxurious villa in Yunqian City, fast asleep. In his dream he found himself on a massive bed, 4 or 5 meters long. Before him stood Lu Wei, Zhao Xianglu, Zhu Xiaoyan, Li Wanji, Lin Xuan, and Helian Wenyu, all dressed scantily and lined up in a row, smiling at him warmly. Their expressions were hungry and full of desire, like wolves eyeing prey. Excitement surged through him, and just as he was about to take action, his phone rang from under his pillow, rudely interrupting the dream. Reluctantly, Yang Xiao opened his eyes, reached for the phone, and saw that it was a call from White Dan's. He immediately sat up. If it had been anyone else, Yang Xiao might have cursed them out for ruining such an incredible dream. But with little hesitation he answered the call. Over the phone, White Dan's explained that he, along with Loris and Aeneas, had found Ai Pianren at a casino in Las Vegas. When they found Ai Pianren, all the money he had swindled from Bu Yalian amounting to several million had been squandered on gambling, and he had lost it all. Furthermore, Ai Pianren had accumulated debts of several $100,000 with the casino. White Dan's had even paid off part of the debt from his own pocket. Initially, Ai Pianren thought he had stumbled upon fools to take advantage of, and tried to scam them. But after a severe beating from White Dan's, Ai Pianren behaved himself. Even after being escorted onto a plane back to China, he had no idea why these 3 foreigners had captured him. Naively, he assumed it was because some wealthy tycoon's overweight daughter had taken a liking to him. Such delusions. If he hadn't suffered a few strokes over the years, where would he get the nerve to think so highly of himself? Since there were no direct flights from Chongqing to Las Vegas, they had to transfer in Beijing. Even so, they promised to deliver Ai Pianren to Yang Xiao before 10 p.m. that night. Hearing the news, Yang Xiao immediately perked up, his drowsiness gone. Killer groups really are different, he thought, impressed. Their intelligence networks and efficiency were simply extraordinary. Armed with just a name and a rough description, they managed to locate AI Pianren among billions of people on a massive planet in under 10 days. Their skill was undeniable. Yang Xiao quickly got dressed and raced downstairs. In the kitchen, Lai Wanji, wearing a pink Minnie Mouse apron, was preparing a meal. Hearing his hurried footsteps, she emerged from the kitchen with chopsticks in hand. Seeing Yang Xiao's cheerful expression, she smiled curiously and asked, "Boss, what's got you so happy? Share the good news so I can be happy too." Her father had recovered well, so she had decided to cut her leave short and return to work. After all, during her time off, Yang Xiao had continued to pay her salary on time, a gesture she found rare and touching. Feeling too guilty to keep lazing at home, and with her father urging her to return to work, she rushed back the previous afternoon. "A scumbag has been caught," Yang Xiao said, grinning as he playfully pinched her cheek. "It's true what they say, beautiful women have soft, smooth skin, full of collagen." Li Wanji's face flushed red. "Why is the boss suddenly touching me? Is he trying to change his preferences?" she wondered mischievously. Yang Xiao ruffled her hair. "What are you standing there for? Take off that apron. Let's go eat out my treat. Anything you want." Overjoyed by AI Pianren's capture, Yang Xiao wanted to celebrate early. And since Lu Wei was away on a business trip negotiating a deal for a live streaming company's brand ambassador, she wouldn't return for a few days. This gave him the perfect opportunity to relax and indulge himself. Li Wanji, flustered, blurted out, "But the water's already boiling. I was about to make noodles for you to eat." Yang Xiao paused for a moment. Making noodles? Or something else? Realizing the potential misunderstanding, Li Wanji quickly clarified, "I meant noodles. Just noodles." Her explanation only made the situation more awkward. "I know you meant noodles," Yang Xiao replied with a knowing smile, though his thoughts told a different story. "All right, turn off the stove. Let's go eat something nice. Consider it a welcome back dinner," he added. Li Wanji thought for a moment, then took off her apron and followed him out. That evening, at 10 p.m., in the chairman's office on the top floor of Chongqing Hotel, the door swung open. 3 figures entered, dragging a scrawny man with them. White Dan scanned the room but didn't see Helian Wanyu. Even so, he didn't dare let his guard down. "Mr. Yang, we've brought the person," he said, adopting a humble demeanor, far removed from the image of a ruthless assassin. Loris and Anais stood silently to the side. Yang Xiao nodded. "Good job. You've completed half of our agreement." "Half?" White Dan's was stunned. "What's the other half?" Despite his internal complaints, he didn't let it show. "It's an honor to serve you," he replied, bowing his head. Having spent some time in China and watched too many palace dramas, White Dan's had become adept at flattery, sounding increasingly like an ancient eunuch. Yang Xiao ignored him and turned to the man kneeling on the ground. "Do you know who I am?" he asked. The man slowly lifted his head, staring at Yang Xiao. When recognition struck, his eyes widened in disbelief. It's you," he stammered. "Why not me?" Yang Xiao replied, a faint smile on his face. "Aren't you just a delivery guy?" AI Pianren asked, incredulous. "I used to be," Yang Xiao admitted. So all that was just an act." "You could see it that way," Yang Xiao said, amused. He was in no rush to deal with AI Pianren. "Does that make sense to you?" Yang Xiao asked with a smirk. AI Pianren's face twitched, his expression unnaturally stiff. Sweat poured from his forehead like rain. "What do you want from me?" He was fully aware of his own actions but pretended to be calm, feigning ignorance. "What do you think?" Yang Xiao stared at him, his tone calm and his expression unreadable. This made AI Pianren even more fearful. He shrank back slightly. This is a law-abiding society. "So?" Yang Xiao countered. "You can't just act recklessly," AI Pianren stammered. "Did I say I would?" Yang Xiao replied nonchalantly. Hearing this, AI Pianren exhaled a sigh of relief, but what Yang Xiao said next made his heart skip a beat. "I might not do anything to you, but I can't say the same for them," Yang Xiao said, pointing at White Dan's and his companions. The message was clear: Yang Xiao wouldn't break the law, but he didn't need to. With money, others would do the dirty work for him. Terrified, AI Pianren trembled and stammered, It was her. She seduced me. It's all her fault." At this moment, to shirk responsibility, he shamelessly blamed everything on Bu Yalian. Pathetic. But would Yang Xiao believe him? Of course not. There's an old saying, it takes two to tango. If you had self-control, could she have seduced you? If you ignored her, would she force herself on you? Blaming others without even preparing a credible excuse, ridiculous. Not to mention, the tens of thousands of yuan stolen were clearly his initiative. Thinking he could absolve himself? Impossible. Yang Xiao looked at the man kneeling before him and shook his head. If you can't own up to your actions, are you even a man? It's true. She seduced me. If you don't believe me. Enough. Yang Xiao interrupted, unwilling to hear more. I don't care who seduced whom. The fact remains you did it. But. No buts. I'll pay you back double. Can you let me go? Aipnrin pleaded, looking up at Yang Xiao with desperation in his voice. If you knew this day would come, why act recklessly back then? Now he wanted to make amends, but it was far too late. His naive assumption was that since Yang Xiao had waited this long to find him, it must be about the money he swindled, not about sleeping with Bi Yalian, who was Yang Xiao's girlfriend at the time. He thought returning double the money would resolve everything. Yang Xiao raised an eyebrow. Settle this with money? Do you even have any? He already knew about Aipnrin's current dire financial situation. All right, Yang Xiao said, you swindled 410,000 yuan from me through Bu Yalian. It's been 3 or 4 months, so with interest, pay me 5 million. What? 5 million with interest? That alone left Aipnrin reeling, but before he could fully process the shock, Yang Xiao added, oh, and another 5 million for emotional damages. Why? That's insane. Aipnrin almost lost his mind. Paying back the initial amount with high interest might have made some sense. But 5 million for emotional damages? He couldn't fathom it. Yang Xiao's expression darkened. You seriously don't know what you did? And you have the nerve to ask why? How would you feel if I slept with your woman and emptied your bank account? Yang Xiao snapped. I'll bring my woman here. You can do whatever you want with her, Aipnrin blurted out without hesitation. What? What did he just say? Yang Xiao was stunned. This guy has a woman? How does that even make sense? Aipnrin continued, she's beautiful. I'll call her right now. Whatever you want to do, go ahead, I won't interfere. Such shamelessness. He was willing to sell out his own woman to save himself. What kind of person would even consider doing such a thing? Stop. I'm not interested in your woman, Yang Xiao said firmly, waving his hand to stop Aipnrin's madness. Not everyone is like you. Disgusting. Then Yang Xiao added, now, choose money or your life. The answer should have been obvious, but Aipnrin had no real choice. He was completely broke. Aside from the clothes on his back, he had nothing. He knelt, kowtowing as he begged, I'll call you dad, no, grandpa, ancestor, whatever you want. Just lower the amount. I really don't have that much money. No money? Yang Xiao sneered. You mean no money at all, right? Panicking, Aipnrin said, I don't have any now, but I can borrow it, or maybe scam someone else. Even now, his first thought was to scam others to repay his debt. A leopard never changes its spots. Such people were a menace to society and deserved punishment. Initially, Yang Xiao planned to end things quickly. But now, he had a better idea. Quick resolutions were far less satisfying than prolonged suffering. White Dan's, Yang Xiao said, turning to the assassin. Cut off his manhood and feed it to the dogs. Understood, Mr. Yang, White Dan's replied without hesitation. He'd done similar tasks countless times before. This was just another routine. Hearing this, Aipnrin crawled over and grabbed Yang Xiao's ankle, begging, it's all my fault. I was wrong. Please spare me. I won't do it again. I'm worse than a beast, lower than a dog. As he begged, he slapped himself repeatedly across the face until it swelled and bruised. But Yang Xiao wasn't moved. If begging worked, why would we need laws and police? Thinking he could escape punishment with just some groveling? Ridiculous. Spare me. Treat me like a dog or an insect, just let me go. Aipnrin sobbed. Rabid dogs harm society. That's why. White Dan's will rid the world of you, Yang Xiao said coldly. Then, with a wave of his hand, he gave the order. Do it. With a wave of Yang Xiao's hand, Rolus and Aneth sprang into action, pinning Aipnrin firmly to the ground. Aipnrin struggled desperately. Let me go. I know I was wrong. Yang Xiao turned a deaf ear to his pleas. White Dan's pulled out a custom-made knife, his expression wicked as he approached Aipnrin step by step. Please, I beg you. Let me go. Aipnrin pleaded pitifully, hoping to save his life. but no one paid him any attention. Seeing that begging was useless, he switched tactics and began hurling insults. Damn you! Useless piece of trash. Blaming others because you can't satisfy her. If you were man enough, she wouldn't have come to Betrayal. Damn you! You'll die a horrible death. Just as Pianran was ranting, a cold glint flashed in White Dan's eyes. With a swift motion, his hand brought the knife down. A flash of silver light. White Dan's, a skilled hand with blades, struck true in one clean move. Pianran felt a sudden chill in his groin, followed by a searing pain. And then, from that moment forward, Pianran was no longer a whole man. He had forever lost the source of his manly pride and joy. Soon after, the pain overwhelmed him, and he passed out. White Dan straightened up and bowed respectfully. Mr. Yang, what should we do next? You have more experience with these things than I do, Yang Xiao replied without looking back. White Dan's nodded quickly. Understood, sir. Rest assured, from now on you will never see him again. Make sure it's clean, Yang Xiao instructed. I guarantee no one will ever link this to you. We are professionals, White Dan's assured, patting his chest. Good. Yang Xiao nodded approvingly before continuing. After dealing with this, take care of the lefties Pelosi matter as soon as possible. Recently, Yang Xiao had received information through other channels that Left's Pelosi still hadn't given up on seeking revenge against him and reclaiming the antiques. However, those antiques had already been donated to the Chongqing Museum. If Left's Pelosi wanted them back, it wouldn't be easy. Yang Xiao didn't intend to let this lingering threat persist. Using White Dan's skills, he planned to eliminate Lefty's Pelosi and Frame De Feng group, letting them tear each other apart. White Dan's bowed. Understood, Mr. Yang. Alright, I have other matters to attend to. Clean this up, Yang Xiao said as he quickly left the office. White Dan's glanced at the unconscious Pianran, noting the growing pool of blood on the floor. Turning to Aneth, he said, Aneth, clean up the blood. Make sure not to leave any traces. Just as he turned, he remembered something else. Oh, and make sure to dispose of that part. Feed it to the dogs. Got it. And don't think about keeping it as a trophy. Aneth rolled her eyes. Relax. That thing is limp and useless. Why would I want to keep it? It wouldn't last as long as a bitter melon from the market. Why would I bother? White Dan's chuckled and turned to Rollis. Rollis, bandage him up and stop the bleeding. Stopping the bleeding wasn't to save Pianran, but to avoid leaving a trail of blood when taking him downstairs. No problem, Rollis replied. The three worked efficiently, cleaning the large blood stain within minutes. Afterward, Aneth sprayed a special chemical on the area. This solution was designed to completely erase blood traces, undetectable even by the most advanced luminol tests. Once the cleanup was done, White Dan's poured alcohol over Pianran's body, ensuring he reeked of liquor. Only then did he instruct Aneth and Rollis to carry Pianran to the elevator. Outside the Chongqing Hotel, the trio loaded Pianran into a black sedan. Midway through, they switched cars multiple times in secluded locations. Eventually, they arrived at a riverside location, transferring onto a speedboat that carried them to the river's center. As the speedboat sped along, White Dan's threw a sack filled with Pianran and heavy stones into the river. Then, they sped away. However, not long after White Dan's and his team left, another speedboat raced to the same spot. Two figures in diving gear dove into the water with a splash. On the boat, a balding middle-aged man frowned as he stared at the water's surface. Meanwhile, inside the sack, Pianran, overwhelmed by the rush of water, regained consciousness and began coughing violently. His blurry vision revealed that he was tied up inside a sack, his hands and feet tightly bound by zip ties. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't move. Death seemed imminent. At that moment, Pianran wished he could tear Yang Xiao apart limb by limb. Damn you, Yang Xiao. In my next life, I'll personally kill you. Suddenly he felt something strange. His descent into the water slowed, as if someone had grabbed him. But, bit by bit, he was pulled upward. But before he could process what was happening, he passed out from swallowing too much river water. When Pianran woke up again, he found himself in a hospital. You're awake? A voice sounded nearby. Did you save me? Pianran asked, looking at the balding man beside his hospital bed. The man nodded. You're lucky. A bit later, and you would have been in line for reincarnation. Who are you? Why did you save me? Pianran asked, sitting up. He was certain he didn't know this man. The balding man introduced himself. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Tu Ding, General Manager of Dia Feng Group. What? Tu Ding? AI Pianren was stunned. Who has a name like that? Tu Ding noticed AI Pianren's surprise and clarified, it's Tu as in coding and Ding as in prosperity, not bald Tu Ding. This wasn't the first time people misunderstood his name, so he didn't take offense. Tu Ding continued, I saved you because you're valuable to me. Valuable? Me? AI Pianren was even more confused. He was penniless and lacked any skills. What value could he possibly have? Tu Ding elaborated, you and I share a common enemy, and your hatred for him has reached its peak. You hate Yang Xiao too. AI Pianren caught on to the critical point. Exactly. That bastard humiliated me time and again. I won't rest until I make him pay. So, what can I do? Tu Ding smiled. A friend of mine recently developed a special drug that enhances physical resilience. Explain it simply. Tu Ding grinned. In short, once you inject this drug, your body will become stronger. Sensing AI Pianren's confusion, Tu Ding added, when the time comes, ordinary people won't stand a chance against you.
Hi guys, your opinion means a lot to me. I'm working on improving the stories to make them more interesting for you. Please leave a comment and let me know what you liked about this story. Your feedback helps me get better and create content that you'll enjoy. Your feedback is very important to me. Thank you for your support and attention. If you enjoyed this story, I can't wait to share its continuation with you.